Chapter 1. The Beginning of Life and Death. I choose not to enter the game. Consciousness awakened amidst excruciating pain. Xiao Tianshun gasped for breath, his throat filled with a metallic, sweet tang. Beneath him lay the cool grass, mingled with the scents of earth and ethereal herbs. The melodies of birds and the cascading sounds of waterfalls filled the air, accompanied by the rhythm of his own heartbeat and breath. He surveyed his surroundings. Towering celestial mountains pierced the clouds, enshrouded in auspicious clouds, with a rich atmosphere of spiritual essence. The grass beneath his feet shimmered with a vibrant green, while ancient pines twisted majestically nearby. Looking up, the summit of the mountain vanished into the mist, and ethereal cranes danced in the midair, their calls echoing. Before he could comprehend his situation, memories from his previous life surged forth, overwhelming his reason. The rooftop of a skyscraper, the howling winds, and the risk investment contract that led to his financial ruin. Bankruptcy, asset freezes, betrayal by partners, abandonment by followers. Forsaken by all, doomed to eternal damnation. Risk. Xiao Tianxuan's lips trembled. These two words were etched into his very soul, instilling in him a visceral fear of all seemingly glamorous choices. Above the heavens, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. A purple aura stretched for 30,000 miles, staining the sky. That a voice of authority resonated within the hearts of all living beings. We, the three pure ones, the true lineage of Pangu, hereby open our doors to disciples on Kunlun Mountain today. All who are fated may come forth. Boom! As the words fell, three immense pressures descended from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. Point 1. Representing tranquility and inaction. 1. Illuminating the path to enlightenment. 1. Severing the heavens with a single line. Each pressure embodied a saint, signifying the utmost authority and power in this world. Xiao Tianxuan's body trembled under this overwhelming force, his recently awakened consciousness forcibly injected with the realization that this was a battleground far more brutal than the business world of his past life, and he was merely the most inconspicuous among them. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in his mind. Major causal choice detected for the host. The Great Path Choice System has been activated. A virtual panel unfolded before Xiao Tianxuan's eyes. Choice 1. Bow to the avatar of Yushu Palace, seeking to worship the primordial heavenly sovereign. The teachings of the way of enlightenment are strict. If selected, one shall receive the glory and protection of the true lineage of Pangu. A row of blood-red warning letters flickered behind the option, high risk, high reward. Choice 2. Bow to the avatar of Bo Palace, seeking to worship the heavenly master Tong Tian. The teachings of the way of interception are inclusive, welcoming all celestial beings. Once initiated, one shall gain the favor of the heavenly master and the support of numerous peers. The warning letters shone equally brightly. High risk, high reward. Choice 3. Bow to the avatar of Bayuing Palace, seeking to worship the supreme old lord. The teachings of the way of humanity promote tranquility and inaction. With few disciples once accepted, one shall attain the status of the Grand Master of the mystical gate, with scarce causal ties. The warning letters remained unchanged. High risk, high reward. Again, it's like this. Again, it's like this. Xiao Tianxuan's body stiffened, cold sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his garments. How eerily similar, how hauntingly familiar. These three choices reminded him of the 3 investment contract from his previous life. Point 1 option is a merger case involving Fortune 500 companies with an exceedingly high threshold. Success promises both fame and fortune. Another is a financing case in emerging technology, offering boundless prospects, yet fraught with immense bubbles. A seemingly secure multinational collaboration conceals hidden clauses that could lead one to utter ruin. At IT was his choice of one among these that led to his catastrophic downfall. Risk. Risk. It is all risk. You are mistaken. Entirely mistaken. Every choice is flawed. He clutched his head, nails digging into his scalp, the pain forcing him to regain composure. He could not afford to repeat the same mistake. Absolutely not. Raising his gaze, he fixated on the 3 options, instinctively activating the analytical prowess of a seasoned investor from his past life. Apprentice to Yuan Shi? The teachings of the Chan school emphasize adherence to protocol. With my innate human physique, I fear I may not even pass the initial screening. Even if by some stroke of luck I succeed, the hierarchy within the Chan school is rigid, with golden immortals and great luos abounding. As a newcomer, how would I differ from mere cannon fodder? When the calamity of the investiture of the god strikes, those without backing, like myself, are likely to be the first on the list. Apprentice to Tong Tian? The Jiejiao boasts of myriad celestial beings in attendance, which sounds grand, but with a multitude comes immense karmic weight. Among the three teachings, the entanglements of karma within Jiejiao are the most intricate. With a mix of good and ill, today, you may be my senior brother, but tomorrow, someone could stab you in the back over a mere artifact. Moreover, the ultimate fate of Jiejiao is devastatingly dire. Apprentice to Laozi? The teachings of the human school seem the most stable, advocating tranquility and disengagement from karma. Yet precisely due to the scarcity of disciples, every action is magnified. As the sole disciple, I would bear the entire weight of the human school's reputation. This pressure, this responsibility, is in itself the greatest risk. And who knows if the non-action sage will, for the sake of the great Tao, compel you to non-action in the face of calamity? Each option promises brilliance, yet harbors the peril of irrevocable doom. To enter the fray is to embrace risk. Once involved, even with the upper hand, one may be throttled by those who set the rules. Qiao Tianshun breathed heavily, gazing toward the Kunlun Mountains, the foundation of the three saintly visages. Only children make choices a mature investor. Never risks personal involvement. True zero-risk investment is reliant on those who establish the rules. I will not vie for opportunities. One, serve the saints. As long as Kunlun remains, I shall not starve. I shall never stumble in the same place twice. A light dawned upon Qiao Tianshan. Around him, chaos reigned. Various beings poured forth from the ravines, forests, and clouds, some with tiger heads and human bodies, others adorned with magnificent wings, along with spirits formed from stubborn stones and ethereal grasses, all stirring up a whirlwind. Every creature bore fervor and greed, hollering and jostling, surging toward the three saintly visages. The radiance of artifacts clashed with spiritual energy amid a cacophony of curses and prayers, as countless beings contorted themselves in a frenzy for a chance at becoming a disciple of a saint. He made a move that left them all in utter shock, that he turned away, presenting his back to the three saintly manifestations. Ignoring the clamor surrounding him, he chose not to venture in any particular direction. He arrived at a clearing at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, where only a few stones and trampled wild grasses lay scattered. Facing the mountain that bore the three pure ones' sacred abode, he adjusted his attire. Then he prostrated himself fully, bowing deeply. With all his strength, he bellowed forth the words he had contemplated for so long. Disciple Qiao Tianshan, of humble talent, dares not to presumptuously seek the gates of the saints. I only wish to sweep the abode of the three pure ones and serve the true teachings of Pangu, enduring through the ages. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of every living being. As his words fell, the auspicious clouds atop Kunlun Mountain came to a halt. The flowing spiritual energy within the mountains became still. The Tao rhythms of the three saintly manifestations also faltered. The entire cosmic mechanism of the primordial world paused. All beings ceased their movements, staring in astonishment at the frail human prostrate on the ground, uttering words of heretical defiance. He has lost his mind. This fellow is undoubtedly mad. Chapter 2. The Supreme Reward of Integration. The three pure one's cherished disciple awaits. In the profound silence of the universe, an explosive clarity surged through Qiao Tianshuan's mind. Detection indicates the host has achieved a hidden optimal solution. Investment without involvement. This choice perfectly circumvents all risks, neither favoring any faction of the three pure ones, while maximizing respect for the overarching concept of Pangu Zhenzong. Judgment successful. The system integrates all option rewards, proceeding to a higher level of sublimation. Reward integration complete. As the echoes faded, atop Kunlun Mountain, three palatial structures stirred. Within the 8 scenery palace, Laozi, in deep meditation, slightly fluttered his eyelids. In the Yushu Palace, the lecture by Yuan Shi abruptly ceased. Meanwhile, in the Bo Palace, Tongtian's sword formation was suddenly withdrawn. At that very moment, the three primordial saints opened their eyes in unison. Their collective will pierced through the void, landing upon the prostrate figure at the foot of the mountain. Laozi felt a resonance. This is the essence of non-action. Not competing or coveting is true wisdom. Yuan Shi perceived the disposition, seeking no recognition, merely desiring to serve. This is the essence of respect for the master. Tong Tian chuckled, observing the seeming simplicity, realizing it was a masterful equilibrium that offended none. This is the art of finesse. Simultaneously, a dazzling panel appeared before Qiao Tianshan. Congratulations, host. You have received the unique supreme reward, the Hongmeng Dao body. Description: the foundation of the great path. The source of myriad laws. Cultivation is as effortless as drinking water, unyielding through countless tribulations. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique passive talent, heaven-defying insight. Description: your comprehension has reached theoretical limits. Instantly grasp divine abilities, effortlessly traverse the path. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique passive talent, fortuitous destiny. Description: your fortune is deeply bound to Pangajinzong. While the three pure ones endure, your luck remains unbroken, discovering treasures upon venturing forth. Encountering perils with a guardian. Boom. An indescribable warm current surged from the void, cleansing Qiao Tianshuan's limbs and bones. Bliss. He felt the weariness and scars of his former life, marred by bankruptcy and betrayal, swept away. This sensation surpassed winning 5 million in the lottery in his past life. As he reveled in this euphoria, an ancient, resonant voice descended from the heavens, echoing throughout Kunlun. This child aligns with my intentions. Very well. I shall fulfill his wish to serve the three pure ones. From this day forth, you shall reside in my 8 scenery palace as a named disciple, tasked with daily tidying. No sooner had the words been spoken than another authoritative voice interjected, laced with a hint of disdain, a clever maneuver. Yet, acknowledging his sincerity. Since he calls me Dao Ancestor, he must not go unrewarded. A beam of golden light descended, transforming into a jade token of the Chanjiao, suspended before Qiao Tianshan. With the eldest senior brother speaking, I, as the junior disciple, must also show generosity. Then a third, hearty voice resonated, as a sword-shaped talisman soared through the air. This is a protective sword talisman from my Dao, capable of withstanding a strike from a Daluo golden immortal. Laozi accepts disciples. Yuan Shi bestows blessings. Tong Tian grants treasures. Though merely a sweeper. For whom is he sweeping? For the three pure saints. At the foot of Kunlun Mountain, all living beings, without exception, found themselves utterly bewildered. They scrambled and strained, offering their entire fortunes, all in pursuit of joining a singular sect. Yet this individual, having made no selections at all, ended up acquiring everything? What kind of divine maneuver is this? Qiao Tianshan gazed at the jade pendant and sword talisman before him, still somewhat dazed. Goodness! What a blunder, yet what a tremendous gain. He hastily secured the 2 treasures, prostrating himself once more, sincerely bowing his head 9 times. Disciple, I shall ensure that Kunlun Mountain is kept immaculate. A beam of golden light enveloped him, and in the next moment, he vanished from the spot. As Qiao Tianshan disappeared, the deathly silence at the foot of Kunlun Mountain was shattered by a sharp gasp. Boom. Discussions, roars, sighs, and regrets erupted chaotically. Impossible. This cannot be. A demon-clad prodigy in a fiery robe, with scarlet eyes, seethed in disbelief. The fiery phoenix feather he had just offered had failed to even graze the palace gates. That mere mortal, having bowed a few times and shouted a few slogans, ascended to greatness? By what right? I refuse to accept this. A human cultivator, who had toiled for millennia, felt his resolve shatter, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Injustice. The heavens are unjust. Yet, many of the elder beings fell into deep contemplation. An elderly Taoist with a long white beard gazed at the mountaintop with a complex expression, murmuring, "We were all mistaken. We sought to join a sect, while he sought to serve the three pure ones." Perspective. This is the essence of perspective. Beside him, a youth with dragon-like horns sat down heavily, as if struck by lightning, his spirit shattered. He kept repeating, "Not contending is the greatest contention. Not choosing is to choose all. How did I not realize this?" At that moment, countless self-proclaimed wise beings felt like utter fools. They had meticulously plotted, only to be outdone by the most unassuming figure, who had, in the most absurd manner, vanquished the entire assembly. When Xiao Tianshun opened his eyes again, he stood before an ancient palace. The serene and effortless aura of Taoism enveloped him, and the spiritual energy was so dense it was almost visible, bringing him immense comfort. The Eight Scenery Palace, at last. A young Taoist clad in simple robes, with a handsome countenance, stood before him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Are you the newly accepted disciple of the master? Xiao Tianxuan's gaze swept over the identity jade pendant at the youth's waist, and his heart skipped a beat. The sole direct disciple of the human sect, the Grand Master of Xuandu, the future's formidable ally, the prince of the human sect. The trace of composure on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by a fawning and awkward smile, resembling a simpleton who had just arrived in the city from the countryside. Senior brother. Greetings, senior brother. I am Xiao Tianshun. He repeatedly bowed to Xuandu, bending at a 90-degree angle, his hands anxiously rubbing together. Hold tight. I must cling to this great benefactor. This is surely the future's esteemed connection. If the three pure ones represent a paternal figure, then the one before him undoubtedly embodies the essence of a wealthy heir. Senior brother, I suffer from social anxiety, and I'm rather clumsy with words. I kindly ask for your guidance and support in the future. Xiao Tianshun lowered his head, too timid to meet Xuandu's gaze. Xuandu observed this subservient and feeble junior brother before him, a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. Is this all it takes to garner the attention of three esteemed teachers, and even receive rewards? He found it utterly perplexing. Nevertheless, Xuandu nonchalantly gestured towards a distant, secluded area where the spiritual energy was scarce. Your dwelling and cleaning duties will be in that direction. Proceed there on your own. If there is nothing of importance, do not disturb my cultivation. Certainly. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Please, do not let me interrupt your important work. Xiao Tianshun exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. He bowed several times before scampering away towards the menial labor section, his gait comically animated. Xuandu remained rooted in place, watching the retreating figure with a slowly furrowing brow. The actions and words of a sage are never without purpose. This newly arrived junior brother is quite suspicious. Chapter 3. The troublesome stone of Master Shi Bo becomes my golden support. As I stepped into the menial area delineated by the Grand Master Xiandu, Xiao Tianshun exhaled a long breath of relief. The surroundings were desolate, shrouded in mist, with the oppressive aura of the main hall kept at bay. I felt safe. Xiao Tianxuan's entire body relaxed, a sense of comfort washing over him as if he had just clocked out from work, far removed from the treacherous power struggles. Untouched by core conflicts and free from performance pressures, my superiors were three of the foremost titans of the primordial realm, the kind from whom one could not easily switch jobs. Wasn't this the ultimate dream of a risk-free, high-security position that one could only fantasize about in a previous life? Perfect. Xiao Tianshun inwardly commended himself, resolved to remain here, enduring until the end of time, until the sages fell, and until the primordial world crumbled. Just as he contemplated finding a comfortable spot to devise his grand plan of leisure, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. Beep. Daily choice mode has been activated. Every seemingly trivial choice may lead to vastly different destinies. Please select your first leisure spot. 1. The central bluestone pedestal. Meditating here slightly enhances cultivation speed. Reward: 3 years of cultivation. 2. The cushion at the stone house entrance. Meditating here slightly enhances mental state. Reward: entry-level calm heart mantra. 3. Under the crooked neck pine tree in the corner. A concealed spot for meditation, allowing for deep tranquility. Reward: passive skill proficiency in breath concealment 1. Xiao Tianshun could barely muster the energy to lift his eyelids. What a joke. I, the king of investments in my previous life, would allow a mere broken system to dictate my choices? Blue-chip stocks are safe, but can that be termed as profit? That is merely financial management. The true tenfold or hundredfold stocks are forever hidden among the neglected refuse. With his enhanced divine sense, bolstered by the Hongming Dao body, he swept his gaze across every nook and cranny of the menial area. Soon, a half-human high broken stone caught his attention. It was positioned beside a pile of rubbish, entirely blackened, riddled with cracks, and exuding the burnt scent of a failed artifact. Even passing dogs would disdainfully sidestep it. Yet to Qiao Tianshun, this piece of trash was akin to a firefly in the night. You are the one, my treasure. He rubbed his hands together, a sycophantic smile spreading across his face, and took small, eager steps toward it. He produced the pristine sleeve of his robe and began to meticulously wipe the charred stone, his movements as gentle as caressing a lover. He murmured to himself, "Oh my, look at this throne, these edges, this texture. Sitting upon it will surely invigorate the mind. Who is so blind as to abandon you here? Come, let me dust you off." This obsequious demeanor, if witnessed by outsiders, would surely lead them to believe he was unwell. After cleaning it, Qiao Tianshun plopped down onto it. At the moment of contact, a chime sounded. The system prompt echoed once more, this time infused with an electrifying excitement akin to winning a grand prize. Detected host's discovery of the hidden opportunity, the troubled stone of the primordial supreme being. This is a remnant discarded carelessly, while the primordial supreme being crafted a replica of the Pango banner, containing the thoughts of a sage on artifact refinement, a trace of the heavenly opening malevolence, and a fragment of the primordial supreme being's own troubles. Triggered the hidden optimal solution. Reward, 100-fold amplification. Congratulations. Obtained the complete comprehension of Yuqing Refinement Compendium. Congratulations. Acquired a trace of Pango banner's heavenly opening sharp malevolence. Boom. A torrent of immense knowledge regarding artifact refinement surged into Qiao Tianshun's mind, his extraordinary talent for comprehension allowing him to digest all the information instantaneously. Almost simultaneously, an unparalleled malevolence erupted from the stone beneath him. Heavens! Qiao Tianshun was nearly propelled off the stone in shock. Had he gone too far? Was his plan for a low-profile development destined to collapse on the very first day? As this thought crossed his mind, the primordial Tao body within him activated autonomously, forcefully swallowing back the impending malevolence and Tao rhythm. The entire process took less than a breath. Yet, that was sufficient. In the distant Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being, who had been contemplating celestial secrets with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. His eternally majestic visage twitched in rare disturbance. Heavenly opening malevolence? After calculating with his fingers, he discerned the chaotic celestial secrets, with the source pointing distinctly towards the 8 scenery palace. The expression of the primordial supreme being grew increasingly peculiar. That piece of broken stone I carelessly discarded. Was it truly penetrated by that lad's presence? And he even extracted the insights I had left within. A sage found his intellect somewhat inadequate. Meanwhile, whoosh, a flash of golden light heralded the arrival of the Grand Master Xiandu, who appeared in the menial section. Upon his arrival, he spotted Qiao Tianshun. The new junior brother had just risen from the charred stone, patting his backside, a look of bewilderment adorning his face as if questioning his very existence. Upon seeing Xiandu, Qiao Tianshun hurriedly approached, still exhibiting the same socially anxious yet earnest demeanor. "Senior, brother, what is the matter? Is there a problem?" He scratched his head, innocently pointing at the stone. "I just felt that sitting on this stone, was quite invigorating, and my mind feels much clearer now." Xiandu's gaze fell upon the artifact refuse he had long disdainfully regarded. Charred, unsightly, worthless. He then glanced at Qiao Tianshun, whose expression radiated sincerity, his eyes as clear as mountain spring water. Yet, Xiandu's Tao heart was in a state of frantic alarm. This stone, he recognized it. It was a discarded remnant from the visit of his second master, the primordial supreme being. His teacher had once pointed to it, uttering the words Tao resides within excrement. After a millennium of contemplation, he had assumed his teacher was testing his Tao heart, never grasping the underlying significance. Over time, this stone transformed into a knot within his Tao heart. But today, the junior brother, simultaneously favored by 3 esteemed masters, made a beeline for the discarded material upon his arrival. Suddenly, an overwhelming, sharp aura erupted from the stone, sending a chill coursing through Xuandu. A single thought struck him. I was mistaken, gravely mistaken. My mentors and elders were not testing me. There is indeed a profound opportunity concealed within this stone. I have been blind. And this junior brother Qiao, he discerned at the moment he arrived. His social anxiety, his naivety, his obsequiousness. It was all an act. It is the essence of simplicity, a return to authenticity. He is not here to flatter me. He is paying homage to the profound truths hidden within the mundane. The Grand Master Xuandu gazed at Xiao Tianxuan's still bewildered expression, feeling an inscrutable depth that seemed unfathomable. He swiftly reined in all his emotions and, with utmost seriousness, performed a respectful Taoist bow towards Xiao Tianshan. The insight of this junior brother is extraordinary. It is I, Xuandu, who have been short-sighted. This place is serene. My junior brother may feel free. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. Having spoken, he dared not linger for even a moment longer, transforming into a beam of golden light and fleeing in haste. He must return to his quiet meditation. There is something profoundly unsettling about this new junior brother. No, it is not him. It is I who am deeply troubled. My heart on the path has fractured. Chapter 4. The path lies amidst the rubbish heap. My senior brother imagines a 10,000-word thesis. The Grand Master of Xian Du has departed. And only now does Xiao Tianshan dare to exhale, the tension that had lodged in his throat finally dissipating. He presses himself against the cold stone wall, his back soaked with perspiration beneath his Taoist robe. Good heavens, that was terrifying. He gasps for air, his mind a chaotic jumble. The look in his senior brother's eyes before leaving was unsettling, extremely unsettling. It was not the gaze one would cast upon an ordinary junior disciple, but rather akin to a mortal beholding a divine dragon from the heavens, filled with awe and trepidation. Yet, I swear I did nothing. I merely sat on a wretched stone. A sudden realization jolted Xiao Tianshan. His keen sense of risk, honed as a top-tier investor in his previous life, swiftly restored his composure. His fade had crumbled. He concluded that in the eyes of the Grand Master of Xian Du, he had likely transformed from a harmless sycophant into a formidable master concealing his true prowess. This was far from a favorable development. It was a colossal risk. A tree that stands out in the forest is bound to be felled by the wind. He must immediately rectify this perilous impression. What would be the quickest way to convince others of his incompetence? There was but one answer: to undertake the most tedious, unglamorous tasks that no one else desired. Resolute in his decision, Xiao Tianshan adjusted his faded robe, lowered his head, hunched his back, and tiptoed towards the hall of miscellaneous affairs. Inside the hall, several senior brothers were idly passing the time. The steward, a Taoist clad in yellow robes, raised an eyebrow upon spotting Xiao Tianshan's timid demeanor and impatiently grunted. New here? What do you want? Greetings, senior brother. Xiao Tianshan dared not lift his head, his voice barely a whisper, akin to a mosquito's buzz. I would like to take on a task. The simplest one, the one no one else wants. The yellow-robed Taoist scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at him, his expression dripping with disdain. At least you possess some self-awareness. Which newcomer doesn't scramble to get into the alchemical or weaponry chambers? With that timid disposition, you are only fit for menial labor. He casually tossed a jade slip towards Xiao Tianshan, as if dismissing a beggar. Here, the three main roads in front of the Sanqing Palace need sweeping. The work is simple, albeit exhausting and without reward. No one wishes to do it. Off you go. Ah, very well. Thank you, senior brother. Thank you. Xiao Tianshan gratefully accepted the jade slip, nodding and bowing, before swiftly exiting amidst the incredulous gazes of his peers. Laughter erupted within the hall. How on earth did this fellow catch the attention of the three masters? A fortunate fool indeed. With such a demeanor, he is destined to be a mere sweeper. Xiao Tianshan paid little heed to their remarks, his heart instead swelling with joy. Being looked down upon. Splendid. Was this not the value chasm he had longed for? When everyone deems you worthless, your margin of safety ascends to the heavens. However, when he exuberantly arrived at the front of the Sanqing Palace, he was left in utter astonishment. On this path paved with white jade, there exists no mundane dust. Instead, it is a chaotic amalgamation of entangled remnants of energy, fragments from other realms brought forth by spiritual storms, and even wisps of profound essence inadvertently leaked by mighty beings passing through. These elements, mingling together and radiating a perilous luminescence, are not merely disconcerting to behold. They are daunting to contemplate clearing away. Ding! Daily choice has been activated. The system's voice intruded at an inopportune moment. Option 1. Utilize magical power for cleanup. Reward: 3 years of cultivation. Option 2. Use a common broom. Reward: Calm Heart Incantation Proficiency 10. Xiao Tianshan furrowed his brow. Neither option was appealing. The meager bit of cultivation he possessed was his emergency reserve. How could he squander it on routine expenses? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. To wield a common broom was sheer folly. How could one quantify the cost of wasted time? Time is my most precious asset. I must discover a method that is cost-free and highly efficient for production. His mind raced, and suddenly a thought sparked. The heap of refuse in the corner of the miscellaneous hall. He trotted back with nimble steps, akin to a rabbit. Indeed, the two piles remained. One comprised verdant bamboo shoots, exuding a bitter essence that weighed heavily on the soul. The other consisted of sharp metal shards, so menacing that one could feel their piercing potential from afar. He picked up a bamboo shoot and a fragment, bending low once more to present himself before the Taoist in the yellow robe, forcing a congenial smile. "Brother, I apologize for the interruption. It seems a pity to discard these two items. Might I repurpose them into a broom?" The Taoist in yellow was momentarily taken aback, then regarded him with an expression of incredulous amusement. "You are truly a character. Have you developed an obsession with scavenging? Let me enlighten you. That bamboo was discarded by the second master because it marred the courtyard's aesthetics. The metal shard was cast aside by the third master during sword practice, deemed too brittle for use." The Taoist gesticulated animatedly. "Both of these items are tainted with chaotic essence that even a sage could not contain. One can torment your Tao heart to the brink of collapse. The other can cleave your spirit apart. We would do well to avoid them. And you wish to approach them? Utterly foolish. Depart at once. You are a nuisance here." Xiao Tianshun feigned compliance, yet within him a tempest surged. Relics of the sage. Everyone regarded them as toxic refuse. Was this not analogous to a severely undervalued stock, possessing absolute monopolistic characteristics? One that induces profound melancholy, the other capable of severing the very soul. This is the epitome of a perfect risk-hedging model. He scurried back to an unoccupied corner, clutching his two heaps of refuse, and with a piece of grass rope, commenced an unprecedented reorganization of assets. As he secured the final shard of starlight steel to the bamboo shoot, a hum resonated. An enigmatic essence centered around the broom flickered momentarily. Ding! The host has detected the underlying logic of risk hedging, perfectly merging with the relics of the sage, triggering the hidden optimal solution. Congratulations to the host. You have acquired a one-time, growth-type postnatal merit treasure, the heart-purifying broom. Effect: the ground swept by it can temporarily smooth out chaotic Tao rhythms, sever distracting thoughts, and grant clarity to those who pass by. Xiao Tianshun clutched the extraordinarily unsightly broom, his hands trembling with excitement. He had struck gold. He immediately raced onto the white jade avenue, brandishing the broom. The chaotic Tao rhythms and fragments of energy were swept aside with astonishing precision, as if they had encountered a ghost. In less than half an hour, a grand thoroughfare lay pristine before him. He inhaled deeply, feeling the air sweeten slightly. Just as Xiao Tianshun took his leave, the figure of the Grand Master Xuandu appeared at the end of the road. He had been troubled by a bottleneck in alchemy, intending to retreat into the mountains for meditation. However, upon stepping onto this path, he suddenly froze. An indescribable sense of clarity surged from his feet, coursing through to the crown of his head. The bottleneck that had plagued him for 300 years, the distracting thoughts that had clouded his Tao heart. Crack! It was as though something had shattered. 3 centuries of confusion illuminated in an instant. The Grand Master Xuandu stood dazed, then erupted with joy. Yet, a colossal question surged within him. What is happening? He looked down at the road beneath his feet. This path holds profound mysteries. In a flash, he appeared in the miscellaneous affairs hall, seeking out the robed Taoist in yellow. Junior brother, who cleared the main road to the west today? The Taoist, seeing the Grand Master in person, did not dare to delay and swiftly consulted the jade slips. Master brother, it was the newly appointed disciple, Xiao Tianshun. Suddenly recalling something, he added, by the way, Master brother, that lad is quite peculiar. He just used the bitter bamboo discarded by second uncle and third uncle to make a broom. Boom. The Grand Master Xuandu's mind went blank. It was him. Indeed, it was him. Using the discarded materials infused with the sage's chaotic Tao rhythms to create an ordinary object for sweeping. And then, the path swept by this object possessed the supreme power to sever inner demons and assist others in enlightenment. An absurd, yet remarkably reasonable thought exploded in Xuandu's mind. I understand. I fully comprehend. He is not merely sweeping the ground. He is, in a manner beyond our comprehension, performing the work of teaching and transformation. He has infused the sage's Tao into the most mundane act of sweeping. What he sweeps away is not mere dust, but the obstacles in the hearts of all beings. The Grand Master Xuandu gazed towards the dilapidated quarters of Qiao Tianshan, straightened his robes, and with a solemn expression, deeply bowed in that direction. Junior brother's abilities have connected with the heavens and the earth. Xuandu has attained enlightenment. Chapter 5. The Unseen Sweep and the Acknowledgement of the Tao Ancestor. The Grand Master Xuandu stood in contemplation for an extended period, his thoughts tumultuous. He gazed towards the dilapidated servants' quarters of Qiao Tianshan. What appeared to be a mere shack was, in fact, a supreme sanctuary concealed within the bustling city. The Tao resides in the rubble, the Tao resides in the broom. Xuandu murmured to himself, grasping that this was another profound truth of the Tao of non-action as taught by his master, the Supreme Laojun. True non-action is not merely the absence of action. Rather, it is the ability to leverage the most trivial of actions to elicit the grandest outcomes of non-action. This disciple, Qiao, is a living testament. He entered the mountain in the humblest of forms, not seeking a position of respect, but to serve the entirety of the three pure ones. This is a vision. He forged weapons from the most discarded materials, not through arcane powers, but through the simplest truths of the Tao. This is wisdom. He performed the most ordinary act of sweeping, not merely to clear dust from the path, but to eliminate the delusions that cloud the hearts of practitioners. This is virtue. No, I must report this to my master. Xuandu felt a surge of fervor within. He sensed he had gained insight, yet it felt as if he had only skimmed the surface. Qiao's depths were unfathomable. It required the direct inquiry of a sage like his master to truly comprehend even a fraction of it. With this thought, he dared not delay, transforming into a beam of light as he swiftly made his way to the main hall of the 8 Scenery Palace. Within the palace, beneath the purple-gold 8 trigram furnace, the Doshui fire burned quietly. The Supreme Laojun sat cross-legged on a mat, his eyes closed, his essence merging with the cosmos, indistinguishable from it. Xuandu entered briskly, performing a deep bow with utmost reverence. Master, the Supreme Laojun did not even lift his eyelids, his voice as calm as still water. What stirs your impatience? Xuandu steadied himself and poured forth his observations of Qiao Tianshan, detailing the events from when Qiao sat atop the vexation stone of the primordial heavenly sovereign, to gathering the bitter bamboo and stellar steel, and finally using that unseemly broom to reveal a path to enlightenment capable of cleansing the human heart. He grew increasingly animated as he spoke, his tone tinged with an irrepressible blend of regret and admiration. Master, your disciple is dull. Initially, I thought Qiao was merely fortunate, but I now realize he embodies the true essence of your non-action Tao. Every gesture he makes, seemingly mundane, is in perfect harmony with the celestial principles. Observing his sweeping has illuminated the alchemical obstacles that plagued me for 3 centuries. This is the merit of understanding the Tao. Upon concluding, Xuandu eagerly awaited his master's sage words, his heart brimming with anticipation. The hall fell into a profound silence. After a long pause, the Supreme Laojuan's eyelids flickered. He was, of course, aware of the events transpiring outside. One was performing, while the other had genuinely grasped the truth. Remarkably, the one who took it to heart had truly attained enlightenment. The cause and effect, how intriguing. A rare ripple stirred in the eternal calm of the Supreme Laojuan's Tao heart. This individual is indeed fascinating. Ultimately, he uttered 4 words. Upon hearing this, Xuandu's spirit soared. Fascinating. To receive even a single commendation of fascinating from a sage was a monumental accolade in itself. This validated that his judgment was not amiss. Just as he was about to inquire further, the voice of the Supreme Lord echoed once more, calm and unperturbed. His actions may possess observable merit. Contemplate them yourself, and you may achieve great enlightenment. With that, silence enveloped the space. The Grand Master Xuandu remained frozen, savoring his teacher's words. To contemplate, to achieve great enlightenment. My teacher is guiding me. Junior brother Qiao is the living textbook arranged by my master for me. Every word and deed of his serves as the most direct demonstration of the Tao of non-action. I understand now. I completely understand. Grand Master Xuandu bowed deeply before the Supreme Lord, all traces of confusion dissipating, leaving only resolve. He turned and exited the grand hall, his steps steady and assured. From this day forth, observing the daily life of junior brother Qiao Tianshan would be his most essential cultivation. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianshan, revered by Grandmaster Xian Du as a living textbook, faced a rather mundane dilemma. The pure heart sweep was exceedingly effective, its efficiency astonishing. In less than an hour, the 3 white jade pathways spanning the Kunlun Mountain entrance were left immaculate, devoid of even a hint of dust. What to do with the remaining time? Indulge in leisure. It was imperative to indulge. In his previous life, this was termed reducing unnecessary competition and enhancing personal happiness. Qiao Tianshan sought a vantage point that offered a broad view of the road and ample sunlight, preparing to indulge in his first paid repose during work hours. Before he could settle comfortably, the system's voice chimed once more. Ding! Daily choices activated. Please select your leisure position. Different positions will lead to varying realms of survival. 1. Nap against the stone lion. Reward: passive skill breath, convergence proficiency 2. 2. Cross-legged, feigning meditation. Reward: calm heart, incantation proficiency 5. 3. Lie on the grass. Gazing at the clouds. Reward: minor enhancement of mental state. Gazing at the 3 options, the innate investor within him stirred. Napping, feigning, lying flat. Such narrow perspectives. A principle from his past life surged forth. Let your assets work for you. My tool for productivity is a broom. Why should I take matters into my own hands? I ought to let the broom work autonomously. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. What a jest! Qiao Tianshan muttered, in my past life. Even ordinary households possessed vacuum robots. As a cultivator, why must I toil myself? He timidly approached the center of the thoroughfare, glancing around furtively to ensure no one was watching, before extending the meager spiritual energy within him to intertwine with the pure heart sweep. Move. Get moving. With a hum, the broom quivered violently, thrusting forward with such force that it nearly tripped him. It then began to sway wildly. Rather than sweeping, it appeared to be convulsing. Qiao Tianshan's face flushed crimson, yet he did not relent. He adjusted the frequency and intensity of his spiritual energy output, transitioning from awkwardness to a semblance of control, until finally, the broom's movements became fluid and graceful. Half an hour later, the unsightly broom began to autonomously navigate back and forth. Every corner, every speck of dust, was meticulously cleared away by its precise sweep. The primordial version of a fully automatic floor-cleaning robot had come to fruition. Qiao Tianshan clapped his hands and joyfully returned to the roadside, plopping down with satisfaction, hands tucked into his sleeves, basking in the pride of his creation. At that moment, a delightful system notification chimed in. Ding! Detected that the host has integrated wisdom from a past life with cultivation in this realm, triggering the hidden achievement Taoist innovation. The host, employing spiritual energy automation thinking, has pioneered a novel approach to the application of magical artifacts, perfectly embodying the principle to excel in work. One must first sharpen their tools. Judgment successful. Reward: 10,000-fold amplification. Congratulations! Your magical artifact, Pure Heart Cleansing Sweep, has received a one-time upgrade. New effect: self-driven spiritual energy. The artifact can autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain its cleaning function, eliminating the need for the host to expend spiritual energy. The spiritual energy within the cleaning range will passively gather, creating a miniature gathering effect. Buzz. The broom, now on its automated patrol, radiated with a faint glow. The ground it swept was spotless, and the air was infused with pure spiritual energy, refreshing to the senses, making each breath feel more invigorating. Delightful. He gazed at the cleaning robot with a triumphant stance, hands on his hips. This was the life a cultivator ought to lead, fully automated, highly efficient. Perfect. Just then, through the distant mist, a figure emerged. Clad in a golden-threaded apricot-yellow Taoist robe, with an arrogant demeanor and swift steps, it was Guang Qingzi, the foremost disciple of Jade Ding, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan school. Today, Guang Qingzi had been dispatched by his master to visit Xian Du at the 8 Scenery Palace. As he stepped onto the main road, he was met with an absurd sight. A scruffy servant lounged lazily by the roadside, dozing off. In the middle of the path lay a broom, driven by magical power, busily sweeping away fallen leaves. Guang Qingzi's brow furrowed immediately. A cultivator, so lethargic. What a disgrace. He scoffed inwardly, feeling a strong discontent with the lax atmosphere of the 8 Scenery Palace. The 3 Pure One's Taoist grounds, a place of solemnity, should not be sullied by such slothful individuals. Suppressing his frustration, he resolved to bypass the scene and address the matter with Xiandu later. However, as his foot entered the Tianzhong radius around the broom, Guang Qingzi felt as though struck by lightning, frozen in place. A refreshing sensation surged from the Yongquan acupoint at the soles of his feet, rushing upward to his crown. In his mind, the barrier that had plagued him for over a century regarding the 9 transformations of profound skill, which had nearly turned into a heart demon. Crack! A sound, as if breaking free from the depths of his soul. A century's worth of fog dissipated in an instant. It was clear. He understood. Guang Qingzi stood there, stunned, his mind shaken. The ecstasy of breaking through the bottleneck had yet to wash over him when a tremendous question replaced it. Why? Why had he struggled for a century without making headway? Yet today, merely passing through this place, he had gained such clarity. He surveyed his surroundings. The mountains remained unchanged. The path was still the same. The only variable was the broom persistently sweeping and the attendant still dozing off. Such coincidences were unparalleled in the world. Guang Qingzi's gaze sharpened like a sword, fixating intently on the solitary figure and the broom. He suppressed all arrogance, quelled the tumultuous waves within his heart, and approached with a hint of astonishment and inquiry. This esteemed fellow, Guang Qingzi carefully began, his voice dry. The slumbering attendant, Xiao Tianshun, seemed startled awake. Straightening up with bleary eyes fixed on Guang Qingzi, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Immortal, did you call for me? Upon seeing Guang Qingzi's extraordinary demeanor, he quickly scrambled to his feet, dusting off his clothes and respectfully bowing. I am Xiao Tianshun, a newly appointed attendant disciple. I am unaware of what the immortal desires. Guang Qingzi scrutinized him, then glanced at the industrious broom and inquired gravely. This broom of yours is rather extraordinary. What secrets does it hold? At this, Xiao Tianshun's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yet, he instantly donned a sincere smile, hastily gesturing. Immortal, you jest. There is no mystery to it. I am but a foolish disciple, unable to grasp profound doctrines, and can only devise this trivial technique to allow myself a bit of leisure while sweeping. I beg your pardon for the amusement. His words were seamless, attributing everything to laziness and mediocrity, perfectly befitting the persona of a lowly attendant. Guang Qingzi studied him intently, noting the absence of deceit in his expression, yet the seeds of doubt burgeoned within him, leaving him perplexed. Could it be that he was overthinking? But how to explain the breakthrough he had experienced? Choosing silence, he merely nodded and turned, proceeding deeper into the 8 Scenery Palace. This matter was too peculiar. He must seek clarification from his senior, Xiandu, within the palace. Xiandu the great master listened intently to Guang Qingzi's account. The usual air of detachment that surrounded him dissipated entirely. He abruptly rose from his cushion, his eyes reflecting a blend of shock and regret. Foolish. Foolish indeed. Xiandu paced restlessly, his tone laden with sorrow. This is the manifestation of the great Tao, an unparalleled opportunity. I have missed it. How could I be so lethargic? I should have been observant. Opportunities arise in the blink of an eye. Guang Qingzi stood utterly astonished by his senior's reaction. Brother, what is this? With a heavy sigh, Xiandu glanced at the still perplexed Guang Qingzi, leaving behind a profound remark. Disciple Guang Qingzi, in the company of 3, there is always a teacher among us. Sometimes, a junior may serve as a mentor as well. Reflect deeply upon this. Before his words had fully settled, Xiandu's figure transformed into a beam of pure light, darting towards the mountain gate, clearly in pursuit of that elusive opportunity. Left alone in the hall, Guang Qingzi repeatedly mulled over those words, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. A junior may serve as a mentor? Who, then, is that sweeping attendant? Chapter 6. A decade of watering flowers cannot compare to a single breath. The dialogue between Guang Qingzi and the Grandmaster Xiandu was unbeknownst to Xiao Tianshun. He had just begun to relish the convenience of the intelligent broom, not having enjoyed it for long before a new fortune presented itself. The same steward in the yellow robe approached him, his demeanor peculiar, no longer the overt disdain of before, but now imbued with a hint of scrutiny. Junior brother Xiao. Quite impressive. Your sweeping skills are commendable. the steward remarked, a slight tug at the corners of his mouth suggesting a smile. The alchemy room in the rear courtyard is short-handed. Master Xian Du has specifically requested your presence. A jolt of apprehension surged through Qiao Tianshun, nearly causing him to falter. The alchemy room? The herbs in that garden were worth more than his decades of cultivation. Though the task sounded grand, the inherent risks loomed insurmountably high for someone of his stature. The responsibilities and hazards escalated exponentially. He immediately bowed, adopting a pose of trepidation, his voice trembling slightly. Senior brother, I am rather clumsy, and I fear I may ruin the celestial herbs. The master's decree, the steward interjected brusquely, dismissing his concerns with a mere 4 words before turning on his heel and departing. The message conveyed by his retreating figure was unmistakable. Take care of yourself. Qiao Tianshuan's expression darkened. With no alternative, he could only shuffle reluctantly toward the rear courtyard. The herbal garden of the Eight Scenes Palace exuded a thick aura of celestial energy, almost tangible, with each plant shimmering with brilliance. The young attendant in charge, Qing Feng, was not particularly aged but bore a significant lineage. He cast a glance at Qiao, nostrils flared in disdain. Your task lies over there. Qing Feng pointed dismissively to a small flower bed in the corner. Do not disturb anything else. If you ruin it, you shall pay dearly. Following the direction of his finger, Qiao's heart sank. A frail sapling, half alive, its leaves yellowing and drooping, trembled in the breeze, on the brink of succumbing to the earth. Senior brother Qing Feng, this is the 9 turns reviving herb. Qing Feng's tone was both sharp and pained. There are scarcely a few of these treasures in the entire primordial expanse. It took our master great effort to acquire this seedling, and now it's on the verge of death. He issued a fierce warning to Qiao Tianshan. Master Xian Du believes you possess some skill. He has sent you to try your hand. I warn you, if this herb dies, we both shall be dismissed. With that, he flung his sleeve and departed, leaving Qiao Tianshan to face the daunting task alone. He stood frozen, a wave of dread washing over him. The 9 turns reviving herb? This was akin to a death warrant. Ding. Daily choice activated. High-risk task detected. Save the dying 9 turns reviving herb. Option 1. Fetch water from the spiritual spring on the back mountain. Reward. Passive talent, affinity with plants. Option 2. Set up a miniature gathering spirit array for nourishment. Reward. Insights into the little cloud and rain gathering spirit array. The system chimed in once more. Qiao Tianshun cast a fleeting glance at it, frustration bubbling within him. All traps. All dreadful suggestions that could lead to his demise. Stealing from the spiritual spring is akin to embezzlement. Setting up formations is a blatant display of one's cultivation. This is not a shortcut. It is a direct path to the execution platform for demons. Past experiences in stock trading have taught him that any venture requiring capital and advanced technology must be approached with caution, unless, of course, one is the owner of the exchange. Yet, at this moment, there seemed to be no alternative. Irritated, he paced a few steps before resignedly squatting down to examine the feeble seedling before him. A foul odor of decaying plants invaded his nostrils, more despairing than witnessing the stock market plummet. He instinctively reached out a finger, only to hesitate midair, fearing that a mere tremor might send it to its demise. Oh, little ancestor, he muttered, his voice barely a whisper, carried away by the wind. Show some response, please. You must rally. If you perish, I shall be forced to pack my belongings and leave. No. Perhaps I want to even have the chance to depart. I might be buried right here with you, my precious little one. Unbeknownst to him, as he fervently lamented and prayed, a nearly imperceptible essence had begun to emanate from his breath. It was a thread of the primordial energy from his Hongming Dao body, stirred by his emotions and intentions. In the midst of these heartfelt murmurs, this faint essence gently alighted upon the seedling. Ding! The system notification erupted. Sharp, exhilarating, even slightly out of tune with excitement. Detected an unconscious action of emotional resonance by the host, resulting in a minimal cost value infusion to the target. This action perfectly circumvented all risks, unlocking the target's life source at an almost negligible cost. Success determined. Triggered hidden optimal solution. Reward multiplied exponentially. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique and supreme passive talent of Hongming nourishment. Description: your very existence is a creation of the cosmos. Every breath you take, Every drop of sweat you shed, and every strand of hair you lose contains the essence of Hongming, serving as a panacea for spiritual roots and rare beasts alike. Before Qiao Tianshun could fully digest the reward information in his mind, the sight before him compelled him to swallow the remaining words. The withered, yellowing 9-turn revitalization herb seedling suddenly unfurled its curled leaves. The burnt yellow faded away, revealing fresh green shoots breaking through the soil, with glimmers of golden light flickering within their depths. The once indistinct patterns on the leaves now shone brightly, intertwining to form a complex and enigmatic diagram, far more intricate than those of the 1,000-year-old celestial herbs nearby. A robust vitality exploded forth. Even a single breath of it felt invigorating for one's cultivation. All the surrounding celestial herbs bowed in unison toward it. Astonished, Qiao Tianshun collapsed onto the ground, his heart pounding like a drum. This was too much. He had gone too far this time. The commotion was immense, akin to setting off firecrackers in the city center. In a flurry, he attempted to rise, contemplating whether he should bury this thing in the soil first, when he heard the distant sound of footsteps, accompanied by a voice cursing in the breeze. Why all the noise? Just when it quieted down, another issue arises. His words faltered, caught in his throat, rendering him utterly speechless. Qingfeng's steps halted abruptly, as if pinned to the spot by the gossamer tendrils of the wondrous Juzuanhaing herb, his mouth agape in disbelief. This cannot be. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked again. Indeed, the ailing seedling had revived. Not only had it returned to life, but its vitality and essence overshadowed the carefully nurtured celestial herbs he had tended for millennia. Qingfeng's legs buckled beneath him, collapsing onto the ground, his mind a cacophony of confusion. What was happening? He had scoured the entire repository of alchemical texts, administered the elixirs bestowed by his master, yet to no avail. This newly arrived servant, who had always exhibited timidity, how long had he been here? Not even half an hour. In his dazed state, a disquieting image materialized before him. Qiao Tianshun was equally astonished by the turn of events, crouched by a nearly lifeless dragon bloodvine, striving to comprehend what had just transpired. He mimicked his previous actions, leaning closer to the vine, murmuring softly. This scene fell within Qingfeng's view, sending a jolt through his consciousness, leaving his mind utterly blank. An idea, both absurd and terrifying, took shape with a thunderous clarity. So it was Master Qiao. He was not employing any magical incantation or treasured artifact. He was speaking the law into existence, manifesting creation with his words. Through the essence of his own being, he was imparting vitality to all things. This was the supreme divine power chronicled in ancient texts, where sages taught, and even the stubborn rock would nod, where withered wood would spring to life. I am such a fool, a blind and foolish fool. Qingfeng, upon beholding Qiao Tianshun's bewildered yet earnest visage, realized that it was not the countenance of a mere mortal, but rather the embodiment of the profound simplicity of the Tao. A surge of realization propelled him to his feet, hastily straightening his disheveled robe. And in the direction of Qiao Tianshun, he prostrated himself deeply, offering a heartfelt apology. His voice trembled with sorrow and boundless contrition. Disciple Qingfeng, lacking the vision to recognize greatness, humbly beseeches Master Qiao for forgiveness. Chapter 7. I am a fraud. Please cooperate with me, Master Uncle. Forgive me, Master Uncle. This exclamation, tinged with a sobbing tone, descended upon Qiao Tianshun like a bucket of icy water on a frigid winter's day, sending a shiver down his spine. Master Uncle? A resonating buzz filled Qiao Tianshun's mind. It was over. In the harsh landscape of the workplace, these two words signified not respect, but responsibility, causality, an inescapable burden. His initial reaction was not one of elation, but rather the suffocating sensation reminiscent of being cornered by financial auditors on the eve of a company's public offering. Wait, Brother Qifeng, what are you doing? Qiao Tianshun dashed forward, flustered, attempting to lift the heap from the ground. Yet Qingfeng remained prostrate as if bolted to the earth, his head thudding against the ground, his voice filled with the relief and regret of surviving a calamity. Disciple fails to recognize the greatness of the master, and thus has committed a grave offense. I beseech Master Uncle to punish me. If Master Uncle does not punish me, my heart shall remain unsettled. Qiao Tianshun's hand hung suspended in the air, frozen. A twitch flickered at the corner of his eye. Goodness, a fraud? Was this not the workplace PUA of the cultivation world? This grass was his responsibility, nearly perishing. Yet upon his arrival, the grass thrived. This lad immediately knelt in submission, elevating himself to the heavens. This tactic, so familiar, too familiar. First, one is lauded to the skies, leaving no room for dissent, and then, in a bewildered haze, the monumental achievement is claimed. Should a mishap arise in the future, this merit would become evidence of guilt, leaving one with no refuge to lament. It's not me. Truly, it is not me. Xiao Tianshun, in a panic, pointed at the resplendent nine turns revitalizing herb, spouting nonsense. It thrives on its own. Yes, it is the return of light. It must be the return of light. The more he spoke, the more he felt like a genius. Nodding fervently, consider it. It is called the nine turns revitalizing herb. Possessing 9 lives is quite reasonable. This is the final turn. It appears lively, but in truth, it is about to depart for the Western paradise. Mid-sentence, he found himself at a loss for words. However, this string of absurdities fell upon Qingfeng's ears like a thunderclap from the heavens. The prostrate Qingfeng suddenly jolted. I understand. I completely understand. Master Uncle's denial was a subtle admonition. Such extraordinary achievements of nature cannot be attributed solely to individual effort, but rather are the result of the way manifesting through one's actions, accomplished without intention, to achieve without claiming credit. What a noble spirit! His mention of the return of light and 9 lives was a profound insight. The life and death of all things is predetermined. Decay and prosperity are but cycles, embodying the supreme principles of alchemy in harmony with the heavens. Qingfeng felt as though myriad rays of golden light were illuminating his path, shattering the bottleneck of years of cultivation with Master Uncle's seemingly nonsensical words. He lifted his head, devoid of doubt, replaced only by fervor. Disciple, understands. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your teachings. You understand nothing. Xiao Tianshun nearly wept. Was this person's thought process not of a different realm? They were utterly out of sync. Soft persuasion had failed. It seemed that only a firmer approach would suffice. With a surge of determination, Xiao Tianshun resolved to confront the situation head-on and prove himself to be a failure. He abruptly pivoted, gesturing towards a nearby dragon's blood vine, equally lifeless, its leaves resembling tattered rags, adopting an attitude of reckless abandon. Look, observe that plant. He was all in, raising his voice several notches. If I truly possessed that ability, would I not be able to revive it for your viewing pleasure? I dare say, if it stirs even slightly, I shall write my name backward. In a bid for authenticity, he bent down and, in a fit of defiance, forcefully exhaled towards the dragon's blood vine. Once finished, he stood tall, dramatically extending his arms, a clear expression on his face that read, "See, it's futile. I am merely an innocent 5. The atmosphere became palpable, thick with tension. Qingfeng's gaze was fixed intently on the dragon's blood vine, and Xiao Tianshun instinctively glanced over as well. In the next moment, his expression froze in disbelief. On the parched, lifeless vine, a faint glimmer of red light flickered, much like a candle flickering in the wind, gently, illuminating for a brief moment. Though it was but a fleeting spark, so weak it could be mistaken for an illusion, it shone. In the medicinal garden, an eerie silence descended. Xiao Tianshun's countenance shifted from innocence to astonishment, then to horror, ultimately transforming into ashen despair. It was over. There was no way to cleanse himself of this predicament now. With a resounding thud, Qingfeng once again prostrated himself, this time pressing his forehead to the ground, striking the bluestone with a muted thud. Master Uncle, your profound kindness. I am at a loss for how to repay you. He had attained enlightenment, a complete understanding. The second intervention from his Master Uncle was not born of anger. It was a vivid demonstration, illuminating his ignorance in the most direct and striking manner. What is the way of nature? What is the principle of words manifesting as law? This is it. Overcome with emotion, Qingfeng trembled with excitement, leaping to his feet, and before Xiao Tianshun could react, he snatched the worn hoe from his hands. Master Uncle, such coarse labor is beneath your dignity. Please, take a seat. With a mix of urgency and insistence, he led the dazed Xiao Tianshun to the sole jade chair beside the medicinal garden. This chair, warm in winter and cool in summer, was his cherished spot for meditation. Then, with a flourish of his hand, he summoned a brand new tea set from his storage pouch, followed by a jar of the treasured Yunding Immortal Dew he had preserved for a century, reluctant to consume even a drop himself. "Please wait a moment, Master Uncle. I shall prepare tea for you." A wisp of spirit fire ignited spontaneously, the spring water in the pot roiling, the tea leaves unfurling, releasing a captivating fragrance. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Eight Scenic Palace, Master Xuandu paced restlessly, his mind in disarray. Ever since hearing Guo Chengxi's cryptic remarks, he felt as though he had missed out on billions. His master had said that any observable actions must possess profound meaning. Qiao's behavior undoubtedly concealed mysteries. Just then, a disciple from the pill chamber rushed in, tumbling over himself, his face a mixture of shock and exhilaration. "Big brother, joyous news. A momentous occasion." Xuandu furrowed his brow. "What has caused such alarm?" The disciple, his face flushed, pointed towards the back courtyard. "The 9 turns revitalization herb. It has come to life. The quality is even superior to that of the ancestral texts." Suddenly, the Grand Master Xian Du halted in his tracks. The 9 turns returning yang grass. That very plant which even the master proclaimed to have lost its celestial essence, merely awaiting reincarnation? Who could be responsible for this? His voice trembled slightly. It was the newly arrived Master Qiao. The disciple gasped for breath. Brother Qingfeng witnessed it firsthand. Master Qiao merely exhaled a breath of celestial energy upon the divine herb, and it blossomed with purple aura, reviving before our eyes. In an instant, the figure of Grand Master Xian Du vanished from his spot. The next moment, he materialized amidst the mist outside the herb garden, suppressing all his presence, his gaze piercing through everything like lightning. His junior disciple, Qiao Tianshun, lounged despondently on a jade chair, sipping tea with an expression of utter disillusionment, as if grappling with the ultimate philosophical quandaries of identity and existence. Meanwhile, Qingfeng, like the most devoted sentinel, held a small notebook, jotting down notes while occasionally glancing at Qiao Tianshun, his eyes gleaming with moments of enlightenment, murmuring incantations under his breath. Looking again at the 9 turns returning yang grass, it radiated an innate Tao rhythm, shimmering with ethereal light, as if it had undergone a profound transformation. In that moment, the Tao heart of Grand Master Xian Du was fulfilled. He recalled his master's words, "The Tao exists even in filth," the troublesome stone of his second uncle, and the bitter bamboo branch of his third uncle. All clues had intertwined. To sweep the ground is to clear away the dust, revealing one's true nature and clarity of heart. To water the flowers is to illustrate the cycle of life and death, expounding upon reincarnation. So that is it. His master had long orchestrated everything for him. This junior disciple, Qiao, was no mere named disciple. He was clearly the living embodiment of the Tao, summoned by the master to guide us in the path of enlightenment. Grand Master Xian Du inhaled deeply, bowing solemnly and profoundly towards the herb garden. This bow was not for his junior, but for the Tao itself. He turned to depart, his steps imbued with an unprecedented grace and clarity. He had made a decision. From this day forth, the observational diary of Junior Master Qiao would become an essential daily study. A day without perusal, and his Tao heart would remain unsettled. Chapter 8. The Declaration of a Single Blade of Grass. Understanding throughout Kunlun, Qiao Tianshun languished upon the jade seat, the cup of celestial dew in his hand exuding heat. This elixir, merely inhaling its essence could elevate one's cultivation. Yet, upon his lips, it bore but one flavor, bitterness. A taste reminiscent of impending doom. From the corner of his eye, he noticed Qingfeng, that lad, ardently scribbling away, clutching a jade tablet, occasionally glancing up at him with fervor that could ignite a spark. With a flick of his wrist, Qiao Tianshun spilled half the precious dew. Goodness, could this youth be chronicling the sayings of Master Qiao? Should such a manuscript circulate, he would be forever enshrined upon the pedestal of disgrace, unable to redeem himself. No, he must take measures for self-preservation. His reputation as a good-for-nothing had just begun to improve. He could not let it collapse. As for masquerading as a sage who feigns ignorance, that was fraught with peril. A mere touch could lead to demise. Only one path remained. He resolved to craft an image of a greedy, short-sighted buffoon, unworthy of his position. If he could appear foolish enough, these Dihua individuals would inevitably realize their misjudgment and cast him back into obscurity. Only then would he be safe. With a decision made, Xiao Tianshun set down his teacup, cleared his throat, and rose. He mimicked the ostentatious demeanor of nouveau riche, puffing his chest and clasping his hands behind his back, striding through the medicinal garden with exaggerated steps. His gaze flitted across the resplendent herbs, forcing a fade of naive greed upon his countenance. Ah, this one appears adequate, and that one seems promising. He smacked his lips, adopting a coarse tone. As anticipated, Qing Feng trailed closely behind, practically bouncing with excitement. His face etched with the words, "Master Uncle, please commence your performance." A chilling smirk crept across Xiao Tianshuan's mind. He had taken the bait. He deliberately halted before a seven treasures glazed flower, clicking his tongue twice before shaking his head in disdain. He then approached the exquisite Tai golden lotus, feigning interest as he leaned in to inhale its fragrance, wrinkling his nose as he departed. Qingfeng's expression transitioned from eager anticipation to confusion, ultimately culminating in dawning realization. He understood. Master Uncle was imparting wisdom, warning against being beguiled by superficial allure. The true path is elegantly simple, a return to authenticity. Seeing Qingfeng's enlightened demeanor, Xiao Tianshun internally cursed. The preliminary act had been in vain. It was time for a more potent strategy. His eyes darted, finally resting on the most inconspicuous corner of the garden. There lay a disheveled patch of wild grass, slender, gray-green, drooping, with an aura so faint that even ants were disinterested in traversing its surface. Dragon beard grass, the most worthless commodity of Kunlun, mere kindling for the alchemical furnace. And only the dampened variety was ever utilized. Perfect. This was tailor-made for his scheme. Xiao Tianshun approached the patch of grass, halting abruptly, his face illuminating with exuberance akin to discovering a treasure. Pointing at the heap of refuse, he spoke with an authoritative tone. This is splendid." His voice soared an octave, brimming with dominance. "This grass, I have selected it. Qing Feng, go, fetch me a bundle. Remember, choose the largest and most robust." Qing Feng stood there, utterly bewildered. Following Xiao Tianshuan's finger, the expression on his face froze completely. Dragon beard grass? Master Uncle has chosen the most humble dragon beard grass? Seeing him in a daze, Xiao Tianshun, fearing the performance was lacking, stoked the flames further. "What are you dawdling for? Get moving." He adopted a stern demeanor, embodying a tyrannical bully. "This grass has quite a resilience. It would make a fine pillow, ensuring a comfortable sleep." A pillow. To craft a pillow from the most despicable dragon beard grass. Qingfeng's mind erupted with a thunderous realization. High and carefree. Indeed, Master Uncle was imparting wisdom. On the path of cultivation, one must avoid the folly of lofty ambitions, chasing after those dazzling treasures, lest one strays into the wrong path. Only through steadfastness, beginning with the most fundamental dragon beard grass, can one truly find peace and ease. This is not avarice. This is unmistakably a clarion call. A surge of warmth rushed to Qingfeng's eyes, and gazing at Xiao Tianshuan's domineering face, he was consumed with boundless guilt. How dare I presume to interpret my master uncle's intentions? I am despicable. Yes, the disciple understands. The disciple shall act forthwith. Qingfeng's voice trembled as he bowed deeply, then, as if receiving a royal decree, cautiously stepped into the grassland, employing the gentlest of hands to harvest the sturdiest bundle of dragon beard grass, cradling it with reverence as he presented it. His demeanor resembled that of one bearing the edicts of the venerable Hongjun. Xiao Tianshun, unnerved by this display, felt compelled to complete the act. He snatched the grass, carelessly tucking it under his arm, muttering disdainfully, "All right, I've got it. This shabby place. Only this trifle catches my eye." With that, he turned away, striding off with an air of utter indifference, his silhouette exuding arrogance. As soon as Xiao Tianshun departed, in the herb garden, Qingfeng gazed at the patch of dragon beard grass from which a small portion had been harvested, his expression solemn. High and carefree. High and carefree. He repeatedly mulled over these for characters, sensing that Master Uncle's profound meaning extended beyond this. A pillow, aside from sleep. What else could it serve? Entering dreams. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, enlightenment flooding over him. Qingfeng rushed back to the alchemical chamber, rummaging through every corner, unearthing dusty jade slips and tattered ancient scrolls scattered about. An hour later, a cry, infused with ecstatic surprise, erupted from the alchemical chamber. startling the mountain's cranes into a flurry. Qingfeng knelt before a beast-hide scroll, tears streaming down his face, trembling all over. It contained a long-lost ancient alchemical recipe, the Taijing Wuming pill. This pill does not enhance cultivation nor increase magical power. Its sole purpose is to allow the user's spirit to enter a state of purity during sleep, cleansing inner demons and purifying the primordial spirit. The supreme elixir for the Deluo Golden Immortal to break through their bottleneck. At the heart of the recipe, the essential and irreplaceable main ingredient was none other than dragonbeard grass. One must extract its divine essence, complemented by dream flower and tranquil stone, to concoct it. I was wrong. I was utterly mistaken. Qingfeng slapped his own face, the sting sharp and searing. What a remarkable kindling. This is a divine artifact that could drive the entire wilderness into a frenzy. Yet here I am, guarding this treasure mountain, oblivious, burning it for 1,000 years. How foolish. How laughable. Were it not for the enlightening words of Master Qiao, such a lineage would likely have been severed in my hands. The gentle breeze could no longer contain itself, and, facing the direction in which Qiao Tianshun departed, once again prostrated in reverence. This bow was for the inheritance. This bow was for all beings. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. Guang Chengzi returned from the 8th Scenery Palace, his mind in disarray. The sweeping servant, that self-moving broom, and Xian Du's nonsensical remark that a junior brother could also be a master, all disturbed his tranquility. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached with news. Senior brother, something extraordinary has occurred at the 8th Scenery Palace. Speak, Guang Qingzi commanded, raising an eyebrow. That Master Qiao has turned grass into gold. He unearthed a wild herb known as dragonbeard grass from a refuse heap in the herbal garden, which is the main ingredient for the ancient divine pill, Ta Ching Wu Ming Dan. Now the entire 8th Scenery Palace is in a frenzy. Guang Qingzi's jade cup shattered into fine powder with a resounding crack, sweeping, watering flowers, turning grass into gold. One event after another intertwined in his mind. His breath quickened suddenly. He recalled his stagnant practice of the 9 transformations of profound arts. He remembered his master's teachings on the way of conduct and sitting, lying, and moving. A ludicrous thought began to flourish wildly in his heart. Perhaps that fellow Xian Du was indeed correct. That seemingly lecherous and lazy individual was truly a transcendent being playing in the mortal realm. Guang Qingzi abruptly stood, all arrogance dissipating from his face. He commanded solemnly, "Prepare the offerings. We are going to the 8th Scenery Palace." He must personally make the journey, not as a golden immortal of the teaching, but as a seeker of truth, to seek guidance. Chapter 9. The conclusion of the novice period. Is safety achieved? In the cluttered servants' quarters of Qiao Tianshun, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Clutching a bundle of dragon beard grass, he sat on the creaky, dilapidated wooden bed. His gaze vacant. It was over. The expression mirrored that of a previous life during a harrowing financial reckoning, faced with a pile of court summons. His persona had crumbled, and self-rescue had failed. He had merely wished to be a useless individual, yet found himself, on the road to Dihua, inadvertently thrust into the role of a true immortal in the eyes of others. The bundle in his hands now served as damning evidence. No, it must be destroyed. He sprang to his feet, pacing anxiously within the drafty shack. Hiding it beneath the bed. Too foolish. Burning it? This item was now a divine artifact. Incinerating it might summon a celestial bolt of purple lightning, sending him to meet Pangu. The pillow. Qiao Tianshuan's lips trembled as he recalled the boastful tales he had spun. Yes, the pillow. A rational cultivator would never use the primary ingredient of an ancient divine elixir as stuffing, would they? No. But a foolish wastrel, undeserving of such treasures, might indeed do so. A spark reignited in Qiao Tianshuan's eyes, though it flickered with despair. This was his final chance, a performative act of self-affirmation. He sought to prove to those delusional minds that he, Qiao Tianshun, was indeed such a fool. Without hesitation, he tore a piece of hardened cloth, stuffing the dragon beard grass within with fervor. It was a bumpy, uneven mass, bulging in some places and flattened in others. Finally, he secured it with a twisted grass rope, crafting the most unsightly and crude pillow in the annals of primordial history. With a long, weary exhale, he tossed the incriminating evidence onto the bedside and collapsed onto the bed, devoid of any will to live. Ding! Daily choice activated. The voice of the system chimed once more. In the face of a crumbling persona, please make your choice. 1. Surrender to despair. Acknowledging your identity as a master. Reward, passive skill aura of mastery, beginner level. 2. Erase all traces. Incinerate the dragon beard grass pillow. Reward, divine ability true fire of samadhi, introductory volume. 3. Take the initiative, seek forgiveness from Master Xuandu. Reward, Xuandu Master S favor 50, title honest fool. Xiao Tianshun felt his vision darken. Was this truly a choice? It was nothing short of a death sentence. He buried his head beneath the covers, closing his eyes in hopes that if he feigned death, the crisis would pass him by. At that moment, a clear and solemn voice resonated from outside the door. Master Guangchengzi of the teaching has come to visit, seeking counsel from a fellow practitioner. Startled, Xiao Tianshun leapt from his bed. Guangchengzi? What could he want? It was over. The truth had been uncovered, and he had come to settle the score. In a flurry, he scrambled from the bed, unsure where to place his hands and feet. Guangchengzi, esteemed immortal, what brings you here? Please come in. My place is a bit untidy. Seeing his startled demeanor, Guangchengzi grew increasingly assured. The cultivation of a master is most disturbed by interruption. He had acted too abruptly. He stepped into the room, his gaze sweeping across the space until it finally settled upon the grotesque pillow, his tone growing increasingly reverent. My friend, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I, Guangchengzi, have come in search of enlightenment. The other day, I witnessed your sweep without sweeping and have gained some understanding from the 9 transformations of profound arts. Today, upon hearing about your dragon whiskers touching gold, I realized that the true path lies in simplicity. I, Guangchengzi, have long been ensnared in a bottleneck of ignorance and have come to inquire about the essence of cultivation. His inquiry was sincere, each word resonating with conviction. Xiao Tianshun felt his mind buzzing. Sweep without sweeping? Dragon whiskers touching gold. Essence of cultivation? What do these even mean? He gazed into Guangchengzi's eager eyes, a chill running down his spine. How could he possibly know the essence of cultivation? To him, the essence was merely survival. Could he utter such a thought? Would he not be met with immediate retribution? What to do? What to do? Xiao Tianshun was drenched in sweat, his eyes darting around until they landed once more on that hideous pillow. A surge of frustration erupted from his core. It is all your fault. He steeled himself, choosing to abandon all pretense. The essence of cultivation? Xiao Tianshun scoffed, attempting to emulate the indifference of a sage. However, his lips twitched, his expression contorting. What cultivation? What essence? He seized the pillow from the bed and hurled it forward as if discarding refuse. No matter how significant the matter, one must first have a good night's sleep. Without proper rest, what good is cultivation? These words, crude and direct, brimmed with the discontent of a commoner. This was the most unsage-like sentiment he could conjure. Yet, those very words, accompanied by the pillow he offered, reverberated in Guangchengzi's ears like thunder from the heavens. A good night's sleep. Yes, yes. The 9 transformations of profound arts refines the physical body, honing the primordial spirit. In my relentless pursuit of divine powers, I have forgotten that the primordial spirit also requires tranquility and rest to harmonize with the physical form. Sleep is not mere mundane rest. It is the state of the primordial spirit, pure and dreamless. This friend of mine is not speaking in vulgarity. He is awakening this foolish one in the most straightforward manner. And this pillow he is imparting the method to my enlightenment. Guangchengzi's breath hitched. He gazed at the pillow before him, his hands trembling with reverence. What an extraordinary opportunity. What a magnificent gift. He dared not hesitate, extending his hands in a posture nearly akin to worship, respectfully accepting the pillow. Its texture was warm and imbued with the essence of the Tao. Unable to contain his exhilaration any longer, Guangchengzi cradled the pillow, bowed deeply towards Xiao Tianshun, and performed the ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations in gratitude. Your words, my friend, surpass my 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. This grace of imparting the Tao, I, Guangchengzi, shall never forget. With that, he grasped the pillow as though it were a treasured prize and turned, striding away with renewed determination and liberation. In the room, only Xiao Tianshun remained, frozen in place. He stared at his empty hands, then glanced at the retreating figure of Guangchengzi. What have I just done? I merely uttered a few curses and casually tossed away a pillow of refuse. How did he comprehend? And to offer such a grand gift? A chill coursed from the soles of Qiao Tianshuan's feet straight to the crown of his head. It seemed he had, indeed, exacerbated the situation. Ding! The electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind, tinged with an uncontrollable excitement. Detected that the host successfully transferred the high-risk causal object, Dragonbeard Grass Pillow, to the Destiny Bearer by gifting waste. Triggered hidden optimal causal counteraction and risk transfer. Judgment successful. Reward multiplier activated. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique supreme passive talent, causal insulation. Description: your existence is the terminus of causality. All causal entanglements dissipate upon contact, impervious to calamities, unbound by reincarnation. Henceforth, rest easy. Xiao Tianshun had yet to fully grasp this extraordinary reward when the system's voice resounded once more, this time solemn and devoid of emotion. The novice welfare period has concluded. Daily decision-making mode permanently disabled. The Great Path decision system will soon enter standard operational mode. The next system activation will occur at the significant historical juncture of the War of the Sorcerers and Undead. Please prepare accordingly. Wishing you a delightful primordial existence. With that, the system panel transformed into shimmering golden light, dissipating entirely. The world fell silent. Xiao Tianshun stood frozen in place for an extended period. He glanced at his hands, then raised his gaze to the window. The Kunlun Mountains still shimmered with ethereal mist, and cranes soared gracefully in the distance. Yet, he understood that something fundamental had irrevocably changed. That incessantly pressuring system, which had always compelled him into chaos and pitfalls, had entered a state of dormancy. He was safe, at least until the next great calamity loomed. He could peacefully fulfill his role as a humble janitor, free from the anxiety of awakening as a revered sage in the eyes of some powerful figure. An unprecedented sense of relief enveloped him, allowing his entire being to relax. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Xiao Tianshun could not contain his laughter, and as he chuckled, he found his eyes growing slightly misty. Uninvolved, untouched by causality. Survival achieved. From this moment on, should the heavens collapse, a sage would bear the weight. When calamity arrives, a powerful being shall shoulder the burden. Xiao Tianshun, right here in Kunlun Mountain, would become an extraneous civil servant who could endure until the end of time. He had even begun to envision his perfect retirement, sweeping the floors, tending to flowers, observing the clouds as they drifted, and listening to the sages expound their wisdom. As for the War of the Sorcerers and Undead, what concern is that of mine? While those deities battle fiercely, I shall sip tea and enjoy the spectacle from my perch in Kunlun Mountain. How delightful! Xiao Tianshun stretched languidly, feeling as if 3 pounds had lifted from his bones. He hummed a tuneless melody as he stepped out of his room, eager to inspect his beloved broom, now upgraded to an automatic sweeping robot. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted the Grand Master Xuandu standing not far away, gazing at him with a fatherly warmth in his eyes. The smile on Xiao Tianshuan's face froze. Chapter 10. I only wish to sweep the floor. Yet my senior brother is my confidant. The gaze of Master Xuandu sent a shiver down Xiao Tianshuan's spine. It was over. He understood this look all too well. In his past life, the potential investments he managed were met with similar scrutiny by his partner. That gaze conveyed a potent blend of 7 parts admiration and 3 parts dependence, translating to a single proclamation: "Brother, I shall follow you henceforth." This gaze signified responsibility. And responsibility is the greatest risk of all. Senior brother. Xiao Tianshuan's throat tightened, instinctively bowing his head, adopting the most familiar posture of a diligent worker from his previous life. What brings you here? If there is a command, I shall face death without reluctance. However, Xuandu disregarded his humility and stepped forward, meticulously assessing him from head to toe. To Xiao Tianshuan's astonishment, a hint of compassion flickered in Xuandu's eyes. Junior brother, you have suffered, Xuandu sighed, his tone heavy with self-reproach. Xiao Tianshuan's mind went blank. He nearly froze in disbelief. Suffered? What in the world was he talking about? He had just dismissed that relentless 996 system and was ready to indulge in a blissful, paid retirement. He was so joyfully elated that he felt like celebrating. Senior brother, you jest. I am. Quite well, Xiao Tianshun stammered awkwardly. Well indeed. Xuandu's brow furrowed as he gestured toward the dilapidated dwelling and then at Xiao Tianshuan's faded robe. his heart filled with sorrow. The Wei ought to reside in the heavens. Yet here you, the incarnation of the Wei, are relegated to this humble abode, donning common attire. This is our fault, my dereliction of duty. Incarnation of the Wei? Xiao Tianshuan's eyelids twitched, his heart skipping a beat. He comprehended that his senior brother's imagination was beyond redemption. He was not merely overinterpreting his actions. He was overanalyzing his very existence. Senior brother, I truly am not. Xiao Tianshun grew anxious. There is no need for further denial, I understand. Xuandu raised his hand, halting him. The more you deny it, the more simplistic the truth becomes. Fear not, from this day forth. I shall not allow you to endure even the slightest grievance. Before he could finish speaking, Xuandu's strong hand grasped Xiao Tianshuan's wrist. The palm was warm yet as unyielding as iron, leaving no room for resistance. A chill ran through Xiao Tianshun. It was clear, he was being forcibly promoted from an outsider to the position of vice president. What a blessing this is, will you accept it? Before long, Xuandu led him to the entrance of a new cave dwelling. A wave of celestial energy enveloped him, so dense it almost felt tangible. With the words Wu Wei Residence elegantly inscribed above the entrance. This was once the sanctuary of my master. Henceforth, it shall be your domain, junior brother. Xuandu's face bore an eager anticipation for praise. Within a 10-mile radius, I have set up prohibitions. None shall dare disturb your tranquility. Xiao Tianshuan's legs grew weak. This was no domain. It resembled a stage for execution. He waved his hands repeatedly, his voice tinged with desperation. Senior brother, this cannot be, absolutely not. As a mere sweeper, how could I? I would rather return to my wooden bed. It is what I am accustomed to. Upon hearing this, Xuandu's expression grew even more tender. Behold, my junior brother remains as he is, possessing the supreme path, yet content with the mundane. This serves as a revelation to us. Do not cling to appearances, nor be ensnared by external matters. I comprehend the intention of my junior brother. Xiandu nodded solemnly. Yet, the Tao must also be upheld. You may find solace here, for only then can we attain tranquility in our hearts. Having said this, he forcefully pushed Xiao Tianshun into the cave dwelling. Inside, a bed of millennia-old warm jade awaited, alongside a postnatal spiritual treasure serving as an incense burner. Xiao Tianshun stood there, feeling akin to a hostage cast into a vault by kidnappers, surrounded by perilous items. He had no desire for the jade bed. He longed for his creaky, worn wooden plank. No, he must save himself. After a moment of contemplation, an object materialized in his hand. It was his last lifeline. The pure heart sweep. Yes, sweeping. As long as I am sweeping, my identity as a useless person can still be salvaged. He hoisted the broom and stealthily slipped out of the cave dwelling. Just as he reached the white jade avenue, several figures descended abruptly, obstructing his path. Leading them was the yellow-robed steward, whose face now bore no trace of disdain, transformed into a visage filled with smiles and wrinkles. Xiao, master uncle. The yellow-robed steward bowed deeply, his waist bent more than that of a shrimp. How did you come out? Such menial tasks. How could we dare trouble you? With a grand gesture, he signaled to several disciples behind him, who promptly retrieved their treasures and unleashed their powers upon the ground. Spiritual light flickered, and the surface gleamed as if newly polished. Master uncle, do you see? Is it clean? The yellow-robed steward approached, his face a mask of obsequiousness. Xiao Tianshun glanced at the broom in his hand, then at the ground, which was cleaner than his own face, and opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. His path was utterly blocked. Dejected, he turned to retreat, only to encounter Qing Feng halfway. Now the head of the alchemy chamber, Qing Feng's eyes sparkled upon seeing him. As he rushed over, holding a jade box. Master uncle, I have just refined the 9 turns great recovery pill. Would you care to try it? Consider it a mere snack. Qing Feng's demeanor was even more humble than that of the steward. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the pill within the jade box, which seemed to shimmer with an almost dragon-like essence. And he perceived it as a deadly poison. No, I cannot eat it. My teeth have been poor lately. He hastily concocted an excuse and fled without looking back. Back at Wu Wei residence, Xiao Tianshun collapsed onto the jade stool, engulfed in despair. He realized he had fallen into a trap. The more he sought to prove himself as worthless, the more others regarded him as a prominent figure. Meanwhile, the architect of this predicament, Grand Master Xiandu, was seated in the cave dwelling, unfurling a new jade slip, his face radiating a sacred glow as he solemnly inscribed the first line. Qiao Junior Brother's Mountain Observation Diary, pinned by Xiandu. Record: Junior Brother has taken residence in Wuwei. At first, he refused, expressing a desire to sleep on a wooden plank. Initially, I presumed it was modesty. Upon deeper reflection, I discerned its true meaning. The wood symbolizes vitality. The bed is where one finds stability and sustenance. His intention serves as a reminder to us. Cultivation should be like grass and trees, rooting in the earth to truly thrive. I am ashamed. Having failed to comprehend its profound meaning, I pushed myself forward. Subsequently, my fellow disciple wished to sweep the ground but was hindered. Again, he desired to partake of the common elixir, yet was likewise denied. Observing his actions, I discerned his heart. My fellow disciple was embodying the teachings, alerting us that the way does not reside in one's dwelling, nor in elixirs, nor in menial tasks. The way lies within the heart. I realized, the cultivation of today surpasses a century of stagnant sitting. Indeed, my fellow disciple is truly my master. Xuandu exhaled a deep, heavy breath, and felt his resolve illuminated. The bottleneck in his cultivation had loosened somewhat. Meanwhile, my master lay sprawled upon the ancient jade bed, burying his head in the pillow, emitting a silent lament. Oh, system of the dog, you may be in slumber, but who shall clean up the mess you have left behind? I longed to return home. I yearned to sweep the floor. Chapter 11. A Pillow's Startling Encounter in Kunlun, Yushu Palace. The abode of the primordial supreme being, a place where dignity is held in the highest regard among the realms. The disciples of the Chan teaching are all deeply rooted, proud practitioners of the true Panga lineage. Yet today, this dignity lies shattered upon the ground. The cause? A mere pillow. Upon returning from the 8 Scenery Palace, Guang Qingzi secluded himself in his quiet chamber. He neither meditated nor practiced his arts, but instead clung to an unsightly straw pillow, alternating between foolish laughter and furrowed brows. Madness had taken hold. This was the consensus among the 12 golden immortals. Have you heard? The eldest senior brother has lost his mind. Not just lost his mind. I've heard that pillow was gifted by a mere cleaning servant from the 8 Scenery Palace, crafted from the lowest grade dragon whiskers. A servant? How could he be worthy? What lineage does he possess? Xiandu, the senior brother, was befuddled. Outside the quiet chamber, Qi Jingzi, Huang Longzhenren, and Tai Yizhenren gathered, their heads huddled together in hushed whispers. Qi Jingzi lamented, "This is outrageous. Our foremost disciple of the Chan teaching has been ensnared by a lowly servant. If this were to spread, where would we place our faces? And what about the face of the sage? Huang Longzhenren, hailing from the dragon lineage, held lineage in higher regard than life itself, and at this moment, his dragon whiskers bristled in fury. This is a matter of utmost deviation. The eldest senior brother has been led astray. Only Tai Yizhenren, stroking his smooth chin, chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with mischief. One cannot say that. Perhaps that pillow conceals a fox spirit, enchanting him nightly and draining his resolve." Before he could finish, he was met with 2 disdainful glances from Qi Jingzi and Huang Longzhenren. Creak. The door of the quiet chamber opened. Guang Qingzi emerged, his visage gaunt, bloodshot eyes glaring, yet within them shone a frightening brightness. It was the light of a gambler wagering his entire fortune and life. "My fellow disciples, today I shall bear witness to the Tao here." His voice was hoarse, each word heavy as iron. "Eldest senior brother, think twice," Qi Jingzi urged, panic rising. But Guang Qingzi paid him no heed, striding directly to the center of the white jade plaza, reverently placing the ugly straw pillow upon the ground. Then, before the astonished, mocking, and sorrowful gazes of all the disciples who had come to witness, he laid his head upon the pillow and closed his eyes. Finished. The eldest senior brother's resolve has shattered. He has completely lost his mind. In the gaze of the crowd, what was he doing? Lying down. Qi Jingzi and Huang Longzhenren felt darkness close in, nearly fainting on the spot. Their faces were utterly disgraced. Yet in the next breath, all clamor ceased abruptly. The formidable essence of the metal energy, which had accumulated from his rigorous cultivation of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art, began to dissolve, unraveling into nothingness. His flesh, in a state of unconsciousness, commenced its own operation of the mysterious arts, bones resonating, blood surging like mercury. Above, the heavens churned. and myriad golden flowers rained down from the celestial peak, accompanied by an abundance of auspicious energy. In the courtyard of the white jade square, the tiles forcibly heaved forth a myriad of swaying golden lotuses. The heavens and earth rejoiced, and the ground erupted with these golden blooms. This was the grand culmination of the Tao, heralding the portent of a true sage. The discerning disciples gasped in astonishment, their voices trembling uncontrollably. The square fell into a profound silence. Every expression froze in place. Qi Jingzi's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate a fist. Huang Longzhen's eyes bulged as if they might pop from their sockets. Tai Yizhenren's typically irreverent smile had become rigid upon his face. They beheld ancient and intricate Tao patterns illuminating the body of Guang Qingzi, intertwining to form the colossal shadow of a giant, one that could support heaven and earth. The true form of Pangu. The ninth turn of the 9 transformations of the mysterious art was achieved. Boom! An overwhelming aura soared to the skies, causing Kunlun Mountain to tremble violently. All the disciples of the Chan sect abruptly fixed their gazes upon that grass pillow. Their expressions transformed. Was that truly just a pillow? It was the supreme method. It was the path to the heavens. Qi Jingzi felt a burning shame, wishing he could slap himself twice and disappear into a crack in the ground. The path of unorthodox methods? He was the one who had been blind to the true path. Huang Longzhen was so embarrassed he wished to transform into a dragon and flee. He had questioned the legitimacy of another's foundation. A mere pillow had enabled someone to break through, and that foundation was 1,000 times sturdier than his own true dragon. I have comprehended. Tai Yizhenren suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes radiating brilliance, as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the universe. The senior brother was not asleep. He was employing the method of proving the Tao in dreams. The Tao is profoundly simple, returning to its essence. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. This realization struck like a divine revelation. Indeed. Who dictated that cultivation must be performed seated in meditation? Why not while lying down? Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, the square resembled a gathering of dumplings, all the disciples of the Chan sect following suit, lying down in unison. The scene was extraordinarily bizarre. At the highest point of the Yusu Palace, upon the cloud bed, the primordial heavenly sovereign opened his eyes. For the first time, his sage-like gaze, which could penetrate the past, present, and future, revealed a hint of bewilderment. He could not fathom Guang Qingzi's opportunity, nor could he calculate it. He only knew its origins pointed towards the 8th Scenery Palace, towards that peculiar individual who was taken in by his senior brother, yet spent all day sweeping the floor. To achieve enlightenment, simply by taking a nap, the sage felt a slight upheaval in his worldview. Glancing once more at the scene of his disciples lying prostrate, his eternally stern visage involuntarily twitched. Nonsense. A cold snort, though silent, resonated like the thunder of the celestial Tao, echoing precisely in the hearts of every disciple. The crowd was so frightened that their souls seemed to scatter. They scrambled to their feet, kneeling in terror, rendered mute. The primordial heavenly sovereign said nothing further. Yet his gaze unconsciously lingered on the grass pillow still cradled beneath Guang Qingzi's head, remaining fixed for 3 full breaths. Guang Qingzi, in silent meditation, was comprehending the Tao. The others are commanded to return to their respective pursuits, forbidden to emulate. The aura of the sage dissipates. The disciples, as if granted a reprieve, gaze upon Guang Qingzi with eyes transformed from reverence to fervor. A mere janitor, Xiao Tianshun, has, in the span of a single night, become a symbol of mystery and supremacy in the hearts of the celestial beings of the Chan teaching. At this moment, the architect of it all, Xiao Tianshun, hides in his opulent abode of Wu Wei, curled up in a corner with a blanket, trembling in fear. He has dispatched the pillow, hoping to rid himself of troubles. Oh, great Guang Qingzi, please do not reveal my identity. His heart races, a nagging sense of unease pervades him. This accursed premonition. Chapter 12. A sword's oath of loyalty, an ominous premonition has come to fruition. Xiao Tianshun believed that by sending away that cursed pillow, he would enjoy a few days of peace. He even indulged himself by lying upon the timeless warm jade bed, only to find it uncomfortable, far inferior to the restful slumber he found on his rickety wooden board. This tranquil existence did not last even 3 days. While he was nestled in his cave dwelling, contemplating how to transform a postnatal spiritual treasure incense burner into an earthen stove for roasting sweet potatoes. A faint ripple suddenly disrupted the cave's protective barrier. A voice, clear and resonant with innate nobility, emerged. The golden spirit of the, sent by the master, has come to pay respects to Brother Qiao Tianshun of the 8th Scenery Palace. Crash! The incense burner clattered to the ground, as Qiao Tianshun stood frozen in disbelief. The golden spirit, one of the 4 direct disciples of the celestial master, a formidable figure listed on the divine ranking. What could she possibly want? His mind whirled, leaving only 2 words: it's over. This was akin to an unexpected visit from the authorities on Kunlun Mountain. Was there some commotion over at Guang Qingzi's side that summoned the over? No way. He resolved to avoid her at all costs. Immediately, he activated the quintessential survival skill of an overworked soul from his past life, playing dead. He suppressed his aura, held his breath, and shrank into a corner, resembling a stone waiting for its beloved. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Outside the cave, the golden spirit raised an elegant eyebrow. There was indeed someone inside. The faint life force could not escape her notice. However, the occupant chose to ignore her, and the barrier remained eerily silent. Quite intriguing, she mused, a smile dancing at the corners of her lips. Before her visit, the celestial master had instructed her. That lad is peculiar. He has managed to incapacitate the most treasured disciple of the second house with merely a pillow. Go meet him, and do not bring shame upon our. It appeared that his peculiarity was genuinely formidable. Was this his way of asserting dominance? The patience of the golden spirit was wearing thin when suddenly, a flash of golden light revealed the presence of the Grand Master Xuandu, standing protectively in front of her. Golden Spirit sister, it has been a while, he greeted, his smile warm yet distant, creating an impenetrable barrier. Grand Master Xuandu, she returned the gesture, quickly addressing the matter at hand. I am here on behalf of the master to pay respects to Brother Qiao. I kindly ask for your assistance. With a heavy sigh, the Grand Master appeared troubled. Sister, your timing is unfortunate. Brother Qiao is in a state of enlightenment. In enlightenment? The golden spirit raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Grand Master whispered, his voice shrouded in mystery. My junior brother's cultivation methods are extraordinary. Sweeping the floor, watering the flowers, sleeping, each is a path to understanding. At this moment, he has closed himself off, having entered a profound realm, and must not be disturbed. The karma of obstructing one's path to enlightenment is a burden we cannot bear. His words were meticulous and left no room for doubt. The golden spirit felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. Enlightenment through sleep? Has your 8th Scenery Palace turned to the practice of dreaming Arhat fist? What a ruse, she thought, suppressing a sneer, while her face feigned a look of realization. So that is how it is. As the senior brother delves into enlightenment, the younger sister must exercise patience. The revered master once stated that to witness the truth without paying homage is an act of disrespect. Thus, she resolutely settled into a meditative posture, making her intentions unmistakably clear. She would not depart until she encountered the individual in question. Xuandu's brow furrowed subtly, acknowledging the reputation of the Jie Jiao sect's formidable practitioners. Within the cave, Qiao Tianshun listened intently, his frustration mounting as he longed to pound the walls in exasperation. Xuandu, you traitorous ally. It would be preferable for them to think I had perished rather than to be deemed merely slumbering in pursuit of enlightenment. Now they are resolutely determined to await the awakening of this slothful deity. What shall I do? The voice of the golden spirit Holy Mother resounded once more, this time imbued with arcane energy, penetrating the barriers. Qiao brother, the master understands your profound simplicity and disdain for worldly matters. Hence I have been tasked to deliver a small token to you. This artifact is intertwined with your fate. I implore you to reveal yourself. No sooner had she spoken than an overwhelming sword intent erupted, shattering the heavens. The temperature of the surrounding air plummeted, and white frost formed upon the blades of grass. The sword intent was unrelenting, embodying a determination to sever all vitality. Xuandu's expression shifted dramatically, his voice becoming hoarse. The sword aura of the extermination of immortals? The golden spirit Holy Mother cradled a slender jade box, adorned with layers of talismans that could not contain the terrifying aura emanating from within. The master has declared that this is a remnant of the chaos metal essence from the forging of the 4 swords of extermination of immortals. subsequently nurtured by the sword aura for a millennium. Though it is not yet a sword, it possesses the spirit of extermination. The master believes that, given your natural affinity, new paths may unfold for you. Ciao, brother. With a radiant smile, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother pronounced this maneuver as a gambit. You have the capacity to transmute decay into the miraculous, and I present to you the potential for extermination. Let us see how you shall seize it. Within the cave, Xiao Tianshun trembled uncontrollably. Scraps from the extermination of immortals, sword array. Is this truly a mere trinket? This is akin to a nuclear warhead capable of igniting the third war of deification. Accepting this will etch my name into the causal ledger of Jiejiao. In the future, amidst the myriad of immortals, the celestial master will be the first to demand, "That lad who took my toy, come forth." I cannot accept this. Yet, if I remain hidden, the Golden Spirit shall not depart. Xian Du has elevated me to the heavens, and should I cower further, it would be a slap in the face to Jiejiao. Given Tong Tian's temperament, he might very well come charging in, sword in hand. My predicament is dire. With tears unshed, Xiao Tianshun found himself caught between physical demise and social disgrace, ultimately choosing the latter with a heavy heart. Gritting his teeth, he dispelled the barriers and stepped forth. As he emerged, his visage was one he had meticulously rehearsed before a reflective surface countless times, a blend of confusion from recent enlightenment and an aloofness untouched by worldly affairs. This humble monk offers his respects. He bowed, his voice ethereal, devoid of any earthly essence. Both the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and Xian Du were momentarily taken aback. The man before them, clad in a simple white robe, exuded an extraordinary tranquility. His gaze was crystalline, untainted by impurities. Such an appearance was truly remarkable. Ciao, brother. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother regained her composure, presenting the jade box. A modest gift from the master. Xiao Tianxuan's gaze fell upon the jade box, his hand trembling uncontrollably. A pang of anxiety gripped Xuandu. Junior brother, in your compassion, you cannot bear to witness such a deadly artifact. Jin Ling, harboring a cold smirk, mused, "Oh? Is your Tao heart disturbed upon encountering a divine object?" Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianshun recognized this as the final act. He extended his hands, adopting a posture almost akin to reverence, and slowly, solemnly, accepted the jade box. The instant his fingers brushed against it, the composure of indifference shattered. Fire ignited in his eyes, shock, ecstasy, and ultimately, unadulterated greed. His breathing grew labored, a rasping sound escaping his throat. A splendid sword. He managed to stammer, his voice quivering. In the next moment, clutching the box like a madman who had just seized a confection, he forgot even to greet his companions and dashed into the cave, slamming the stone door shut with a resounding thud. His insatiable eagerness, disregarding all bonds, was vividly palpable. Outside the cave, Xuandu and the Holy Mother Jin Ling stood petrified. Xuandu, the Grand Master, felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, his Tao heart in disarray. Junior brother, what does this mean? Jin Ling, initially taken aback, soon erupted into laughter. It began as a suppressed chuckle, blossomed into gentle laughter, and culminated in a hearty, unabashed guffaw. So this is how it is, she murmured. What simplicity in the great Tao, what lofty demeanor, merely a fade. At his core, he is but a mundane individual, unable to resist the allure of treasures. Truly, the master's discerning eye was unparalleled. This fellow was merely a fortunate opportunist. A sense of clarity washed over Jin Ling, a great weight lifting from her heart. She inclined her head toward Xuandu, unable to conceal her triumph. Brother Xuandu, I take my leave. It seems that Brother Qiao is quite satisfied with the master's gift. With that, she transformed into a radiant rainbow and departed with spirited elegance, leaving Xuandu alone to stare at the now closed stone door, perplexed. Could it be? Have I truly misjudged? Chapter 13. The butterfly effect of a sword. The stone door of the cave abruptly slammed shut, isolating him from the outside world. Leaning against the cold stone, Xiao Tianshun felt utterly devoid of strength, collapsing limply to the ground. Clutching the jade box tightly, he realized that this was not merely the essence of chaos Gengjin. It was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb strapped to his very being. With only 3 seconds remaining on the countdown, it was one thing for Xian Du to possess such a peculiar mindset. But how could the disciples of the Bee, so uniformly cast from the same mold, and they seemed quite pleased with it. Was he content? No. It was akin to the last frenzied thought before leaping from a rooftop upon witnessing the plummet of stock prices in his previous life. His fingers trembled as he opened the jade box. A chilling sword aura rushed forth, nearly freezing his soul into shards of ice. Inside the box was not a sword, but a palm-sized, irregular piece of metal, dark and foreboding, with a trickle of crimson flowing from its center, an eye of a demon god. The alarm of the Hongming Dao body blared in his mind, a shrill cry of primal fear. This object was 1,000 times more sinister than he had imagined. It absolutely could not remain. Qiao Tianshun jolted, as if seared by a branding iron, snapping the jade box shut and pushing it away from him. Toss it aside. Such a gift from the sages. And if he discarded it today, tomorrow the heavenly teacher would arrive wielding the Qingping sword to exact physical retribution upon him. Conceal it? In all of Hongwang, where could he possibly hide from the watchful gaze of the three purities? Gift it to someone? To Guang Qingzi or Qi Jingzi? He feared he would be immediately reduced to a mere two-dimensional image by the Panga banner. Pacing restlessly within the cave, Qiao Tianshun resembled a failed entrepreneur from his past life, beset by creditors. All his knowledge of risk management and asset divestment had turned to naught. A mere scrap of paper. A dead end. Wait. His steps faltered. An absurd thought pierced through the darkness of his mind. Since the potency of this object lay in its lethal and sacred attributes, what if he were to shatter its prestige and added value in the most sacrilegious and foolish manner possible? As long as he could prove that, in his eyes, it was nothing but scrap metal, surely those imaginative fools would awaken from their delusions. With this thought, Qiao Tianshun's expression transformed into one of resolute determination. He resolved to undertake an act of folly that no immortal or demon had dared to attempt since the dawn of creation. He strode to the corner of the cave, seizing a pile of gray robes recently discarded and still imbued with the scent of sweat. Weighing the piece of chaos genjin in his hand, he approached the stone wall. There, he found a natural crack, neither too deep nor too shallow. Taking a deep breath, he lifted the metal piece and, with all his might, drove it forcefully into the crevice with a resounding thud. It fit perfectly, seamlessly embedded. He casually picked up the dirtiest, still dripping robe and draped it over the protruding metal. Thus, a brand new, distinctly aromatic, and humid version of a Hongwang limited edition coat hook was born. The formidable sword energy capable of piercing the heavens was unexpectedly subdued beneath the damp fabric of mundane clothing. The overwhelming intent to annihilate was tempered by a pervasive aura of lethargy, reminiscent of the reluctance to face another day at work. Qiao Tianshun surveyed his creation with satisfaction, nodding in approval. Now, with both the evidence and the perpetrator in hand, any future intruder witnessing this scene would find their lofty ideals and pretentious demeanor utterly shattered. He could finally indulge in his research on roasted sweet potatoes. In the Bio Palace, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother stood in the hall, recounting in detail the events witnessed during the visit to the 8th Scenery Palace. She particularly emphasized Qiao Tianshun's greedy, eager, and nearly unhinged expression upon seeing the treasure. The disciples standing by her side expressed disdain at her words, scoffing at the notion that he was anything of significance, merely a vulgar being swayed by material temptation. The senior sister's observations had managed to unveil a facade fostered by inflated egos. Although the Holy Mother remained silent, her expression conveyed everything. On the cloud bed, the Tongtian listened intently, lost in contemplation. His fingers lightly tapped the armrest, and his eyes, imbued with the essence of cosmic creation and destruction, narrowed slightly as if pondering profound truths. The atmosphere within the hall grew heavy with suspense. After a lengthy silence, the Tongtian's furrowed brow suddenly relaxed. He first chuckled softly. Then the laughter escalated, ultimately erupting into a resounding, unrestrained guffaw that reverberated throughout the Bio Palace. Huh, what a splendid Qiao Tianshun. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the other disciples were momentarily taken aback, their faces clouded with confusion. Master, this individual acts with crudeness and blatant greed. How can you? The Holy Mother questioned, perplexed. Foolish children, you have misjudged him. The Tongtian interjected, his gaze sharp as lightning. You only perceive greed, yet fail to recognize truth. Allow me to pose a question. Should this treasure be presented to the hypocrites of the Chan sect, what would their reaction be? A disciple answered. They would first claim the treasure's overwhelming violence disrupts harmony, then concoct a pretense of acting for the sake of the people to seal it away hypocritically. Well said. The Tongtian's eyes gleamed with scorn. How hypocritical indeed. This is the type of disciple nurtured by the primordial teachings. Now, consider Qiao Tianshun. He openly expresses his desires, unashamedly revealing his cravings. This is not greed. This is a transparent heart that confronts its essence. In my teachings, the utmost principle is truth. What we cultivate is an innocent heart, untouched by dust and devoid of pretense. His apparent lack of composure today only serves to demonstrate that his heart is purer than that of 99% of the immortals atop Kunlun Mountain. The Tongtian's words resonated deeply. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother and her companions suddenly grasped the underlying truth, reflecting on Qiao Tianxuan's demeanor. He no longer seemed crude. Instead, he appeared to embody a refreshing authenticity. This young man was intriguing, a promising prospect indeed. The Supreme Master Tongtian resumed his seat, a playful smile gracing his lips. Jin Ling continued to watch intently, eager to see what tricks this innocent heart could conjure. In the Eight Scenes Palace, amidst the celestial realm of Taiwan, the Grand Master Xuandu knelt before the Supreme Laozi, his face etched with confusion. He recounted the events that had transpired, and as he spoke of Qiao Tianxuan's avaricious demeanor, he couldn't help but question whether his previous speculations had been excessively far-fetched. Master, I am dull-witted. Xuandu's voice was parched. I cannot fathom the Tao of junior brother Qiao. His demeanor today starkly contrasts with his former self. My understanding of the Tao is obstructed. The grand hall was enveloped in silence, the Doushui fire beneath the purple gold 8 trigrams furnace flickering gently. The Supreme Laozi's closed eyes remained immovable. Just as Xuandu believed his master would remain silent, a voice, ethereal and profound, resonated softly. Slaughter is also a path. Concealing the blade within the sheath is inferior to transforming it into the formless. In just 12 succinct words, Xuandu felt as if struck by lightning. His being frozen in place. Slaughter is also a path. Concealing the blade is inferior to the formless. Countless thoughts, insights, and scriptures collided chaotically within his mind. He recalled junior brother Qiao. Sitting upon the worry stone was akin to transforming worries into the formless. Clearing the dust was akin to transforming suffering into the formless. Lighting the dragon beard grass was akin to transforming the base into the formless. Offering a pillow to Guang Qingzi was akin to transforming karma into the formless. But what of today? When he accepted the essence of the chaotic golden metal, Xuandu's body began to tremble slightly. An idea, both astonishing and perfectly aligned with the principle of non-action, erupted within him. I understand. I completely understand. Junior brother is not coveting that formidable weapon of slaughter. He seeks to bear this overwhelming force of slaughter within himself, and then, with his extraordinary Tao, transform this slaughter into the formless. What boundless compassion! What immense resolve! Xuandu felt his heart of Tao shatter in that moment, only to coalesce anew in a more harmonious and transparent manner. Disciple, express his gratitude for your guidance, Master. He reverently bowed 3 times before the Supreme Laozi, then rose, transforming into a beam of golden light, hastening towards the abode of non-action. He yearned to bear witness to junior brother Qiao's astonishing technique of transforming slaughter into the formless. As the Grand Master Xuandu concealed all traces of his presence and appeared discreetly outside the cave of non-action, he cautiously extended his consciousness. He beheld it, the essence of the chaotic golden metal, which had sent his heart racing at just a glance, casually wedged in the crevice of the wall. Then, he saw junior brother, draped in a gray Taoist robe, faded and still glistening with moisture, casually hung above it. A droplet of water slid down the edge of the robe. Plop! A soft sound echoed. The cataclysmic aura of the sword of extermination has, astonishingly, vanished. No, it has not truly disappeared. Rather, it has been utterly dissolved by the most ordinary of garments, a single unremarkable droplet of water, and the most mundane essence of daily life. It has melted into existence, dissolving into the intangible. The Grand Sorcerer of Xuandu staggered back a step, his complexion ashen, yet his eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. He gazed up at the tightly shut stone door, as if beholding a towering mountain, transforming slaughter into the commonplace, merging the profound with the trivial. Chapter 14. The dragon of the East Sea above the East Sea. The mingling scents of blood and salty sea breeze assail the senses. An island, recently thrust up from the depths of the ocean, has transformed into a slaughterhouse. A crisp crack reverberates as bones shatter. A colossal, mountain-like unicorn ox suffers a fatal blow. A gaping wound erupting from its brow as a hand wrenches off its lifelong gathered horn. Blood droplets cascade down elongated fingers, standing atop the island. A figure treads upon the warm corpse of the ox, clad in resplendent purple and gold dragon armor that dazzles in the sunlight, rendering it nearly blinding. This is DZ, a man born in Rome and who deemed it inadequate in grandeur. The island bears the name Long. Here, all things are subjugated to my command. He raises the bloodied horn triumphantly. His voice, though not loud, carries an irresistible will that resonates across the seas. Below, hundreds of followers kneel in a dense throng, their voices swelling like the tide. May our Lord add another domain to his dominion. With our Lord's divine might. The unification of the East Sea is but days away. A smirk plays upon DZ's lips as he revels in the moment. His philosophy stands in stark contrast to the indolent adherence of inaction from Kunlun Mountain. Opportunities are to be seized. Principles must be fought for. He tosses the horn casually to a loyal confidant, whose face flushes with excitement, nearly prompting him to kneel in homage. At that moment, a scholarly advisor steps forward. Bowing respectfully, "My lord, intriguing rumors have recently emerged from the western Kunlun Mountain." Oh, DZ wipes the blood from his hands, bemused by the notion that those who merely meditate could concoct anything of substance. The advisor lowers his voice. Chanjiao Guangchengzi, who has lingered on the threshold of quasi-sainthood for a millennium, is said to have achieved enlightenment due to a pillow. A pillow? DZ chuckles, his laughter dripping with derision, as he muses on the absurdity of the old man's antics. Yet, the advisor's expression grows grave. This pillow was crafted by a named disciple of the Eight Scenery Palace, one Xiao Tianshun, using materials from the mortal realm, dragon beard grass. Subsequently, the golden spirit mother of Jiejiao also visited, demanding scraps of the four swords of extermination in public. Now, the entire Kunlun believes this individual to be a transcendent master, having reached the state of returning to simplicity. Transcendent master? The smile fades from DZ's face, his gaze chilling to the core. How can something so concealed and obscure dare to claim mastery? He gazes westward, his battle spirit igniting. True strength should radiate like mine, illuminating all and overwhelming everything. The notion of returning to simplicity is merely a cloak for the weak to hide their cowardice. The path of the meek? He scoffs, uttering two words, barking dog. His belief in dominance stands in stark opposition to such philosophies. Xiao Tianshun. DZ licks his lips, resembling a predator fixated on its prey. Once I have refined the East Sea, I shall venture to Kunlun. I am eager to discern whether this so-called reclusive true immortal is a dragon or a mere worm. One squeeze, and the truth shall be revealed. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Mountains, within the tranquil abode of Wu Wei, Xiao Tianshun relished the rare serenity that followed his transcendence. Ever since he fashioned a coat hook from the essence of chaos metal, the world had fallen into a hushed stillness. The golden spirit mother ceased her visits, and the delusional emperor of Zandu vanished as well. This infernal sense of security had returned. He even discerned the gaps in the cave's restrictions, sneaking to the back mountain daily to excavate some mundane soil devoid of spiritual energy, which he then used to tend to the modest vegetable patch at his doorstep. At this moment, he crouched before a pitch-black incense burner, a postnatal spirit treasure that had become his personal roasting oven. With utmost care, he retrieved a roasted sweet potato from within, and its aroma instantly enveloped the entire cave. Blowing gently on it, he eagerly broke it apart. The golden, steaming flesh emitted a caramel-like sweetness that tantalized his nostrils. Ah, so hot, but delightful. As Xiao Tianshun savored the delectable treat, his eyes squinted in bliss, oblivious to the grand struggles of the world outside. What did the conflicts of the great Tao matter to him? The schemes of the sages? He was enjoying a life of leisure, akin to a paid holiday. Even divine beings would marvel at his existence. Did the saints possess anything more delectable than roasted sweet potatoes? Little did he know that his name had become synonymous with that of an unparalleled master. Nor was he aware that a ruthless figure in the East had already placed him on a list of targets. A meticulously orchestrated blessing, devised by the most formidable of figures, was being expedited to him. At the Bo Palace, the atmosphere was so heavy it could almost be wrung of moisture. When news of Qiao Tianxuan's creation of the coat, hooked from the essence of chaos metal, reached them, the disciples of Bo Palace felt their worldview shatter. Particularly, the Golden Spirit Mother, who had just been enlightened by her master and had reconstructed her resolve, turned to witness this scene. Just as her heart had been fortified, it was shattered by this revelation. For 3 whole days, the Tongtian Patriarch remained silent. When he finally summoned the disciples again, he appeared considerably haggard, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't quenched his thirst for days. Yet, his gaze was strikingly intense, a blend of shock, confusion, and ultimately, fervor. Let us discuss this matter of the coat hook. What are your thoughts? The first to speak was Dao Bao Daoist, choosing his words with care. Master, it is my humble opinion. Could this act be an attempt to dull the sharpness of the chaos metal with the filth of the mundane? Perhaps it is a method of artifact refinement beyond our comprehension? Nonsense. The Tongtian Patriarch bellowed, his voice devoid of anger but filled with excitement. You do not understand. None of you comprehend. He sprang to his feet and began pacing the hall. We cultivators, upon acquiring a treasure, regard it as our very life. We worship it day and night, fearing any harm may befall it. Ultimately, we have become enslaved by these artifacts, bound by them. What constitutes a divine object? What is a mundane object? Nonsense. It is all merely definitions imposed by the human heart. The patriarch pointed towards the west, his voice growing ever louder. He utilized the essence of gung metal to hang his soiled garments, severing the very fabric woven from reverence and greed, this so-called definitional shackle. In his eyes, that object bore no distinction from the stones by the roadside or the wood in a latrine. If it served a purpose, it was to be employed. This epitomized the true master, the embodiment of ultimate freedom. This, indeed, encapsulated the core truth of my cutting teachings. All things exist for my use, rather than me being ensnared by them. A divine light radiated from his gaze, as if he had unraveled some monumental enigma. Laozi imparted swordsmanship to you all, instructing you in the art of the blade. And yet this lad, by heavens, is teaching me the nuances of Tao. Once spoken, the hall fell into profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. To provoke a sage to utter such coarse language, while instructing me, what caliber of being is this Qiao Tianxuan? Suddenly, the Tongtian Patriarch erupted in laughter, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. If that is the case, let us engage him in a grander game. With a flourish of his palm, a fragment of an array, adorned with intricate patterns of slaughter, whose aura could rend the very fabric of a great Luo golden immortal, materialized in his grasp. A corner of the extermination array. Duobao, my disciple is present. You shall personally venture to Kunlun. Inform that young man that his garment hook aligns perfectly with my sentiments. The Tao is profoundly simple, ineffably wondrous. The Tongtian Patriarch weighed the fragment of the array in his hand, grinning widely to reveal a set of pearly whites. This tattered cloth shall be his reward. Take it, and use it to cover a window. Chapter 15. The visit of Duobao. Qiao Tianxuan believed that his fortunate days would persist indefinitely. He even began to contemplate whether to stew the carrots he had harvested or enjoy them raw after a thorough wash. Such simple concerns grounded him. However, fate's deliveries are never late. They only intensify. On this day, while humming a tune and watering his precious carrots, he sensed the disturbances in the cave's protective barriers. The visitor was neither the boisterous Golden Spirit Mother nor the enlightened Xuandu, but rather a sturdy-looking Taoist with a calm demeanor, akin to a mountain. It was Duobao, the foremost disciple of the sect. With a voice that was unassuming yet distinctly clear, Duobao addressed him, referring to him as Master Uncle with an exceptionally smooth and sincere tone. In a moment of shock, Qiao Tianxuan dropped his water ladle with a clatter, splashing water onto his shoe. What now? They've even changed the messenger? This is an attempt to corner me. His mind rang with alarms. Having already faced the stubborn Golden Spirit, he was now confronted by a steady envoy sent by the Celestial Master, and he was certain this was not a benevolent visit. I must not meet him, not at any cost. Qiao Tianxuan turned to retreat into the cave, resembling a mouse fleeing from a cat. Yet, Duobao's voice drifted in, calm and unhurried. Master Uncle need not be so alarmed. The master has expressed admiration for your unparalleled ability to transform slaughter into formlessness. Xiao Tianshun stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. This was it. The matter of the hanging coat had been exposed. Furthermore, the warmongering celestial master seemed rather pleased. The situation had escalated from an unintentional offense to a direct confrontation. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly emerged from the cave, forcing a smile that was more painful than a frown. Ah, Duobao, esteemed disciple, it is a great honor to receive you. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. Seeing Xiao Tianshun's anxious demeanor, Duobao felt an increasing admiration. Behold, this is the true essence of a powerful being, possessing the ability to overturn the heavens, yet remaining humble and cautious, devoid of arrogance. You flatter me, Master Uncle, Duobao replied, bowing slightly, before presenting an ancient scroll with both hands. The moment the scroll was revealed, the surrounding light dimmed. An overwhelming malevolence, 100-fold more potent than the chaotic essence of metal from before, surged into the sky, casting a crimson hue over the Kunlun Mountains. Countless intricate patterns flickered on the scroll, and with just a glance, it threatened to shatter one's sanity. The diagram of the extermination of immortals. Though a fragment, the essence of its unparalleled lethal aura was unmistakable. Xiao Tianshun's legs weakened instantly. Last time it was a mere pistol, but this time he had been presented with the launch codes for a nuclear bomb. Accepting this would intertwine his fate with that of the sect not by a thread, but by a solid, concrete bridge, impossible to dismantle. No. This item absolutely cannot be accepted. Xiao Tianshun's hand blurred into an afterimage as cold sweat trickled down his temples. Such a divine artifact, he felt unworthy to possess. I implore you, dear nephew, you must bring it back. Upon hearing this, the Taoist master Duobao displayed an expression of certainty, growing increasingly respectful. Uncle, you are too modest, he said earnestly. Our esteemed master has stated that this item, drenched in bloodshed and malice, may taint the purity of the Bio Palace. In all three realms, only you possess the ability to transform violence into the mundane and suppress its malevolent aura, returning it to its Tao origin. Xiao Tianshun was on the verge of tears. Return it to its Tao origin? The only origin I can return is that of a carrot. Suppress it? I can only use it to smash pickles. But could he voice such thoughts? He looked into Duobao's eyes, which were filled with an understanding that said, you need not pretend, I comprehend, and realized that evasion was futile. To refuse would be to slap the face of the celestial sovereign. Given that gentleman's temperament, he would likely come charging at him with a sword. To accept it would be akin to jumping into the Yellow River, with no hope of cleansing his name. It was a choice between 2 cups of poison. Xiao Tianshun's heart bled. With a trembling hand, he slowly extended it, a tragic resolve in his demeanor, and accepted the thin yet weighty fragment of the formation diagram. It felt icy to the touch, a surge of violent intent rushing into his mind. His innate talents, primordial Tao body, and causality insulation spun wildly to prevent him from collapsing. Thank you for your generous favor, sage. He managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth. You are too kind, Duobao sighed in relief, feeling that his task was finally complete. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed a scene that nearly shattered his Tao heart. Xiao Tianshun, cradling the Zushin formation diagram, displayed a pained expression, mingled with helplessness, ultimately transforming into a resolute acceptance of his plight. He turned and walked towards his recently watered vegetable patch, where a few plump sparrows were pecking at the carrot seeds he had just sown. Xiao Tianshun's face darkened. Those are my rations. In an instant, he made a gesture that Duobao would remember for a lifetime. He rolled the Zushin formation diagram into a tube and with a soft thud, plunged it into the wet soil at the center of the vegetable patch. He then picked up a branch and tied it horizontally to the diagram. With a swift motion, he tore a strip from his Tao robe and hung it at either end of the branch. A crooked scarecrow stood erect. The overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted from the scarecrow. The sparrows, startled, fluffed their feathers and, with a squawk, fled in a panic, darting away faster than if they had encountered their ancestors. Silence enveloped the vegetable patch. Master Duobao fell silent as well. His pupils widened, fixated on the scarecrow, then glanced at Xiao Tianshun, who finally appeared somewhat useful. His mind buzzed, blank and bewildered. The Zushin formation diagram, the foremost killing array of ancient times, was being used to scare away sparrows? Duobao felt as if his worldview had been shattered to dust by an invisible hammer. What had he witnessed? That formidable aura, capable of making deities retreat, was confined within a humble vegetable garden. Its purpose was no longer to sever the thread of life, but to protect it, to safeguard the most fragile and mundane, the soon-to-sprout carrots. With unparalleled ferocity, it performed the delicate act of guardianship. How terrifyingly profound this realm was. This was an understanding of the duality of killing and living that had reached an ultimate state. The lips of Duobao trembled, and an unprecedented light burst forth from his eyes. He had comprehended. He had comprehended entirely. His master had sent him not for a test, but for enlightenment, to allow him to witness firsthand what true mastery of the path entailed. The way, it turned out, could be so. Duobao murmured to himself, unable to contain the tumult within, and deeply bowed to Qiao Tianshun, to the scarecrow in the garden. This bow was not one of hierarchy, but of reverence for the way. He turned and staggered away, yet his steps carried an unprecedented clarity. Qiao Tianshun watched his retreating figure, glanced at his own creation, and let out a long sigh of relief. At last, he had managed to clarify this hot potato. He dusted off the soil from his hands, satisfied, and thought, surely, no one would dare to disturb me again. Unbeknownst to him, the tale of Master Qiao of Kunlun, who had erected a scarecrow to protect the populace using the extermination of a mortal's formation, was sweeping across the vast wilderness like wildfire. In the East Sea, within the Crystal Palace, the Emperor Ziki, who had been meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, listening to the reports from his subordinates. Genuine anger surfaced for the first time on his strikingly handsome face. A scarecrow? This was an insult. A blatant humiliation directed at all of us who seek power as domineering cultivators. Enough. The Emperor Ziki sprang to his feet, the sound of his purple gold battle armor ringing out. Prepare the chariot. I shall personally visit Kunlun. I shall see what this pretentious individual is truly capable of. Chapter 16. The radish of Kunlun Mountain and the dragon of the Eastern Sea. The winds of the Eastern Sea were laden with salt and brine, an olfactory assault that displeased the Emperor Ziki immensely. He reclined upon his throne, which was an opulent, mobile palace crafted from the bones of the deceased. Its silhouette was formed by the grim remains of 9 ferocious dragons, their hollow eye sockets flickering with ethereal blue flames that licked the air. Beneath him, the throne was forged from eternal cold iron, piercingly frigid. He relished this sensation, as it kept him perpetually alert. To either side of the hall, civil and military officials fell silent, their breaths deliberately slowed, fearful of disturbing the malevolent presence upon the throne. One scholar, unable to contain himself, leaned forward, questioning whether the commotion was excessive. After all, Kunlun Mountain was the sacred ground of the 3 purities. Without lifting his gaze, the emperor replied with a voice devoid of warmth, stating that a visit to the mountain necessitated appropriate decorum. He paused momentarily before adding that the bones of these 9 ancient serpents served as his invitation. Upon hearing this, the temperature in the hall plummeted. To use the remains of 9 primordial dragons as an invitation? Was this a quest for enlightenment or a declaration of war? A burly bear demon could no longer restrain himself and bellowed, "My lord, a mere Qiao Tianshun, a cowardly rat hiding in the shadows. Why must you sully your hands? Allow me to ascend the mountain and crush his lair with a single strike, then present his severed head to you as a night pot." Fool. The Emperor Ziki finally opened his eyes, revealing orbs devoid of stars, filled only with a profound void. The bear demon trembled, as if crushed beneath an immense weight. His knees buckled, and he fell to the ground, the sound of his armor clanking as his head pressed firmly against the floor. Kill him? The Emperor Ziki scoffed. Rising slowly, what need do I have for his life? He strode to the edge of the skeletal palace, gazing down at the myriad aquatic beings retreating in panic below. Had he not preached that the ultimate truth lay in simplicity, in returning to one's essence? Had he not proclaimed that a life of non-action was the true secret to longevity? A cruel smile crept across the emperor's lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor. I shall shatter his turtle shell before the eyes of all beings in the 3 realms. I shall compel him to kneel at my feet, to confess that his pitiful philosophy of survival is naught but a coward's self-deception. I shall make it clear to all, above and below, that in this primordial world, the might of the fist dictates the truth. His voice thundered, resonating through the entire skeletal palace. The officials, invigorated by fervor, bowed in unison. their cheers echoing like a tidal wave. Your Majesty's might. Domineering forever. Disregarding the fervor behind him, the Emperor Ziki's gaze pierced the clouds, fixated on the distant Kunlun. Xiao Tianshun, a wretch who dared not reveal his face, merely tinkering with pillows, hooks, and scarecrows, had been elevated by that group of immortals. This alone was the greatest affront to the Emperor Ziki's tyranny. His journey was to obliterate this nauseating doctrine. Kunlun Mountain, a place of tranquility. Xiao Tianshun is currently facing a grave crisis that pertains to his very existence since his arrival in this realm. His modest vegetable garden, spanning only 2 acres, has been pilfered. The thief, a mere rabbit. At this moment, Xiao Tianshun lies motionless in the grass, gripping a lasso woven from vines. This marks the 3rd occurrence. In the previous 2 instances, his impatience allowed that wretched creature to escape. The dog system remains dormant. Yet the survival KPI in this primordial wilderness has not diminished in the slightest. Xiao Tianshun curses under his breath. The absence of system rewards signifies that he must be entirely self-sufficient. Truly, when his hands cease to work, so too shall his sustenance. The celestial fruits and elixirs gifted to him by his senior brothers? He dares not touch them. In his view, they represent high-risk investments. One bite could incur a debt of karma, and he might find himself toiling like a beast of burden in repayment. Only this land he has cultivated, using mundane soil and watering it with ordinary water to grow earthly crops, presents a genuine zero-risk, sustainable pension. It is his social security, his lifeline. Now, a rabbit has encroached upon his retirement fund. The severity of this situation dwarfs that of the so-called Emperor Ziki, who sought to harm him, by a factor of 1,000. Here it comes. A gray rabbit hops towards him from the distance, its long ears swiveling like radar. Xiao Tianshun's heart skips a beat. Closer, ever closer. The rabbit halts before the juiciest carrot, its nose twitching, mouth agape. Now is the moment. Xiao Tianshun lunges forth, the lasso whistling through the air. Wretched beast, taste my corporate laborer's fury. The lasso arcs gracefully, only to ensnare a stone. The rabbit vanishes in an instant, leaving behind a round trail of droppings, seemingly mocking him in silence. Xiao Tianshun remains frozen in his throwing posture, wind tousling his hair. Slowly, he retracts his hand, gazing at the barren vegetable garden and then at the taunting droppings, despair washing over him. It's over. I am truly useless. If I cannot even catch a rabbit, what hope is there for survival until the end of time? A potent sense of crisis wells up within him. The security system must be upgraded. He crouches down, picking up a twig, and begins to intently examine the droppings. Dry and formed, the pellets are plump, indicating that this rabbit has an excellent digestive system. With firm flesh? No, it signifies a high threat level. A comprehensive carrot defense plan must be formulated at once. Unbeknownst to him, the skies over Kunlun Mountain have shifted. A domineering aura sweeps in from the east, dark clouds enveloping the city, as the spiritual energy of the entire celestial mountain seems to be frozen. In Yushu Palace, Guang Chengzi suddenly opens his eyes, gazing toward the east, his brow furrowed. Such a heavy intent to kill. Is it that Emperor Ziki from the East Sea? Chijingzi scoffs. Humph, a mere clown dares to intrude upon Kunlun? Though his words are bold, the gravity reflected in his eyes betrays the seriousness of the situation. From the direction of Bo Palace, several beams of sword light soar into the heavens. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit leaned against the railing, a smile gracing her lips. A splendid performance is about to unfold. This fellow truly dares to come. Meanwhile, Taoist Duo Bao gazed anxiously towards the direction of the 8 Scenery Palace, his concern not for Prince Qi, but rather for that Master Qiao. He feared that Prince Qi would be too boisterous. In the ethereal realm of Ta Qing, at the 8 Scenery Palace, the Grand Master Xian Du stood before the hall, his whisk gently draped across his arm, his demeanor serene. He lifted his gaze to the swirling malevolence in the east, then lowered it to glance towards the direction of Wuwei residence, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. The storm has arrived. This testing stone is quite suitable. It will serve perfectly to assess the caliber of his junior brother's supposed invulnerability to all methods. What splendid drama shall unfold when the epitome of tyranny collides with the essence of non-action? He found himself, in truth, quite eager for the spectacle. At that moment, at the eye of the storm, the man observed by countless powerhouses was idly poking at rabbit droppings with a twig, lost in contemplation. Little did he know, a creature 1,000,000,000 times more troublesome than a mere rabbit had already dragged the corpses of 9 dragons to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 17. The Dragon Arrives. Studying rabbit droppings Kunlun Mountain. The winds atop the mountain are languid. In times past, this languor was called tranquility and effortless action, an ethereal charm befitting a sage's sanctuary. Today, however, this serene aura has been utterly shattered by a malevolent dragon from the eastern sea. The 9-dragon bone hall hangs ominously outside the southern gate, resembling a festering sore upon the visage of a sage, ugly, striking, and exuding a foul, sanguine stench. Though the master of the hall remains unseen, the oppressive will of dominion weighs heavily upon the air, rendering the 2 acolytes at the mountain gate weak-kneed, on the verge of bowing before this unnamed formidable presence. Who goes there? A clarion voice, as refreshing as a mountain spring, dispels the suffocating pressure. The great master Xuandu descends gracefully upon a cloud. Clad in an unremarkable Taoist robe and wielding an ordinary dust whisk, he stands with an air of invincible grandeur, a mountain no one can surpass. It is none other than the Eastern Sea's Prince Qidao. His voice, though not loud, penetrates the bone hall with clarity. The hall doors creak open, revealing Prince Qidao clad in purple gold dragon armor. His gaze, sharp as a blade, sweeps over the stones and flora of Kunlun before finally fixing upon Xuandu. You are Xuandu. Xuandu smiles warmly, akin to a welcoming elder brother. Indeed, it is I. What brings you, esteemed friend? To discuss the Tao. Prince Qidao utters the words with an air of superiority, his gaze drifting past Xuandu and piercing into the depths of Kunlun, where an inconspicuous thatched cottage resides. I have heard that Kunlun boasts a true immortal named Qiao Tianshan. I have come to seek enlightenment on the nature of the Tao. Though he speaks of seeking enlightenment, his demeanor clearly conveys, I am the embodiment of the Tao. Xuandu perceives the underlying intent. This is not a philosophical discourse, it is an intrusion. With a flick of his dust whisk, Xuandu replies, regrettably, esteemed friend, my disciple Qiao is one who cherishes tranquility and is currently in seclusion. In seclusion? Prince Qidao chuckles mockingly. Is it seclusion or merely a cowardice to face me? He steps forward. The southern gate trembles violently, the sheer force of his presence overwhelming. I must see him today. Either he emerges on his own, or I shall enter and demand his presence. The smile on Xuandu's face finally fades. The Taiji sect practices effortless action, not cowardice. Prince Qidao, this is Kunlun, not your dragon palace in the eastern sea. Xuandu's tone turns icy. If you wish to see my disciple, you must first inquire about my dust whisk. The atmosphere grows tense, ready to ignite. Just then, a languid voice interjects. Brother, do you tire yourself arguing with a brute that lacks enlightenment? Guang Qingzi yawns, clutching his unsightly pillow, having appeared by Xuandu's side unbeknownst to anyone. With bleary eyes, he glances at Prince Qidao, his expression filled with pity. Is one who cannot even enjoy a proper sleep worthy of discussing the Tao? Prince Qidao's pupils suddenly constrict to the size of pinpricks. He fixed his gaze firmly upon the grass pillow cradled in Guang Qingzi's arms. Devoid of any trace of Taoist essence, yet it evoked an unprecedented sense of humiliation within him. Very well. The emperor's son, in a fit of rage, erupted into laughter, deriding them as a timid turtle and a charlatan. It appeared that without a forceful lesson, they would remain oblivious to the meaning of respect. No sooner had he spoken than the soul fires within the 9 dragon skeletons behind him surged violently. Roar! The sound of dragon song erupted. Not 1, but 9. The 9 waves of sound coalesced into a torrent, hurtling toward the depths of Kunlun, aimed directly at the cottage known as Wuweiju, ready to strike. He did not even target Xuandu and Guang Qingzi. Rather, he intended to obliterate Qiao Tianshan, along with his residents, into mere dust before all present. Xuandu and Guang Qingzi's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet, the sound waves twisted mid-air, resembling 9 venomous serpents, deftly circumventing the two and continuing their lethal trajectory. A gasp of horror rippled through the hearts of all spectators. It was over. This strike, one could hardly imagine, even a celestial immortal, let alone a great Luo golden immortal, would have their soul shattered on the spot. Qiao Tianshan was doomed. At Wuweiju, Qiao Tianshan was crouched in a corner of the vegetable garden, engaged in a struggle with a twig. He had finally uncovered the lair of the rabbit that had been pilfering his vegetables. The entrance was 7 inches in diameter, with an initial assessment of 3 feet in depth extending southeast. He muttered incantations as he prodded. Data modeling, precise entrapment. This is the essence of scientific hunting. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, the ground trembled, as if a giant had stomped its foot. Following that, an ear-splitting roar enveloped him. Xiao Tianxuan's first thought was not of an attack, but rather, good heavens, an earthquake. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped his head and crouched down, an instinctive survival maneuver etched in his very DNA from a past life. The dragon's roar, capable of shattering even the souls of great Luo golden immortals, penetrated his ears, yet its power was diminished by his 2 innate defensive talents by a staggering 99%. The remaining cacophony resembled the raucous revelry of upstairs neighbors at midnight, leaving him unscathed. However, his beloved vegetable patch suffered dearly. The soft soil was sent flying, and several tender carrot sprouts, just breaking the surface, performed a half somersault in the air before crashing down. One, in particular, landed squarely at his feet. This seedling had been earmarked as the champion contender for this year's Carrot King competition, now with severed roots and wilted leaves. It was clear it could not be salvaged. The air seemed to thicken with tension. Xiao Tianxuan slowly raised his head, his expression hardening inch by inch, ultimately transforming into a void of silence. A surge of malevolence shot from the soles of his feet straight to the back of his head. This fiery wrath was unrelated to cultivation or realm. It was the raw, primal fury of a humble farmer witnessing his nearly ripe harvest being trampled into mud by a wealthy heir in a Ferrari. To have his path to immortality severed was bearable. Striking at my sect's reputation, I can endure. But when you dare to meddle with my pension, that is intolerable, not for a single second. Xiao Tianxuan abruptly rose to his feet, still adorned with fresh specks of mud. His face marked with streaks of black and gray, resembling a creature freshly unearthed from the ground. He hastily seized the tattered cloth, a remnant of the Zhujian formation used to frighten sparrows, and strode out of the cave with determination. Only a singular thought occupied his mind: to locate the scoundrel outside who was blaring music and disturbing the peace. He shall pay for my radishes. Chapter 18. You owe me a radish. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the wind had ceased, and the clouds lay still. Countless sharp gazes, as piercing as swords, were firmly fixed on the direction of Wuwei residence. Would it be the destruction of the estate and the demise of its people, blood spilling at the scene? Or would it be the legendary Xiao Tianxuan, shattering the heavens and boldly challenging celestial might? DZK's lips curled into a slight smirk, a unique indifference and ruthlessness of the dragon clan gradually unfurling across his strikingly handsome visage. He believed no one in this world could withstand his wrathful blow. His intent was clear: to assert in the most domineering and unreasonable manner that the so-called Kunlun Forbidden Grounds were merely a farce. The Grandmaster Xian Du and Guang Qingzi had their hands poised over their respective treasures, muscles taut, their bodies beneath their robes coiled like drawn bows. Should there be even the slightest sign of Xiao Tianxuan's aura dissipating, the next moment would herald a bloody battle. Amidst this deathly silence, the stone door creaked open. A figure emerged leisurely. There was no blinding golden light, no swirling auspicious clouds. In fact, there was not even a hint of magical energy. The newcomer wore a drab Taoist robe, the hem speckled with fresh earth. His hair was tousled, and his face bore streaks of black soot, resembling someone who had just crawled out of a stove. Slung over his shoulder was something. A scarecrow, perhaps? Its design was rather peculiar. In an instant, everyone was taken aback. Kunlun trembled. The sages turned their heads. Was this it? This appearance was perhaps too grounded for the occasion. DZK's brows knitted tightly. He had envisaged 100 different ways for the other party to make an entrance, either with ethereal grace in snow-white robes or with hair standing on end, radiating murderous intent. He never anticipated such a figure would appear. One might think a local farmer, enraged at having his vegetable patch trampled, had stormed out to hurl curses. The carefully prepared words that could obliterate the opponent's resolve now lodged in his throat, appearing absurd and laughable. One could hardly engage in philosophical discourse with a farmer about destiny and unyielding dominance. That would be akin to bullying an honest man. Xiao Tianxuan, however, was unconcerned with their thoughts. He was on the verge of exploding with fury. Carrying the scarecrow, he rushed to the southern heavenly gate. His clear eyes burned with two flames, precisely locking onto the most conspicuous and flamboyant figure in the crowd. Indeed, it was him. He was the only one dressed like a 300-watt bulb, exuding an air of self-importance that could be sensed even from across the southern heavenly gate. The culprit who had ruined his vegetable patch was finally within reach. Before the stunned gazes of Di Ziki, Xiandu, Guangqingzi, and countless powerful beings from the three realms, Xiao Tianshun approached Di Ziki and came to a halt. He said nothing. Instead, he silently raised a wilted radish sprout, broken in half, before Di Ziki's eyes. The gesture was rife with unspoken accusation, and his gaze radiated overwhelming indignation. Di Ziqi gazed at the limp plant before him, and then at Xiao Tianshun's face, which bore an expression that conveyed, "If you do not provide me with an explanation today, this matter will remain unresolved." His mind momentarily faltered. What is this ploy? A celestial plant imbued with profound truths? Does he seek to engage me in philosophical discourse through this? Di Ziqi had barely uttered a syllable when Xiao Tianshun's voice, suppressed yet seething with rage, erupted with a sudden intensity. The three words fell like thunder, sounding less like an inquiry and more like a decree. Instinctively, Di Ziqi wished to deny it. Yet his domineering persona forbade him. As the proud sovereign of the Eastern Sea, destined by fate itself, what was a mere blade of grass to him? He retorted haughtily, "And what of it? A trifling common herb." Xiao Tianshun's voice suddenly escalated an octave, interrupting him, trembling with fury. "Do you have any idea how much effort I invested to cultivate this carrot? To balance the spiritual energy? I transported 3,600 loads of ordinary soil from the back mountain. My back is nearly broken. To prevent scorching the seedlings, I watered them with dew from the mortal realm 7 times a day. Do you think this was easy? Loosening the soil, pest control. Sun exposure, I cared for it more attentively than I would for my own child. I damned well expected it to survive the winter. And you, a whale, all ruined. You, compensate." The final word was bellowed, spittle flying onto Di Ziqi's flawless visage. Silence enveloped the world. The corners of the Grand Master of Xiandu's mouth began to twitch irregularly. Guangqingzi nearly dropped the pillow he cradled in his arms. All the great powers surrounding Yusu Palace and Baiyu Palace stood in stunned disbelief. They had anticipated a clash of grand principles, a collision of laws, a contest of divine abilities. Who could have foreseen that this historic first meeting would center on a carrot's compensation? Di Ziqi, the proud dragon born of the primordial chaos, now displayed the faintest crack in his icy gaze. Humiliation. This was an unprecedented assault on his very soul. He would have preferred Xiao Tianshun to challenge him with a sword, even if it meant being bloodied and bruised, rather than endure this spectacle of bickering like a scorned woman over a carrot. His arrogance, his authority, lay shattered at this moment. His resolve wavered precariously. Just as Di Ziqi was on the brink of an explosive rage, one of his scholarly advisors suddenly jolted, a spark of unprecedented clarity igniting in his eyes. And he proclaimed loudly, "I understand." This exclamation captured the attention of the entire assembly. With an almost reverent tone, he articulated his insights. "My lord, do you not yet comprehend? What Xiao Senior truly cares about is not merely a carrot. The carrot symbolizes vitality, the essence of life. It embodies the most humble yet resilient existence in this world. And your tyrannical roar inadvertently obliterated this vitality. This act, under the guise of a claim for compensation, is, in truth, a quest for self-reflection. He inquired about your path, your dominance. Is it for destruction or for protection? This is not merely a claim for compensation. Rather, it is a profound inquiry into the great way posed against the vastness of heaven and earth, with the lives of the common folk as mere pawns. The interpretation resonates with logic and evidence, stirring a tempest of thoughts within every mind. Master Xuandu trembled. So it is. I have only perceived my junior's superficial anger, yet failed to recognize the compassion beneath that fury. With mundane concerns, he questions the essence of the great way. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Guangqingzi clutched his pillow, murmuring to himself, "Sleep nourishes the spirit, food nurtures the body. The radish sustains health, while slumber rejuvenates the soul. Only in the unity of body and spirit lies the great way. I have understood, I have grasped it anew." In the palace of Bio, a resounding clap echoed as Tongtian Jiaozhu struck the table, the pain causing him to shake his hand. "Damn it! Truly, a genius. Tears of laughter nearly spilled from his eyes. I teach you to wield a sword, Yuan Shi instructs you on discipline, and my senior brother teaches you to sleep. This lad, by heavens, is instructing us on how to be human. Upon hearing the standard answer from his advisors, Emperor Ziki felt as though struck by lightning. He turned his gaze toward Qiao Tianshan. That furious visage was no longer the petty grievances of a commoner, but transformed into a profound sorrow for the struggle against injustice. That radish ceased to be merely a vegetable. It symbolized the corpses of countless innocent beings crushed beneath his tyrannical path. Emperor Ziki opened his mouth, yet not a word escaped. The tyranny, for the first time, wavered. Seeing him silent for an extended period, Qiao Tianshan assumed this youth intended to evade responsibility. Further fueling his anger, he thrust the straw man, the fragment of the Zhuxian formation, into the ground. Planning to shirk responsibility? Not a chance. If you do not compensate me for the radish today, this matter shall remain unresolved. Witness. He pointed at Xuandu. Material evidence. He gestured toward Guangqingzi. And the instrument of the crime. He slapped the formation diagram on the ground. The fierce aura, potent enough to rend a sage, flashed away with his motion. Emperor Ziki gazed at the diagram, then at Qiao Tianshan's face that threatened to report him for non-payment, feeling his resolve teetering on the brink of fragmentation. Am I here today to discuss the Great Way, or to undergo a public legal education? Chapter 19. The tyrannical compromise and the dignity of the radish. Ziqi's chest heaved violently. The resplendent purple and gold dragon armor he wore nearly bursting from the intensity of his boiling fury. Opposite him, Qiao Tianshan gasped for breath, his grip tightening around the radish greens in his hands. One was the sovereign of the East China Sea, on the verge of having his Dao heart shattered by a mere radish. The other was a hapless wage slave whose pension had been entirely snatched away. Surrounding them, the prominent figures from the three realms collectively fell silent, their expressions on the brink of collapse. This bizarre incident sparked by a single carrot had veered into a narrative so extraordinary that it surpassed all the years they had lived. The scholars and strategists behind Ziqi were drenched in cold sweat, their foreheads glistening. It was over. What he had thought was an interpretation that would salvage his lord's dignity had, in truth, placed him squarely in the flames of humiliation. There was no escape now. Well, very well. At last, Ziqi spoke, his voice emerging as if squeezed from an ocean trench frozen for millennia. Your Dao. I have learned it well. Each word was delivered with immense weight. Was this the legendary adage of joining forces when one cannot win? No. It was simply a matter of saving face today and seeking retribution another time. Qiao Tianshan was acutely aware of this. Attempt to flee? Not a chance. Compensation? No. Please. Qiao Tianshan stepped forward, his demeanor humble, yet his tone unwaveringly insistent. The Dao, I shall comprehend at another time. The radish, however, must be compensated for now. Ziqi. The Grand Master of Xian Du's whisk silently shed 2 bristles. Guangqingzi's yawn froze mid-motion, his mouth agape as if it could swallow a celestial peach. In Bayou Palace, the Master of Heaven sprayed his celestial tea all over the water mirror, coughing violently. Pointing at the figure demanding payment in the mirror, he laughed heartily, thumping the table. What a lad! A remarkable fellow indeed. I do enjoy those who have a clear understanding of the situation. Ziqi's gaze remained fixed on Qiao Tianshan, his dragon eyes, which pierced through illusion, igniting with a rare flame. It was not rage, but bewilderment. He could not fathom it. He truly could not comprehend. How could such a person exist in this world? Did he not sense the murderous intent directed at him? The pressure that could render even a Deluo golden immortal weak-kneed was mere air to him? What audacity did he possess, with his meager skills, to obstruct a sovereign? Do you truly fear not death? Ziqi's voice now carried a genuine edge of menace. Of course I fear it. How could I not? Qiao Tianshan's neck shrank slightly, yet he remained steadfast, his indignation almost outrageous. But I fear starvation even more. Without radishes, what shall I eat in winter? Will you consume earth for me? Such words were refreshingly candid, inducing a twinge of cardiac arrest. The strategists behind Ziqi, after a 3-second mental freeze, suddenly lit up with realization, as if they had opened the channels of vital energy. My lord, I have gained enlightenment once more. His voice trembled, infused with a fervor akin to discovering the truths of the universe. What the elder has uttered is the essence of Tao. Fear of death is reverence for the heavenly principles. Fear of starvation is adherence to the essence of all living beings. He is not merely requesting a radish. He is posing a profound question. He compels you, the lofty deity, to contemplate. Have you ever witnessed the sufferings of mortals? Your path of supremacy. Have you ever cast even a fleeting glance at the hunger and cold of the mundane world? This is the essence of his message. This interpretation stands as a paragon of upward management in the workplace, capable of transforming black into white with eloquence. Upon hearing this, the celestial beings surrounding him altered their gazes towards Qiao Tianshan. That face, once smeared with mud and grime, no longer radiated mere calculations. Instead, it embodied an immense compassion, one that echoes the sentiment of who else, but I shall descend into hell? The Grand Master of Xin Du sighed deeply. Realizing the truth, true detachment is not devoid of emotion, but rather an expression of boundless love. My junior's realm is one I cannot hope to reach. Guang Qingzi cast a glance at his own pillow, then at the radish tops in Xiao Tianshuan's possession. He murmured, both sustenance and rest are fundamental to life. This radish bears a remarkable resemblance to my pillow. The emperor's advisor was utterly taken aback by the second interpretation of his own words. He felt as though his very path was being eroded by this assembly. Could it be that his way was truly flawed? No. Enough. With a thunderous roar, the emperor's voice reverberated, causing the ears of those present to buzz. His eyes ablaze with fury, he fixed an intense stare upon the advisor, who continued to extol his values, then shifted his gaze to the seemingly oblivious Qiao Tianshan. Cease your beguiling words, he bellowed, pointing at Qiao Tianshan with deliberate enunciation. What do you mean by the hunger and cold of the common folk? It is but an excuse for the weak. True vitality is forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood, not cultivated in your humble garden. Your way is the path of swine and sheep, while mine is the path of the true dragon's ascension. Qiao Tianshan. He issued his final ultimatum, declaring that today, a resolution must be reached between them, through fists, rather than your twisted rationale. Should you prevail, the 9 Dragon Bone Hall, along with my vast treasury of the East Sea, shall be yours to use as fertilizer. Should you fail, kneel and acknowledge that your path is merely a farce. He escalated a simple dispute over radishes to the ultimate level of ideological contention. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianshan stood frozen in disbelief. Brother, I merely sought compensation for a few radishes. Why have you wagered the entirety of the East Sea? In a fight? Is this a case of bumping into a formidable opponent? My slender frame would crumble at the slightest gust. No fighting, no fighting. Qiao Tianshan shook his head vigorously, as if caught in a whirlwind. A gentleman engages in dialogue, not violence. Such brutality is hardly eco-friendly. He began to concoct excuses with fervor. My back is unwell. I strained it while hauling dung a few days ago. I also suffer from low blood sugar. When I am hungry, my hands tremble. Besides, I have a cleanliness obsession. Bloodstains are quite difficult to remove. Each excuse, to the ears of the onlookers, stood as irrefutable evidence of his superior demeanor. The elder refused to resort to violence. He deemed aggression the most primitive form of communication. He was offering the emperor one last opportunity. The sight of the burly figure before him thoroughly incensed Emperor Ziki, who sneered, "Very well. You refuse to fight, do you?" He abruptly raised his hand, pointing ominously toward Qiao Tianshuan's precious vegetable garden. "If you do not take action, I shall render your retirement haven utterly barren. Touch my garden. How is this any different from shattering a man's livelihood or severing his pension?" At that very moment, the long-forgotten system notification chimed in. Ding. Significant causal choice detected for the host. Choice 1, retreat. Abandon the confrontation to preserve oneself. Reward, 1 defensive artifact. Choice 2, engage. Stand firmly against Emperor Ziki's tyrannical ways. Reward, dependent upon the outcome. Victory, seize the opponent's path, transforming into an unparalleled dominion, or a narrow defeat. 1 jade rabbit, plus a meal. The cursed system sprang to life once more. Regardless, there are limits to what one can endure. To meddle with my hard work is simply intolerable. The humble smile on Qiao Tianshuan's face vanished in an instant. He slowly straightened up, his gaze turning cold and resolute. Fine. The single word echoed with conviction. He had already devised a plan. The 3 cleans would undoubtedly be watching, and they would not allow him to perish on his own territory. Do the sages not care for their dignity? Today, let it be known. Even the word survive bears the weight of an imperative. Subsequently, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, he added in a tone of palpable impatience. As if disdainful of the time wasted by his opponent, let us settle this swiftly. Do not delay me from my afternoon rabbit hunt to improve my meal. Chapter 20. I know not how to fight, only how to endure beatings at the southern heavenly gate. All beings with eyes from the three realms were fixated on this moment. The news that Emperor Ziqi intended to duel with Qiao Tianshun spread like wildfire, reaching even the Western paradise in less than half an hour. This was not merely a clash of magic. It was a confrontation of two philosophies, overbearing dominance versus survival. Who would emerge as the definitive answer? In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme being wore an expression devoid of emotion, while the 12 golden immortals beneath the cloud bed appeared as somber as if attending a funeral. In contrast, the atmosphere in the Bo Palace was far more vibrant. The Tontian Patriarch had set himself down on a stool before the water mirror, a plate of sunflower seeds in his left hand and a jug of celestial brew in his right. He occasionally turned to shout at Daobao Daoran, "Watch the odds. Have you placed your bets? Bet on my disciple Qiao. I'm all in with this private stash." In the Taching celestial realm, within the 8 Scenery Palace, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun remained unfazed, eyes closed, as steady as an ancient dog. Only the furnace flames in the Daoshui Palace inexplicably surged 3 feet high, betraying the true sentiments of a saint eagerly watching. The 3 eminent figures shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from interference. They too were curious to see what caliber this oddity, who had earned the respect of their fellow disciples, truly possessed. In the arena, Emperor Ziqi's aura soared to unprecedented heights. Behind him lay mountains of corpses and seas of blood, the wails of countless vengeful spirits echoing in the air, while he stood upon shards of stars. In his grasp was a gleaming black spear, from which a murky haze emanated, an ominous force capable of obliterating even a Deluo golden immortal. The entire southern heavenly gate trembled beneath the weight of this weapon, the laws themselves retreating in fear. Such a presence, such an aura, would shatter the resolve of any ordinary golden immortal, compelling them to kneel and cry for mercy. Make your move. Emperor Ziqi's voice was as chilling as ice. Let me measure your Dao. How substantial is it? On the opposing side stood Qiao Tianshun, yawning. In the face of such cataclysmic power, he lazily lifted his eyelids, stretching his limbs with a resounding crack. I say, my friend, could you hasten the process? That rabbit spirit of mine in the back mountain is quite clever. If I'm late, it will move again. He bore no protective aura, standing casually, with a makeshift firewood stick slung over his shoulder, resembling a laid-back villager awaiting work. This demeanor was a blatant affront in the eyes of Emperor Ziqi. Impudent fool, seeking death. Emperor Ziqi surged forward, thrusting his spear. There was no flourish. It was the most pure and overwhelming of thrusts. This strike seemed to bear the weight of the entire universe on its tip, the space ahead crumbling as if made of paper. The target was not the heart, but the Dantian. He sought not to take Qiao Tianshun's life, but to render him powerless, to pin him like a dead dog at the southern heavenly gate, showcasing to the 3 realms the fate of those who tread the path of survival. The heart of the Grand Master Xian Du raced to his throat. The actions of the celestial teacher, who had been munching on seeds, came to an abrupt halt. This shot was unavoidable, impenetrable. Qiao Tianshun's reaction bewildered all onlookers. He neither evaded nor flinched, nor did he raise his hand in defense. Not even a flicker of his eyelids betrayed his awareness as he fixed his gaze upon the gun that could pierce through the very fabric of reality, aimed directly at his chest. It was over. A chill coursed through everyone's hearts. Then came a soft sound, akin to a finger tapping lightly against the forehead. The anticipated chaos of flesh and blood, the cataclysm of the cosmos, failed to materialize. The divine gun of annihilation, wielded by Emperor Ziqi, halted upon contact with Qiao Tianshun's weathered, faded robe. The barrel pressed firmly against the fabric of his chest, unable to penetrate even the breadth of a hair. Qiao Tianshun lowered his gaze to the gun's tip, then raised his head to meet the astonished visage of Emperor Ziqi. Tentatively, he extended his index finger and prodded the gun's tip. "Oh, it's cold," he remarked. Then, furrowing his brow as if bitten by a mosquito, he took a half step back with a hint of distaste. With that mere step, Emperor Ziqi felt an indescribable terror emanating from the gun's tip, a force unlike any magical or divine energy. Rather, it was a palpable disdain. The very cosmos seemed to scorn his weapon. Thud, thud, thud. Emperor Ziqi retreated 7 steps, each footfall cracking the pristine white jade tiles beneath him, his grip on the gun fracturing, blood streaming from his hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianshun simply smoothed out the small crease created by the gun's tip against his chest and brushed off non-existent dust from it. With a solemn expression, he delivered his judgment. Your strength is rather lacking. It doesn't even compare to the thud of that black bear in my backyard crashing into a tree. Silence enveloped the world. Emperor Ziqi stood dumbfounded. The Xiandu realm was in disbelief. From the heights of Kunlun Mountain to the depths of the 3 realms, every onlooker was equally bewildered. This must be a performance, right? To withstand a strike from a quasi-saint without so much as a scratch, and yet cause the wielder to spit blood? Was this truly a feat achievable by carbon-based life? Only 3 saints discerned the underlying truth. In the celestial realm of Tai Ching, Laozi's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. What difference was there between using the innate might cultivated from the postnatal realm to pierce the primordial Dao body and attempting to break an egg against the universe? In the Jade Void Palace, the pupils of the primordial heavenly sovereign dilated sharply. He perceived another layer of reality. At the moment the gun was fired, an invisible web unfurled around Xiao Tianshun, filtering out the inherent dominance and destruction attached to the gun. Causal insulation rendered the so-called divine gun of annihilation merely a sharpened iron rod. What was the point of thrusting an iron rod at a mountain that defied the heavens? Was this a joke? In the Bayou Palace, the celestial teacher could no longer contain his mirth. Thumping his thigh, he laughed uproariously. Did you see that? Everyone, take a good look. What do you call this? This, my friends, is a dimensional strike. While that little dragon is still pondering how to sharpen his blade more swiftly, our esteemed master Qiao has simply overturned the table and altered the rules of the game. He is not merely on the defensive. He is being utterly unscrupulous. At its core, he renders your attack utterly ineffective. How amusing this is. In the arena, the face of Emperor Ziqi shifts from pale to crimson, then to violet, ultimately settling into a deep shade of ashen gray. He cannot believe it. He refuses to accept the existence of such unreasonable scoundrels in this world. Once more, with a furious roar, bullets rained down like a tempest, instantly unleashing a barrage of countless shots. Each bullet carries with it the sound of thunder, a cacophony of wails and cries. The shadows of the guns swiftly engulf Xiao Tianshun. Yet, Xiao Tianshun maintains a singular stance throughout. He stands firm, allowing the bullets capable of rending the very stars to clang against him. The sensation, it reminds Xiao Tianshun of the bustling subway during peak hours in a past life. A throng of people jostling against you can indeed be quite irksome, yet to claim it as painful would be sheer nonsense. Hey, my friends, do refrain from pushing. Xiao Tianshun flails his arms amidst the hail of bullets, resembling a beleaguered teacher encircled by rambunctious children, fearful they might hurt themselves. I've already told you, my back is weak. Any further jostling, and I might fall apart. Furthermore, have you smeared rat poison on your bullets? This foul stench will make my robe a nightmare to clean. His grievances, conveyed through the water mirror, resonated clearly across the 3 realms. The clattering sounds abruptly ceased. Emperor Ziqi, gripping his firearm, stood there, trembling violently, as if shaken through a sieve. It was not fatigue that plagued him, but indignation. His unparalleled might, his tyrannical marksmanship, was perceived by others as merely a commute on the subway, and they dared to criticize his annihilation divine weapon as dirty. With a violent cough, a spurt of blood erupted from Emperor Ziqi, soaring 3 feet high. His resolve shattered, pierced through by the flippant remark about the difficulty of cleaning. Chapter 21. The collapse of tyranny and the final scarecrow have the courage to face my final strike. The emperor's voice was hoarse, echoing with a frenzied intensity. He was no longer the imposing sovereign of the Eastern Sea, but a desperate gambler who had risked everything, even his own life. With a swift motion, he sheathed his divine spear and clasped his hands together fervently. His formidable cultivation, along with his spirit, will, and the pride of his dragon lineage, ignited in a conflagration. He transformed into a furnace, not to forge divine powers, but to refine himself, the very essence of his tyranny. A resplendent orb of purple-gold light materialized in his palm, indescribable in its magnificence. This was not mere energy, it was the embodiment of his path. Within the orb, countless souls seemed to kneel, celestial bodies bowed in submission, and dragon clans roared across the oceans. It represented the ultimate will of prosperity for those who comply, and demise for those who resist. The quintessential edict of conquest and dominion. This was the true self of tyranny. Xiao Tianshun, receive my singular strike in this lifetime. Tears of blood streamed from the emperor's eyes as he summoned the last of his strength, propelling forth the orb that encapsulated the essence of his existence. It traversed the air with a languid grace, yet the entirety of the primordial realm found no refuge from its path, for it assailed the very root of existence itself. Master Xiandu clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, while the celestial master grasped the hilt of the Qingping sword. The 9 dragons' fragrant palanquin beneath the primordial heavenly sovereign emitted an unsettling tremor. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao palace, the heavenly mirror flickered with brilliance, casting reflections of the eastern sea's coastline. The Jade Emperor and his celestial ministers held their breath, paralyzed with dread. The diminutive orb within the mirror invoked an oppressive aura that enveloped the entire Lingxiao palace. Was this a testament of the path? No. It was a sacrificial offering of his own essence. A celestial lord gasped in astonishment. This strike approached the magnitude of a saint's blow. That Xiao Tianshun was doomed. In the west, atop Mount Xiumi, the saints Jane and Junti exchanged solemn glances, recognizing the gravity of the situation. What a determination from Emperor Qi. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the primordial great Luo Golden Immortal, sighed the Saint Junti. Across the 3 realms, all-powerful beings observing this battle fell silent. In their eyes, Xiao Tianxuan's fate was already sealed. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the approaching orb, momentarily taken aback. This phenomenon was quite the spectacle. Its luminescence surpassed that of the earlier spear, albeit it moved with a languid pace, reminiscent of an elderly gentleman practicing Tai Chi in the park. A warm, domineering aura enveloped him, causing every pore to open in blissful relaxation, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. His mind blank. He instinctively made a gesture deeply ingrained in the essence of toil. When presented with something from a superior, regardless of its nature, one must first accept it. Thus, amidst the nearly frozen gazes of the divine beings across the realms, Xiao Tianshun extended his hand, still tinged with soil from digging up radishes. Then, he charged forward. He has gone mad. In this moment, countless powerful beings rose from their meditation cushions, shaken to their core, their resolve shattered. What is he doing? Attempting to grasp the dominant true self with his bare hands. Even the primordial ancestors would not dare to be so audacious. It is a path to self-destruction. No. This is an ultimate affront to the Tao. The Grand Master of Xiandu trembled, nearly tearing open a rift in his sleeve full of wonders. The leader of Tong Tian gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging in his hand. Everyone believed that in the next instant, that hand, along with Xiao Tianshun himself, would be utterly erased from the fabric of existence. Time elongated to its utmost limit in that moment. On one side was the dominant true self, embodying a quasi-saint's lifetime of glory, ambition, and dominion. On the other side was an unremarkable, even somewhat coarse hand. The two met. The anticipated cataclysmic explosion did not occur. The mournful wail of collapsing laws was absent. That brilliantly radiant orb of purple gold light, upon contacting Xiao Tianxuan's palm, burst like a popped bubble. With a soft pop, it simply vanished, not obliterated nor defeated. It was reverted. The 3 realms fell into silence. The celestial beings who had been gasping and shouting just a second ago now seemed collectively seized by an invisible force, their thoughts suspended in a void for several breaths. Gone. The dominant true self, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, shattering stars, and erasing quasi-saints. Just like that? Gone? An illusion. It must be an illusion. A great Luo Golden Immortal frantically rubbed his eyes, his consciousness sweeping repeatedly through that void. Yet all he sensed was an unprecedented clarity, as if the dominance of Emperor Ziki had never existed. The Hongmeng Dao body, the source of myriad paths, the foundational code of the universe. Emperor Ziki's dominant true self was merely an ornate and bloated application built upon this code. When the application encountered its very operating system, the only possible outcome was uninstallation, along with the complete removal of its registration information. Xiao Tianshun merely felt a slight tingling in his palm, akin to static electricity, and then it disappeared. He opened his hand, finding it completely empty. Confused, he looked across, scratching his head with an innocent expression. What is this? Is it leaking? Uft. It was unclear which immortal, having failed to catch their breath, suddenly choked. Leaking? Upon hearing this remark, the mighty beings of the three realms felt their very Tao hearts crack open with a pop. That was the Tao burned by Emperor Ziki. You dare to call that leaking? In that moment, their gazes towards Xiao Tianshun shifted. He was no longer perceived merely as a formidable entity, but as a monstrosity, an incomprehensible, ineffable embodiment of the Tao itself. Wow! Emperor Qi could no longer bear the weight of his despair. What escaped his lips was no longer vital essence, but rather the crumbling of his divine heart and the ashen remnants of his spirit. He acutely sensed that the connection between himself and the grand tapestry of heaven and earth had been severed, as if by a scythe. His power slipped away like sand through an hourglass. His resolve collapsed like decayed timber. The resplendent purple-gold dragon armor adorning his form, bereft of its sustaining might, emitted a mournful wail under the strain, fragmenting into scintillating motes of light. His once lustrous black hair transformed at a visible pace into withered gray. The once mighty sovereign of the Eastern Sea, a figure of formidable renown that instilled trepidation across the realms, now plummeted from the heights of glory. He had become a mere mortal, stripped of his cultivation and marred in spirit. My Tao, he faltered, collapsing to his knees, reaching out in a futile attempt to grasp the dissipating lights, only to clutch at the void. The tyranny had crumbled. A profound silence enveloped the entirety of the primordial world. In Bo Palace, the Tontian released the hilt of his sword, exhaling deeply, his gaze a tapestry of complex emotions as he murmured to himself, to embody the Tao. No, he is the Tao. So this is the true essence of Pangu. In the arena, Xiao Tianshun observed Emperor Qi, who knelt in a state of disarray, weeping uncontrollably, and felt a twinge of awkwardness. He approached, lifting the fragment of the Zhu Xian formation that had been used to intimidate sparrows, positioning himself before Emperor Qi. With a reassuring pat on the shoulder, he spoke in a tone that conveyed the wisdom of experience. There, cease your tears. It is but a small matter. Every man faces days of misfortune. Take heart. He then shifted the subject, a characteristic smile gracing his face, a blend of humility and stubbornness, as he rubbed his hands together cautiously. About that payment for the radish, shall we settle it now? At that moment, the Jade Emperor, seated before the Haotian mirror, nearly toppled from his dragon, thrown in shock. The two saints from the Western Church exchanged bewildered glances, their faces etched with absurdity and confusion. Countless powerful beings observing this scene felt a constricting tension in their chests, caught between disbelief and incredulity. They had witnessed the fall of a quasi-saint and the earth-shattering contest of Tao, only to culminate in a demand for payment for a trivial radish. This was no mere attack on one's heart. It was a relentless trampling of a sovereign's essence, dignity, and the very significance of his existence, crushed underfoot by the weight of a radish. Absurd. Utterly absurd. Yet, chillingly real. Chapter 22. The contract of a radish's surrender outside the southern heaven gate. The winds ceased, and the clouds settled. The myriad deities and powerful beings from the three realms halted their divine perceptions, as if time itself had been frozen by Xiao Tianshun's astonishing declaration of debt collection. Well then, shouldn't we settle the payment for the radish? These words, though seemingly light, pierced through the lofty contest of the great Tao like a searing knife, twisting thrice and sprinkling a touch of cumin. The pain was palpable. All the great figures winced in sympathy for Emperor Ziki. A shattered Tao heart may be mended, and a wasted cultivation can be rebuilt. However, if one's dignity is ground into the dirt by a mere radish, it may never be recovered in a lifetime. Once the sovereign of the Eastern Sea, Emperor Ziki slowly lifted his head. His once stunning visage now bore a pallid hue, and his eyes were hollow, devoid of any glimmer. He gazed at Xiao Tianshun, fixated on that face which so brazenly demanded repayment, as if it were a matter of course. He yearned to smile, yet his expression was frozen. He wished to weep, but his tears had long since dried. He, Emperor Ziki, was born to be above all, to tread the seas and exert dominion over the realms. He could never have imagined that one day he would find himself so impoverished that he could not afford a mere radish. I have nothing. Emperor Ziki's voice rasped as if filled with sandpaper, each word dripping with the bitterness of blood. With his cultivation scattered and his powers depleted, even his storage treasures lay beyond his reach. The only thing of value he possessed now was this resilient skeletal frame, honed by years of tyranny. Nothing. Xiao Tianshun furrowed his brow, his indignation flaring like a fire ignited by a swindler's deceit. As a prominent figure, you venture forth without a single spirit stone? Are you even aware of the rampant inflation in the wilderness? The seeds of my radish are a premium variety, sacred agriculture, painstakingly procured from the human tribes through my senior brother Xuandu. In the Yushu Palace, Qi Jingzi spewed his celestial tea all over the face of the opposing Huanglong Zhenren. Sacred agriculture? Whose divine title is that? It sounds so. Down to earth. The cunning strategist behind Emperor Ziki had completely abandoned rational thought. He felt as if his mind, much like his master's Dao heart, had been reduced to a mere dumpling filling. He dared not contemplate further, fearing he might ascend right there on the spot. How about this? Emperor Ziki fell into a long silence, mustering the last vestiges of his strength to rise from the ground, pointing toward the dimly lit Nine-Dragon Bone Hall in the distance. This Qilong Hall, along with the key to my Eastern Sea Dragon Palace treasury. I will give it all to you. Is that sufficient to compensate for your radish? As he uttered these words, a sense of liberation washed over him, as if he had resigned himself to the inevitable. To lose was to accept one's fate. This was the last semblance of dignity he could muster. Yet, the expression of greedy ecstasy he had hoped to see on Xiao Tianshuan's face never materialized. Xiao Tianshun gazed upon the eerie, bone-white palace, his face turning a ghastly shade of green, as if he had stumbled upon a contract of eternal servitude, signed in his own hand. No, absolutely not. He shook his head vigorously, retreating with a speed surpassing that of a startled rabbit. What a ridiculous jest. Such a massive structure of bones. Where on earth could it be disposed of? The property taxes and sanitation fees I pay each year could have bought me a cartload of carrots. And as for your so-called treasury, troublesome indeed. Do all the items within require taxation? Are they not fraught with burdensome consequences? What if one day, a descendant of the original owner comes seeking vengeance? Who shall I turn to for redress? With hands on his hips and spittle flying, Xiao Tianshun declared, I demand my carrot money. If there is no cash, I'll accept goods in exchange. Do you have pots and pans? A hoe or a sickle will suffice. If all else fails, I'll strip you of your garments. The fabric looks promising. I could fashion myself a few pairs of shorts. The world fell silent once more. Previously, it was a matter of bloodshed and betrayal. Now, it was akin to exhuming a corpse and displaying it for all to see, while a haunting melody of love transactions played on repeat. DZ Qi's eyes reddened instantly. As the proud sovereign of the Eastern Sea, was it truly his fate to have his entire fortune reduced to mere scraps for a pair of shorts? Just as he was on the brink of shattering his own resolve, prepared to sever his life force and conclude this absurd existence, a gentle voice emerged, timely and soothing. Junior brother, that is enough. The Grand Master Xuandu floated gracefully into the scene, a blend of resignation, affection, and understanding etched upon his face. He approached Xiao Tianshun, placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, and softly proclaimed, I have grasped your way, dear brother. Xiao Tianshun, perplexed, inquired my way. What nonsense is this? I am merely here to collect a debt. Xuandu turned to face DZ Qi, gracefully flicking his sleeve, regaining the composure befitting a member of the Taixing sect. DZ Qi, what my junior brother means is that your material possessions are no more than refused to him. He desires neither your palace nor your treasury. Pausing for effect, Xuandu's voice brimmed with a wisdom that suggested, you see, I have deduced it all. He compels you to let go, to relinquish your imposing faade of dominance, and abandon your obsession with conquering the three realms. Only then can you truly repay the karmic debt incurred by the destruction of that carrot. Today, this debt shall be settled by me on behalf of my junior brother. As soon as the words left his lips, the Grand Master Xuandu swept his sleeve dramatically. The colossal dragon bone palace emitted a mournful wail as it was forcibly drawn into his garment. With a flick of his finger, A beam of celestial light penetrated DZ Chi's brow. He let out a muffled groan as a dragon-shaped jade pendant flew from his waist into Xuandu's grasp, the key to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace's treasury. Having accomplished his task, Xuandu turned toward Xiao Tianshun, his gaze filled with admiration for his brilliant junior brother. Well done, my dear brother. Under the guise of debt collection, you have enacted true enlightenment, preserving the dignity of Kunlun while avoiding enmity and inadvertently generating substantial revenue for our sect. Truly, a remarkable feat. Xiao Tianshun opened his mouth, struggling to articulate a single word. He glanced at Xuandu and then at his own empty hands. Wait, senior brother, are you robbing me of my gear? What about my precious funds? Just then, a tempestuous change swept across the heavens. A resounding, boisterous laughter cascaded from the eastern horizon, reverberating with such intensity that it sent shivers down the spine. What an exquisite demonstration of transforming tyranny into the formless. What a splendid maneuver of exchanging undergarments for radishes. Young Xiao, your temperament is truly to my taste. It was the celestial teacher. Before the words could settle, a streak of azure sword light cleaved through the sky, so swift that one's thoughts struggled to keep pace, yet devoid of any murderous intent. The sword light halted before Xiao Tianshun with a resonant hum, transforming into an ancient sword-shaped token. The decrepit bone palace, tainted and unsightly, is ripe for demolition. Take this universal treasure of the celestial teachings. In the wilderness, this token is akin to my presence. Should anyone dare to harm a single hair on your head, it would be a slight to my esteemed Bayou Palace. The celestial teacher's voice brimmed with admiration, infused with a fondness for Qiao's audacious spirit. By the way, this token harbors a shard of my sword energy, quite sharp. Use it. To peel radishes, it would be most fitting. As his voice faded, the token hung suspended in the air. Xiao Tianxuan's eyelids twitched. Peel radishes? Were the minds of these elders forged from the essence of chaos? In a swift turn of events, from the western horizon, a resplendent golden light radiated with solemnity. A magnificent decree floated down languidly, each character exuding an air of regulation. It was the decree of the teaching of elucidation. Xiao Tianshun, registered disciple of the 8th Scenery Palace, though your actions have marred the reputation of Kunlun, they also serve as a cautionary tale. I hereby sentence you to guard the southern heavenly gate for a century. This fragment of the Panga banner is bestowed upon you as a doorstop to prevent the celestial winds from disturbing tranquility. A palm-sized black triangular cloth fluttered down to Xiao Tianxuan's feet, adorned with intricate Dao patterns that left one dizzy. Guard the gate, and I receive a doorstop? Xiao Tianshun felt numb. This job transfer was swifter than flipping a page. Before he could regain his composure, the cosmos suddenly plunged into a profound silence. A serene, yet supremely exalted Dao aura descended from the void. A colossal hand, entirely composed of Taoist runes, emerged from the ether, gently pressing upon the disoriented Emperor Qi's head. With a jolt, Emperor Qi's nearly shattered spirit was forcefully restored. The causality is resolved. The cycle must be traversed. The ethereal voice of the Supreme Lord echoed directly within the minds of all present. With a sweeping gesture, the mighty figure enveloped the young emperor and vanished into the void, leaving no trace behind. The words spoken, demanding reimbursement for a mere carrot, along with the consequence of his complete loss of power today, were entirely erased from the timeline by this formidable being. Outside the southern heavenly gate, silence returned once more. Only Xiao Tianshun remained, holding a scarecrow, clutching a sword-shaped token in his left hand. With a tattered piece of cloth lying at his feet, bewildered in the wind, he gazed up at the sky, clear and cloudless for miles. Then, he looked down at his exquisite attire. All he sought was a modest salary, a mere carrot as compensation. Yet, instead of receiving payment, he found himself bestowed with a new position as a gatekeeper, armed with a carrot knife graciously gifted by the celestial master, and a golden brick doorstop awarded by the primordial supreme. This sensation felt akin to approaching a boss for overdue wages, only to be patted on the shoulder without a penny in hand, but unexpectedly promoted to deputy director of group security, with a Swiss Army knife and a rare vinyl record to prop up a table as rewards. Xiao Tianshun, filled with indignation and sorrow, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, tears streaming down his face. My carrot. Now, he could only yearn to catch that wretched rabbit that had initially pilfered his carrot. At the very least, that creature was something that could truly be cooked. Chapter 23. The most powerful gatekeeper in history. Qiao Tianshun lowered his head, clutching the Azure Ghost token in his left hand and a piece of dark cloth in his right. The master of the celestial sect remarked that this object was effective for peeling radishes, while the primordial celestial venerable suggested it could serve as a doorstop. A wave of emotion surged through Qiao Tianshun, nearly bringing him to tears. What was the point? All he desired was compensation for a single carrot. Instead, he found himself forcibly reassigned from his logistics post to serve as a gatekeeper at the southern heavenly gate, without a single coin to show for it. The experience felt akin to approaching one's employer for overdue wages, only to be patted on the shoulder and earnestly told, "Young man, I see great potential in you. Henceforth, security will be your responsibility." Then, one is handed an AK-47 and a bulletproof vest. What the devil? The system's reward, supreme dominance, was also credited to him, bestowing an additional layer of enhancement upon him. Qiao Tianshun could not help but lament to the heavens. What use is this iron rod? He dragged his feet towards the southern heavenly gate. The sound of clanking armor resonated throughout the expansive area as the golden-armored divine generals knelt in unison. The humble servant, Zheng Changtian and Guang Yushin, respectfully welcomed Master Qiao, our esteemed ancestor, to take office. Their booming voices rang with reverence. Qiao Tianshun was momentarily taken aback. Ancestor, wasn't that a bit premature? Seeing his expression remain impassive, Zheng Changtian assumed he had failed in his etiquette, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as he hurried to clarify. Ancestor, you may not be aware. You are the junior brother of the Grand Master Xuandu, and even the elder brother of the Chan sect, Guang Chengzi, would pay his respects to you. We are merely named attendants of the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. To call you ancestor is already a tremendous honor. Qiao Tianshun's eyes twitched at the revelation. Good heavens! This web of relationships was more convoluted than the stock structure of his previous life as company. His persona as a transcendent master was now firmly cemented. With a weary gesture, he waved his hand dismissively. All right, rise. From now on, refer to me as Junior Brother Qiao, or simply by my name. Absolutely not. Zheng Changtian shook his head vigorously. Qiao Tianshun, uninterested in further debate, pointed to the massive gate made of white jade, shimmering with celestial light. How do you typically open this gate? Returning to Ancestor, this gate is as heavy as Mount Sumeru and requires the combined efforts of 4 of us to open, which is extremely taxing on our spirits. Qiao Tianshun's expression darkened immediately. For people to open a single gate? Even a donkey grinding at a mill would not suffer such indignity. No, the automation of operations must be prioritized. His gaze fell upon the dark, unassuming doorstop in his right hand. Panga banner remnant. It certainly had some heft. Clearing his throat, Qiao Tianshun adopted an air of authority. To rely on magical powers to operate a mere gate is indeed a lowly practice and a manifestation of attachment. Zheng Changtian and the others were momentarily stunned, then stood in respectful awe, bowing and saying, "Please, ancestor, enlighten us." With hands clasped behind his back, Qiao Tianshun strolled leisurely to the gate. He crouched down, resembling a seasoned mason, gesturing towards the gap beneath the doorframe. Then, he inserted the fragment of the Panga banner with precision. It fit perfectly. He casually picked up a small stone and, with a couple of taps, secured the fabric even tighter. Under the astonished gaze of the 4 heavenly kings, the massive southern heavenly gate was thus propped open by a mere scrap of cloth. The door swung wide. The king of growth opened his mouth, intending to declare the impropriety of this act, but in the next breath, he swallowed all his words. As the rag was wedged in, a subtle resonance of cosmic law pervaded the air. The king of growth trembled violently. The insurmountable barrier that had plagued his cultivation for millennia was gently breached by the ethereal rhythm of the Tao, creating a fissure. Not just him, but the other 3 kings, Guangmu, Duowen, and Qigua, each displayed expressions of ecstatic enlightenment. What extraordinary fortune! Thud! The king of growth knelt, prostrating himself, his voice quivering as if he had rediscovered a long-lost truth. I have comprehended. I have truly comprehended. This act by my revered uncle is to illuminate the supreme principles. The heavenly gate remains open, embodying the selflessness of the Tao. It severs the preconceived notions in our hearts with the sharpness of creation. What he has opened for us is a heart door leading to the highest path. The other three kings, struck as if by lightning, fell to their knees, bowing fervently. Thank you, esteemed uncle, for your enlightenment. Xiao Tianshun observed this theatrical display with a sense of bewilderment. How could their thought processes resemble those of Brother Xuandu? Gulp. His stomach rumbled. He retrieved a muddy carrot and also took out the talisman of the 10,000 immortals of the. Under the reverent gazes of the four heavenly kings, Xiao Tianshun channeled his spiritual energy. With a sizzle, a slender green ray flickered. The carrot's skin spiraled away, as delicate as a cicada's wing, leaving the root itself gleaming like jade and scathed. Satisfied, Xiao Tianshun took a bite. Far superior to a fingernail. As he savored his treat, a passing star lord froze in place, fixated on the talisman, then glancing at the fallen carrot skin. His thoughts churned tumultuously. The sword chi of the extermination of immortals peeling carrot skin? With supreme lethality, performing trivial tasks, severing the brilliance of eternity, merely to shed the skin of an ordinary carrot. Killing is not for destruction, but for a better life. The Star Lord mumbled the words carrot sword as his worldview shattered, leaving him dazed as he walked away. Xiao Tianshun chewed on his carrot, watching the departing figure and then glancing at the four kneeling before him, sighing deeply. Alas, the working environment of the heavenly court is exceedingly competitive. I feel like the only sane person, utterly out of place among them. After finishing the carrot, he yawned and stepped behind the door into a blind spot. He removed his Taoist robe and spread it on the ground. Resting his head on his arm, he sprawled out comfortably, a blade of grass in his mouth, crossing his legs in leisure. In the realm of automated office work, the attitude of complacency prevails. This decadent existence, steeped in feudal bureaucratic indolence, is indeed alluring. He closed his eyes, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. Unbeknownst to him, as he slumbered soundly, a figure, drenched in blood and exuding a faint aura of malevolence, was laboriously dragging its battered form towards the celestial gateway of the southern sky gate, clinging to the last vestiges of hope. Chapter 24. Is the visitor a beggar? The sea-overturning great sage felt as though he were nearing death. Not long ago, the northern sea had been his dominion, where countless aquatic beings revered him as their lord. He once believed himself to be the great hope for the demon race, a successor to the two ancient golden crows. However, his fortunes changed upon encountering the colossal Kuan of the northern underworld. After a fierce battle, he lost everything, even his undergarments. His lair was razed, his foundation shattered, and even reverting to his original form became a strenuous endeavor. He fled from the northern sea to the southern Jianbu continent, his spirit deflated, leaving only a chilling despair. Conquest. What a farce. As he contemplated leaping from a cliff to experience the liberation of free fall, a piece of news pierced his ears. The audacious dragon cub, Emperor Qi of the Eastern Sea, had been incapacitated at Kunlun Mountain by a mere radish. The perpetrator was one Xiao Tianshun, a legendary figure akin to an ultimate bug in the system. A flicker of hope ignited within the sea-overturning great sage amidst his desolation. He dragged his battered form to the southern heavenly gate, only to be met with a sight that rendered him utterly stunned. Where were the four heavenly kings? The celestial soldiers and generals? The southern heavenly gate stood wide open, devoid of even a single guard dog, as if to invite all to partake in revelry. Behind the gate, a Taoist sprawled haphazardly on the ground, snoring with a thunderous rhythm that seemed to resonate with the very essence of the universe. Beside him lay a half-eaten radish, forlorn and neglected. Is this truly the legendary Qiao Senior? The sea-overturning great sage dared not believe his eyes. His gaze instinctively drifted to a tattered cloth wedged in the door crack. In that fleeting moment, the demonic energy within him nearly dissipated in terror. The sharp aura emanating from that cloth was reminiscent of the primordial light that cleaved through chaos at the dawn of creation. Before this object, his demon soul felt like nothing more than a speck of dust. Next to the Taoist, a jade token discarded as refuse radiated a murderous aura, severing the essence of all things. It felt as though his very spirit was being cleaved in twain. The essence of the sword of celestial extermination. By the heavens, was he using a treasure of creation as a doorstop and a divine artifact to slice radishes, all the while blissfully napping at the gates of the celestial realm? The sea-overturning great sage's mind buzzed, rendered completely blank. He finally comprehended how Emperor Qi had fallen. This was not a contest of equal standing. The adversary had leaped from the era of cold weapons to a realm where two-dimensional foil was the currency of battle. Is this what the Tao embodies? A return to simplicity, indeed. The last flicker of ambition within the sea-overturning great sage extinguished entirely. He adjusted his tattered garments, concealing his demonic aura, and stealthily approached Xiao Tianshan, inching forward with care. He dared not utter a sound, fearing he might disturb the elder's dream of enlightenment, and instead performed a profound bow before the slumbering Xiao Tianshan. The voice trembled like a mosquito's buzz. Senior, the North Sea is submerged. My Tao heart has been shattered. The path ahead is severed. I humbly beseech you to illuminate my way. Xiao Tianshan was deeply immersed in a sweet slumber. In his dreams, the rabbit that had pilfered his radishes was finally captured. It sizzled over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma as it was seasoned with cumin and chili powder. Just as he was about to take a bite, a buzzing sound intruded, irksome and persistent. He abruptly opened his eyes, irritation etched on his face. Before him lay a ragged figure, bloodied and disheveled, muttering to himself. Xiao Tianshan scrutinized him from head to toe. The man exuded a sense of despair, his aura wan, reeking of the fish market. Had he gone bankrupt in aquaculture? A sigh escaped Xiao Tianshan's lips. Alas, has the fierce competition of this era reached such severity? His heart, weary from the relentless grind of a 996-work schedule, stirred with compassion. He sat up, retrieving the remaining half of his carrot from his pocket, and offered it. Sighing once more, his tone heavy with the weight of experience, he said, "Take it, it might help." The figure slowly raised his head. The half-carrot, glistening and marked with clear bite impressions, left him momentarily stunned. Was this the opportunity bestowed by a senior? He trembled as he extended his hands, reverently, as if receiving a national treasure. Upon grasping it, a warmth enveloped him, a pure essence of life coursing through his fingertips, instantly revitalizing his weary limbs. It was the primordial essence of the cosmos. His desiccated meridians drank deeply, and the fissured foundation of his Tao began to mend. As he examined the gnawed edge, it gleamed like a mirror, a trace of Tao rhythm lingering upon it. It bore the essence of the sword of slaying immortals. No hint of slaughter remained, only the purity of essence and truth. A warm current surged from his dantian, permeating his entire being. His Tao injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. Suddenly, tears streamed down the great sage of the North Sea's face. He understood. I have attained enlightenment. This was not mere charity from a senior, but a transmission of the Tao. He was revealing to me that all struggles for supremacy and the consumption of spiritual energy are illusions. The culmination of cultivation lies in returning to the most primal act of nourishment. The path is simplicity itself. Sustenance is all that matters. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha in an instant. Abandon the quest for dominance and embrace the carrot. Overwhelmed with emotion, the great sage of the North Sea clutched the half-carrot, weeping like a child weighing 300 pounds. He bowed thrice before Xiao Tianshan, the sound echoing against the jade-like tiles. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightening grace. I have comprehended. He carefully tucked the carrot into his bosom. It was not merely food, but a symbol of his rebirth. Rising to his feet, he executed a perfect 90-degree bow, turned, and strode away. His figure, once burdened with despair, now radiated a resolute clarity. He had made up his mind. Upon returning to the North Sea, he would disband his crew, cease all endeavors, and seek a cave to meditate, forsaking all magical arts and treasures, solely to contemplate this half-carrot. He aims to usher in an entirely new era of Radish Avenue. Xiao Tianshan gazed at his theatrical silhouette, scratching his head in bewilderment. Are beggars now so particular about the sense of ritual? Receiving merely half a radish, yet weeping and prostrating, one might think I had reunited him with a long-lost father. He mumbled a few words and reclined once more, continuing his pursuit of roasted rabbits in the realm of dreams. Unbeknownst to him, the half-eaten remnants he casually bestowed upon the beggar had stirred up tumultuous waves across the three realms. The legend of Master Qiao from the southern heavenly gate, imparting enlightenment to the demon saint of the North Sea with half a radish, spread with an unreasonable swiftness, reaching the ears of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, the Jade Emperor, in the Lingxiao Palace. Chapter 25. The Troubles of Hao Yin and the Divine Assistance of Tai Bai in the Magnificent Hall of Supreme Harmony. The Emperor Haotian sat solemnly upon his dragon throne, his expression inscrutable as his fingers rhythmically tapped the dragon head armrest. The atmosphere within the hall was so oppressive that one could hear a pin drop. Below, the celestial beings Qianlian and Xuanfeng animatedly recounted their latest discoveries from the southern heavenly gate, their enthusiasm reminiscent of a comedic monologue. "Your Majesty," they exclaimed, "the great sage of the North Sea, upon receiving a half-eaten carrot from Master Qiao, achieved enlightenment on the spot. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but he wept over that carrot like a 300-pound child, declaring his intent to establish the carrot path." And the four heavenly kings. Ever since Master Qiao used a scrap of the Panga banner as a pass, those four seemed bewitched, meditating by the gate day after day, peering through the crack, their cultivation advancing faster than weeds. Now, the entire heavenly court is abuzz, claiming the southern heavenly gate to be the foremost sacred site for enlightenment. Many celestial officials are clamoring to transfer there. Haotian listened, his fingers ceasing their rhythmic tapping, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Well then, he mused, I assign him to guard the gate as a form of exile, a punishment to sit idly. Yet he has transformed the southern heavenly gate into a hotspot for the three realms, a core study hall for the heavenly court. What of my dignity as the Jade Emperor? Even more troubling was this Qiao Tianshun, who had been thrust upon him by the three pure ones, particularly that old fellow, Taishang Laojun. A well-connected individual, he arrived and stirred up such a commotion, all while entangling himself with the lower realms' demon races. What were his intentions? To establish his own domain? To undermine my authority as the Jade Emperor? The machinations of imperial power surged within Haotian, his gaze growing increasingly profound. He meticulously recalled each of Qiao Tianshun's actions, using a primordial treasure as a doorstop, peeling fruit. Was this a provocation against the sanctity of the sages, or a flaunting of his extraordinary connections? Sleeping on duty, drooling, was this sheer laziness, or a silent contempt for heavenly regulations? Secretly guiding the demon sages, was this misguided benevolence, or an attempt to cultivate forces outside the heavenly court? Each transgression treaded upon the thin line of Haotian's authority as the sovereign of the three realms. This simply would not do. He must deliver a stern admonition. It was imperative that this Qiao understood the supremacy of the heavenly court. His voice deepened. Devoid of warmth, summoned Taibai Jinxing. Moments later, an elderly man with a white beard entered with measured steps, gracefully wielding a feather duster and sporting his characteristic genial smile. Your humble servant, Taibai, greets the emperor. Without lifting his gaze, Haotian inquired, Have you heard of the happenings at the southern heavenly gate? Only a little, Taibai Jinxing replied, maintaining an air of feigned ignorance. Make a visit on my behalf, and convey my regards to Master Qiao, Haotian pronounced, placing heavy emphasis on the word regards. Inform him that the heavenly court has its own regulations. In his position, he must attend to his duties. Let him rein in those inappropriate antics and preserve the dignity of the heavenly court. Though framed as a message of goodwill, it was, in truth, a stern reprimand. The illustrious Taibai Jinxing was acutely aware of the underlying motives at play. This was an invitation to embrace the role of the villain, a means of striking fear into the hearts of others. Bowing in acquiescence, he responded, Your humble servant shall comply. As Taibai Jinxing gracefully rode upon the clouds, he arrived at the southern heavenly gate, and before he even touched the ground, his eyes nearly bulged in astonishment. What a sight! The southern heavenly gate stood wide open, an indescribable aura enveloping him. The raw, earth-shattering energy, capable of severing all existence, was unexpectedly tempered by a languid sense of the mundane. Rather than being overwhelming, it bestowed a clarity of mind and a sense of ease upon him. At the entrance, the four heavenly kings sat like statues of mud, their postures dignified and serene. Behind them, the fabled Master Qiao was reclining against a weathered stone, lost in a deep slumber, with a glimmer of drool adorning his lips. Taibai Jinxing, a seasoned veteran of the celestial bureaucracy, felt a jolt in his heart. Something was amiss. The waters here ran fathomless. This Qiao Tianshun was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. If he were to treat the Jade Emperor's edict as a sacred command and proclaim it loudly, it would not serve to elevate the Emperor's authority, but rather to incite powerful enemies with profound connections and inscrutable strength. In an instant, Taibai Jinxing altered his course of action. He discreetly swallowed his prepared speech, and the sincerity of his smile multiplied tenfold as he stealthily approached. Master Qiao? Master Qiao? He whispered, his voice softer than a mosquito's hum. Qiao Tianshun, lost in dreams of running a chain barbecue restaurant in the mortal realm, with the Nine Heavens' mysterious lady as his hostess, was abruptly awakened. Blinking in confusion, he was met with the radiant smile of a white-bearded elder. Who might you be? Ah, I am the humble Tai Bai, sent by the Jade Emperor to pay a visit to my esteemed master. Your steadfast dedication here is truly commendable. Tai Bai Jinxing bowed deeply, adopting an exceedingly lowly posture. The mention of the Jade Emperor sent a shock through Qiao Tianshun, dispelling his drowsiness. Good heavens, my superior has sent someone for an inspection. He sprang to his feet, hastily brushing off the dirt from his clothes, his expression shifting to that of a well-practiced corporate employee. Oh, it is the venerable Tai Bai. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. He rubbed his hands together, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, effortlessly delivering a monologue of workplace platitudes. Wherever you may be, noble sir, your tireless efforts are truly commendable. We, the humble staff, endure our burdens with resilience for the glory of the heavenly court, and it is my honor to alleviate the emperor's troubles. Internally, Qiao Tianshun was in a state of panic, fearful of being caught slacking off at work. Yet, outwardly, he portrayed the perfect image of a lowly employee facing a high-ranking official's inspection, humble, enthusiastic, and anxious in equal measure. His heartfelt performance resonated in Tai Bai Jinxing's ears like the harmonious chords of the celestial order, each word a gem of wisdom. Your diligence speaks volumes of your character. As a disciple of the sage, I cannot but empathize with the heavenly emperor's arduous endeavor to maintain order across the three realms. My actions are far from mere pleasantries. They embody the principles of existence as articulated by the great Tao itself. His essence is intrinsically woven into the fabric of this celestial order. The star of the White Emperor felt every pore on his body tremble, a sign of enlightenment dawning upon him. His gaze towards Qiao Tianshun transformed completely. This is not merely a connection of influence. He is evidently a living embodiment of the Tao. He is guiding me. The star of the White Emperor decisively retracted the imperial edict he had yet to utter, along with his own integrity, tucking them away in his sleeve, not daring to mention them again. My esteemed uncle has spoken with gravity. His words resonate deeply. With newfound reverence, he bowed repeatedly to Qiao Tianshun. To hear my uncle's words is worth 100,000 years of cultivation. The clarity of my celestial heart is illuminated, and my understanding has flourished. This journey is indeed worthwhile. Fearing that he might grasp too much and inadvertently break through in front of this Tao ancestor, he hastily took his leave, riding the clouds back to the Lingshao Palace in a flurry. Upon his swift return, Hao Yan raised an eyebrow. So, how did it go? Did Qiao Tianshun relent? The star of the White Emperor inhaled deeply, his countenance reflecting an unprecedented solemnity and fervor. He bowed deeply before the heavenly emperor, acknowledging the gravity of his words. Your Majesty, I have failed to fulfill the sacred mandate. I dare not proclaim the edict. Hao Yan's expression darkened. Why not? Your Majesty, the star of the White Emperor's voice quivered with excitement. Master Qiao is unfathomably profound. His realm is beyond our comprehension. He appears to be at rest. Yet he traverses the vastness of the cosmos, in harmony with the Tao. What seems like a mere treasure at the gate is, in truth, an unparalleled force, stabilizing the celestial energy of our heavenly court and refining the laws of existence. I dare to offer my counsel. Master Qiao's presence at the southern heavenly gate is not one of negligence nor provocation. Rather, it is a tremendous opportunity bestowed upon our heavenly court by the three pure ones. It signifies the great Tao's favor upon us. With him here, our heavenly court's fortune shall endure through the ages. His words resonated powerfully. After hearing this, Hao Yan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the star of the White Emperor, who seemed to have uncovered a national treasure, and recalled the previous reports from the 1,000-mile eye and the wind-listening ear, his thoughts becoming muddled. Could it be that I have misjudged? This young man is not here to usurp power, but to serve as a crucial asset for my reign. Hao Yan remained skeptical, yet his apprehension towards Qiao Tianshun only intensified. An individual capable of swaying the likes of the star of the White Emperor to such an extent must possess depths far beyond what one could imagine. With a wave of his hand, Hao Yin restored his imperial authority, declaring, "I understand this matter. You may withdraw." He resolved to remain passive for the time being. However, another command formed in his mind. He intended to dispatch more celestial beings to assist in guarding the southern heavenly gate, under the guise of sharing the burden. His true aim was to keep a close watch on Xiao Tianshun, monitoring every blink and every movement he made. Hao Yin mistakenly believed that this was a brilliant strategy for imperial checks and balances. Little did he anticipate that his decision would ignite a conflagration at the southern heavenly gate, transforming it into a raging inferno. This firmly established its reputation as the foremost sacred ground for enlightenment across the three realms. In no time, countless celestial beings, trapped at their respective thresholds, sharpened their wits, cultivated connections, and pleaded fervently for the opportunity to rotate through the southern heavenly gate. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chain of events, Xiao Tianshun, reveled in the satisfaction of having successfully navigated a leadership inspection and, with a contented sigh, turned over and resumed his slumber. Chapter 26. The arrival of the foolish shaman in the Pango Hall atop Mount Buzhou. 12 formidable figures exuding an aura of primal wilderness stood as the sovereigns of this realm, the shaman clan. Suddenly, the eyes of the ancestral shaman, Hutu, fluttered open. Her once compassionate gaze directed eastward towards Kunlun. Strange. Her voice, though soft, caused the other 11 formidable beings to momentarily halt. "I sense a trace of the Father God's aura." Hutu's brow furrowed. Something felt amiss, disturbingly pure. Before her words could fully escape, a resounding explosion erupted as a fiery light shot towards the heavens. Zhu Rong sprang to his feet, the surrounding space crackling with heat as he glared with eyes as round as copper bells, exclaiming, "The Father God's aura? Where is it? Let us seize it back." "Seize it? With that brain of yours, you'd merely deliver your head on a platter." A cold voice interjected, emanating from Gong Gong, who was enveloped in a mist of water, his gaze dripping with disdain. Zhu Rong erupted in fury. "What did you say? Do you wish to die? Come on." Gong Gong stood his ground. "Enough." A calm voice resonated from the central figure, the ancestral shaman, Di Jiang. The laws of space obeyed his command, and Zhu Rong and Gong Gong felt the air congeal around them, a tremendous force compelling them back into their seats. Di Jiang turned to Hutu, his voice low. "Sister, can you ascertain the location?" Hutu shook her head. "The aura is elusive, but its source seems to be at the southern heavenly gate of the celestial realm." "The celestial realm? Di Jun's domain. That flat-feathered bird? Surely, it must be a trap." A wave of disdainful murmurs filled the hall. The shaman clan revered only Pangu, holding the pretentious celestial beings in contempt. Zhu Rong continued to shout, "Brother, who cares about traps? The Father God's possessions must be reclaimed. Let me go? I will go." Gong Gong echoed. Di Jiang rubbed his temples in exasperation, his gaze sweeping over the two troublemakers, ultimately resting on a giant in the corner, scratching his head in a foolish manner. This giant, with his sinewy muscles and clear-eyed innocence, was Kwa Fu, the great shaman of the clan. "Kwa Fu," Di Jiang called. "Hey, brother." Kwa Fu rose abruptly, his voice booming. "You will journey to the southern heavenly gate," Di Jiang instructed. "Remember, observe, but do not act. Determine the source of that aura and return immediately." "All right." Kwa Fu pounded his chest, the sound echoing. "Wonderful. Brother still cares for me, knowing I've been cooped up. Letting me go out to play." With a single step, Kwa Fu traversed 1,000 miles, following the intoxicating aura that stirred his bloodline. He soon arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. The ethereal energy struck him, leaving him feeling oddly unsteady. "What a soft, dainty atmosphere," he muttered, his enormous head peering through the gate. Then he beheld it. He saw the ragged cloth used to prop the door ajar, preventing it from being blown shut by the wind. In that moment, Kwa Fu felt as though an invisible hand had grasped his heart. What flows above is not ethereal energy, nor spiritual essence. It is the first gleam of brilliance that erupted from the axe blade of the Father God when he forged the heavens. Kwa Fu's eyes instantly turned crimson. These despicable beings from the heavenly court dare to use the Father God's heavenly axe as a doorstop? Rage surged fiercely to his crown, and just as he was about to act, he recalled his elder brother's admonition, "Merely observe, do not intervene." Thus, Kwa Fu had no choice but to suppress his ire and lean in closer. Behind the door, in the vegetable patch, a frail Taoist was laboriously tilling the soil. After a couple of strokes, the Taoist straightened his back and rubbed it, appearing utterly drained and hollow. Kwafu instinctively loathed the celestial aura emanating from him. Yet, in the next moment, all his thoughts froze. With each breath the Taoist took, a faint yet extraordinarily pure essence was released. This essence was more ancient and untainted than the primordial source within the Pango Hall. It was the most profound life imprint of the Father God. Kwafu's mind buzzed, momentarily incapacitated. The ancestral secrets passed down through generations surged to the forefront of his consciousness. Even after the Father God became one with all things, a fragment of his true spirit remained, wandering the mortal realm, savoring the mundane. It is he. Indeed, it is he. That hoe is breaking new ground. That weeding is nurturing the vitality of all beings. Father God. This is truly the Father God. Thud. Kwafu's immense form collapsed to his knees, causing the entire southern heavenly gate to tremble violently. 2 streams of hot tears cascaded from his eyes, creating small indentations on the jade floor. He directed all his strength towards the figure still grappling with the roots, crying out from the depths of his soul, "Father God, I miss you." Xiao Tianshun was locked in a fierce struggle with a white herb root. Damn it, has this thing become sentient? He had been digging for half the day, panting heavily from exhaustion. This wretched supreme dominance body, aside from its hearty appetite, was less useful than a mule. While he was grumbling, the ground suddenly shook violently, causing him to stumble precariously. Xiao Tianshun steadied himself with his hoe and looked up, his pupils trembling in shock. A giant, towering as high as a mountain, knelt beside his vegetable patch, weeping profusely, calling out something about a Father God. Xiao Tianshun's mind remained clear, but his heart ached. My vegetables. With a foot that size, this giant would leave him with nothing but dirt to eat this year. Panicking, he grabbed his hoe and pointed at the giant, his voice cracking. Hey, hey, hey. Big guy, your foot. You're stepping on my vegetables. Do you even realize that? His furious roar abruptly silenced Kwafu's cries. He looked up in bewilderment at the figure who was scolding him with puffed cheeks and glaring eyes. The Father God is scolding me? He lowered his gaze to see the few tender green shoots sprouting at his feet. Vegetables? No. A jolt coursed through Kwafu, as if struck by lightning. I understand now. The Father God does not care for these little sprouts. He is enlightening me. Crops are the essence of the witch clan, and the earth is their foundation. We, the witch clan, should not aspire to reach for the heavens, constantly yearning to compete with the celestial demon tribe. Our path lies beneath our feet. The voice of Kwafu trembled, his gaze shifting from fervent adoration to profound clarity and gratitude. Father God, your intentions are truly noble. Under your guidance, Kwafu humbly accepts your teachings. He bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground with a resounding thud, then cautiously rose to his feet, retreating several paces, fearful of disturbing the sacred site further. He deeply bowed to Xiao Tianshun. Father God, please rest. I shall return at once to disseminate your decree throughout the 12 tribes. Having spoken, he turned and, imbued with a divine sense of mission, strode purposefully towards Mount Buzhou. Xiao Tianshun stood rooted in place, holding his hoe. He glanced at the distant giant and then down at his unharmed seedlings, exhaling a sigh of relief. What a fright! What kind of lunatic acts so theatrically? Little did he know that his mere complaint about protecting his crops would soon be misconstrued by an imaginative mind as a divine directive, stirring tumultuous waves across the primordial land. Nor could he foresee the vivid expressions that would grace the faces of the 2 celestial beings in the demon tribe's heavenly court upon receiving this decree. Chapter 27. The South Heaven Gate tutorial class commences. Ever since the great sage of the North Sea, clutching a half-eaten radish, wept with earth-shattering sorrow and attained enlightenment on the spot, and that colossal figure of the witch clan, Kwafu, prostrated before a patch of vegetables, proclaiming his understanding of the true nature of existence. A rumor erupted within the lower echelons of the wilderness cultivators. A grand opportunity awaits at the South Heaven Gate. In no time, the area outside the South Heaven Gate became a bustling spectacle. No, it was an overwhelming display of demonic energy, intertwined with celestial radiance. Various wayward cultivators, those abandoned by their sects, small demons bereft of affiliations, and even practitioners of esoteric methods, relentlessly pursued by righteous sects, all flocked here with their families in tow. Each one resembled a pilgrim on a sacred quest. They hesitated to cross the threshold. The tattered door, adorned with the Panga banner and the decree to slay immortals, emanated an aura that rendered the air heavy, making it difficult to breathe. Ah, do you comprehend it? Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded outside the South Heaven Gate, a sight that transcended time. A throng of individuals stretched from the foot of the mountain to the doorstep, a sea of black-clad figures. No one dared to speak loudly. Even the slightest shift of their feet was executed with utmost caution. With fervent eyes, they fixated on the diligent figure in the vegetable patch. In their eyes, Xiao Tianshun bent down to uproot a weed. Amidst the crowd, an elder tree demon, practicing the withering and flourishing heart sutra, suddenly knelt. His aged face contorted and filled with tears of gratitude. To eliminate distractions is to return to one's true essence. The elder is enlightening me, urging me to sever my inner demons. Xiao Tianshun straightened his back and picked up a ladle to sprinkle some water. A former employee of the East Sea Dragon Palace, dismissed for poor performance, slapped himself across the face in a moment of realization. How foolish I am. The elder is embodying the highest virtue is like water, nourishing all things silently. I had only known how to stir up winds and waves, neglecting the essence of water as nourishment. I comprehend now. I truly comprehend. With keen eyes, Xiao Tianshun noticed a green caterpillar on a cabbage leaf. He extended 2 fingers, skillfully pinching the pest and flicking it away. A demonic cultivator specializing in the art of goo, cradling his head, squatted down, his expression twisted as he emitted a pained howl. I was wrong. All of it was erroneous. I believed I could control life and death with myriad insects. Yet the elder's casual flick embodies true transcendence and freedom, not being bound by form or substance. This, indeed, is the pinnacle of the goo path. In that moment, outside the South Heaven Gate, there were those who attained enlightenment, wept, laughed maniacally, broke through barriers, and fell into madness. A kaleidoscope of brilliance surged forth, reminiscent of fireworks during the new year. And at the center of it all, Xiao Tianshun was thoroughly exasperated. Damn it, I merely wished to cultivate my patch of land in peace and enjoy my retirement. And now, every time I open my eyes, the entrance resembles a bustling train station during the spring festival. As I till the soil, thousands of eyes glimmer with anticipation behind me. Even when I attempt to relieve myself, there are those trying to glean the wisdom of the cycle of grains from my refuse. Who can endure this? I must devise a plan to chase away this horde of pests. Xiao Tianshun was incensed. The heart of a corporate drone, honed through years of toil in the cubicles of his past life, began to churn with fervor. A direct confrontation would prove futile. His illustrious persona as a transcendent being was firmly entrenched. He needed to employ psychological tactics. What could be more despicable to these monks, who were wholly devoted to the Tao and untouched by the mundane, than the allure of wealth? Money. How vulgar. How emotionally damaging. How it sullies the purity of the great way. Surely, this would send these naive souls fleeing in the night. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianshun procured a piece of weathered wood. Using a burning stick as his quill, and inscribed several crooked characters. With a resounding thud, he planted the sign in the most conspicuous spot at the entrance. The sign read, "Observe and comprehend the Tao, contribute as fate allows." Spirit stones, magical artifacts, elixirs, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, fruits and vegetables are all welcome. No credit allowed. Thank you for your cooperation. Not satisfied with the message, he rummaged through the kitchen and produced a battered bamboo basket meant for potatoes, tossing it beneath the sign as a makeshift merit box. Task accomplished, Xiao Tianshun clapped his hands together, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Come forth. Let us see who dares to linger. Allow them to witness that the paragon they envision is merely a commoner, eager for coin. However, reality swiftly delivered a stinging slap to his face. The moment the sign was erected, the previously raucous crowd fell into a profound silence. A flicker of hope ignited within Xiao Tianshun. Perhaps this would yield results. What followed was an eruption of fervor, more intense than any previous epiphany. An elderly Taoist, his hair and beard as white as snow, pointed at the sign, his hand trembling like a leaf in the wind, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks. Remarkable, truly remarkable, he exclaimed, pounding his thigh and lamenting. We mere mortals, so fixated on taking, have forgotten that the concept of exchange embodies the ultimate truth of the universe. Our esteemed elder is testing us, testing our sincerity. Another robust figure, resembling a demon king, fixated on the words regarding fruits and vegetables, his eyes wide with revelation. I understand now. The elder conveys that the Tao knows no distinction between the precious and the mundane. A superior spirit stone is of no greater worth than a common cabbage in the face of the great way. What matters is the act of giving. Without the comprehension of sacrifice, how can one attain the Tao? To give is to gain. This interpretation invigorated the assembly of cultivators, as if they had been infused with a potent restorative elixir. This was not mere commercialism, but a profound test. This was not a fee, but a transmission of wisdom. The elder's intentions were indeed profound. In the next moment, a trembling cultivator cautiously retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his robes, his demeanor solemn, as though he were making a sacred offering, and reverently placed it into the battered bamboo basket. Subsequently, he retreated to a corner, sitting cross-legged, his expression radiating the sanctity of one who had passed the ultimate examination. With one individual taking the lead, the atmosphere spiraled into delightful chaos. I possess an ancestral artifact. Though its grade may be humble, it is offered with utmost sincerity. Please accept it, esteemed elder. I present to you the renowned cold iron from Beihai, a humble offering of a hoe. Esteemed elder, I also bring forth a few freshly picked celestial apricots from the eastern sea, sweet and tangy, to soothe your throat. Alas, I possess no treasures, merely some eggs freshly laid by my fowl. The cultivators formed a lengthy queue, their expressions solemn, as they placed their possessions into a bamboo basket. Satisfied, they stepped aside to commence their lessons. Xiao Tianshun was utterly bewildered. He stared blankly at the bamboo basket, which was filling up with spirit stones, magical artifacts, elixirs, ores, fruits, vegetables, and poultry. The pile grew ever higher. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. He had intended to send people away, yet inadvertently established the first knowledge payment platform on the vast expanse of the wilderness. Furthermore, had he inadvertently commenced a primitive accumulation of capital? Gazing at the overflowing basket of tuition fees, Xiao Tianshun fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps tomorrow, he should procure a larger basket? Amidst this fervent and absurd spectacle, in the corner of the crowd, a young man observed coldly, adorned with a golden crow crown and clad in a dark golden robe. He possessed a handsome visage and an air of nobility that starkly contrasted with the surrounding fervor. He scrutinized the veneration bestowed upon Xiao Tianshun, watching the foolish adoration of the cultivators. In his gaze lay unabashed malice and disdain. A charlatan, a rogue who, shielded by the legacy of the three pure ones, dares to masquerade as a sage and mislead the masses? His name is Luya. He had come to this place with the intent to personally unveil the greatest deception of the wilderness. Chapter 28. The lethal list of the prince of the demon clan in the celestial palace of the demon clan. Beneath the radiant sun star, and within the confines of the demon god hall, a somber atmosphere enveloped the space, reminiscent of the primordial chaos from eons past. With a tremendous crash, Emperor Jun struck the armrest of the dragon throne, forged from the essence of celestial gold, leaving a searing handprint. The knuckles beneath his dragon robe turned pale from the force, and his expression was one of oppressive gloom, as if burdened by millennia of icy resentment. The flames that flickered in his eyes were not the sacred fire of the sun, but rather a furious blaze capable of incinerating the heavens above. As he struck, the starlight within the grand hall quivered violently, and the celestial map adorning the dome momentarily distorted. Beside him, the Eastern Emperor Tai cradled the chaos bell in one hand, his gaze momentarily flashing with golden flames. The bell, adorned with engravings of mountains, rivers, and celestial bodies, trembled as if countless ancient souls lamented within, producing a muffled resonance that echoed throughout the chamber. "Brother, temper your wrath," Tai intoned with his characteristic steadiness. Yet the underlying menace in his voice rippled through the surrounding space. Beneath the throne, the demon sage Kuanpung bowed his head, shrouded in a shadow so vast it felt like an ancient mountain pressing down upon him. With a parched throat, he recounted the events that transpired at the southern gate. That Wu clan figure, Hua Fu, received enlightenment from Xiao Tianshun. Upon returning, he grasped a thread of Pangu's true essence, causing the fortunes of the Wu clan to converge upon him. Furthermore, That so-called summer tutorial class at the Southern Gate has gained a notorious reputation across the three realms. Countless wandering demons, even our own kin, have flocked to hear him preach, offering their treasures as if paying tuition. Kunping hesitated, stealing a glance at Emperor Jun's expression before hastily lowering his head further. Your Majesty, he even bestows outstanding student certificates upon those small demons, with the prize being radishes he personally cultivated. Such audacity! Emperor Jun spat the words through gritted teeth, each syllable seeming to be carved from ancient ice. The imperial pressure bore down like a tangible weight, forcing Kunping to bow even lower, nearly touching the ground. To seize our demon clan's fortunes and undermine our celestial palace is one thing. The most repugnant aspect is that this Qiao has done nothing. I, Emperor Jun, have fought through rivers of blood and mountains of corpses to attain my position as heavenly emperor. Why should a mere sloth, toiling in the dirt at the gateway, be revered by the three purities and esteemed by all spirits? This is unjust. Brother, if this fiend is not eliminated, how can our demon clan sustain itself in the three realms? Tai's voice was frigid, his murderous intent nearly palpable. I shall kill him. Emperor Jun was acutely aware of the implications. Yet, when he contemplated the three figures seated high in the heavens, a deeper trepidation mingled with his fury. Beneath the saints, all else is but vermin, and he, too, was not exempt from this truth. A direct confrontation was not an option. Emperor Jun's gaze darkened. He must perish, and moreover, he must do so in a manner that obscures the truth, disguised as a calamity that none could trace back to him. His gaze traversed the palace gates, settling upon the distant scene of 10 little golden crows playing merrily in the Soup Valley. Within the depths of that gaze resided the resoluteness of an emperor, intertwined with a subtle, almost imperceptible, pain of a father. Father, your son is willing to share your burdens. A clear voice, imbued with a hint of defiance, resounded as the prince of the demon clan, Luya, clad in a golden feathered cloak, strode in with purposeful strides. Each step seemed to tread upon the stars, creating ripples of radiant solar fire. Enough of this nonsense, Di Jun admonished, though the anger in his eyes softened slightly. Why should you be troubled, father? Why must uncle be enraged? Luya's neck stiffened, the youthful vigor emanating unabashedly. That Xiao Tianshun is but a mere clown, relying on the protection of the saints to feign grandeur. The three pure ones are exalted. Would they truly wage war against my demon clan over a mere farmer? I do not believe he possesses any extraordinary abilities. He stepped forward, his gaze fervent. I am willing to transform into a wandering cultivator, personally visiting the southern heavenly gate to unearth his true nature. If he proves to be a fraud, I shall find a reason for his demise, ensuring that father remains unscathed. Should he indeed possess true capabilities, I will ascertain his strengths and weaknesses, paving the way for father's future decisions. Observing the flame in his son's eyes, Di Jun fell silent, witnessing the reflection of his youthful self. After a prolonged moment, he slowly uttered 2 words, "Go forth." Luya retracted all his presence, adopting the guise of a stern-faced immortal, blending in with the group of fools in his eyes outside the southern heavenly gate. The scene before him churned his stomach. The man named Qiao Tianshun was humming an off-key tune, carefully watering a plump, vibrant cabbage. The cabbage thrived, its leaves lush and glistening, exuding a subtle aura of elegance. The man appeared as an ordinary farmer, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he watched his progeny flourish. Is this truly the esteemed figure revered across the 3 realms? Luya's lips curled into a sardonic smile. He resolved to test the waters. With a flicker of thought, he summoned a strand of solar fire, refined to such an extent that it could incinerate the spirits of ordinary great Luo golden immortals. Silently, it drifted towards the man still watering the cabbage. He was eager to discern the true worth of this privileged individual. The golden essence of the fire approached stealthily. Just as it was about to make contact with Qiao Tianshun's back, poof, it vanished. Luya was momentarily stunned, his handsome visage freezing in disbelief. The connection he had with that strand of primordial fire was abruptly severed, not obstructed, nor shattered, but erased from existence, as if it had never been. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, in the vegetable patch, Qiao Tianshun remained blissfully unaware. He simply felt a sudden warmth at the nape of his neck, breaking into a layer of clammy sweat, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. What the hell? Xiao Tianshun set down his water ladle, muttering curses under his breath as he casually discarded his dingy robe. This revealed his bronzed, muscular torso, and he began to fan himself vigorously with the garment. What madness has possessed this accursed sun today? One moment it is shrouded in clouds, and the next it blazes down upon me, intent on causing heatstroke and rashes. This action, observed from a distance by Luya, sent a shudder through his mind. Blood surged to his temples, his handsome features contorted with unrestrained fury, a trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his bitten lip. What is he doing? Fanning himself. He dares to treat my pride, the sun's true fire capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, as mere summer warmth. This is an affront. No, it transcends mere disrespect. It is a blatant trampling of my dignity, of the honor of the Demon Clan's South Heavenly Court, ground beneath his heel. With a sharp crack, Luya's fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his nails digging painfully into his palms, barely restraining the transformation into his true form. The three-legged golden crow. Very well, Xiao Tianshun. You have successfully captured my attention. Without lingering further, Luya cast a final, penetrating gaze at the bare-chested man, his eyes as frigid as death itself. He turned, silently transforming into a streak of golden light, propelled by overwhelming resentment and murderous intent, racing towards the sun star. Upon returning to his solar palace, Luya radiated an icy, bone-chilling aura, causing even the fire spirits within the palace to tremble in fear. The 9 brothers engaged in playful antics ceased at the sight of his countenance. Little Ten, who has wronged you? The eldest of the golden crows inquired. Luya's voice was imbued with a coldness that even the ancient ice could not warm. Brothers, Xiao Tianshun from the southern heavenly gate has insulted our demon clan and shamed our sovereign. He deserves a fate worse than death. I have a scheme that will ensure his demise appears as a natural disaster, leaving no trace to uncover. He gazed at his brothers, madness flickering in his eyes. Tomorrow at noon, the 10 of us shall traverse the 9 heavens. I will show that Kunlun, that southern heavenly gate, and indeed the entire human realm, what true astonishment looks like. A cataclysmic slaughter, potent enough to overturn the entire primordial gaming table, was quietly brewing. Meanwhile, at the eye of this impending storm, Xiao Tianshun fanned himself for a while, feeling refreshed before laying his robe on the ground and sprawling out in a relaxed position, preparing for a midday nap. He hummed a familiar tune from his past life. What use is this iron rod? Chapter 29. 10 suns in the sky. The 10 princes of the Demon Clan's heavenly court are the cherished heartstrings of Emperor June, the 10 pillars that support his defiance against fate. Today, these pillars have transformed into 10 cataclysmic suns, heralding the arrival of disaster. In the southern continent, the shamans of mortal tribes, having just completed their grand rituals, wiped their brows and gazed skyward, sensing an unsettling change. The sun appeared, brighter than before. Moments later, steam began to rise from the streams, the water scalding enough to flip fish and shrimp onto their backs. Within half an hour, the water levels of rivers and lakes visibly plummeted, revealing cracked riverbeds, grotesque and gaping. The crops in the fields first wilted, then turned to char, and ultimately disintegrated into ash. Mortals and spirits alike were reduced to jerky amid their anguished cries. The vitality of the earth was brutally evaporated. Even the blessed mountains and sanctuaries could not withstand it. Their protective formations flickered like dying light bulbs. The sect leaders, observing the rapid depletion of spirit stones, felt their hearts bleed. Some less adept immortals, standing outside for merely a moment, found their garments igniting spontaneously, their souls pricked with pain. The entire primordial realm had transformed into a colossal alchemical furnace. Above, 10 three-legged golden crows reveled in long, joyous cries, unfurling their magnificent wings. They relished the ecstasy of passing judgment upon all living beings. With a chilling gaze, Luya fixed his attention on Kunlun, locking onto that portal. Xiao Tianshun, are you now begging for mercy on your knees, or have you already been scorched to a crisp? At the southern heaven gate. Damn! Xiao Tianshun leaped 3 feet high, slapping his smooth arm, wincing in pain. It was unbearably hot. All he wanted was a midday nap. Who had he offended? First, he felt a hint of sunburn, then a searing heat, and soon he realized he was not lying on white jade but on a red-hot iron plate. The air was thick with the scent of charring. Xiao Tianshun lowered his head to sniff. Ah, it was the smell of his own leg hair. When he looked up again, he was left in a daze. Above him, 10 suns hung like glaring incandescent bulbs, dutifully showering the world with light and heat. In his mind, the long-forgotten mechanical voice erupted emotionlessly. Ding! Significant historical juncture detected. 10 suns in the sky. Critical decision mode activated. Option 1. Align with the heavens, suppress the 10 suns, and engage in a relentless struggle against the demon clan, gaining immeasurable merit. Reward: postnatal merit treasure, merit gold wheel. Passive: immunity to solar true fire. Option 2. Preserve oneself, retreat to Kunlun Mountain, and activate the cave formation, becoming a turtle hiding its head. Reward: top-tier innate defensive formation, 9 curves yellow river array, fragment, a millennium of cultivation. Option 3. Leverage external power. Report immediately to the 3 Pure Ones or the Jade Emperor, allowing the leaders to intervene. Reward: increased favorability with the 3 Pure Ones, a random innate spiritual treasure. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the options, his eyes spinning rapidly. Option 1. Engage in a life-and-death struggle with the demon clan? Wouldn't that old rascal Emperor Jun slice me to pieces for his drink? Merit is valuable, but one must have the life to claim it. Next. Option 2. Hide away. I am the gatekeeper of the Southern Celestial Gate, steadfast in my position. If I abandon my post, will the Jade Emperor not flame my skin? The first rule of the corporate world: the boss may forsake their humanity, but you must not neglect your attendance. Moving on. Option 3. Consult a superior? To seek out a leader for trivial matters would only highlight my incompetence. How shall I navigate the vast bureaucracy of the celestial realm? I cannot fight, I cannot flee, nor can I call for help. This damned system has trapped me in a deadlock. Xiao Tianshun, feeling the sweat trickle down his face, cursed the ancestral lineage of the system in his mind. Wait a moment. An epiphany struck him. The options provided by the system were all about saving the world. But is my primary conflict truly about saving the world? No, it is that I am unbearably hot, and I long for a restful sleep. His thoughts swiftly shifted from how to confront the cataclysmic disaster to how to deal with the malfunctioning air conditioning in the office. The problem suddenly seemed trivial. The sun blazes fiercely. All I need to do is find something to shield myself from it. His gaze swept across the area. The doorstop, the remnants of the Panga banner? Too small. The celestial treasure of the? Even smaller. Finally, his eyes landed on the scarecrow in the vegetable garden. Constructed from the fragments of the extermination array, it was large and sturdy. That would do. Outside the Southern Celestial Gate, a group of cultivators, nearly roasted from the heat, gazed with bulging eyes at the young gatekeeper. Xiao Tianshun dashed into the vegetable garden, grasping the scarecrow and uprooting it from the ground with sheer force. His actions caused many to blink in astonishment. He tore off the tattered robe, shook off the dirt, and rushed to the side of one of the gate's pillars. Gripping the corners of the fabric tightly, he pulled with all his might. The extermination array is an ancient weapon of unparalleled lethality, imbued with profound Taoist essence. Xiao Tianshun's face flushed with exertion as veins bulged on his neck. That ragged cloth remained utterly unyielding. Curse it, how stubborn. Frustrated from rising heat and fatigue, his temper flared. The primordial Tao body within him seemed to respond, a thread of primal energy surging through his arm into the array. Buzz. The fragment of the array erupted with an overwhelming intent to kill, a crimson beam of light soaring into the sky, staining the sun a deep red. The supreme sword intent that could obliterate immortals swept across the realms. Inside Bio Palace, the celestial master of Tongtian was about to rise when he glimpsed the scene in the water mirror. He was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! What a clever boy. He is not merely using it. He is activating it. By invoking his own Tao, he awakens the true self of the array. Unaware of these revelations, Xiao Tianshun merely felt the tattered cloth in his hands suddenly become obedient, light as a feather, no different from an ordinary sailcloth. He was quite satisfied. With one hand grasping the array, he took out the celestial treasure of the, piercing a corner with a swift motion, creating an opening. The token was then hung on the protrusion of the eastern gate pillar. On the other side, he replicated the process. He extracted the fragment of the Panga banner from the crevice of the door and, treating it as a thumbtack, forcefully drove it into the western doorpost. A colossal sunshade, spanning the southern gate, was erected. Shadows descended, alleviating the sweltering heat. A wave of refreshing coolness enveloped him, prompting Qiao Tianshun to exhale contentedly. Task accomplished. He clapped his hands and, feeling satisfied, returned to his robe, sprawling once more upon the ground. Above in the heavens, Lu Ya's handsome visage contorted, his features nearly merging in disbelief. He had unleashed a cataclysmic calamity. Yet what was the outcome? Not only had they survived, but they had also transformed the treasured artifacts of his 3 venerable saints into mere hooks and thumbtacks to create a sunshade? An utter disgrace. With a spurt of golden reverse blood, Lu Ya erupted in fury. Qiao Tianshun. A frenzied glint flickered in his eyes. In the next heartbeat, 10 radiant suns blazed in the sky, their brilliance intensifying. No longer merely illuminating, but converging. 10 pillars of incinerating solar fire tore through the firmament, coalescing into a single torrent, hurtling towards that obnoxious sunshade at the southern gate with a thunderous crash. Chapter 30. A bloodshed sparked by a dip of cool water in the span of 10 days. The heavens ignited with flames. The radiant beam of solar fire had transcended mere fire. It was a decree from the heavens, a law, a most unambiguous embodiment of death. Beneath that luminous pillar, time was reduced to ash, and space was seared into chasms, revealing a pitch-black chaos. With such a strike, even a venerable sage would yield, and the great Luo would be compelled to reincarnate on the spot. The deities and Buddhas of the 3 realms anticipated that the tattered sunshade at the southern heaven gate, along with the oblivious mortal beneath it, would be expunged from this universe in the next breath. However, a soft sound pierced the air, akin to a droplet of cold water cascading into a boiling cauldron. The world-destroying beam of light collided with the canopy formed by the Zhuxian formation. Yet it made not a whisper. It was ensnared. On the blood-red formation, soared energy circulated autonomously, slicing, shattering, and deconstructing the solar fire into its most primordial essence, dispersing into the ether. Beneath the shade, the coolness lingered. Yet, the temperature began to rise. Qiao Tianshun was roused from his slumber, almost suffocating from the heat. As he blinked awake, he felt the sunshade above him sizzling hot enough to roast meat, scorching his throat and drenching him in sweat. What in the world? He grumbled, sitting up in agitation, wiping the oily perspiration from his face, muttering curses under his breath. This wretched cloth offers no insulation. It looks good, but serves no purpose. Thirst. He was unbearably parched. Instinctively, Qiao Tianshun turned his head, his gaze honing in on the old wooden ladle nestled in the corner, which had served him faithfully for half his life. The ladle contained half a scoop of spring water he had gathered that morning. Without a second thought, he dashed over, seized the ladle, and approached the sweltering sunshade. All the formidable beings of the 3 realms watched in disbelief as he raised his hand. Splash! A ladleful of crisp spring water was elegantly splashed, most of it drenching the reddened Zhuxian formation. Sizzle! The cacophony erupted, a thick cloud of white steam billowing upward, entwined with a dense essence of fire. Rising into the sky, the water did not clash directly with the solar fire. Instead, it seeped into every intricate line of the formation. Once sluggish and overwhelmed by the solar flames, the formation awakened in that moment. It would no longer remain a passive target. It sought to retaliate. The formless sword intent surged along the solar fire beam, flowing against the current. It was not a mere severance. It aimed to eradicate the roots. Puff! In the heavens, the beam of solar fire, potent enough to incinerate the world and boil the seas, extinguished as if the power had been shut off. Only a wisp of blue smoke lingered, a testament to its prior existence. In the sky, 10 three-legged golden crows froze in unison. They glanced down at the man, reveling in his triumph while clutching the battered ladle, then at the extinguished beam. Their minds faltered. Was it gone? We, the 10 brothers, ignited our essence, wagering our very lives on the mightiest strike, only to be extinguished by a mere splash of water? No, it cannot be. Lu Ya let out a scream that was more beastly than human, a manifestation of madness. This was not mere extinguishment. It was a proclamation from the very laws of existence. You are unworthy of being. Thus, it ceased to exist. Within the 3 realms, the fall of a pin could be heard. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme stared intently at the water mirror reflecting the dripping broken ladle. his gaze imbued with a gravity rarely seen since the dawn of creation. In the celestial sanctuary, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun opened his eyes. After a prolonged observation, a subtle smile graced his lips as he softly uttered two words, interesting. Meanwhile, the Tao ancestor, who had instigated this entire affair, shook the empty ladle in his hand, furrowing his brow. Damn it, the water is gone, he muttered, feeling a twinge of thirst. This utterance echoed perfectly into Lu Yu's ears above. The phrase "the water is gone," each word transformed into molten iron, searing into his mind and leaving him in a state of disarray. Can you hear this? Can you hear if this is even human speech? The desperate strike of my 10 brothers is worth merely half a ladle of water in your eyes? Or is it simply the water used for washing your filthy feet? And now you lament the lack of water, claiming you're still thirsty. With a fierce spurt of scalding golden blood from his heart, Lu Yu nearly succumbed, teetering on the brink of falling from the heavens. Just then, a raw, desolate force surged from the western lands, infused with boundless rage and compassion. A towering figure emerged, stepping forth to ascend the heavens. The great shaman, Hui. Hui drew back his bow. The taut string emitted a grating sound, yet he hesitated. Once this arrow is loosed, the path for both the shaman and the undead would be severed irrevocably. In the midst of this internal struggle at the southern celestial gate, Xiao Tianshun finally washed the carrot in his hand until it gleamed. A droplet descended from the tip of the carrot, traversing the southern celestial gate, leisurely cascading downwards. It fell precisely. Plop. It landed squarely on Ho Yi's brow. The droplet seeped in. Ho Yi trembled violently. The concerns of the impending battle between the shaman and the undead, the overwhelming dread of karmic retribution, the bewildering uncertainties of the future. The cacophony of thoughts in his mind was instantaneously cleansed. Only one thought remained: to save. No longer hesitating, he released the arrow. Buzz. In the heavens, a three-legged golden crow erupted without a cry, transforming into a splendid golden rain of flames. One arrow. Ho Yi, expressionless, drew back the bow once more. After 9 arrows, only Lu Yu's little bird remained in the sky, trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. Ho Yi's hand, poised to release another arrow, came to a halt. Reason reclaimed its dominion. To eradicate completely, the heavens would not permit it. It was this momentary pause that shifted the tide. Lu Yu seized the opportunity, unleashing a piercing shriek that shattered the heavens, igniting his very soul as he transformed into a beam of golden light. Fleeing in a state of utter disarray, Ho Yi gazed towards the direction of his departure, gradually lowering his bow. He turned, bowing deeply towards the southern heavenly gate. He was unaware of which exalted being resided above, yet he recognized that it was this figure who had bestowed upon him the courage to act. It was also this entity that, in the end, had granted him a sliver of hope for survival. Such a debt of gratitude, he vowed, would be repaid with his life. Ho Yi departed. The southern heavenly gate remained tranquil. Xiao Tianshun took a crisp bite of the carrot in his hand. Sweet and refreshing, indeed. Quite delightful. He was savoring his post-meal fruit when a cold, mechanical voice erupted within his mind. Ding. Detecting that the host is at a significant historical juncture during the 10 days in the sky, triggering the hidden optimal solution of non-action, flowing with the natural order. The host's actions of setting up a shelter for shade, splashing water for cooling, and washing ingredients have perfectly circumvented the causality of his existence. Moreover, these actions indirectly guided the great witch Ho Yi to intervene, ending the calamity, preserving the bloodline of the demon race, and maintaining the balance of heaven and earth. Judgment successful. Reward integration. Proceeding to advanced sublimation. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unique and supreme passive talent. The Way of Heaven's Emissary Pseudo. Chapter 31. The Will of Heaven's Proxy. I am merely a security guard. With half a radish clutched between his teeth, Xiao Tianshun was momentarily stunned as the cold, unyielding report from the system struck him like a thunderclap. Proxy of the Will of Heaven Pseudo? What on earth is this? A thought crossed his mind, and the description of his newfound talent unfurled before him. Uniqueness, supreme passive talent. You need not comprehend the will of heaven. It shall actively comprehend you. Your heedless utterances, provided they do not betray your true heart, survival, have an exceedingly low probability of being deemed reasonable, potentially triggering a fine-tuning of the laws. Note, this talent is extraordinarily unstable, The host is advised to exercise caution with sarcasm. Xiao Tianxuan's face turned a ghastly shade of green. What the hell? Do I now need to draft a script, even for cursing? On a bad day. If I lament that the sky hasn't collapsed yet, will the Jade Emperor's celestial palace truly come crashing down upon me? This was no golden finger. It was a death warrant. Curse this system. I demand a refund. Xiao Tianxuan fumed internally. The system remained unresponsive as ever. Fuming with indignation, he chewed on the radish. The crunch echoing in the silence. Just as he was venting his frustrations at the system, a thunderous sound reverberated from outside the southern heavenly gate. Boom, boom, boom. Each thud resonated deep within him, causing the ancient white jade tiles beneath to tremble. Xiao Tianxuan looked up, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A giant, more massive than a mountain, was approaching, hoisting a stark white object over his shoulder, followed by a cadre of warriors exuding a fierce aura. The giantess' upper body was bare, muscles rippling like rugged cliffs. A sinking feeling gripped Xiao Tianxuan's heart. This was it. The giant had come seeking vengeance. After trampling on a few of his vegetables last time, was he now intent on uprooting his entire garden? Quickly, he stashed the half-radish behind him, plastering a sycophantic grin across his face as he approached. Good sir, you seem unfamiliar. Are you here on business for the heavenly court? As the giant loomed closer, his shadow engulfed Xiao Tianxuan, an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. But in the next moment, thud, the mountain-like giant knelt heavily on the ground, causing cracks to spiderweb across the jade tiles. The warriors behind him followed suit, dropping to their knees in unison. Great shaman of the witch clan, Xiang Lu, pays homage to the father god. The giantess' voice boomed like thunder, leaving Xiao Tianxuan's ears ringing. The fervor in his gaze was searing, almost painful to behold. Xiao Tianxuan felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Again? Is your clan wholesale in adopting fathers? Good sir, this is a tremendous misunderstanding. He waved his hands, his smile more sorrowful than a cry. My surname is Qiao, my given name Tianxuan. My neighbors affectionately call me Little Qiao. Yet Xiang Lu seemed impervious to his words, roaring on unabated. Father God, the word of your divine miracles has spread across the 12 tribes, thanks to the swift tongue of that rogue Hui. You raised your hand to assist him in shooting down 9 gluttonous birds, avenging the suffering of our people. Such great kindness shall forever be etched in the memory of the witch clan. With that, he reverently laid the enormous bone he had been carrying before Xiao Tianxuan. This is the spine of the ancient beast star-eater Kun, a treasured relic of my witch clan. Xiang Lu scratched his head, revealing a simple smile. Hui remarked, your divine power is unparalleled. However, you do appear somewhat frail. We were contemplating that this bone, imbued with the laws of body refinement, would be perfect for you. To brew a nourishing soup. Xiao Tianxuan slowly shifted his gaze from the bone, thicker than his waist, to the small clay pot in his cave meant for cooking noodles. Darkness clouded his vision. Brew soup? With what? If I were to use the southern heavenly gate as a pot, wouldn't the Jade Emperor flame my skin? He looked at Xiang Lu's earnest face, which was filled with a longing for praise, and felt his blood pressure rise. This thing is a hot potato. I absolutely cannot accept it. Cough. Xiao Tianxuan cleared his throat, intending to emulate the lofty figures and stories, to say a few courteous words of refusal. This item is precious. I appreciate your intentions. But this... Father God, Xiang Lu interrupted, becoming anxious, his voice rising an octave. Do you find our gift unworthy? The group of muscular men behind him suddenly had their expressions dim, their heads drooping like rain-soaked dogs, looking pitiful. Xiao Tianxuan felt overwhelmed. How could these brutish fellows have more inner drama than women? Well, it seems I cannot refuse. He sighed deeply, adopting an expression of 3 parts impatience and 7 parts disdain, pointing at the bone and beginning his usual complaints. All right, just leave it there. When gifting, one should use their brain, offer something practical. Such a large piece, useless for eating or trading. Even sitting on it would be uncomfortable. This was merely a spontaneous utterance. Little did he know, as soon as the words left his mouth, Xiang Lu's body shook, and his large, bell-like eyes ignited with 2 brilliant flashes of insight. Enlightenment. A stool. To regard this body refinement treasure, coveted even by ancestral witches, as a stool, not bound by material, the Tao flows naturally. Father God, you are enlightening us. If a treasure is used for sitting, it becomes a stool. A stubborn stone used to validate the path is indeed a treasure. The utility of all things lies within the heart. Father God teaches us, Xiang Lu understands. Xiang Lu bowed deeply, his voice brimming with uncontainable excitement. He rose and, alongside his equally enlightened kin, marched forth with heads held high and brisk strides. They arrived like the wind and departed like lightning. Only Qiao Tianshan remained, gazing at the massive bone in the wind, wanting to weep without tears. Good heavens, is the southern heavenly gate to be renamed the scrap collection station? He sighed and, resigning himself to fate, walked over and sat down heavily. Oh, surprisingly, the surface is warm and smooth, far more comfortable than his tattered straw mat. Well, using it as a long bench isn't such a loss. Qiao Tianshan chuckled at himself and continued munching on the half-carrot he had taken out. Unbeknownst to him, a surge of pure energy flowed through him, cascading along his spine and invigorating every limb, causing all 36,000 pores to open wide. He felt a comforting warmth beneath him, akin to sitting on a premium heated toilet seat. Oddly enough, despite the sun nearing its descent, he felt an inexplicable restlessness. Munching on a carrot, he mumbled to himself. No sooner had he spoken than the sun, already dimming, appeared to flicker like a candle snuffed out, losing a fraction of its light. In the heavenly realm, within the celestial palace, the supreme deity, seated before the water mirror, crushed a luminous glass vessel in his grasp with a sharp crack, reducing it to powder. What did he witness? Did Qiao Tianshan's proclamation, the true son of the great day, truly invoke a response? Was this the voice of the heavenly Tao, or was it a manifestation of the law made manifest? A chill surged from the base of the supreme deity's spine, racing up to his crown. He fixated intently on the figure in the water mirror, the man gnawing on a carrot, and in that moment, the majesty of the emperor evaporated, replaced by an unprecedented fear. This guardian of the southern heavenly gate was not to be trifled with. Chapter 32. A cool rain sparks internal competition. The bone chair, forced upon him by the witch clan, had grown somewhat warm after prolonged use. Qiao Tianshan shifted in his seat, the sensation reminiscent of an ergonomic chair with heating from his past life. After finishing the carrot in hand, he smacked his lips, savoring the taste, and gazed skyward. The 9 suns had vanished, yet the remaining one bore the weight of his companion's KPIs, radiating an unbearable heat. The air was thick with a charred, metallic scent that penetrated his senses. Goodness, the air quality must be off the charts, Qiao Tianshan grumbled, waving his sleeve in front of his face to fan himself. The apocalyptic wasteland was not meant to be this way. A cleansing rain would do wonders for the earth, he mused. No sooner had he voiced his complaint than his unreliable passive ability, Heaven's mandate, pseudo, trembled slightly. The heavens acknowledged his sentiment. In an instant, vapor materialized in the previously cloudless sky above the southern gate. A gentle breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Soon after, raindrops the size of beans began to fall, imbued with a strange, fragrant essence. The rain was light, merely enveloping this small patch of land outside the southern gate. Qiao Tianshan was momentarily taken aback. Is this a manifestation of my words? He extended his hand, allowing a few drops to land on his palm, their coolness invigorating. Today the heavens are quite considerate, he nodded in satisfaction, the fiery irritation from the sun dissipating significantly. While he found solace, the group of onlookers outside was in a frenzy. This rain was no ordinary precipitation. Within the rain was the purified essence of solar fire, intertwined with a faint, almost imperceptible vitality. A small demon, its meridians scorched by heat waves, felt the rain wash over it. A chilling current surged through its body, visibly healing its wounds. My injuries are healed? It exclaimed in sheer ecstasy, immediately prostrating itself, proclaiming it to be a divine blessing. An ancient Taoist, stuck at the threshold of the golden immortal realm for millennia, was drenched by the rain, and with a thunderous realization. The barriers that had plagued him for a lifetime shattered. The balance of water and fire, the harmony of yin and yang. I have attained enlightenment. Tears streamed down his face as he sat down in meditation, his aura rising steadily, and he unexpectedly broke through, stepping into the great Tao. The ancients are imparting wisdom. Quickly, this is the water-fire great path evolved by the predecessors. I understand. First, the fire that scorches the heavens, followed by the life-giving water. This is the supreme truth of breaking to rebuild, living from death. The crowd was utterly entranced, greedily bathing in the divine rain, lost in a trance. Outside the southern gate, it resembled a grand sight of enlightenment. The already overflowing bamboo basket welcomed a surge of tuition fees. The cultivators, eyes aflame with fervor, frantically tossed their most treasured possessions into it, even willing to part with their partner's undergarments, hoping to amplify their sincerity. Xiao Tianshun watched the melodramatic scene unfold with a twitch at the corner of his eye, too exasperated to comment. Do as you wish, just as long as you leave me in peace. The rain cascaded over the vegetable patch as he hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits high. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a dazzling rainbow glow. In the center of the garden, the carrot branded with his hopes, the Shengnon carrot, was glowing. The raindrops fell upon it, not soaking in but being devoured by it. Each drop consumed, amplifying its radiance, transforming its green tops into a translucent emerald-like sheen. An overwhelming surge of innate spiritual energy erupted forth. The smile on Xiao Tianxuan's face froze inch by inch. He was no fool. It was over. His penchant had mutated. From an ordinary carrot, it had evolved into a primal spiritual root. Goodness! Xiao Tianxuan's mind buzzed. Having navigated the commercial world in his past life, he understood a fundamental truth. An ordinary person bears no guilt, but possessing treasure brings peril. This was no mere carrot. It was akin to a nuclear bomb strapped to his waist. If word got out, even the 3 pure ones would be left in awe, and he'd be reduced to ashes. It had to be dealt with. Overwhelmed by a profound aversion to risk, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. To throw it away? A primal spiritual root possesses sentience. If discarded today, it might return glowing tomorrow, possibly accompanied by a battalion of pursuers. To consume it? With his frail physique, he would likely ascend on the spot, exploding into a magnificent firework. To hide it? The entire primordial realm was monitored by powerful beings. Even stuffing it in his trousers would be futile. In desperation, Xiao Tianshun paced back and forth at the edge of the vegetable patch. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the south heavenly gate, where a group of raucous cultivators clamored. A bold, even somewhat unscrupulous idea flashed through his mind. Yes, the most effective way to transfer this monumental risk was to pass the burden onto someone else. And it needed to be done openly and with justification. The rain ceased. The cultivators outside opened their eyes, feeling rejuvenated, their cultivation dramatically enhanced. Their gazes towards Xiao Tianshun were now filled with fervent admiration. At that moment, the Tao ancestor in their eyes stirred. Xiao Tianshun rose, adjusted his robes, his expression grave, and walked step by step towards the center of the vegetable patch. He bent down, reverently cradling the radiant carrot, his actions as solemn as performing a sacred ritual. Carrying the vibrant carrot, thicker than his own arm, he approached the south heavenly gate and cleared his throat softly. The scene fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixated on him and the carrot he held. The rich primal spiritual energy enveloped them, causing the cultivators to hold their breath. A primal spiritual root. A living, breathing primal spiritual root. Had the elder, before their very eyes, summoned a primal spiritual root from a rainstorm. What extraordinary and unfathomable skill this was. Coughing lightly, Xiao Tianshun faced the crowd, whose eyes burned with a desire to devour him along with the carrot. Though his heart raced, his expression remained calm and unperturbed. Your hearts in pursuit of the Tao are most sincere. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly within the hearts of all present. Today, heavenly rain has descended, and I, a humble practitioner, have felt a certain sensation, leading me to acquire this spiritual object. He raised the carrot in his hand and continued. The great Tao encompasses 50, the heavens unfold 49, and humanity evades 1. This object can be regarded as that one. I wish to use this object to test you. Whosoever can unravel my enigma shall seize this opportunity. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The elder intends to bestow an opportunity, to use a primal spiritual root as an examination. What magnanimity! What audacity! Every cultivator's breath grew heavy, their eyes ignited with the flames of ambition. Fixated intently on the carrot, Xiao Tianshun chuckled coldly within. Come forth, fight for it. For this life and death carrot, even foolishness would be worthwhile. Once it is given away, This monumental burden shall bear no connection to me. He cradled the carrot, surveying the surroundings, and in a tone he deemed most ethereal and befitting of a sage, he slowly posed the ultimate question. Who among you can enlighten me on the best way to consume this carrot? Chapter 33. What is the value of this radish? How should this radish be consumed for optimal taste? Xiao Tianshun posed a question that resonated deeply, echoing outside the southern heavenly gate, yet it barely stirred the waters. The world fell silent. Outside the southern heavenly gate, tens of thousands of cultivators stood, each in a state of bewilderment. They had prepared profound insights and interpretations of the Tao, eagerly awaiting their elders' words, ready to respond with eloquence and astonishing skill. Yet, the elder inquired about a recipe? This atmosphere felt entirely off, quite wrong. After a moment of stunned silence, the crowd erupted. Eat. What hidden meaning lies behind that? I cannot comprehend. Suddenly, a cultivator smacked his thigh, as if he had unraveled a great mystery. The elder's question held profound significance. Eating does not merely refer to satiating hunger, but rather to refining. The elder was inquiring about the best method to refine such innate spiritual roots. It made sense. This was indeed a question of the Tao. As these words were spoken, the crowd experienced a revelation, their gazes now imbued with respect for the cultivator who spoke. Yes, this aligns with the persona of a wise elder. With this realization, the cultivator's previously stalled minds rebooted, their eyes glimmering with renewed confidence. Xiao Tianshun observed this frenzied self-interpretation with a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Excellent. The more absurd their imaginations run, the better. I fear they may never grasp the truth. He weighed the radish in his hand, then calmly inquired, who will go first? I shall. A Taoist clad in a gossip-patterned robe stepped forward, bowing respectfully, his voice booming. Esteemed elder. Such a spiritual root should be refined with true fire as the catalyst, complemented by the pure waters of the heavens, for a full 49 days. Only then may one obtain a heavenly Tao pill. This is the orthodox approach. After speaking, he stroked his beard, wearing an expression of pride. Xiao Tianxuan's eyelid twitched. Good heavens! To consume a radish, one must engage in alchemical processes? By the time 49 days have passed, the feast will be over. Troublesome. He subtly shook his head. The elder's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment as he retreated. I will. A bear demon lumbered forward, thumping its broad chest with a palm the size of a fan. Elder, I believe such a precious treasure should be swallowed whole. Let the spiritual energy explode within, engaging in battle with the internal organs. Endure it and undergo a transformation. Xiao Tianxuan's forehead furrowed with 3 dark lines. Swallow whole. Engage in a battle of spiritual energy? Do you think this is akin to consuming an exploding truck? Foolish. He shook his head once more. The bear demon scratched its head and stepped back. What followed was utter chaos. It should be sliced, accompanied by stellar essence. To comprehend the yin and yang path. Nay, it must be ground into powder and mixed with rootless water to cultivate water grinding skills. Nonsense. It should be offered, observed day and night. This is the visualization method. Xiao Tianshun felt overwhelmed. For heaven's sake, I merely wish for a simple meal. Yet this group has transformed a question of how to eat into a grand symposium on primordial cultivation theories. Is there truly no one with a coherent thought? He shook his head in disappointment, dismissing one lofty opinion after another. Gradually, the crowd began to discern the essence of the situation. The path of this elder seemed to diverge from their expectations. Just as confusion enveloped the gathering, a languid voice broke through the air. Huh, a perfectly fine carrot. And you speak of it as if it were poison. Are you not weary? The crowd turned to the source of the voice, revealing a middle-aged Taoist clad in simple robes, holding a whisk, who was smiling warmly at them. Though he stood there, he appeared to meld seamlessly with the surrounding world. A collective gasp echoed among the assembled Deluo Jinxians. Zhen Yuanzi, the monarch of the world, the ancestor of the earth immortals. What brings this esteemed figure here? Zhen Yuanzi paid no heed to the crowd, instead offering a distant bow to Xiao Tianshun, saying with a smile, I am Zhen Yuanzi, merely passing through. I found it amusing to see a fellow Taoist testing with spiritual roots. May I also partake in this interest? A sudden alarm rang in Xiao Tianxuan's heart. Zhen Yuanzi, the one known for cultivating ginseng fruits? The infamous wealthy landowner of the primordial era? Why was he here? Was he drawn by the allure of the carrot? Though anxiety surged within, Chow maintained a calm facade, nodding. Please, Taoist friend, do share. Zhen Yuanzi flicked his whisk, his gaze falling upon the vibrant carrot, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in his eyes. In my humble opinion, the most precious aspect of such naturally nurtured spiritual roots lies in their innate essence. Any attempt to overly refine or enhance it is but sacrilege. Pausing for effect, he declared his conclusion. Clean it thoroughly and consume it raw to savor its purest, most original flavor. This is how one honors the grace of heaven. At this pronouncement, an eerie silence blanketed the assembly. Raw, consumed as is? Is it truly that simple? The simplicity of his suggestion astonished them. However, upon observing Qiao Tianshuan's expression, all fell silent. His eyes suddenly gleamed with an intensity akin to a 1,000-watt spotlight. He slapped his thigh, nearly dropping the carrot. His gaze toward Zhen Yuanzi brimming with an appreciation long overdue. Bravo. Well said. Your words resonate deeply with me. Finally, a voice of reason has emerged. Zhen Yuanzi smiled faintly, clearly pleased. He, the master of the earth's primordial membrane, understood the ways of nature. It seemed that this Taoist friend, Qiao, too, was on a path of returning to simplicity. Then, Zhen Yuanzi's tone shifted, laced with anticipation. He was not coveting the carrot, but sought to forge a benevolent connection. However, before Qiao Tianshun could respond, a timid yet clear voice piped up from the corner. I think roasting it would be the best way to enjoy it. The voice was soft, yet it rendered the room once again silent. The crowd turned to see a small monkey, covered in golden fur with shifty eyes, eagerly raising its paw, fixated on the carrot in Qiao Tianshuan's hand. That gaze, pure and untainted, devoid of any impurities, except for a desire to eat. Roast it. Qiao Tianshun was momentarily taken aback. The smile of Zhen Yuanzi froze upon his face. Where did this mischievous little monkey come from, causing a ruckus? Indeed, the little monkey scratched its face, licking its lips with an innocent expression. The fruits from our mountains, when roasted, are crisp on the outside and sweet on the inside. Delicious. This big fellow must be the same. Such words held no profound meaning, merely the simplest experience of a food lover. Yet, to Qiao Tianshuan's ears, it resonated like a thunderclap. Roast, to eat? Instantly, memories of a winter night in his past life flooded his mind, recalling a roadside sweet potato stand. The aroma wafted through the air. When the golden brown skin was peeled back, it revealed a glistening core. A single bite warmed the soul. That flavor. Qiao Tianshuan's mouth watered uncontrollably. He glanced at the carrot in his hand, then at the little monkey, whose eyes sparkled with delight at the thought of food. A thought exploded in his mind. Simplicity is overrated. Deliciousness is the true essence. Eating it raw is convenient, but it lacks flavor. Compared to roasting, gnawing on it raw is a betrayal of taste. This monkey has truly grasped the ultimate existence of the way of eating. It is indeed my ally. The look in Qiao Tianshuan's eyes shifted instantly towards the little monkey, filled with newfound fervor. He unhesitatingly extended the carrot in his hand towards the little monkey. You have answered correctly. This opportunity belongs to you. Chapter 34. The Monkey King acquires a root, and the Taoist ancestor sows the seed. Qiao Tianshuan's remark, you answered correctly, struck the white jade tiles in front of the southern heavenly gate, creating a deep indentation. The smile on Zhen Yuanzi's face froze, as he watched the retreating figure eagerly present a radiant, innate spiritual root to a little monkey. His mind buzzed as if the very earth beneath him had been cracked by the impact of that answer. I lost. How could I? The illustrious ancestor of immortals, who has immersed himself in the natural way for countless epochs, be defeated by a mere statement about roasting? This is absurd. Not only was he bewildered, but every cultivator present, without exception, stood dumbfounded. Each one racked their brains, citing classics, only to discover that the true profound understanding of the great Tao was, in fact, about barbecue. This unexpected twist nearly caused all the powerful beings present to wrench their backs in disbelief. The little monkey, clutching a carrot thicker than itself, was equally stunned, its fiery golden eyes wide open, unable to reach out to accept it. Take it, my friend. Qiao Tianshun, noticing its daze, enthusiastically shoved the carrot into its arms. The gesture resembled not the gifting of a rare treasure, but rather the last-minute clearance of unsold vegetables at a market. Is this really for me? The monkey stammered, holding the heavy, warm carrot. Of course. Xiao Tianshun clapped his hands, a weight lifting from his heart. Finally, he had rid himself of this hot potato. In high spirits, he regarded the monkey that had aided him, feeling a newfound fondness and could not resist offering a bit more advice. By the way, when you eat it, be sure to leave the green tops. He pointed to the vibrant leaves, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned gardener. Find a good spot to bury it, water it a little, and in time, it will sprout new roots. Though it may not be as good as this one, it will still satisfy your cravings. This was purely a nugget of wisdom gleaned from his previous life of gardening on a balcony. Yet, to others' ears, particularly to an esteemed figure like Zhen Yuanzi, the meaning transformed entirely. Zhen Yuanzi trembled, his gaze toward Xiao Tianshun shifting from confusion to sheer astonishment. What? What is he doing? This is not merely bestowing an opportunity. He is sowing the seeds of destiny. By gifting the innate spiritual root to this extraordinary stone monkey, he creates the cause, and by teaching it the method of sprouting roots, allowing the spiritual root to take hold in another blessed realm, he establishes the effect. Each sip and peck, each cause and effect, spans eons, with far-reaching implications. This is not a mere discourse on the Tao. It is a manipulation of causality, a playful dance with the cosmos. Who on earth is he? A chill coursed through Zhen Yuanzi, surging from his feet to the crown of his head, and he dared not steal another glance at Xiao Tianshun. From a distance, he deeply bowed and transformed into a stream of earthy yellow light, fleeing without a backward glance. He needed to return to Wuzhuang Temple and reinforce the protective array around his prized ginseng fruit tree. Compared to this individual, his own possessions felt like a child's plaything. Utterly embarrassing. The little monkey nodded, seemingly comprehending, firmly etching Xiao Tianshun's words into its memory. Clutching the large carrot, it bowed 3 times before him. With a somersault, it transformed into a beam of golden light, racing towards the Eastern Victory divine continent. It was imperative to return to Flower and Fruit Mountain swiftly, to roast this precious treasure and allow the monkey offspring to savor its novelty. Watching the monkey's receding silhouette, Xiao Tianshun stretched contentedly. Task accomplished. He hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled back to the vegetable patch, pondering whether to replant cabbage tomorrow or scatter some scallions. Before the southern heavenly gate, the group of bewildered cultivators gradually regained their composure. They gazed at Xiao Tianshun's leisurely figure, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Could it be that the path of the great Tao could be so grounded? Many cultivators bowed respectfully towards Xiao Tianshun's vegetable garden before departing silently. They needed to find a place to thoroughly digest the marvels they had witnessed today. Of course, a greater number chose to linger. The insights shared by this esteemed elder were profoundly intriguing, as if they had unlocked the door to a new realm. The supplementary classes at the Southern Heavenly Gate not only survived, but gained even greater prominence. In the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, the Heavenly Emperor observed everything through the water mirror with clarity. Upon witnessing Zhen Yuanzi's hasty retreat and Xiao Tianshun casually bestowing a primal spiritual root upon an unassuming monkey, the Heavenly Emperor was left utterly astounded. He grasped no notions of karmic design. He simply discerned 2 words: investment. This Qiao fellow was utterly unconventional. While other great beings took on disciples, bestowed treasures, and expounded teachings, he directly utilized a primal spiritual root to engage in angel-round financing, casting a wide net to support seemingly inconspicuous, yet immensely promising entrepreneurial ventures. Today a stone monkey, tomorrow a qilin, the day after a phoenix? Given time, would not the new generation of formidable beings in the wilderness come to address him as Teacher Qiao? By then, what would his status as the Heavenly Emperor amount to? Clutching the armrest of his throne, the Heavenly Emperor's knuckles turned pale. No, he could not remain idle. Confrontation? He dared not. Thus, he resolved to join forces. Unable to overpower, he would seek to become an ally. A flicker of determination flashed in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. He would present a monumental gift, a gesture of such magnitude that none could refuse. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianshun was wielding a hoe, gesturing over his vegetable garden when his peripheral vision caught sight of the Tai-Bai Jinxing, who approached with his characteristic steady gait, wearing a beaming smile. Uncle Master Qiao, we meet again. The smile of Tai-Bai Jinxing was more genuine than before, and he bowed even lower. What brings you here, esteemed Tai-Bai? Xiao Tianshun set down his hoe, his mind racing with curiosity. Was this old superior here for another inspection? Clearing his throat, Tai Jinxing unfurled a resplendent golden decree, proclaiming in a resonant voice the Jade Emperor's sacred edict. Southern Heavenly Gate's guardian, Xiao Tianshun, diligently fulfilling his duties, contributing to the state, resulting in the flourishing fortune of the heavenly court, earning the admiration of myriad immortals. I am greatly gratified. However, dear Uncle Master, you guard the heavenly gate alone. Toiling day and night, my heart cannot bear it. Thus, Master Shushu is appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Three Realms, overseeing all affairs of the Southern Heavenly Gate. Furthermore, I have heard of Master Shushu's fondness for pastoral pleasures, and therefore, I have allocated 1,000 acres of the Yaoqi's ancestral land, located beyond the 33 heavens, entirely to Master Shushu, to serve as the backyard of the Grand Marshal's residence. This decree is hereby proclaimed. As the decree was read, the illustrious Tai Jinxing reverently presented the edict, along with a jade tablet inscribed with the characters Yaoqi, to Xiao Tianshun. Xiao Tianshun blinked in surprise, glancing at the hoe in his hand and then at the radiant edict. Had he been promoted? Moreover, he was granted 1,000 acres of land, the ancestral land of Yaoqi. Wasn't that where the Queen Mother of the West cultivated her peaches of immortality? His mind buzzed with disbelief. It felt as though a mere security guard, idly passing time at work, had suddenly been patted on the shoulder by the chairman, who declared him the new vice president of the group and casually handed him the most valuable plot of land next to the headquarters for his dormitory. This unexpected fortune made his hair stand on end. How could this be? Xiao Tianshun rubbed his hands together, a broad smile spreading across his face. Yet his heart raced with alarm. There must be a hidden agenda behind such flattery, either deceit or theft. What scheme was that old rascal Haoyan concocting? While Xiao Tianshun was left dazed by this unexpected promotion and the accompanying rewards, he failed to notice the two piercing gazes from the distant western peaks, traversing the endless void, settling upon the Southern Heavenly Gate and upon him, the newly appointed Grand Marshal of the Three Realms. Brother, this individual is indeed fated to be intertwined with our Western realm. Chapter 35. The King of the Scrolls from the West. Xiao Tianshun felt utterly deceived, ensnared in an enormous trap. This was no reward. It felt akin to winning 5 million only to be confronted at the door by the tax bureau, charitable organizations, and distant impoverished relatives. The title of Supreme General of the Three Realms seemed impressive, but in essence, it merely translated to a perpetually high-risk project director. 1,000 acres of Yaoqi, the former Queen Mother's private garden, located in the very heart of the Celestial Realms business district. To cultivate vegetables in such a spiritually potent land might well yield mutated produce due to radiation. Having previously experienced both entrepreneurship and bankruptcy, Xiao Tianshun discerned the underlying reality with a single glance. This was not a reward. It was blatantly a bundle of undesirable assets forcibly thrust upon him by the Jade Emperor. High risk, high leverage, and high debt products. Tai Jinxing, with a smile akin to a blossoming chrysanthemum, departed, leaving Xiao Tianshun clutching the scorching imperial edict, standing beside his meager vegetable patch with a face so contorted it could swat a fly. Outside the Southern Heavenly Gate, the students of the correspondence course erupted in excitement, each one seemingly electrified. The imperial edict. It was the decree of the Jade Emperor. The Tao of the predecessors had received the acknowledgement of the heavenly way. 1,000 acres of Yaoqi, ancestral land. The predecessor intends to establish a grand Taoist temple in this 33 heavens. We are fortunate to witness the sage's pioneering. Xiao Tianshun felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Establish a temple? He merely wished to safeguard his vegetable garden for retirement. He cast a glance over the vast expanse of spiritually vibrant land. It was not a garden, but rather 1,000 acres of a high-explosive zone. Risk isolation was imperative. Without hesitation, he set about his task. Under the watchful eyes of countless deities and creatures from the three realms, the newly appointed Marshal Xiao took up his hoe. He diligently circled his modest vegetable patch, digging a trench. Then, he scavenged some old bamboo to construct a sparse fence. Thus, a quaint little courtyard, imbued with a rustic charm, was declared complete. Xiao Tianshun dusted off his hands, exhaling deeply. Relief washed over him. This was what one might call asset separation and risk hedging. Outside the fence lay the company's domain, bearing its own profit and loss. Within the confines was his own, under absolute control. This maneuver, perceived through the eyes of the enlightened, took on an entirely different significance. Tao follows nature. The predecessor is demonstrating governing by non-action. A mere fence apart, the inner realm represented humanity, while the outer signified heavenly principles. The predecessor sought the path of humanity while allowing the heavenly way to unfold naturally. Astounding, truly astounding. Unaware of this interpretation, Xiao Tianshun plopped back onto his wooden stool, ready to recline when an intense gaze fell upon him. Sincere and fervent. A young monk clad in a humble yellow robe had appeared at the fence, his gaunt face illuminated by a piercing gaze. There were no onlookers or discussions. He approached the fence and, with decisive grace, performed a full prostration before Xiao Tianshun. The gesture was impeccable, beyond reproach. From the barren lands of the West, I, the disciple Yaoshi, pay my respects to the predecessor. The monk's voice was calm, yet exuded a profound power that pierced the soul. Xiao Tianshun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The thought of the Western monks flashed through his mind, the faces of the two saints from Lingshan appearing momentarily. This is bad. The rival company has sent someone to undermine us. What is it? Xiao Tianshun could hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids. The medicine master bowed his head even lower, showing increasing reverence. Disciple has heard that the esteemed elder possesses the profound method of transforming mundane soil into spiritual earth. The West is barren, and its living beings suffer greatly. Disciple dares to implore the elder to bestow upon us the true scripture of making the earth bountiful, to save all sentient beings. With that, he bowed deeply once more. Xiao Tianshuan's scalp tingled. Good heavens, he speaks of saving the world. Why not run for the Secretary General of the United Nations? I, a mere farmer, understand nothing of such scriptures. No, I cannot, nor do I wish to. The words slipped from his lips like a reflex. He simply wanted to rid himself of this hot potato as quickly as possible. Elder, do not call me elder. I am merely a gatekeeper. Xiao Tianshun waved his hand impatiently. The scriptures you seek can be found if you turn left outside, beyond the 33 heavens, at Bio Palace, Yushu Palace, and Do Shui Palace. There is an abundance there. My humble temple cannot accommodate such a grand figure as you. The eviction order was as clear as day. To his surprise, upon hearing this, the medicine master's eyes sparkled with an astonishing brilliance. He had comprehended. The elder was testing his determination to pursue the Tao. The more resolutely the elder refused, the more precious this path must be. The disciple understood. Drawing a deep breath, the medicine master bowed again to Xiao Tianshun. Your refusal to impart the scriptures signifies that my karmic fortune has yet to arrive. I am willing to dwell here, serving day and night, in hopes of being moved by your sincerity. I do not seek the true teachings. I only wish to stand by and observe the elder's great Tao. Before his words had fully settled, he truly sat down cross-legged at the edge of the vast wasteland, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state, as if to assert that he would remain there unless denied. Xiao Tianshun was dumbfounded. Is he not a fervent admirer? In the days that followed, Xiao Tianshun witnessed what it meant to be the king of diligent effort. He carried a ladle to water the crops, while the medicine master sourced the heavenly river's water to meticulously nourish the barren land. He bent down to weed, while the medicine master plucked each weed with utmost care. One might mistake him for embroidering a dragon robe for the Jade Emperor. He lay down to sleep, while the medicine master sat cross-legged outside, resonating with sacred sounds. The peaceful Buddhist light illuminating the southern heavenly gate as if it were a KTV private room. Xiao Tianshuan's life was utterly thrown into disarray. As a seasoned office worker, accustomed to idling away the hours sipping tea and awaiting retirement, he suddenly found himself in the presence of a relentless go-getter, working late into the night and even voluntarily cleaning the boss's desk. This life was unbearable. No, he must be driven away. One day, Xiao Tianshun observed the medicine master, who was nearly cultivating flowers from the wasteland, his face dark enough to drip ink. He strode purposefully towards him, pointing at the hardest, smoothest patch of rocky ground nearby, one where even flies would slip if they landed. You wish to learn my way, do you? The pharmacist immediately halted and respectfully turned, saying, Please, esteemed senior, guide me. Very well, Xiao Tianshun replied with a twisted smile. My path is called Wu Wei. You shall sit here. He indicated the barren land. Do nothing, do not move. Do not use your magical powers, do not water the soil. Simply sit here until something grows from this earth. If you succeed, I shall teach you. In his heart, Xiao Tianshun scoffed, thinking, now you must surely leave. Letting stones sprout grass. Even a sage would kneel before such absurdity. Sit for 3 to 5 years. Let us see if you remain steadfast. However, upon hearing these words, the pharmacist stood as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His expression was not one of difficulty or confusion, but of ecstatic joy. He understood. He had achieved complete enlightenment. With a heart of Wu Wei, he could sense the vitality of the universe. This was not a test. It was the senior imparting supreme wisdom. The secret to making the earth fertile lay not in action, but in inaction. Through my heart, I connect with the heart of the cosmos. Disciple, I am deeply grateful for your teachings, esteemed senior. The pharmacist trembled with excitement and once again prostrated deeply before Xiao Tianshan. Without hesitation, he approached the barren land and sat cross-legged. His demeanor was solemn, and he instantly entered a state of meditation. Boom! A magnificent and compassionate will surge from him, soaring into the sky. If I attain supreme enlightenment, may my world be as clear as crystal, devoid of all evil. Within the 3 realms, all-powerful beings observing this place felt a jolt in their hearts. In the west, on the sacred mountain, the 2 saints, Jane and Juanti, exchanged glances, witnessing the shock and joy reflected in each other's eyes. Brother, that Xiao Tianshuan's Wu Wei bears striking resemblance to the true void in our teachings. Juanti exclaimed, her 7 treasures marvelous tree radiating divine light. Jane, with his perennial frown, allowed the corners of his mouth to lift slightly for the first time in ages. Excellent. This child is destined for great things with us in the West. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianshun looked at the pharmacist, now indistinguishable from a stone in meditation, then glanced at the finally tranquil land, satisfied, and yawned. At last, I can enjoy a peaceful slumber. Little did he know that his casual suggestion to rid himself of a meddlesome individual had been regarded by the Western teachings as a top-tier internal training method, and he himself had come under the watchful eyes of the 2 venerable saints. Chapter 36, adding a dash to Meng Pe Soup. The South Heaven Gate was a rare sanctuary of tranquility. Ever since the celestial figure known as the King of Medicine from the West began meditating at the entrance, Xiao Tianshun found himself indulging in an idyllic life of leisure. Each day, he either basked in the sun upon his bony stool or wielded a hoe, contemplating whether to plant cabbage or scallions. Alas, such bliss is often fleeting. One day, while Xiao Tianshun was watering his cabbages, humming an off-key tune, an eerie chill, laced with a sense of solemnity yet tinged with compassion, enveloped the South Heaven Gate. Startled, he spilled half the water from his ladle. Raising his gaze, he beheld a middle-aged man clad in a dark official robe standing outside his fence, exuding an imposing presence that seemed to tower over him. Accompanying him were 2 ghostly figures with green faces and sharp fangs. The robe bore the shifting patterns of the 6 realms, exuding a unique aura of the underworld. A sudden jolt of fear pierced Xiao Tianshuan's heart. The denizens of the underworld? But my time on earth has not yet come. The realm of ghosts and the 10 Yama kings, including King Qin Guang, I have encountered the Grand Marshal. Yet, to his astonishment, the robed man respectfully clasped his hands together and addressed him with great courtesy. Dropping the ladle with a clatter, Xiao Tianshun stammered, "Is that the King of Hell? Or perhaps an upgraded version?" He forced a smile, his hands caked with mud. "Your esteemed self graces my humble abode. To what do I owe this honor? Are you here for an inspection or merely passing through?" King Qin Guang, however, wore a grave expression, evidently in no mood for jest, and cut straight to the chase. "By the decree of Lady Pingxin, I am here to seek your assistance in a matter." The mention of Lady Pingxin caused Xiao Tianshuan's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. The Earth Mother, who governs reincarnation and commands the underworld, stood alongside the likes of the 3 Pure Ones and Nuwa. Why do such eminent figures fix their gaze upon a mere security guard like me? Is it my age or my lack of hygiene that attracts their attention? Not at all. I am unworthy, he replied, shaking his head vigorously, a smile more akin to a grimace on his face. I am but a simple farmer, unfit to assist the esteemed lady. You must have mistaken me for someone else. His rejection was a well-rehearsed performance, growing increasingly polished with each repetition. Yet, King Qin Guang remained unmoved, his demeanor grave. This matter requires your intervention. He paused before unfolding the troubles of Lady Hutu. The Wu clan, devoid of primordial spirits, faced the peril of their true essence vanishing upon rebirth after consuming Meng Po's soup, erasing all past memories. The Pangu imprint and their innate combat instincts would dissipate into nothingness. As the bloodline of her kin dwindled, Lady Hutu grew increasingly anxious. However, as the embodiment of reincarnation rules, she could not simply rewrite her own narrative. Until she witnessed the events transpiring at the South Heaven Gate through the Six Realms plaque. She observed Xiao Tianshun enlightening Quafu, witnessed his mighty return of the Emperor's son, and even saw him extinguishing the sun's blazing fire with a ladle of water. There existed within him an essence that transcended the three realms and lay beyond the five elements. Thus, she invited King Qingguang to take a chance, hoping that the elder might provide the recipe for Meng Pe soup, perhaps to optimize it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianxuan's face turned pale. Improve Meng Pe soup? What a treacherous proposition. What is Meng Pe soup? It is the cornerstone of the underworld's KPI, the fundamental code of celestial law. To suggest a technological upgrade? This is akin to approaching the heavenly Tao and asserting that its rules are flawed and that one can amend them. Such audacity invites calamity. Akin to dancing beneath the guillotine of the heavenly Tao. His aversion to risk flared up instantaneously. Absolutely not. Xiao Tianxuan's head shook violently, his resolve unprecedentedly firm. Your Majesty, you overestimate my abilities. I am but a humble farmer, lacking even a proper pot. What do I know of recipes? He gestured towards his minuscule courtyard. Sincerity etched upon his face. Do I appear to be someone capable of patching the heavenly Tao system? Truly, I cannot accept this. I must take my leave. King Qingguang seemed to have anticipated his refusal, displaying no disappointment, merely letting out a soft sigh. The goddess, aware of the peril, dared not press the matter further. He shifted his gaze towards Xiao Tianxuan's vegetable garden. The goddess deduced that, although the elder's garden possessed spiritual energy, it was frequently disturbed by nefarious beings, disrupting the elder's tranquility. Xiao Tianxun was taken aback. Nefarious beings? That cursed rabbit? Did the goddess know of this? Does the cycle of reincarnation even encompass community surveillance? In the underworld resided an ancient beast known as Di Ting, King Qingguang leisurely explained. This creature possesses the ability to discern truth from falsehood, perceiving even the slightest details, and can listen to matters across the three realms. The goddess suggested that, if the elder would not mind, Di Ting could be temporarily entrusted to guard the vegetable garden. No sooner had she spoken than a ghostly messenger emerged, leading forth a peculiar beast. With a tiger's head, a single horn, dog-like ears, a dragon's body, a lion's tail, and hooves akin to a qilin, the creature lazily yawned, casting its gaze over the garden, ultimately locking onto a root of white grass serving as a fence. A low growl emanated from its throat, unmistakably conveying, "Found it. This is the one." Xiao Tianxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Di Ting, is this not the legendary radar for detecting adversaries across the three realms of the underworld? To use it for monitoring a vegetable garden? By the heavens, what a marvel! This is not mere intelligent security. This is a celestial-grade weapon capable of a dimensional strike. With such a guardian, not even that rabbit, nor a group of the three pure ones attempting to pilfer the leaks, would dare to proceed without careful consideration. My retirement funds are secure. Xiao Tianxuan's breath quickened. On one side lay the lethal red line of the heavenly Tao, while on the other, the ultimate social security he had longed for. Risk and reward the soul of a former gambler who believed in taking bold chances to transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Overwhelmed the spirit of a mere wage slave seeking survival. Let us do this. Ahem. Xiao Tianxun cleared his throat, and the shrewdness on his face was swiftly replaced by a profound air of compassion, his demeanor impeccably controlled. Alas, he sighed deeply, his tone imbued with a tragic resolve of, if I do not descend into hell, who will? Recognizing the Empress's heartfelt intentions for the welfare of the witch clan, he decided to make an exception this once. A fleeting glimmer of joy flashed in King Qingguang's eyes. Xiao Tianxun turned and stepped into the thatched hut, soon emerging with a chipped, battered bowl. Within it lay half a bowl of crystal-clear spring water, its depths visible. Under the scrutinizing gaze of King Qingguang and numerous formidable beings lurking in the shadows, Xiao Tianxun approached the array designed for the scarecrow. He presented the bowl before the formation, then picked up a soiled rag, dipping it into the water. Gently, he swirled it 3 times. His lips moved, murmuring incantations softly, imbued with an air of esoteric mystery. Forget what must be forgotten, for that is liberation. Remember what must be remembered, for that is responsibility. Remain true to your original intention, and you shall achieve your ultimate goal. Drink this broth, and in the next life, continue to strive. The final line, a mere remnant of his past life when his boss had inundated him with motivational platitudes, slipped out inadvertently. Having completed the stirring, he held up the still clear broth, now with a few grains of sediment, and presented it to King Qin Guang. This concoction was aptly named Original Intention Soup. Xiao Tianshun spoke earnestly. Take it back, and add a single drop to Meng Po's soup. Remember, just one drop. More than that, and the potency may revive the spirits too vigorously, with consequences to bear. King Qin Guang's hands trembled. He could discern no extraordinary quality in the bowl of water. Senior, is this truly the method the Empress seeks? His tone was laced with barely concealed skepticism, for it was merely a bowl of muddy spring water, devoid of any ethereal essence. Despite the rumors surrounding the profound depths of the southern heavenly gate, seeing was believing, and he remained somewhat doubtful. Xiao Tianshun paid no heed to King Qin Guang's expression. His attention was entirely captivated by the newly appointed chief of security. There lay Diding, obediently perched by the fence, his ears twitching, exuding a diligent demeanor. Xiao Tianshun nodded in satisfaction, contemplating what delectable treat he might procure to reward Diding. Noticing Xiao Tianshun's lack of further explanation, King Qin Guang thought that perhaps the bowl truly contained nothing of significance, yet he dared not openly question the decree of the sage. After a moment's hesitation, observing Xiao Tianshun's delight in observing Diding, he devised a plan. He concealed the bowl within his sleeve, feigning an adjustment of his official robe, then cautiously leaned toward the bowl's edge, and with a careful gulp gulped down nearly half the contents. A chill coursed through King Qin Guang, not from cold, but from an unprecedented clarity, as if data sealed for millennia within his mind had been suddenly activated. An overwhelming tide of information surged forth, most of it consisting of gossip. His complexion turned pale, eyes widening as though he had witnessed an extraordinarily horrifying spectacle. How could it be that? He exclaimed, his voice trembling with an unprecedented intensity. Xiao Tianshun was taken aback, turning to inquire, "Your Majesty, what troubles you?" However, King Qin Guang seemed oblivious to Xiao Tianshun's words, his finger pointing towards a rope on the fence, used for drying clothes, his eyes ablaze with fervent insight. That rope. It is unmistakably the belt I lost 30,000 years ago. In my quest to find it, I turned the underworld upside down. I distinctly recall a mistakenly embroidered character Guang on its inner side, and a lingering scent of chili oil from the skewers I devoured back then. Xiao Tianshun could only remain silent. King Qin Guang continued to mutter to himself, as if invoking the knowledge of the three realms. So it is, so it is. The ghost that stealthily entered the underworld was after this very item. No, after stealing it. To whom did he pass it? Who found it beneath the Naiha Bridge? Only for it to be transmitted to the southern heavenly gate. Each thread intertwines, and a grand conspiracy must lie behind this. Furthermore, that ghostly envoy claimed to have found it by the latrine. Such a blatant lie? I recall a distinct stench of decay near the latrine, which he did not possess. Suddenly, he turned, cradling the bowl of the Original Intention soup, gazing at Xiao Tianshun with admiration and astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Senior, such extraordinary talent. This method of returning to simplicity, to instantly perceive past and present lives, and even the essence of objects throughout their reincarnations, is truly beyond the grasp of the mundane. The lady truly did not err in her judgment. We are but ordinary mortals, foolishly attempting to fathom the transcendent path of the senior using celestial powers. It is indeed laughable and beyond our capability. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. He clutched the bowl and hurriedly made his way back, simultaneously pulling out a judge's pen, hastily inscribing in the air as if to initiate a grand investigation into the mysteries of the three realms. Occasionally, he would exclaim, "At last, I understand where that rabbit came from. It bears the scent of carrots, yet deeper still, the essence of the heavenly garden's soil." The thing stays. King Qin Guang's voice echoed from afar, filled with an unprecedented resolve and passion. Xiao Tianshun watched the figure of King Qin Guang. Invigorated as if by a surge of energy, and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Remember, just a drop. Too much potency might awaken the spirits, and the consequences shall be yours to bear. This Ming Pai soup's enhancement, it seems to have been taken a tad too far. Beefing had been left behind. Understanding its role, it obediently approached the fence gate, lying down and closing its eyes, formally commencing its duty. Xiao Tianshun regarded this newly appointed guardian with a satisfied smile. Little did he know, deep within the underworld, as Lady Pingxin received the bowl of water and sensed the transcendent essence beyond the six paths, a tremendous tempest surged within her ancient eyes, having witnessed the passage of countless ages. Chapter 37. The Grand Marshal's first KPI with the Divine Guardian, Diding, overseeing his safety. Xiao Tianxuan's retirement life finally took on a semblance of tranquility. The plump rabbit, which had once caused him immense vexation, dared not show its face again. He harbored grave suspicions that Diding merely lay by the vegetable patch, compelling all the rabbit burrows within 100 miles to relocate under the cover of darkness. Life was exceedingly comfortable. He would sleep in until late morning, water the plants, tend to the fields, and then recline on a white bone stool, crossing his legs while observing the stone-carved monk next door in meditation. It was pure bliss. He even contemplated whether the scarecrow robe made from the fragment of the Zhu Xian array ought to be washed, for wearing it any longer would surely lead to wear and tear. Unfortunately, that old scoundrel Hao Yin evidently did not wish for him to enjoy such leisure. One day, as Xiao Tianshun was counting on his fingers whether to have stir-fried bok choy or cold heart's delight for dinner, the familiar visage of the old Tai Bai Jinxing appeared outside the fenced courtyard, his face creasing into a smile like a flower in bloom. A sense of foreboding gripped Xiao Tianshun's heart. As the old saying goes, a smiling tiger at the door brings either treachery or theft. Master Uncle, you seem quite at ease, he remarked, though his heart sank. Tai Bai Jinxing maintained his genial demeanor, yet in his hands he held a decree with a black background and golden patterns, tendrils of ominous energy swirling around it. Another directive from above? Xiao Tianshun set down his hoe, wiped his hands on his trousers, and approached with a forced smile. In his mind, he was already devising 108 excuses to request leave. Alas, such was the fate of the overworked. Tai Bai Jinxing sighed, his smile fading as he adopted a serious expression and slowly unfurled the decree. By the command of the Jade Emperor, his voice, though not loud, resonated heavily, lowering the clouds outside the southern heavenly gate by 3 folds. Xiao Tianshun, Grand Marshal of the 3 realms, heeded the decree. Thus began the workday. Xiao Tianxuan's eyelids fluttered. It has come to our attention that in the Northern Sea, the demon master Kunping has gathered a multitude of demons, causing incessant disturbances and leading to the suffering of countless beings, stirring resentment that threatens the stability of the 3 realms. I am gravely concerned. I hereby command you to set forth immediately to the palace of the demon master Kunping and persuade him to disband his faction and remain in compliance for 100 years. Never to step beyond the Northern Sea. This shall be your first achievement as Grand Marshal. I trust you will not disappoint my expectations. Thus decreed. As the decree concluded, the atmosphere around the southern heavenly gate was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Even Diding, who had been dozing at the entrance, lazily opened one eye to glance at Tai Bai Jinxing before shutting it again, appearing as though he were observing a lifeless entity. A chill surged through Xiao Tianshun, reaching the crown of his head. Kunpeng, that ancient demon who had survived since the great cataclysm of Longhan, the very same who had sat alongside saints in Zishao Palace, the one whose speed was so formidable it left even the saints exasperated, harboring a mind full of mischief? You want me to persuade him? This is akin to asking me to convince the King of Hell to grant me an additional 1,000 years of life. This is a blatant act of public assassination. I refuse. In his heart, Xiao Tianshun roared, yet on his face, he forced out a smile that was more grotesque than tears, his hands flailing like a clapper. Immortal, do you see He pointed at the tip of his nose, my meager skills, my shallow cultivation. If I were to go, not only would I be unable to persuade anyone, but I might not even be able to best the little demon guarding the entrance, and would be thrown into the pot on the spot. He gestured towards his vegetable patch, lamenting deeply. And look at my crops, fresh and vibrant, nearly ready for harvest. If I leave, they will rot in the ground. Wasting food invites divine retribution. Finally, he clutched his chest and broke into a violent fit of coughs. Cough, cough, cough. To be honest, I have recently caught a chill, feeling weak and fatigued, and it is truly unwise for me to embark on a long journey. Should I fall ill along the way, it would bring shame to the heavenly court. He executed a masterful performance of a pitiful rogue, spinning a tale of weakness and poverty, rendering himself unable to depart, as if it were an effortless flow of water. Tai-Bai Jinxing's eyes twitched uncontrollably, wishing he could sweep this troublesome fellow down to the mortal realm with a flick of his dust. Yet, he maintained a troubled expression. Master Uncle, this is the edict of His Majesty. I am merely a messenger. Xiao Tianshun was preparing to throw himself on the ground, ready to unleash his ultimate tactic of throwing a tantrum. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The nearby statue stirred. The long-silent apothecary slowly opened his eyes, an aura of profound mystery swirling around him, as if he had merged with the very soil of the vegetable patch. Nay, this very realm. He solemnly bowed to Xiao Tianshun. Master. Xiao Tianshun was taken aback. Who are you addressing? Who is your master? I certainly did not consent to that. The apothecary, with an expression of solemn enlightenment, continued speaking to himself. Inaction is the beginning of action. Stillness is the foundation of movement. The journey to the northern sea may seem like a deadlock, yet it is, in truth, the supreme dojo of my master's effortless governance. The disciple dared to assert, I shall undertake this journey. Xiao Tianshun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. I thought having you sit would make you retreat in the face of difficulty. Yet you actually grasped the profound way, and now you dare to instruct me? What a foolish ally. An absolute fool. Before he could unleash his scorn, a ghostly voice drifted in from the doorway. King Qin Guang of the underworld had appeared, his entire being enveloped in a chilling aura that made one shiver. Great Marshal. He raised a hand, pointing to the northern horizon, where dark clouds roiled, and the cries of spirits echoed. Beneath the northern sea lies the ancient battlefield of the demon clans, where countless vengeful souls and their grievances have begun to shake the very foundations of reincarnation. Should the Marshal's journey allow for the liberation of even a few souls, it would be a boundless merit. Our underworld would be eternally grateful. What a situation. One urging me to preach, another asking me to liberate souls. Are you too sent from the underworld to boost your performance metrics? Do you wish for me to perish even more swiftly? Outside the southern heavenly gate, that group of fervent fans from the tutoring class gazed at Xiao Tianshun with unmatched admiration and anticipation. The senior is about to take action again. The demon master Kunpeng. Only a formidable predecessor like him could compel such defiance to bow in submission. We are fortunate to witness a miracle once more. Observing his incompetent allies and foolish admirers, Xiao Tianshun felt a profound sorrow welling within him. He realized this was a scheme orchestrated by that old rascal Hao Yin, a blatant stratagem. To go meant risking life and limb. To refuse was to challenge the decree before the three realms, an immediate death sentence. He clenched his teeth. The indignation and resolve he felt when his former company went bankrupt and he was cornered on the rooftop for debts surged within him. Fine, you win this round. I shall go. The words escaped him through gritted teeth. Yet, he was no mere soft target to be toyed with, pointing towards his cherished vegetable garden. He coldly addressed the pharmacist and King Qin Guang. I shall leave, but you must safeguard this land of mine until I return. If a single seedling goes missing, I shall hold you accountable. The pharmacist and King Qin Guang, elated by his words, hastily bowed in agreement. To guard the sanctuary for the predecessor was an extraordinary opportunity. Thus, under the watchful gaze of countless beings from the three realms, this newly appointed Grand Marshal of the three realms took on his first, and perhaps his last, KPI. He did not summon troops at the Marshal's residence, nor did he retrieve any magical artifacts from his cave dwelling. Instead, he quietly returned to his modest hut and unearthed a brand new, gleaming, fishing rod. A few days prior, he had whittled it from the purple bamboo of the back mountain during his leisure time. And just like that, he slung it over his shoulder. His silhouette was desolate, his steps heavy, and his face unmistakably bore the words, life holds no allure. Step by step, he traversed the southern heavenly gate, embarking on the path to the northern sea's yellow springs. The powerful beings of the three realms were collectively rendered speechless. What manner of approach is this? Yet, Xiao Tianshun's thoughts were remarkably simple. Fighting was undoubtedly futile. Persuasion was sheer nonsense. That old schemer was named Kunpeng, was he not? Both Kun and Peng, Perhaps he could catch a fish that it relished, offering it as a token of goodwill, too. Cultivate a relationship? If it were pleased, perhaps this matter would resolve itself? Chapter 38. The Ultimate Fisherman. The moment Xiao Tianshun arrived at Beihai, a surge of frustration welled within him. The surroundings were shrouded in a leaden gray, the air thick with the briny scent of the sea, mingled with a faint trace of blood. The murky waves crashed against the dark reefs, with the splashes imbued with an air of hostility. In the distance, groups of demon soldiers surged through the water, their fierce gazes akin to that of avengers seeking vengeance. Lawlessness reigned supreme, and decorum was utterly disregarded. This was Beihai. In his heart, Xiao Tianshun cursed the ancestors of that old scoundrel Haoyan, his indignation palpable. He hunched his shoulders and sought refuge on a desolate rock, so remote that even seagulls deemed it unworthy of their droppings. From behind him, he withdrew a meticulously crafted fishing rod, new and made of bamboo. He harbored hopes of encountering a fish possessed of civility and decorum. He sighed, unfastening the small cloth pouch at his waist to rummage for bait. Inside the pouch lay his entire fortune, 2 pieces of fabric for a Taoist robe, a half-eaten ration, and a meager segment of a carrot that looked as if it had suffered from malnutrition. This carrot had an impressive lineage. He had obtained it from a mischievous monkey, planting its greens in the soil of the southern heavenly gate, and after much effort, had nurtured a minuscule root. It was of the same essence as the innate spiritual root, imbued with a barely discernible trace of primordial purple energy. With a sense of resignation, Xiao Tianshun broke off a small piece and affixed it to the rudimentary hook, mumbling, "Let us treat this dead horse as if it were still alive. May the fish of Beihai be unaccustomed to the world and not picky." With that, he cast his line, the carrot bait plummeting into the murky waters with a splash. Initially, the surface of the sea was eerily calm, but after 3 breaths, the dead silence of Beihai erupted into chaos. The entire expanse of water boiled as if a drop of oil had been introduced to a pot of cold water. From the depths below, countless colossal beings that had slumbered for millennia awoke, their bloodlines trembling and souls yearning for the intoxicating essence that was both a deadly poison and a supreme elixir. In an instant, a stampede of myriad creatures surged forth, hidden currents swirling violently. A chaotic underwater battle, devoid of any rules, unfolded with a thunderous roar. Above, towering waves surged, and whirlpools formed everywhere. Numerous patrolling demon soldiers were swept away, their screams extinguished before they could even escape their lips, torn asunder into fragments. Xiao Tianshun's grip on the fishing rod trembled violently, his face drained of color. All he had wished for was to catch a fish the size of his palm. Yet here he was, embroiled in what felt like a battle against titanic monsters. Just as he contemplated abandoning his rod and fleeing, the line suddenly plunged with immense force. An irresistible power surged from the depths, nearly dragging him into the abyss. Damn it! Xiao Tianshun clung desperately to the fishing rod, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed, his face turning crimson as if his very essence were about to unravel. He imagined he had hooked a world-ending sea monster and had already begun to contemplate his epitaph. "Ah, I have come, I have fished, I have fed the fish." With all his might, he finally pulled the rod from the water, only to find the hook empty. A minuscule droplet of black water, no larger than the tip of a needle, dangled from the fishing line, devoid of reflection and transparency, devouring all light around it. It emanated a profound stillness that withered all life and froze time itself. Essence of the river of Hades. As Xiao Tianshun stared at this droplet in a daze, the space behind him rippled like water. Deep within the demon master palace, the Kunpeng, in a state of deep meditation, stepped forth, appearing above the rocks. Draped in a flowing gray robe, his gaze was as unyielding as ancient ice, surveying the mortal below, who gasped for breath like a broken bellows. Alongside a pitiful bamboo pole, a murderous intent, sharp as a blade, enveloped the air. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the black droplet suspended from the fishhook, every expression on Kunpeng's face froze. He understood better than anyone in the 3 realms what it was. His gaze shifted to the nearly devoured carrot, sensing within it a trace of primordial energy that made even his heart tremble. The CPU of Kunpeng, steeped in countless deceptions over the eons, began to whirl into overdrive, racing to comprehend. A mere mortal? A broken bamboo pole? A rotten carrot? On my territory, Has one managed to fish out the very essence of the river of Hades, coveted even by saints? This absurd combination elicited a chilling laughter from him, colder than the winds of the northern sea. This was no coincidence. It was a demonstration, a warning. He descended slowly, his feet landing silently upon the rocks. A hoarse, icy voice resonated across the northern sea. Who are you, esteemed one? What brings you to my northern sea, and what are you fishing for? The voice pierced through Chao Tianshun's ears, causing his legs to weaken. A reflex reminiscent of being unexpectedly called upon by the chairman at a corporate gathering in his past life. His mind faltered, and a servile, ingratiating smile quickly emerged on his face, stuttering, Forbear, my name is Chao Tianshun. I am the gatekeeper of the South Heaven Gate. No, I mean, the Grand Marshal. The Jade Emperor sent me here to persuade you, revered one, to behave. His voice dwindled to a whisper, wishing to bury his head in his trousers. Each word, upon reaching Kunpeng's ears, was automatically decoded, reinterpreted, and creatively reconstructed. Grand Marshal of the South Heaven Gate, a newly established position by Haoyan, specifically created to counter me? To be favored by both the Three Pure Ones and Haoyan for such a task, could one's status be any lower? Persuasion? Huh, what a fine term for an ultimatum before war. Kunpeng observed Chao Tianshun's demeanor, which was teetering on the brink of losing control, and a cold smile curled within him. Continue your charade. You think to disrupt the laws of the northern sea with a rotten carrot and fish out the essence of the river of Hades with a dilapidated bamboo pole. And yet, you would be merely a gatekeeper, playing the fool to ensnare the tiger, using this guise to disarm me, to probe my limits. Seeing Kunpeng's expression grow darker, Chao Tianshun feared he had misspoken, cold sweat breaking forth. In a moment of desperation, he pointed to the chaotic sea beneath him, forcing an explanation. I truly mean no harm. The younger generation merely wishes to catch a fish as a gesture of goodwill for your esteemed self. I never anticipated that the fish of Beihai would be so exuberantly enthusiastic. The commotion has escalated, and I sincerely apologize. The pupils of Kunpeng suddenly constricted. Is this fish a gift of introduction? The fish you refer to must be the essence of the river of Hades. The so-called commotion is merely a manifestation of your meticulous scheming, disrupting my Beihai and deftly reeling in a treasure, while simultaneously slaughtering countless of my demon soldiers, a display of power. This is not a mere test. It is a warning, a blatant exhibition of might. You are conveying to me that you can effortlessly seize anything from my Beihai, including your very life. Chapter 39. A fortuitous encounter with the causal fishing rod, pseudonymous. The palpable sense of danger in the air felt almost tangible, slicing against Chao Tianshun's face, cold and painful. At this critical juncture, a notification resonated before him. Ding. Host detected to be facing a significant causal and life-threatening crisis. Key decision-making mode activated. 3 lines of blood-red text exploded before his eyes. Option 1. Confront the demon master Kunpeng head-on, summon the true waters of the Nether River, and display divine might to compel submission. Reward. Acquired merit spiritual treasure, Nether River crossing divine light. Option 2. Offer the true waters of the Nether River with both hands. Beseeching forgiveness. Exchanging a precious item for a chance at survival. Reward. Supreme Water Escape Technique, Northern Mysterious Water Escape. Option 3. Detonate the true waters of the Nether River in his presence, turning the northern sea into scorched earth, and escape amidst the chaos. Reward. One-time innate spiritual treasure, Sea Stabilizing Needle, Replica. Chao Tianshun's eyelids twitched, nearly causing him to lose his breath. What ludicrous suggestions from this accursed system. Option 1. To confront Kunpeng with my head. If I wanted to end my life, there were less painful ways. Option 2. To offer gifts and plead for mercy. This old schemer, having just taken treasures, would certainly seek to silence me. Handing my life over to another is a fool's errand. As for option 3, detonation, damn it, I'm at the epicenter of the explosion. This is a mutual destruction option, is it not? All paths lead to death. Chao Tianshun's mind raced, sweat trickling down his temples. No, the system's suggestions were all about confrontation. However, the pressing concern was not whether I could defeat him, but how to secure a path to survival. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Kunpeng, whose old visage fluctuated between shadows of anger and fear. He then surveyed the eyes of those on the sea, shifting from greed to awe. even tinged with a hint of anticipation. I understand. Kunpeng is not afraid of me. He fears the heavenly beings and the three pure ones standing behind me. My objective is not to fight, but to provide him a means of retreat. I must offer him an avenue to step down, and in turn, secure my own escape. With a steely resolve, Xiao Tianshun gritted his teeth and undertook an act that would leave all onlookers aghast. He chose none of the options presented by the system. Instead, he cautiously removed the glistening droplet of true water of the Nether River from the hook and, with a crumpled cabbage leaf from his pocket, cradled it delicately. The object looked ominous, and instinctively, he hesitated to touch it with his bare hands. Then, trembling, he extended the cabbage leaf towards Kunpeng, donning the most sincere and submissive smile. Elder, it seems the fish is beyond my reach. Perhaps this will suffice? Consider it an apology from a junior to you. Please accept it. As long as you nod in acknowledgement and promise not to emerge from the Northern Sea henceforth, this matter shall be resolved, yes? Kunpeng's gaze fixated on the cabbage leaf and the droplet exuding an aura of finality, rendering him momentarily frozen. He intends to gift me this? What does this mean? A gentle reprimand followed by a sweet reward? Or perhaps a final ultimatum? Or perhaps, is this the token of allegiance he bestowed upon me after my submission? In an instant, the cunning calculations of Kunpeng, which had considered the Taoist hearts of countless Yuan meetings, became chaotic. To accept or to reject. This decision pertains not only to him, but also to the future of the entire North Sea. After an interminable silence, Kunpeng slowly exhaled a breath of despair. I cannot accept it. Regardless of whether this is a trial, to accept would mean to lower myself, solidifying the reputation of having been subdued. Where would my dignity as a demon master reside? Kunpeng raised his gaze and, in a tone he believed to be equally enigmatic, rasped, "Your gift is far too burdensome. The treasures of the North Sea rightfully belong to the North Sea. As for your persuasion, I have taken note." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianshuan's heart sank, chilling him to the core. Well, the old fox has taken to speaking in veiled terms. Translated, this meant, I disdain your bribe, I acknowledge your threat. Yet whether I yield or not remains uncertain. It is up to you to decide. This is a dire situation. Xiao Tianshun felt a sense of profound dread. He looked at the drop of black water in his hand, and it increasingly resembled a death warrant. Should he discard it? What if this old schemer thought I looked down on him and turned hostile on the spot? Or should he keep it? Carrying this object felt more perilous than harboring a nuclear warhead. If it were to leak, he would perish first. In despair, Xiao Tianshuan's gaze fell upon the broken fishing rod, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Something he recalled from the words of King Qingguang, beneath the North Sea. Countless vengeful spirits were contained. Since I cannot deliver it nor dispose of it, why not repurpose it for a good deed? Consider it recycling? Amid the bewildered gazes of Kunpeng and the other great demons, Xiao Tianshun raised the bamboo rod in his hand. He did not retract the drop of true water, but instead used the tip of the fishing rod, gently and cautiously, akin to a game of billiards. He aimed at the droplet of black water suspended atop a cabbage leaf. Then, he closed his eyes and, relying on instinct, directed the rod's tip towards the vortex where the resentment was most intense, the commotion greatest, and with a light jab, he prodded. He instinctively muttered a barely audible curse. Damn your KPIs. That droplet of the true water of the river of the underworld, flicked by the tip of the rod, traced a black arc devoid of any magical fluctuations. It silently plunged into the heart of the wailing vortex. The anticipated explosion did not occur. As the droplet, symbolizing finality and annihilation, descended into the whirlpool, time stood still. In that oceanic expanse, all colors, sounds, and laws were ravenously consumed by the droplet. The howls of vengeful spirits faded into nothingness, and the chaotic laws were forcibly smoothed over. As the overwhelming resentment was completely nullified, after 3 breaths, the most tainted forbidden zone of the North Sea became eerily clear and tranquil. A primordial Taoist resonance, representing the return of all things to their origin, emanated from that area, revitalizing the entirety of the North Sea. Kunpeng was rendered speechless. In that moment, his Taoist heart was not merely shaken, it was utterly crushed and then reassembled in a manner he could not comprehend. He understood. This exalted figure, from the very outset, did not come to demonstrate nor to present gifts. He utilized bait to unveil the afflictions of the Northern Sea. By drawing forth the true waters of the underworld, he sought the remedy for the ailment. Ultimately, with his fishing rod, he flicked droplets of water, conveying to himself that this rod was not for fishing, but rather for rectifying chaos and clarifying causality. He did not employ force to persuade me. Instead, through this extraordinary method, he personally elucidated the essence of the Tao and the principle of order. This, indeed, is the authentic means of a sage. Kunpeng. I have been enlightened. The demon master Kunpeng, this ancient ancestor who roamed the primordial wilderness for the first time, bowed deeply in reverence to the back of one whom he regarded as an unparalleled being. From this day forth, the northern sea shall remain sealed for 1,000,000 years. The demon master palace shall also retreat from the world. As Kunpeng made his proclamation, a resounding system notification echoed in Xiao Tianxuan's mind. Ding! Detected that the host is persuading Kunpeng at a critical historical juncture, triggering the hidden optimal solution to enlighten humanity and eradicate the affliction. The host, through acts of fishing, gifting, and whimsical gestures, has perfectly circumvented direct conflict with a quasi-saint, indirectly purifying the northern sea and maintaining stability across the 3 realms. Judgment successful. Fusion upgrade commencing. Options 1, 2, 3 rewards. Fusion begins. Fusion complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the unique conceptual level artifact, Causal Fishing Rod, Pseudo. Causal Fishing Rod, Pseudo. Your bamboo rod has now been imbued with supreme Tao resonance. You may use it to fish for a segment of causality, but you cannot determine what it will bring forth, nor what will transpire thereafter. Note: this item is exceedingly unstable. Please exercise caution in its use, lest you inadvertently draw forth the indescribable. Xiao Tianxuan weighed this seemingly unremarkable bamboo rod, which merely felt slightly smoother in hand. He glanced at the distant Kunpeng, who knelt on the ground, resolutely refusing to rise, and let out a long, weary sigh. At last, it was time to clock out and return home. Chapter 40. Homecoming and the divine whip. The head of the Kunpeng pressed firmly against the reef. That once tumultuous head, which had stirred the winds and clouds of ages past, now bore a posture of reverence, resembling a novice monk encountering the abbot for the first time. The winds of the northern sea ceased their howling, and the waves lay still. Those demon kings, previously inflamed with rage, now resembled quails, floating distantly upon the water's surface, expending their inner strength to avoid disturbing the divine presence. Their awestruck gazes were riveted upon the slender figure on the reef. Xiao Tianxuan felt a prickling sensation all over, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He cast a glance at the new fishing rod in his hand. Causality Fishing Rod, Pseudo. With a flicker of thought, a line of small text appeared. Note: this item is extremely unstable. Use with caution. Otherwise, it may catch something indescribable. Xiao Tianxuan's eyelids twitched. Indescribable? Cthulhu? Was this wretched rod capable of cross-dimensional enforcement? In his past life as an investor, he had feared nothing more than the phrase uncontrollable risk. This was no treasure. It was clearly a ticking time bomb, threatening to drag the entire 3 realms into chaos. It must be sealed away, cast into the cold palace, never to see the light of day again. He discreetly slung the fishing rod behind him, yet felt as though he were shouldering a live volcano. Clearing his throat, he addressed the still prostrating Kunpeng with what he believed to be a suitably polite remark. Senior, the ground is cool. Please rise to converse. The Kunpeng's massive form trembled. The ground is cool? Was the esteemed one expressing concern for him? Such simple words seemed to awaken him from his moment of enlightenment, urging him to return to his true self. His reverence deepened as he slowly rose, daring not to raise his head, bowing instead with a quivering voice. Thank you, Senior, for your enlightenment. From now on, all is tranquil in the northern sea. Xiao Tianxuan chuckled awkwardly, his feet subtly beginning to shuffle backwards. Long live peace, let the world be in harmony. That is to say, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Work has been pressing me to clock in. Work? Clock in? The Kunpeng paused, then understood. Indeed, such worldly beings must adhere to their own principles. This work, could it be the celestial nexus? Clocking in, a ritual to maintain order? Profound and inscrutable. Farewell, esteemed one. The Kunpeng bowed again at a 90-degree angle. With this assurance, Xiao Tianxuan felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and swiftly took his leave. He refrained from using his magical powers, relying solely on the physical prowess of Supreme Body, sprinting away with a speed that was less than graceful. His form akin to that of a dog fleeing from a wild beast, utterly disheveled. To the demon kings of the Northern Sea, however, this scene unfolded differently. The esteemed one. Is he retreating? The path of enlightenment is indeed simple. The senior is imparting the lesson that cultivation requires steady, deliberate steps. Even the light of escape is but an external tool. The Kuanpung watched the figure disappear into the horizon, exhaling a long breath, his expression complex. Suddenly, he turned, his gaze icy, sweeping across the assembly. Have you all seen enough? The myriad demons fell silent as if struck by a chill. Relay my decree. The North Sea Demon Clan shall disband their forces and return to their abodes for seclusion. For 1,000,000 years, the North Sea shall remain sealed. Any who dare to step forth shall be met with merciless execution. Upon returning to the southern heavenly gate, Xiao Tianshun felt his calves cramping painfully. The key performance indicator had been met, yet the process had been intensely thrilling. He felt as though the balance on his health insurance card had dwindled by several centuries. Before he could even reach the gate of the picket fence, he noticed 3 groups of people already obstructing his path. To the left stood the apothecary, his demeanor solemn and reverent. Upon seeing Xiao Tianxuan's return, he clasped his hands together, his fervor potent enough to ignite a flame. To the right, King Qingguang, impeccably clad in official robes, emanated an aura of authority that commanded respect, while the creature behind him, Diding, dozed quietly. In the center was the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, his aged visage beaming with delight. Master Uncle, my dear Master Uncle, you have finally returned. Tai Bai Jinxing sprang forward with the enthusiasm that made Xiao Tianshun feel as though he were the long-lost son of a wild father. His Majesty has been anxiously awaiting your arrival. A pang of unease struck Xiao Tianxuan's heart. Elder Immortal, what has transpired? A monumental event. Tai Bai Jinxing exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Your journey to the North Sea was achieved without bloodshed, compelling that demon master to bow in submission, not daring to raise his head for 1,000,000 years. This is an unprecedented achievement. His Majesty is greatly pleased and has dispatched me to confer rewards. Rewards? The very essence of Xiao Tianshun quivered. His past experiences had taught him that when an employer speaks of rewards, the underlying message is often, young man, there lies a much larger pit for you to leap into. Just as he was about to utter a few polite words regarding the leadership of His Majesty, Tai Bai Jinxing had already produced an item from his sleeve. It was neither gold nor silver, nor a decree. Instead, it was a whip, 3 feet, 6 inches, and 5 points in length, entirely dark yellow, adorned with intricate runes. As the whip appeared, a chilling aura specifically targeting the primordial spirit surged forth, causing both the apothecary and King Qingguang to exchange glances of alarm and instinctively step back. Xiao Tianxuan's eyes widened in astonishment. He recognized the infamous name associated with this item, the God-slaying whip, a tool designated for those with accounts on the divine list. How could it possibly be here? Do not panic, Master Uncle. Tai Bai Jinxing was exceedingly pleased with Xiao Tianxuan's reaction, cheerfully explaining, this is not an innate spiritual treasure, but rather a postnatal treasure crafted by His Majesty from the spine of the heavenly court's golden dragon, fused with the iron of myriad stars. While it may not possess the strength to slay saints, it is more than sufficient to awaken deities and regulate celestial officials. With great reverence, Tai Bai Jinxing presented the imitation God-slaying whip to Xiao Tianshun. His Majesty decrees, as the Grand Marshal for pacifying demons across the 3 realms, you are to suppress evil externally and rectify the celestial order internally. This God-slaying whip is bestowed upon you, Master Uncle, to oversee the 3 realms. Xiao Tianxuan's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, utterly malfunctioning. Oversee the 3 realms? Rectify the celestial order? The heavenly court's disciplinary secretary? The chief of the supervisory department? This was no reward. It was, in truth, a warrant for arrest, granting him the authority to offend every deity across the 3 realms. That old rascal Haoyan. Does he believe my life is too comfortable and insists on subjecting me to greater challenges? No, absolutely not. Such a notion is utterly unacceptable. Xiao Tianshun vigorously shook his head, his hands fervently gesturing behind him in circles. Immortal Master, what merit do I possess? I am merely a gatekeeper. This task is beyond my capabilities, truly beyond my reach. My dear uncle, your humility is commendable, Tai Jinxing replied with an unchanging smile. Those who are capable must bear more responsibilities. His Majesty has proclaimed that, looking across the heavenly realm, you alone possess such esteem. Esteem? What esteem do I possess? Before he could finish his protest, that frigid, piercing whip was thrust into Qiao Tianxuan's hands. Clutching the object, he felt as though he were grasping a searing iron. Torn between the desire to discard it and the fear of doing so, it dawned upon him. Hao Yin was ensnaring him. Are you not capable? Do you not maintain close ties with the three teachings? Very well, I shall grant you a higher office and greater power, compelling you to play the villain. Once the deities and Buddhas of the three realms loathe you to the core, where else can you go but to serve me doggedly? What a cunning stratagem of flattery laced with malice. Such treachery is truly distasteful. My uncle, I must return to report, so I shall take my leave. Tai Jinxing clasped his hands in farewell and swiftly departed, his movements graceful as flowing water, lest he inadvertently return this scalding hot potato. Qiao Tianxuan stood rooted in place, one hand gripping the karma fishing rod, and the other the god-binding whip. He gazed at his verdant vegetable garden, absorbing the warmth of the setting sun. Retirement? What a fanciful thought. Master. The medicine master stepped forward, his gaze fervently fixated on the whip, his face alight with zeal. This whip is the manifestation of regulations. By wielding it, Master aims to restore order to the three realms. Disciple has comprehended. Meanwhile, King Qin Guang also clasped his hands, his expression a blend of complexity as he spoke. The marshal wields the power to reward virtue and punish vice. In the future, should there be any troublemakers in our underworld, I hope the marshal will take heed. Listening to the heartfelt words of these two bumbling allies, Qiao Tianxuan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to find a pit and bury himself along with these two troublesome relics. Chapter 41. Shun Gongbao. Qiao Tianxuan found himself once again unable to sleep. Ever since that divine whip had entered his humble abode, he felt a chilling wind whispering through the night, accompanied by the haunting cries of spirits. In his dreams, deities from the three realms lined up to hold him accountable, some berating him for his unjust enforcement, while others spat accusations of his abuse of power. Ultimately, even the toilet god from the most secluded corners emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at him, lamenting that ever since his appointment, his incense offerings had ceased. What a predicament! To cut off someone's means of livelihood and to orphan the innocent. Sitting up, drenched in cold sweat, he gazed fearfully at the corner of the room. The whip emitted an eerie, ethereal glow that sent shivers down his spine. He realized that this object was akin to a ticking time bomb. Carrying it in his pocket could very well send him soaring into the heavens. It had to be dealt with. Discard it? What a ludicrous notion. In 2 days, it would be enshrined in the realm of merit and virtue, complete with GPS navigation. Cast it out today, and it would return on its own the very next day, along with a contemptuous divine citation from the heavenly court. Hand it over? Present it to Hao Yin? That would be tantamount to brazenly declaring, I shall no longer serve you. Given the narrow-mindedness of that old fellow, he would likely be adorned with shoes so small they would pinch his very soul. Cross-legged, Qiao Tianxuan's mind, shaped by his past as an investor, began to whirl. This was a quintessential negative asset. Retaining it would only accrue further causal debts. The immediate task at hand was to divest or convert the risk associated with it. How to do so? The value of an object is contingent upon its utility. In the hands of the Discipline Inspection Commission, it was a sword of justice. In the hands of a shrew, it was merely a feather duster for chastising her husband. But what could it become in the hands of a humble farmer like himself? His gaze drifted towards his small vegetable patch. By the fence, the recently sown bean seeds were just beginning to sprout, trembling as they reached for the sky, yet lacking any support. They appeared pitiable. An audacious idea began to take root in his mind. Thus, under the watchful eyes of countless onlookers at the southern heaven gate, the newly appointed Grand Marshal of the Three Realms, tasked with maintaining order, carefully cradled the divine whip, an object potent enough to leave even the highest celestial beings in agony. He dug a hole beside the vegetable patch, inserted the whip, and covered it with soil, pressing it down firmly to ensure its stability. Finally, he bent down, meticulously wrapping the tender tendrils of the bean sprouts around the whip, layer upon layer. Task accomplished. He clapped his hands and exhaled a long sigh of relief. Clarity washed over him, invigorating his spirit. From a tool of enforcement to a humble agricultural support, the risk profile had swiftly downgraded from catastrophic to pastoral. He awarded himself a score of 101 for this asset restructuring, an extra point for good measure, as he feared no pride in his success. This scene, of course, did not escape the notice of Hao Yan, the Emperor of Heaven, seated within the Lingshao Hall. Hao Yan, grasping his teacup, observed through the water mirror that the artifact symbolizing his imperial authority and the order of the three realms had become ensnared by vibrant green bean vines, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. He did not comprehend, yet he was profoundly shaken. Was this humiliation? It did not seem so. He hardly cast a glance at himself. Was this a demonstration? There was no need. If he truly wished to protest, he could have dismantled the southern heavenly gate. Hao Yan began to question the very essence of his existence, pondering if he had been misguided from the outset. Perhaps this Master Qiao was merely a simple, unconventional enthusiast of agriculture, just as the formidable beings of the three realms collectively descended into self-doubt, fearing the collapse of their own convictions. A new visitor arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. The newcomer was a gaunt Taoist, with prominent cheekbones and shifty triangular eyes, exuding an aura of cunning and calculation. Clad in a bagua robe and accompanied by a black tiger, he ought to have commanded respect, yet he instead emanated a certain air reminiscent of a petty thief. Unlike others who observed from a distance, he approached the fence surrounding Qiao Tianxuan's courtyard directly. "Fellow Taoist, please pause." The voice, though not loud, carried a malevolent charm that compelled one to turn and see who dared intrude. Qiao Tianxuan had just finished watering his beans and was about to retreat indoors when he heard this familiar phrase, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. "Another fellow Taoist? Do you cultivators possess no fresh expressions?" Upon turning, he beheld a wiry, rat-faced Taoist, whose shifty eyes betrayed a lack of integrity. The visitor was none other than Shun Gongbao, who felt himself underappreciated and was intent on seizing an opportunity amid the calamity of the divine investiture. He had heard of a remarkable individual outside the southern heavenly gate and had come to pay his respects, ostensibly to seek guidance, but in truth, to gauge the situation. He wished to ascertain whether this legendary recluse was indeed a worthy investment. "Is there something you need?" Qiao Tianxuan's tone was so frosty it could freeze droplets of water. His discerning gaze quickly identified Shun Gongbao as a mere opportunist, the familiar scent of a schemer seeking projects and investments wafting through the air. Shun Gongbao bowed respectfully, yet his eyes darted around the courtyard like radar. The ancient beast spine of the bench, hissing, the slumbering black-haired dog at the entrance, diting, and the whip entangled by the bean vines. Shun Gongbao's pupils trembled. He recognized that whip. The primordial heavenly sovereign had once transformed this object while explaining the divine investiture list at the Yushu Palace. The god-slaying whip, the very instrument used to enforce divine punishment and administer the divine investiture. He actually used this artifact as a support for his beings. In that instant, Shun Gongbao felt as though his worldview had been shattered and trampled underfoot. The realm of this master had transcended his understanding. Life and death, in his eyes, bore no distinction whatsoever. Returning to simplicity, the Tao is truly profound. Junior Shun Gongbao has long admired your esteemed name. Today, I have come to seek wisdom on the Tao. Shun Gongbao immediately suppressed all ulterior motives, adopting an utmost respectful demeanor. "The Tao?" Qiao Tianxuan let out a derisive laugh as he hoisted his hoe. "I possess only barren land. If you seek the grand path, turn left upon exiting and do not impede my crops from basking in the sun." Another refusal. Yet, Shun Gongbao was not angered. In fact, his eyes sparkled with even greater intensity. This resonated. True magnates possess such temperament. As he turned his gaze, he resolved to be forthright and presented the interview question he had meticulously prepared. "Senior, there lies a perplexity in my heart that eludes my comprehension. If fate is sealed and the edifice is destined to collapse, should one acquiesce to destiny and partake in the spoils? Or should one strive against the current to seize a glimmer of hope?" This query was astutely crafted. It not only inquired about the allegiance in the impending calamity, but also sought to gauge the senior's attitude towards such opportunists as himself. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianxuan nearly burst into laughter. "What did I expect? This is merely a question that those PPT entrepreneurs of my previous life relished when attempting to deceive investors. When the wind rises, even pigs can soar. He set down his hoe and glanced at Shen Gongbao with an expression that suggested he was dealing with a fool. Pursue the wind, and the meat may not necessarily be yours to savor. Swim against the tide, and you are 99% likely to be struck by lightning. Then, what should the junior do? Shen Gongbao's heart tightened as he pressed further. What should one do? Xiao Tianshun scoffed, drawing upon the experiences of his former life, where he had been exploited by his employer. Step out of the game. Do not be merely a pawn. Secure a stable position on a substantial platform and work towards retirement. Is that not appealing? Or, he shifted his tone, revealing the cunning nature of an investor. When everyone is scrambling for that grand cake, set up a stall on the side and sell sunflower seeds, beverages, and bottled water. That is the path of low risk and high return, a stable cash flow. Shen Gongbao seemed as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, frozen in place. Not entering the fray, selling sunflower seeds and beverages. He mulled over these words, feeling they were pearls of wisdom, imbued with profound truths. The senior was enlightening him. In the face of the calamity, amidst the conflict between the two sects, all were players contending for the divine mandate that constituted the grand cake. They fought to the death, bloodied and battered, only for the rewards to ultimately belong to the heavenly realm. And I, if I extricate myself from this game, forsaking the trivial pursuit of vice sect leader, merely traversing between the two sects, exchanging information and trading favors, would that not be akin to selling sunflower seeds and beverages? Minimal risk, yet potentially the greatest reward. I, Shen Gongbao, shall become the greatest purveyor of information and a broker of war in the three realms. The senior's words surpass my 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. Shen Gongbao trembled with excitement, bowing deeply to Xiao Tianshun. Junior, I have attained enlightenment. Xiao Tianshun regarded his frenzied demeanor with a frown. This fellow, surely he must be a bit unhinged? He merely wished to expedite the departure of this lunatic, lest he go mad and bite someone. He recalled the dilapidated bamboo basket at the entrance, overflowing with the tuition fees of various little demons, and approached it, casually rummaging through its contents. He extracted a dull gray bead, the origin of which was unknown, likely contributed by some oblivious little demon. Its spiritual essence was obscured, marred by several cracks. A pure inferior product. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Tianshun tossed it to Shen Gongbao, waving his hand in irritation. Enough pondering. Consider this a token of our first meeting. Now hurry along. Don't delay my afternoon nap. Shen Gongbao instinctively caught the bead, initially thinking it was merely a piece of discarded rubbish from his senior. However, when a trace of his magical energy penetrated the bead, his complexion turned ashen, only to be followed by overwhelming elation. Within the bead lay a self-contained space, harboring a sharp and unparalleled innate sword chi of the metal element. Its cutting edge possessed the potential to threaten even the grand Luo golden immortals. What sent his spirit into a frenzy was the realization that this sword chi resonated with his own refined metal path, bearing a striking resemblance. It was as if this treasure had been tailor-made for his protection. His senior. How did he perceive the very origins of my being at a glance, and pluck the most suitable supreme treasure from a heap of refuse? Such discernment, such prowess, such a terrifying realm of understanding. Shen Gongbao harbored no lingering doubts as he cradled the precious bead, bowing deeply before Xiao Tianshun with an emphatic thud. The grace of your rebirth, my senior, I shall never forget. With that, he mounted his black tiger, filled with vigor and ambition, transforming into a streak of black light that soared into the sky. He was set to embark on the radiant path his senior had illuminated for him. Xiao Tianshun watched his vanishing figure and yawned widely. Finally, one lunatic was dispatched. He turned and entered the thatched cottage, reclining on the bed, ready to indulge in his laid-back existence. Little did he know, a storm of bloodshed and turmoil was about to engulf the three realms, all ignited by his whimsical business musings and a casually discarded worthless bead, marking the commencement of an unprecedented saga. Chapter 42, A Meeting Concerning the Establishment of Positions at the Purple Cloud Palace. As the mist dissipated, the sound of Dao fell silent. An oppressive atmosphere, akin to the foreboding of an impending storm, enveloped the air. 6 esteemed figures sat cross-legged on their cushions, each representing the pinnacle of authority in this realm. The three pure ones, Niwa, Jane, and Juanti. The saints gathered, yet none uttered a word. Above them, the figure of Hongjun Laozu hovered between reality and illusion, devoid of sorrow or joy. In his hands, he held two items, a list, its radiant light subdued, devoid of any words, yet distorting the very fabric of space. And a whip, ancient and profound, the genuine, divine punishing whip. A great calamity is imminent. Hongjun's voice was calm, devoid of emotion, yet it struck the hearts of each saint like a heavy hammer. The heavenly court is lacking personnel. That brat Haoyan comes to me weeping daily. The karma of the three realms is surging. It is time for reckoning. This list of divine appointment comprises 365 rightful deities. The disciples of your three teachings are tasked with filling these positions. This divine punishing whip shall be employed for execution. As Hongjun's words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. This blatant directive for reduction in personnel unsettled even the saints. The primordial Lord's celebratory clouds trembled above his head as he spoke first, his voice solemn, yet laced with an unassailable arrogance. Master, my disciples of the Chan teaching are all of noble character, burdened with the responsibility of assisting the human sovereign. They are unfit for this list. His gaze then shifted to the Tongtian teachings, tinged with disdain. Tongtian, your sect is a chaotic mix, filled with beings of dubious virtue, disrespecting the heavenly order. They rightly belong on the list, subject to the heavenly court's governance, to alleviate their karma. This statement was tantamount to publicly tearing apart the facade of civility. Primordial, you speak utter nonsense. The Tongtian teachmaster erupted in fury, slamming the table before him and rising abruptly. The phantoms of the four swords of immortality flickered behind him, rendering the atmosphere in the purple cloud palace razor-sharp, as if slicing through the skin. Our sect embraces all without discrimination, claiming what has escaped the heavenly order. Why are your disciples treasures while mine are but weeds? Which of your 12 golden immortals is not entangled in calamities? They have fallen into the tribulations of mortal existence and deserve their fate. Why should my disciples bear the brunt for them? Enough. The Taishang Laojun, who had been meditating with closed eyes, slowly opened them. A sense of effortless Tao spread forth, instantly soothing the tense atmosphere. He cast a glance at his two fellow disciples, his tone indifferent. This matter pertains to the heavenly order. It cannot be settled by mere words. The Master has decreed, and with the signatures of the three teachings, it shall be, based on individual capability. The phrase based on individual capability floated lightly in the air, yet bore a hint of bloodshed. The primordial Lord snorted coldly, acquiescing. The Tongtian teachmaster's chest heaved with anger. Yet he understood the futility of further words in the presence of the Tao ancestor. Very well, let us see how you intend to scheme against my sect. Just as the three brothers were on the verge of internal conflict, Hongjun's emotionless voice resonated once more. The one who wields the divine list and the god-slaying whip. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Yuanshi Tianzuan suddenly exclaimed, his brow furrowed in perplexity. What a peculiar sight, he muttered. What is so peculiar? Tongtian Jiaozhu retorted, his tone irritable. Yuanshi Tianzuan paid him no heed, swiftly gesturing with his fingers as the thoughts of the saints swept across the three realms in an instant. In the next breath, not only he, but also Taishang, Tongtian, Enhua, and the two saints of the West, all wore expressions of utter bewilderment, akin to that of encountering a ghost. They had all witnessed it. Outside the southern heavenly gate lay a leisurely vegetable garden, and entwined with the very whip they had fiercely contended over. Representing the laws of heaven and the essence of slaughter were several vibrant green bean vines, upon which a butterfly was delicately perched. The purple cloud palace fell into an eerie silence once more, this stillness far more bizarre and suffocating than before. Suddenly, Tongtian Jiaozhu could no longer contain himself. His shoulders shook as he first stifled a laugh, which soon erupted into uncontrollable guffaws. Ha ha! How marvelous! Truly exquisite! Tears streamed from his eyes as he pointed at Yuanshi Tianzuan, mercilessly mocking him. Yuanshi, do you see this? This is what one truly calls Tao, utilizing a tool of slaughter for the purpose of enlightenment, employing a fearsome weapon of heaven to nurture the vitality of the world. Your pretentious rhetoric of conforming to heaven and responding to humanity pales in comparison to this, utterly nonsensical. Yuanshi Tianzuan's countenance shifted through shades of blue, white, and purple. A spectacle of emotions. A surge of rage welled up within him, yet was inexplicably suppressed by an unfathomable profundity. The culmination of slaughter. Is life? Could this be a warning from the heavens? He fell into deep contemplation. Enwa covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue as she recalled the monkey blessed with innate spiritual roots. This Taoist friend, Qiao, always acted in such unexpected ways. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged a glance, their expressions deepening with anguish. Zhuanti sighed heavily. Brother, this individual transforms rules into growth. The Zen essence within is akin to the realm of true emptiness and wonderful existence. Our Western faction has ultimately lagged behind. Only Taishang Laojun, stroking his long beard, revealed a knowing smile as if everything lay within his grasp. The way of heaven has chosen its master. He spoke languidly, bringing this farce to a conclusion. If that is the case, let him be. In this round of deification, my sect shall not partake. My disciples shall also remain in seclusion. After saying this, he bowed to Hongjun and vanished into thin air. Yuan Shi Tianzuan cast a long glance at the vegetable garden reflected in the water mirror, snorted coldly, and disappeared as well. This game of chess would require careful deliberation upon his return. Humph, a pack of hypocritical charlatans. Tongtian Jiaozhu grumbled as he transformed into a beam of sword light. Returning to his Bio palace, he needed to urgently inform his disciples that those scheming individuals down the mountain were all untrustworthy and should remain on the island. In the blink of an eye, only Enwa and the two saints of the west remained in the purple cloud palace. The figure of Hongjun Daozu dissipated like a fleeting shadow, leaving behind a chilling remark that echoed within the vast hall. The list has been revealed. The will of heaven is in motion. You all should take heed of your actions. At the southern heavenly gate, beside the vegetable patch, Xiao Tianshun surveyed his creation with satisfaction. The so-called divine whip had been ingeniously repurposed as a trellis for the beans, yielding surprisingly excellent results. The bean vines, seemingly infused with growth hormones, surged upward with remarkable speed. To his astonishment, this humble whip even possessed fertilizing capabilities. He muttered to himself, casually plucking a crisp, fresh radish from the earth, wiping it on his garment before taking a bite. The sound was crisp, the flavor sweet. The sun shone brilliantly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Xiao Tianshun reclined against a bony bench, propping his legs up, squinting his eyes as he indulged in a leisurely day of idleness. Little did he know, a paramount summit, which would determine the future dynamics of the three realms, had reached a hasty conclusion due to his bean trellis. A cataclysmic event that was meant to be orchestrated by sages had veered off course from the very beginning, spiraling towards an unpredictable fate that none could foresee. Chapter 43. Who disturbed my bean trellis? The gathering of the sages at the Zixiao Palace ended in disarray, leaving repercussions akin to a nuclear fallout. Upon returning, each sage convened behind closed doors, imparting stern admonitions. The central theme was unmistakably clear: humility. They were all advised to tread carefully. Any who dared to stir up trouble would face severe consequences before further discussions could ensue. In an unexpected turn, the three realms descended into an unusual harmony. Those once arrogant golden immortals, previously puffed up with pride, now resembled withered eggplants, retreating to their abodes to meditate and seek enlightenment. Even a simple task, such as disposing of waste, required divination to ascertain the auspiciousness of the moment. This atmosphere of introspective seclusion was, for Xiao Tianshun, akin to a divine blessing. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the number of students eager to access clandestine lectures dwindled to a mere fraction. With the eminent figures withdrawn into their shells, these insignificant individuals felt like fireflies in the night, desperately seeking to remain unseen. Serenity enveloped Xiao Tianshun, his spirits soaring as he even found the leisure to devise a crop rotation plan for his garden. Once the current harvest of cabbage was gathered, he intended to nurture the soil and cultivate frost-resistant spinach for the next season. Meanwhile, the divine whip, repurposed as a bean trellis, thrived splendidly, its vines climbing with exuberance, poised to blossom. In stark contrast, the formidable Karma fishing rod was meticulously wrapped in layers of cloth and concealed in the darkest corner of his thatched cottage, marked with a warning: danger, do not touch. It was treated with the utmost caution, akin to nuclear waste. Life seemed to have finally returned to the idyllic path he had long envisioned. sipping tea, tending to his garden, and awaiting retirement. Perfect. However, there are always those oblivious to the sanctity of such perfection. One day, as Qiao Tianshun hummed a cheerful tune while pruning the bean vines, his peripheral vision caught sight of a formidable procession approaching on clouds. Adorned in golden helmets and armor, radiating an aura of menace, they were clearly not mere visitors. At the forefront stood a figure with a visage like jade, a third eye upon his forehead, wielding a trident blade, accompanied by a sleek black hound at his side, a sight to behold. Yet, Qiao Tianshun's gaze drifted beyond him, landing on a middle-aged divine general behind, who held a pagoda and wore an expression of displeasure. Li Jing, what brings him here? Judging by the atmosphere, their intentions appeared malicious. An unsettling feeling gripped Qiao Tianshun, reminiscent of a previous life when the property management demanded overdue utility payments. Instinctively, he considered retreating into his dwelling, closing the door, and pretending no one was home. Alas, it was too late. The three-eyed youth had already fixed his piercing gaze upon him. Yang Jian, I have met Uncle Qiao, he declared, dismounting his hound with swift grace and offering a courteous salute. Behind him, Li Jing mirrored the gesture but bore a stiff expression, as if someone had deprived him of 8 million merits. Yang Jian. Qiao Tianshun was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing. The disciple of the Jade Ding real person, the foremost among the third generation of the Chan sect, a formidable being who had attained sainthood in physical form. He refers to me as uncle? This hierarchy is truly exhilarating. Qiao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly and waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for such formalities. We are all colleagues in the heavenly court. Esteemed immortals, have you come to inspect the southern heavenly gate? Before Yang Jian could respond, Li Jing, unable to contain himself, stepped forward and declared in a voice as resounding as thunder, I am Li Jing, here on the orders of the Jade Void Palace to pay my respects to the Grand Marshal of the Three Realms. As he spoke, his piercing gaze swept across the rather shabby marshal's residence. When his eyes finally settled on a post entwined with bean vines, Li Jing's face instantly flushed crimson with indignation. He pointed at the bean trellis, his finger trembling with rage, a surge of fury rising from his feet to the crown of his head. The heavenly punishment whip, bestowed by the heavenly emperor, a divine artifact for monitoring the three realms and enforcing celestial laws, a manifestation of heavenly decree, a symbol of order. And now, it is being used to cultivate beans. This is not merely sacrilege, it is a blatant affront to the very essence of the heavenly court. It tramples upon my dignity and principles as a soldier. Grand Marshal, Li Jing's voice escalated, filled with wrath and challenge. This object, a gift from His Majesty, represents the celestial code. How could you possibly use it for? His lips quivered with fury, unable to utter the final word. Observing the escalating tension, Qiao Tianshun sensed impending trouble. Another obstinate individual had appeared. He quickly rubbed his hands together, forcing a smile. Li Tianwang, it is all a misunderstanding. I am merely making the best use of resources, responding to the heavenly principle that all things possess spirits and can be enlightened. You see, it was once a tool of enforcement, too laden with hostility. Now, it nurtures vitality, listening to my teachings and receiving the morning dew's nourishment. This is a fulfillment of merit. Do you understand? Merit. He was aware that this absurd reasoning was utterly lacking in conviction. But who was Li Jing? A soldier. A soldier's mind is singularly focused. No matter how one might argue, a bean trellis is not the heavenly punishment whip. Absurd. Li Jing fumed, his beard bristling with fury. Such actions by the Grand Marshal disregard the heavenly laws. They disregard His Majesty. As a guardian of the heavenly court, I cannot stand idly by. Oh, and what do you propose to do? Before Qiao Tianshun could respond, a languid voice drifted in from the doorway of the thatched hut. Di Ting, who had been dozing, had risen at some point, lifting one eyelid to gaze lazily at Li Jing. His expression was calm and devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver down Li Jing's spine, as if a chill were piercing through to his very core. Yang Jian's expression shifted slightly. He stepped forward to shield Li Jing and respectfully addressed Di Ting. Senior, please temper your anger. General Li means no harm. He is merely fulfilling his duty. Afterward, he turned to Qiao Tianshun, a look of helplessness and apology etched upon his face. Master Uncle, we have come bearing gifts on the orders of our master. General Li, being direct in nature, may have inadvertently caused offense. I hope you can overlook this. Xiao Tianshun understood the situation all too well. The arrival of an envoy from the primordial supreme being? The pretense of gift-giving was merely a fade. The true intent was to exert pressure. After the humiliation suffered at Zhixiao Palace, this old rascal harbored a grudge. He cast a sidelong glance at Li Jing, whose face was ashen yet remained silent, and a cold smile curled upon his lips. Engaging in this game with me? Hardly. Xiao Tianshun strolled leisurely to the bean trellis, tenderly brushing away the dust from a leaf. I possess a rather irritable temperament, particularly when it comes to others meddling with my vegetables. He lifted his gaze towards Yang Jian. Yang Jian, keep your people in check. My bean trellis is flourishing splendidly at present. A golden glimmer flashed in the vertical eye upon Yang Jian's forehead, only to dim swiftly thereafter. Cold sweat had inexplicably beaded upon his back. There was no murderous intent in that statement, yet it sent tremors through his heart more effectively than any threat could. It was a declaration, a definition, implying that this whip was destined to be a bean trellis, a manifestation of the heavenly order, an immutable fate. Whoever dared to interfere would be defying the heavens. What a terrifying realm this was. Yang Jian dared not entertain a hint of defiance. He bowed deeply to Xiao Tianshun. Uncle Master, your admonition is well taken. I, Yang Jian, have acted recklessly. With that, he hastily produced a jade box from within his robes, offering it with both hands, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor. My esteemed ancestor, aware of your fondness for pastoral pursuits, has entrusted me to present you with a handful of 9 heavens earth. It is said that this substance is complementary for cultivating vegetables. 9 heavens earth. Xiao Tianshun's eyelids twitched violently. The very material utilized by Nuwa to create humanity? A single grain could give rise to vast mountains and rivers, a strategic resource of immense significance. The primordial supreme being, that cunning old fox, would send such a gift to me, and to suggest it was suitable for gardening. Xiao Tianshun's heart seized violently. He detected a profound scent of conspiracy. This was no mere gift. It was evidently an incursion of monumental trouble. To utilize this substance for gardening? Surely, it would attract the entire array of primordial spiritual roots from across the wilderness, clamoring at my doorstep, accusing me of improper competition. Yet to refuse would be akin to slapping the primordial supreme being's face directly. The muscles in Xiao Tianshun's face twitched as he mentally extended a cordial greeting to the entire lineage of the primordial supreme being. Ultimately, he managed to force out a smile that was more grotesque than tears as he accepted the jade box. Please, convey my gratitude to Uncle Master for his kind intentions. These 5 words seemed to be wrenched from between clenched teeth. Yang Jian, as if released from a dire sentence, hastily seized the still fuming Li Jing and almost fled the scene. Before departing, Li Jing, still unwilling to relent, shot a fierce glare at the bean trellis, his eyes clearly conveying the message. Just wait, I shall return. Holding this hot potato in his hands and glancing at the troublesome bean trellis, Xiao Tianshun felt a sense of overwhelming dread. He harbored a strong premonition that his idyllic retirement life was likely to be thwarted once again. Chapter 44. A fine from the heavenly Dao. Li Jing was seething with fury. As he journeyed back to the heavenly court, his anger surged like Nez's wind-fire wheels, racing from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He, the supreme commander of Qintang Pass, was entrusted with the edicts of the sage. And yet, what was the outcome? Before a mere commoner, he dared not utter a word. How could he, Li Jing, ever hold his head high among his peers after this incident? The more he contemplated, the more vexed he became. That fellow surnamed Xiao was nothing but a stubborn blemish on the celestial laws, a mere speck of dirt in the 3 realms. If this scoundrel were not dealt with, what would become of the heavenly Dao? Upon returning to the heavenly court and reporting for duty, Li Jing undertook an action that left everyone astounded. He submitted a memorial, impeaching the great commander of the 3 realms, Xiao Tianshun, listing 10 grave offenses. The memorial was eloquently penned, a literary masterpiece that distilled into several main points. 1. Slacking off at work, the southern heavenly gate turned a blind eye, and wasting company resources, using divine artifacts for farming. 2. Neglecting personal appearance, dressing like a beggar. 3. Defying authority, that is, me, Li Jing. The memorial passed through the Bureau of Political Affairs and ultimately reached the dragon table of the Jade Emperor in the Lingxiao Hall. Upon perusing it, The expression on the Jade Emperor's face was nothing short of remarkable. He felt a mix of laughter and tears. He wanted to laugh at Li Jing's stubbornness. Truly, he was as hard-headed as they come. A mere commander dared to challenge one who should be approached with caution. Yet, he felt a twinge of sorrow. For this troublesome matter had once again been thrust back into his lap. How could he handle Qiao Tianshun? The last time he had sent the divine whip, it had been repurposed as a trellis for beans. Was he to send celestial soldiers to uproot the man's vegetable garden this time? The Jade Emperor mused that as soon as he took action, the three pure ones would surely descend upon him, threatening to dismantle the very roof of the Lingxiao Hall. But what choice did he have? Li Jing's memorial was on the verge of circulating throughout the three realms, drawing countless gazes. If the Celestial Emperor feigned ignorance, how could he continue to lead his ranks in the future? Rubbing his temples, a dull ache began to throb in his heart. He gazed into the water mirror at the figure humming a tune while watering beans, his teeth gritting in frustration. This Qiao was akin to a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. A direct confrontation would yield no results. Thus, it was time to employ a more cunning approach. Since he reveled in disregarding the rules, the Emperor would impart the greatest principle of all, the heavenly Tao. A glint of inspiration flashed in the Jade Emperor's eyes. He had a plan. Recently, Qiao Tianshun had been plagued by an incessant twitch in his left eyelid. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye signifies wealth, while a twitching right eye foretells disaster. Yet, he pondered, as a mere farmer, what wealth could he possibly acquire? Ever since he obtained that box of 9 heaven soil, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful night. This precious item was indeed valuable, but it was also fraught with peril. If used as fertilizer, he feared his vegetable patch might ascend to the clouds overnight. Burying it? Nonsense. The energy radiating from it could transform the southern heavenly gate into a zone of death. After much contemplation, Qiao Tianshun found an old pot, poured the soil into it, sealed it with yellow clay, and tucked it beneath his bed. Out of sight, out of mind. On this day, after watering the beans, he stretched lazily, preparing to return indoors for a brief respite. Suddenly, the sky darkened without warning, not from storm clouds, but from a profound sense of unease and repression that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. The very fabric of the universe appeared to reject him. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qiao Tianshun as he looked up. Above, a beam of golden light tore through the clouds, descending straight towards him. It was neither a magical artifact nor a divine power, but a decree from the heavens. The edict bore no jade seal of the supreme sky nor the stamp of a sage, but simply one word, embodying the ultimate law, Tao. The decree of the heavenly Tao unfurled above the southern gate, silent yet indelible, each word etched into the minds of all beings across the three realms. The decree stated, Qiao Tianshun has misused a divine artifact for personal gain, violating the harmony of heaven. His salary shall be docked for 3,000 years. The beings he has cultivated, nourished by the artifact, rightfully belong to the heavenly Tao. The order was clear. The first harvest of beans is to be surrendered to the treasury of the heavenly Tao as a warning to others. The punishment was light, almost comical in its absurdity. Yet, all the mighty beings who witnessed this scene fell into a profound silence. The hand of the supreme sky was ruthlessly cunning. He did not intervene directly, but invoked the heavenly Tao itself. This maneuver was akin to a company's chairman not firing you personally, but allowing the HR system to issue a penalty based on company regulations. Refuse to comply? Then you stand against the entire institutional framework. Accept it? Then your princely dignity is utterly obliterated. This strike was not merely against Qiao Tianshun. It was a blow to the faces of all those behind him. A message to the three realms. Behold, even the most powerful connections must adhere to the rules. In the Lingxiao Palace, the supreme sky gazed through the water mirror at Qiao Tianshun's face, which darkened in an instant, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. To challenge me? I shall not let you escape unscathed. The southern gate fell into silence. All celestial beings fixed their curious, sympathetic, and slightly gleeful gazes upon Qiao Tianshun. Would he confront this challenge head-on, or would he submit in humility? Qiao Tianshun clenched his fists tightly. It was not the loss of his 3,000 years' salary that angered him. After all, he had never seen a single coin of it. It was the feeling of being forced down, as if someone were pressing his head under water. All he wished was to cultivate his land. Yet there always seemed to be someone seeking to provoke him. Surrender his beans? Those were his crops. Why should he have to? A surge of indignation coursed through him, igniting the frustrations and anger of a past life spent under the oppressive demands of a relentless boss, ultimately leading to his dismissal. He glared at the glaring decree in the sky, then cast his eyes downward towards the verdant, burgeoning first harvest of beans climbing the trellis. Ding! The host is faced with a significant decision. Option 1, submit. Harvest the beans and respectfully surrender them. Reward, 100,000 merits of the heavenly Tao. Option 2, to confront boldly, to shatter the pod, to openly defy fate. Reward, God-slaying gun fragment X1. Option 3, to lie flat, to ignore, to let things unfold as they will. Reward, divine ability, immovable king body. The accursed system resurfaced once more. Xiao Tianshun inhaled deeply, his chest heaving with intensity. He gazed upon the pod, the one that had ascended with the aid of the divine whip, and a rebellious thought sparked within his mind. The heavenly path? Is it truly so vast? Can it seize the harvest of the common folk? This being, has it committed murder or set anything ablaze? It emerged from the earth, tirelessly climbing the vine, blossoming, and bearing fruit. What offense has it committed? Merely because it flourished in an inconvenient location, it is destined for confiscation? What kind of law is this? A glint of resolve flickered in Xiao Tianxuan's eyes. He disregarded the system. Under the gaze of countless eyes from the three realms, he sauntered toward the bean trellis. He extended his hand, but did not pluck the pod. Instead, he gently brushed his fingers across its surface, a tender motion akin to soothing a child who had suffered a great injustice. Then, he lifted his gaze to the decree in the sky, a smile breaking upon his lips. That smile bore a hint of cold indifference, a trace of mischief, and a dash of reckless abandon. He opened his mouth, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the southern heavenly gate. Each word articulated with intent. It is still but a child. In Xiao Tianxuan's voice, there lingered a note of profound empathy. You cannot so cruelly oppress a child. Chapter 45. My family's beans today at the southern heavenly gate. It still remains a child. These 6 words, light as a feather, drifted forth from the southern heavenly gate. Within the realms, countless divine thoughts converged here. Upon hearing this proclamation, they collectively paused in disbelief. Madness! This mere mortal, toiling in the fields at the gates of the celestial palace, must have lost his mind. To whom is he speaking? The way of heaven. He dares to accuse the way of heaven, to bully a single being? Absurd. Ridiculous beyond measure. In the hall of supreme harmony, the cup in the hands of the heavenly emperor shattered into dust with a crack. The smugness upon his face froze. He had envisioned Xiao Tianxuan begging for mercy, imagined him erupting in anger and overturning the table, even considered the possibility of him lying down in defeat. Yet, he never anticipated that he would respond in such a temperamental and unyielding manner to the grand might of heaven. Is he reasoning? No, this is, in fact, a matter of human sentiment and social etiquette. In the purple cloud palace, the newly established resolve of the primordial supreme one fractured. Nonsense. He was so enraged that the 3 flowers atop his head trembled. To confront the supreme laws of nature with the protective instincts of a mere mortal? This exceeded the bounds of his understanding. In the azure pool palace, the Lord of Heaven was momentarily taken aback. Then he slapped his thigh, laughing uncontrollably, while the 4-sword of extermination buzzed in resonance, as if in amusement. Ha! Excellent. Well said. This is what one truly calls interception. Even daring to intercept the way of heaven. In the western spiritual mountain, the expressions of Jane and Juanti grew increasingly grim. Brother, this individual has perhaps fallen into my delusions, become deluded, Juanti lamented. Yet, Jane shook his head and sighed deeply. Not so. He simply does not reason. Such a realm, we cannot grasp. At the southern heavenly gate, after Xiao Tianxuan finished speaking, he paid no further heed to the resplendent death warrant from above. He turned and entered his humble abode, under the watchful eyes of all the great beings in the realms. He huffed and puffed as he emerged with a broken bamboo pole. It was the very pole he had cherished, wrapped in layers of tattered cloth. Tucked away in the corner, the causal fishing rod. As this unremarkable bamboo pole re-emerged into the light, an indescribable mystical resonance emanated, subtly stirring the fates of all beings within the realms. Even the sages felt their hearts tremble. What is he about to do? Xiao Tianxuan paid no mind to others' thoughts. He shouldered the fishing rod and walked beneath the bean vine, deftly untying the fishing line from the rod's tip, leaving only a smooth pull behind. Then, he committed an act that left everyone astounded. He inserted the causal fishing rod beside the bean vine. Following this, like a diligent old farmer tending to precious crops, he carefully placed the tender sprout at the very top of the bean vine onto the tip of the rod. He bestowed upon the bean a sturdier pole, crafted from the essence of causality. Having completed this, Xiao Tianshun clapped his hands, plopped back onto the skeletal bench, crossed his legs, and retrieved a half-eaten radish from his pocket. With a crisp crunch, the sound echoed delightfully. The leisurely demeanor displayed by him seemed to disregard the celestial decree looming above, as if he had merely finished his agricultural toil and was taking a moment to rest, rather than boldly confronting the heavens. Thunder rumbled. In the lofty heights, dark clouds converged, and the world dimmed. The celestial will was thoroughly incensed by a mere mortal. A bolt of purple divine lightning, as thick as a water barrel, tore through the clouds, heading straight for the rebellious vine. The purple cloud, divine lightning. The heavenly punishment had descended. Countless powerful beings were struck with astonishment. This was no longer a warning. It was an outright execution. However, just as the formidable purple divine lightning was poised to strike down, an unforeseen twist occurred. The so-called causal fishing rod, serving as a trellis for the vine, trembled gently. A hum resonated. An invisible ripple spread forth. Strangely, the violent purple divine lightning veered off course midair. It did not strike the vine, nor did it strike Xiao Tianshun. Instead, it precisely struck the radiant crown of the alchemist, who had been meditating in stillness like a stone, just outside the southern heavenly gate. What on earth? The half-eaten radish in Xiao Tianshun's mouth was expelled in surprise. What was happening? Had the missile gone astray? The alchemist, who had been contemplating the path of non-action, was jolted by the strike, yet he did not perish. Instead, a golden wheel of merit emerged from the back of his head, illuminating the three realms with boundless Buddhist light. His 12 great aspirations, now empowered by the heavenly punishment, reached fruition in an instant. A pressure akin to a quasi-saint surged upward. Amipa. The alchemist opened his eyes, shimmering with the brilliance of glazed treasures, and bowed deeply in the direction of Xiao Tianshun. Thank you, Master, for granting me the sound of Thunderpath, aiding me in attaining sainthood. He had comprehended. The Master was not opposing the celestial will. He was fishing for it. Using the vine as bait, and himself as the lure, he had drawn down the heavenly punishment. Then, with the supreme Taoist artifact, he transmuted this punishment into golden opportunities for himself. What a brilliant scheme. What grand ambition. The alchemist was moved to tears. Bowing once more before transforming into a beam of Buddhist light, heading straight to the west to establish his pure land of glazed purity. In the three realms, silence reigned. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. The celestial will seemed to have malfunctioned. It aimed to strike a mere vine, yet inadvertently produced a quasi-saint of the Buddhist realm. What sort of absurdity was this? The thunderclouds above churned for a prolonged period, seemingly embarrassed by such a blunder. Before reluctantly dissipating, the decree followed suit and vanished. At the southern heavenly gate, under a serene sky, Xiao Tianshun stared blankly at the alchemist's vanishing figure, then lowered his gaze to the causal fishing rod in his hand. It appeared he had begun to comprehend. This implement was not merely for fishing. It was a tool for deflection. It could randomly shift the blame directed at him onto some hapless soul nearby. Good heavens! This truly was the ultimate artifact for the overburdened worker. Ding! Detection of host triggering hidden optimal solution. Venture capital. The host, with the heart of a mortal safeguarding their offspring, boldly confronts the might of the heavenly decree and, utilizing the causal fishing rod as leverage, successfully transforms the inevitable divine retribution into an opportunity for another, thereby perfectly resolving the crisis. Determination successful. Talent fusion upgraded. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the unique active talent causal grafting. Causal grafting. This ability allows the host to actively transfer adverse consequences directed at themselves, such as divine powers, curses, or heavenly punishments, onto another fated entity within their line of sight. The success rate and effectiveness depend on the severity of the adverse consequence, the target's capacity to endure, and your situational judgment. Each use consumes a vast amount of mental energy. Note: grafting carries risks. Be cautious when deflecting blame. if the other party cannot bear it, the blame returns to you. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the new talent, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Risk investment? Causal grafting? Wasn't he this a premium version of redirecting blame and misfortune? Unable to contain himself any longer, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the flourishing bean vine. Looking at the tender green leaves of the beans, he was left bereft of tears. This was not farming. It was a gamble with his life. Chapter 46. The venture capital from the West. Xiao Tianshun felt as though his very soul had been drained. The aftereffects of the causal grafting were more intoxicating than consuming counterfeit liquor. That day, he had unwittingly thrust a bolt of purple sky thunder upon the apothecary, allowing him to touch the threshold of quasi-sainthood, while he himself narrowly escaped death. Now, gazing at the verdant bean pod in his garden, it appeared to shimmer with a double image. This pod had become the most conspicuous feature of the southern heaven gate. It was no longer ordinary. The vine clung to the divine whip, supported by the causal fishing rod. It thrived on the essence of Xiao Tianshun's own vitality, and merely days prior, he had engaged in a contest of wills with the Tao of heaven. The surface of the pod revealed fleeting traces of the Tao, resembling an enigmatic QR code inscribed upon it. Within the three realms, any prominent figure possessing a modicum of cultivation would cast their divine sense towards the southern heaven gate. Upon laying eyes on this pod, their expressions transformed as if they had seen a ghost, and they would swiftly withdraw. Xiao Tianshun understood all too well. This entity was not merely a vegetable. It was a death warrant, a mocking banner planted in his yard, inviting trouble. It had grown in the most wretched of soils. He stared at the pod, his face clouded with misfortune. This hot potato was neither easy to pluck nor to leave be. Perhaps it would be best if it simply rotted away, returning to dust as it should. As he contemplated how to arrange a discreet burial for this bean pod, an unexpected visitor arrived outside the fence. An elderly Taoist, emaciated to the point of distortion, approached with a countenance etched with the burdens of the world. His robe, faded to a yellow hue, and bare feet moved slowly, as if traversing not on earth, but upon the sufferings of all sentient beings. Unlike other immortals who would lurk from a distance, he directly approached the fence, standing before Xiao Tianshun, who was tending to the soil around the cabbage. With hands clasped together in greeting, "Taoist friend, I offer my respects," he said. Xiao Tianshun's hoe halted midair, his eyelids twitching. Another Taoist friend? This term had become as ubiquitous as phrases like handsome guy or let's hit the gym. He raised his gaze, scrutinizing the visitor with a stoic expression. The old Taoist appeared disheveled, yet an astonishing purity emanated from him, imbued with a flavor utterly distinct from the Eastern mystical traditions. It was vast and empty, mingled with a deeply concealed calculation. A chill ran through Xiao Tianshun's heart, triggering a PTSD response reminiscent of being dragged into fortune-telling sessions by temple masters in a past life. "Do you have matters to discuss, Taoist?" he inquired, his tone flat. He did not lower the hoe, his demeanor broadcasting that he was quite occupied and eager for any urgent matters to be addressed. The old Taoist, bearing a sorrowful expression, remained unperturbed. He let out a sigh, his voice resonating with compassion. "I have journeyed from the west, witnessing the blessed lands of the eastern immortal mountains, which should be serene. Alas, a calamity approaches, and all beings suffer." Xiao Tianshun inwardly scoffed. Here it came, the familiar prelude. First, the grim depiction of the market and the harsh environment, followed by the inevitable promotion of his wares. Though this place may seem a mere corner, it conceals unparalleled vitality. The old Taoist pivoted the conversation, his gaze fervently fixed upon the bean pod. With instruments of slaughter, one nurtures the evergreen vine. With the rod of causality, one supports the order of reincarnation. The path of Wu Wei, as exemplified by my esteemed friend, serves as a model for us all. He paused momentarily, revealing his true intentions. "I perceive a connection between you and the West. The truth is laid bare." Xiao Tianshun, with a mere flick of his toes, deduced that this individual was likely one of the two sales champions from the Western teachings. No one else could articulate the concept of undermining competitors with such refreshing elegance. The calamity of the sealing of the gods arose from this individual's efforts to enlighten those with potential, thereby assembling the foundational team for the Western teachings. Now, he has set his KPI targets squarely on himself. A chill raced up his spine, striking the base of his skull. This was no trivial matter. He had caught the attention of a sage. To refuse? Would a sage be concerned with appearances? It seemed likely that he would face immediate and dire consequences. To acquiesce? That would be akin to leaping into another pit of fire, entangling oneself in the cycle of karma and suffering perpetually. His scalp tingled, and his mind raced, nearly overheating from the incessant system alerts echoing in his mind. Ding! Host detected a significant karmic event. Sage's recruitment. Decision mode activated. 3 lines of blood-red text appeared before him. Option 1. Graciously accept. Join the Western teachings. Receive the sage's protection. But become enmeshed in the cataclysm of the sealing of the gods and the conflict between Eastern and Western doctrines. Reward. Golden body of 6 zhang. 1 lotus seed of the 12 grades of merit. Option 2. Firmly refuse. Defiantly reject, clarifying the stance of the mystical gate. This would irrevocably offend the 2 Western sages, leading to endless repercussions. Reward. Passive talent, steadfast heart. Option 3. Feign agreement. Neither accept nor refuse, by time. There is a chance to temporarily placate the sage, but it may also intensify his interest in you. Reward. Escape technique. Step to the horizon. Xiao Tianxuan's lips twitched in frustration. What absurd choices were these? Option 1 was akin to a contract of servitude, with the golden body and lotus representing a collar around his neck. Option 2 was a death warrant. A slap in the face of the sage. Was he inviting doom? Option 3 was a slow boil, a gradual entrapment. Delay today, but he would return tomorrow. If a sage was resolute in his desire for you, where could you possibly escape? All paths led to ruin. Xiao Tianxuan's mind raced. No, wait. The system was merely presenting ways to deal with him, yet the crux of the matter was not what he should do, but rather what the sage desired. What did Juani seek? Talent. Performance. The expansion of the Western teachings. If I could propose a project of greater value than myself, a scheme he deemed immensely profitable, perhaps I could divert his attention from me. A flawless project would not only send him away, but also make him feel that he had gained a tremendous advantage, fostering goodwill towards me. A light bulb went off. Xiao Tianxuan's eyes gleamed, his expression shifting from cautious vigilance to one of obsequious enlightenment. He rubbed his hands together and leaned in closer. What the Taoist said was indeed like a divine revelation. Merely, I, a person of little worth, am not cut out for greatness. However, he lowered his voice, gesturing mysteriously toward a certain direction. Master Dao, you have come to recruit talents for your sect. Rather than squander time on a crooked tree like me, I happen to know of a true gem of potential. Oh, the interest of the master was piqued. Xiao Tianxuan began to elaborate, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned business presenter. You see, in today's market, the truly promising individuals are monopolized by the likes of the 3 purities. If you wish to snatch a piece from their table, the costs are exorbitant, and the risks immense. A misstep could even incur the wrath of the big bosses. Therefore, we must shift our strategy and delve into the emerging market. I have heard that in the bone cave of Skull Mountain, there is a certain Ma Yuan. He is a pure spirit with extraordinary talent. Though he possesses a rather peculiar disposition, he has a penchant for consuming human hearts. Such a character is overlooked by the teachings of clarity and despised by the teachings of severance, a quintessential toxic asset. As Xiao Tianxuan spoke with increasing fervor, he seemed to embody the role of an investor holding the reins of venture capital. But, Master Dao, consider this. Such individuals, unwanted and lacking connections or moral scruples, possess immense malleability. If you graciously enlighten him, presenting him with grand visions and promising him a position, would he not immediately become your devoted servant? This is what we call angel round investment. The cost is minimal, and once successful, the returns are exponential. Upon concluding his pitch, Xiao Tianxuan, parched and breathless, seized a ladle from the nearby water tank and gulped down a few hearty mouthfuls. The icy well water soothed his throat, quelling the fire of his excitement. Across from him, the ever-stoic face of the master Taoist froze in astonishment. For the first time, those eyes, which could perceive the intricacies of the 3 realms and the pasts of all beings, lost their focus, staring vacantly. Emerging market? Toxic asset? Angel round investment? Each term was familiar, yet strung together. They resembled an arcane scripture from another realm, exuding an unsettling, profound mystery that stirred his very essence. This eminent figure is directing me. Suddenly jolted, the master Taoist calculated with a flick of his fingers. In an instant, Celestial secrets surged through his being, colliding and exploding within. Ma Yuan, that abomination who feasts upon hearts. Indeed, he would later join the teachings of severance, ultimately subdued and transformed by the efforts of the West. Not a detail was amiss. But how could he possibly know? This was akin to unveiling the cards of destiny and placing them in his hands, urging him, hurry, seize the opportunity. This is aiding his Western teachings, defying the natural order. The gaze of the master Taoist toward Qiao Tianshun underwent a profound transformation. The prior appreciation of a headhunter assessing KPIs morphed into the reverence of an apprentice gazing up at a venerable master. This individual was no reclusive sage. He was, in truth, a player beyond the realms, unbound by the five elements. He was not undermining the foundations. He was reshaping the very board of the grand catastrophe of the investiture of the gods. Your words, dear friend, surpass my millennia of arduous cultivation. The master Taoist inhaled deeply. With great solemnity, he bowed at a 90-degree angle before Qiao Tianshun, his waist bent like a taut bowstring. I have attained enlightenment. As the words left his lips, he wasted no time, transforming into a dazzling beam of golden light that tore through the sky, heading straight for Skull Mountain. His speed was so frantic that it felt as if a delay of merely a second would result in the loss of a billion-dollar order. It was not until that golden light had completely vanished into the horizon that Qiao Tianshun exhaled a long, heavy breath. He felt utterly drained, his back drenched in cold sweat. At last, he had successfully outwitted this troublesome deity. Just as he began to relax, a sudden, explosive sound rang in his mind. Detected that the host is at a significant causal node during the saint's recruitment, triggering the hidden optimal solution, reverse KPI. The host, with advanced commercial acumen, has opened a new market for the saint, successfully diverting their attention and indirectly influencing the trajectory of the great catastrophe. Judgment, perfect. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the unique passive talent, Heavenly Mystery Mosaic. Heavenly Mystery Mosaic. Your secrets shall be veiled as if seen through a mist. Beneath the saints, you shall remain unfathomable. Even their calculations will yield indistinguishable truths and falsehoods. Note, this talent guards against the virtuous but not the rogue. It does not grant physical invisibility, and reckless actions may still lead to demise. Qiao Tianshun felt an unprecedented lightness envelop him. In the depths of his being, the constant sensation of being watched, akin to a 24-hour surveillance, dissipated. A newfound sense of freedom and security flooded his heart. Excellent. He would no longer have to fear bearing his soul under the scrutiny of the powerful. With his spirits lifted, he shouldered his hoe and returned to the vegetable patch, diligently loosening the soil around his cabbage. The saints posed too great a danger, and the KPIs were far too erratic. Cultivating the land was far more beneficial for both body and mind. Little did he know that the enlightened figure he had illuminated, the Taoist of purity, was about to unlock the door to a new world. An unprecedented and grand-scale acquisition of undesirable assets, cloaked under the guise of guiding those with affinity, was about to commence, marking the beginning of a bloody yet comical chapter in the annals of the primordial world. Chapter 47. The first sign from the list of deities ever since he acquired the passive ability of veiled secrets. Qiao Tianshun felt as though the sky had brightened a shade. In the past, while crouching in the vegetable patch to pull out weeds, he had to remain wary of inadvertently summoning the resonance of the Tao, leaving him in a state of discomfort. Now, however, he felt as if he were donned in a garment of good fortune. His divine consciousness swept across him like a haze of frosted glass, dimly perceived yet elusive. This sensation of being unnoticed in the heavenly realm brought him a profound sense of ease, even making the troublesome bean vine appear pleasing to the eye. The bean vine did not disappoint him. Nourished by the god-slaying whip, it trembled and bore a single pod. The pod was a vibrant green, adorned with mysterious yellow patterns, indistinguishable from the material of the whip itself. It hung there quietly, seemingly mundane, yet it sent shivers down Qiao Tianshun's spine. This object was a transgression sanctioned by the heavenly Tao, a military honor earned through hardship, and a causative bomb that could detonate at any moment. He resolved that when the pod ripened, he would bury it in a jar of 9 heavens clay for a peaceful resting place. Days slipped by in a rhythm of anxious anticipation and quiet joy, until one day, An old man arrived outside the southern heavenly gate. The elderly Taoist stood there, his robe neither new nor old, his hair and beard in disarray, and his gaze vacant, exuding an air of bewildered simplicity. He did not arrive on a cloud, but rather ambled forward step by step. Upon reaching the gate, he gazed at the towering arch and the imposing celestial soldiers. Utterly confounded, Xiao Tianshun was crouched in the courtyard, directing two ants in their skirmish with his divine sense, when his peripheral vision caught sight of the old man, causing his heart to lurch. This disheveled appearance, this aura of defeat as if he had just endured a beating from society. Could it be Jiang Shang, also known as Jiang Zia? Good heavens! Xiao Tianxuan's hair stood on end. The executor of the list of deities, the ultimate harbinger of misfortune entwined with causality. How did he stumble upon the southern heavenly gate? Wasn't he supposed to be kicked down from Kunlun Mountain by the primordial heavenly venerable, heading straight to Chaoga to seek refuge with his ill-fated sworn brother, Song Yiren? Primordial heavenly venerable, you old codger, don't you provide your employees with a map? Instinctively, Xiao Tianshun retracted his neck, wishing he could bury himself right there. Staying far away from Jiang Zia and all sources of trouble was his primary rule for survival. However, Murphy's law applies universally. Jiang Zia, feeling the disdainful gazes of the celestial soldiers digging into him, caught sight of the humble figure crouching in the fenced courtyard. He had found his organization. The old man's eyes sparkled with excitement as he trembled his way to the fence, forcing a smile that looked more painful than tears. Esteemed Taoist, I greet you. Xiao Tianshun cursed the primordial heavenly venerable 300 times in his heart before finally lifting his head and managing a sincere smile. Good sir, do you require assistance? Sighing, Jiang Zia nearly choked on his breath, filled with grievances seeking an outlet. Esteemed Taoist, may I inquire? The way to the mortal realm, to Chaoga City? Which direction should I take? He had spent 40 years cultivating his Tao on Kunlun Mountain. Yet apart from chopping wood and fetching water, he had not mastered a single skill. After receiving a dismissive remark from his master that the path to immortality was fraught with challenges, he was sent down the mountain. His mind occupied solely with a vacuous promise of assisting a wise ruler and sealing deities on behalf of heaven. In utter confusion, he found himself standing at the gates of the heavenly court. Xiao Tianxuan's mind raced. To guide him on the right path? That would be tantamount to shoving this calamity into the mortal realm, unleashing a catastrophic flood of blood. To mislead him onto a perilous path? To send him to the North Continent to feed demons? Could he bear such karmic consequences on his own head? Ignoring him? How long would this plague god linger at the gate? What if one day he accidentally trampled a vital herb, just as he was pondering? A notification rang in his mind, and that infernal system reappeared. Detected that the host is facing a critical juncture in the impending calamity of divine sealing. Critical choice mode activated. Option 1. Enthusiastically guide him. Led Jiang Zia onto the righteous path, gaining a goodwill of 100 from the Chan sect and earning 50,000 merit points. Option 2. Maliciously mislead him. Deceive him into a treacherous place, disturbing the heavenly mechanism. Reward. Divine ability, shrink the world. Option 3. Remain indifferent. Establish clear boundaries with him. Reward. Magical artifact, pure glazed bottle. Xiao Tianxuan's eyelids twitched. This wretched system only presented life and death dilemmas. Option 1 would push him into the abyss of divine sealing. Option 2 would amount to courting disaster, challenging the heavenly sages. Option 3 seemed the safest. Yet this plague god would inevitably cause trouble lingering at the gate. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Tianshun realized the core of the problem was not where to go, but that he had no idea how to live. A septuagenarian just emerging from the novice village. Unable even to procure a meal, what could one possibly discuss regarding divine sealing projects? Utter nonsense. He needed to bring this man back from unrealistic fantasies to the mundane realities of life. Observing Jiang Zia's weathered face, Xiao Tianshun devised a plan. He remained silent, stood up, brushed off the dirt from his hands, and donned a warm smile of camaraderie. Brother, you look like you've just been optimized by your employer? Jiang Zia paused. Perplexed. Optimized? You mean dismissed? Xiao Tianshun sighed with a look of deep empathy. I understand. No matter how grand the employer's promises, they cannot fill the stomach. Come, don't stand there. You must be hungry? Our meeting is destiny. Allow me to treat you to a humble meal. Without waiting for Jiang Zia to respond, he turned and plucked a carrot from the earth, retrieving 2 hard, dry wheat cakes from his abode. Without employing any celestial fire or spells, he gathered a few stones to form a hearth, kindled a fire by friction, and soon a thick plume of smoke billowed as he roasted the carrot and wheat cakes over the flames. The smoke stung the eyes, causing coughs to erupt. Having consumed heavenly nectar for decades on Kunlun, Jiang Zia was utterly unaccustomed to such a scene, momentarily unsure where to place his hands and feet. "Brother, please sit." Xiao Tianshun gestured to a long bench made of bone beside him. "Brother, heed my counsel," Xiao Tianshun said, flipping skewers with a heavy tone, embodying a weary elder who had just emerged from a midlife crisis. Talk of assisting a wise ruler or conferring divine authority is mere folly. You are presently devoid of resources and sustenance. What worth is such discourse? Your primary task is not to restore the realm, but rather to find a way to survive. He handed a half-cooked, charred carrot to Jiang Zia and seized a hard-baked flatbread, taking a hearty bite. "First, find a shelter. Your sworn brother is a ready source of sustenance, is he not? Second, establish a home. A solitary bachelor will inevitably starve on the streets. Seek a wife to manage the household and oversee the finances. Only then can you hope to sustain your life. Thirdly, then comes the establishment of your career. With a home and food secured, you may have the confidence to contemplate your grand divine project, whether you set up a stall in Chaoga to tell fortunes or seek employment in Shichi. Those are matters for another time." His words, grounded in the mundane realities of life, struck Jiang Zia with the force of a hammer to the heart. On Kunlun Mountain, his master had expounded on profound truths, and his fellow disciples had debated arcane laws. Yet, no one had ever instructed him that upon descending the mountain, the first order of business is to secure food, and the second, to marry. Xiao Tianshuan's unadorned yet sincere advice dispelled all his confusion. Indeed, what value does destiny hold? Or divinity matter when one's belly remains empty? Dao brother. Jiang Zia clutched the warm carrot, his eyes moistening with emotion. Your words surpass 40 years of cultivation. Zia has learned. No longer did he seek direction or wallow in uncertainty. He bowed deeply to Xiao Tianshan. Clutching the roasted carrot, he turned and strode purposefully towards the mortal realm. His goal was unprecedentedly clear: to go to Chaoga, seek out Song Yiren, and share a meal. Then, marry. Watching Jiang Zia's renewed determination, Xiao Tianshan sighed deeply and slumped onto the ground. At last, he had sent away this troublesome spirit. Ding! The host has been detected at a critical historical juncture of the divine calamity. The hidden optimal solution, life planning, has been triggered. The host, employing worldly wisdom, has devised a pragmatic path for the destined Jiang Zia, prioritizing survival before further development. This greatly stabilizes his resolve and mitigates numerous uncertainties at the onset of the calamity. Success confirmed. Fusion and upgrade commencing. Congratulations, host. The pod that absorbed the powers of the god-slaying whip and heavenly punishment has matured. Fusion of all reward options has transformed into the unique treasure, Seed of the Tao Calamity. Seed of the Tao Calamity. This seed embodies the dialectic unity of life and punishment. When planted, it generates a purifying field of calamity energy, gradually absorbing and transforming the dissipated calamity within the cosmos. Once it blooms and bears fruit, it may yield the supreme Tao fruit capable of resolving karmic debts and resisting lethal calamities. Xiao Tianshan gazed at the smooth, jade-like bean in his hand, which displayed a rich yellow on one side and a vibrant green on the other, his mouth forming a perfect O. Could it be? This was a primordial version of an air purifier combined with personal insurance? Go Dao had ascended to an entirely new level. Chapter 48. A fish that triggered a bloodshed recently. Xiao Tianshan has forsaken his fishing endeavors and embarked on a new vocation as a gardener. He delicately planted the Dao Jie seed into a broken earthen jar. In pursuit of a mere condiment, he prepared dumplings filled with 9 heavens soil. This represents his retirement fund, a safeguard for his very existence. As a gesture of respect, he retrieved the jar from beneath his bed and positioned it at the most conspicuous spot at the entrance of his humble abode. Next to it, he solemnly erected a wooden sign inscribed with grandiose characters, "First-class protected plant." With these tasks completed, Xiao Tianshan returned to a leisurely existence. Each day, he watered the plant, then settled onto a small stool beside the jar, casting his gaze upon the tender sprouts, as if urging them to engage in photosynthesis through sheer will. Unbeknownst to him, his casual proclamation of prioritizing career before dreams had ignited considerable upheaval in the mortal realm. By the banks of the Weishui River, Jiang Ziya gazed forlornly at the water's surface, utterly disenchanted with life. It seemed unbearable. Following the counsel of a sage from the South Heavenly Gate, he allied himself with his sworn brother, Song Yiren. Song Yiren, a man of integrity, promptly arranged a marriage for him with the 68-year-old Ms. Ma, a woman of formidable ambition. He had hoped to enjoy a life of leisure, but little did he know that Ms. Ma, a relentless career woman, would compel him daily to venture forth and earn a living. He lost money selling sieves, incurred losses trading flour, and his venture into the tavern business resulted in total ruin. Now, he had been unceremoniously cast aside by Ms. Ma to the riverbank, ordered not to return home for a meal unless he caught a fish. Was he fishing with this straight hook, or merely angling for solitude? He pondered how a disciple of the Qinjiao, a nominal apprentice of the primordial supreme being, had fallen into such a plight. As he contemplated his existence, an oddly inflected voice broke through his reverie. "Senior brother, how leisurely you appear." Jiang Ziya turned to see a sharp-featured Taoist perched upon a magnificent black tiger, wearing a smile that belied his true intentions. "Shengongbao?" Jiang Ziya's eyelids fluttered. The newcomer was indeed Shengongbao, who had been guided by Qiao Tianshun towards the tumult of war profiteering. Once a marginal figure within the Qinjiao, he had now become a sought-after guest among various warlords. Engaging in the trade of information, he navigated the chaos of the age with remarkable acumen, emerging as the foremost arms dealer and conflict analyst of the primordial era. His visit today was for business. "Senior brother, your straightforward fishing is quite the performance art, is it not?" Shun Gongbao dismounted from the tiger and plopped down beside Jiang Ziya, amiably patting his shoulder. "I've heard whispers that Ji Chong of Shiqi has been dreaming nightly of a white-bearded immortal. Surely, it cannot be you?" Jiang Ziya's face flushed with embarrassment, leaving him speechless. "This won't do, senior brother." Shun Gongbao shook his head. "Even the finest wine fears a narrow alley. If you remain idle here, by the time Ji Chong finds you, the moment will have passed." He leaned forward, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "I possess insider information regarding the path Ji Chong will take for tomorrow's hunt. You and I shall engage in a transaction. In due course, I will secure for you a position as a national master advisor at Shiqi, and I assure you, you shall encounter the future sovereign unexpectedly on the morrow." Jiang Ziya was instantly captivated. Just as he was about to speak, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility like a clap of thunder, echoing by the river's side. "Wicked sorcerer, cease your attempts to sway the hearts of men." Clouds of dust billowed as a troop of celestial soldiers, led by a golden-armored general, descended from the heavens. The foremost figure, wielding a resplendent pagoda, bore an expression of fierce determination. It was none other than Li Jing, the commander of Qintang Pass, who had been seething with anger, seeking to reclaim his honor since his last humiliation at the southern heavenly gate. Though he dared not confront Qiao Tianshun directly, he had placed all individuals connected to that incident under strict surveillance. Jiang Ziya, the fated son of the divine calamity, topped his list. Today, upon witnessing the notorious Shun Gongbao consorting with Jiang Ziya, Li Jing's imagination conjured a grand tale of treachery and rebellion, threatening the very foundations of the realm. At last, this glorious merit has arrived. Shun Gongbao, what mischief are you and this man conspiring? Surrender immediately and accompany me back to heaven for judgment. Li Jing's voice was stern, his pagoda radiating brilliant light. Upon seeing the celestial enforcers, Shun Gongbao's eyes darted, and he bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Senior brother, flee. The heavens seek to silence us." No sooner had he spoken than he leapt onto his tiger, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, making his escape. Jiang Ziya, taken aback, found himself unexpectedly branded as a co-conspirator. As a mere novice, ill-versed in spells, he was no match for Li Jing. Just as the celestial treasures were about to descend upon him, a clear, youthful voice rang out, "Father, allow me to subdue him." A diminutive figure, standing on the fiery wheels, wielding a fiery spear, adorned with the Qinquan ring, surged forth like a bolt of crimson lightning towards Jiang Ziya. It was Neza, the third son of Li Jing. In that instant, chaos erupted along the banks of the Weishui River. Li Jing pursued the traitors. Neza displayed his formidable powers, and Shun Gongbao leaped about in the distance, reveling in the turmoil. Only Jiang Zia, clutching his dilapidated fishing rod, scurried about in panic. What was once a timeless tale of king, when seeking the wise, had been brutally transformed into a scene of municipal enforcement gone awry. Meanwhile, at the southern heavenly gate, in front of a thatched cottage, Xiao Tianshun reclined upon a long, bony bench, drowsily listening to the gossip of two gatekeeping heavenly soldiers. Have you heard? King Li is hunting down the rebellious sect of Chan at the banks of the Weishui River. Rebellious? My version is that Jiang Zia and Shun Gongbao have clashed over territory, turning on each other. Xiao Tianshun jolted upright from his seat. This is dire. A catastrophe is imminent. The very career plan he had devised had inadvertently set these calamities in motion, igniting a powder keg. Should this unravel and lead back to him, the mastermind behind the scenes, he feared he would face divine retribution. Cold sweat cascaded down his brow. He instinctively cast his gaze towards the corner of the room, where the causal fishing rod, which he had sealed away like nuclear waste, lay. No, he could not employ causal grafting. The commotion would be too great. The target too conspicuous, akin to a confession without uttering a word. Anxiously, he paced back and forth in the courtyard, muttering incessantly. What to do? What to do? In his frantic state, he seized the cold bamboo pole, purely out of nervousness, seeking something to hold on to for psychological comfort. Stop it, stop it. If I keep fishing, they will all flee. My fish, oh the fish. His mind was ensnared in a terrifying logical loop. Jiang Zia could not catch fish, could not return home, would starve by the riverbank, and ultimately, the heavens would hold him accountable for this calamity. At that very moment, as he lamented the fish, the causal fishing rod in his hand quivered ever so slightly. The fishing line he had detached had, unbeknownst to him, retied itself. The empty fishhook traced an invisible trajectory, transcending time and space, silently plunging into the earthly realm, into the chaotic waters of the Weishui River. Deep within the riverbed, a koi shimmering with nine-colored radiance trembled in fear. It was a divine instrument ordained by the heavens, the key to Jiang Zia's monumental quest. At this moment, it was disoriented by Neza's fiery spear, on the brink of being overwhelmed by the aftershocks of battle. In its despair, a glimmer of cold light appeared before it, a fishhook, a hook devoid of any bait, yet imbued with the profound truths of the universe. To this fated fish, the hook itself was an irresistible destiny. Instinctively, it opened its mouth and bit down. At the south heavenly gate, Xiao Tianshun felt a sudden weight in his hand as a tremendous force surged from the fishing rod. Terrified, he felt his soul leave his body, believing he had caught some water monkey. Without a second thought, he exerted all his strength and yanked back fiercely. In the next breath, all the mighty beings within the three realms, focused on the Weishui River, witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. A dazzling beam of golden light shot up from the earthly Weishui River, tracing an exceedingly absurd parabolic arc through the sky. It precisely soared beyond the 33 heavens, ultimately crashing down with a resounding thud onto the white marble floor outside the south heavenly gate. There lay a lively koi, longer than a man, shimmering with 9 colors. The fish's mouth still bore a simple, unadorned hook. By the banks of the Weishui River, all actions came to an abrupt halt. Li Jing, Neza, Shun Gongbao, and the panicked Jiang Zia stood astounded, gazing at the spot where the fish had vanished, leaving only a colossal whirlpool in its wake. The symbol of destiny, the pivotal prop of the narrative, had been fished away. At the south heavenly gate, Xiao Tianshun stared blankly at the thrashing fish on the ground. He had merely, instinctively flicked the rod. Ding! Detected that the host is at a significant historical juncture in the Weishui chaos, triggering the hidden optimal solution, pulling the rug from underfoot. The host, in an act devoid of intention, forcibly removed the core focal point of the conflict and the emblem of destiny at a critical juncture of the clash among three factions. This act dissipated an impending bloodshed into nothingness, thoroughly disrupting the celestial machinations that heralded the commencement of the divine ordination. Congratulations to the host. The causality fishing rod, pseudo, has been upgraded. A new function, causality bait, has been unlocked. Causality bait. This allows one to affix a trivial thought, such as a desire for grilled fish, to the fishing hook. When angling, this thought will serve as bait. exerting a certain degree of influence over the catch. Xiao Tianshun gazed upon the fish scattered on the ground, then at the rod in his hand, and finally at the system's description of the new function. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition washed over him. His envisioned retirement life was not merely on the verge of collapse. Rather, it had never existed from the outset. Chapter 49. What treatment for this fish? Before the southern heavenly gate, the Han-white jade pavement split open, revealing spiderweb-like fissures. A 9-colored koi, broader than the gate itself, thrashed violently. With each flick of its tail, a surge of rich primordial Tao rhythm and fateful aura erupted, transforming into a myriad of golden lotuses that swiftly dissipated. The two celestial guards trembled, their legs quaking, struggling to grip their long halberds. They had stood guard at the southern heavenly gate for over a millennium, witnessing celestial beings and formidable demons, but never had they seen a fish plummeting from the heavens. Not just any fish, but a fateful koi that would make even the Dragon King stop and inquire respectfully. Xiao Tianxuan's heart raced, nearly leaping from his throat. The karmic fishing rod in his palm burned with intensity, an unbearable sensation shooting through him. This was not merely a fish he was reeling in. It was the celestial database of the Tao itself. Merely gazing upon it entwined one with karma, and touching it could lead to immediate obliteration by the celestial order. His mind became a tumultuous whirlpool, past experiences in handling troubled assets blaring warnings. This was not merely a hot potato. It was a living trust fund bound to a nuclear warhead. Whoever took the bait would ascend on the spot, in the most literal sense. My fish. Xiao Tianshun swallowed hard, his voice parched. His thoughts were not consumed with how to consume the fish, but rather how to extricate himself from this signed, sealed, and notarized celestial contract. Yet the fishhook remained firmly lodged in the koi's mouth, an irrefutable piece of evidence. Ding! Detected that the host is facing a significant karmic node of fateful affiliation. Choice mode activated. The system's prompt sounded like a death knell at that moment. Option 1. Devour the fate. Refine it on the spot, and seize its fortune. Reward. Emperor's luck, fake. An immediate ascent to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Option 2. Return to the owner. Return the koi to the Weishui River. Reward. 1 million merits of the Tao. Treasure. Heavenly Merit Treasure replica of the River Diagram and Luo Book. Option 3. Submit to the Heavenly Court. Offer the koi to the Supreme Heaven. Reward. Trustworthiness of the Heavenly Emperor 1000. Title, Master of the 9 Heavens Exorcising Demons. Xiao Tianxuan's eyes twitched violently. These 3 options were transparent even to the dimmest intellect. 1. To consume it would make him a glaring target, awaiting dismemberment by the mighty beings of the 3 realms. 2. To return it would surely prompt the Tao to issue him a lawyer's letter for disturbing the celestial order. 3. To submit it to his superior? To become a canine agent for 007, straining to the point of exhaustion? All paths led to doom. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as his gaze swept across his humble abode like a searchlight, ultimately locking onto a broken clay pot at the entrance of his thatched cottage. Within that pot lay the 9 heavens' breath soil. On the soil, a tender sprout swayed in the wind. Seed of the Tao tribulation. Xiao Tianxuan's eyes sparkled with newfound vigor. A singular thought burgeoned wildly in his mind, an untamed growth. Wait a moment. What is the essence of venture capital? Risk hedging. Asset restructuring. This koi, a company sanctioned by the Tao for an IPO, came with vast capital of destiny, yet bore a catastrophic risk rating. The seed of calamity, my very own angelic startup, brims with limitless potential under my absolute control. What if I were to forcibly privatize this publicly traded company, delisting it, and subsequently package all its core assets into my fledgling enterprise? Would this not be a quintessential example of a snake devouring an elephant? The risks shall be borne by the black hole of the seed of calamity, while the rewards shall be exclusively mine as the sole shareholder. With determination coursing through him, Xiao Tianshun, recalling the audacity of his past ventures in the capital market, took action under the astonished gazes of countless divine minds. He approached the ailing koi, crouched beside it, and donned the most sincere smile of a diligent employee. Dear fish, you have labored hard. Given the current economic downturn and unfavorable environment, your status as a child of destiny wandering aimlessly outside is perilous, compounded by immense KPI pressures. Allow me to provide you with a worthy abode. No tribulations, No grueling 996 work hours, just a direct path to enlightenment. What do you say? To his surprise, the koi seemed to comprehend, its despondent eyes reflecting a bewildering humanity. Without further ado, Xiao Tianshun grasped the fish's tail, exerting all his strength to drag it away. On the pristine marble tiles, a shimmering path, woven from shattered principles and fateful energies, materialized behind him. The divine beings of the three realms were collectively rendered speechless. What was he attempting? Blasphemy. Utterly blatant blasphemy. In the Bayou Palace, the Qingping sword in the hands of the celestial teacher of Tongtian buzzed ominously, its sword energy nearly tearing apart the fabric of reality. In the Yusu Palace, the jade rui before the primordial heavenly sovereign cracked audibly. In the Lingxiao Palace, the recently repaired armrest of the dragon throne by the heavenly emperor was crushed to dust once more. Though they could not fathom his actions, they were profoundly shaken. Xiao Tianshun paid them no mind, laboriously dragging the koi to the broken earthen pot. The tender sprout of the seed of calamity swayed with renewed vigor, exuding an eager exuberance. Come, dear fish, we have arrived at your new home. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the strength of the supreme overlord, lifting the colossal koi above his head. Then, with precision and force, he plunged it headfirst into the essence of the nine heavens. The fish's tail twitched in a final act of defiance before it lay still. This was not an affront to destiny. It was akin to a farmer generously fertilizing his own plot of land. Silence enveloped the scene, the sound of a falling pin audible. The worldview of the divine beings was brutally scraped and reshaped by this raw spectacle. Destiny. Could it truly be manipulated in such a manner? Just as all the sages and mighty beings questioned their existence, an extraordinary transformation erupted within the broken pot. The koi, now submerged, rapidly withered and dissolved before their very eyes, transforming into the purest essence of life and the energies of the Tao, which the roots of the seed of calamity voraciously consumed. The minuscule sprout, no larger than a fingernail, began to defy the laws of life, growing at an astonishing rate. An inch, a foot, a yard. Vines extricated themselves, emerald as jade, naturally inscribed with arcane runes. Instead of clinging to the adjacent divine whip, they soared skyward. 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3 leaves. When the 9th leaf unfurled, it transformed from mere foliage into a resplendent, translucent scale of a 9-colored fish. The surface of the fish scale leaf shimmered with hues of the dawn, as an ethereal koi swam within, thereby conjuring a miniature world of destiny. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the hidden optimal solution, asset restructuring. The host, through advanced commercial logic, forcibly delisted high-risk destiny assets and infused their core value into their latent potential assets, achieving the ultimate arbitrage of the heavenly principles of causality. Judgment, perfect. All option rewards fused. Seed of Tao tribulation attained ultimate evolution. New feature, Karma Firewall. Karma Firewall. Within this domain, all malignant causalities, karmic influences, and heavenly predictions directed at the host shall be passively absorbed, distorted, and rendered ineffective. Here, the host exists as a true vacuum of causality. Note, effective only for the host, ceases upon leaving the domain. Xiao Tianshun felt an overwhelming lightness. The suffocating sensation of being scrutinized by countless eyes and having fate's grip on his throat dissipated entirely. In his courtyard, he was utterly secure. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, every limb and sinew relaxed. Task completed, time to rest, to sleep. He yawned, reclined upon the skeletal bench, closed his eyes, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. He slept soundly, unbeknownst to him, at this very moment by the banks of the Weishui River in the mortal realm. Zhang Zia faced an utterly empty fish basket, alongside his 68-year-old newlywed wife, Madame Ma. Madame Ma's roar nearly overturned the entire Weishui. Zhang Zia, where are the fish? I told you to catch fish. If you don't bring back any fish today, you might as well leave. Don't think you can step foot in this house. On the very first day of the grand endeavor to seal the gods, the heavenly executor of destiny was cast out from his home by his wife. The heavenly order was utterly thrown into disarray. Chapter 50. The Master's re-employment by the banks of the Weishui River. The evening breeze whispered softly. Zhang Zia, cradling his smooth fishing rod, squatted by the riverbank, resembling a statue dried by the wind. Behind him loomed the tightly shut gates of the residence of Song Yiren. accompanied by the boisterous shouts of the Ma family. In front of him lay the shimmering waters, devoid of any fishy scent. Here stood he, a prominent disciple of the Chan teaching, a protege of the primordial supreme being, the future master of the Western Qi, and the custodian of the investiture of the gods, now rendered jobless. All of this brought about by an ordinary woman of 68 years, who had optimized him out of his position. The reason? He had failed to fulfill the day's KPI of catching a single fish. How absurd, how lamentable. He recalled the guidance of Brother Qiao at the southern heavenly gate, whose seemingly simple words were laden with wisdom. First establish a home, then pursue a career. He had secured a home, yet this abode felt colder than the ice of Kunlun Mountain. Find a wife, manage the finances. The finances were indeed managed, yet he lacked the means to place even a single coin into the purse. Survival was the foremost concern. Now, even that seemed a distant prospect. Jiang Ziya sighed deeply, feeling the whims of fate. After 40 years of cultivation, his ability to go without food was well honed. Hunger could not claim him. Yet, the isolation and confusion of being forsaken by the world tormented him far more than starvation ever could. He lifted his gaze towards the mist-shrouded southern heavenly gate. Perhaps only that brother could illuminate a new path for him. After all, it was he who had meticulously crafted his career plan. Surely, he bore some responsibility for the aftermath. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Ziya rose, brushed off the dust from his trousers, and, with determination, made his way back towards the southern heavenly gate. This time, he was not seeking directions. He was seeking employment. In the Jade Void Palace, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it could almost be extracted as moisture. The 12 golden immortals gathered in the hall, each face as somber as still waters. Even the usually boisterous Tai Jinren had suppressed his laughter, donning a grave expression. At the head, the primordial supreme being's countenance was darker than the fragrant dragon-scented palanquin beneath him. The celestial scheme had unraveled. The grand chess game he had orchestrated for the investiture of the gods had yet to see its first piece placed, and the entire board had been overturned by an invisible hand. Initially, the divine whip had been repurposed as a beanpole, a tool of slaughter transformed into a harbinger of life, causing his resolve regarding the celestial mandate to waver. Now, the situation was even more outrageous. The fated koi he had personally enlightened, embodying the 8 centuries of national fortune of the Western Qi, was snatched away at the very moment it was about to leap through the Dragon Gate, pulled from the river of causality by a force beyond his comprehension. All evidence, both human and material, had vanished. He calculated and deduced. The essence of the Tao surged chaotically at his fingertips, yet the outcome remained an impenetrable mosaic, vague and indistinct. He could only sense the ultimate source residing in the heavenly realm, at the southern heavenly gate. That place again, that cultivator of the land. Master, Guang Qingzi stepped forward. His demeanor haughty, yet a flicker of confusion danced in his eyes. The disciples were perplexed. How could a mere menial from the southern heavenly gate repeatedly disrupt the celestial order? Could it be that he had a formidable figure backing him? A formidable figure? Qi Jingzi let out a disdainful chuckle. Within the 3 realms, who could possibly surpass our master? I suspect this individual is merely a pawn secretly orchestrated by the Tongtian master. The Jia sect, with its motto of teaching without discrimination, is capable of indulging in the most unscrupulous acts. As soon as these words were uttered, a tumult of discussion erupted within the hall, all eyes pointing accusatorily towards the Bio Palace. Enough. The Yuan Shi Tian Zun's admonition silenced the chamber instantly. This matter is unrelated to Tongtian. His voice bore a weight of profound fatigue and wariness. That person eludes my comprehension. Eludes my comprehension. These 3 simple words struck the 12 golden immortals as if they had been struck by lightning, each one jolted to their core. An existence that even a sage cannot fathom? What could that possibly be? You all shall immediately retreat into seclusion for quiet cultivation. Do not descend the mountain without permission. The Yuan Shi Tianzun commanded. The matter of the function is temporarily postponed. I shall wait until I can discern this game more clearly. He sensed an instinctive awareness that this game was beyond his control. That peasant from the southern heavenly gate appeared as an inexplicable anomaly, rewriting the very foundational code of the Honghuang world through a logic he could not grasp. To act rashly could result in a dimensional downfall. At the southern heavenly gate, within the fenced courtyard, Xiao Tianshun enjoyed a life of unparalleled ease. Ever since acquiring the karmic firewall, he felt as if the entire world had been cleansed. No longer did he endure the prickling sensation of countless eyes scrutinizing him. Even his afternoon naps had become more restful. He had allowed the newly sprouted, fish-scale-shaped vine to grow freely, occasionally watering it and pulling weeds, living a life more leisurely than a retired official. One day, while reclining on a bony bench, he amused himself by teasing the dozing Ting with a blade of grass. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a familiar and disheveled figure, head bowed, stealthily approaching the gate of the courtyard. Jiangxia? Xiao Tianshun jolted, nearly tumbling off the bench. Why has this plague returned? With his dust-covered face and listless demeanor, he resembled a hapless soul who had been dismissed by 3 employers and cast out by his wife. Jiangxia hesitated at the entrance for a long moment, gathering his courage to peek his head in, his aged face flushed crimson. He gazed at the languid figure in the courtyard, his lips quivering for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he managed to utter a phrase that bewildered even himself. Xiao. Taoist brother, are you still hiring? His voice barely rose above a whisper, akin to a mosquito buzzing. Yet Xiao Tianshun heard him. He stood frozen, the blade of grass slipping from his fingers and falling to the ground. Even the drowsy creature known as Diding abruptly opened its eyes, wearing an expression of sheer astonishment as it gazed upon Jiangxia. Recruiting? A harbinger of calamity, you say? Can this humble temple withstand the tempest of your presence? Xiao Tianshun's mind buzzed with disarray as the infuriating system notification chimed in, as expected. Detected that the host faces a significant causal choice regarding the fated individual's reemployment. Option 1. Embrace with delight. Accept Jiangxia as a subordinate and jointly manage the vegetable garden. Reward: 1,000 goodwill points with the Chanjiao sect and the magical artifact, apricot yellow flag. Option 2. Coldly expel. Warn him of his destiny and urge him to depart swiftly, lest he entangle himself here. Reward: advancement in cultivation by 60 years and a volume of Yuqing Immortal Method. Option 3. Recommend an alternative. Guide him toward a new path, transferring the associated risks. Reward: divine ability, universe in sleeve. As Xiao Tianshun contemplated these 3 options, veins throbbed upon his forehead. The first was akin to inviting a wolf into his home, setting a ticking time bomb in his courtyard. The second would surely offend the Chanjiao sect, provoking the wrath of the primordial supreme being. The third, Xiao Tianshun's gaze brightened. Transferring risk. Now, that was his area of expertise. He looked upon Jiangxia's face, which was etched with a plea for refuge and a bold, audacious maneuver, worthy of the title of the foremost HR in the primordial world, began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 51. The preeminent HR of the primordial era. Xiao Tianshun scrutinized the man before him, whose stooped posture and restless limbs betrayed an air of discomfort. His gaze wandering aimlessly, he appeared to be the unfortunate soul who had faced rejection in numerous interviews before finally arriving at this juncture. Jiangxia, a name that was akin to a hot potato in the primordial realm, bearing the weight of destiny and the formidable backing of the Chan school, entangled with the perilous KPI of the Fengshen calamity. To retain him at the southern heavenly gate, merely tending to the vegetable patch, would be tantamount to nurturing a Godzilla, whose unwitting stomp could obliterate the fruits of Qiao's labor. To dismiss him would risk incurring the wrath of the notoriously protective Chan disciples. After much contemplation, a singular solution emerged: talent outsourcing. It was imperative that Jiang departed willingly, with his next employer expressing heartfelt gratitude. Xiao Tianshun straightened on the bench, exhaling deeply, his countenance reflecting a touch of compassion. My dear fellow, it is not that I wish to abandon you. Observe my humble abode, just a meager plot of land and a small hut. I am barely managing to make ends meet. Keeping you here would only hinder your future and bring you harm. He commenced by portraying his own plight, effectively lowering Jiang's expectations. As anticipated, Jiangxia's already despondent visage grew even dimmer, the flicker of hope in his eyes nearly extinguished. However, Xiao suddenly lowered his voice, gesturing for Jiang to draw closer. I am well acquainted with your predicament, an archetypal case of unrecognized talent. You possess the prowess to slay dragons, yet your employer has relegated you to the task of killing chickens. With a decisive slap of his thigh, he spoke with conviction. Jiangxia jolted upright, nodding fervently, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his murky eyes. So, What I lack is not merely a job to sustain myself, but a platform, a discerning patron who understands my worth. This tactic was one Xiao had deftly employed in his previous life to persuade individuals to change jobs. Platform, patron, Jiang Zia murmured, the extinguished ember of aspiration reigniting within him. Indeed, Xiao asserted, your master has sent you down the mountain for what purpose? To assist a wise sovereign and to enact divine decrees. This is your principal mission. The menial tasks you undertook previously, selling sieves and trading flour, were mere side quests, leading you astray. Do you comprehend? It is time to return to your rightful path. Jiang Zia felt his mind whirl as if the fog that had clouded his life was parting, revealing a newfound clarity. Yet, he posed the most pressing question, but where shall I find that wise sovereign? Excellent inquiry. Xiao snapped his fingers, radiating an aura of authority. Currently, the world is on the brink of turmoil. As the reign of the Shang dynasty wanes, heralding the onset of chaos. This is a vast talent market, and you are its most coveted gem. However, you must not brandish your resume indiscriminately, as that would diminish your value. You must engage in performance, art, and master self-promotion. As he spoke, Xiao turned to retrieve a fishing rod from the corner and snapped a length of twine used for bundling cabbages, thrusting both into Jiang Zia's hands. Take this. Jiang Zia, bewildered, accepted the items with a dazed expression. From this day forth, this shall be your instrument for the interview. Proceed to the banks of the Weishui River, to the familiar spot. Then, with this unhooked fishing rod, you shall fish. What? Jiang Zia, perplexed, cleared his ears, believing he had misheard. No hook. How can one fish? Oh, but you do not comprehend. Xiao Tianshun smirked slightly. You are not angling for fish, but rather for opportunity. It is an attitude. It conveys to all those who aspire to achieve. I, Jiang Zia, await a worthy individual, one who will visit thrice to invite me. He continued to elucidate. Consider, if a mortal sovereign were to behold an elder, exuding an ethereal presence, fishing by the river with a straight rod, what would he think? He would surmise, this person is no ordinary being. Surely, he is a celestial envoy sent to assist me in my destiny. Does not this elevate one's stature? This astonishingly unconventional reasoning struck Jiang Zia like a thunderbolt. Dazed and bewildered, he pondered deeply. It indeed seemed to hold merit. In Kunlun, his master spoke of the Tao, the ultimate truths of the cosmos. Yet here, this brother Xiao expounded upon techniques, the art of survival in the human realm, the strategies of emperors. Profound, enlightened, Jiang Zia bowed deeply to Xiao Tianshun, his eyes now brimming with reverence. Enough, enough. Xiao Tianshun waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a beggar. Consider this your pre-job training. Off you go. Your career shall commence only when you reel in your bowl. Remember, do not return. This humble abode cannot sustain a deity of your caliber. Jiang Zia, overjoyed, cradled the flimsy bamboo rod and grass rope, bowing once more to Xiao Tianshun. The grace you have bestowed upon me, brother, shall remain etched in my memory. With that, he straightened his back, exuding confidence, and strode purposefully towards the mortal realm. His silhouette, now devoid of any previous despondency, radiated boundless aspirations for the future. Watching him vanish into the sea of clouds, Xiao Tianshun exhaled deeply, collapsing onto his chair, feeling utterly drained. At last, this ticking time bomb has been deftly defused. Ding. Detected that the host is involved in a significant causal decision of reemployment of the fated one, triggering the hidden optimal solution, headhunter service. The host, with a forward-thinking human resource management concept, successfully established a communication bridge between fated asset Jiang Zia and angel investor Shiqi, orchestrating a high-end interview through performance art. Assessment. The execution was astounding. A true marvel in the realm of HR. Fusion reward transforms into a unique proactive talent, causal appointment, pseudo. Causal appointment, pseudo, can assign a task within the realm of destiny to any target. If accepted, it forms a faint causal link. The success rate of the task is slightly enhanced, with primary causal karma borne by the executor. Note, usable only once per month. Appointments carry risks, proceed with caution. Xiao Tianshun's lips curled into a faint smile. The art of enticing employees with grand promises? As a mere gatekeeper, what utility does this hold for me? Should I relay the KPIs to him, urging him to diligently tend to the vegetable patch? He feels that the path of his life is becoming increasingly obscure and twisted. In the West Qi, at the residence of the Marquis, Ji Chang gazes upon the scattered tortoise shells and yarrow stalks, his brow furrowed into a deep line. After divining 3 times, the omens are as chaotic as tangled threads. The dragon lurks in the abyss, the fish has lost its hook, the heavenly mandate is unclear, and the nation teeters on the brink of collapse. With a heavy sigh, he feels utterly drained. Since the day the koi of the Wei River vanished, he has not enjoyed a single restful night. Where, indeed, are the pillars that aided him in establishing an empire that has endured for 8 centuries? In the depths of despair, Ji Chang is struck by a sudden thought. He lights incense and washes his hands, forcing a drop of his essence to fall onto the tortoise shell, resolutely divining once more. This time, the omens shift. A vivid image materializes in his mind. By the banks of the Wei River, an elderly man with white hair sits serenely, his fishing rod held straight, devoid of hook or bait. Above the old man's head, within the depths of the clouds, the outline of the south heavenly gate's archway flickers in and out of view. Ji Chang leaps to his feet, his eyes gleaming with newfound clarity. He understands. The virtuous minister has not vanished. Rather, he awaits him. It is the supreme being behind the south heavenly gate, testing his sincerity and guiding him to seek out a worthy advisor. Bring forth my chariot. Ji Chang's voice trembles with excitement. I shall journey to the Wei River to welcome the Grand Duke. A grand drama of king when seeking wise counsel, though delayed by Qiao Tianshuan's chaotic meddling, is finally set in motion. Yet, the underlying logic has been utterly distorted. At this moment, Qiao Tianshuan reclines on a bench, his legs crossed, pondering an ultimate philosophical conundrum. Should he dine on radishes or cabbage tonight? Little does he know that he has been envisioned by the ruler of West Qi as a figure surpassing even the sages. Meanwhile, the unfortunate soul he just interviewed is on the brink of embarking on a tumultuous and grandiose career as a national advisor. The gears of the divine calamity are finally beginning to grind ominously. Chapter 52. The commencement of the divine calamity. Jiang Zia departed, his silhouette exuding a formidable presence. Armed with a mere bamboo pole and a fervor that had been thoroughly misled, he ventured forth towards a new pinnacle in life. Finally, the deity had been sent away. Qiao Tianshuan let out a long, dispirited sigh, collapsing onto a skeletal chair. Even dismissing a door-to-door salesman had never felt this exhausting. He crossed his legs, pondering the evening meal. Should he harvest a couple of radishes for soup, or pluck some cabbage leaves to accompany noodles? Now, that was living. He cast a glance at the newly acquired causal appointment, pseudo, and mused. The burden imposed upon him was a testament to the organization's trust. The aroma of his former employer's grandiose promises lingered, even from across worlds. Who should be appointed? Should he assign a KPI to dieting, forbidding him from speaking in his sleep? What a triviality. With a dismissive sneer, Qiao Tianshuan concluded that this dubious talent was likely only useful for repelling others. Bored and restless, his gaze fell upon the most wilted cabbage in the garden, and mischief ignited within him. Clearing his throat, he adopted an official demeanor, declaring gravely, I, the Grand Marshal of the 3 Realms, hereby appoint you as the guardian vegetable of Baichao Garden. You are to assume your duties immediately, without fail. Your responsibilities include, thriving and resisting pests. As soon as the words left his mouth, a faint causal thread connected him to the cabbage, consuming a modicum of his spirit, leaving him feeling half awake. Yet, the cabbage remained limp. Truly, it was of no use. Qiao Tianshuan muttered in frustration and rolled over, returning to his dinner deliberations. Unbeknownst to him, his offhand appointment had stirred a considerable upheaval. By the Weishui River, Jiang Zia recalled Brother Qiao's teachings and settled upon a large stone by the water's edge. He thrust his unbaited pole into the water, focusing his gaze inward. The presentation must be impeccable, the demeanor must be grand. This was a highbrow performance art audition, not for fish, but for a wise ruler. However, his casual decree regarding the cabbage was distorted by the causal appointment, pseudo, misinterpreted by the celestial laws, magnified, and broadcast far and wide. What should have been a private recruitment message directed to Ji Chang transformed into an all-encompassing announcement across vast territories. The heavens revealed, by the Weishui River, a remarkable individual had emerged, whose acquisition would grant dominion over the world. His name, Taigong, bearing the supreme will of the southern heavenly gate. The feudal lords of the east were thrown into chaos. The mandate of heaven? The will of the southern heavenly gate? This was akin to an original stock offering. Whoever seized it would ascend to prominence. Quickly, dispatch someone to Weishui. No, I shall go personally. A fortune of gold and 100 fine steeds must be secured before Ji Chong. What nonsense, Taigong. Bring him back, whether he wishes to or not. He shall serve as my national advisor. What should have been a tranquil visit by King One to seek wisdom had, overnight, transformed into a grand talent recruitment fair. The most fervent kind. Banners obscured the sun, carriages clattered noisily, and a throng of people surrounded Jiang Zia, leaving him gasping in disbelief. This was not the script. Where was the promised solitude, the 3 respectful visits, the splendid tale of sovereign and minister? How does one compete for cabbage in a bustling market? A corpulent governor of Donghai jostled to the forefront, spitting as he exclaimed, "O venerable sage, I am the governor of Donghai. With 1,000 beauties and vast fields at my disposal, I implore you to emerge from seclusion and assist me in unifying Donghai." No sooner had he uttered these words than a hefty boot connected with his rear. The burly general from the north bellowed, "Get lost. What right do a few decrepit fishing boats have to speak of unification? Old master, come to my northern territory, and I shall grant you command over 100,000 iron cavalry. Old master, look at me. I am from the southern frontier." Terrified, Jiang Zia's hands trembled around his bamboo staff. He longed to flee, yet escape was not an option. He firmly recalled Xiao Tianshuan's words, "Stay composed, maintain your poise. Do not lose value." Thus, he feigned tranquility, closing his eyes, his lips moving in silent meditation. This posture was instantly interpreted by the lords as something profound. Behold, the old master is unmoved by wealth. Not even power can pry open his eyes. He is truly extraordinary. He is testing our sincerity. The scene grew increasingly chaotic. The lords began to engage in frenzied competition, one offering national treasures, while another boldly proposed marriage of daughters. Jiang Zia was drenched in cold sweat, feeling less like a wise minister and more akin to a commodity awaiting a buyer. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, a clear voice pierced through the clamor, silencing all. The Marquis of Shibua, Ji Chong, comes to pay his respects to the old master. The raucous crowd parted to create a pathway. Ji Chong approached, clad in plain attire and unaccompanied by soldiers, walking forth on foot. He did not push forward, but halted 10 paces away, adjusting his garments, and bowed deeply towards Jiang Zia, performing 3 prostrations and 9 kowtows with utmost precision. The Marquis of Shichi, upon hearing of the old master's presence, understood that destiny had arrived. He sought neither wealth nor power. He simply wished for the old master to emerge and save the people from calamity, to restore the state from its perilous plight. His voice was earnest and sincere, devoid of any hint of transaction. Jiang Zia opened his eyes wide. He gazed at the prostrate figure, then at the surrounding merchants, their faces flushed with exertion. The distinction was clear. The steed of talent that Xiao spoke of was indeed Ji Chong. A long sigh escaped his lips, laden with the weight of time. Jiang Zia rose, personally assisting Ji Chong to his feet. "I have awaited the arrival of a wise ruler for far too long." At the southern heavenly gate, Xiao Tianshun, chewing on a root, listened to 2 heavenly soldiers boast. "Have you heard? Down by the Weishui River, dozens of lords nearly came to blows over an old man named Jiang. Can you believe it? In the end, Ji Chong of Shichi swooped in. That old man is now the national master of Shichi, reaching the zenith of success." Plop! The root fell from Xiao Tianshuan's mouth. What in the world? Have I inadvertently orchestrated Jiang Zia's career path, turning it into the first grand talent exchange of the primordial era? This burden, will it fall upon me? Just as he was consumed by dread, a chilling voice echoed in his mind without warning. The voice carried a sense of farewell. The calamity of the canonization has officially commenced. The great Tao encompasses 50. Heaven's divination is 49. One must evade one. The system enters dormancy to comply with fate. As the voice faded, the azure panel before him flickered momentarily, turned gray, and then vanished entirely. Gone. The golden finger, the external aid, the system's patron, had abruptly disconnected and fled. Xiao Tianshun stood frozen in place, still clutching half a carrot. He gazed into the void ahead, and then glanced at the vibrant vegetable garden. A chill surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. Alone and unarmed, he was confronted with a cataclysm so formidable that even saints might fall. A gust of cold wind swept by, causing Qiao Tianshun to shiver. His retirement was not merely over. It had never truly begun. Chapter 53, The Testament of a Saint. Damn it, something is about to happen. This was the sole thought racing through Qiao Tianshun's mind. His Tao heart, having been formatted by the system, was now blaring alarms, the CPU reaching a state of overheating. Like a seasoned driver accustomed to navigating highways, he had inadvertently plunged into the unmarked expanse of the Sahara. No, he must save himself. With a determined glint in his eye, the deeply ingrained DNA of ultimate risk aversion stirred within him. The first step, fortify defenses. He dashed into the thatched hut, rummaging through every corner. Tattered rags, frayed ropes, and a few unidentified animal bones were hastily employed. The once quaint little courtyard now bore the semblance of a post-apocalyptic punk aesthetic. To the uninformed observer, it might resemble a battle-damaged themed agritourism spot. The second step, relocate core assets. The broken earthen pot containing the seed of Tao tribulation was laboriously moved, pot and soil together, into the farthest corner of the hut. He even placed a grass mat in front of it to obscure its presence, as this particular item served as his pension, social security, and health insurance all in one. Should anything go awry, he would find himself exposed in the celestial river. The third step, strategic deception. He hung the faded cloth of the Zhuxian formation in the center of the courtyard, draped over the causal fishing rod. Its defensive capability was virtually non-existent, yet it exuded an air of prestige. It was akin to posting a sign declaring beware of the dog at the entrance, a mere psychological deterrent intended to intimidate any potential intruder. Having completed this trilogy of preparations, Qiao Tianshun finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He resolved that from this day forth, he would adopt a mode of strict caution. He would not venture beyond his doorstep, remain disconnected from the internet, and confine his daily movements to a straight line between his bedroom and the vegetable garden. He believed that if he feigned death, the storm would circumvent him. Little did he know, he had gravely underestimated the extent to which his butterfly wings could stir a tempest across the realms. In the Jade Void Palace, the countenance of the primordial supreme being was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The annual grand production he personally directed, The Descent of the Chosen One, had been unceremoniously transformed into a farcical tale of a love story in Shichi intertwined with the wealthy man's wedding heist, all thanks to a lowly farmer. His teachings, the facade of his sect, and the appointed head of the divine project were nearly compromised by a mere mortal wielding 1,000 beauties as leverage. Where could he even begin to seek redress for this affront? What infuriated him further was that all trails of inquiry ultimately pointed to that inscrutable farmer at Nandiangmen. The sensation was more revolting than swallowing a fly, his cheeks ablaze with indignation. Master, Guang Qingzi stepped forth, his expression a portrait of righteous fury. This scoundrel continues to disrupt the heavenly order and scorn the saints. If we do not punish him severely, what face will our teachings have left? The primordial supreme being did not even lift his eyelids, his voice laced with frost. Punish? And how do you propose to do that? Can you discern his true nature, or dismantle his shabby abode? Guang Qingzi was rendered speechless, his handsome visage turning the color of liver. The primordial supreme being was engulfed in a profound agitation. To personally descend and confront a mere farmer in combat? Such a humiliation was intolerable. Yet, if he were to disregard this burgeoning anomaly, his grand scheme to establish the deification would devolve into a mere game of Tetris. After much contemplation, he resolved to strike a warning. Unable to directly confront the farmer, he thought, why not exert influence over Jiang Zia? Yuding, declared the primordial supreme being, you shall journey to Shichi and bestow the god-slaying whip upon Zia. Inform him to focus on his duties and not to dwell on trivial matters. Upon hearing this, the 12 golden immortals were left utterly bewildered. The god-slaying whip, was that not merely a stick used in the courtyard of the esteemed figure at the southern heavenly gate to support climbing beams? The primordial supreme being remained unperturbed. The celestial order flows, and all things must return to their rightful place. It has played its part long enough. It is time for it to resume its true purpose. This maneuver served 3 purposes. First, to assert ownership and reclaim dignity regarding the god-slaying whip. Second, to bolster Jiang Zia, stamping him with the seal of the Chan teaching, to deter external entities from poaching his talents, and third, and most crucially, to test the waters. He wished to observe the farmer's reaction when his envoy sought to retrieve the bean support. Meanwhile, in Bo Palace, the celestial venerable of Tongtian reveled in the earthly gossip, laughing heartily upon his mad, resembling a 300-pound child. This is utterly delightful. My second disciple, forever reciting rules and celestial decrees. Yet look what has transpired. His ancestral crystal is nearly pilfered. He chuckled, shaking his head. However, the southern heavenly gate's uncle Qiao piqued his interest. A haphazard punch could fell the master. Such a path was wild, more thorough than my own intercept approach. Yet, upon learning that the primordial supreme being had dispatched Yuding to deliver the god-slaying whip, his laughter ceased. Oh, primordial supreme. Unable to win the game of chess, you seek to overturn the board, do you? Under the guise of equipping your disciple, you secretly aim to pilfer a bean support from another's courtyard? How brazen! As the celestial venerable's eyes sparkled with mischief, a sense of chaos beckoned him. I cannot miss this spectacle. My second disciple revels in grandeur. I must stoke the flames. He bellowed towards the hall's entrance. Zhao Gongming, at your service? Came a swift reply, as a flash of light appeared, and Zhao Gongming bowed respectfully. Go, gather the finest treasures from my collection, and make a round among your several disciples to prepare a fitting gift. The celestial venerable's lips curled into a mischievous grin, relishing the impending chaos. Deliver it to that esteemed Uncle Qiao of the southern heavenly gate. Zhao Gongming was momentarily taken aback. Master, what? What is this? The celestial venerable shot him a sharp glance. Our venerable uncle espouses all things possess spirit and can be enlightened, a principle of supreme profundity. Our intercept sect, with its ethos of inclusive teaching, is akin to a brotherhood of different origins. You shall represent Bo Palace, pay homage, and present our credentials. He paused, his gaze suddenly piercing. Merely sending gifts is too inconspicuous. Draft another decree for me, proclaiming to the three realms. State that I, in gratitude for Master Qiao's enlightening grace, shall henceforth act on behalf of heaven to rectify the order. All those vile entities, from the Skeleton Mountain to the White Bone Cave, from the Eastern Sea's Stone Cliff, every single one that tarnishes the reputation of my Xianmin shall be eradicated. The Tongtian cult master rose from his throne, gesturing grandly, brimming with vigor. Did Yuan sure wish to put on an act? This time, I shall show him what true prominence entails. At the southern heavenly gate, in the fenced courtyard, Qiao Tianshun was delicately watering his Dao Calamity seed with a jade spoon, the water being the first dewdrop of the morning. His movements were more cautious than if he were tending to his own father. Just then, outside the courtyard, celestial light erupted. A sharp sword aura and a heavy golden glow detonated almost simultaneously. Startled, Qiao Tianshun dropped the jade spoon into a clay jar with a clatter. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a tactical roll, scrambling behind a tattered cloth of the Zhuxian formation, peering out cautiously. At the entrance, two factions stood in confrontation, the air thick with the scent of gunpowder. On one side stood the jade Ding Junren, exuding an air of ethereal grace, yet holding an empty box, flanked by the newly appointed, exuberant Jiang Zia. Opposite them was Zhao Gongming, astride a black tiger, exuding formidable authority, with several disciples carrying dazzling treasure chests behind him. Neither side dared to enter, contesting the territory like two security guards. The jade Ding Junren glared darkly. Zhao Gongming, what brings you here? Zhao Gongming erupted into laughter, his voice booming. What a joke. You think I cannot come? I am here on the orders of our master to pay respects to Master Qiao, thanking him for enlightening me on the path of... With that, he bowed respectfully towards the direction of Qiao Tianshuan's humble abode. Jade Ding's eyes twitched violently. Again with Master Qiao? What background does this man possess? Suppressing his bewilderment, he gathered his celestial energy and declared loudly, I have come on the orders of the Yushu Palace to reclaim the god-slaying whip for the destined one. His voice echoed through the heavens. All the onlooking deities in the celestial realm turned their gazes towards the vine-covered stick in Qiao Tianshuan's courtyard. The rightful claimant had come to demand repayment. However, Zhao Gongming laughed even louder. He clapped his hands, and his disciples swiftly presented a resplendent decree. By the orders of the Tongtian cult master of the Bo Palace, in gratitude for Master Qiao's supreme principle of all things possess spirit and can be enlightened, I, shall from this day forth act on behalf of heaven to punish and cleanse the three realms, all vile entities, including those from Skeleton Mountain and Whitebone Cave. And the 18 routes of evil shall be exterminated within a month. Let the heavens be purified once more. All merits from this endeavor shall belong to Master Chiao. Is this decree even intelligible? It felt as if a nuclear bomb had been tossed into the minds of all the mighty beings in the three realms. Has Tong Tian lost his mind? He is not merely clearing his own path. Rather, he is utilizing the entirety of the sect's resources to serve as enforcers for those who toil in the fields. This is a declaration forged in the blood and tumult of the three realms. Xiao Tianshun, concealed behind tattered cloth, listened to the ominous pronouncement outside, rendered speechless. He understood. He was not cultivating the land. He was operating a security firm. And the Lord of the Celestial Sect had just arrived with the entire Hongxing gang to demand protection fees. Chapter 54. The All-Automatic Merit Harvester Outside the Southern Heaven Gate. Master Yuding's countenance was ashen. He had come, following the edict of the primordial supreme being, to retrieve the God-subduing whip, expecting only a mere formality. However, the disciples of the intercepting teaching had upended the table in a frenzy. They were not here to pilfer. They had come to pay tribute, while the expounding teaching was preoccupied with a dilapidated wooden post belonging to an elder that had arrived with several carts laden with gold and silver. They even volunteered to undertake the grand cleansing of the three realms, explicitly stating that all merits belonged to the elder. Such audacity and grandeur made the appear no different from beggars on the street. Zhao Gongming, you are outrageous. Master Yuding managed to squeeze out these words after a prolonged silence. Outrageous? Zhao Gongming, perched upon a black tiger, gazed down upon him with a smirk. We have the act on behalf of heaven to purge the degenerate elements of the mystical sect. How can this be deemed outrageous? He paused, his voice suddenly rising, resonating through the heavens. It is you, Master Yuding, a dignified disciple of the sage, blocking the entrance of another with a mere bean pole. What will become of this reputation if this were to spread? You. Master Yuding felt a wave of indignation rise within him, nearly causing him to spew blood. Yet, he found himself unable to refute a single word. In comparison to the ruckus caused by his endeavor concerning the bean pole was indeed trivial and unworthy of the stage. Jiang Zia, lurking at the back, felt his legs cramping. Only now did he realize the true standing of the Chao Daoist, from whom he had once sought guidance. By heavens, even the sage's sect must rush to curry favor. Just as tensions escalated between the two factions, the rickety door of the thatched cottage creaked open. Xiao Tianshun emerged, wearing a smile that resembled a child's glee upon seeing a beloved parent. He scurried forward, taking small hurried steps. I can no longer remain passive. If this standoff continues, these divine beings might truly settle their scores outside the Southern Heaven Gate, and my humble vegetable patch would surely be reduced to rubble. Ah, esteemed immortals, what brings you both here? Forgive my inadequate reception. Xiao Tianshun rubbed his hands together, bowing deeply as if resembling a cooked shrimp. His gaze first fell upon Zhao Gongming, his expression one of utter trepidation. Esteemed immortal, you are far too gracious. I am but a humble farmer, unworthy of such grand gestures. He then turned to Master Yuding, his smile genuine enough to extract oil from it. Esteemed immortal, you have come for this wooden post, have you not? He dashed to the center of the vegetable patch, pointing at the God-subduing whip, now entwined with vines and adorned with clusters of vibrant green beans. Look, look, Xiao Tianshun exclaimed, slapping his thigh and lamenting. Such a divine artifact, serving merely as a bean trellis here, is indeed a waste. My heart aches every day like a cat's clawing. He spoke while delicately unwrapping the vines from the whip, his movements tender as if handling a newborn. Then he cradled the whip, still imbued with the earthy aroma of soil and green beans, and scampered over to Master Yuding with a sincere expression, offering it forward. Esteemed immortal, it is only right that this returns to its rightful owner. Please accept it. Do not let it gather dust again. This fervent display rendered all present utterly speechless. There was no anger, no resistance, not even a hint of reluctance. He simply relinquished it. His words conveyed such heartfelt urgency, as if he were the one desperate to rid himself of a scalding hot potato. Master Yuding instinctively reached out a hand, only to retract it sharply. He had prepared a wealth of grandiose principles and saintly decrees, yet his fist met nothing but air. The individual before him was even more eager. Zhao Gongming was equally astonished. Was this legendary Master Qiao truly so unconventional? Seeing that Master Yuding was not accepting, Qiao Tianshun grew anxious and thrust the whip into his embrace. Esteemed immortal, please take it. This object carries too much malice. Having it around affects the growth of my vegetables. Such a rationale was absurd. Master Yuding held the whip, which exuded an uncanny scent of green beans. While his mind buzzed with confusion, he felt as though he had come not to execute a saintly decree, but rather to borrow a hoe from the neighbor, Old Wang. A potential sect conflict, poised to erupt, was thus defused by Qiao Tianshun in an almost reckless manner. Master Yuding grasped the whip, having achieved his aim, yet felt utterly defeated. He opened his mouth, ultimately managing to utter a dry thank you, before departing with the equally dazed Jiang Zia, not looking back. Their retreating figures appeared quite disheveled. Ha! Zhao Gongming beheld this scene, momentarily stunned, before erupting into thunderous laughter. Brilliant! Truly brilliant, Master! Gongming is in awe. He cupped his hands in salute to Qiao Tianshun, foregoing further words, and placed several radiant treasure chests at the courtyard entrance. Master, please accept this token of gratitude from the Jie sect. We shall now set forth to eliminate threats to the three realms. No sooner had he spoken than he turned about, filled with vigor, leading his fellow disciples in a dazzling rush toward the lower realms. Outside the southern heavenly gate, only Qiao Tianshun remained, staring at the several treasure chests, which gleamed even more brightly than the sun, his head spinning. I am not involved. I have nothing to do with this. Please do not spread such rumors. He wished to inscribe these words upon his forehead. Yet those individuals were fleeing faster than the rabbits he raised. What a calamity! With a heavy sigh, Qiao Tianshun exerted immense effort to drag the chests inside, covering them with a larger tattered cloth. He believed this matter would finally come to a close. However, he soon discovered just how naive his hopes had been. The following day, as Qiao Tianshun was diligently loosening the soil for his precious Tao Tribulation seed, an unexpected shadow loomed overhead. A golden cloud floated down, perfectly hovering above his vegetable patch. Qiao Tianshun lifted his gaze. Amidst the auspicious clouds, a droplet of golden liquid coalesced, radiating an essence so pure that it stirred the very soul. Plop! The golden liquid fell, landing precisely upon the tender sprout of the Tao Tribulation seed. The sprout surged upward visibly, shooting up an inch in an instant. What on earth? A bewildered Qiao Tianshun overheard the murmurs of two heavenly soldiers outside the southern heavenly gate. Have you heard? The Holy Mother of Fire from the has slain that 1,000-year-old malevolent serpent in the East Sea with a single strike. And then, strangely enough, just as the celestial merits descended, as if it had sprouted legs, it flew halfway here. Qiao Tianshun. It appeared he was beginning to comprehend something. Was out there slaying foes, and the merits were credited to me. What kind of infernal version of automatic profit is this? Before he could fully grasp the situation, another auspicious cloud drifted down from the heavens. Plop! Another droplet of golden liquid fell, drenching a cabbage nearby. The cabbage trembled violently, its leaves shimmering with a jade-like luster. The 10 heavenly lords of Golden Ao Island set up the blood transformation array, capturing the ancient patriarch of Southern Poison and his 3,000 offspring in one fell swoop. More merits arrived. Plop! Zhao Gongming of Mount Luofu smashed the Sea Demon King of the West Sea into a pulp with the Sea Calming Pearl. Merits, more merits. Plop! 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 The golden rain of merits cascaded down as if it were free, pouring down in a frenzy. Qiao Tianshun's vegetable patch glowed with golden radiance. Each vegetable, under the nurturing of the golden rain, began to mutate in a chaotic dance. Carrots sprouted limbs, performing the 5-animal play in the soil. Tomatoes revealed swirling bagua patterns. The vines of the Tao Tribulation seed grew wildly along the walls, soon enveloping the entire thatched cottage. The fish scale-like leaves refracted golden light, bestowing a majestic aura upon the cottage. Qiao Tianshun was left in a daze. He hid inside, peering through the cracks of the window at the patch, which appeared more sacred than the spirit mountain, unable to shed a single tear. This was no mere vegetable patch. It was a colossal lightning rod thrust into the ground outside the southern heavenly gate, inscribed with 2 large characters in cinnabar. Mess with me. Even the creature known as Di Ting, dozing beneath him, was drenched in a radiant Buddhist light. The aura of the underworld completely dissipated. It drowsily yawned, a golden lotus bursting forth from its mouth. Just as Qiao Tianshun felt he might be driven mad by this relentless auspiciousness, a terrifying aura, one that sent shivers through the hearts of the celestial deities, soared from the lower realms. The Great Purge had finally encountered a formidable opponent. By the Blood Sea, an ancient Azura creature stirred. The elite forces of, led personally by Taoist Duobao with the Extermination Sword Array, engaged in a cataclysmic battle, the heavens trembling and the earth quaking. Ultimately, Taoist Duobao summoned the unparalleled treasure bestowed by the Celestial Master, sacrificing several fellow disciples to thoroughly reduce the ancient fiend to ashes. In the next moment, the three realms trembled. A radiant light of merit, shrouding the heavens, descended from the celestial realms above, its vastness casting a glow across half of the divine domain. It possessed the power to elevate any quasi-saint to the status of a true saint. Then, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, this ocean of merit began to advance slowly, yet resolutely, towards the southern heavenly gate. The sight was not one of auspicious divine favor. Rather, it resembled a personal, precise, and inescapable entombment. Qiao Tianshun gazed at the golden sea of light that obscured the entire sky and bore down upon him, his mind a blank slate. In the depths of despair, the instinct of survival, deeply ingrained within him, finally overwhelmed all else. With a sudden burst, he seized a spade from the corner of the hut, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied intensity, and dashed out of the thatched dwelling. Dig! For heaven's sake, dig! He was not seeking to resist, nor to flee for his life. He simply wished to excavate a grave for himself before this unprecedented entombment of merit descended upon him. Chapter 55, The Essence of the Tao? A resounding buzz echoed in Qiao Tianshun's mind, as the string of rationality snapped. What the hell? This was the only thought occupying his mind at that moment. Is this how one is treated? The richest in the three realms? Nonsense. He had become the prime target in the three realms. With this deluge of merit, Qiao Tianshun was no longer human. He was a breathing mountain of virtue. From now on, anyone passing by the southern heavenly gate would have to pay their respects, and perhaps even scrape a few golden grains for alchemy. As for retreating, there was no such option. He was being directly enshrined in the Hall of Honor, nailed to the wall for eternal admiration. This existence was unbearable. In his despair, the fierce determination reminiscent of his past life, when he faced bankruptcy and contemplated jumping from a building, surged from his very core. If he were to perish, then he would at least struggle. With bloodshot eyes, he frantically scanned his golden vegetable patch. A dilapidated hut? Useless. A broken fence? In the face of merit, all beings are equal. It was insignificant. A bone chair? It was meant for sitting, not for resting. The Zhu Xian formation diagram. Merely a rag for shading. The karma fishing rod? Where could he cast the blame? This burden had been personally laid upon him by the Tao, with explicit intent. To shift it onto the venerable Hongjun? That would be a rather creative way to seek death. Wait. His gaze was fixated on a broken jar in the corner. The seed of Tao tribulation. That sprout had just emerged, stretching its tender vines, as if it were still edible. An outrageously insane thought cleaved through the chaos of his mind. Risk. This ocean of merit was a colossal risk. The essence of the seed of Tao tribulation was catastrophe, a black hole, a bowl of wholesome tonic overflowing with positive energy, contrasted by an abyss filled with negativity. What if I utilize an even greater risk to hedge against this imminent peril? Wasn't this akin to the divestment of bad assets in my previous life? Forcing the Tao to inject capital into the fledgling company of the seed of Tao tribulation. If successful, it would be akin to angel funding, an ascent to greatness. If it fails, well, it would still lead to death. Let us do this. Qiao Tianshun roared, the madness of a gambler completely drowning out the rationality of a mere worker. He seized the shovel from the corner and charged out of the hut like a man possessed. Dig, dig for me. He let out a beastly roar, swinging the shovel with reckless abandon. This scene, witnessed by the great powers of the three realms, transformed entirely in their perception. What is he doing? Digging a pit? Does he believe that with mere mortal strength, he can burrow 3 feet into the earth to escape the Tao? He has truly lost his mind. No, wait. In the Bo Palace, the celestial teacher sprang to his feet, his eyes radiating divine light. He was not digging a pit. He was redirecting. Redirecting? In an instant, all the great powers of the three realms focused their attention on that unremarkable broken jar. What lies within that jar? Is it the soil of the nine heavens? And what is being cultivated upon that soil? Why had we been so oblivious until now? A most peculiar aura permeates the air, half vibrant life, half impending doom. What manner of fiend is this? Even the sages cannot discern its nature. Beneath the dual veils of the heavenly mosaic and the karmic firewall, the seed of Tao calamity manifests as an indescribable entity. As the assembled sages ponder in bewilderment, Xiao Tianshun has prepared the drainage channel. Discarding his shovel, he lunges towards the earthen jar, gripping it tightly, as though it were the last vestige of hope. Ancestors, beloved ancestors, whether I live or die hinges entirely upon you. Feed me. I shall consume it, even if it leads to my demise. He directed the most venomous of prayers towards the tender sprout. The tender shoot of the seed of Tao calamity stirred of its own accord, swaying joyously. It was then that the ocean of merit descended from the heavens. Contrary to expectations of cataclysmic upheaval, as the golden sea touched the confines of the fenced yard, an invisible force abruptly diverted its course. The majority of the golden light surged precisely into the drainage channel, transforming into a golden river that flowed into the small, dilapidated jar. Glug, glug, glug. The sound resembled not an infusion, but rather an insatiable barrel of wine quaffing voraciously. The cracked jar welcomed all offerings. The roots of the seed of Tao calamity danced fervently in the nourishing soil, myriad tendrils unfurling, greedily consuming the power of merit that would enviously captivate even the sages. The tender shoot commenced its ferocious growth. 1 foot, 1 zhang, 10 zhang. Vines erupted from the ground, growing wildly, reaching for the heavens. Scales of leaf-like structures layered upon one another, swiftly enveloping the thatched cottage and relentlessly expanding outward. Each leaf pulsated with golden patterns, illuminating the courtyard more resplendently than the sacred mountain itself. The vegetables, splashed with golden light, began their own revelry. Carrots danced jubilantly in the soil. Cabbage leaves bore Buddhist relics, and tiny taiji symbols emerged upon the surface of tomatoes. The entire vegetable patch metamorphosed into a fantastical paradise, a confluence of the sacred and the uncanny. Clinging to the jar, Xiao Tianshun felt numb. He sensed he was not merely fertilizing. He was feeding some otherworldly malevolent deity. Beneath him, the diting, drenched in merit, lazily rolled over, yawning. With a puff, it expelled a blossom of golden lotus. Dazed, it opened its eyes, staring at the colossal vine that had breached the southern heavenly gate, its canine visage bewildered. What on earth is this? The infusion of the ocean of merit persisted for the duration of a joss stick. When daylight returned, outside the southern heavenly gate, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. The consciousness of all-powerful beings froze. The merit, sufficient to recreate a sage, was gone, consumed by a mere plant, cleaned out. This is utterly outrageous. Even the heavenly Tao would need to report this anomaly. Within the purple cloud palace, a fissure appeared on the eternally placid visage of Hongjun Daozu. He, too, was at a loss. At that moment, Xiao Tianshun, gazing at the vine that had transformed his humble yard into a fortress, felt his legs weaken and plopped down onto the ground. He had survived. However, it seems that he has attracted a more terrifying predicament than the grave consequence of being buried alive by virtue. Before he could catch his breath, a long-lost system notification echoed in his mind with a tremor of survival. Detected that the host is in a significant causal crisis of being buried by virtue, triggering the hidden optimal solution, asset restructuring. The host, with a mortal body, performs an act against the heavens, forcibly injecting the negative assets, excess virtue, bestowed by the heavenly path into his own potential stock, the seed of tribulation, accomplishing a textbook-level risk hedging and asset restructuring. Judgment, perfect, stunning, absurd. Rewards are being fused and upgraded. Congratulations to the host. Seed of tribulation has undergone ultimate evolution after devouring a vast amount of virtue, successfully yielding the first Tao fruit. Xiao Tianshun abruptly raised his head, and before him, beneath the largest scale-like leaf at the top of the colossal vine, hung a walnut-sized golden fruit, suspended in stillness. The fruit's skin was adorned with enigmatic patterns, emanating an aura that made the souls of all beings in the three realms tremble. It was neither magical power nor the essence of the Tao. It was a form of exemption at the level of rules. Tao fruit, pseudo, contains the rules for virtue offset. Consuming it allows for a forced exemption from a lethal calamity, erasing one's causal ties. Remarkable effect. Can directly extract those on the divine list from their mortal bodies. Achieving sanctification. Warning, this fruit is unique. Xiao Tianshun fixated on the golden fruit, his throat tightening as he swallowed hard. A golden ticket to survival? Such a thought was trivial. This was, indeed, a modifier for the divine list. Whoever consumed it would essentially input a GM command in this grand battle for survival across the three realms, instantly ascending and completing the game. How much would this be worth if listed on the three realm shopping platform? No, this item could not be measured by monetary value. As he felt dizzy, the towering vines suddenly quivered, and a deluge of golden light retreated like a tide. The massive tendril began to shrink at an observable rate, as if a punctured balloon rapidly reverted to its original half-human height. Only the leaves appeared thicker than before, with a faint golden glow swirling on their surface. Yet, the golden fruit remained quietly suspended at the top. It did not emit light, but was more blinding than the sun. Its invisible allure capable of igniting the ambitions of all-powerful beings in the three realms. Regaining his composure, Xiao Tianshun tremulously extended his hand, cautiously allowing his fingertips to brush against the fruit's skin. It felt warm and heavy. The moment he grasped it, a shiver coursed through him. This was no fruit. It was a nuclear bomb in his hand, a storm capable of upheaving the entire divine calamity. What a calamity! Xiao Tianshun wailed, feeling that this object was more perilous than a hot potato. Just as he contemplated wrapping it in layers of cloth, a cacophony of hurried footsteps approached from outside, accompanied by a palpable sense of panic. A celestial soldier, with his armor askew, stumbled into the courtyard, his face drained of color. "This is dire. Master Qiao," he exclaimed, collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "A grave disaster has occurred." Xiao Tianshun felt a jolt of apprehension surge through him, inwardly cursing his ill fate. The celestial soldier gasped for breath, summoning all his strength to declare. The Taoist Dubao of the has just shattered the crimson lotus of the 12 grades of karmic fire belonging to the ancestor of the underworld river in the Sea of Blood. Chapter 56. A designation bestowed upon you with a flick of his wrist, the golden fruit of the Tao tribulation nearly slipped from his grasp. Xiao Tianshun abruptly lifted his gaze, fixating intently on the celestial soldier, whose visage resembled gilded parchment, breathing heavily as if on the brink of collapse. "What did you say?" The celestial soldier's voice trembled, almost breaking into tears. "The Taoist of the..." He shattered the 12-grade fiery lotus of the ancestor of the underworld river. The ancestor of the underworld river, wielding the and the twin swords of, was surging forth from the blood sea, intent on slaughtering his way to the 33 heavens. Xiao Tianshun felt a numbness wash over him. He glanced down at the golden fruit in his hand, then back at the celestial soldier's tear-streaked face. A chilling chain of logic unfurled in his mind, tinged with the cold breath of death. Those simpletons went to the blood sea for a grand cleanup, unwittingly kicking against the immovable iron plate that was the ancestor of the underworld river. The Taoist of, a figure of considerable weight, had directly shattered the ancestor's treasure of enlightenment. This was no mere blunder. It was akin to desecrating an ancestral grave and then dancing upon the tombstone, demanding more excitement. Who was the ancestor of the underworld river? A being who strode boldly beneath the saints, notoriously difficult to deal with, a figure even saints avoided. And then what? Xiao Tianshun's throat went dry. Then, the Taoist of soared toward our southern heavenly gate, shouting as he flew. What was he shouting? Stammered the celestial soldier. He shouted, "Please, Uncle Master, save me." As the celestial soldier's words fell, darkness enveloped Xiao Tianshun's vision, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. "What nonsense! Who is your Uncle Master?" Not I, not I. Do not speak foolishly." At last, he understood why that golden light of merit had been so blinding. It was a compensation from the heavenly Tao for the destruction. The merit is mine, and the blame is mine as well. A burgeoning hatred, akin to a bulldozer, was charging toward him. No, he must save himself. Call for help. The heavenly emperor would be lucky to grant him a mere nod of approval. Flee. The sword of the ancestor of the underworld river specialized in quelling all forms of defiance. The only solution was to ensure that the buffoon did not come any closer. Xiao Tianxuan's gaze fell upon the dim system interface. Causal appointment, pseudo, a monthly embellishment of divine skill, had yet to be utilized today. He observed the swiftly approaching streak of light in the sky, alongside the blood-red clouds that stained the horizon, and resolved without hesitation. Clearing his throat, he summoned the strength endowed by the primordial Tao body, and spoke in a deep voice. Duo Bao. The voice was not loud, yet it carried the weight of profound laws, piercing clearly into the ears of the Taoist of. The Taoist, in a desperate flight, jolted at the sound. Uncle Master, is my venerable uncle finally coming to my rescue? Joy surged within him, and just as he was about to accelerate, Xiao Tianxuan's second utterance arrived. Calm in the face of danger, commendable composure. The Taoist of stumbled, nearly losing half his rear to the sword Qi trailing behind him. Is my uncle master complimenting my stylish escape? Today, in the name of the Grand Marshal of the Three Realms, I hereby appoint you as. Xiao Tianxuan paused, his tone solemn, preparing to unveil a grand proclamation capable of halting the steps of the illustrious Dao Bao, the deputy sect leader of the Bio Palace. Boom. This decree transformed into an invisible shackle, instantly binding the Dao Bao Taoist. The deputy sect leader. The Dao Bao Taoist was struck as if by lightning. Frozen in midair, my master, at such a moment, has granted me a title? It is well known that Master Tong Tian has never designated a successor. This position of deputy sect leader is what he has yearned for in his dreams. In this moment, enlightenment dawned upon the Dao Bao Taoist, as if receiving the essence of wisdom. This is not merely an appointment. It is a trial. My master is conveying to me. How can a coward who cannot even tame the river of the underworld aspire to be the deputy leader of the Jia sect? If one wishes to ascend, they must demonstrate true prowess. The Dao Bao Taoist comprehended. His gaze shifted, panic dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming fighting spirit. He abruptly turned, facing the surging sea of blood, and laughed heartily. River of the underworld. Today, allow me to showcase the abilities of the deputy leader of the Jia sect. With that, he unleashed the treasures and formations bestowed by Master Tong Tian, casting them forth as if they were worthless, truly preparing to confront the river of the underworld head-on. Outside the southern heaven gate, Xiao Tianxuan exhaled a long sigh, collapsing onto the bony chair. At the edge of the universe lies the structure of authority, indeed. The tactic of painting grand visions is the universal scripture of management across the three realms. Just as he caught his breath, his gaze instinctively fell back into his palm. There, the resplendent fruit of the Tao tribulation lay quietly, emanating a deadly allure. A new dilemma emerged, one more perilous than the ancient ancestor of the river of the underworld. How to handle this item? A treasure capable of erasing deities from the divine list. Should this news spread, his humble abode at the southern heaven gate would surely be trampled by the sages. Cold sweat instantaneously broke out. Toss it away? What if some unfortunate soul picked it up, leading to greater consequences? Consume it? Who knows if there are side effects? Wastefulness is disgraceful. Surrender it? Handing it over to Hao Yin would be aiding the enemy. Xiao Tianxuan anxiously paced the courtyard, his eyes scanning frantically. Ultimately, they landed on the corner. There, a pig demon, with a face full of blubber, lay on its back, snoring thunderously. Pig Ganglai. Initially deceived by him, it had been left behind, crippled, to tend to the vegetable patch, spending its days eating and sleeping, its only contribution being farmyard fertilizer. A perfect garbage disposal had appeared. A pig demon with no background, no cultivation. A hopeless case. What could it achieve by consuming this fruit? It couldn't possibly be allowed to become the marshal of the heavenly canopy, could it? Oh. A fleeting pang of regret crossed Xiao Tianxuan's face, but was quickly replaced by determination. One cannot cling to the Tao fruit if one's life cannot be preserved. Clutching the fruit, he approached Pig Ganglai, raising his foot to kick its plump rear. Hey, you fool, wake up. Pig Ganglai grunted twice, rolled over, and drooled profusely. Time for a midnight snack. As soon as the word food escaped his lips, the pig's ears perked up, and Zhu Ganglai, still in a daze, opened his eyes. Master, what delicacies do you have? Observing his eager demeanor, Xiao Tianxuan felt a sense of reassurance. Here, this is your reward. He presented the fruit of the Tao tribulation, to the pig demon's mouth. Zhu Ganglai leaned in with his enormous snout to sniff, grimacing, "Master, this golden bean lacks meat flavor." Xiao Tianshuan's expression darkened. He pried open the pig's mouth and unceremoniously shoved the fruit inside. With a gulp, Zhu Ganglai swallowed it whole, smacking his lips. "Master, is there more? I'm still hungry." Xiao Tianshuan's eye twitched, and he struggled to suppress the urge to kick him back to Gao Laozhuang, turning away in exasperation. Out of sight, out of mind. At last, he had dealt with this ticking time bomb. Just as he reclined on the bony stool, an unexpected tremor shook the entire heavenly court. A terrifying pressure, potent enough to make the souls of myriad celestial beings tremble, surged upwards from the lower realms. Shortly thereafter, an ancient, furious, yet feeble roar echoed throughout the three realms. "Ha ha, Tongtian, is this the fine disciple you have taught? Yuan Shi Tianzun." A jolt of alarm coursed through Xiao Tianshuan's heart. This was bad. Something grave was unfolding in the lower realms. Chapter 57. The Saints Quarrel. Why should I care? The thunderous roar of Yuan Shi Tianzun resounded like a clap of thunder in Xiao Tianshuan's ears. Startled, he nearly lost his balance on the bone chair beneath him. What a fiery temperament this old fellow has. From the sound of it, has he engaged in a real-time confrontation with his disciple Tong Tian? Xiao Tianshuan's heart raced as he listened intently. When saints are enraged, countless souls may meet their demise. If these two truly rolled up their sleeves to brawl, his little garden at the southern heavenly gate would be left barren, not even a scallion to spare. "Yuan Shi, how dare you speak such nonsense?" Tong Tian, true to his stature as the leader of the Jiejiao, retorted with unbridled vigor, showing no regard for the dignity of his second disciple. "My disciple acts on behalf of heaven to rectify wrongs. What crime is there in that? Rectifying wrongs?" Yuan Shi Tianzun's voice was as cold as ice. "You dare to block the gates of my Yusu palace with countless celestial beings, pointing fingers at my 12 disciples and cursing them, and you call that rectification? That is a clash of Taoist arts." Tong Tian shot back. "Moreover, was it not your Jiejiao who struck first? My disciple Shiji was peacefully seated in her own cave, and yet your student Najia shot and killed my Bai Yuntong Zi with an arrow. The audacity of Tai Yi is unparalleled, bullying the weak, using the 9 dragons' divine fire to turn Shiji into mere rubble. I have not yet settled this score with you. Shiji consorts with demons. She deserves to be punished. Tai Yi acts as heaven's avenger. Curse your ancestors. Who are you to dictate the actions of my Jiejiao? Which of your 12 golden immortals is free of sin? Each is entangled in karmic retribution, all destined to be clients on the list of the deities." The beings of the three realms listened in stunned silence. Two supreme saints, separated by countless miles of void, hurled insults at one another, cursing each other's ancestors and airing grievances that spanned from the character of their disciples to fundamental doctrines. They even dredged up petty disputes from the past, such as who had taken an extra mat during the division of their sections. The scene resembled a squabble among village matriarchs over land disputes, shattering the esteemed image of the saints. As Xiao Tianshuan absorbed this explosive exchange, his mind buzzed with clarity. The simpleton Daobao had truly been misled by his own appointed leader, engaging in a futile struggle against the river of death. Tong Tian felt that the second disciple was lacking in decorum, sending someone to steal his uncle's beans. Yuan Shi blamed Tong Tian for poor discipline, allowing his merits to accrue solely to Uncle Qiao, rendering his Jiejiao a laughingstock in the three realms. Old grudges, coupled with the death of Shiji, ignited the powder keg, leading to an outright confrontation as Jiejiao flipped the table and blocked Kunlun Mountain. Wait a minute, this narrative has taken a wrong turn. The calamity of the deities should not be a mere prelude to a duel between King Wu and Zhou. Was it not meant to be a mutual call to arms, exchanging blows like schoolchildren settling a dispute? How did we leap directly to the grand finale, with two major sects engaged in a real-life showdown? Moreover, the origin of it all. He recalled the divine whip that he had used as a mere prop. He remembered coaxing Jiang Zia into establishing a talent market at Weishui. He thought of how a casual remark about upholding the heavens had inadvertently transformed the into an automatic machine for harvesting merits. And just moments ago, he had pushed the Daobao Taoist out as cannon fodder. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Xiao Tianshuan's temple. Damn it, was I the fool all along? Here I am, a retired security guard merely wishing to cultivate vegetables and enjoy a peaceful life at the southern heavenly gate. and I have unwittingly thrust two saintly sects onto the dueling stage? What a transgression. Xiao Tianshun slumped onto the skeletal chair, feeling as though the grand cauldron of heavenly principles was ominously descending upon his head. This karmic retribution was unbearable, utterly unmanageable. No, I must shift the blame. Survival is the foremost priority. Xiao Tianxuan's mind raced. As the celestial beings clashed like dogs, he had to extricate himself from the situation, ensuring they forgot he even existed. First, the merit printing machine of the must be halted immediately. If this continued, he would become a beacon in the three realms, making it impossible to remain inconspicuous. How to stop it? Should he tell Tong Tian, "Brother, no more gifts. I am afraid"? He lacked the courage and the means to contact him. A glance revealed a figure peering cautiously at the entrance. Clad in pristine golden armor, robust in stature, yet wearing an incongruous, obsequious grin, Zhu Ganglai, or rather, Marshal Tianpeng. Ever since consuming that Taoist tribulation golden bean, this pig's life had seemingly been on an upward trajectory. His cultivation restored, his official position reinstated, and now commanding the vast waters of the heavenly river, he had reached the zenith of his porcine existence. At this moment, the newly appointed marshal was wringing his hands, a look of turmoil on his face. Master, speak quickly if you have something to say." Xiao Tianshun, already irritable, responded curtly. The Jade Emperor has summoned me back to the heavenly river, and I am considering resigning from my duties here in the vegetable garden. Indeed, a formidable Marshal Tianpeng could hardly be expected to toil daily at the southern heavenly gate, shoveling pig dung as fertilizer. Xiao Tianshun raised an eyebrow, and a flawless plan to shift the blame quickly took shape. Resign? He scoffed, thinking it absurd. The expression on Marshal Tianpeng's face instantly fell. "Did you think I was serving you stir-fried beans?" Xiao Tianshun stood up, approached him, and slapped his gleaming armor with a resounding thud. "That was angelic venture capital. Do you understand? I invested in you, and now it is time for you to repay me." "Invest? Repay?" Marshal Tianpeng's face was a canvas of confusion. "I have a monumental problem here." Xiao Tianshun gestured toward the mortal realm, lowering his voice. "Those merit-hungry folks from the are incessantly inflating my performance metrics, and the merits are pouring down like a torrential rain, threatening to pickle my vegetables into salted delicacies. Isn't that a good thing?" Marshal Tianpeng was even more bewildered. "Too much merit is bothersome? Master, your level is truly beyond my comprehension." "Nonsense," Xiao Tianshun retorted. "Great accomplishments can provoke envy, and a towering presence attracts attention. I yearn for tranquility and have no desire to be the sovereign of the three realms. Thus, I require an individual to turn off this faucet of merit for me." "What do you mean, master?" "You shall go." Xiao Tianshun pointed at Tianpeng's nose. As the Grand Marshal of the Heavenly River, his rank is substantial, and his visage is equally prominent. "Go to Golden Ao Island, find the steward, and convey my words." Xiao Tianshun cleared his throat and began to speak earnestly yet absurdly. "Simply state, Master Uncle is currently engaged in enlightenment, pondering what path. The essence of this is, the Great Way is profoundly simple, governed by non-action. In simpler terms, he intends to recline and rest. You disciples, toiling tirelessly outside, have made it widely known throughout the three realms, your merits shining brightly in all directions, which gravely contravenes his doctrine of reclining. The leadership is quite vexed. The consequences are severe. This significantly affects the quality of the leader's cultivation. Henceforth, all KPIs pertaining to acting on behalf of heaven are suspended. When the leader wishes to pursue achievements, a new notice will be issued." The Grand Marshal of Tianpeng was momentarily taken aback, although he did not comprehend the lofty concepts of the Great Way or KPIs. He grasped the core idea. "The leadership finds your frantic endeavors irksome. Is this feasible?" The Grand Marshal of Tianpeng felt somewhat apprehensive. "The disciples of even the sages, dare to confront. Will they heed my words?" "They do not listen to you," Xiao Tianshun asserted with conviction. "They heed the words of Master Uncle Qiao. You are merely a messenger. Convey the message and that will suffice. If the sky were to fall, there are those of stature to bear it." The Grand Marshal of Tianpeng understood instantly. "If this matter is handled well, your responsibilities shall be relinquished. From now on, you shall be free." Xiao Tianshun presented his final bargaining chip. "Truly." The Grand Marshal's eyes sparkled with realization. "Have I ever deceived you? Excellent. Master, watch and see." I shall ensure this task is executed flawlessly. The Grand Marshal accepted the decree, standing a bit taller. With a salute to Qiao Tianshan, he transformed into a streak of light and sped toward Golden Ao Island. Watching his receding figure, Qiao Tianshan exhaled a long breath of relief. At last, he had offloaded another burden. He hoped that the madmen of the wood comprehend his insinuation. However, he was unaware that this self-serving maneuver would soon bring about a staggering twist to the entire calamity of the function. Just as Qiao Tianshan believed he could enjoy a moment of peace, the decrepit door of the courtyard was knocked upon. Thud, thud, thud. He looked up. An elderly man clad in a bagua robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, yet bearing an expression of misfortune, stood at the entrance. In his hands, he held a gleaming golden scroll. Jiangxia? Why has he come again? And that object in his possession, could it be the list of deities? Chapter 58. The initiation meeting of the Fengshen List project. As Qiao Tianshan caught sight of the visitor, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Goodness! How has this old charlatan found his way here again? The last time, he had been lured to the banks of the Weishui River for some absurd performance art, and he had thought he would be free from such nonsense for the rest of his life. Yet here we are, just a few days later. Qiao Tianshan's gaze fell upon the resplendent scroll in the man's hand, the Fengshen List. His heart sank, and the muscles at the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. As a project manager, how could he be so reckless as to parade around with the company's S-grade core secrets? Does the Taoist sect not have confidentiality agreements? Despite his inner turmoil, Qiao Tianshan's face broke into a beaming smile as he hurried forward. Ah, Brother Jiang, what a rare guest. Please, do come in. Zhang Zia regarded him with a complex expression, one of reverence, gratitude, and a hint of awkwardness that was difficult to articulate. He bowed deeply before Qiao Tianshan, expressing his respect. Brother Qiao, it was your guidance that has brought me to this day. I am now the National Master of Shiqi, overseeing both military and political affairs. Indeed, you possess remarkable skills, my brother, Qiao Tianshan responded cheerfully, helping him to rise while inwardly perplexed. Why would a national master come to this desolate place? To flaunt his KPIs? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zia's demeanor turned solemn as he extended the Fengshen List toward Qiao Tianshan. Brother, I have come today with a request. This matter pertains to the success or failure of the great undertaking of Fengshen. I earnestly hope you will impart your wisdom. Qiao Tianshan's smile faltered. Here we go again. Was it yet another attempt to discuss grand strategies? The last time he offered a few suggestions, it nearly turned into a debacle with the king when's visit. Now, Zhang Zia was presenting the Fengshen List, perhaps seeking his assistance in igniting the Zixiao Palace of the old ancestor Hangjun. Brother, you flatter me too much, he insisted, waving his hands dismissively and retreating a couple of steps, as if dodging a plague. I am merely a farmer. I know nothing of the cataclysm of Fengshen. Brother, you are being overly modest, Zhang Zia insisted, his gaze unwavering and resolute. My master has entrusted the weighty task of the Fengshen to me, yet I find myself at a loss for where to begin. He sighed heavily, his expression marred by worry. My master commanded me to construct the Fengshen platform on Mount Qi and display the Fengshen List. But how shall I build this platform? Where shall it be erected? What materials shall I use? Not a single word of guidance was given. Zhang Zia looked as if he might weep. Was this not akin to a boss tossing out a vague request for a world-changing product without even providing a requirements document? Among the three realms, the only one capable of offering him a clear path forward without mocking his incompetence was the man before him. Qiao Tianshan, upon hearing this, fell into silence. He understood now. The project had commenced, and the CEO had instructed the project manager to set up a server. Yet the project manager didn't even know where to locate the server room and had to consult the security guard. In a moment of exasperation, Qiao Tianshan found himself nearly choking on his words. Refusal? Observing Zhang Zia's demeanor, it was evident that if he did not present a proposal today, Zhang would remain at the entrance with the investiture of the gods until the seas ran dry. Offending the Son of Destiny was tantamount to offending the primordial Lord. Such a debt would not go uncalculated. Qiao Tianshan's mind began to race. Constructing the god-establishing platform seemed straightforward. Identify a location with favorable feng shui, erect a platform, hang the list, and voil. Yet, such directness would reveal too much and invite trouble. He needed to employ a more persuasive approach. utilizing his expertise in client relations. Brother. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianshun adopted a cryptic expression and led Jiang to sit on a bone chair, while he squatted beside him, casually picking up a twig. Do you think the primordial lord desires you to merely undertake civil engineering? No. He shook his finger, his gaze sharp. This is brand promotion. This is a project roadshow. It is to announce to all deities across the realms that I, the Chan sect, am about to launch. Brand? Jiang Zia appeared bewildered. Precisely. Xiao Tianshun drew a large circle in the dirt with the twig. Thus, the platform itself is of little significance. What truly matters is that all clients and investors perceive it. Therefore, the first step is site selection. He emphatically punctuated his point with the twig. It must not be concealed. It should be built atop the highest and most conspicuous peak of Qishan. We want everyone to look up and see your ambition. The second step is the groundbreaking ceremony. He sketched again. Invitations must be sent to all the prominent figures and common folk of Shiqi. You, Jiang Zia, must personally ascend the platform, light incense, and declare to all that you seek to bring prosperity to the world. Expand your vision. Lastly, and most crucially, Xiao Tianshun lowered his voice, leaning in. The construction crew must not consist of mortals. Your fellow disciples, the 12 golden immortals, must descend to assist in the labor. Consider this. If the 12 golden immortals are your laborers, how will the realms react when they hear the news? They will surely regard you, Jiang Zia, as a celestial being with profound connections. The investiture project, championed by a sage of the Chan sect, will generate unparalleled buzz. This impact far outweighs any trivial discussions about the materials used. Having spoken his piece, he fell silent. The skills honed through trials in his previous life had finally found their rightful application. Jiang Zia sat motionless, his eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, as a tempest of understanding surged within him. Indeed, the profound intent of his master lay here. The construction of the platform was superficial, establishing authority was substantial, creating momentum. This was for Jiang Zia and for the entire Chan sect. How could he have been preoccupied with technical minutiae? His vision had been far too narrow. How grand! Truly, it was magnificent. Jiang Zia suddenly rose to his feet and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Xiao Tianshun. Your words have illuminated my mind. Esteemed brother, this kindness shall forever be etched in my memory. His hands trembled with excitement as he clutched the divine list, ready to depart. He could hardly wait any longer. He was eager to return to Shiqi and convene the project launch meeting without delay. Wait a moment. Xiao Tianshun called out to him. Please speak. Jiang Zia respectfully turned back. Xiao Tianshun rubbed his hands together, feeling somewhat awkward. Well, I am a person who values tranquility. Lately, there have been some rather troublesome individuals wandering around here, disrupting my farming. He was, of course, referring to the foolish disciples of the Jiejiao sect. When you return, please convey this to your fellow disciples. Xiao Tianshun carefully chose his words. Simply say that there is an irritable old man cultivating land outside the southern heavenly gate. If anyone bothers me again, I will. I shall plant a row of cucumbers right at the entrance of his cave. His words seemed light and harmless. Yet they sent a shiver down Jiang Zia's spine, causing him to gasp in shock. Planting cucumbers at another's doorstep? With this formidable figure's capabilities, what would be sown would not merely be cucumbers, but rather the roots that sever the fortune of the Taoist realm. This curse was more potent than the decrees of sages. Jiang Zia's face turned pale, and he quickly bowed. Zia understands. I shall convey your message precisely. That is good. Very good. Xiao Tianshun sighed in relief. Using words as a weapon? Oh no. Using words to convey a message? Perfect. After sending Jiang Zia on his way, Xiao Tianshun felt invigorated, having resolved a significant nuisance. Little did he know that his project launch plan would stir a tremendous upheaval in Shiqi. Even less did he realize that his jest about planting cucumbers would be interpreted by the 12 golden immortals as a terrifying truth of the Tao. From this moment onward, the trajectory of the Fengshan catastrophe would veer dramatically. Meanwhile, as Xiao Tianshun pondered how to deal with the pig that had consumed the deletion device, the skies above were changing ominously. A flash of golden light collided with a streak of blood-red light, tearing through the heavens, clashing fiercely beyond the 33 heavens. The sages were at war. Chapter 59. The arms race between the two teachings in the boundless chaos of the 33 heavens. A foreboding thought permeated the minds of all mighty beings in the three realms. The sky was about to collapse. Without a sound, a ripple capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the laws reverberated from the depths of the void. All beings beneath the rank of saints felt their souls quiver and tremble under this silent impact. The Panga banner clashed with the Juxian sword formation. Are you truly prepared to oppose me, mere offspring of damp origins? The voice of the primordial heavenly venerable resonated with an emotionless yet supreme authority, echoing through the chaos. Above him, the three treasures Jade Rui showered down myriad rays of light, barely resisting the unyielding sword chi. Within the Juxian sword formation, a shadowy figure flickered, imbued with delight and murderous intent. Primordial, retract your rhetoric. The fate of my disciples from the Jie sect is not for your Chan sect to determine. If you do not provide an explanation today, your 12 golden immortals shall traverse my sword formation. The two saints had irreparably torn asunder their facade of civility. The root cause was Shurji, but the underlying issue was the ideological conflict between the two teachings. One followed an elite path, emphasizing lineage and background. The other embraced a populist approach, advocating inclusivity. While they could usually tolerate one another, the emergence of the function list, with its 365 slots displayed prominently, made it impossible to suppress their discord. Whoever's disciples were listed would inevitably suffer significant repercussions to their doctrines. This was the crux of the saints unleashing their true fury. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianshun, a seemingly inconsequential butterfly, merely flapped its wings, prematurely igniting a cataclysm that was destined to unfold in the future. In Shiqi, at Qishan, Zhang Zia approached the Western Duke, Ji Chong, with a report in hand. The report bore an innovative title, Emergency Plan for Brand Building and Public Opinion Guidance Regarding the Function Platform. Upon reading it, Ji Chong slapped his thigh, his eyes alight with excitement. What an astute strategist our national master is. This vision surpasses any feng shui or dragon vein. What constitutes political propaganda? This is true political propaganda. Thus commenced a grandiose movement for the construction of the function platform in Shiqi. During the groundbreaking ceremony, Ji Chong personally plowed the earth, while civil and military officials contributed soil, creating a spectacle that was instantly broadcasted through celestial live streams, resonating throughout the three realms. News of this reached Kunlun Mountain, where the 12 golden immortals exchanged glances, holding Zhang Zia's earnest crowdfunding appeal letter. Has my junior brother Zia changed his ways? Qi Jingzi scratched his head. Him? Yuding Jinren scoffed, though his gaze was grave. This bold initiative was likely orchestrated by the one from the southern heavenly gate. As the name Qiao Tianshun was mentioned, an unusual atmosphere enveloped the hall. Yuding Jinren vividly recalled the seemingly innocuous warning. If anyone bothers me again, I shall plant cucumbers at their doorstep. To Qiao Tianshun, this remark was a complaint, but to them, it resonated as profound wisdom. Planting cucumbers at someone else's doorstep? Such an act hinted at a terrifying ability to manipulate vitality and sever the paths of others. Reflecting upon past events, a consensus emerged among the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. This venerable elder is indeed one of their own. He is utilizing this method to challenge the Jie sect and to bolster the teachings of the Chan sect. Guang Chengzi decisively proclaimed, "Our master is engaged in celestial negotiations above. How can we falter in our earthly endeavors? We must attend the project initiation meeting of our junior brother Zia and lend it our full support, with great fanfare." In the next moment, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect surged forth, riding on billowing clouds, arriving grandly at Mount Qi. They forewent celestial techniques, rolling up their sleeves like earthly artisans, personally surveying, designing, and laying bricks. Guang Qingzi assumed the role of chief engineer, while the Jade Ding Jinren took charge of intricate carvings. Tai Yijinren, well, he was responsible for utilizing the 9-dragon divine fire cover to dry the bricks at high temperatures. The extraordinary sight of the disciples of sages descending to take on the role of foreman ignited a frenzy throughout the three realms. What madness is this? What is the Chan sect attempting? This is a display. They are declaring to everyone that they are utterly serious about the matter of the investiture of the gods. The news reached Golden Ao Island, and the Jie sect's immortals erupted in outrage. This is outrageous. Is this not an attempt to engage in a vanity project to annoy others? While our master strives for us in the chaos, they are merely putting on a show in the mortal realm. Elder brother, this is intolerable. The Taoist Du Bao appeared pale, yet his eyes burned with unprecedented ambition and fervor. Ever since being appointed by Uncle Chiao as the acting leader, he felt as if he had opened up the meridians and was constantly contemplating how to execute a grand scheme. Now, the opportunity has arisen. They wish to showcase their grandeur, do they? A cold smile crept across Du Bao's lips. They have 12 golden immortals, but we, the Jie sect, have myriad disciples. For every one they build, we shall construct 10. No, he smote his thigh in fervor, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. We will not merely build a stage. They are engaging in grandiose promises with their investiture of the gods. We shall directly erect the employee dormitory of the heavenly court, exquisitely furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. Du Bao leaped to his feet, brimming with vigor. Convey my decree. Summon all skilled artisans of weaponry and formations within the sect to the 33 heavens, by the banks of the heavenly river, to construct the palace of myriad immortals. It must surpass the grandeur of the Lingshao treasure hall. I shall let the 3 realms witness that the future structure of the heavenly court is entirely claimed by the Jie sect. While the Chan sect engages in futures, we shall play with immediate possession. Let us overwhelm them. His words instantly ignited the fervor of all Jie sect disciples. Thus, an even more absurd spectacle unfolded. At the mortal realm of Mount Qi, the Chan sect's immortals toiled profusely, while in the upper realm of the heavenly river, the Jie sect's immortals clanged and clattered. Both sides were energetically engaged. Today, you adorn your foundation with East Sea crystals. Tomorrow, I shall erect pillars with silver from the North Sea. Today, you invite the populace of Shichi to sing praises. Tomorrow, I shall summon the dragon kings of the 4 seas to bring rain. A cataclysmic upheaval of the investiture of the gods was transformed into an Olympic endeavor of competition within the 3 realms. The instigator, Qiao Tianshun, remained blissfully unaware. He was squatting in the vegetable garden, lamenting to the pig that had just been reinstated to its position. Zhu Beiji, alas, has failed to deliver his message. Upon his arrival at the East Sea, he was intercepted by a decree from Duo Bao, assigning him as the project director at the Heavenly River construction site. Under the guise of praise, he was labeled as the esteemed Marshal Tianpeng, skilled and aptly qualified. Zhu Beiji, on the verge of tears, felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding his existence. Qiao Tianshun gazed at the 2 glaring sources of light pollution in the sky, his head throbbing with pain. What in the world is happening? What of my retirement life? Just as he was lost in thought, a figure with a sharp, monkey-like visage stealthily approached, riding a black panther, lurking just beyond the fence. Qiao Senior. Shen Gongbao appeared, his eyes ablaze with fervor, and with a sudden thud, he knelt before Qiao, bowing deeply. Senior, you are indeed the foremost capital operator in the 3 realms. The business philosophy you previously shared, while others scramble for the cake, sell sunflower seeds and beverages on the side. I have comprehended, dear Senior. This is a quintessential example of monetizing traffic. Chapter 60. The First War of the Primordial World. Broker Qiao Tianshun felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Capital operations? Selling sunflower seeds and beverages? When did I ever teach you this? He struggled to recall that he had casually uttered a few words to dismiss the sharp-faced fellow. Something about not being a pawn and seeking a grand platform. Something about others snatching the cake while you sell water on the side. This fellow actually took it to heart? Enlightenment? What nonsense! Senior, Shen Gongbao exclaimed, his eyes glinting with mischief. Look, both the Chan and Jie sects are engaged in an arms race. There's a fortune to be made here. The Chan sect is building the Fengshan platform, needing rare and exquisite stones. The Jie sect is constructing the Wanjian Palace, requiring materials for artifact refinement. How long will it take them to gather these on their own? Shen Gongbao rubbed his hands together, grinning like a weasel that had stolen a chicken. I can help them find what they need. The eternal warm jade mine of Western Kunlun could serve as the railing for the Fengshan platform. Wouldn't that be impressive? The mysterious Iron Mountain deep in the Eastern Sea could provide a solid foundation for the Wanjian Palace. Wouldn't that be sturdy? I could sell them the information, make connections, earn a little consultation fee. Isn't that reasonable? Qiao Tianshuan's scalp tingled. Good heavens, the foremost broker of the primordial world, and he has learned from me? This Shen Gongbao is truly underutilized if he isn't in pyramid schemes. Seeing Qiao Tianshun silent, Shen Gongbao assumed it was a test from his senior and became even more animated. Just trading raw materials is too small-minded. I will also trade intelligence. Today, the Chan sect produces new blueprints, and I will sell them to the Jia sect. Tomorrow, the Jia sect refines a new treasure, and I will immediately inform the Chan sect. Let them fight. The more fiercely they compete, the more I earn. Shen Gongbao spoke passionately, as if he could already see mountains of gold and silver rushing towards him. Aren't you afraid they will scatter your ashes? Xiao Tianshun felt his eyelids twitch. Afraid of what? Shen Gongbao puffed out his chest, defiantly. I am promoting market prosperity and technological exchange. Without me, their timelines would be delayed by at least half. They should be grateful to me. Moreover, Shen Gongbao chuckled, leaning closer. Aren't you backing me up, senior? Who in the three realms doesn't know that I, Shen Gongbao, am enlightened by you? If they dare to strike me, they must consider the master, right? Xiao Tianshun was nearly choked by his own breath, almost suffocating. This black pot being placed upon me truly exhibits remarkable skill. He finally understood why the phrase Taoist friend, please stay, had such a devastating impact in the original text. This fellow is a born calamity. His casual remarks had handed a fire starter to a powder keg. Senior, I have come today, firstly to thank you for your rebirth. Secondly, Shen Gongbao retracted his smirk, his expression solemn, bowing his hands. I wish to seek your guidance on whether there are improvements to be made in my business model. Improvements? You can take that nonsense and shove it. Xiao Tianshun took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to curse under his breath. No, this ticking bomb must be swiftly disposed of, and the farther it is thrown, the better. Allowing him to continue bouncing between the two sects would inevitably expose his role as a hidden mentor. It was imperative to find him a new client, one he could manipulate freely without any repercussions for himself. Xiao Tianshun's gaze drifted contemplatively towards the west. Those two had been unusually quiet of late, likely concocting some malevolent scheme. A plan was quietly taking shape. Yes, this is the way forward. Xiao Tianshun cleared his throat, adopting an air of superiority. What you just mentioned is commendable. However, he elongated his tone. The scope is rather limited. Huh. Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback, quickly bowing in attentive expectation. You are solely fixated on the two sects, which is merely engaging in market competition within a saturated market. There is no future in that. Xiao Tianshun began his performance. A true genius must understand the importance of exploring the expanding market. Expanding market? Shen Gongbao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Direct your gaze towards the west. Xiao Tianshun lifted his chin, indicating the direction. The west? Shen Gongbao scoffed slightly. Those impoverished fools, with their tattered trousers, what wealth could they possibly have? Short-sighted. Xiao Tianshun reprimanded sharply. The poorer a place, the greater its market potential. Let me ask you, what do those two from the Western sect lack the most? Everything is lacking. People, treasures, resources. Wrong. Xiao Tianshun pointed out, as if unveiling a profound truth. What they lack the most is talent. They are in dire need of affiliated individuals. Just think, if you could assist them in importing a batch of talent from the East, would they treat you poorly? Shen Gongbao's eyes lit up instantly. Indeed, selling materials yields only meager profits, but selling talent reaps substantial rewards. This venture is immensely profitable. But who would willingly go to that desolate place in the East? Shen Gongbao raised the pivotal question. Thus, the time has come to test your eloquence. Xiao Tianshun gently guided him. Target those who are struggling, those rogue cultivators marginalized by the major sections. Inform them that the East has become stagnant, with no prospects. The West is a vast blue ocean for realizing one's life value. It represents a new continent in the realm of cultivation. Furthermore, tell them that upon arriving in the West, they can secure positions like arhats or bodhisattvas and enjoy the protection of saints. Isn't that far better than being a precarious rogue cultivator? Isn't this just luring people away? Shen Gongbao found himself somewhat unsettled. Nonsense. Xiao Tianshun declared with righteous indignation. This is merely talent mobility, a remarkable contribution to the prosperity of the three realms. Shen Gongbao was momentarily stunned, pondering for a while, and it seemed there was indeed some truth to this. Senior, I have attained enlightenment. I have comprehended completely. Shen Gongbao trembled with excitement, feeling as though a grand new world had suddenly opened before him. What are war brokers compared to my ambition? I shall be a cross-border headhunter, the foremost headhunter in the primordial world. He gazed at Xiao Tianshun, his admiration palpable and almost tangible. The elder not only comprehended capital, but also possessed a profound understanding of human resources. What an extraordinary realm of expertise. Go on. Xiao Tianshun waved his hand dismissively, as if swatting away a fly. Keep it down and refrain from invoking my name. I understand, senior. Shen Gongbao bowed deeply, then swiftly mounted his leopard, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, fueled by dreams of wealth, and departed with great enthusiasm. Xiao Tianshun exhaled a long sigh, feeling as though he had moved a mountain from his heart. At last, he had sent away this harbinger of misfortune. With this troublesome figure gone, the Western Church, the Chan School, and the Intercept School would soon gather for a game of mahjong. At that point, who would still pay attention to him? The humble farmer of the Southern Heavenly Gate? His retirement life was just around the corner. As a smile began to form at the corners of his mouth, a whimpering voice echoed from behind. Master! Master! Xiao Tianshun stiffened and slowly turned around. The once mighty Marshal Tianpeng, restored to his former position, hung his head low, his golden armor, which once radiated authority, now appearing somewhat dim. Weren't you assigned to oversee the Intercept School? Why have you returned with such a mournful expression? Xiao Tianshun furrowed his brow. Marshal Tianpeng raised his head, eyes reddened, and spoke in a deep, mournful tone. Master, the oversight task has fallen through. The Intercept School has gone on strike. Chapter 61. A catastrophic misstep. Xiao Tianshun felt a sudden jolt, as if his eardrums were playing tricks on him. What did you say? They've gone on strike, refusing to work. Marshal Tianpeng's face was a picture of despair, his corpulent frame trembling like a leaf in the wind. That group from the has thrown in the towel. The construction of the Wanxing Palace is only half finished, and they've all scampered back to Jinao Island. He took a deep breath and continued. The Daobao Daoist even sent a decree to heaven, declaring that they would reflect in solitude and quietly recite the Huangting, refusing to engage in any affairs of the three realms. Xiao Tianshun's mind buzzed, as if struck by an unseen hammer. Reciting the Huangting? Those brutes, who would brandish their treasures at the slightest disagreement and dare to challenge the saints, now wished to return home and live as reclusive scholars? This was utterly absurd, more ludicrous than Zhu Beiji's claim to diet. Why? Xiao Tianshun's voice was parched. I don't know, Marshal Tianpeng replied, retracting his neck and avoiding eye contact. I had just arrived at the construction site to oversee the work when they all withdrew. After inquiring further, he hesitated, unable to continue. Xiao Tianshun's gaze narrowed, emanating a dangerous chill. Speak. They said it was Master Qiao's latest directive. With a gasp, Xiao Tianshun nearly succumbed to a heart attack. Me again? This burden is inescapable, isn't it? Suddenly, he recalled his earlier desire for tranquility, instructing Tianpeng to convey that the path to greatness lies in simplicity and non-action, expressing his disdain for their noise. Before he could even deliver the message, had they already grasped the essence and dared to respond? Did you relay my words to Daobao? Xiao Tianshun glared at him. And no, I swear. Marshal Tianpeng vigorously shook his head. I was intercepted mid-journey and forced to supervise. I hadn't even uttered a word. Afterward, they went on strike, and Daobao seemed rather pleased, releasing me. Do these individuals possess radar in their minds, able to receive my brainwaves in real time? Xiao Tianshun pondered, utterly baffled. Little did he know, his insights to Shen Gongbao regarding market expansion and competitive elimination had been overheard by Tong Tian and Daobao. In the ears of the saints, his words were automatically translated into an encrypted version of celestial wisdom. Do not engage in petty squabbles within the existing market. Your vision is too limited. Master Qiao despises our infighting, viewing it as disgraceful. We must venture into the Western market, bringing in new talent. Master Qiao is signaling us. Our true adversaries are those two bald heads in the West. If we continue to bicker, all the benefits will accrue to others. Our arduous battles will merely serve to fulfill the KPI for the Western sect's annual recruitment. Realizing this, Tong Tian broke out in a cold sweat. How astute. Master is truly remarkable. While they are still engaged in petty contests, Master is already maneuvering in the realm of capital operations. Their perspective is too narrow. Thus, the Celestial Master issued a resolute command. All personnel retreat and refrain from venturing forth. We shall no longer partake. Those who wish to play may do so at their own discretion. Are you not the esteemed Chan sect? With 365 positions on the investiture of the gods, If you possess the capability, fill them with your own. Upon hearing the stuttering recounting from Marshal Tianpeng, Xiao Tianshun stood frozen. The process was inconsequential. The outcome was glaringly evident. This predicament was, indeed, of his own making. He had intended to muddy the waters a bit to catch some fish, but instead, he had inadvertently pierced through the very bottom of the pond with excessive force. Now, there were no fish left, nor any water, just a quagmire. The great tribulation of the investiture of the gods had turned into a theatrical performance between the Chan and Jie sections. Now, with one side withdrawing, what was left to perform? Did it truly require the primordial supreme being to act with righteous indignation and send the 12 golden immortals to fill the ranks? He might as well flip the table of the Zhixiao palace in fury. The mere thought of such a scene sent chills down Xiao Tianshuan's spine. His little butterfly flapping had seemingly uprooted the very foundation of the investiture of the gods. Master, Master? Noticing Xiao Tianshuan's pallor, Marshal Tianpeng tentatively spoke. So, my oversight duty has been rendered moot. What do you propose? Get lost. Xiao Tianshun, overwhelmed, shouted in exasperation. Very well. Marshal Tianpeng, as if granted a reprieve, scurried away with such haste that one might think he wished for additional legs. In the courtyard, Xiao Tianshun was left alone. He gazed at the radiant vegetable patch, feeling a profound chill within. The situation had spiraled completely out of control. He had merely wished to be a bystander, yet unbeknownst to him, he had become the fruit, specifically, the largest and ripest one destined for the chopping block. What to do, he paced restlessly, like a donkey trapped in a cage. At that moment, a weight descended upon him. A familiar, loathsome pressure enveloped the courtyard once more. This sensation emanated from the Lingxiao Palace. Haoyan. A sudden jolt of apprehension gripped Xiao Tianshan. The chairman of the Three Realms, previously dazed by his combination of strikes, had remained a passive observer. Now, with the project in disarray, he could no longer remain idle. Indeed, in the next instant, the figure of the Tai-Bai Jinxing appeared beyond the fence, his expression as somber as the depths of a still lake. The warmth that once graced his visage had evaporated, replaced by the frigid demeanor of official duty. Xiao Tianshun, heed the decree. He did not enter the courtyard, but unfurled a golden edict at the threshold, his voice devoid of any warmth. By the mandate of heaven, the Supreme Emperor of the Jade Emperor, the most high and profound, commands, Xiao Tianshun, a menial worker at the southern heaven gate, has neglected his duties. Unworthy of his position, leading to an obstruction in the investiture of the gods and disorder in the Three Realms. His sins are unforgivable. Xiao Tianshuan's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. However, it was noted that he had often performed his duties without intention, balancing merit and demerit. Hence he was commanded to redeem himself through service. A glimmer of hope remained. Immediately proceed to the lower realms, assist Shichi, and oversee the affairs of the investiture of the gods, ensuring the great tribulation concludes successfully. So decreed. Upon the completion of the edict, the illustrious Tai-Bai Jinxing raised his hand, and the imperial decree transformed into a beam of golden light, hovering before Xiao Tianshun, causing a searing pain in his eyes. Xiao Tianshun stood in a state of utter disbelief. He was being summoned to oversee the bestowal of deification, from a mere security guard to an executive director of a project, and not just any project, but one that, if failed, would lead to his sacrifice in the celestial realm. Heaven above. This is an utter travesty. Are you truly wishing for my demise? Chapter 62. The chief consultant of the investiture of the gods. In his heart, Xiao Tianshun was cursing profusely, yet he dared not reveal a hint of displeasure on his face. What the hell is this? This is not an imperial edict. It is merely a death warrant, and an urgent one at that. That old bastard Haoyan, witnessing the grand undertaking of the investiture of the gods on the brink of failure, has grown desperate. The disciples of the Chan sect can no longer be relied upon, and the Jie sect has outright abandoned their duties. As the CEO of this celestial enterprise, with no capable subordinates at his disposal, facing impending bankruptcy, he has turned his attention to me, the shadowy puppet master. To redeem oneself through merit, to assist Shichi. What a load of nonsense. Translated into plain terms, it amounts to this. You've stirred this mess, now you must set it right. Fail to do so, and your head will be offered as a sacrifice to the heavens. This has ceased to be a mere conspiracy. It is an unabashed declaration of intent, with a metaphorical knife pressed against your throat, asking you, My friend, are you moved? Xiao Tianshun remained motionless. Should he dare to utter a word of dissent? Hao Yin could immediately justify mobilizing the entire resources of the heavenly court to obliterate him. Acceptance would mean willingly stepping into the meat grinder of the investiture of the gods, from which he would never enjoy a peaceful night's sleep again. With a mere flicker of his eyelids, the planet Venus's countenance had grown frigid. What? Do you intend to defy the decree? A chill coursed up Xiao Tianshun's spine, cold sweat cascading down his back. He realized he had no choice left. With the ruler of the three realms personally intervening, his previous strategies of feigning ignorance had utterly failed. The matter at hand was no longer about reason. It was a matter of life and death. Your humble servant, Xiao Tianshun, accepts the decree. Xiao Tianshun gritted his teeth, nearly shattering them as he forced out those words, extending a trembling hand. The golden edict fell into his palm, promptly transforming into a beam of golden light that pierced into his brow, leaving behind a searing mark of the decree. This object is hardly different from a contemporary KPI tracker. Excellent. The frost on the face of the planet Venus thawed somewhat. Advisor Qiao, His Majesty has stated that any need you may have, the heavenly court shall fulfill without fail. Troops, magical artifacts, speak freely. Do not disappoint His Majesty's earnest intentions. While these words sounded like an authorization, they were, in fact, a warning. Should you receive ample resources and still fail to deliver, present yourself as a sacrifice. Thank you for your great grace, Your Majesty. Xiao Tianshun managed to force a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Once the pestilence was dismissed, he collapsed onto a skeletal chair, gazing at his tattered Taoist robe, now faded and worn, and touching the golden emblem on his brow. Chief Consultant, I do not even have social security, and you expect me to oversee a project worth billions? One that affects the balance of the three realms? What on earth is the HR department of the Heavenly Court doing? His dreams of retirement had vanished, leaving not a shred behind. The dilemma had shifted from how to survive to how to live. Dao brother, save me. Just as despair engulfed him, a chilling wail echoed from beyond the southern heavenly gate. As Xiao Tianshun's eyelids twitched, he beheld Jiang Zia riding upon a cloud that appeared to be intoxicated, lurching towards him in a disheveled manner, his face etched with terror. What has happened now? Xiao Tianshun inquired weakly, feeling as though his heart was on the verge of numbing. A grave situation has arisen. Jiang Zia gasped, leaning against the fence, panting like a worn-out bellows. Master One. He has surrounded the Western Qi with a formidable army. He has even summoned the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, Master Guangchengzi and the others. They have all been injured. The city of Western Qi is in imminent peril. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tianshun felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Master One, the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island? This plotline is familiar to me, but something is amiss. Didn't the Jie Jiao declare a cessation of activities? How have these 4 re-emerged? How would I know? Jiang Zia was on the verge of tears. Master One sought assistance, but the Taoist of Treasures and the others refused to see him. However, the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island, being old comrades of Master One, could not resist his plight and descended the mountain on their own accord. They even issued a statement, declaring that this action is merely a personal endeavor and does not represent the Jie Jiao. Xiao Tianshun sighed. What a fine example of personal conduct, disassociated from the organization. The members of Jie Jiao certainly excelled at evading responsibility. Brother Dao, that heaven-opening pearl of the demonic king is extraordinarily powerful. Whoever it targets is doomed. My senior brothers are nearly having their foreheads smashed open. You must think of a solution. Jiang Zia's intense gaze fixed upon Xiao Tianshun, the yearning in his eyes overwhelming Xiao Tianshun with pressure. In the eyes of this earnest man, he was deemed an omnipotent deity. The last time, with a mere suggestion, 12 golden immortals descended to construct a wall. This time, Xiao Tianshun felt a prickling unease. A solution? I have a hammer's worth of solutions. I am but a humble farmer. The heaven-opening pearl? It sounds far sturdier than a brick. Am I to receive it with my head? Just as he was about to suggest that Jiang Zia consult someone else, the imperial decree mark on his brow radiated a scorching heat, urging the smooth progression of the divine punishment catastrophe. The KPI warning from Hao Yin was straightforward and blunt. If Western Qi fell and Jiang Zia perished, this undertaking would be utterly doomed. As the chief advisor, he would be the primary scapegoat, the first to be summoned for execution as a sacrifice to the heavens. This battle could not be lost. Jiang Ziya must not die. Damn it, Xiao Tianshun muttered under his breath, realizing there was no evading his fate. This was the first KPI he had received since taking office, and it was the most critical one. To pacify the 4 saints of Nine Dragon Island. But how could he achieve that? The diagram of the extermination of immortals? Too rigid for even cleanup. The cause and effect fishing rod. With so many people on the battlefield, if I cast it down and inadvertently drew Jiang Ziya to his doom, who would be accountable? The seed of the Daoic calamity? Merely an air purifier. Wait. Xiao Tianxuan's gaze fell upon the vegetable patch nearby. The produce, nourished by the rain of merit, had transcended the definition of mere vegetables. A carrot was gracefully performing the 5-animal play, while a cabbage shimmered with the radiance of spiritual relics upon its leaves. Nearby, a tomato spun with its surface adorned by a diagram of the 8 trigrams. These peculiar items, though appearing rather abstract, brim with merit and the essence of the Tao. An extremely audacious thought emerged from the depths of his mind. Dietary therapy. Perhaps it is not entirely out of the question? My friend, do not panic. Xiao Tianshun inhaled deeply, his countenance instantly transforming into one of profound inscrutability, as though he held the reins of destiny. He strolled to the edge of the vegetable garden, bent down, and, amidst a plethora of bizarre vegetables, deftly extracted a carrot that was striking a pose akin to the golden rooster stands on one leg. As the carrot was uprooted, its 2 roots flailed momentarily. Unfazed, Xiao Tianshun grasped its neck, approached Jiang Ziya, and thrust this carrot, imbued with merit, into his hands. Here, take it. Jiang Ziya, cradling the still trembling carrot, was left bewildered, his mind momentarily incapacitated. He glanced at the carrot, then at Xiao Tianshun. His face a canvas of confusion. Taoist brother, what is this? A decisive talisman, Xiao Tianshun replied earnestly, his tone unequivocal. Upon your return, do not engage in any other tasks. Simply stand before the 2 armies and consume it raw. Xiao Tianshun paused, emphasizing his words. Remember, savor it slowly. Once you finish, victory shall be yours. Chapter 63. Is this what you call a carrot? Outside the city of Shiqi, dark clouds loomed ominously. Wenzhong sat astride the ink-black Qilin, his third eye on his forehead opening and closing, captivating all who beheld him. Beside him, the 4 saints of Nine Dragons Island exuded an eerie aura, resembling 4 demonic gods poised to devour the unwary. On the city tower, Guang Chengzi clutched his chest, a trickle of golden blood slowly sliding from the corner of his mouth. The Fan Tian seal in his hand dimmed, appearing as dull as a brick on the roadside. The yin-yang mirror of Qi Jingzi bore a conspicuous crack. The recent duel had seen the golden immortal of the Chan sect defeated. The dark orb wielded by the king demon was most sinister, targeting the essence of one's being and corrupting their path of cultivation. Jiang Ziya, the booming voice of Master One reverberated, shaking the walls of the city. Come forth and meet your demise. Otherwise, on the day the city falls, not a single soul shall be spared. Jiang Ziya stood atop the city wall, trembling, his hands and feet icy cold. It was over. The situation was dire. His fellow disciples were unable to withstand the onslaught, and here he was, a mere novice after 40 years of cultivation, having barely brushed the surface of the celestial realm. How could he possibly contend with them? In this moment of despair, he felt something hard pressing against him, radiating warmth. Trembling, he retrieved it. It was the merit carrot bestowed upon him by Brother Qiao, the ultimate talisman for victory. In front of the 2 armies, he resolved to consume it raw. The enigmatic visage of Brother Qiao flashed through his mind. Desperate times called for desperate measures. Jiang Ziya steeled his heart, disregarding any semblance of the Prime Minister's dignity. And before the eyes of the gathered soldiers, he drew forth the shimmering, slightly quivering carrot. As he unveiled the object, a wave of sweet, otherworldly fragrance enveloped the air. The scent wafted into the nostrils of the gravely injured Guang Qingzi and others atop the tower, invigorating their spirits and calming the tumultuous energies within their bodies. Is this an innate spiritual root? Guang Qingzi gasped in astonishment. Across from him, Wenzhong and the 4 saints of Nine Dragons Island stared, their eyes widening in disbelief. Where had Jiang Ziya unearthed such a treasure? Had the primordial heavenly master been secretly aiding him? Under the gaze of the multitude, Jiang Ziya performed an action that left everyone slack-jawed. He raised the carrot and opened his mouth, which emitted a crisp, resounding crack. Golden juice streamed down his chin as an indescribable sweetness mingled with profound merit exploded in his mouth, coursing down his throat and filling his limbs with vitality. A long, melodious belch, imbued with the fragrance of the carrot, erupted from Jiang Ziya. A visible wave of golden energy radiated from him, rippling outward. Guangqingzi, Qijingzi, and others felt the energy wash over them, their injuries healing at an astonishing rate, and the cracks on their artifacts lessening. The golden immortals were left bewildered, one belch, equivalent to a 9-transformation golden elixir. Meanwhile, the 4 saints of 9 Dragons Island felt the wave of energy engulf them, their magical powers becoming obscured as if they were mired in a quagmire, the karmic burdens upon them sizzling in response. Yang Sun exclaimed in terror, "Brother, this carrot is toxic." With a crunch, Jiang Ziya took another hearty bite, his mouth glistening with golden juice. His cultivation, stagnant for 4 decades, now soared like a comet. A bottleneck? What bottleneck? Before the overwhelming merit, that notion was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper, easily pierced. Taiji, golden immortal. In mere moments, his white hair transformed to a youthful hue, wrinkles smoothed out, evolving from a frail old man into a dignified middle-aged sage. Jiang Ziya glanced down at his rejuvenated hands, feeling the surge of power within him, akin to a roaring river, utterly astonished. Is this what it means to be a sovereign? Brother Qiao, do you dare to call this a mere carrot? This is undoubtedly a divine artifact. With this realization, he hesitated no longer. In a few swift bites, reminiscent of Zhu Beiji's voracious appetite for ginseng fruits, he devoured the entire carrot. Boom! A terrifying aura, far surpassing that of a Taiji golden immortal, surged into the sky. A Deluo golden immortal. Inside and outside the city, a pin drop could be heard. All gazed in stupefied awe at the man who was consuming elixirs and ascending right before their eyes. Is this even possible? A demonic sage. Wang Mo, jolted from his shock, was both alarmed and enraged. What sorcery did you employ? Sorcery? Jiang Ziya smiled, a calm breeze amidst the storm. He slowly lifted his hand, and the divine whip, which he had used as a fire poker for decades, buzzed into his grasp. The overwhelming power of merit surged into it, erasing its previous peculiar odor, replaced instead by an awe-inspiring heavenly might. Today, let you all witness the essence of destiny. Nonsense. Behold the pearl. Wang Mo roared, as the opening heaven pearl transformed into a streak of dark light, aiming directly at Jiang Ziya's face. However, Jiang Ziya did not even flinch. Casually, he extended the divine whip forward, akin to a rural farmer swatting at flies. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. The opening heaven pearl, which had troubled even the 12 golden immortals, abruptly halted midair, then sped back at 10 times its original velocity. Thud! A blood hole, transparent from front to back, appeared on Wang Mo's forehead, splattering crimson and ivory. The astonishment and fury on his face became eternally frozen. The true spirit transformed into light, ascending to the Fengshan platform. The arena fell into a profound silence. The soldiers of Shiqi rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Is this truly the Jiang Chancellor, who only spoke of governance while idly fishing? Brother. Yang Sun, Gao Yuqian, and Li Xingba stared at Wang Mo's headless corpse, their souls nearly fleeing in terror. They had kicked a solid iron plate. This was no mere iron plate. This was the embodiment of heavenly will. Flee. Without a second thought, the 3 transformed into streaks of light, dispersing in different directions. Trying to escape? Jiang Ziya's voice echoed coldly behind them, as frigid as ice. Have you consulted the whip in my hand? Before his words faded, he had vanished from the city wall. Crack! Gao Yuqian, on the list. Crack! Li Xingba on the list. Crack! Yang Sun on the list. As the rabbit leaps and the hawk descends, the 4 saints of 9 Dragon Island face annihilation. Jiang Ziya, holding a whip, returns to the city tower, untouched by even a speck of dust. He gazes down at the stunned Shang army, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every ear. When Zhong, retreat. The mandate of heaven does not lie with Shang. When Taisher gazes at the transformed Jiang Ziya atop the tower, then at the 4 still warm corpses on the ground, his facial muscles twitch several times before ultimately releasing into a long sigh. The will of heaven. The will of heaven. He turns his black qilin and, with a weary gesture, signals the troops behind him. Withdraw. The Shang army retreats like a receding tide. On the city tower, Guang Qingzi and others observe Jiang Ziya with complex expressions, a mixture of shock and profound reverence. Their awe is not directed at Jiang Ziya himself, but rather, Guang Qingzi instinctively looks up towards the south heavenly gate. A single carrot has birthed a great Luo golden immortal, effortlessly quelling a massacre in the blink of an eye. Could a sage truly achieve such feats? Meanwhile, outside the south heavenly gate, in a vegetable patch, Qiao Tianshun squats on the ground, heartbroken as he gazes at the freshly turned soil, murmuring to himself, "What a loss beyond measure. Had I known the effect would be so potent, I would have diluted it with water. This pit of farmyard manure has gone to waste." Little does he realize that his casual act of pulling a single carrot to avert a crisis has unintentionally unleashed a terrifying bloodbath across the three realms. Chapter 64. The entire primordial world yearns for my vegetables outside Shichi City. A single carrot swiftly vanquished the 4 saints of Nine Dragons Island. As the news spread, the formidable figures across the three realms reacted with astonishing uniformity. Who concocted such an absurd tale? Ridiculous. Yet, as various intelligence channels converged on a singular truth, the three realms fell into a deathly silence. Then, chaos erupted. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable gazed intently into the water mirror, observing Jiang Ziya, who was brimming with confidence, wielding the god-slaying whip with the fervor of a windmill, striking down foes with ease. His eternally frozen expression betrayed a flicker of uncontrollable agitation. After painstakingly instructing this incompetent disciple for 40 years, how could he possibly have ascended to the great Luo golden immortal realm simply by consuming a carrot, and to effortlessly eliminate his adversaries? The 12 golden immortals of the teaching? Where could he voice his grievances? The stinging shame of being a revered master burned within him. What infuriated him further was the fact that the monumental achievement would not be attributed to him, the primordial heavenly venerable. The realms would merely echo the phrase, "The one at the southern heavenly gate. A single carrot proves more effective than a sage." He clutched his chest, feeling as though his very essence had been fractured anew. As he gazed at the small courtyard of the southern heavenly gate, only 2 words remained in his eyes: helplessness. He could no longer navigate this game. In the Bo Palace, the celestial teacher Tongtian observed the water mirror, initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter, pounding the throne in mirth. "Ha! This is too much for me. My second senior brother, with all his scheming, employing treasures and sending disciples. Yet he cannot compete with a mere carrot." Tears of laughter streamed down Tongtian's face. How splendidly ingenious. Uncle Qiao's approach of the Tao is exceedingly simple, was nothing short of a dimensional strike. As his laughter subsided, Tongtian's gaze sharpened. A single carrot had forged a great Luo golden immortal. What if? A whole cabbage. If the disciples of his sect could partake in a full vegetarian feast in that garden, why bother with the tribulations of the function? They could simply ascend beyond it. A fervent idea began to burgeon within him. No, he must cling tightly to this opportunity. In the west, at the Spirit Mountain, Jane and Zhuanti stood side by side, their aged faces more bitter than bitter gourd. Zhuanti's voice trembled, his eyes betraying unabashed greed. "Senior brother, the merits contained within that carrot are more pure than the incense accumulated over several yuan meetings in our Western teachings. If we could bring that garden to our West, prosperity would be ours." Jane sighed deeply, slowly shaking his head. "Junior brother, suppress your petty ambitions. That individual dares to contend with the heavenly Tao. Our trivial schemes are but childish play in his eyes. Then, what shall we do? Just watch idly." Zhuanti grew anxious. Jane closed his eyes and uttered 2 words: "Wait." Wait for a fateful opportunity. Within the 3 realms, countless gazes, greedy, reverent, and fervent, were fixated upon the modest vegetable patch outside the southern heavenly gate. What was once merely a trendy photo spot had now ascended to the pinnacle of sanctity in the 3 realms. What was cultivated there was not mere produce. Rather, it was a collection of celestial golden elixirs capable of altering one's fate. Overnight, the social dynamics of the primordial world underwent a profound transformation. Previously, when cultivators met, they would inquire, "Fellow Taoist, have you made progress in your cultivation?" Now, they greeted each other with, "Hey buddy, is there room at the southern heavenly gate today? Have you heard? The 3rd prince of the East Sea Dragon Palace, merely because of proximity, inhaled the scent of the vegetables, and shattered a bottleneck that had plagued him for 3 centuries. And that is not all. An old demon from the North Julu continent, upon casting a distant glance, found the wounds left by his madness miraculously healed. Let me tell you something even more astonishing. My uncle's second uncle's neighbor, who had been cultivating for 8,000 years as a mere stone in a latrine, climbed to the fence yesterday and picked up a wilted vegetable leaf, and then what? He transformed on the spot into a primordial Tao body, no less. As the rumors spread, they grew increasingly bizarre. Outside the southern heavenly gate, the most magnificent scene since the dawn of creation unfolded. Beasts, humans, witches, and solitary cultivators. Thousands of practitioners surged from all directions, encircling Qiao Tianxuan's humble abode until it was utterly besieged. They dared not approach or utter a sound. Instead, they sat in concentric circles, legs crossed, hearts directed towards the heavens, their devotion more fervent than when they attended teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace. They were there to absorb the ethereal essence and Tao rhythm wafting from the vegetable patch. The celestial guards stationed at the gate were left astounded, feeling as though they were guarding not a gate, but rather the emperor's private treasury. At that moment, at the eye of the storm, Qiao Tianxuan squatted at the entrance of his modest dwelling, cradling his knees, on the verge of tears, gazing at the sea of heads outside. He felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. What on earth was happening? All he desired was to retire and tend to his land. Why was it proving so arduous? With his doorstep blocked in such a manner, even a trip to the restroom felt like a spectacle for the masses. This life was unbearable. No, he had to find a way to disperse them. The socially anxious Qiao Tianxuan could no longer tolerate the situation. But how to drive them away? Shout. They would regard him as a sage imparting profound truths. Fight. He lacked the capability. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He rushed into the house, retrieved a piece of battered wood, and, wielding a firewood stick, wrote a few bold lines with panache. With a resounding clang, he planted the wooden board at the entrance of his yard. It read, "Want a mucha meal? Pay up first. Spirit stones, magical treasures, heavenly and earthly materials, no credit extended. Wilted cabbage leaves, 1,000 high-grade spirit stones per piece. Carrot tendrils, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones per root. Entering the yard for a whiff. 1 acquired treasure per hour, clearly marked prices. Honest dealings for all." Hands on his hips, Qiao Tianxuan's mind raced with calculations. Did they not regard him as a high figure? All right, today I shall present to you the persona of a mercenary trader. I shall tarnish my image to such an extent. Let us see how you will transform it. However, the moment the wooden board was thrust out, the previously raucous crowd fell into an eerie silence. Subsequently, a cacophony of discussions erupted akin to a roaring tsunami. Behold, the elder has descended to present a trial. This is not a mere charge. The elder is testing our sincerity and willingness to sacrifice. The path of enlightenment is priceless. For the elder to assign a price is an act of immense compassion. 1,000 top-grade spirit stones can exchange for a leaf imbued with supreme Taoist essence? Is this not akin to acquiring it for naught? Quiet down. I shall be the first. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a robust and formidable demon emerged from the throng, pouring forth a mountain of spirit stones with a resounding clatter. Prostrating himself in reverence. "Elder, I am willing to offer all my wealth for a single leaf." With someone taking the lead, the scene spiraled into chaos. "Elder, I will trade a magical artifact." "Elder, I possess a millennium-old blood coral freshly harvested from the East Sea." "Elder, I have no money. May I offer you a bow instead?" Qiao Tianxuan's plan to disperse the crowd collapsed in a manner he could not comprehend. Not only did he fail to drive them away, but he inadvertently established the first knowledge payment project in the annals of primordial history. As he stood in the courtyard, dumbfounded, watching the ever-growing pile of treasures at the entrance, his mind was a blank canvas. This script is not right. Just as he was questioning the meaning of life, from the horizon, a cloud of auspiciousness rushed towards him, trailing behind a small child dragging 2 fiery dragons. Before he even arrived, the sound of wailing akin to that of a slaughtered pig reached him. "Tao brother, help me." Jiang Zia tumbled into the courtyard in a frantic manner. A grave situation has arisen. Chapter 65. Zhao Gongming has arrived. Run. Brother Tao? A withered hand, resembling a vice, clutched tightly onto Qiao Tianxuan's sleeve, the knuckles turning white from exertion. Jiang Ziya's aged face contorted in anguish, his voice rough and hoarse as if scraped by sandpaper. It is Zhao Gongming. That calamity from the has come. The old man gasped for breath, pounding his chest, nearly shouting. He possesses the sea-stabilizing pearl. 24 of them. Master Guangqing and the others have all fallen, even Master Randang. They have been driven away. Shiqi City is doomed. Xiao Tianshuan's eyelids twitched violently. Zhao Gongming. The sea-stabilizing pearl? Good heavens. Isn't he the one from the investiture of the gods who treated the 12 golden immortals like mere children? This narrative is all wrong. Why does the novice village have to face the final boss right away? What kind of project manager is Haoyan? Brother Dao? Jiang Ziya, on the verge of tears, clung to him desperately, his gaze reflecting that of a drowning man grasping at a last straw. You must devise a plan. The success of the investiture of the gods relies entirely on you. I. Xiao Tianshun opened his mouth, his throat parched to the point of feeling ignited. What kind of plan can I come up with? I'm merely a farmer. To use my head to catch those 24 pearls? As soon as the thought emerged, a sudden surge of warmth radiated from the KPI directive belonging to Haoyan at his brow. Oversee the investiture of the gods, ensuring the grand calamity is fulfilled. In simpler terms, if the project fails, you will be the first to suffer. Damn it, Xiao Tianshun cursed under his breath. Whether he wanted to or not, he had to shoulder this blame. He swiftly glanced at his meager equipment inventory, feeling a chill run through him. The extermination of a mortal's formation served as a sunshade, while the causal fishing rod was merely a tool for shifting blame. But the burden of Zhao Gongming was one that could lead to certain death, with no way to deflect it. Ding! A crisp sound resonated in his mind, indicating the arrival of an external aid. Critical decision mode activated. Option 1. Take matters into your own hands, persuading with reason. Reward. Imitation, Heaven and Earth Mystical Tower. Option 2. Engage in a duel of magical artifacts, overpowering through wealth. Reward. Pirated, 1 chi transforming into 3 clears. Option 3. Call for assistance. Shatter the Jade Talisman to summon the 3 saints. Reward. 10,000 favorability points with the saints, 3 strands of life-saving hair. Xiao Tianshuan's lips twitched violently. Reasoning with a fully leveled rage warrior? That would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. Wielding a fire stick against a heavily armored tank? That was a suicide mission. As for the third option, how could he casually the 3 chairmen for such a trivial matter? How would he ever navigate within the project team afterward? Once the project was completed, I, as the overseer, would surely be optimized out. All paths lead to peril. In a state of frantic distress, Xiao Tianshun spun on the spot, cold sweat trickling down his brow. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught sight of the throng outside. A sea of dark heads. Thousands of cultivators, densely packed, each one sitting in meditation with eyes closed, their expressions devout. They might as well have had the words seeking offerings, yearning for competition etched upon their faces. Wait, these individuals. A thought, as if a thunderbolt cleaving through chaos, instantaneously illuminated Xiao Tianshuan's mind. Unable to confront them directly, nor to rally support. But I can outsource. Zhao Gongming possesses formidable strength, yet he is but one man. What am I position? I have thousands of eager souls, exceptional graduates, yearning to seize opportunities and thrive. As long as the promise is grand enough, I need not fear their dedication. Is this not the epitome of premium crowdsourcing? With this realization, Xiao Tianshuan's gaze sparkled with astonishing clarity. He forcefully pushed aside Jiang Ziya, who was still dabbing his tears, and strode purposefully towards the door, swiftly ripping down the prominently priced wooden board. Flipping it over, he seized an inadequately charred stick, swirling it with flourish, dipped in tar, inscribing several lines in bold letters. With a resounding thud, he plunged the board into the ground, the air crackling with tension. Outside the southern heavenly gate, silence enveloped the scene. The sound of a falling needle palpable. All eyes of the cultivators, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, were riveted upon that rough wooden board. The Southern Heavenly Gate's Sacred Land Management Committee hereby announces the ultimate trial mission. Mission objective: repel or persuade the demon Zhao Gongming outside Shiqi City. Mission rewards: 1. 10 pieces of rotten cabbage leaves, personally planted by a senior, infused with boundless vitality. 2. 3 pieces of carrot tendrils, Experience voucher for the rapid ascension course of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. 3. Qualification 4. Entering the courtyard to savor aromas. Direct contact with the Tao. Promising enlightenment. Rewards are singular. The fortunate shall prevail. Claim rewards based on achievements. Zhao Gongming's magical treasures, tokens, head, etc. After a brief silence, incredulous whispers erupted among the crowd. Rotten. Rotten cabbage leaves? Is the senior merely tossing scraps? An elderly loose immortal rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Could it be that the senior is enlightening us, advocating for simplicity in the Tao, a return to the essence? Another immortal's expression soured. Among the throng, an extraordinarily gifted rogue earth immortal trembled suddenly. From the phrase infused with boundless vitality, he sensed a vestige of ancient and vast energy. The Tao is indeed simple. This is no mere mundane item. It is the vessel of the Tao, a chance for sanctification. By heavens! The earth immortal sprang up, his eyes ablaze. Roaring with fervor, carrot tendrils. The rapid ascension course of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This is a treasure of the Tao, a ticket to sanctification. The senior is truly magnanimous. At this proclamation, it was as if thunder had struck. The minds of all cultivators buzzed, their thoughts shifting instantaneously. Indeed, they were not foolish, merely beguiled by the superficiality of the mundane. With this individual's revelation, the profound essence concealed beneath the cabbage leaves and carrot tendrils could no longer be obscured. Nonsense. That is indeed the foundation of the Tao, a ticket to sanctification. Zhao Gongming. What is he, after all? For the senior's carrot, even a sage shall fall. I shall pierce him with my blade. A solitary loose cultivator's eyes blazed with fervor, appearing almost deranged. Clear the way. Do not obstruct. Who dares to vie with me for that coveted position? I shall tear them apart. An aged Taoist transformed into a stream of light, plummeting to the mortal realm without a care for the 1,000-year-old mat beneath him. Make way for me. This Zhao Gongming. I shall claim him entirely for myself. A colossal demon, obscuring the heavens, unfurled its wings, sending forth a roaring wind, and in an instant, vanished beyond the horizon. Outsourcing. This is the subcontracting agreement bestowed by my predecessors, leading to the pinnacle of the great Tao. Madness. Utter madness. Thousands of streams of light surged forth, overwhelming the skies, driven by insatiable greed and fervor, racing towards Shichi. The fierce battle intent stirred the celestial clouds into a tumultuous chaos. Jiangxia stood, eyes wide in astonishment, as he witnessed the torrent of cultivators sweeping away. His mouth agape, unable to close it for what felt like an eternity. He swallowed hard, glancing at Xiao Tianshun, his gaze filled with both dread and reverence. Tao brother. Is this truly the end? Xiao Tianshun brushed the ashes from his hands, appearing nonchalant. Such professional matters should be entrusted to those who are adept. This is what we call risk transfer, do you understand? There was a hint of amusement in his tone. These small contractors, driven by performance bonuses, would be remiss not to scramble for the opportunity. Zhao Gongming, may fortune favor you. No sooner had he spoken than golden light erupted from the horizon, accompanied by the radiance of Buddha and several soaring sword energies. Randall, Methreya, the three heavens, all had arrived. Each wore a pallid countenance, their eyes bloodshot. Bereft of their usual lofty demeanor, they resembled a group of foremen, aghast at the thought of losing their livelihoods to others. Wait, esteemed uncle. Such an extraordinary opportunity cannot be squandered on outsiders. Methreya's plump face was contorted with anguish and regret. How can the ties of our teachings allow these wandering cultivators to intervene? The three heavens fairies widened their eyes in anger. This is no mere trial. It is clearly an unparalleled boon bestowed by our predecessors. They, the direct disciples, were taken aback at first. Now filled with regret, so profound it felt as if their insides had turned to jade. What began as a subcontracting mission aimed at Zhao Gongming had swiftly transformed into a collective battle for celestial fortune. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianshun observed this assembly of elite subordinates with a calm demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 66. This outrageous wealth, who wants it can have it outside Shichi City. Dark clouds loomed ominously, pressing down like the frown of heaven itself. Zhao Gongming sat astride his black tiger, suspended in midair. His gaze was disdainful, a smirk of 3 parts mockery and 7 parts arrogance gracing his lips. 24C stabilizing pearls orbited around him like satellites, their five-colored radiance distorting the surrounding void, producing a mournful wail. Below, the golden immortals of the Chan sect were in disarray, each one battered and bruised, their faces as pale as if they had just emerged from a flower bin. The legendary Fan Tian seal of Guang Qingzi, capable of shattering the unbreakable mountain, now flickered dimly, resembling a piece of worthless iron. The yin-yang mirror of Qi Jingzi bore visible cracks like a spider's web. Even the usually resilient Yu Ding Zhenren found his protective profound arts overwhelmed, blood surging, a trickle of golden blood frothing at the corner of his mouth. And as for the burning lamp Taoist, let us not even mention it. His hair had come undone, a significant portion of his auspicious cloud shorn away. Resembling a doughy bun that had been gnawed by a dog, stripped of any semblance of the deputy leader's dignity. It was not for lack of effort from the Chan sect, but alas, their opponents were simply beyond their reach. The 24C stabilizing pearls. Those objects were akin to 24 miniature worlds charging relentlessly toward one's face. Who could withstand such a barrage? The Chan sect's practitioners, with their meager skills, were no match for this onslaught. Zhao Gongming laughed heartily, his voice echoing like thunder. Today, he would show mercy and grant this group of adversaries a chance for family reunion, all ascending the divine ranking together. He was about to activate the pearls, sending this collection of foes on their final journey when suddenly, an inexplicable jolt coursed through his heart. A potent sense of danger surged forth from all directions, akin to a tide rising, swiftly engulfing him. Zhao Gongming abruptly looked up, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. What did he see? From every cardinal direction, the horizon was filled with a multitude of luminous points, each representing a practitioner. Thousands upon thousands converged, a veritable sea of them. They approached with a fervor akin to moths drawn to a flame, racing towards him with reckless abandon. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent coalescing together sent chills down the spine of even this foremost figure beneath the quasi-saint level. What was happening? Zhao Gongming was momentarily stunned. Had the Chan sect summoned reinforcements? No, the aura was far too chaotic, demonic, ghostly, monstrous, human, a tumultuous medley. It was as if the entire pantheon of creatures from the wilderness had convened today for a team-building exercise in Shichi. The burning lamp and the others also sensed the anomaly, their faces filled with bewilderment. Just as they pondered the situation, the locust-like horde of practitioners surged forward. Yet these individuals paid no heed to the golden immortals of the Chan sect. All eyes were poisoned with greed, glowing with a malevolent light, fixated on Zhao Gongming and the 24C stabilizing pearls surrounding him. Those gazes were filled with avarice, fervor, and a reckless madness. Zhao Gongming, hand over the treasures. The C stabilizing pearls belong to me. No one is to snatch them. Eliminate Zhao Gongming and loot his gear. I want to enter the senior's courtyard and savor the aroma of cabbage. For the sake of the senior's carrot hairs. Charge. There were no tactics. There was no communication. Thousands of cultivators, like frenzied dogs, summoned an array of diverse magical artifacts, unleashing bizarre supernatural powers as they recklessly charged towards Zhao Gongming. Zhao Gongming was utterly bewildered. What in the world is this? I am here to settle a score with the Chan sect, and you rabble come to meddle? Are you here to gang up on me? Seeking death. Fury surged within Zhao Gongming as he concentrated his thoughts, transforming 2C stabilizing pearls into streaks of light that struck fiercely into the crowd. Boom, boom. A mist of blood erupted, and hundreds of cultivators were obliterated on the spot. However, this gruesome spectacle failed to intimidate the madman. Instead, it was akin to pouring water into a cauldron of boiling oil. Brothers, his blue bar must eventually deplete. Wear him down. If he perishes, the C stabilizing pearls will be unclaimed treasures. Seize the pearls, attain sanctity, and become ancestors. The tactic of overwhelming numbers, primitive yet utterly inescapable. Zhao Gongming's countenance darkened as 24C stabilizing pearls whirled around him in a furious dance, each strike harvesting lives like cutting grass. Yet those cultivators resembled an inexhaustible swarm of cockroaches. For every batch that fell, another surged forth, howling for vengeance. They even began to resort to self-detonation. An ancient demon of the Tai golden immortal realm, grinning malevolently, surged forward and detonated his primordial spirit without a second thought. Boom. A terrifying storm of energy violently shook Zhao Gongming's protective celestial light. Cold sweat broke out on him from the sheer intensity of this attack. These rascals, truly fearless. At the southern heavenly gate, the primordial heavenly venerable, the heavenly master of the way, and the two saints, Jane and Juanti, gazed at the scene reflected in the waters, their expressions one more riveting than the last. This could be deemed the most chaotic and absurd brawl since the genesis of the Pangu era, leaving them collectively speechless. Is this the Tao? The corners of Juanti's mouth twitched, feeling as though his worldview had been slightly shaken. The heavenly master of the way watched with delight, slapping his thigh. Brilliant, brilliant. My disciple is courageous, indeed, yet singular in thought. Uncle Qiao's act of people's war in a vast ocean is precisely what he needs to loosen up and gain practical experience. He spoke of lessons while his eyes brimmed with schadenfreude, nearly spilling over the waters. The face of the primordial heavenly venerable darkened to the point of resembling ink. He had meticulously plotted, seeking to maximize the benefits for the Chan sect within the confines of the rules. But what unfolded? The farmer at the southern heavenly gate refused to play by the rules. He had overturned the table entirely, dragging the whole of the Pangu realm into chaos with 3 strands of carrot tops, transforming a grand game into a haphazard stew. How can this continue? Just as the saints pondered their individual thoughts, the battlefield at Shichi stirred once more. A golden light and a radiant Buddhist light appeared spectrally amidst the tumult. The newcomers were none other than the tardy lamplighting Taoist and Maitreya Buddha. The two exchanged glances across the distance, each seeing but one word reflected in the other's eyes: greed. My dear friend, this treasure bears a fateful connection with the West. With an audacious display, Maitreya Buddha thrusts his ample belly forward, releasing a resplendent golden bag that soars towards the 24 sea-controlling pearls. What nonsense! The burning lamp Taoist curses vehemently, shattering the dignified demeanor of the venerable elder. This is an unparalleled treasure of the East, destined to belong to my Chan sect. The Qian Kuan ruler is summoned, and a shadow of the ruler cleaves through the void, arriving ahead of time, swirling towards the sea pearls. 2 cunning old-timers brazenly vie for the treasure before the eyes of a myriad of soldiers. Zhao Gongming, already beset by challenges, finds his burden escalated as he is ambushed by these 2 seasoned semi-saints. A moment's inattention leads him to be caught in the blast of a self-exploding demon king nearby, causing a crack to form in his protective celestial light. An opportunity. The eyes of Burning Lamp and Maitreya shine brightly, ruler and bag work in seamless harmony. They successfully extract 5 pearls from the cyclical array of the 24 sea-controlling jewels. Thieves! How dare you! Zhao Gongming's eyes nearly burst with fury, and as passion ignites within him, the remaining 19 pearls begin to exhibit a momentary stagnation. At that instant, 3 unmatched beams of sword light descend from the heavens. The 3 heavenly maidens, Yunxiao, Qiongxiao, and Bixiao, arrive. Those who harm my brother shall perish. The voice of the celestial maiden Yunxiao, as cold as ice, commands attention. Raising her delicate hand, the mixed source golden cauldron radiates with blinding light, swallowing the elated burning lamp Taoist along with his ruler whole. Meanwhile, the sisters Qiongxiao and Bixiao unite, transforming the golden dragon scissors into 2 ferocious dragons aimed at Maitreya Buddha. The Buddha, frightened to the core, relinquishes his grip on the newly acquired treasure, transforming into a beam of Buddha light and fleeing faster than a rabbit. The scene descends into utter chaos. Amidst this tumult, the orchestrator of the mayhem, Xiao Tianshun, squats at the entrance of his humble abode, crunching on a crisp, fresh carrot, watching the annual spectacle of celestial combat unfold in the water mirror. He can only feel a throbbing pain in his head. Ding! Host detected to be in a significant causal crisis during the Great Tribulation, triggering hidden optimal solution, project outsourcing. Judgment, perfect. Astonishing. Outrageous. Reward fusion in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the super divine artifact, Chaos Mill. Chaos Mill contains the essence of chaotic origin, a companion treasure of the obliterating demon among the 3,000 chaotic demons. Effect, capable of engulfing all things within, erasing all traces of their existence through chaotic essence. Warning, this is a formidable weapon, tainted with boundless causality. Please use with caution, host. Xiao Tianshun observes the system panel, finding his carrot suddenly devoid of sweetness. A supreme weapon? Is the system lacking in courtesy? Bestowing upon me this contraption. Do you wish for my demise to hasten? This is no divine artifact. It is clearly a death warrant. Alas, this overwhelming fortune, let those who desire it take it. All he seeks is a peaceful retirement. Yet why is it so arduous? Little does he know, his meddling has already incurred the wrath of the most formidable entity within the three realms. The Lingxiao treasure hall awaits. The supreme deity, Hao Yin, fixed his gaze upon the water mirror, observing how his meticulously orchestrated grand endeavor of canonization had devolved into a farcical spectacle. His grip on the dragon throne's armrest tightened, each knuckle turning pale with strain. Xiao Tian Shun. The three syllables emerged from between clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling aura and a palpable intent to kill. Chapter 67. The Celestial Emperor's schemes outside the city of Shiqi, chaos reigned. Zhao Gongming fled, tail between his legs, having lost 5 pieces of the Dinghai pearl, looking as disheveled as a young bride who had been ravaged by a group of burly men. The vice leader of the Chan sect, Ran Deng, had his 3 flowers diminished, his cultivation reduced to a mere fraction, now lying in the Yushu Palace, gasping for breath. As for the thousands of cultivators lured by the carrots, some perished, some scattered. Those who survived patted their chests, reciting praises of Buddha's mercy, despite their faith in Taoism. What was meant to be a decisive battle determining the allocations of the investiture of the gods had devolved into a mere brawl at the village's edge, ultimately disrupted by a humble farmer. The gaze of all the powerful beings across the 3 realms, in unison, shifted from Shiqi to the southern heavenly gate, fixated on one man. Once, he was a reclusive sage. Now, he had become a weapon of causality, a harbinger of calamity in human form. This scoundrel disregarded martial ethics and reason, focusing solely on the principles of physics, specifically, the physics of transcendence. In the Yushu Palace, the primordial supreme being's expression was as cold as ice, fixed upon the bed where Ran Deng lay, his breath faint. He felt the sting of defeat, an inexplicable loss that left him utterly bare. The Chan sect's dignity was trampled beneath the heel of another. Guang Qingzi stood nearby, fists clenched, teeth grinding. Master, that Xiao Tian Shun is far too arrogant. Where is the dignity of our Chan sect? The primordial supreme being ignored him. Punishment? Would he offer his own head for retribution? The 12 golden immortals tethered together would suffice as an offering to the southern heavenly gate's monstrous dog. That was a question worth pondering. To personally intervene? The moment he stepped out of Kunlun Mountain, the likes of Taishang and Tongtian would be waiting at his doorstep with snacks, feigning camaraderie under the guise of philosophical discourse. For the first time in countless ages, the primordial supreme being felt such a stifling frustration, even more so than when he failed to seize the finest mat in the Zhixiao Palace. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, the expression of the heavenly emperor was darker than that of the primordial supreme being, akin to the bottom of a pot. The investiture catastrophe was a plan he personally approved and orchestrated for the expansion of the heavenly court, a plan he had memorized thoroughly. Now, it had fallen through. With the Chan sect in seclusion and the Jie sect closing its doors, he, the CEO of the heavenly court conglomerate, had not managed to fill a single one of the 365 positions. If this were to leak, where would his face be among the rulers of the 3 realms? The root of the calamity was presently at his doorstep, humming a little tune while tending to the fields. How much can a gentleman endure? Tai Bai. The voice of the heavenly emperor was devoid of warmth, causing the celestial officials in the hall to tremble in unison. Tai Bai Jin Xing's heart raced, and he shakily stepped forward. The old minister is here. The heavenly emperor slowly rose, his regal pressure cascading like mercury, enveloping the entire Lingxiao hall in an instant. Convey my decree. The commander of the southern heavenly gate, Xiao Tian Shun, a figure of great toil and merit, has repeatedly averted calamities across the 3 realms, his virtues resonating with the heavens. I, the emperor, find great solace in this. He paused momentarily, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Henceforth, I hereby promote Xiao Tian Shun to the esteemed position of Inspector of the 3 Realms, Supreme Commander of the Celestial Army. Additionally, I bestow upon him a grand estate in the Purple Chariot Commandery of the 33 Heavens. I command him to assume his duties forthwith, without delay. Thus decreed. Upon the issuance of this edict, every celestial official in attendance was left utterly bewildered. No execution, no punishment. Instead, a promotion. The chaotic mess of the celestial ordination, a perilous undertaking, was unceremoniously thrust into his hands. Only the cunning Tai Bai Jinxing discerned the underlying implications. This was a stratagem, a conspicuous trap, compelling one to leap, whether they wished to or not. So, Xiao Tianshun, are you not formidable? Do you not revel in creating tumult? Very well. Here is your title, your authority. Now you shall navigate this treacherous game of celestial ordination. Upon accepting the decree, you must emerge from your protective shell at the southern heavenly gate. When the thunder of the three teachings strikes and the pitfalls of the saints await, you shall be responsible for filling them. Should you refuse? That would be an act of defiance, a perfect pretext to settle the score with your meager domain, a clever maneuver to drive the tiger back into the fray, a most artful means of elevation to one's demise. The machinations of an emperor are indeed insidious. In the courtyard of the southern heavenly gate, Xiao Tianshun gazed at the grinning Tai Bai Jinxing, his mind reeling. Supreme Commander of the Celestial Army? And a residence to boot? This felt akin to a failing company where the boss suddenly summons you, the mere gatekeeper, and declares, "Little Xiao, the 50 billion project is on the brink of collapse. It's now in your hands. If you succeed, you'll reap the rewards. If not, well, the rooftop winds are quite fierce. You'll have to manage." This was not a promotion, but rather a one-way ticket to the guillotine. Immortal, this cannot be. Absolutely not. Xiao Tianshun shook his head vehemently, his face contorting into a grimace more sorrowful than tears. I am but a humble farmer, unlettered and ignorant of celestial ordination. Please convey to the Jade Emperor that this fortune is better bestowed upon another. I am unworthy of such a burden. Dear disciple, do not be so modest. Tai Bai Jinxing chuckled, yet his tone left no room for negotiation. His Majesty has decreed that within the three realms, this task belongs solely to you. He gestured outside. A contingent of golden-armored celestial soldiers bore a resplendent dragon chariot, standing stoically at the entrance, their expressions devoid of emotion. Their demeanor was not one of invitation, but rather akin to the disciplinary committee come to escort someone through the process. Xiao Tianshun's heart sank, a chill enveloping him. It was over, his idyllic retirement. Filled with the serenity of gathering chrysanthemums by the eastern fence and leisurely gazing at the southern mountains, was utterly dashed. With a long sigh, he expressed the sorrows of countless weary souls. Under the watchful eyes of Tai Bai Jinxing's approving gaze and the reverent stares of innumerable cultivators outside, he stood at a precipice of fate. Xiao Tianshun trudged heavily back to his humble abode. He paid no heed to the radiant treasures, nor did he glance at the Taoist robe hanging on the wall. Approaching the corner, he grasped the dilapidated hoe that had served him for half a lifetime. Subsequently, he made his way to the vegetable patch, meticulously unearthing a young cabbage with two tender sprouts, as though he were excavating his ancestral grave. He carefully wrapped it in a tattered cloth, dirt and all. This was his final act of defiance. Balancing the hoe on his shoulder and cradling the cabbage, Xiao Tianshun turned back thrice as he ascended the dragon carriage. His forlorn silhouette resembled a warrior severing his own hand, as the chilling wind whispered through the air. To onlookers, his actions were instantaneously imbued with myriad interpretations. Behold, the elder bears a hoe. I have gained enlightenment. The hoe symbolizes the creation of the universe. The elder departs to usher in a new era for the three realms. And the cabbage, 100 fortunes. The elder aims to gather diverse fortunes for the heavens and the earth. Elder, we bow in reverence. As the thunderous applause echoed from behind, Xiao Tianshun stumbled, nearly performing a dramatic fall. Gripping the carriage's yoke, his lips trembled, and he yearned to shout fervently to the crowd of overly imaginative fools. I, genuinely, merely wish to tend to the land. Chapter 68. The first cabbage of the Marshal's mansion in the realm of the 33 heavens, within the Marshal's residence of Zicheng. The ethereal aura was so dense that one could almost wring water from it. Even prying up a single paving stone could suffice to exchange for a celestial abode in the mortal realm. Above the estate, the ethereal shadow of the celestial constellation Array slowly revolved, casting billions of starlight, a spectacle surpassing even the grandeur of the Lingxiao Palace. This magnificent prison had been prepared by Hao Yan for the newly appointed Grand Marshal, Xiao Tianshan. As the dragon carriage descended at the entrance of the mansion, the great King Li Jing, accompanied by a cadre of celestial officials, had long awaited their arrival. Officially, he was the deputy, yet he bore the duties of a military overseer. Upon seeing a man disembark from the dragon carriage, wielding a hoe and cradling a large cabbage, Li Jing's eyes involuntarily twitched. The Grand Marshal of the Three Realms? Is this truly him? By heavens, he appeared more disheveled than a beggar outside my door. If this were to be witnessed by the demons of the lower realms, would the heavenly court still retain its dignity? Li Jing inwardly cursed, yet on the surface, he forced a smile and took a step forward, awkwardly saluting with a military bow. I am Li Jing, your humble servant, paying my respects to the Grand Marshal. Behind him, Neza, riding on his fiery wheels, darted his curious gaze between Xiao Tianshun and the cabbage, seemingly concocting some whimsical notion. Dispense with the formalities. Xiao Tianshun wearily waved his hand, ignoring the resplendent halls and the fragrant training chambers. His mind solely fixated on one thought: to find an auspicious spot to plant his solitary aspiration in retirement. With the hoe slung over his shoulder, he strode directly inside, passing the bowing celestial officials without so much as brushing against their garments. This blatant disregard for decorum further solidified Li Jing's impression of him as a presumptuous figure. Emboldened by the support of the sages, Li Jing scoffed internally, following closely behind. New officials often ignite 3 fires. He was keen to witness what kind of blaze this one would kindle. Then, he beheld it, a sight that nearly shattered his resolve. Xiao Tianshun, dismissing the opulent main hall and circumventing the misty training chambers, plunged straight into the rear courtyard of the marshal's residence. The courtyard was adorned with pristine, innate white jade tiles and teeming with rare and exotic flowers, any one of which could incite envy among the celestial beings of the lower realms. Xiao Tianshun's gaze swept across the space, precisely locking onto the vibrant, flourishing 7-colored glazed flowers at the center of the courtyard. Ah, ample sunlight and fertile soil. This will do, he nodded in satisfaction. Then, to the astonishment of Li Jing and the others, he hefted the hoe with a flourish. With a resounding thud, the priceless innate white jade tile shattered beneath the force of his strike. Countless rare 7-colored glazed flowers were ruthlessly uprooted and casually tossed aside, as though discarding refuse. Thud, thud. In mere moments, the once exquisite rear garden of the marshal's residence was transformed into a vast pit measuring a square yard. The entire courtyard lay in utter disarray. Everyone stood in stunned silence. What manner of audacious operation is this? Such extravagance cannot be tolerated. Li Jing's mouth gaped wide open, feeling as though his exquisite pagoda could be swallowed whole. He pointed a trembling finger at Xiao Tianshun, shaking as if afflicted by Parkinson's disease. Gee, Grand Marshal, what are you doing? Xiao Tianshun paid him no heed. He bent down, his movements delicate as if cradling his own child, carefully placing the large cabbage, roots and all, into the pit. Then, with labored breath, he filled the hole with soil, pressing it down firmly with his foot. Once finished, he retrieved a chipped bowl from his bosom and scampered to the nearby celestial spring to fill it with water. Gulping down the majority in one go, he belched contentedly before leisurely pouring the remaining water, which had been used to wash his feet, onto the roots of the cabbage. He dusted off the soil from his hands, exhaled deeply, and a genuine smile emerged on his face for the first time in days. Done. At last, he had reclaimed a piece of land for himself. The roots remained intact. Only then did he turn to face the visibly pale Li Jing, flashing a broad grin that revealed a set of pearly whites. Li Tianwang, fret not. I possess no other passions but the cultivation of land. Henceforth, this backyard shall be under my personal jurisdiction. Without my permission, none shall enter. Do you understand? His tone was casual, akin to asking what one had for lunch. Yet the implication behind his words detonated within Li Jing's mind. Establishing authority. This was the most outrageous declaration of sovereignty. Li Jing's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, as the military supervisor dispatched by Haoyan. If he were to cower today, how could he maintain his standing in the Grand Marshal's residence henceforth? Drawing a deep breath, he was about to invoke the official rhetoric of this being a matter of celestial property, which the Grand Marshal had no right to privately claim. Suddenly, his sleeve was yanked forcefully. It was Neza. Father, be silent. Neza's voice was low but brimming with an irrepressible thrill and trepidation. Look at that cabbage. Li Jing was taken aback, instinctively glancing over. In an instant, His blood ran cold. Before him, that unremarkable cabbage, upon receiving the splash of water, began to unfurl its leaves at an astonishing rate. Each leaf shimmered with intricate Tao patterns, pulsating with life. An overwhelming vitality, so pure it made his very soul quiver, blended with a faint trace of primordial energy, erupted forth. The entire aura of the Grand Marshal's residence surged wildly, transforming into serpentine strands of celestial energy that roared and rushed toward the cabbage. That was no mere cabbage. It was unmistakably the source of the great Tao, just awakened. Gulp. Li Jing struggled to swallow, his official robe soaked with cold sweat unbeknownst to him. He then turned to gaze at Xiao Tianshan, who was wielding a hoe and wore an expression of naive bewilderment, as if he had never encountered such wonders before. In his gaze, only fear remained. He was not tending to crops. Instead, he was sowing a seed of his own. Tao amidst the 33 heavens. Li Jing finally comprehended. The Heavenly Emperor had tasked him with surveillance, not of a mere individual, but of a monstrous entity to which he did not even possess the right to look up at. Chapter 69. The most powerful mediator in the three realms recently. Li Jing has been acting quite peculiarly. Xiao Tianshan has repeatedly noticed that this rugged, broad-eyed king of the heavenly kings gazes at him as if he were a long-lost father, one who could elevate him to immortality in a single step. That fervent intensity sends shivers down his spine. All he desires is to quietly await the growth of the cabbage in his backyard, preparing it for the pot. Unfortunately, someone is intent on disrupting his tranquility. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing has arrived once more, his face creased into a smile resembling a blooming chrysanthemum, the quintessential professional grin. Great Marshal, His Majesty has issued a decree. A jolt runs through Xiao Tianshuan's heart. Here we go again? Does he truly regard me as a mere beast of burden for the production team? The teachings of Chan and Jie are currently at an impasse at the boundary gate, and a great battle is imminent. His Majesty, concerned for the three realms, has specifically summoned the Marshal to mediate and diffuse the conflict. Having recited the royal edict, the old man bows deeply before Xiao Tianshan, his posture submissive as if he were a grandson. Great Marshal, the safety of the three realms relies entirely on you. Before his words can fully settle, he transforms into a streak of golden light, departing with a swiftness surpassing that of a rabbit. Xiao Tianshan clutches the decree, still tainted with the saliva of Hao Yin, feeling utterly flustered. Mediate between Chan and Jie? Those two factions are embroiled in a struggle for doctrinal supremacy, a life-and-death scenario where even a sage would lose a few hairs. What could a mere farmer like me accomplish? Stand in the middle as a target for them? One blast of divine power from either side could send me back to the furnace for rebirth. Oh, Hao Yin, you truly are my living bodhisattva. Fuming with frustration, Xiao Tianshan contemplates his grim options. To refuse the edict means death now. To accept it means delivering my head to the boundary gate, postponing my demise. Either way, it leads to an inevitable end. Sighing deeply, he resigns himself to his fate. Under the respectful gazes of Li Jing and Neza as they bid farewell to the Taoist patriarch, Xiao Tianshan hoists the hoe he has wielded for half a lifetime and, with a heavy heart, trudges out of the Marshal's residence. At the boundary gate, the atmosphere is bleak, thick with an oppressive aura of slaughter, so tangible that one might choke on it. Outside the gate, two factions stand in stark contrast. On one side, the 12 golden immortals of Chan radiate celestial brilliance, their presence commanding awe. On the other, the myriad disciples of Jie exude a chaotic mixture of demonic and celestial energy, a dark mass that sends a shiver down one's spine. For 3 days and nights, the two sides have engaged in a fierce exchange, hurling insults ranging from the other's magical prowess to the private lives of their respective masters, with not a single ancestor spared from the vitriol. Just as tensions reach a breaking point, a disheveled figure, staggering with a hoe slung over his shoulder, ambles into view from the horizon. Ignoring the lethal aura potent enough to shatter the souls of golden immortals, he strides directly to the forefront of the two armies, taking position at their center. All eyes converge on this uninvited guest. Who dares approach? Roars Guang Qingzi, a golden brick-like celestial seal hovering ominously above his head, ready to descend at any moment. The teachings of Chan and Jie must resolve their grievances. Outsiders must retreat or face death. Xiao Tianshan does not even flinch. Silently, he lowers the hoe from his shoulder. Then, Bending down with a stooped back, he begins to dig. Chop, chop. On this desolate battlefield, the sound pierced the air, akin to nails scraping against the skulls of all present. Everyone stood in a state of bewilderment. Had they lost their minds? In the midst of a world war, someone had come to engage in agricultural development? Daoist Duo Bao first froze. Then his pupils suddenly constricted, fixating intently on that face. Qiao. Master Qiao. His voice cracked. Those two words struck like celestial thunder, resonating sharply within the minds of Guang Chengzi and the others. Guang Chengzi trembled, nearly causing the Fan Tian seal to slip from his grasp. It was him, the one who had humbled the saints at the southern heavenly gate. The ultimate anomaly. He had come here to till the soil? In that fleeting moment, every breath ceased. This was no mere tilling. With each strike of his hoe, he harmonized with the celestial principles. The turned earth represented life, while the soil that fell signified death. Was the senior attempting to evolve the great Tao of life and death? Just as the crowd spiraled into a frenzy of imagination, concocting an epic of 800,000 words, Xiao Tianshun had prepared a pit. He straightened his back, patted it down, and then rummaged through his robes. The crowd held its breath, anticipating the emergence of some celestial treasure. Instead, he produced a cabbage seed. Withered, unremarkable. It might not even sprout if cast upon the ground. He cast the seed into the pit and covered it with soil. Then, he performed an act that would render history speechless. He unbuckled his belt. Aiming at the pit, he unleashed a stream of warm, crystalline water, precisely nourishing the earth. The entire Jiepaiguan fell into silence. Xiao Tianshun shook himself, contentedly adjusted his trousers, and gazed at his creation, exhaling deeply. He turned around to face the now petrified immortals, demons, and living beings on either side, grinning broadly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Everyone, let us not be so irate. It's harmful to your health. I'm not particularly skilled, but I do enjoy mediating disputes. He gestured towards the moist earth behind him. Stop fighting. Come over here to cultivate the land. 100 from the Chan sect will be responsible for fetching water and fertilizing. 100 from the Jie sect will handle weeding and pest control. When this cabbage is ready for harvest, we'll consider your debt settled. He brushed the dirt from his hands, his expression earnest. What do you think of this proposal? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? His voice was soft, yet it shattered the worldviews and hearts of all present, reducing them to fragments akin to QR codes. Irretrievable without a scan. Chapter 70. Team building at the Marshal's mansion before the boundary marker pass. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The winds ceased, and the aura of impending conflict hung heavy. Whether it was the proud golden immortals of the Chan sect or the unruly demon kings of the Jie sect, they stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. Were they to farm? Serve this esteemed gentleman as laborers, tending to a mere cabbage? Guang Chengzi's cheeks bulged, and he nearly spewed a mouthful of blood. As the foremost disciple of the Yusu Palace, a top-tier immortal with a seat in the Zishao Palace, when had he ever endured such indignity? A gentleman may be slain, but cannot be humiliated. Just as he prepared to retort with words denouncing his brother's excessive arrogance, his master uncle interjected with profound insight. Daoist Duo Bao, with his plump visage twitching several times, ultimately managed to squeeze out a smile that was more pained than joyful, bowing deeply to Xiao Tianshun. His tone was imbued with sincerity, emanating from the depths of his heart. He comprehended. He had fully grasped the situation. What farming? This was a breakthrough. The clash between the two sects had escalated. A battle to the death, where retreat equated to disgrace. Now, this master uncle had intervened, providing an escape route that allowed everyone to gracefully withdraw. To alleviate the conflict through agricultural labor was a return to the essence of the supreme path. How extraordinary, truly extraordinary. With fervor igniting within him, Daoist Duo Bao raised his arm and proclaimed, "The Jie sect willingly abides by the master uncle's decree." The multitude of immortals behind him remained bewildered. Yet when the eldest senior brother had capitulated, what choice did they have? They immediately echoed in a thunderous chant, "We shall abide by the master uncle's decree." Guang Chengzi. The righteous indignation he had meticulously cultivated was swiftly stifled by Duo Bao's exclamation, leaving his countenance tinged with envy. Ah, that rotund Duo Bao, with his thick brows and bright eyes, was quicker than anyone at flattering. With the Jie sect acquiescing, how could he, representing the Chan sect, stubbornly hold his ground without appearing small-minded and ignorant? We of the Chan sect are also willing to heed the elder's command. Guang Qingzi nearly ground out this statement from between clenched teeth. Thus unfolded one of the most surreal scenes since the dawn of creation. Mere moments ago, two factions had been preparing to unleash their treasures, eyes ablaze with the intent to settle their fates. In the next instant, the treasures were stowed away, and they commenced tilling the earth. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, each radiating an aura of dignity, invoked their celestial spells. They summoned gentle rains from the heavens, delicately nurturing the soil as if embroidering a tapestry. On the other hand, the Jie sect exhibited a more unabashed approach. A centipede spirit manifested its colossal form, its myriad legs moving in unison. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the weeds were eradicated with remarkable efficiency. A spider spirit unleashed a web that blanketed the land for miles. All locusts and pests, without exception, were ensnared and removed. The scene exuded an unexpected harmony, even imbued with a sense of diligent prosperity. Xiao Tianshun found a large piece of bluestone, plopped down upon it, crossed his legs, and contentedly chewed on a blade of grass. This was precisely as it should be, transforming class conflict into a contradiction of productivity. As long as these overzealous individuals are engaged, who has the inclination to engage in conflict? However, he still underestimated the competitive spirit of this group of celestial beings. Hey, you with the wings. You've overwatered it. Are you attempting to drown the Master's seed? Mindless creature. Who are you calling a beast? You, a foul insect reeking of demonic energy, do not taint the earth's essence. What I possess is the innate true water of wood. Do you comprehend nothing? Not convinced? Draw your line. Come if you dare. I fear you not. Good heavens! A debate arose over whether to use a deluge or a gentle sprinkle for irrigation, and whether to commence weeding from the east or the west. The argument escalated from agricultural techniques to a contest of divine prowess. Xiao Tianshun felt a throbbing in his temples. Alas, excessive energy, is it? The pressure of performance is evidently insufficient. Ahem. With a light cough, silence enveloped the crowd. All gazes swiftly converged upon him, resembling a group of workers awaiting their boss's reprimand. Xiao Tianshun rose gracefully, hands clasped behind his back, striding forth with an air of authority akin to an elder inspecting the work. Well, everyone seems quite motivated, splendid. However, mere labor is rather monotonous. He paused, gesturing toward the freshly seeded land. This seed possesses something remarkable. His tone was calm, yet it sent a shiver through everyone present. Within it lies a trace of the aura of a tribulation. Gasping sounds arose in succession. The aura of a tribulation, a matter that even saints find troublesome? Xiao Tianshun reveled in the effect he created, continuing to unveil his ultimate KPI assessment standard. The moment it sprouts, the moment it matures, disregarding soil or climate. It depends on your sincerity. Among your two sects, whoever can dissipate their murderous intent more swiftly, whose heart is more tranquil, this cabbage shall flourish. Once the cabbage ripens, I shall assess its growth and determine merit. The victor shall receive a day of teachings from me. As for the loser, Xiao Tianshun's mouth curled into a smile revealing pearly white teeth, exuding an amiable demeanor. You shall be punished to consume this cabbage. Boom. His words detonated in each mind like celestial thunder. A trial. This is the supreme test of the Tao heart bestowed by the elder. Winning grants the opportunity to receive teachings from a master of the Tao. What does this imply? This is a privilege that even the disciples of saints do not possess. Losing means one must consume that tribulation cabbage. Is that merely eating a vegetable? That entails swallowing the entire causality of a calamity. It could prove fatal. The expressions of all present shifted instantaneously. The murderous intent directed at their opponents vanished without a trace, replaced by a new, fervent emotion. The spirit of competition. In terms of Tao heart, I embody the celestial essence of our teachings, serene and untroubled. Do you mere hatchlings, born of dampness, even dare to compare yourselves to us? Guang Qingzi let out a cold laugh, then sat cross-legged, a radiant cloud rising behind his head, reciting the Huang Ting scripture, embodying the demeanor of an enlightened sage. Nonsense, roared Daobao Daoist. In my, we embrace all, acting as we please, naturally and spontaneously. That is the true path. What you practice is mere hypocrisy and pretense. He too plopped down. His divine light reigned in. His breath harmonized, entering a profound state of oblivion to both self and surroundings. The factions ceased their fighting and cursing. They embarked on a new, even more ruthless competition, one of endurance and pretense. A golden immortal from the Chan sect closed his eyes in meditation. 3 lotus flowers blooming atop his head, exuding an air of transcendence as if he had seen through the mundane world. An imposing demon from the immediately revealed its peacock form, unfurling its resplendent tail feathers, and began to inscribe the character for patience upon the ground with its plumage. The entire underwent a dramatic transformation, shifting from a blood-soaked battlefield into a grand performance art venue, aptly named the first annual Cultivation and Self-Reflection Conference of the Primordial Era. Xiao Tianshun observed this group of exemplary employees, willing to forsake their dignity for the sake of KPIs, and smiled with satisfaction. Excellent. Corporate culture successfully instilled. Unbeknownst to him, this scene was being broadcast live through the water mirror technique employed by mighty beings across the 3 realms. High above in the 9 heavens, the 3 pure ones exhibited varying expressions. Yuan Shi Tianzun furrowed his brow, seemingly analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of this performance evaluation model. Tong Tian Jiao Zhu slapped his thigh and laughed heartily, exclaiming that this was far more entertaining than his disciples battling to the death. Only Taishang Laojun, the elder brother of the Xian men, gazed at the seed that Xiao Tianshun had whimsically mentioned in the water mirror. A ripple stirred in his eyes, which had seen through the ages. He extended a finger, lightly touching the void. A subtle ray of Taisu celestial light, imperceptible even to the saints, traversed boundless time and space, quietly integrating into that inconspicuous cabbage seed. In the next breath, that unremarkable seed truly acquired a trace of unmistakably authentic Tao calamity energy. What Xiao Tianshun had casually boasted was personally endorsed and certified by the foremost saint of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 71. The Inner Cultivation Contest. With a silent gesture from the Supreme Lord Laozi, a subtle shift occurred. Unbeknownst to Xiao Tianshun, who was leisurely reclining with one leg crossed over the other, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his recently conceived idea. It was accomplished. A weight lifted from his heart. Was this not akin to corporate team building in his previous life? Rather than allowing 2 departments to clash fiercely over a project, why not orchestrate a tug-of-war? Channel that competitive spirit into pulling on a rope instead. Presently, this seed of cabbage was that very rope. Victory would grant them the privilege of listening to my discourse on success, while defeat meant they would have to swallow the bitter consequences themselves. How fair. Xiao Tianshun smacked his lips, increasingly convinced that his survival tactics for the corporate world, when applied to this divine realm of conflict, amounted to an overwhelming advantage. He cast a sidelong glance at the scene unfolding before him. The first to respond was Guang Qingzi, who settled into a meditative position, gazing inward with an air of tranquil superiority. A typical devotee of the boss, eager to showcase his aspirations. Not to be outdone, the rotund Taoist Duo Bao quickly followed suit. This crafty individual, clearly a seasoned office veteran, opted not for a cushion but instead plopped down onto the ground. His aura of brilliance swiftly converging as he melded with the earth, nearly suspending his very breath. The implication was clear. Observe. I embody the essence of nature even more profoundly than you. With a leader established, the surrounding factions immediately fell in line. The disciples of the teaching of expounding were all exemplary scholars, their postures impeccably refined. They arranged themselves in rows, exuding an aura of solemnity, ethereal energy swirling around them. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if the Jade Void Palace was hosting its annual awards ceremony. In stark contrast, the followers of the teaching of interception presented a motley array. Some sat cross-legged, others stood in fixed stances. One particularly audacious stone spirit rolled onto the ground, burying itself in the earth with only its head exposed. Their poses were varied and eccentric, yet surprisingly uniform in purpose. They competed to see who could embody silence, who could resemble an emotionless statue. The battlefield, which only moments before had echoed with the sounds of conflict, had transformed into a vast outdoor meditation center. As the wind swept through, it stirred the yellow dust beneath yet failed to ruffle the garments of any participant. Xiao Tianshun nodded in approval. He retrieved half a steamed bun from his pocket and savored it alongside the celestial spring water, relishing the moment. Indeed, he would be able to finish work on time today. However, this wretched silence did not last long. Within the ranks of the teaching of expounding, the serene Yu Ding Zhen, immersed in deep meditation, suddenly sensed a shift. A resounding cry of a crane pierced the air. A magnificent celestial crane gracefully descended before him, presenting a resplendent mushroom, radiant with colors, before taking flight once more. A hushed gasp arose among the disciples of the teaching of expounding. Surprisingly, Brother Yu Ding had attained the extraordinary state of celestial resonance, where the spirits came to pay homage. Meanwhile, on the side of the teaching of interception, the disciple of the stone lady, Kaiyun, scoffed disdainfully. A mere pretense, she thought, her expression betraying nothing. In the next moment, a tender green sprout silently emerged from the earth beneath her. This sprout blossomed into a vibrant bud, unfurling defiantly in the breeze. A lotus with petals the size of a basin burst forth in a resplendent bloom. An ethereal fragrance, soothing to the heart and spirit, instantly eclipsed the medicinal aroma of the reishi mushroom. Wow, Sister Kaiyun, the ancient exotic blood lotus. Its scent can quell the heart's demons. A stir erupted among the disciples of the "It is but an illusion, a distraction to the mind," came the whispers from the faction. "What did you say? Better than summoning some lowly creatures," retorted a disciple from silence. Both Guangchengzi and Duobao intoned almost simultaneously, quelling the unrest. Yet, an electric tension crackled in the air between them. Xiao Tianshun, with a bun in hand, halted abruptly, brows knitted in confusion. Something was amiss. Hadn't they agreed to compare endurance and humility? Why was this turning into a contest of wealth? Had these individuals misconstrued self-cultivation as a display of talent? As an alarm barely echoed, the atmosphere in the arena spiraled into chaos, akin to wild dogs unleashed. The venerable Manjushri could no longer remain passive. He moved his lips slightly, silently reciting scriptures. From the ground, golden lotuses emerged as if summoned from thin air. The golden blossoms adorned the earth, and the aura of the Buddha began to manifest. Golden lotuses everywhere. This was profound wisdom, immense power. The disciples have stood tall, their faces radiant with triumph. "Humph!" scoffed a dark-skinned demon king from the Shigandang, a millennia-old stone spirit, found such flamboyance intolerable. With a tremor of his massive form, ancient symbols appeared on his ebony skin, exuding a primordial, weighty presence that suppressed the entire scene. The radiant golden lotuses dimmed slightly, as if to declare, "Can your wisdom surpass that of heaven and earth? Can your power outmatch the ages? Brother Shigandang is formidable. This is the true path. Returning to simplicity. How dare one, brimming with demonic energy, preach?" The hypocritical disciples of understood nothing. Clatter. The bun in Xiao Tianshuan's hand fell to the ground. He was dumbfounded. One was attracting birds, another planting flowers. One reciting scriptures and conjuring blossoms, while another was cosplaying artifacts. Was this self-cultivation? Was this not merely an audition for a grand talent show in the primordial wilderness? His inner turmoil surged to his throat. These competitive individuals had completely misinterpreted his intentions. This was not about dispelling hostility. It was a reckless competition, breeding new conflicts. It was reminiscent of a company annual meeting in a past life. The boss would say, "Everyone, feel free to perform a little something to unwind." Yet, a department would hire celebrities, B department would orchestrate a laser show, and C department would give away cars in a raffle. Blast! The scene transformed once more. Radiance enveloped the head of the venerable Puxian, where the ethereal image of a six-tusked white elephant let out a long roar. The golden light Holy Mother raised her golden mirror, with auspicious energies swirling in multitudes and celestial melodies resonating in waves. To the east, dragons roared and tigers howled. To the west, phoenixes danced and cheilants leaped. To the south, heavenly flowers rained down. And to the north, the earth gushed with sweet springs. The entire has transformed into a bizarre and extravagant stage of effects. The murderous intent has dissipated, replaced instead by a spine-tingling, fervent atmosphere of extreme competition. Each visage is emblazoned with four formidable characters. I cannot afford to lose. Xiao Tianshun gazed upon this bustling sanctuary of meditation, more lively than a marketplace, and felt his resolve shatter. The peaceful ambience he had painstakingly cultivated lay in ruins. My cabbage. My retirement life. Stop, all of you. In a fit of rage, Xiao Tianshun sprang up from the stone, trembling with fury. An enraged roar erupted from his lips. Instantly, the dragon's roar ceased. The tiger's growl fell silent. The celestial music became mute. The purple aura dissipated. All phenomena, all sounds, came to an abrupt halt. Tens of thousands of gazes converged upon him in unison, filled with fervor, reverence, and a hint of bewilderment, awaiting enlightenment. Elder, are you finally descending to demonstrate to us what true Tao is? Xiao Tianshun. He looked at the eager faces, opened his mouth, yet not a single word escaped. It's over. He had gone from displaying prowess to appearing foolish. Chapter 72. When the competition begins as performance art, however, in the midst of the Chan sect, Tai Jinren suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes, devoid of any tranquility associated with meditation, sparkled with the impatience of Laozi. Sitting idly was utterly foolish. Under the astonished gazes of the celestial beings, he rose boldly, stretching lazily. His joints crackled like popping beans. Subsequently, he staggered out of the meditation area like a street vagabond, making his way to the main thoroughfare outside the boundary. With a dull thud, he collapsed onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust. Yet, dissatisfied with his position, he dusted off his backside, twisted his waist, and adjusted himself into a more flamboyant pose. With his hands resting behind his head and his legs crossed high, he closed his eyes, embodying the demeanor of a master proclaiming, "I shall sleep. Disturb me at your peril." The passing merchant convoy erupted into chaos, veering away as if they had seen a ghost. Is he mad? Hurry, hurry, let us avoid this bad luck. The faces of the Chan sect's celestial beings twitched in unison. How embarrassing, truly embarrassing. Yu Dingjinren could no longer bear to witness it and transmitted a thought. Tai, what on earth are you doing? Without even lifting his eyelids, Tai Jinren lazily replied, Junior brother, you fail to comprehend. This is refining the heart amidst the mundane. The clamor of carriages and the myriad forms of mortals are but external distractions. I find myself amidst it all, yet my heart remains unmoved. That is the true pinnacle of enlightenment. Your meditative practices are far too lowly. His words awakened Yu Dingjinren from his stupor. Meanwhile, Guang Qingzi beside him suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and could not help but exclaim, brilliant. Tai's actions embody the essence of the great seclusion hidden in the market. Seeking tranquility amidst the clamor, how profound, truly profound. His voice boomed, ensuring that the opposing side could not miss it. The expression on the face of Duo Bao Dao Ren from the Jia sect darkened instantly. He nearly spat out a mouthful of phlegm in frustration. Oh Tai, oh Guang Qingzi. One publicly stirs trouble, while the other can turn trouble into a grand principle. These hypocrites from the Chan sect have no shame. Can it be played like this? The competition appears endless. How can we allow those pedantic scholars from the Chan sect to take the lead? Next to Duo Bao, the previously silent Wu Yunxian snorted and stood up. Having attained enlightenment from the ancient golden-finned Ao fish, he regarded the others as mere refuse. With a flicker of his form, he swelled against the wind. And with a thunderous roar, a colossal Ao avatar, towering like a mountain, rose from the ground, directly blocking the path of the Jia sect. This immense Ao form cast a shadow over the land, exuding an ancient and vast aura. Then, under the astonished gazes of all present, its massive head and four stout legs swiftly retracted into the thick, protective shell of the Ao. Inextricably tight, not a needle could penetrate. A breath, seemingly capable of enduring until the end of time, permeated from the tortoise shell. Heaven and earth froze in reverence to this ultimate essence of seclusion. The Taoist Duo Bao, with an enlightened understanding, immediately raised his voice, resonating louder than Guang Qingzi. Disciple Wu Yun, how formidable you are! This embodies the true meaning of immovable as a mountain. Is this retreat? No, this is protection. Regardless of the tumultuous world, the howling winds and pouring rains, I remain steadfast, safeguarding my Tao heart and protecting my true spirit. This is the essence of true tranquility and effortless action. What a spectacle! One lies flat in complacency, calling it refining the heart amidst the mortal realm, while another retreats into his shell, proclaiming immobility akin to a mountain. The artistry of behavior has made these two comprehend their roles. Once Pandora's box was opened, chaos erupted as demons began to dance wildly. The imaginations of the disciples from both sects ignited, each mind bursting forth with fantastical ideas. A golden immortal from the teaching of explication sat cross-legged, attracting the stellar forces of the cosmos, which coalesced above him into a resplendent canopy. He triumphantly conveyed to those nearby, "This is the canopy above, in unity with the Tao. Do you grasp the magnitude?" On the other side, the fiery-tempered disciple of the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit condensed his demonic energy at his tail, urging forth his magical power, and whoosh, it ignited. A plume of smoke shot straight up from behind him. He proclaimed with pride, "This is true spirit departing, roaming the infinite void. The physical form is but a shell. My soul has already ascended." Another demon immortal from the teaching of interception, whose true form was a mushroom, transformed, sprouting a vibrant array of poisonous mushrooms atop his head, chanting, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form," sacrificing oneself to feed the Tao. Nearby, several demon immortals practicing witch dances could no longer remain still. Hand in hand, they circled around a cabbage seed, singing ancient ballads and engaging in frenzied ritualistic dances. The entire boundary of the realm devolved into utter absurdity, transforming from a military standoff into a grand display of madness. Clatter! A half-bun slipped from Qiao Tian's grasp. He stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at the scene unfolding before him, feeling as though his CPU might overheat. "Are they unwell? I urged you to cultivate your hearts and nurture your spirits, not to participate in a prehistoric talent show. I requested a contest of who could be more unyielding, not who could be more deranged." For the first time, Qiao, the god of complacency, found himself deeply questioning his managerial abilities. This cannot continue. It must be halted. If this persists, the water mirror technique of the three pure ones shatter on the spot? As the instigator, could I possibly reap any rewards? How am I to slack off? How am I to retire? Cough, cough. He abruptly stood, nearly coughing out his lungs. "Everyone, stop, now." His thunderous shout, charged with a hint of power, reverberated like a clap of thunder. The scene finally quieted for a moment. All ceased their movements, turning in unison to gaze at him. Qiao Tian's face darkened, resembling a furious principal on the verge of a heart attack. He pointed at the bizarre group of immortals, his fingers trembling. "From this moment forth, new rules are established. No more frivolities. Remain still. Do not utter a sound. Sit properly. Meditate. Anyone who dares to move will be deemed the loser, and your sect shall face elimination alongside you." The immortals exchanged glances, while Tai Junren, reclining, curled his lip and reluctantly rose. The cloud-dwelling immortal slowly poked his head out. The threat of punishment loomed too large, compelling them to obediently return to their seats. However, since overt actions were unfeasible, they resorted to subtlety. Before long, Qiao Tianshun sensed something amiss. With his hands clasped behind him, he strolled through the ranks like an invigilator. On the Chan teaching side, everyone appeared dignified and radiant, entering a meditative state at an astonishing speed. In contrast, the Jie teaching disciples exuded a prolonged aura, their faces aglow, reminiscent of being invigorated by some elixir. Something was definitely wrong. He quietly approached the back row of the Chan teaching, straining to listen. Enhanced by innate abilities, his senses easily intercepted several messages conveyed through spiritual communication among the disciples. "Brother Huanglong, the clear heart jade talisman given by Master Guanqing is truly a treasure. When crushed, the murderous intent dissipates entirely, and the mind becomes as clear as if washed with water. Speak softly. Don't let the seniors hear." The senior brother said that this is called to excel in one's work. One must first sharpen one's tools. It's not against the rules. What a revelation. A collective indulgence. Openly cheating. Qiao Tianshuan's temples throbbed with fury. He stifled his anger and sauntered over to the Jie teaching side. The Jie teaching disciples were less restrained, jostling each other with their elbows. An excited leopard spirit whispered, "Master Duobao is so generous. This 9 transformations spirit-nourishing pill dissolves instantly in the mouth. I feel like I could sit here until the end of time." Indeed, the senior brother said our foundation is weak, so we must supplement with elixirs. This is called diligence can make up for deficiencies. Diligence can make up for deficiencies? Diligence my foot. Qiao Tianshun nearly cursed in frustration. He abruptly turned and strode to the center of both sections. All eyes converged upon him once more. Guang Chengzi. He directed his gaze toward the foremost disciple of the Chan teaching. Guang Chengzi's heart raced, and he opened his eyes. "Senior, what is your command?" Xiao Tianshun forced a smile that did not reach his eyes. "You seem to have quite a stock of that clear heart jade talisman, don't you? Perhaps you could spare me a couple, so I too can clear my heart?" Guang Chengzi's complexion turned pale in an instant. Xiao Tianshun did not give him the chance to respond and pivoted his attention to the other side. Chapter 73. Shun Gongbao's Phoenix plan. The heart-mending conference at the border pass had completely deviated from its original purpose, transforming into a chaotic exhibition of primitive artistic expression. Meanwhile, far beyond the shores of golden Arowana Island, a barren rock, worn smooth by the relentless caress of the sea breeze over countless millennia, lay glistening in the sun. A figure cloaked in black materialized from thin air. With piercing leopard-like eyes, he surveyed his surroundings, a sinister smirk playing on his lips, unable to suppress the excitement flickering in his gaze. It was none other than Shin Gongbao. He dared not venture closer. The area surrounding golden Arowana Island was protected by a grand formation personally established by a celestial sage, leading directly to the Bio Palace. To recklessly charge in, that would be akin to offering his brain as a pressure test for the sage's formidable array. Instead, he observed from a distance. The gleaming aura of golden Arowana Island reflected in his shimmering eyes, seeming to pierce through the divine light, revealing some clandestine internal information. One phrase echoed incessantly in his mind, a reminder from Master Qiao, who had once patted him on the shoulder outside the southern heavenly gate. "Friend, think bigger. What is the point of fixating on the trivial affairs of the Chan teaching? Pursue a career. Create value. Career. Value." Throughout his life, Shun Gongbao had been inundated with notions of calamity, otherness, and limited fortune. For the first time, someone had told him that he, Shun Gongbao, could also forge a career and generate value. Particularly impactful was the fact that it was Xiao Tianshun who uttered these words, the very individual who treated sages as mere pawns and regarded the dichotomy of the Chan and Jie teachings as a grand game of werewolf. This single statement proved infinitely more enlightening than a millennium spent listening to the Taoist scriptures in the Yushu Palace. He understood. He truly comprehended what constituted a career. Being a sycophant to the primordial heavenly sovereign was nothing more than a grueling 996 job, reliant on good fortune and subject to the whims of the boss, often manipulated by colleagues. To assemble his own team and shift the entire paradigm of the primordial world, that, indeed, was a career. Shin Gongbao would no longer be the scapegoat of the Chan teaching. He aspired to become the foremost headhunter of the primordial realm. He was set to execute a plan capable of overturning the balance of the three teachings, the Phoenix Plan. In essence, it involved tapping into the burgeoning blue ocean market of the Western teachings. His strategy was to meticulously poach talent from the well-established, resource-rich Chan and Jie teachings, targeting only the most ambitious, promising, and discontented top-tier individuals. After months of covert observation, due diligence, and risk assessment, his first target had been precisely identified, the disciple of the Jie teaching, the long-eared Jingguang immortal. Shun Gongbao's lips curled into a smile that bore the ruthless delight of a hunter spotting his prey. To him, the long-eared Jingguang immortal was the quintessential angel investment opportunity. With a cultivation level in the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal, he may not have been the absolute pinnacle among the second-generation disciples of the Jie teaching, but he was undoubtedly a core member. His background was neither that of a mere attendant to the seven immortals nor a direct disciple, placing him in an exceedingly awkward position within the vast, faction-riddled organization of the Jie teaching, which placed immense emphasis on lineage. The ascending channel has essentially been sealed off. The individual's assets are nothing short of astonishing. He possesses one of the ultimate treasures of the Celestial Master, the Sixth Soul Banner. What does this signify? It indicates that the Celestial Master recognizes his capabilities and has granted him a measure of trust. Yet, it is merely a custodial role, not one of authority. This sentiment resembles that of a company owner handing over the safe's key to you, while you remain merely a warehouse manager. The funds within hold no connection to you, and your year-end bonus is even less than others. Endowed with talent, ambition, and assets, yet unappreciated, he is consumed by a simmering fury. Such individuals, if not the natural reserve for job hopping, What are they? Shin Gongbao inhaled the salty sea breeze deeply, suppressing the excitement within. Showtime. He did not foolishly reveal himself, but timed his appearance perfectly with the moment when the long-eared celestial was dispatched for patrol. With a flicker, he transformed into a hapless wandering cultivator, heavily wounded and barely clinging to life. His spiritual energy was in disarray, and his robe tattered. As if on the brink of annihilation, he calculated his position precisely, drifting into the path of the long-eared celestial. Fellow cultivator, save me. Shin Gongbao's acting would earn him an Oscar. The frailty and despair in his voice stirred sorrow in the ears of listeners, bringing them to tears. Above the clouds, the long-eared celestial indeed halted. With a fundamentally good nature, upon witnessing a fellow cultivator in distress, he hesitated momentarily before descending from the clouds. A stream of pure celestial power flowed forth, stabilizing Shun Gongbao's nearly disintegrating soul. What brings you to this plight, fellow cultivator? Shin Gongbao gradually regained consciousness, initially bowing deeply in gratitude. Thank you for saving my life. This humble practitioner, alas, a long sigh, imbued with countless grievances and discontent, almost convinced him of his own plight. The long-eared celestial furrowed his brow slightly. Do you seem to harbor unspoken troubles? Shin Gongbao lifted his head, his eyes reddened, his voice carrying 8 parts sorrow and 2 parts performance. I must not conceal it from you, dear friend. I, Shin Gongbao, am originally a disciple of the tranquil teaching. Instead of directly dissuading, he opted to evoke sympathy through his plight. With tears streaming down his face, he began to recount how he suffered discrimination due to his humble origins within the tranquil teaching, how he faced workplace bullying. I dedicated myself to the tranquil teaching, reaching out to fellow cultivators far and wide to bolster our sect's prestige. Yet all I received in return was my master's cold dismissal, calling me a mischief maker. Just because I am a transformed leopard, my roots deemed inferior, everything I do is wrong. Everything is beneath me. This declaration struck deep, like a heated iron rod piercing the heart of the long-eared celestial. The long-eared celestial's complexion paled further. He reflected upon himself. Although he served the celestial master, he was, at his core, a snow-white jade rabbit. Among the tranquil teaching, those who were dragons, tortoises, or peacocks in their true forms may not speak openly. But could he not sense the veiled disdain in their gazes? Mischief maker? Spawn of wet birth? Had he not heard such terms enough? The pain of a fellow Taoist. Long-eared Dingguang's throat rolled slightly before he ultimately uttered 4 words, empathy. In his heart, Shin Gongbao exclaimed, bingo! The bait has taken. He swiftly shifted his tone, abandoning his lamentation to direct his spearhead toward long-eared Dingguang. My friend, you and I, individuals of our caliber, in terms of cultivation and temperament, what makes us inferior? Why should we persist in dwelling beneath others, enduring such indignities? His voice suddenly escalated, imbued with fervor. Look at thee, which boasts a gathering of myriad immortals. How grand it appears! But what lies within? You know better than I. Is it truly a bastion of unity? No. It is a mountain of factions, rife with nepotism. Among those truly capable, how many can rise to prominence? Shin Gongbao fixed his gaze on long-eared Dingguang's eyes, articulating each word with precision, striking at the heart of the matter. You possess the 6-soul banner, a treasure of unimaginable might. Yet you are relegated to the role of a mere custodian. Are you content with that? The final 3 words reverberated explosively in long-eared Dingguang's mind. Content? Certainly not. The 6-soul banner, a formidable artifact capable of directly cursing saints, entrusted to him by his master, it was merely to be safeguarded. Within the myriad immortal formation, he could have achieved unparalleled feats with this treasure, yet his master had never mentioned such possibilities. Ultimately, it stemmed from a lack of trust. It was believed that he, a mere rabbit spirit, could not shoulder such immense karmic burden. As he beheld long-eared Dingguang's countenance, a tempest of anger and resentment, Shin Gongbao recognized that the moment had arrived. He promptly unveiled his meticulously crafted incentive proposal. My friend, I have not come here on a whim. I am on a mission from the 2 saints of the Western Church to seek out talented individuals. Long-eared Dingguang's head snapped up, his eyes wide with astonishment. The Western Church? Shin Gongbao's voice resonated with magnetism, akin to that of a masterful presenter. Are you aware of the Western Church? It is an uncharted blue ocean, a realm for heroes to wield their prowess. There exists no bias of background, only the purity of one's Tao heart. No connections to exploit, where meritocracy prevails. The capable ascend, and the inept descend. Presently, the Western Church is in dire need of revitalization, yearning for exceptional talents. With your cultivation and the sixth soul banner at your disposal. Shen Gongbao leaned in closer, lowering his voice, each word laden with irresistible allure. Should you choose to transition? No, to join us, you would immediately ascend to the ranks of the 8 great bodhisattvas. Your status would only be subordinate to the 2 saints. In the future, as the Western Church flourishes, immeasurable merit awaits, and the path to enlightenment in the primordial chaos may not be beyond reach. Boom. The prospect of becoming one of the 8 great bodhisattvas. The chance for enlightenment. These 8 words struck long-eared Dingguang like divine thunder, momentarily blinding him, nearly causing him to falter. His breathing grew heavy, akin to that of a bull. Should he endure until death, the best outcome would merely be that of a core outer disciple wielding real power. The position of the bodhisattva is truly one of the highest echelons of a singular doctrine, a formidable figure in this realm. Yet, to betray one's master, the celestial master, despite everything, has bestowed upon him the gift of knowledge. Observing the indecipherable hesitation and turmoil etched upon his face, Shen Gongbao understood that it was time to unleash the final, decisive blow. This strike would utterly shatter his psychological defenses. Shen Gongbao lowered his voice, leaning in closely, shrouded in mystery as he divulged a staggering secret. Do you know, my friend, who currently holds the power at the boundary gate? Capable of determining the life and death of tens of thousands of immortals from both the Chan and Jie sects with but a single word? The long-eared enlightened one instinctively replied, surely it is that esteemed Master Qiao. A knowing smile curled at the corners of Shen Gongbao's lips, revealing an air of profound control. He slowly shook his head, his voice imbued with a bewitching allure that sent shivers down the spine. Do you understand, my friend, why Master Qiao wields such unparalleled influence? Before the long-eared enlightened one could respond, Shen Gongbao's words, light as a whisper yet as weighty as a mountain, crashed into his heart. Because he has seen through the heavenly mysteries. Chapter 74. The patience of the heavenly emperor within the Lingxiao Palace. The air was thick with tension. The countenance of the Emperor Haoyin, seated upon his throne, was colder than ice. Before him floated a watery mirror, reflecting the so-called artful gathering held at the boundary marker pass. Initially, he maintained the poise befitting a celestial sovereign. However, as he beheld the Taoist Master Tai sprawled across the central thoroughfare, audaciously claiming to engage in worldly tempering, his fingers tightened around the armrest, each digit straining with ire. Scoundrel! When the towering figure of the cloud-dwelling immortal, the giant tortoise, abruptly withdrew into its shell, and was subsequently exalted by the multifaceted treasures as being immovable as a mountain, his eyelids began to twitch uncontrollably. Pretentious tricks. Ultimately, witnessing the disciples from the Chan and Jie sects, one claiming to transcend through smoke and the other declaring that his head had sprouted grass in devotion, was the last straw. Haoyin could no longer endure. With a resounding clap, he struck the armrest, shattering the watery mirror into a myriad of luminous fragments. Wretched fools! His low growl, stifled yet thunderous, reverberated through the palace, causing the golden dragon pillars to hum ominously. Below, the star of Venus bowed his head lower, wishing to vanish into the ether. He sensed that the figure upon the throne had transcended the title of Heavenly Emperor. He had become a volcano on the verge of eruption. The calamity of the divine appointment was upon them. The Tao ancestor had decreed it, and this was Haoyin's singular opportunity to consolidate power over the 3 realms. How many indignities had he endured for this project to materialize? He had tolerated the mocking jests of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the chaotic influence of the Tongtian cult master. And the result? He had personally dispatched the list of deities and the rod of God, placing his hopes in the project manager, Qiao Tianshun, selected by the 3 pure ones, to fulfill the heavenly mandate's KPIs on schedule. Yet what had this Qiao Tianshun accomplished? He had transformed the battlefield of Azura into a grand team-building exercise. A massacre that would determine the future of the 3 realms had been reduced to a competition of survival, a disheartening display of mediocrity. The celestial beings in the mirror, each one of them, what were they truly engaging in? Was this what the calamity required? This was not but a disgrace, dragging Hao Yan's face through the dirt. On the list of deities, apart from a fortuitously favored dragon-whiskered tiger, there was nothing but barren emptiness. As the heavenly emperor, he lacked even a single capable deity among his ranks. The celestial court was as vacant as a racetrack. Who was to blame for this dire state? Xiao Tianshun. Hao Yan slowly closed his eyes. In the depths of his fury, a calmness emerged, a chilling detachment befitting an emperor. No longer could he wait. This Xiao Tianshun, far from being fortunate, was a malignant tumor obstructing the flow of heavenly order. He must be excised. To eliminate him outright? Unwise. The repercussions would be too grave, and the three pure ones would demand explanations, potentially invoking the wrath of the saints. Thus, it would be prudent to resort to subterfuge. A myriad of formidable figures flitted through Hao Yan's mind. He needed to find a blade swift enough to carry out his will. This dagger adheres to three stringent criteria. First, its wielder must possess the power of a quasi-saint, capable of delivering a fatal blow without affording the likes of Qiao any chance of evasion. Second, the motive must stem from personal vendetta, devoid of any ties to the heavenly court or the deification process, entirely disentangled. Third, the background must be that of a lone wolf, without any affiliations or sects, such that even the sages, upon reflection, cannot trace the aftermath back to him, Hao Yan. The ancient one of the underworld river? That old rascal harbors ambitions far too grand. Summoning a deity is an easy task, yet sending them away is fraught with difficulty. Zenyuanzi, a well-meaning individual, impossible to summon. Kunpeng, a cunning character. To expect him to take a life would likely result in him extorting instead. Each figure was dismissed in turn. Ultimately, the scene crystallized amidst an endless sea of flames. On the sun star, within the depths of the stellar core, a figure clad in red robes sat cross-legged, a crimson gourd suspended before him, its mouth flickering with white light, emanating a chilling aura of murderous intent. The prince of the demon clan, Luya. A glimmer ignited in Hao Yan's eyes. It was he, the very embodiment of a fated weapon. Power, quasi-saint. Wielding the celestial slayer flying dagger, designed specifically to sever the souls of beings beneath the saints. One strike for each unsuspecting child. Solid. Motive? Hou Yi's sun-shooting incident nearly annihilated the Jinwu clan. Now, all of Honghuang recognizes that Xiao Tianshun is the puppet master behind the remnants of the witch clan. This grudge is substantial. Background. The demon clan and the heavenly court have both fallen, with parents deceased and a mother remarried. Luya stands alone, the foremost solitary practitioner in the three realms. Perfect. A cruel smirk curled upon Hao Yan's lips. The dagger was secured. Next, the task was to maneuver Xiao Tianshun, the target, into the path of the blade. A direct approach would not suffice. It must appear as a mere coincidence. He turned to the taciturn Tai-Bai Jinxing, his voice calm and steady. Tai-Bai, your servant is present, replied Tai-Bai Jinxing, startled. The malevolent atmosphere outside the southern heavenly gate had intensified. The celestial night watchers were due for an expansion. Hao Yan continued, extract a squad from the Tiangang Night Watch to patrol towards the Sun Star, making several rounds. Should any foolish beings dare to intrude upon heavenly authority, execute them on the spot. A chill gripped Tai-Bai Jinxing's heart. The old fox could not fail to perceive the underlying implications. The inspection was a ruse. The true intent was to deliver a head. He dared not inquire further. Bowing deeply, as you command. Additionally, Hao Yan rapped on the armrest, issuing another decree. Summon Wushang, the captain of the night watch at the western heavenly gate, to the defense line of the Sun Star. Wushang? Tai-Bai Jinxing hesitated, recalling that this night watcher was a straightforward individual with modest cultivation. Most concerning was his peculiar habit of tattooing his body with ancient secrets and illustrations of powerful beings. Without further explanation, Hao Yan simply regarded him with calm determination. Go attend to it. Understood. Bowing, Tai-Bai Jinxing exited the grand hall, and the moment the door closed behind him, a cold sweat drenched his official robes. He comprehended entirely. The celestial emperor intended to wield a blade against another, and that unfortunate soul named Wushang was destined to serve as the very instrument of information leading the dagger. One could only imagine the moment Luya inadvertently discovers a dying heavenly night watcher. From his primordial spirit's imprint, he beheld the portrait of Xiao Tianshun, marked as a sinister figure of the witch clan. Alongside this, he uncovered the fatal intelligence regarding this individual, whose essence was frail and whose demeanor was exceedingly cautious. A plot to assassinate the most elusive deity of the primordial realm was about to unfold. Within the grand hall, an eerie silence returned. Hao Yin leaned against the throne, his fingertips gliding over the cold dragon patterns. Jiao Tianshan, oh Jiao Tianshan, I have afforded you an opportunity. The path you have chosen is one of your own making. Should you fail to fulfill the KPI for deification, I shall first seize your primordial spirit as an offering to the heavens. Chapter 75. The cabbage is ripe. Judgment descends before the boundary gate. The air hung heavy with an eerie silence, thick enough to extract moisture from it. After establishing 3 prohibitions, no movement, no speech, and no cheating, Xiao Tianshan finally succeeded in rendering both factions of celestial beings into mute witnesses. Yet, this silence was compelled. The elite disciples of the teaching of exposition bore faces as dark as liver, their chests heaving, nearly bursting with indignation. To be publicly exposed for cheating had stripped them of their dignity, leaving only a mixture of awe and barely concealed resentment in their gazes toward Xiao Tianshan. In contrast, the disciples of the teaching of interception held their heads high. Despite being unable to consume their elixirs, their aura overshadowed their rivals. Their stares were piercing, translating to a mere 3 words: "You are inadequate." With hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Tianshan paced between the 2 factions like a warden overseeing dangerous convicts. Internally, he was cursing profusely. All I desire is to be a petty wage thief, to languish through the day until quitting time. How did I end up as the invigilator for a group of human nuclear bombs? This wretched class cannot continue for even a day longer. He glanced skyward and then down at the seed in the soil, his thoughts fixated on a singular desire. Cabbage, O cabbage, ripen swiftly. If you do not mature soon, your master shall be thoroughly done in by these ancestral spirits. Perhaps his murmurs bore some effect. Or perhaps the celestial light from Bayering Palace finally lost its last shred of patience. Just as Xiao Tianshan sighed for the umpteenth time, an unexpected transformation occurred. The seed of the Tao tribulation erupted without warning, radiating an immense divine light. This illumination was neither gold nor silver, but a chaotic yet utterly pure hue. A beam of light surged upward, puncturing the calamity clouds above the boundary gate, creating a vast aperture through which a colorful vortex began to swirl. A resonant hum reverberated. An indescribable essence of the Tao, emanating from the seed's core, enveloping the surroundings in a cataclysmic wave. Amidst the astonished gazes of all present, a delicate, crystalline sprout emerged from the earth. Its growth was visible to the naked eye, stems stretching, leaves unfurling, each movement a profound exposition of the principle of creation from nothingness. In mere breaths, a cabbage, entirely translucent and sculpted from the purest crystal, stood gracefully before the onlookers. Lacking the verdant hues typical of flora, each leaf radiated brilliance, with veins delineated as the most enigmatic diagrams of the universe. More unnerving was the simultaneous emanation of 2 starkly opposing auras. One was an overwhelming vitality, invigorating the senses as if one had consumed 10 to 8 ginseng fruits. The other was a terrifying aura of calamity, manifesting as gray arcs of electricity that crackled between the cabbage's leaves. This was no mere vegetable. It was a harbinger of an impending cataclysm. Life and death. The Tao and calamity, 2 extremes of power, achieved a bizarre equilibrium within this singular cabbage. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, someone swallowed hard amidst the tens of thousands of celestial beings present, their eyes devoid of the distinctions between the Chan and Jie sects, fixated solely on the singular cabbage. Within their gazes lay a tempest of emotions: greed, yearning, dread, and reverence, all intertwined into a fervent obsession. This entity was the embodiment of the Tao, the culmination of tribulation. Whosoever partook of it would unravel the mysteries of life and death, ascending to celestial heights in a single step. Xiao Tianshan, taken aback by the spectacle, felt an overwhelming joy blossom within him. It was ripe. His cabbage had finally matured. By heaven, the arduous days of his proctoring existence were at last drawing to a close. An end. This farce must be concluded immediately. Clearing his throat, he strode to the center of the arena, striving to project an air of inscrutable profundity. Ahem. The heart-mending assembly concludes here. With that, all eyes shifted from the cabbage to him, their intensity so fervent it could almost sear flesh. Xiao Tianshun felt a shiver run down his spine, yet steeled himself to continue. How to adjudicate? His mind raced, the acumen of a weary worker rising to the occasion. To assert that the GS sect had more participants? No, that would be a shallow tactic, lacking sophistication. To claim that the Chan sect displayed superior poise? Even less so, for that would be mere formalism, too superficial. He needed a rationale that sounded grandiose, yet was utterly nonsensical, impervious to criticism. Eureka! Drawing a deep breath, he assumed the demeanor of a wise sage, his voice imbued with a sense of profound detachment. The purpose of this heart-mending session was to grasp the essence of nature. He first directed his gaze towards the GS sect. Esteemed members of the GS sect, though diverse in form, you embody spontaneity and an unrestrained nature, possessing a certain innate charm of universal growth. Upon hearing this, the Jie disciples beamed with delight, their postures straightening by threefold. Then, shifting his focus to the Chan sect, he shook his head with a feigned look of regret. You, esteemed disciples of the Chan sect, hail from prestigious lineages, your foundations profound, and ought to be closer to the Tao. Alas, you are too deliberate. Sitting must be a lotus position, meditating must be a posture of perfection. Every gesture is textbook, though seemingly flawless, in truth. You have lost your essence and fallen into mediocrity. Excess is as detrimental as deficiency. This is not nature. His words struck the assembly into silence. The Chan disciples were left dumbfounded. Deliberate? We sit with precision, enter meditation swiftly, and are single-minded in our pursuit of the Tao. How could this be wrong? Guang Chengzi's face fluctuated between hues of green and white, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. The concept of the Tao of nature was an overwhelming mantle, capable of being interpreted in myriad ways. It was akin to a superior reprimanding one for lacking a sense of ownership, a metaphysical blow that left one speechless. Daobao Daoist struggled to suppress his laughter, his plump visage flushed with mirth. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. This Uncle Qiao's ability to twist truth surpassed even his own. Thus, in this contest, Xiao Tianshun elongated his voice, delivering his verdict with finality. Jie sect, victorious. Oh, the sect have erupted with a thunderous cheer. For they had triumphed. They had surpassed those arrogant disciples of. This victory was decreed by Master Qiao himself. In contrast, was engulfed in a chilling silence. Their faces ashen with despair. Xiao Tianshun granted them no time to mourn. His gaze swept through the crowd of, finally resting upon the most discomposed figure, a Taoist whose fists were clenched tightly. It was the revered Huanglong Jinren, one of the 12 golden immortals of. You shall be the scapegoat. His temper was the most volatile, his aura fluctuating with rage, clearly unwilling to accept defeat. Xiao Tianshun aimed to make an example of him, to intimidate the rest. Huanglong Jinren, step forward, commanded Xiao Tianshun. Huanglong Jinren abruptly lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with humiliation and fury. Yet, Xiao Tianshun did not meet his gaze. Instead, he pointed towards the ominous cabbage. In a tone of judgment, he proclaimed the punishment for the vanquished. You, with your restless spirit and murderous intent, are the furthest from nature. This Taoist calamity cabbage shall be consumed by you in public. Thus, I shall temper your heart and dispel your violent thoughts. Boom. The declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? For Huanglong Shixiang to consume it. This was not merely punishment. It was a death sentence. The disciples of gasped in horror, their expressions shifting from resentment to profound terror as they regarded Xiao Tianshun. The side fell silent, each one inhaling sharply. Ruthless, utterly ruthless. This Master Qiao, seemingly amiable, wielded such a merciless hand. The malevolent aura emanating from that cabbage was palpable. To swallow it would turn even a great Luo golden immortal to ash on the spot. Huanglong Jinren was utterly bewildered. The fury on his face faded, leaving only a ghastly pallor. He had thought that losing would only cost him some dignity. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined facing a public execution. He turned to Guang Chengzi for help. Guang Chengzi's lips moved, but ultimately, he dared not utter a word. This was Master Qiao's decree. Who would dare defy it? He could only cast a helpless glance in return. Huanglong Jinren then looked to his fellow disciples. Yuding, Tai, Shijingzi. Some turned their heads away, unable to bear the sight. Others bowed their heads in shame. Not a single person dared to stand up for him. A profound coldness, the sensation of being forsaken by the entire world, enveloped Huanglong Jinren. He understood. Beneath the radiance of the sage's sect, he, Huanglong, was ultimately the most insignificant, the least supported, a pawn ready for sacrifice at any moment. Despair consumed him. He suddenly chuckled, a hoarse laugh filled with sorrow and self-mockery. No longer did he look at anyone. He straightened his back, adjusting his simple yellow robe. Having lost, he must accept it. Even in death, he would uphold the dignity of a golden immortal. Amidst the myriad of scrutinizing gazes, he set forth, step by step, toward the cabbage that would determine his fate. Each stride felt akin to treading upon the remnants of his shattered resolve. In a mere span of 100 zhong, he traversed the entirety of his existence. At last, he came to a halt before the fateful cabbage. Its crystalline leaves exuded a deadly allure, while the gray aura of calamity bore the smile of death. The yellow dragon master closed his eyes, a solitary tear cascading from the corner, only to be instantaneously evaporated by his mystical power. Master, disciple, utterly powerless. In the next life, neither a dragon nor an immortal. Abruptly, he opened his eyes, devoid of fear, leaving only an abyss of silence. He parted his lips and, with fierce determination, sank his teeth into the leaves enveloped in the most potent aura of doom. Chapter 76. Punishment or Supreme Opportunity. A crisp sound echoed through the silence before the boundary gate, piercingly clear. Every neck elongated, and eyes remained fixed, unblinking, on the figure within the scene. Huanglong, the true man, bit into a leaf of cabbage. It bore no flavor, merely a hint of coolness, which soon transformed into a warm stream flowing into his belly. He was momentarily taken aback. Is this it? Before he could fully contemplate, the next moment arrived with a thunderous roar. An indescribable force of terror erupted violently within his dantian, an explosion of pure tribulation. Grayish tribulation energy morphed into countless bone-devouring insects, madly rushing towards his limbs. Meridians, and the essence of his spirit. A chilling, distorted scream erupted from Huanglong's lips. In an instant, he curled into a shrimp-like form, trembling violently as if shaken to his core. On the surface of his skin, strange gray-black patterns swiftly spread, akin to a riverbed drained of water. This was not merely a torment of flesh. It was the collapse of his foundation, his essence being mercilessly shredded. He watched as his indomitable golden immortal Tao fruit cracked and shattered inch by inch. He heard the karmic burdens of his past, ignited completely by the tribulation energy, transforming into purging flames that scorched his very soul. Countless faces, filled with resentment and anguish, flickered through his mind. Those he had slain, the demon kings, the evildoers he had eradicated. Huanglong, today, you reap what you have sown. Return my life. Join us. A legion of vengeful spirits gnawed at his heart. Flames of karma engulfed him. It was over. Huanglong's consciousness began to blur amidst the boundless agony. He felt himself plummeting into an endless, frigid abyss. Thus, the death of a celestial being was wrought with such pain, such unwillingness. Just as the fire of his spirit was on the verge of extinguishing, a distinctly different force quietly sprouted from the ruins of his Tao fruit. It was life, a force counter to tribulation, emerging from the depths of calamity. Previously, it had been violently suppressed by the overwhelming energy of tribulation. Now, with all his karmic burdens incinerated by the tribulation's flames, the cycle of extremes was reversing, bringing forth a resurgence. The life force surged forth unhindered, like the Milky Way unleashed from the heavens, rushing forth. It cleansed the damaged meridians and mended the cracked essence of his spirit. The wounds inflicted upon his Tao not only healed swiftly, but became even more resilient and pure. Above the ruins of the Tao fruit, a brand new, resplendent embryonic form of the Tao fruit began to coalesce at a visible pace. From destruction arose renewal. Huanglong's consciousness was yanked back from the depths of despair. An unprecedented clarity surged within him. The bottleneck that had plagued him for countless years, the chasm-like barrier, now felt as delicate as a cicada's wing. With the void of karma, his Tao heart shone brilliantly. The scriptures he once found incomprehensible, the principles of the Tao that eluded him, now lay open before him in radiant clarity. So it is. The path to greatness is simplicity itself. A resounding dragon's roar erupted from within him, soaring into the sky. No longer a lament of anguish, but a roar of rebirth. The yellow dragon master abruptly straightened his body, surrounded by radiant light and auspicious energy. A cloud of celebration burst forth from above, with 3 flowers gathering at the crown and 5 energies converging toward the origin. Behind him, a figure gracefully emerged, benevolent in appearance, holding a sacred scripture, emanating a compassion for all beings. The benevolent corpse that slays the 3 corpses. Today, I, the yellow dragon, shall attain the status of a sage. With a thunderous shout, the sound reverberated through the heavens. The pressure of the sage's power swept across the arena like a tsunami. Some immortals of lesser cultivation, overwhelmed by this force, found their legs weak and collapsed to their knees. The venue fell into complete silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone seemed frozen in place. Mouths agape, eyes wide, expressions utterly petrified. What had they witnessed? Just a moment ago, the yellow dragon master was rolling in the flames of karma, on the verge of perishing. The next moment, he had severed the corpse and attained sagehood. That cabbage, it was not a mere poison, but an unparalleled elixir of the way. That was not a humiliating punishment, but a fortuitous opportunity. The disciples of the Chan teaching were left dumbfounded. As they gazed at their radiant yellow dragon senior bathed in divine light, they recalled their earlier sympathy, feeling their cheeks burn with embarrassment. Was I the fool all along? The disciples of the intercepting teaching were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, they had been reveling in misfortune, only to find that the tables had turned, and their adversary had gained the status of a sage. This turn of events felt like a profound loss. Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao Daoist, 2 esteemed figures, were equally in a state of shock. They understood better than anyone how arduous the leap from a great Luo golden immortal to a sage truly was. Yet now, Xiao Tianshun had accomplished this feat with nothing more than a cabbage. Gulp. Someone, unsure of who, swallowed hard. Immediately, countless gazes shifted away from the newly anointed sage, the yellow dragon master. Then, like devout followers on a pilgrimage, all attention turned to the originator of this miracle, Xiao Tianshun. Their expressions shifted. They transformed completely. From reverence and admiration to fervor and devotion. It turned out that the elder's intention was not punishment, but enlightenment. He had seen through the yellow dragon master's entanglement with karma and the hopelessness of his path, employing this unparalleled method of counteraction to sever his shackles and reconstruct his foundation on the way. What a grand design! What immense compassion! What extraordinary means! And at the center of this multitude, Xiao Tianshun had turned to stone. The small hoe he had used for fishing clattered to the ground. He glanced at the luminous yellow dragon master, then at the fervent faces around him, all inscribed with the plea to receive his homage. His mind was a blank slate. Deep within, only a series of roars remained. What in the world is happening? I merely found him displeasing and wished to see him embarrass himself publicly, perhaps even suffer a bout of indigestion. A sage? Can one truly attain sagehood from merely consuming cabbage? Is the gastrointestinal structure of your primordial immortals suffering from some grave affliction? This script is utterly misplaced. It defies the laws of science. Please, do not gaze at me in such a manner. I am not to blame. I have done nothing. Please, do not approach me. In sheer terror, he stumbled backward. His once charming, bewildered, and fearful expression now insufficient. Yet, to the onlookers, his fright appeared as an embodiment of poise and detachment, a serene humility that concealed his accomplishments. Behold, after the elder created a quasi-saint, he exhibited not even a hint of arrogance. This exemplifies the true demeanor of a great master. It was unclear who first came to this realization, but suddenly, their knees buckled, and they prostrated themselves, summoning all their strength to bellow, "Thank you, Master Xie Qiao, for bestowing the gift of the law." This declaration ignited a powder keg. Boom. At that moment, disciples of both the Chan and Jie schools cast aside their rivalries. A dark wave of kneeling figures enveloping the ground. Master Xie Qiao, illuminate the great path. The elder is compassionate. We are but simpletons. The thunderous sound of their reverence surged skyward, resonating throughout the 3 realms. Xiao Tianshun trembled at the spectacle, nearly collapsing to the ground. Witnessing the multitude of celestial beings bowing before him, he felt a sudden darkness engulf him. This is it. It is truly over now. Chapter 77. The Ultimate Temptation of Master Qiao outside Golden Ao Island. the fierce winds howled. The Taoist robe of the long-eared Dingshi immortal was thoroughly soaked with cold sweat. His normally smooth, rabbit-like face was now etched with struggle and fear. The words of Shun Gongbao pierced his heart like venomous thorns, yet tasted sweet like honey. The 8 great bodhisattvas. The attainment of the mixed origin. Such notions were beyond his wildest dreams within the. He was merely one of the 7 celestial attendants of the Tongtian cult master, his true form being that of a rabbit. On Golden Ao Island, there were countless who were less distinguished than he, yet many more who were far more formidable and closely connected. His position was precarious, caught between ascent and descent, rendering it most unbearable. Shun Gongbao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing him with an air of leisurely anticipation, as if admiring a priceless treasure on the verge of acquisition. The moment was ripe. Fellow Taoist, Shun Gongbao spoke slowly, his tone imbued with heartfelt sincerity. A wise bird chooses its perch, and a virtuous minister selects his lord. As practitioners of the Tao, do we not seek the essence of truth within thee? Can you truly fulfill your desires? Long-eared Dingshi immortal clenched his teeth, the muscles in his cheeks quivering. To betray my sect, he croaked. If the cult master learns of it, I shall be doomed. The cult master? Shun Gongbao scoffed. If the cult master truly valued you, would he have relegated you to merely safeguard the 6-soul banner? That is a weapon capable of determining the victor in the battle of myriad immortals. He would rather have you serve as a mere custodian than impart the means to wield it. Is this trust? These words struck at the deepest wound of long-eared Dingshi. He inhaled sharply, a fleeting glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes, only to be swiftly quelled by fear. Though the Western teachings were enticing, the risk of treachery was too great. What if this were a trap? Shun Gongbao discerned his hesitation, aware that stronger persuasion was necessary. He stepped closer, lowering his voice, his expression becoming extraordinarily enigmatic. Do you know, dear friend, who currently holds the power to determine the fates of the 2 teachings with a mere word? Long-eared Dingshi immortal paused, naturally. Master Qiao. Precisely. Shun Gongbao's gaze burned intensely. Have you ever pondered why this Master Qiao possesses such transcendent power? What gives a mere mortal the ability to command the attention of saints and make both teachings bow in deference? Long-eared Dingshi held his breath. This was indeed the greatest enigma of the 3 realms. Shun Gongbao smiled, a smile rich with implication. Because he has long since unraveled the secrets of heaven. The secrets of heaven? Indeed. Shun Gongbao waved his sleeve as if to delineate the landscape. Master Qiao perceives the trends of the future. He foresaw the decline of the East, fraught with calamities, while the West shall rise. A magnificent resurgence. I am here because he knows you are trapped in this place, your brilliance obscured. He has entrusted me with the task of illuminating a clear path for you. To the West is to align with the heavenly will. It is Master Qiao's hidden strategy. Boom. If the previous temptations were akin to honey, then the mere utterance of Master Qiao's name was the resounding decree of fate. The events that transpired at the boundary gate have long reverberated throughout the 3 realms. The Huanglong true man publicly consumed poison, only to attain sanctity upon his feet. Such a defiance of destiny can only be described as a glimpse into the celestial mysteries. When Master Qiao granted him passage, it signified that this path was undoubtedly correct. The psychological defenses of the long-eared radiant light immortal crumbled entirely in that moment. Fear dissipated, replaced by a fervor akin to that of a gambler. With Master Qiao's support, what was there to fear? Could it truly be to attain the bodhisattva status? He ultimately sought confirmation, his voice trembling in anticipation. The saint of quoting promised it with his own lips. Shun Gongbao retrieved a phantasmal image of the guiding treasure from his bosom, serving as a token of faith. The long-eared radiant light immortal hesitated no longer. Fortune favors the bold. Gritting his teeth, he produced an ancient black flag from his robe, the 6-soul banner. Upon its surface, the wails of myriad vengeful spirits echoed, exuding a malevolent aura that soared to the heavens. As soon as it emerged, the surrounding waters seemed to freeze in time. This sacred treasure of the intercepting sect now became his declaration of allegiance. Excellent. Shun Gongbao was overjoyed, seizing it with eyes gleaming with greed and triumph. It is done. Fellow Taoist, follow me. Shun Gongbao summoned a dark light, enveloping the long-eared radiant light immortal, transforming them into a shooting star that sped westward. On Golden Ao Island, within the Bo Palace, The Tontian suddenly opened his eyes, the four swords of extermination trembling in unison. What an abomination! How dare you act so boldly? At the boundary gate, the residual energy from Huanglong, true man's attainment of quasi-saint status, had yet to settle. Tens of thousands of immortals knelt in a dense throng, their fervent gazes piercing like needles directed at Xiao Tianshun. Xiao Tianshun found himself frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. He felt akin to a monkey on display in a zoo, one capable of breathing fire. Huanglong, true man, withdrew his divine power and strode purposefully towards Xiao Tianshun, suddenly kneeling with a resounding thud, performing a grand gesture of respect. I owe you my rebirth, elder. Huanglong finds it impossible to repay. His voice boomed, filled with joy and gratitude from his newfound existence. Please rise, do rise quickly. Xiao Tianshun flustered as he rushed to assist. It was but a trivial effort. Please do not be so humble, elder. Huanglong, true man, refused to rise, insisting that the elder's supreme teachings had cleansed his karmic burdens, a favor that could only be likened to rebirth. It truly was not me. Xiao Tianshun was on the verge of tears. It was that cabbage. The elder jested. Huanglong smiled slightly, that smile suffused with an understanding camaraderie. No matter how fine the cabbage, it required the elder's enlightenment. Xiao Tianshun, I shall enlighten a hammer. Guang Chengzi, Chijingzi, and other golden immortals of the Chan sect also gathered around, each bearing expressions of shame, bowing and offering apologies. We were blind to the truth and wronged the elder. Please forgive us. Your noble virtue shall remain etched in the memories of all in the Chan sect. The intercepting sect, unwilling to be outdone, sent Daobao Daoist leading a group of core disciples forward. Master Qiao, your powers are immense. We, the disciples of the intercepting sect, pledge our unwavering loyalty. Master, do you think we too might require a bit of refining? A group of eminent immortals gazed at him with eager anticipation, their faces almost betraying a desire for simple sustenance. Xiao Tianshun felt a surge of agitation. Further training? If more quasi-saints emerged, the three pure ones would undoubtedly tear me apart. Clearing his throat, he adopted a stern demeanor, striving to maintain the air of a sage. The matters of fate cannot be forced. My friend Huanglong has achieved success through gradual accumulation. You all must continue to strive. The crowd looked on with newfound respect. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A grand, solemn, yet unmistakably triumphant voice resonated from the west, reverberating throughout the three realms. Namalamitba. Today, a disciple of the Jia sect, the long-eared, dinging light immortal, enamored with the wondrous teachings of the Western paradise, has forsaken darkness for light and brings the treasured six-soul banner to return. Our Western blissful world rejoices greatly and has honored him as the dinging, joyful Buddha, placing him among the 8 great bodhisattvas. The voice of the sage of quoting was not loud, yet it struck like a thunderclap, rendering the world momentarily still. Forsaking darkness for light, bringing treasures to return, dinging joyful Buddha. The plump visage of the Daobao Daoist turned an alarming shade of crimson. He leaped to his feet, pointing vehemently towards the west, cursing vehemently, long-eared wretch. How dare you betray the sect? Such utter shamelessness. The Jia sect erupted in chaos, a storm of fury brewing among the myriad immortals. Let us storm Mount Ling, cleanse our ranks. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Chan sect stood dumbfounded, aghast at the audacity of the Western sect's actions. Had they truly dared to undermine a saint's disciple? Guan Qingzi's countenance darkened. The Jia sect had lost the six-soul banner, suffering a significant blow to their strength, which should have relieved the pressure on the Chan sect. Yet, this cross-border recruitment by the Western sect posed an unprecedented threat. When the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. Xiao Tianshun momentarily froze, then felt a rush of delight. It had arrived, the diversion he had been waiting for. Clearing his throat, he seized the attention of all present. Adopting an expression of deep sorrow, he proclaimed, "The hearts of men have grown cold, and the moral climate is declining. Long-eared's actions are a profound disgrace to the mystical gate." Uncle Master speaks truly. Daobao gritted his teeth. However, Xiao Tianshun continued, "This is a matter of your mystical gate. As an outsider, I ought not to intrude." He gestured toward the chaotic examination ground. "The heart cultivation conference has concluded, and my friend Huanglong has attained enlightenment. I propose we disperse." Observing the tension between the two sects, He spoke earnestly. You should swiftly return to your mountains to report to your masters and deliberate on strategies. This matter with the Western sect is of grave importance. Quickly depart. Leave me be. Guan Qingzi and Dao Bao exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the gravity of the situation in each other's eyes. Xiao Master is right. Now is not the time for discord. Addressing the rise of the Western sect is of paramount importance. You offer wise counsel. Guan Qingzi bowed in respect. We shall take our leave. Thank you, Uncle Master, for your guidance. Dao Bao also hurriedly departed with the Jie sect disciples. In no time, the once boisterous realm had become entirely deserted. Only Qiao Tianshun remained, alongside a half-eaten cabbage. He let out a long sigh, sitting down heavily on the ground, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Ding! The familiar sound of the system notification rang out, causing him to startle. Congratulations, host. You have perfectly resolved the mental crisis at the border gate through foresight and social finesse, and successfully redirected the focus of the three sects conflicts with a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. Hidden optimal solution triggered. Reward fusion and upgrade in progress. Xiao Tianshuan's eyes sparkled. A reward? What did I do to deserve this? Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique conceptual treasure, Xianhuang Toss, pseudo. A small, unremarkable, earthen yellow ceramic pot, the size of a palm, materialized in his hand, warm and substantial. Xianhuang Toss, pseudo. This object is the embryonic form of a conceptual treasure woven from the essence of Xianhuang and the principles of causality. It passively absorbs and gathers beneficial misunderstandings and worshipful intentions directed towards the host. Active ability. It can toss the accumulated causality within the pot towards a specified target, person, or object, making them the center of attention for a brief period. Note: this pot is quite heavy. Only those with great fortune and immense virtue can bear its weight. Exercise caution when tossing. If the recipient cannot handle it, the pot will return to strike the thrower with double the force. Cooldown time, 7 days. Xiao Tianshun weighed the ceramic pot in his hand, chuckling to himself. Tossing the pot? This system is increasingly attuned to my nature. Is this not merely a tangible representation of the cabbage's merit, unrelated to me? Perfect. Humming a cheerful tune, he shouldered his hoe and strolled back to the marshal's residence at the southern heavenly gate, concealing his achievements and name. Behind him, the yellow dragon master bowed from a distance, murmuring to himself, "Truly, the predecessor is a remarkable figure. With just a few words, he has averted a catastrophe." Indeed, remarkable. Chapter 78. The crisis of the Heavenly River Dam. Upon returning to the Marshal's residence, Xiao Tianshun felt an overwhelming sense of relaxation wash over him. At last, he had successfully sent away that troublesome group. He brewed a pot of enlightenment tea and reclined comfortably in his chair, feeling as though life had once again filled him with hope. To endure was to triumph. He contemplated the temporary calm at the border pass, knowing that the teachings of the Chan and Jie sects were preoccupied with the Western teachings, leaving him, the marshal, to tend to his own affairs. Well, perhaps not quite so grandly. He could now peacefully cultivate his vegetables and nurture his flowers, continuing his retirement life. Li Jing entered to report on military affairs, his face alight with joy. "Marshal, I have heard that you enlightened the Huanglong Zhenren at the border pass, leading him to immediate sanctification. The soldiers are all invigorated." Xiao Tianshuan's eyelids twitched as he hastily gestured for modesty. "Let us keep a low profile. It's merely the cabbage's merit." As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he discreetly conjured the mysterious yellow pot from his sleeve, directing its mouth towards the paperweight on his desk. The admiration emanating from Li Jing was subtly absorbed by the small pot and silently projected onto the unremarkable stone. Li Jing momentarily froze, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the ordinary stone, filled with reverence. The marshal's desk items are indeed extraordinary, Xiao Tianshun thought. Well, if it works, that is sufficient. Just as he believed he could enjoy a few tranquil days, however, in the Lingxiao Palace, the Heavenly Emperor could not remain idle. The declaration from the Enlightened One was a delightful surprise for him. The attention of the three teachings had been diverted, presenting him with an opportune moment to act. Tai Bai, he summoned. "Is Qiao Tianshun back at the residence?" "Yes, he returned not long ago." "Excellent." A glimmer of coldness flickered in the Heavenly Emperor's eyes. It was time to stretch his legs. He unfurled a map of the Heavenly River's irrigation system and pointed to a crucial juncture. Is there any unusual activity at the upstream hidden water's undercurrent? Tai Bai Jinxing understood immediately. Your Majesty, the undercurrent has been rather active. Let us make it even more so, the Heavenly Emperor replied coolly. The Heavenly River project is of utmost importance to the Celestial Court and must not be compromised. He turned to Tai Bai Jinxing, convey my decree. Instruct Marshal Zhu Beiji to reinforce that section of the dam within 7 days. Should there be any failure, he shall face severe punishment. Tai Bai Jinxing accepted the order and departed. The Heavenly Emperor smirked. The lazy Zhu Beiji would certainly be unable to complete the task within the stipulated time. Once the Heavenly River breached, he could justifiably remove Qiao Tianshun from his position as the chief overseer. At the construction site of the Heavenly River, Zhu Beiji was in a state of frantic distress, nearly burning his lips from anxiety. Formerly the marshal of the Heavenly Water Forces, he had lived a carefree life. However, ever since he was embroiled in this Heavenly River renovation project, he had not enjoyed a single peaceful day. This project, proposed by Qiao Tianshun as a key infrastructure initiative, had received the Heavenly Emperor's approval, assigning him to execute it. As the deadline approached, the upstream hidden water current had suddenly intensified, eroding the temporary dams day and night, causing cracks to appear in several places. Everyone stay alert. Zhu Beiji wielded his 9-toothed rake, roaring back and forth at the construction site, threatening anyone who dared to slack off. If anyone is lazy, I shall flay their skin. His subordinates, exhausted and resembling dead dogs, pleaded, Marshal, this weak water is truly sinister. No matter how much we fill, it washes away just the same. Another voiced, Yes, Marshal. We cannot endure any longer. Zhu Beiji struck the ground with his rake, declaring, Even if we cannot bear it, we must endure. If we fail to complete the task, the Jade Emperor will take my head. Just as he was overwhelmed with anxiety, a beam of golden light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of the Star of Venus with a sacred edict. Marshal Tianpeng received the edict. Zhu Beiji knelt down, his heart racing in trepidation. You are to reinforce the dam within 7 days. Should there be any negligence, severe punishment will follow. Upon hearing the decree, Zhu Beiji plopped down into the mud, despairing. It's over. 7 days? Even 70 would be a challenge. Star-Lord, you must speak on behalf of me. The old pig. This is an unjust calamity. Zhu Beiji lamented, grasping the leg of the Star of Venus. That weak water. The Star of Venus coolly withdrew his leg, stating, Marshal, the Emperor's words are of great import. If you feel unable to manage, you may seek assistance from the Grand Marshal Qiao Tianshun. Zhu Beiji's eyes brightened. Yes, I shall seek out Qiao the Elder. His powers are vast. Even saints can be enlightened by him. What is mere weak water to him? Thank you for your guidance, Star-Lord. Zhu Beiji exclaimed, rising and soaring towards the southern heavenly gate. At the marshal's residence, Qiao Tianshun was tending to his beloved cabbage. After being bitten, the cabbage's wound began to exude wisps of chaotic energy, slowly healing, appearing increasingly miraculous. Your regenerative abilities surpass even my own, Qiao Tianshun marveled. Suddenly, Li Jing burst in, urgency etched on his face. Marshal. Tianpeng Marshal Zhu Beiji requests an audience, claiming a matter of utmost urgency. Qiao Tianshun nearly pierced the heart of the cabbage with his shovel in shock. Zhu Beiji? Of utmost urgency? A sense of foreboding gripped him. Let him in. Before he could finish, a massive shadow crashed through the door. Zhu Beiji had arrived. Elder brother, save me. Zhu Beiji fell to his knees, tears streaming as he recounted the crisis in the Heavenly River and the Jade Emperor's decree in a torrent of words. Elder brother, that weak water is truly malevolent. My brothers cannot withstand it any longer. If you do not intervene, my head will surely roll. Qiao Tianshun turned pale upon hearing this. A breach in the Heavenly River? Underlying currents of weak water? This was no natural disaster, but a man-made calamity. He knew instinctively that the shadow of Hao Yin loomed behind this. They were forcing him out of seclusion. I will not go. Absolutely not. He vehemently rejected in his mind. What a joke. The Heavenly River is the very center of the great whirlpool from the later stages of the investiture of the gods. Once involved, there is no escape. Gazing at the kneeling Zhu Beiji, a thought struck him. Beiji, rise. He adopted a commanding tone. This matter is already known to me. As the marshal of the heavenly canopy, the management of water is indeed my primary duty. How can one so easily abandon the trivial matters of the weak waters? In times of crisis, it is imperative to remain calm and engage one's intellect. Have you all fully activated your initiative as the naval forces? Zhu Beiji, with a look of bewilderment, questioned, subjective what? It means to invest oneself fully. Xiao Tianshun began to ramble. You must immerse yourself in the flow of the weak waters. Resonate with it, and act in accordance with its currents, rather than merely attempting to block its path. Zhu Beiji replied, Boss, are you asking me to court the water? Enough, the marshal declared. I am busy with official duties. You may return and ponder this matter. Xiao Tianshun issued a dismissal. Zhu Beiji, growing anxious, exclaimed, Boss, this is truly urgent. Lives are at stake. Just as Xiao Tianshun was about to deflect again, Li Jing entered, holding a resplendent imperial edict. Marshal, His Majesty summons you urgently. Xiao Tianshun's vision darkened. The heavenly river is in peril. This concerns the safety of the three realms. You, the Supreme Commander of the Celestial Forces, Xiao Tianshun, are to proceed immediately to the heavenly river to oversee the water management efforts. Thus decreed. A blatant scheme. A brazen plot. Defying the edict would mean certain death. Xiao Tianshun took a deep breath and slowly rose. He understood that there was no evading this fate. He cast a glance at Zhu Beiji, his eyes filled with lament. Beiji, you truly are my lucky star. Zhu Beiji, mistaking this for praise, grinned foolishly. When the boss takes action, one is worth two. Xiao Tianshun, uninterested in his banter, turned to Li Jing to instruct, while I am away. All affairs in the mansion shall remain as usual. Especially this cabbage, guard it well. Should a single leaf go missing, I shall hold you accountable. This subordinate obeys. Reluctantly, Xiao Tianshun donned the marshal's armor and grasped that battered broomstick, realizing that it could ward off calamities in critical moments. Alongside Zhu Beiji, he embarked on the irrevocable journey to the heavenly river. Unbeknownst to him, at the very instant he departed from the southern heavenly gate, deep within the sun star, the reclusive Taoist Luya suddenly opened his eyes. The target has left the nest. Chapter 79. The Marshal's rambling rhetoric and the hidden peril at the Tianhe construction site. A pall of despair hung heavy in the air. Upon his arrival, Xiao Tianshun was utterly astounded by the scene before him. This was no celestial river. It resembled a frenzied black serpent. The dark waters, impossibly heavy, rendered the feathers of swans weightless, now surging with a cataclysmic force that relentlessly battered the makeshift dam. The dam, riddled with cracks, was on the verge of collapse. Thousands of Tianhe water soldiers, risking the dire fate of being engulfed by the dark waters and transformed into putrid flesh, were desperately reinforcing it with enchanted ropes. Quick! Another crack has appeared. The anguished roar of Zhu Beiji echoed through the tumult. The sight exhausted Xiao Tianshun. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a relatively safe watchtower, striving to project an air of confidence. Boss Xiao, look! Zhu Beiji, wiping the muck from his face, hurried over with a feasibility report on the river management. Xiao Tianshun glanced at the densely packed data and proposals, feeling overwhelmed. Clearing his throat, he began his performance. Beiji, the essence of flood control lies in understanding, not merely in blocking. Zhu Beiji blinked in confusion. Understanding? Indeed. Xiao Tianshun gestured toward the surging waters. Have you analyzed why the dark waters have suddenly surged? What is their source? What is their pattern? It just surged up suddenly. Zhu Beiji scratched his head. And therein lies the problem. Xiao Tianshun lamented passionately. Your efforts are superficial. You have failed to grasp the main contradiction. He launched into a grandiloquent discourse. You must establish a research group on the causes of the dark waters to delve into the front line and ascertain the situation. An emergency water management plan for Tianhe must be devised to prepare for the worst. We cannot treat symptoms without addressing the root causes. As he unleashed this torrent of verbose rhetoric, Zhu Beiji stood in stunned silence. Boss, your insights are profound, Zhu Beiji declared with newfound reverence. Although he could not fully comprehend, he sensed the weight of Xiao Tianshun's words. And your construction organization. Xiao Tianshun pointed at the chaotic water soldiers. Disorderly. Utterly chaotic. There is no order. We must emphasize scientific scheduling and the rational allocation of manpower and resources. Safety in production is of paramount importance. As he spoke with increasing fluency, memories of his past life as a project manager resurfaced. You there, do not pull the enchanted ropes haphazardly. They must work in concert. And you over there, Your positioning is incorrect. You risk being swept away. Maintain your safety awareness. His arbitrary directives only compounded the disarray below, yet no one dared to question him. After all, this was Master Qiao. His words surely held profound significance. Having exhausted himself with the command, Qiao Tianshun resolved to inspect the front line. Armed with a broom, he ambled to the most perilous breach. As he confronted the terrifying dark waters up close, his legs trembled involuntarily. "Boss, this is dangerous." Zhu Beiji rushed to protect him. Not at all. Qiao Tianshun feigned calmness, extending his hand to gauge the water vapor. The current is indeed fierce. No kidding. Just then, Qiao Tianshun's talent for causal insulation trembled slightly. A chilling sensation, akin to the gaze of a venomous serpent, surged up his spine. He abruptly turned around. Behind him, amidst the bustling water warriors and the turbulent river, there was nothing else. Was it an illusion? He dared not be careless. His current predicament resembled a walking trap of divine retribution. Even the slightest rustle could herald his demise. "Beiji, the wind here is fierce. Let us converse elsewhere." Qiao Tianshun discreetly retreated. All right. However, it was already too late. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed across the sky above the river. A gourd materialized out of thin air. "Treasure." "Turn around." A voice, cold to the extreme, reverberated through the heavens. Qiao Tianshun felt his soul tremble. Celestial slaying flying knife. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the shabby broom in front of him. Ding. Detecting a fatal crisis. The talent of causal insulation activates automatically. The mosaic of heavenly mechanisms activates automatically. The primordial Tao body activates automatically. The system's alerts flooded the screen. A beam of white light, swift as lightning, shot towards his brow. Clang. A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. That white light, capable of slaying even the most exalted beings, was surprisingly intercepted by the unremarkable broom, veering off just inches away, grazing Qiao Tianshun's scalp. Terrified, he collapsed onto the ground, his hair singed. "Who are you?" Zhu Beiji roared, brandishing his rake. "Ready to charge forward." "Don't move." Qiao Tianshun seized him. "You are no match." The figure revealed itself, clad in a crimson robe, with a handsome yet menacing visage. It was Luya. Luya let out a soft exclamation, evidently surprised by his failed strike. His gaze fell upon the broom, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. What a fine treasure. He coldly regarded Qiao Tianshun. "You, the remnant of the witch clan, shall meet your demise today." Remnant of the witch clan? Me? Qiao Tianshun felt an unspoken grievance. This blame was far too burdensome. Luya ceased his words, the white light from the gourd reappearing. "Treasure. Wait." Qiao Tianshun shouted desperately, his mind racing. "If you kill me, you will never discover the whereabouts of Hou-Yi." Luya's movements faltered. Hou-Yi was his greatest inner demon. "You know where Hou-Yi is?" "Certainly." Qiao Tianshun blurted, "He is, suppressed in a secret location by me." Just as Luya was momentarily distracted. Rumbling. Beneath their feet, the dam, long battered by the weak waters, finally succumbed to the strain, collapsing completely. "The dam has breached." Zhu Beiji exclaimed in horror. Billions of tons of weak water surged forth like the Milky Way pouring down. "Damn it." Luya's expression shifted. Once touched by the weak water, he too would face dire consequences. He shot a resentful glance at Qiao Tianshun, his form transforming into a long rainbow as he fled. "Consider yourself fortunate." The crisis was temporarily averted, yet a greater peril loomed ahead. The weak water had breached the dam, rushing into the lower realms. Qiao Tianshun and Zhu Beiji were at the forefront, on the verge of being engulfed. "Boss!" Zhu Beiji cried out in despair. Qiao Tianshun felt a shiver run down his spine. "Alas, my fate is sealed." At the brink of despair, a sudden hum resonated from the Dao Jia cabbage stalk that he had always worn as an ornament at his waist. It erupted with a brilliant green light. The life force emanating from it, upon contact with the stagnant waters, triggered an extraordinary reaction. The lifeless waters seemed to be infused with vitality, and, as if in defiance, ceased their relentless flow, forming a colossal vortex that circumvented them. Miraculously escaping from death, Qiao Tianshun and Zhu Beiji collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Zhu Beiji gazed in astonishment at the peculiar vortex, then looked at the cabbage stalk at Qiao Tianshun's waist, his eyes wide as saucers. "Boss, what is this?" Qiao Tianshun weakly waved his hand, gesturing towards the cabbage stalk. "Basic skills, No need for extravagance. By the heavens, how Ian and Luya await your reckoning. I shall remember this debt. Chapter 80. The formatting impact of the inept allies. The vast, turbulent waters surged ominously, as if prepared to engulf all in their path. Qiao Tianshun and Zhu Beiji were akin to two leaves, tossed and tumbled amidst the ferocious waves. Above them, Luya's murderous intent lingered, unyielding. The remnants of the witch clan, come forth to meet your demise. Suspended in midair, Luya deftly evaded the weak waters. His gourd's mouth once again aimed menacingly at Qiao Tianshun. He had discerned the peculiarity of this commander. The broom and that fragment of cabbage stalk were indeed extraordinary, and must not be permitted to remain. Boss, be careful. Zhu Beiji, with his corpulent form, shielded Qiao Tianshun, brandishing his rake. Get out of the way. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Luya's eyes, and a crimson beam shot forth, severing the rake with a resounding crack. Zhu Beiji let out a wretched cry as he was sent hurtling through the air. Panic seized Qiao Tianshun. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. In that moment of impending doom, the translucent cabbage stalk at his waist suddenly erupted with a blinding brilliance. This radiance contained the resolute spirit of rebirth that had once accompanied Huanglong Zhenren's enlightenment. A surge of inspiration coursed through Qiao Tianshun, and he grasped the cabbage stalk, hurling it with all his might towards Zhu Beiji. Catch it! In midair, Zhu Beiji, dazed and confused, instinctively opened his mouth and gulped it down. Boom! Time seemed to come to a standstill at that instant. Zhu Beiji's massive frame detonated like the primordial chaos itself. An indescribable, transcendent wave of anti-logic erupted from him, obliterating all that lay within its vicinity, restoring everything to its original state. The once menacing weak waters, which had roared like a feral beast moments before, were abruptly frozen in midair, transforming into the purest vapor, vanishing without a trace. Luya was at the forefront of this cataclysm. The flying knife gourd in his hand was brushed by this force, and with a crack, the innate indestructible brilliance on its surface dimmed, a fine fissure appearing. Puff! Luya was grievously wounded, spewing forth a torrent of golden crow essence blood. Unprecedented terror flashed in his eyes. This power made him feel the insignificance he had experienced in the presence of the Tao ancestor. What in the world is this? He dared not linger even a moment longer, transforming into a beam of golden light, tearing through the fabric of space, fleeing for his life. The wave of energy continued to propagate. At the breached banks of the heavenly river, the devastated dams and disordered formations, under the formatting influence of this power, curiously reverted to their original state. It was as if the colossal waves had merely been an illusion. Ding! A long-forgotten system notification rang in Qiao Tianshun's mind, like celestial music. Congratulations, host. In a seemingly hopeless scenario, through risk transference, throwing the cabbage, and asset restructuring, investing in Zhu Beiji, you have achieved an unimaginable, hidden optimal solution to restore order to the heavenly river. All option rewards have been merged and upgraded. Reward 1. The active talent, causal linkage, has been upgraded to causal furnace. It can convert absorbed malignant causality into pure merit or calamity energy for the host's command. Note: conversion rate is exceedingly low. Please exercise caution when gathering gossip. Reward 2. Acquire the unique passive domain, Silence of the Tao Tribulation Circle. Within a radius of 30 feet from the host, any directional spell, divine ability, or deduction shall be diminished by 99. Reward 3. Successful fusion upgrade. Obtain the uniquely bound magical treasure, Tiangong Tao Fruit, prototype. Description: you have successfully invested the residual power of the Tao Tribulation Seed into Zhu Beiji. He has become your mobile, calamity purifier, and human shield. When he experiences heightened emotions or sustains a heavy blow, there is a chance to trigger a formatting effect. Note: this magical treasure is exceedingly unstable and requires regular feeding of emotional value to maintain. Qiao Tianshun sat helplessly on the ground, gazing at the system interface. Torn between laughter and tears. A mobile shield? A human purifier? He turned to see Zhu Beiji sprawled out on the mirror-like riverbed, soundly asleep, with glistening drool at the corner of his mouth. Is this even possible? General, Li Jing and Neza arrived, accompanied by heavenly soldiers, albeit fashionably late. They descended onto the riverbed, witnessing the astonishing scene. The vanishing of the weak waters, the calming of the tumult, and Liu Ye's hasty retreat. The fathers and sons' eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. Li Jing knelt before Qiao Tianshun with a thud, his voice trembling. "General, your might is unparalleled. With a mere gesture, you have quelled the weak waters and repelled formidable foes. This humble servant is in awe." Neza, curious, circled around the slumbering Zhu Beiji, murmuring softly, "Father, this pig possesses an extraordinary resonance of the Tao." Qiao Tianshun, supporting his aching back, stood up, the handle of his broom having cracked from the earlier impact. He felt a pang of sorrow, for it symbolized his leisurely pursuits. In response to Li Jing's fervor, he could only feign an enigmatic demeanor. Ahem, mere trifles, nothing worthy of mention. He gestured towards the unconscious Zhu Beiji, asserting that Marshal Tiangong was the true hero of this pacification. Li Jing paused, then enlightenment dawned upon him. So that is the case. The general is nurturing future talents. His gaze towards Zhu Beiji transformed. To be regarded so highly by the general, this pig was indeed remarkable. Bring the marshal back to the residence at once. And take good care of him. Li Jing commanded loudly. Qiao Tianshun watched as the heavenly soldiers delicately carried away his mobile shield, silently vowing, "Beiji, from now on, you shall be my dear brother. Whoever dares to harm, you will face my wrath." In the Lingxiao Palace, the heavenly emperor stared intently at the Haotian mirror. Within the mirror, as the formatting power erupted, even the mirror's gaze was abruptly severed. Once the scene resumed, the crisis was averted. "What kind of power is that?" Haotian murmured, his expression dark and foreboding. It was neither of the celestial path, nor the demonic path, nor even the heavenly path. It was a kind of unreasonable nullification. His meticulously crafted schemes, the cunning plans of using others as tools, were rendered as juvenile tricks before Qiao Tianshun, easily dismantled. Liu Ye, grievously injured, had fled. And with the threat to the heavenly river resolved, Qiao Tianshun's prestige soared even higher. "Your Majesty, the Star of Tai Bai trembles nearby. As news arrives from the heavenly river that Marshal Qiao has declared, the matter concluded, he intends to return to his residence for rest." With a sudden crash, the jade scepter in Haotian's hand disintegrates into powder. "Rest? He has disrupted my grand plans and dares to seek repose." He abruptly rises, pacing back and forth within the hall. To kill? Impossible. To punish? There is no pretext to be found. After a lengthy moment, Haotian despondently sinks back into his seat, a flicker of resoluteness flashing in his eyes. "Tai Bai, your servant is present. Draft a decree." Haotian's voice, laden with boundless weariness, commands. "Summon Qiao Tianshun to the hall at once." "No." He pauses, altering his request. "You shall personally invite him. Ensure your demeanor is cordial." Tai Bai Jin Xing is taken aback. The emperor's demeanor has shifted. Understood. Haotian gazes into the void beyond the hall, silently contemplating. "Qiao Tianshun, since I cannot annihilate you, then I shall make use of you." Chapter 81. The retirement invitation from the heavenly emperor in the marshal's residence. Qiao Tianshun was tenderly applying adhesive. No, rather, a spiritual remedy to mend the cracks in his Tao heart's purity broom. "Alas, my old friend, you have suffered greatly." Just as he smoothed over a fissure, a voice called from outside. "Marshal, the Venus star requests an audience, claiming to bear the emperor's decree." Qiao Tianshun's hand trembled, nearly causing the broom to splinter anew. "What now? Am I to be left in peace?" He inhaled deeply, donning a face of feigned trepidation and eager submission before stepping outside. "Ah, Your Excellency, the Celestial Lord. I beg your pardon for my inadequate reception." To his surprise, the Venus star greeted him with an unusual demeanor, brimming with smiles, even bowing in deference. "The marshal has been excessively modest. Your prowess in pacifying the heavenly river is unparalleled. This humble Taoist has come to extend congratulations." Qiao Tianshun regarded him with suspicion. A weasel wishing a happy new year to a chicken? "The honor is all mine, courtesy of the emperor's grand favor." "You are too humble, Marshal." The Venus star amiably took his hand, leading him inside. "By the emperor's command, your labor and merit are recognized with a special grant of leisure." "Leisure?" Qiao Tianshun's ears perked up. This was a term he relished. Upon arriving in the main hall, the Venus star dismissed the attendants, retrieving a resplendent decree from his sleeve and solemnly presenting it to Qiao Tianshun. "Please, Marshal, take a look." Qiao Tianshun unfurled the decree. absorbing its content at a rapid pace. The opening lines extolled his recent endeavors, praising his leadership over myriad celestial beings, his tireless efforts, and his monumental achievements in quelling the heavenly river. However, as he reached the conclusion, his eyes widened in astonishment. The matter of canonization is nearing its conclusion. In recognition of your diligent efforts, you are hereby granted the honor of resigning from the position of Supreme Commander of the celestial beings to retire into seclusion. However, one task remains. You must represent the heavenly court and travel to the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens to report the events of the canonization to the Tao Ancestor and seek his approval. The day you accomplish this task will be the day of your freedom. A retirement agreement. This was unmistakably a premature retirement agreement. Xiao Tianxuan's heart raced with exhilaration. Resignation, seclusion, freedom. These 8 words encapsulated his lifelong aspirations. Yet, the Purple Cloud Palace? The Tao Ancestor? He swiftly regained his composure. Was the Heavenly Emperor treating him as a mere receptacle, to be discarded after use, yet first compelled to traverse the most perilous of paths? The Purple Cloud Palace was a place where even sages tread carefully. As a mere mortal, in his own estimation, would he not be obliterated by a mere glance from Hongjun? The Venus star gazed at him with a smile. What are your thoughts, Marshal? The Emperor has stated that although this journey may be fraught with challenges, should you earn the Tao Ancestor's favor, your future is boundless. Xiao Tianxun scoffed inwardly. Future? What future do I desire? He feigned difficulty. Your Excellency, this, meeting the Tao Ancestor, my identity may not suffice. What if I inadvertently offend the sacred presence? You worry unnecessarily, Marshal, the Venus star reassured him. You are now recognized across the 3 realms as an anomaly. Even the sages cannot discern your essence. Aside from you, none would be deemed suitable for this task. This was both flattery and an undeniable truth. Xiao Tianxun fell into silence. Remaining in the celestial realm, it was inevitable that Hao Yin would stir up trouble again. Venturing to the Zhixiao Palace was a perilous endeavor, yet as long as he returned alive, he could achieve complete liberation. This was a gamble. One cannot capture a tiger's cub without entering its den. Memories from Xiao Tianxuan's past life resurfaced. During his tumultuous dealings in the business world, every high-stakes gamble was akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Very well. He lifted his head, his gaze clear yet naive. To alleviate the Emperor's burdens was the duty of a loyal subject. I shall undertake this mission. The Star of Tai Bai was overjoyed. The Marshal exhibits profound righteousness. I shall return to report forthwith. After bidding farewell to the Star of Tai Bai, Xiao Tianxun sank into a chair, exhaling deeply. The next step was preparation. He needed to inspect his human-shaped shield. Zhu Beiji had been placed in a side hall, under the vigilant watch of heavenly soldiers. Indeed, Neza had not left. He was crouched by the bed, poking Zhu Beiji's belly with the Rui Jingu Bang. Hey, ugly. What on earth are you harboring in that belly of yours? Xiao Tianxun approached and smacked Neza on the back of his head. How impertinent. Address me as Master Uncle. Neza, clutching his head, replied pitifully. Marshal, he is merely a pig. And what of it? This is a pig that has rendered great service. Xiao Tianxun glanced at the soundly sleeping Zhu Beiji, his heart slightly reassured. Bringing this creature along to the Zhixiao Palace would provide an additional layer of security. He returned to the backyard, heading to the vegetable garden. The Tao Tribulation cabbage, which had been nibbled on, had now completely healed. Furthermore, the surrounding soil radiated with ethereal energy, brimming with vitality. You are quite the treasure, Xiao Tianxun mused as he caressed the vegetable leaves. Ding. Detected host's investment intention towards Tao Tribulation seed, descendant. Option 1. Leave it in the Marshal's residence to suppress fortune. Reward. Enhance defensive capabilities of the residence. Option 2. Refine it and integrate it into oneself. Reward. Acquire a faint trace of Tao Tribulation power. Hidden operation. Gift it to another or transplant it to a more critical location. Without hesitation, Xiao Tianxun chose to take it with him. He procured an exquisite flower pot and carefully uprooted the cabbage. A little extra trump card for the journey to the Zhixiao Palace would be prudent. All was in readiness. Xiao Tianxun hoisted the repaired broom. With the pot of cabbage dangling at his waist, and behind him trailed the drowsy Zhu Beiji, forcibly dragged along, as they ascended the heavenly ladder towards the 33 heavens, under the awestruck gazes of the heavenly soldiers. Boss, where are we headed? I'm still half asleep, Zhu Beiji yawned. We are going to meet your ancestral master's master. Oh, Zhu Beiji replied, not fully grasping the gravity of the situation as he continued to yawn. The three realms trembled. News of Qiao Tianshuan's ascent to the Zixiao Palace swept through the wilderness like a tempest. At Kunlun Mountain, in the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable slowly opened his eyes, calculating with his fingers, yet remained enveloped in chaos. How yin, how cunning, he snorted coldly. On Golden Ao Island, in the Bo Palace, the Tongtian teacher laughed heartily. How amusing, how amusing. I wonder what this little fellow will conjure before the Tao ancestor. In the Western blissful realm, the figures of the Bodhisattvas, Zhuan Ti and Jieyin, sat opposite each other, their expressions grave. Master brother, should this individual gain the recognition of the ancestral Tao, the momentum of our Western domain may face unforeseen alterations. Let us observe the unfolding events. As the winds surged and clouds billowed, all eyes were drawn towards the depths of chaos, to the ancient and eternal palace of the purple cloud. Chapter 82. Before the palace of Zixiao. The reluctant messenger in the chaotic turbulence of the 33 heavens, time and space ceased to exist, leaving only an endless surge of violent energy. Even a great Luo golden immortal could be torn to shreds with a moment's carelessness. Qiao Tianshan summoned all his defensive treasures, conjuring the Tao Tribulation Silent Circle, which enveloped him in an absolute domain of 3 zhang, isolating the chaotic essence from the outside world. Beside him, Zhu Beiji, the anthropomorphic purifier, slumbered soundly, occasionally smacking his lips, causing ripples of Tao rhythm to emanate from him, further stabilizing the surrounding space. With one hand grasping a broom and the other holding a basin of cabbage, Qiao Tianshan cautiously navigated through the chaos. Beiji, wake up. Stop sleeping. Watch where you're going. Boss, have we arrived? Zhu Beiji groggily opened his eyes, and upon recognizing their surroundings, jolted awake. Good heavens! Where are we? Before the palace of Zixiao. Ahead, at the terminus of the chaos, an ancient and majestic palace, seemingly coeval with the heavens and earth, floated serenely. The gates of Zixiao Palace were tightly shut, yet they emanated a suffocating aura of authority. Qiao Tianshan felt his legs weaken. As a once bankrupt businessman from a previous life, what merit did he possess to stand before the chairman and CEO of the primordial realm? Boss, do we really have to go in? Zhu Beiji's voice trembled with trepidation. We've come this far. Qiao Tianshan gritted his teeth. Straightening his attire, he inhaled deeply and approached the palace gates, raising his hand to knock on the door's ring. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed into the eerie silence of the chaos. No response came from within. After a moment, he knocked 3 more times. Still, there was no answer. Boss, could it be that the Tao ancestor isn't home? Zhu Beiji whispered. Silence, Qiao Tianshan thought, bemused by the grandiosity of this esteemed figure. Glancing around, he noticed a sign hanging by the door, no entry without invitation. Great. It seems we have been met with a closed door. Just as he contemplated retreating, the palace door creaked open slightly, revealing a youthful figure, exquisitely sculpted, with rosy lips and pearly teeth. Hao Yin Qiao Tianshan nearly blurted out, but quickly corrected himself. This was the former attendant of Hao Yin, the gatekeeper. Are you Qiao Tianshan? The boy inquired with a childlike voice, though his gaze bore an unsettling wisdom beyond his years. Indeed, Qiao Tianshan replied with a forced smile. On the orders of the Jade Emperor, I have come to report to the Tao ancestor. Come in, the boy waved his small hand. The Tao ancestor awaits your presence. As the door opened wider, an even more formidable aura surged forth. Qiao Tianshan felt as if he were being thrust into a juicer. He quickly activated the Tao Tribulation Silence Circle, barely managing to steady himself. With Zhu Beiji in tow, he entered warily. Inside the palace of Zixiao, the vastness was overwhelming. At the far end, upon a high platform, sat an elder whose hair and beard were as white as snow, his form ethereal and translucent. He was palpably present, yet seemed to exist beyond the confines of this time and space. Hongjun Daozu. Disciple Qiao Tianshan pays his respects to the Tao ancestor. With a sudden thud, Qiao Tianshan kneels on the ground, not daring to lift his head. Zhu Beiji follows suit, trembling like a sieve. Hongjun remains silent, merely observing them with a steady gaze. Qiao Tianshan feels as though he has been completely seen through, from his very essence to his corporeal form, his transmigration, his system, his petty existence, his cunning, all laid bare. Cold sweat instantly drenches his back. Ding. Detection of a high-level scrutiny. Causal isolation. Heavenly Secrets Mosaic have been rendered ineffective. Warning. Warning. The host is on the verge of exposure. Xiao Tianshuan's heart plummets to the depths of despair. Just then, the Dao Catastrophe Cabbage at his waist gently quivers, emitting a faint, chaotic aura that does not belong to this heavenly path. Hongjuan's gaze lingers momentarily on the cabbage. An anomaly. The voice of the Dao ancestor resonates, as if echoing within the depths of his soul. You, what brings you here? The interview begins. Xiao Tianshun understands that he cannot admit to coming for retirement. He must present a narrative that will satisfy the Dao ancestor. Bowing low, his voice sincere and humble, to report to the Dao ancestor, the disciple has come to submit a resignation. Hongjun. The air thickens. Xiao Tianshun throws caution to the wind, and in that moment, the wisdom of a mere worker bursts forth. Originally, I was but a mundane being, graced by heavenly favor to enter the celestial ranks. Yet, I am but a fool, unworthy of such responsibility. Though I am honored to be part of the divine ascension, I feel profoundly inadequate. I believe that the great Tao encompasses 50, heaven unfolds 49, and humanity escapes 1. I am that one. He embarks on a discourse of profound rhetoric. What I seek is not fame or fortune, nor longevity, but simply the word smooth. To be in harmony with desires. To flow with nature. The divine ascension is a calamity, while I yearn for peace. Calamity and peace are the two extremes of the Tao. Therefore, I boldly request the Tao ancestors' grace to permit me to retreat in order to uphold the order of the heavenly Tao. Upon finishing his speech, Xiao Tianshun nearly convinces himself. He elevates his own pettiness to the noble cause of maintaining the stability of the heavenly Tao. Within the grand hall, one could hear a pin drop. Hongjun remains silent for a long time. Xiao Tianshuan's heart races. After a moment, Hongjun speaks again. What is smooth? In response, Xiao Tianshun steels himself to the Tao ancestor. I believe that existence is justification. I endure, therefore I am. This is my smooth. Haraha. A hearty yet ancient laughter reverberates through the purple cloud palace. Hongjun laughs. What a delightful I endure, therefore I am. Your wit is quite amusing, little one. Xiao Tianshun breathes a sigh of relief. He has gambled correctly. Enough. Hongjun waves his hand. The divine ascension is determined, and the tide cannot be reversed. Since you seek to depart, go forth. Thank you, Tao ancestor. Xiao Tianshun rejoices, bowing 3 times in rapid succession. Wait, Hongjun remarked. As you are an anomaly, you must not be without purpose. He extended his hand, and a mysterious purple light penetrated Xiao Tianshuan's brow. This was a fragment of the one that escaped. Keep it close, for it may prove useful in the future. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme and unique talent, Escape 1 Pseudo. Description: you have obtained a trait undetectable by the heavenly path. Henceforth, your survival instincts will be profoundly enhanced. Before Xiao Tianshun could revel in his fortune, Hongjun's gaze shifted to the figure of Zhu Beiji behind him. The pig. Zhu Beiji, terrified, let out a yelp and promptly prostrated himself on the ground. Burdened by calamities yet possessing a pure heart, so be it. I shall bestow upon him a fortuitous transformation. With a casual gesture, Hongjun solidified the heavenly pavilion Dao fruit, initial form, upon Zhu Beiji. In the future, during the journey to the west, he may serve as a protector of the Dao. Journey to the west? Protector of the Dao? Xiao Tianshun and Zhu Beiji exchanged bewildered glances. Very well, be on your way. Hongjun closed his eyes, and the grand doors of the purple cloud palace burst open. Xiao Tianshun seized Zhu Beiji, and with a sense of liberation, they tumbled and scrambled out of the palace. Amidst the chaos, Xiao Tianshun cast a final glance at the magnificent palace, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had succeeded. He had retired. He had also received a gift from the Dao ancestor. Boss, what did the Dao ancestor mean by journey to the west? Zhu Beiji still appeared dazed. Xiao Tianshun gazed into the distance, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. Never mind. Come, Beiji, let us go and tend to the fields. Chapter 83. The neighbor is a monkey. Xiao Tianshun finally returned to the long-cherished South Heaven Gate. The familiar plaque, the gentle breeze caressing his face, he exhaled deeply, feeling every cell in his body rejoice in exuberance. He was retired. He had truly retired. He even contemplated running before the Jade Emperor, grasping his hand with tears of joy and singing, "I've finally waited for you." The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing personally escorted him to the South Heaven Gate, beaming with a brightness that rivaled his own. "Marshal, take care. Do come visit the heavenly court when you have the time." Xiao Tianshun chuckled, inwardly resolving that he never wished to return. "Star-Lord, do stay a moment." He waved his hand, pulling the bewildered Zhu Beiji along, like two liberated prisoners swiftly descending to the mortal realm. "Boss, where are we headed?" Zhu Beiji curiously surveyed the world below, everything appearing novel and exciting. "To enjoy retirement," Xiao Tianshun declared with unwavering certainty. He sought a place that was utterly safe, devoid of karmic entanglements, and profoundly tranquil, where he could cultivate the land in peace. Ideally, a location without even a single fly. His first stop was the Eastern Sea, hoping to find an underwater cavern. However, the incessant clamor from the crustacean soldiers and their ranks proved unbearable. He then ventured to the northern Julu continent, in search of a frigid, desolate locale. While it was indeed serene there, he found the cold unwelcoming. Wandering aimlessly across the primordial land with Zhu Beiji in tow, his mind replayed the geographical knowledge from his previous life. Where was the aura sparse? Where were the inhabitants few? Where was the utmost safety? Suddenly, an idea sparked within him. A place emerged in his mind, Flower Fruit Mountain. This location was pitifully devoid of spiritual energy, with not even a decent earth immortal in sight. Moreover, it was home to a familiar face, the spirit monkey he had once won over with a carrot. Familiarity mitigated social risks, a shared understanding among the working class. With a decisive clap of his thigh, he exclaimed, "This is it. Beiji, we are going to Flower Fruit Mountain." Flower Fruit Mountain, Zhu Beiji echoed, feeling a flicker of recognition. He racked his brain, but could not discern the reason. All he knew was that where Xiao Tianshun led, he would follow. Thus, the two made their way toward the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Along the journey, Xiao Tianshun expounded upon his retirement philosophy to Zhu Beiji. "Beiji, in life, the most important thing is to embrace tranquility." Zhu Beiji was perplexed. That is, to strive for nothing, to engage in no competition. Xiao Tianshun pointed toward a crooked peach tree by the roadside. "Look at that tree. It thrives without competing for sunlight or measuring its height against other trees. But it looks rather ugly," Zhu Beiji candidly remarked. Xiao Tianshun sighed deeply, reminding himself not to engage in petty disputes. "You know nothing. This embodies the principle of simplicity." Zhu Beiji nodded in a manner that suggested a vague comprehension. They arrived at the Eastern Victory Divine Continent, where the spiritual energy was indeed lamentably sparse. Xiao Tianshun let out a satisfied sigh, exclaiming, "This is the essence. The more barren the land, the greater the safety." Accompanied by Zhu Beiji, he inquired along the way and finally located Flower and Fruit Mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Xiao Tianshun was taken aback. He had envisioned Flower and Fruit Mountain as a desolate place devoid of vitality, yet before him stood a landscape that, while lacking in spiritual energy, was resplendent with clear waters, lush vegetation, melodious birdsong, and a pervading aura of celestial charm. Strangely, the mountain was imbued with a profound vitality, pure, primal, and magnificent. Xiao Tianshun felt this vitality resonating with the cabbage pot at his waist, causing him to furrow his brow. This doesn't seem right. "Boss, this place feels incredibly comfortable," Zhu Beiji exclaimed, inhaling deeply. It seemed that the Tianpeng Dao fruit within him was receiving some form of nourishment, becoming invigorated. Alarm bells rang in Xiao Tianshun's mind. This place was unsafe. Just as he contemplated pulling Zhu Beiji away, a cacophony erupted nearby. "The king has returned. The king, the king." A troop of monkeys descended from the mountain, led by one garbed in splendid golden chainmail. The monkey wielded a pitch-black iron rod, its gaze fierce and commanding. It was none other than the spirit monkey. Upon spotting Xiao Tianshun, its eyes widened in astonishment. "Oh, old immortal," the monkey exclaimed, hastily dropping the iron rod and rushing over, fidgeting with excitement. "Old immortal, how did you come here? I have been eagerly awaiting your return." Xiao Tianshun chuckled, "Monkey King. It's been a while." He observed the monkey, then glanced at the iron rod in its possession. That rod appeared strikingly familiar. It was the very pry bar he had fished out from the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Xiao Tianshun's expression darkened. How could this monkey possibly use his pry bar as a weapon? He sensed that his fishing rod prowess had inadvertently spawned some uncontrollable repercussions. Old immortal, you once bestowed upon me a carrot, allowing me to comprehend the Tao. I have never forgotten it. The Monkey King declared, brimming with fervor. Xiao Tianxuan's face clouded over. A carrot? He had merely tossed a carrot aside to dissuade the monkey from pestering him, yet it had somehow evolved into a profound enlightenment? Ah, old immortal, the Monkey King suddenly recalled, slapping its forehead. The carrot you threw to me, I have been venerating it, and it has grown. Xiao Tianxuan's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly realized that the Tao Tribulation cabbage at his waist was a descendant of that very carrot. He couldn't help but gaze at the Monkey King. The monkey, isn't he the greatest beneficiary of his carrot project? Isn't this monkey the first chosen one of his investments? Xiao Tianxuan's heart became tumultuous. He felt as though he had been thrust into a whirlpool by some celestial force once again. Monkey King, you have become the ruler here? Indeed. The Monkey King replied with pride. I, Sun Wukong, have traveled abroad to seek enlightenment, mastering the 72 transformations and the somersault cloud. And upon my return, I have claimed this flower and fruit mountain. Old immortal, I shall henceforth be the king of this flower and fruit mountain. Your arrival is the greatest joy for us here. The Monkey King exclaimed with excitement. He led Xiao Tianxuan to the water curtain cave, which he had adorned with celestial magic, making it resplendent. The Monkey King gestured towards the finest spot within the cave. Old immortal, you shall reside here. I, your humble neighbor. The corners of Xiao Tianxuan's mouth twitched. He glanced at the monkey, and then at the lively group of monkeys behind him. He sensed that his retirement life might be in jeopardy. He sighed. Oh well, since I'm here, this monkey seems quite reliable. At the very least, with him around, I should not be disturbed by any petty nuisances. He sought out the most desolate corner with the thinnest spiritual energy. Monkey King, I shall cultivate a small plot of land here, growing some vegetables. It won't be an inconvenience, will it? Not at all, not at all. The Monkey King waved his hands excitedly. Old immortal, plant as you please. Xiao Tianxuan nodded in satisfaction. He took out a pot of cabbage and carefully placed it on the ground before beginning to dig. Zhu Beiji, noticing his endeavor, approached eagerly. Boss, let me help you. Xiao Tianxuan cast a grateful glance at the tool-wielding pig. Zhu Beiji grabbed a rake and scraped the ground a couple of times. Suddenly, he felt his Tao fruit stirring with renewed vigor. That formatted power began to stir restlessly within him. As he plunged the rake into the earth, a massive pit appeared instantly. Boss, what is happening? Zhu Beiji retreated in fright. Xiao Tianxuan gazed at the enormous pit, lost in contemplation. He suddenly realized that his primordial nourishment physique, combined with the unique power of the Tao Calamity Cabbage, along with Zhu Beiji's Tianpeng Tao fruit, could transform this land into something unfathomable by ordinary standards. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he dug the pit, countless powerful beings across the three realms sensed that extraordinary fluctuation. The wave was vast, primordial, and ancient, as if it emanated from before the creation of the world. In the Western Paradise, both Guanyin and Amitabha opened their eyes simultaneously. Brother, that vitality, it belongs to that individual. Amitabha sighed. It appears that the guide of the great calamity of the West has found his path. A glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of Qing Tai. Brother, if this young man can be of service to our Western cause, the prospects for expansion are indeed promising. Jane shook his head. One cannot force this matter. This individual cannot be swayed by the tides of fate. Let us observe the developments quietly. On Janeo Island, the heavenly teacher burst into hearty laughter. This lad certainly knows how to choose a location. That place is truly well suited for him. It seems we are in for an entertaining spectacle. In the heavenly court, the countenance of the Emperor Haotian darkened. Tai Bai, investigate. Where does that power originate? Tai Bai Jingxing promptly accepted the command. After extensive inquiry, he discovered that the source of that power came from the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. However, he could not ascertain its exact location. Suddenly, he recalled Xiao Tianxuan. Isn't that fellow recently in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent? He hesitated to pursue further, fearing that continued investigation might entangle him in unpredictable consequences. Apprehensively, he returned to report. Your Majesty, that power is exceedingly enigmatic, and this old minister is powerless to comprehend it. Haotian let out a cold snort. He understood that this power was likely intertwined with Qiao Tianshun. Clenching his fists, he seethed, "Qiao Tianshun, do you think that by retiring, you can escape my grasp?" He gazed into the Haoyan mirror, where Qiao Tianshun was busy digging and planting. The flames of fury blazed within him, and he resolved to create some trouble for Qiao Tianshun. Chapter 84. The online recruitment of talent. Qiao Tianshun had cultivated a patch of land for himself on Huahua Mountain. He meticulously planted the pot of Daojie cabbage. Under his watchful eye, Zhu Beiji cleared the surrounding weeds with a rake. Strangely, the weeds transformed into pure spiritual energy beneath Zhu Beiji's efforts. Qiao Tianshun sensed he had discovered a continuous source of spiritual energy production. He resolved to fully utilize this humanoid purifier. Each day, he instructed Zhu Beiji to tend to the weeds, while he reclined in a lounge chair, savoring the experience with his Dao Ti, watching Zhu Beiji's diligent figure. This was the life he yearned for. "Boss, when will this work come to an end?" Zhu Beiji panted, drenched in sweat. "Patience is a virtue," Qiao Tianshun cryptically replied. "You must immerse yourself in the experience and relish this process. This is the true essence of the Tao." Zhu Beiji appeared perplexed. He only recognized that this endeavor was exhausting. His greatest joy each day was listening to Qiao Tianshun's stories. Qiao regaled him with tales from his previous life, the intrigues of corporate life, and the ups and downs of existence. Zhu Beiji found these narratives far more engaging than the rules of the celestial realm. Working here, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. As days passed, however, Huahua Mountain grew increasingly tumultuous. The vibrant life force attracted the attention of numerous demon clans. Even the Western Church began to stir with intent. Zhuan Ti and Jiayin observed Shen Gongbao. "Friend Shen, your Phoenix plan has been executed splendidly. In the current turmoil among the three teachings, our Western Church's fortunes have risen significantly, thanks to your efforts." Shen Gongbao beamed with pride. "Your praise is excessive. However, I have heard that Qiao Tianshun has recently opened a patch of Dao land in the Eastern Victory Divine Continent." Zhuan Ti and Jie Yin's expressions grew solemn. "Friend Shen, your journey is indeed for this matter. The stone monkey of Huahua Mountain is pivotal for future prosperity. You must go and take this monkey as your disciple." Upon hearing this, Shen Gongbao's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Rest assured, sage, I shall bring that monkey back to the West." He accepted the task and set off with enthusiasm towards the Eastern Victory Divine Continent. Upon arriving at Huahua Mountain, however, he found the situation to be entirely different from his expectations. He had anticipated encountering a naive and inexperienced little demon. Instead, he beheld the monkey, clad in a suit of golden chainmail, wielding a magical staff, exuding an imposing presence as he sat upon a throne. The Monkey King was reprimanding his underlings. "You unruly monkeys, listen well. My celestial neighbor cherishes tranquility. Who would dare to disturb him? If anyone does, I, the great sage, will flay them alive." Shen Gongbao was momentarily taken aback. A celestial neighbor? He cautiously began to investigate. To his astonishment, the divine neighbor spoken of by the Monkey King turned out to be none other than the recently infamous Master Qiao from the Jepai Pass. Shen Gongbao's heart sank. He realized that his task had instantly escalated from persuading a wild monkey to attempting to poach someone from Master Qiao. The difficulty of this endeavor had increased exponentially. He dared not approach Qiao Tianshun, for that individual was too enigmatic, too perilous. Instead, he resolved to pursue an indirect approach. He seized an opportunity. Qiao Tianshun was dozing in the mustard seed field, while Zhu Beiji was fast asleep, snoring loudly. Shen Gongbao stealthily made his way to the water curtain cave, where he found the Monkey King. "I am a humble Taoist from the Western blissful world, a disciple of the revered saint of primordial unity," he proclaimed. Shen Gongbao employed his silver tongue to initiate his grand scheme. "Would you care to accompany me to the Western blissful world? There lies the secret to eternal life and the supreme status of the Buddha. Should you go, you would become a protector of the Buddhist faith, revered by countless Buddhas and basking in eternal incense." The Monkey King was somewhat swayed. After all, the allure of immortality was undeniably compelling. He scratched his head, hesitating. I must consult my celestial neighbor first." Shen Gongbao's smile froze on his face. Just then, Qiao Tianshun emerged from the field, wielding a hoe. He stretched lazily, yawned, and prepared to wash his feet in the mountain stream. Spotting Shen Gongbao, the old trickster trying to entice his rather agreeable monkey neighbor. He felt a surge of anger. He sauntered over. Isn't this Taoist Shin? Not content with ensnaring people at the Jepai Pass. You've come here to undermine me? Shin Gongbao's face flushed crimson. He laughed awkwardly. Qiao, Master Qiao, you misunderstand. I was merely passing by and noticed this monkey king has an affinity with the West, so I wish to cultivate a good relationship. Qiao Tianshun scoffed. He patted the monkey king's shoulder and languidly remarked, Monkey head, don't listen to his bluster. If you desire immortality, seek it through your own efforts. Relying on others is inferior to relying on oneself. Besides, to be his subordinate, reciting scriptures and meditating daily, is nowhere near as joyful as reigning as a king on your own mountain and feasting on bananas. To the monkey king, these words were akin to a final decree from a revered master. He immediately rolled his eyes at Shin Gongbao and made a face. Heh, I only heed the old celestial's advice. Yes, right. I want to become a subordinate. Shin Gongbao's attempt to poach was thwarted once more, this time with a mere dismissive comment from Qiao Tianshun. Disheartened, he returned to the Western teachings. The stone monkey has been preemptively invested in by Qiao Tianshun during the angel round, becoming deeply intertwined and regarded as his private possession. Our desire to invest can only be postponed until the next round, or we may opt to invest directly in Qiao Tianshun himself. Upon hearing this, the two Western saints completely reclassified Qiao Tianshun as an equal player in the great calamity of the journey to the West. They began to reassess the entire journey to the West initiative, with the collaboration with Qiao Tianshun emerging as a new focal point of discussion. Unbeknownst to him, Qiao Tianshun returned to the Dao field after washing his feet, reclining in a chair while observing Zhu Beiji tending to the weeds. Meanwhile, the Monkey King, accompanied by his troop of monkeys, stood guard around the perimeter of the Dao field. Old Immortal, I, the old grandson, will keep watch for you, ensuring not even a fly can enter. Qiao Tianshun smiled with satisfaction, appreciating the effectiveness of this security detail. Chapter 85. The demonic alliance's forced demolition plan. The scheme of Shin Gongbao to undermine the wall has met with failure. However, the vibrant essence of primordial life emanating from the flower and fruit mountain has attracted the attention of numerous factions. The demonic alliance, led by Lu Ye and the Bull Demon King, has sensed this rich vitality and concluded it is a chaotic spiritual root. The chaotic spiritual root represents the hope for the revival of the demon race. A fervent gleam sparkled in Lu Ye's eyes. With its acquisition, our demon race can once again bask in the glory of ancient times. The Bull Demon King eagerly rubbed his fists together, exclaiming, Brother, I shall lead a group to seize that spiritual root. Yet, Lu Ye restrained him. Patience is key. That place is currently occupied by that cunning lad, Qiao Tianshun. He is exceedingly enigmatic. We must first dispatch some lesser demons to probe and ascertain his capabilities. Should he indeed possess such formidable power, we will devise alternative strategies. They commenced sending demon soldiers to infiltrate and test the waters of Flower and Fruit Mountain. However, this time, their disruptive endeavors encountered unprecedented resistance. The Monkey King, as the sovereign of Flower and Fruit Mountain, regarded Qiao Tianshun's sacred ground with utmost reverence. He prioritized the protection of the old sage's tranquility as his foremost duty. All the intruding lesser demons were swiftly repelled by the monkey horde he led, fleeing in disarray. Those foolish beings dare disturb the old sage's meditation. The Monkey King brandished his iron staff as he patrolled the mountain. Rest assured, dear old sage, with me, no one shall disrupt your peace. Qiao Tianshun was exceedingly pleased with the Monkey King's security efforts. He believed that the initial investment of that carrot had proven invaluable, embodying the spirit of a benevolent employer. He resolved to reward the Monkey King with a year-end bonus. One day, while the Monkey King was engaged in battle with a formidable wolf demon, he found himself at a disadvantage due to the lack of a suitable weapon. Though the sea calming needle was powerful, it was still too cumbersome for the monkey. Qiao Tianshun happened to witness this and thought that the Monkey King's inadequate equipment was hampering his efficiency. Recalling the sea calming needle he had previously fished from the East Sea Dragon Palace with the causality fishing rod for use as a lever, he concluded that it was unwieldy for his own use and merely occupying space. Thus, he decided to present it to the Monkey King. He approached the Monkey King, who was being pressed back by the wolf demon while carrying the heavy, unattractive iron staff. Observing the struggle, Xiao Tianshun shook his head and said, "Monkey King, I see you are laboring in battle." He tossed the iron staff to him, casually remarking, "This firewood stick is not to my liking, so I gift it to you. Guard the home well and prevent any troublesome beings from disturbing my rest." The Monkey King received the iron staff, feeling an intrinsic connection as if it had been crafted specifically for him. As he wielded it, the heavens and earth shifted, its power boundless. Overcome with gratitude, he expressed profound appreciation to Xiao Tianshan. He regarded this as a test and recognition from his mentor, a bestowal of a supreme divine weapon. Grasping the golden staff, he struck the wolf demon with a single blow, reducing it to mere pulp. This spectacle was witnessed in its entirety by the spies of Liu Ya, who reported back to Liu Ya and the Bull Demon King. The target has completed the second phase of armament for its heavenly pawn. The Monkey King has acquired what appears to be the primordial chaos divine iron. This revelation left the two demon saints both astonished and apprehensive. They were astounded by the unfathomable depth of that existence, capable of casually gifting such a weapon of that caliber. Their fear stemmed from the realization that their plans would now have to contend with an opponent fortified to the teeth with extraordinary power. Yet, the allure of the chaotic spiritual roots proved irresistible. They resolved to cease their probing and instead muster all their might to launch a full-scale assault to seize the treasure. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the supreme deity observed the impending clash at Flowerfruit Mountain through the heavenly mirror. He let out a cold laugh. "Xiao Tianshan, do you believe you can escape?" He decided to proceed as per his original plan, to watch the tigers fight from the mountain and then descend to reap the rewards under the guise of maintaining order. He continued to dispatch Li Jing and Neza to showcase their martial prowess in the Eastern Sea. However, Neza, a fervent admirer, began to change his approach. No longer content to observe clandestinely, he took advantage of the camaraderie formed during their battles in the River of Heaven, frequently visiting Flowerfruit Mountain, ostensibly to pay respects to his uncle Qiao. Although Xiao Tianshan found him bothersome, he could not dismiss him out of respect for his former role as his temporary bodyguard. Consequently, Neza became a regular at Xiao Tianshuan's abode. Witnessing firsthand how he armed the beautiful Monkey King and guided Zhu Beiji, now also working alongside Xiao Tianshan, on utilizing formatted power to tend the fields. Neza's admiration had become so profound it was almost blinding. He disseminated these observations throughout the celestial military in the form of gossip, leading many celestial soldiers to believe that Marshal Qiao was conducting a rapid training course for quasi-saints at Flowerfruit Mountain, with the Monkey King as his inaugural disciple. When the supreme deity issued orders to be on standby and prepare to quell the unrest, both Li Jing and Neza felt a tremendous psychological resistance. To them, intervening meant undermining their former leader and mentor, an act they deemed profoundly rebellious. Particularly for Neza, he directly approached the supreme deity, asserting with righteous indignation, "Your Majesty, Uncle Qiao's guidance at Flowerfruit Mountain is a blessing for the three realms. Should any demon dare to intrude, I am willing to serve as the vanguard for my uncle, vanquishing the horde without the need for the heavenly army." The supreme deity nearly erupted with fury. His grand strategy to exert control had barely begun, yet his most capable vanguard had already become an insider for the opposing side. He realized that Xiao Tianshuan's influence had deeply permeated the very foundation of the heavenly court. Resorting to coercive measures may likely destabilize the morale of the troops. Yet, he remains unwilling to relent. He is convinced that, in the face of absolute interests, the so-called bonds of mentorship are utterly fragile. A tempest is gathering over Huagua Mountain. A grand spectacle of forcible demolition and counter-demolition targeting Xiao Tianshuan's fields is poised to unfold. Chapter 86. Troubles arrive outside the water curtain cave on Flower and Fruit Mountain. The Monkey King was passionately addressing a throng of monkeys. "Listen well, my fellow monkeys. Our divine neighbor to the south despises noise. Should anyone dare to disturb him, I shall flay their skin." As he spoke, the Monkey King instinctively grasped the heavy iron staff at his waist. This staff, a gift from the old immortal, had imbued him with a newfound strength. Previously, he had to exert considerable effort to defeat the unruly wolf demons, but now, with a single strike, they disintegrated into nothingness. It was astonishingly effortless. The king speaks wisely. Protecting the old immortal is tantamount to safeguarding our Flower and Fruit Mountain. The monkeys echoed in unison, their voices resounding with fervor. At that moment, Their admiration for Qiao Tianshun was palpable. This divine neighbor not only bestowed upon the king divine weapons, but also cultivated miraculous herbs that enlightened the king's understanding of the Tao. He was nothing short of a living bodhisattva, a vessel of virtue. Qiao Tianshun reclined beside his mustard seed field, sipping enlightenment tea while observing the Monkey King's military drills in the distance. Quite commendable. The captain of the guards is performing admirably. That carrot was indeed worth the investment. Boss, when will this weeding task come to an end? Grumbled Zhu Beiji, who, weary as a dog, hefted his rake. He felt the celestial pig Tao fruit within him thriving on the vibrant life force of flower and fruit mountain. Each time he weeded, that innate energy stirred restlessly. However, it seemed that Boss Qiao was not entirely pleased with his weeding efficiency. Beiji, Qiao Tianshun drawled lazily, you are handling that rake too roughly. Look at the damage you've done to the soil. This field requires meticulous cultivation. Your approach is no different from those troublesome demons. Zhu Beiji looked at Qiao Tianshun with a face full of grievance. Boss, it's not intentional. Who knew this soil would be so fertile? Every time I rake, the spiritual energy bursts forth with abandon. I can't help it. Qiao Tianshun took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, if you can't control it, then learn to manage it. Otherwise, how can you justify my nurturing as your chairman? All right, that's enough for today. Go rest. And tonight I shall impart the essence of business management to you. Zhu Beiji, feeling as if he had received a reprieve, scrambled away. Watching him depart, Qiao Tianshun sighed. This humanoid purifier was still too young and required proper guidance. At that moment, a sudden rush of wind sliced through the air. Qiao Tianshun looked up to see two figures darting through the forest of flower and fruit mountain like phantoms, Luya Daojun and the Bull Demon King. Behind them trailed a group of formidable demon clansmen. Brother, this is the place. The Bull Demon King pointed at the barren Dao field belonging to Qiao Tianshun, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This primordial vitality emanates from this very land. It is undoubtedly the chaotic spiritual root. Luya, the Taoist lord, gazed with flickering eyes, infused with a hint of fervor. Indeed, this vitality is several times more potent than what I encountered at the boundary gate last time. This must be the hope for the resurgence of the demon race. However, that Qiao Tianshun. Luya furrowed his brow. Last time at the Heavenly River, he had been ensnared by the pig demon's formidable powers, nearly tainting his immortal slaying flying blade. Although he had managed to mitigate the damage, that peculiar force had left an indelible shadow upon him. Merely a sweeping Taoist. The Bull Demon King scoffed derisively. Had it not been for that pig demon's interference, I could have easily dispatched him with a single blow. Fear not, brother. This time, with the alliance of the two great demon kings and our numerous brethren, that mere flower fruit mountain and Qiao Tianshun would hardly dare to impede us. Let us swiftly seize that spiritual root, so we may return and restore the grandeur of our demon clan. Luya nodded. You speak wisely. That Shingon leopard is indeed a fool. He squandered the opportunity presented by the heavenly born stone monkey and allowed Qiao Tianshun to deceive him with mere words. Now, that monkey has obtained the sea-calming needle iron. The Monkey King is now a formidable opponent, and Qiao Tianshun remains an enigma. Yet, with the two of us present, even if he is an anomaly, he must consider his position. A glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Luya's eyes. Convey my orders. Conduct a thorough search to locate the chaotic spiritual root. Whoever finds it shall be rewarded handsomely. And if we can capture Qiao Tianshun, he must possess numerous secrets. The Bull Demon King chuckled sinisterly. Indeed, capturing Qiao Tianshun will surely grant us treasures that will enhance our strength. A swarm of demon soldiers immediately took their orders and scattered like sharks sensing blood, scouring every corner of Flower Fruit Mountain. Their target was the seemingly inconspicuous Dao field belonging to Qiao Tianshun. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianshun reclined lazily in his chair, oblivious to the impending assault directed at him. He merely sensed that the wind in the mountains today seemed a tad tumultuous. Zhu Beiji, go and see if there are any unwelcome demons causing a ruckus outside. I was just about to contemplate the Tao, and this noise is unbearable. Zhu Beiji huffed and puffed as he rose. Understood, boss. He shouldered his rake and ambled down the mountain. Meanwhile, at the military camp by the eastern sea, Li Jing furrowed his brow, gazing at Neza before him. Neza, His Majesty has commanded you to remain still and await the opportune moment. Why do you repeatedly defy military orders and venture to Flower Fruit Mountain. Neza, feeling somewhat indignant, replied, "Father, that Uncle Chiao. You still refer to him as Uncle Chiao?" Li Jing reprimanded. "He is a marshal, now merely a leisurely immortal. Your incessant entanglement with him is utterly inappropriate." "Father." Neza's expression turned unusually serious. "You do not understand. That Uncle Chiao, he is extraordinarily formidable. Last time at the Heavenly River. If it weren't for him, Neza paused, seemingly recalling an unpleasant memory. "In any case, he is a good person, a true great hero. Father, you have no idea the vegetables he grows. They are simply miraculous. And that broken stick he uses for sweeping, and that grandson." As Neza spoke with increasing fervor, tales of celestial neighbors and the preliminary Saint Fast Track class tumbled from his lips once more. Li Jing listened, brow knitted tightly. He understood Neza's temperament, yet was also aware that his words were not without foundation. "You mean, Xiao Tianshun has established a preliminary Saint Fast Track class at Flower Fruit Mountain?" Li Jing's voice carried a note of disbelief. "Indeed, father." Neza nodded vigorously. "The Monkey King is his first student. The fire stick he gifted to the Monkey King possesses boundless power, and that Zhu Beiji can purify all filth. Following Uncle Chiao is akin to soaring to the heavens." Li Jing fell silent, contemplating Neza's starry-eyed admiration, and recalling Xiao Tianshun's extraordinary feats during the turmoil at the Heavenly River. Moreover, the peculiar retirement edict from the Heavenly Emperor lingered in his mind. Everything seemed to point in one direction. Was Xiao Tianshun, this enigma that even the great powers of the three realms could not fathom, truly just a mere sweeper? Or had he, unbeknownst to them, already devised some earth-shattering scheme in the shadows? Cold sweat beaded on Li Jing's forehead as he gazed towards the horizon, where the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain was faintly shrouded in ominous demonic energy. This is not good. The Demon Clan and the Western teachings. They have set their sights on Flower Fruit Mountain. Neza, you must immediately go to Flower Fruit Mountain and inform Xiao Tianshun. No, inform the Monkey King. Tell him to be cautious. As for the matters with His Majesty, a flicker of struggle crossed Li Jing's eyes. He understood that his orders might need to be adjusted. "My son, you must navigate this situation carefully. But above all, safety is paramount." Neza nodded, excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Father, rest assured. With me around, who would dare to lay a finger on Uncle Chiao?" With that, Neza transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring towards Flower Fruit Mountain. Li Jing gazed at the receding figure of Neza, letting out a profound sigh. "Alas, I shall explain to His Majesty. I hope it is not too late." On Huagua Mountain, the essence of demons and immortals began to intertwine. A fierce contest for the primordial vitality had already commenced. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Xiao Tianshun. He was reclining in a chair, elucidating the significance of corporate culture to Zhu Beiji. "Look, Beiji, our security department at Huagua Mountain currently consists of just you and that monkey. However, we must cultivate our own corporate culture. For instance, loyalty. Yes, loyalty to me. Furthermore, customer first. And who are our customers? Naturally, those pesky demons that come to cause trouble. Our attitude towards our customers must be." Before Xiao Tianshun could finish his thought, a thunderous roar echoed from the foot of the mountain. "Xiao Tianshun, come out. You old ox. Hand over that chaos spirit root and I may spare your life." Xiao Tianshun rubbed his temples, a look of helplessness on his face. "Beiji, it seems your customer service training must commence ahead of schedule. Go, keep a watch at the door. Whoever dares to enter shall be formatted." Zhu Beiji chuckled, brandishing the rake in his hand. "Understood, boss. I promise to accomplish the task." Chapter 87. Equipment Upgrade at the foot of Huagua Mountain. The bold Demon King brandished his mixed iron staff with an imposing presence. Behind him, Luya Daojuan's gaze was icy as he toyed with a dull orb in his hand. "Xiao Tianshun." The bold Demon King roared again, his voice reverberating through the mountains. "Shaking the stones loose. Hand over that chaos spirit root promptly. Otherwise, I shall reduce Huagua Mountain to mere flatland with a single blow." Within Huagua Mountain, Xiao Tianshun lay languidly on a recliner, not even lifting his eyelids. "Zhu Beiji, what is that rascal shouting about outside?" Zhu Beiji, brandishing a rake, was tending to the weeds by the Dao field. Upon hearing, he chuckled foolishly. "Boss, that bull demon demands we surrender the spirit root. He also mentioned that if we refuse, he would flatten the mountain. Xiao Tianshan yawned. Oh, so what do you propose? Shall we comply? Zhu Beiji grinned widely. Of course not. Boss, this is your territory. Besides, I feel splendid working here. This spirit root must be something precious. I won't give it to that bull demon. Xiao Tianshan nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. You possess the right spirit. Now, what should we do? Zhu Beiji scratched his head thoughtfully. How about I go out and chase him away? Chase him away? Xiao Tianshan shook his head. Too troublesome. And what if we cannot defeat him? What is our principle? Zhu Beiji mumbled. Not to engage, not to take initiative, not to bear responsibility. And also, customer first? Incorrect. Xiao Tianshan corrected him. It is security. Oh no, it's security. Safety first. We must ensure our own security. This bull demon king is formidable. With that physique and that iron staff. Xiao Tianshan stroked his chin. It seems we are still somewhat lacking. He turned to Zhu Beiji. Beiji, do you think your rake can handle the bull demon king? Upon hearing this, Zhu Beiji's face fell. Boss, my rake is primarily for weeding. Fighting doesn't seem to be its forte. Moreover, after that last encounter with the wolf demon, I felt as though my bones were about to crumble. Xiao Tianshan sighed. It appears we need to upgrade the equipment for the security department. He stood up and patted Zhu Beiji's shoulder. Beiji, you guard the entrance for me. If anyone dares to enter, you shall format them. Don't worry, I will ensure that the security captain on the monkey's side is also prepared. Zhu Beiji looked bewildered but nodded nonetheless. Understood, boss. Xiao Tianshan headed towards the water curtain cave. He approached the Monkey King. At that moment, the Monkey King stood atop the flower fruit mountain, wielding his golden staff, vigilantly surveying the demon soldiers below. His eyes were filled with the fervor of battle. Old immortal. Upon seeing Xiao Tianshan, the Monkey King immediately became animated. Rest assured, with me, Sun Wukong, here, no one shall dare to disturb Flower Fruit Mountain. Anyone who tries to cause trouble will be struck down by my staff. Xiao Tianshan regarded the Monkey King's fervent demeanor with a sense of resignation. This monkey, indeed, exhibited great loyalty. That carrot given long ago had truly been a wise choice. Yet, his physique still seemed a tad frail, especially with that iron staff. Xiao Tianshan gazed at the golden staff being brandished by the Monkey King and felt a peculiar dissonance. Monkey, Xiao Tianshan began. I am here. The Monkey King immediately straightened his posture. Your weapon. Xiao Tianshan pointed at the golden staff. The Monkey King asked, puzzled. What is wrong with this firewood stick? It appears somewhat unwieldy. Xiao Tianshan replied nonchalantly. It is too heavy. Moreover, it doesn't quite suit your physique. Upon hearing this, the Monkey King grew anxious. What? Not easy to handle? When I wield it, I feel quite adept. This was bestowed upon me by you, old immortal. I treasure it immensely. Xiao Tianshan waved his hand dismissively. I understand. However, I feel this object is still too burdensome for you. Consider this. Each time you engage in battle, you must exert considerable effort to swing it. The efficiency is rather low. I happen to have something that may suit you better. As he spoke, Xiao Tianshan retrieved a seemingly inconspicuous black iron rod from his bosom. It was indeed the sea-calming needle he had fished from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. He usually employed it as a pry bar, and to be frank, it was not particularly easy to wield. Perhaps, gifting it to this monkey would provide him with a more suitable weapon? This is. The Monkey King eyed the iron rod in Xiao Tianshan's hand with a flicker of doubt. This is. Xiao Tianshan casually remarked. He fished this from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. At the time, I found it rather sturdy. It serves well as a pry bar, but I find it too cumbersome to use. Why don't you give it a try? Xiao Tianshan tossed the iron rod to the Monkey King. The Monkey King instinctively caught it. Hey! As soon as it landed in his grasp, his eyes widened in astonishment. This sensation, this iron rod, feels as if it were custom-made for me. The Monkey King excitedly began to swing it. Hey! Whoosh! Crack! Several massive boulders atop the mountain were instantly reduced to dust by the sweeping motion of his iron rod. Excellent! Such tremendous power. This is simply a divine weapon. The Monkey King leapt with excitement. He gazed at Xiao Tianshan, his eyes brimming with admiration. Oh, esteemed elder, are you intending to take me as your disciple? This divine weapon, it truly is a divine weapon. You must see potential in me to bestow such a magnificent gift. Xiao Tianshan, observing the Monkey King's tearful expression, could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. No, I merely thought the iron staff was too heavy and wished to pass it on. How did it turn into a matter of discipleship? Never mind. A misunderstanding is still a misunderstanding. As long as this monkey can fight effectively, without being easily distracted, that suffices. With a determined effort, Xiao Tianshun endeavored to appear profound and enigmatic. Ah, Monkey King, this weapon is but a secondary matter. The most crucial aspect is your own self. You must understand that to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. This weapon is merely a means to enhance your efficiency in your endeavors. Do you understand? The Monkey King, though somewhat bewildered, grasped the essence of the word efficiency. I understand, esteemed elder. I comprehend. This divine weapon shall not disappoint your trust. I will diligently work to protect Flower Fruit Mountain and you, esteemed elder. The Monkey King twirled in excitement, brandishing the golden staff, feeling an exhilarating surge of strength. Even the two troublesome demon kings from earlier seemed less menacing now. At that moment, the demon soldiers below initiated another tentative assault. A few wolf demons stealthily attempted to infiltrate Flower Fruit Mountain. The Monkey King, quick-witted and agile, swung his iron staff. Hey, pooh, pooh. A series of muffled thuds followed. The wolf demons did not even have time to scream before being reduced to a pulp with a single strike. Ha ha. The Monkey King laughed heartily. Esteemed elder, look, this fire stick is indeed effective. Efficiency has greatly improved. Xiao Tianshun observed the scene with satisfaction and nodded. Not bad. It seems that investment yields returns. Turning his attention to Zhu Beiji, he decided it was time for an upgrade. He retrieved a communication device, likely some form of magical artifact for messaging, and contacted Zhu Beiji. Beiji, come here for a moment. Zhu Beiji scampered over eagerly. Boss, what is it? Xiao Tianshun pointed towards the demon soldiers still probing at the base of the mountain. Do you see those clients? Though they are bothersome, they are also the source of your work. Your rake may not be effective in combat, but for formatting, well, that could prove quite useful. Let us find you some suitable tools. As Xiao Tianshun spoke, he unexpectedly retrieved a mop. This mop, crafted from an unknown withered vine, bore at its apex a bundle of weeds that emanated a faint ethereal aura. Boss, what is this? Zhu Beiji gazed at the peculiar mop, utterly bewildered. This is an efficient cleaning tool, Xiao Tianshun declared with utmost seriousness. This mop, named Dao Heart Cleansing Sweep, resembles mine quite a bit, doesn't it? It can absorb the surrounding spiritual energy to cleanse the ground, yielding exceptional results, particularly against those filthy entities. Take it and tidy up those demon soldiers. I assure you, it will be far more effective than using a rake. Zhu Beiji scrutinized the strange mop and then glanced at Xiao Tianshun's solemn expression. Although perplexed, he accepted it nonetheless. Can this thing really fight? Fight. Xiao Tianshun chuckled. Who told you it was for combat? It is meant for environmental management. Do you understand? Zhu Beiji nodded, somewhat comprehending. Rest assured, I shall ensure that cleanliness is impeccable. With that, Zhu Beiji hefted the unusual mop and charged down the mountain towards the demon soldiers. Hey, which blind demon dares to wreak havoc in my Flower Fruit Mountain? Prepare to feel the wrath of Old Pig. With a sweep. As Zhu Beiji wielded the Dao Heart Cleansing Sweep against the demon soldiers, a miracle unfolded. Everywhere the mop touched, the demonic and malevolent energies, even the sinister aura emanating from the demon soldiers, were utterly vanquished. The demon soldiers felt a sudden blur before their eyes, followed by a lightness throughout their bodies, as if they had shed a 1,000-pound burden. Some of the less skilled even disintegrated on the spot, transforming into wisps of pure energy that dissipated into the air. What in the world is this? My cultivation, my power, is gone. Ah, help. The demon soldiers below were plunged into chaos. Luya Daojun and the Bull Demon King looked on, dumbfounded. What kind of treasure is that? Luya exclaimed in shock. Why do I feel that it can purify all evil energy? The Bull Demon King was equally bewildered. Is this really a cleaning tool? It is clearly a treasure specifically designed to counter our demon kind. They suddenly realized that Xiao Tianshun, seemingly a retired, good-natured individual, possessed methods far more sinister than they had ever imagined. Big brother. The Bull Demon King looked at Luya, his voice trembling. Shall we continue fighting? Liu Ya's face turned ashen as he observed the figure lounging leisurely in a deck chair atop the mountain, then glanced at Zhu Beiji, who was wielding the mop with devastating prowess, and finally at the Monkey King, who seemed to grow more formidable with each confrontation. Retreat. Liu Ya gritted his teeth and uttered this single word. Today, we have underestimated the profound essence of Qiao Tianshan. That monkey, endowed with a divine weapon, boasts astonishing combat prowess. The pig demon, too, is an enigma, difficult to contend with. A direct assault would likely result in catastrophic losses. We shall retreat and deliberate further. The bull demon king, as if granted a reprieve, hastily fled with his disheveled remnants of troops. The tranquility of Huagua Mountain was restored. Qiao Tianshan gazed at the disarray at the mountain's foot, then glanced at the exhausted yet contented figure of Zhu Beiji, sprawled upon the ground. Indeed, Beiji, it appears your work efficiency has seen a significant enhancement. This cleaning tool lives up to its illustrious reputation. Zhu Beiji chuckled foolishly. Boss, this mop is remarkably convenient. Far superior to my rake. Qiao Tianshan smiled with satisfaction. Very well, let us continue eating. Today's spiritual energy should suffice. He reclined back in his chair, lifted his cup of enlightenment tea, and resumed his enjoyment of retirement. Little did he know, this upgrade in his equipment had irrevocably altered the demon clan's perception of him. Henceforth, he was no longer merely the enigmatic Qiao Tianshan. Rather, he had become the unfathomable, profoundly influential mastermind behind Huagua Mountain, the staff he had gifted to the Monkey King. Oh no, the divine weapon. It has prompted the entire primordial realm to reassess Sun Wukong's origins. A tempest surrounding Huagua Mountain has only just begun. Chapter 88. Observing the battle from afar in the Celestial Palace, 33 heavens above. The Supreme Emperor sat upon his dragon throne, his countenance dark and foreboding. In his grasp, he held the heavenly mirror, within which was vividly reflected the tumultuous events unfolding at Flower Fruit Mountain, the disheveled figures of Liu Ya and the Bull Demon King fleeing in defeat. Zhu Beiji brandishing the purity of heart broom with the demeanor of a joyful janitor, and, notably, Qiao Tianshan reclining leisurely on a chaise longue. Useless, the Supreme Emperor thundered, slamming his palm against the throne. Liu Ya, Bull Demon King, a bunch of incompetents. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. Must I intervene personally? Beside him, the Morning Star cautiously interjected, Your Majesty, please temper your anger. Liu Ya, after all, is of the orthodox demon lineage and has long-standing grievances with Qiao Tianshan. Moreover, Qiao Tianshan, the Morning Star hesitated, carefully choosing his words, possesses enigmatic methods, profound and unfathomable. Last time, at the River of Weak Waters, he quelled the chaos and repelled Liu Ya, thanks to that pig demon. This time, he has bestowed divine weapons upon the Monkey King and has further empowered that pig demon. Your Majesty, Qiao Tianshan may be more than he appears. The Supreme Emperor scoffed. More than he appears? If he were simple, would we regard him as an anomaly? It is merely. I did not anticipate he could entangle that monkey so thoroughly. His gaze fell upon Neza, who was currently patrolling joyfully near Flower Fruit Mountain, occasionally shouting up to Qiao Tianshan, Master Qiao, if you need anything, just say the word. I shall clear the obstacles for you. Humph. The Supreme Emperor huffed heavily. Neza, this ungrateful wretch. I sent him to Flower Fruit Mountain to assess the situation, to observe the battle from afar, to wait for the demons and the Western sect to mutually annihilate each other, so that I may reap the benefits. Yet what does he do? He becomes Qiao Tianshan's bodyguard, treating my orders as mere whispers in the wind. This is intolerable. The Morning Star bowed his head, daring not to breathe. He understood that the Emperor was enraged. Yet, such was the inevitability. After all, Qiao Tianshan had been in the heavenly court for so long, achieving great merits and accumulating boundless virtue. Coupled with his inscrutable nature and unpredictable actions, he had become a legendary figure in the hearts of many celestial warriors, especially Neza, who regarded him as an idol. Your Majesty, the Morning Star ventured cautiously, Neza, being the son of the pagoda holder king and a deity of the Three Altars Sea Assembly, his actions may incite unnecessary turmoil within the heavenly court. The Supreme Emperor let out a cold chuckle. Turmoil? I am the sovereign of the three realms, the Emperor of the heavenly court. Who dares to defy me? As for Neza, a fleeting glint of coldness flashed in the eyes of the heavenly Emperor. I possess my own means to ensure he comprehends. The rules of the heavenly court, established by whom? Convey my decree. Command Li Jing to immediately restrain Neza. He shall not act without permission again. Should there be another transgression, he shall be stripped of his title of king who holds the pagoda and cast into the cycle of reincarnation. The morning star took his leave. The heavenly emperor gazed at the flower and fruit mountain reflected in the mirror, his eyes deepening with contemplation. Xiao Tianshun, do you believe that by hiding in the flower and fruit mountain, you can rest easy? Do you think I am powerless against you? Humph. This grand spectacle of journey to the west has only just begun. You are ultimately but a pawn upon the chessboard. However, the role of this pawn is far greater than I had anticipated. Luya and the Bull Demon King have failed. They have underestimated you. The Western sect has also underestimated you. They all believe you to be merely a hidden variable, yet they remain unaware that you are. A knowing smile crept upon the lips of the heavenly emperor. The variable of the variable. I await to see you engage in a life and death struggle. Once you are both mutually weakened, I shall intervene and pluck the fruit. As for you, the gaze of the heavenly emperor fixed upon Xiao Tianshun. Xiao Tianshun, your retirement life shall likely not be tranquil. I shall make you aware that the majesty of the heavenly court is not to be provoked. One day, you shall willingly return to my chessboard. At the flower and fruit mountain, in the water curtain cave, Xiao Tianshun was holding a white radish, gesturing towards Zhu Beiji. Look, Beiji, this radish represents our performance indicators. Observe how splendidly it has grown. What does it signify? It signifies that our soil improvement work is. Boss. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a flurry of urgent shouts. Neza transformed into a beam of golden light, rushing into the water curtain cave, followed by dozens of heavenly soldiers. Master Qiao. Neza appeared anxious. It's terrible. On the heavenly side, His Majesty, he intends to punish me. Xiao Tianshun. He surveyed Neza's troubled expression and then glanced at the swarm of heavenly soldiers trailing behind him, his lips twitching. What now? Did I not instruct you to behave yourself? Have you stirred up trouble again? Neza pouted, looking aggrieved. I merely wished to stand guard for you, Master Qiao, who instructed His Majesty to have me stand still. I secretly went to Huahua Mountain to patrol. As a result, he found out. Xiao Tianshun rubbed his forehead. Enough, stop crying. What use is it to weep? Speak, what is the current situation? Neza sniffled and explained. His Majesty, he is very angry. He stated, I have defied military orders and disregarded commands. He intends to cast me into reincarnation. Xiao Tianshun. He gazed at Neza's terrified expression, feeling an inexplicable absurdity rise within him. All I wanted was a peaceful life tending to the fields. Yet how did I end up embroiled in such troubles? Cast into reincarnation? Xiao Tianshun stroked his chin. This indeed poses a dilemma. You are the vanguard general of the heavenly court. If you were to be demoted to the mortal realm, it would be a considerable loss to our security system at Huahua Mountain. Neza. He looked at Xiao Tianshun, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Boss, are you concerned about me? Why else? Xiao Tianshun replied with irritation. You are the patroller of our Huahua Mountain Security Department. Moreover, your father, Li Jing, is quite loyal, isn't he? Otherwise, during that incident at the Heavenly River, he would not have. Never mind, let's not discuss that. Xiao Tianshun waved his hand. The crux of the matter now is how to resolve your predicament. His Majesty's intention to cast you into reincarnation is no trivial matter. Neza. He looked at Xiao Tianshun, his eyes filled with gratitude. Master Qiao, thank you. I will follow your arrangements. Xiao Tianshun pondered for a moment. Well, here is the plan. You should stay at Huahua Mountain. Do not return to the heavenly court. I will seek out His Majesty. Perhaps I can speak some good words? Neza. He gazed at Xiao Tianshun in disbelief. Master Qiao, you are going to see His Majesty? Aren't you already retired? Xiao Tianshun forced a smile. Alas, it cannot be helped. Who else would step in as the chairman of the Huahua Mountain Security Department? When an employee gets into trouble, the chairman must intervene, right? Here is what you should do. Go hide in my seed of mustard Dao field for now. I will look for Hao Yin. I hope he can show mercy for old-time sake and spare you. Xiao Tianshun patted Neza on the shoulder. Good, go now. Neza looked at Xiao Tianshun with deep gratitude and then obediently ran into the ethereal Dao field. Xiao Tianshun watched Neza's vanishing figure and sighed deeply. Alas, I merely wished for a tranquil life of cultivation. How did it come to this? He rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his clothes. Never mind. When soldiers come, one must confront them. When water rises, one must use earth to dam it. I shall meet with that Emperor of Heaven and discern his true intentions. Qiao Tianxuan's figure vanished at the entrance of the water curtain cave. His gaze turned towards the heavens, far beyond the 33 skies, to the celestial court. A far more intricate game of strategy seems to have quietly commenced, all stemming from his simple desire for retirement. Chapter 89. A battle of wits with the celestial court. Qiao Tianxuan journeyed westward, soaring towards the Lingxiao Palace beyond the 33 heavens. His pace was leisurely, even somewhat languid. Along the way, numerous celestial soldiers and generals encountered him, each displaying profound respect and bowing in unison. Salutations to General Qiao. General, what brings you here? With a wave of his hand, Qiao Tianxuan responded with an approachable demeanor. Oh, please, there's no need for such formality. I've retired, you see. I'm merely a leisurely immortal now. I intend to visit the Lingxiao Palace to discuss a matter with His Majesty Haoyan. You may continue with your duties. No need to mind me. Upon hearing this, the celestial soldiers and generals felt an even deeper respect for him. Behold, this is General Qiao. Even in retirement, he remains concerned for the celestial court, personally seeking an audience with His Majesty on behalf of a junior. Such magnanimity and grace, who could compare? In an instant, Qiao Tianxuan's reputation within the celestial court soared once more, unbeknownst to him. He merely felt that this journey would require considerable eloquence. His mind raced to formulate his speech. What should he say? To bluntly request that they take Neza and assign him as a security guard? No, that would be too direct. It needed to be more nuanced. Beginning from a perspective of the greater good, he needed to convey to His Majesty Haoyan that he was, in fact, assisting him. A bold idea sprang to Qiao Tianxuan's mind. Since Haoyan wished for him to be a pawn in the journey to the west, he would seize the opportunity to transform this journey into his own security project. Thus, he could formally integrate Neza into his security team. This way, Neza could stay with him legitimately and would no longer be a concern for Haoyan. Perfect. With a draft already forming in his mind, he entered the Lingxiao Palace. There, he found Emperor Haoyan seated upon the dragon throne, his expression ominously dark. Taibai Jingxing stood nearby, holding his breath in trepidation. Your Majesty, Qiao Tianxuan has arrived, Taibai Jingxing whispered. At these words, Emperor Haoyan lifted his gaze, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions as they settled upon Qiao Tianxuan. He had envisioned numerous scenarios. Qiao Tianxuan arriving in a fury to confront him, or perhaps coercively demanding the release of Neza. He even considered the possibility that Qiao might resort to force to take Neza away. However, what he did not anticipate was that Qiao Tianxuan would simply enter, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. Ah, Your Majesty, Qiao Tianxuan began. I hope you will pardon my uninvited presence. This demeanor left Emperor Haoyan momentarily stunned. Was this truly the same individual who had once stirred chaos in the River of Heaven? How timid he seems now. Qiao Tianxuan, what brings you here? Emperor Haoyan asked, suppressing his displeasure, his voice cold. Standing upright, Qiao Tianxuan wore a smile that hinted at flattery. Your Majesty, I, Qiao, have come to offer my sincerest apologies on behalf of that impetuous Neza. That young man, in his ignorance, has caused you undue concern. The Heavenly Emperor let out a cold snort. Humph, it is not merely ignorance. He displays utter disrespect and scorns the celestial laws. I have resolved to cast him into the cycle of reincarnation as a stern warning to others. Upon hearing this, Qiao Tianxuan felt a tightening in his chest. Your Majesty, you must not do this. Though that boy lacks understanding, he is unwaveringly loyal to you. Unwaveringly loyal? The Heavenly Emperor scoffed. If he were truly loyal, how could he defy my military orders and venture to Flower Fruit Mountain on his own? This, Qiao Tianxuan realized that a direct confrontation would yield no results. He must employ a more nuanced approach. Your Majesty, you have misunderstood Neza. He did not defy your orders. Rather, he undertook a task of greater significance. The Heavenly Emperor paused, taken aback. A task of greater significance? Indeed. Qiao Tianxuan nodded and began his elaborate discourse. Your Majesty, as the sovereign of the three realms, you oversee the celestial order. You perceive the grand scheme, the future. We mere mortals can only see the present. You sent Neza to the Eastern Sea to perform martial exercises with the intention of making him a mere observer. Yet Neza, in his eagerness to alleviate your burdens, seeks to assist you in resolving future troubles. The Heavenly Emperor furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Your Majesty, do you recall what the Taoist ancestor mentioned regarding the Western journey? The Heavenly Emperor's pupils contracted. What does this have to do with the Western journey? Xiao Tianshun smiled. Your Majesty, you are a wise man. The Western journey is part of the Taoist ancestor's grand design. However, this design requires pieces to enact it. The Monkey King is the chosen son of destiny by the Taoist ancestor, central to the calamity of the Western journey. Yet he is merely a piece without a broader perspective. You intended for Neza to be an observer. However, Neza has discerned a deeper issue. He has perceived that, although the Monkey King is the son of destiny, he lacks a backing. The demon clan seeks to win him over, and so does the Western religion. If he were to be swayed by either side, would not the calamity of the Western journey slip from your grasp? Upon hearing this, the Heavenly Emperor's expression changed. He had not anticipated that Xiao Tianshun would so accurately gauge his thoughts. Thus, Neza took matters into his own hands. His journey to Flower Fruit Mountain was not a defiance of military orders, but rather to serve as a liaison. He seeks to win over the Monkey King for you. He aims to invest in the Monkey King. He wishes to ensure that the Monkey King understands that the Heavenly Court is his true support. Xiao Tianshun spoke with fervent passion, as though he were truly a worm nestled within the belly of the Jade Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards the bright star of Tai Bai, who appeared equally bewildered. Yet, he felt that Xiao Tianshun's words held substantial merit. Your Majesty, General Xiao's assertions are not without foundation. Perhaps Neza is indeed acting for your benefit. The Heavenly Emperor fell into contemplation. Originally, his plan was to observe the struggle among various factions from a distance, and then seize the opportunity when they were mutually weakened. However, Xiao Tianshun's remarks revealed an alternative possibility. If he could enlist that monkey under his command beforehand, would not the calamity of the westward journey become far more manageable? Moreover, Xiao Tianshun seemed to harbor no ill intentions towards him. He merely wished to retire. The Heavenly Emperor's mind began to fill in the gaps regarding Xiao Tianshun's deeper motives. Was Xiao Tianshun clearing obstacles for him? By investing in that monkey, was he attempting to prevent it from being swayed by the demon clan and the Western sect? Was he sending Neza as a liaison to reassure him? Was he, in fact, presenting a letter of allegiance to him? The more the Heavenly Emperor pondered, the more he found this possibility compelling. His gaze towards Xiao Tianshun softened. I understand your intent, Xiao Tianshun. You have done well. Although Neza defied my military orders, he performed admirably. I shall overlook his transgression. Xiao Tianshun felt a surge of joy. Success. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your wisdom and insight are unparalleled. His flattery echoed loudly. In high spirits, the Heavenly Emperor waved his hand. In that case, I shall issue another decree. Neza shall be appointed as the patrol envoy of the Three Realms, officially assisting you in managing the security of Waguashan. What say you? Xiao Tianshun's smile froze. But, Your Majesty, are you not openly assigning me an eyewitness? The Heavenly Emperor chuckled. What? General Xiao, are you reluctant? How could I possibly be reluctant? It is merely that the title of Patrol Envoy of the Three Realms is too exalted. I fear Neza may not be able to bear such a weight. Not to worry. The Heavenly Emperor waved dismissively. With your prowess, he shall manage just fine. Moreover, I am curious to see how you, the esteemed chairman of the first security company of the Three Realms, will train your employee. I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. Inwardly, Xiao Tianshun felt an overwhelming wave of despair. He wanted to weep. He merely aspired to cultivate the land, yet inexplicably, he found himself as the chairman of the premier security company in the realms. Furthermore, he was tasked with training the patrollers of the Three Realms. Was this truly the life of retirement? It was evidently a forced venture into entrepreneurship. Your Majesty, I, Xiao, am immensely grateful. He forced a smile while his heart bled. The Heavenly Emperor regarded Xiao Tianshun's expression of gratitude with increasing satisfaction. Let it be known that my chessboard is not one you can simply retreat from at will. Ultimately, you shall serve my purpose. The Heavenly Emperor fancied that he had deciphered Xiao Tianshun's intentions, believing he had successfully reintegrated him into his grasp. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Tianshun was merely a wage slave compelled by the demands of life. undertaking all of this solely to secure a more comfortable existence. As for the position of chairman of the security company in the Three Realms, what significance did it hold? Could it provide sustenance? Could it grant him peace to cultivate his land? Xiao Tianshun felt tears welling up in his eyes. He departed from the Lingxiao Palace, his emotions in turmoil. He had initially thought that he could effortlessly resolve the nuisance posed by Neza. To his dismay, not only did he fail to do so, but he had also unwittingly invited an even greater predicament upon himself. Alas! Oh, heavens! Could you not allow me a few tranquil days of peace? Xiao Tianshun sighed deeply, overwhelmed with despair. And just after his departure, within the heavenly mirror of the heavenly emperor, the figure of Huagua Mountain reemerged. He gazed into the mirror at the vibrant Taoist cabbage radiating vitality, his eyes igniting with fervor. Xiao Tianshun, I shall make you understand. All your investments shall ultimately revert to me. A more intricate game of strategy had silently commenced, while Xiao Tianshun remained blissfully unaware. Chapter 90. The Three Realms draw their swords. Xiao Tianshun ultimately returned to Huagua Mountain. He conveyed the command of the heavenly emperor to Neza. Upon hearing this, Neza leaped with excitement. Uncle Xiao, I knew the emperor was wise. As the patroller of the Three Realms, I can rightfully patrol Huagua Mountain. In the future, should anyone dare to cause trouble, I shall act on behalf of the heavenly court and punish them. Observing Neza's exuberance, Xiao Tianshun felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Was this lad truly foolish or merely pretending? Could he not discern that this was merely a spy sent by the heavenly emperor? Never mind. Let him be. As long as he does not create further trouble, it will suffice. Shaking his head, Xiao Tianshun returned to his mustard seed field. He crouched down, gazing at the Daojie cabbage. This cabbage had grown taller than a person, its leaves of vibrant green and its stem crystalline. The vitality emanating from it was so rich that it seemed almost tangible. Alas, when would this thing ripen? If it does not mature, my life will be anything but peaceful. Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a soft buzzing sound. At the top of the Daojie cabbage, a small fruit had remarkably formed. This fruit was half as dark as ink and half radiating brilliant white light. One half was imbued with extreme calamity energy, while the other was infused with unparalleled vitality. These two forces intertwined, merging harmoniously, ultimately achieving a perfect balance. The Dao fruit had ripened. Xiao Tianshun was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this thing would ripen so abruptly. Moreover, this commotion. He looked up to see that at the moment of the fruit's ripening, a powerful aura of the Tao surged skyward. This aura was vast as the sea, instantly sweeping across the entire primordial realm. All the great powers of the Three Realms and Six Paths sensed this Tao aura. They turned their gazes toward Huagua Mountain, their eyes brimming with shock and avarice. This aura of the Tao signifies the ripening of the chaotic spiritual root. Huagua Mountain. It is indeed Huagua Mountain. The Demon Alliance, led by Lu Ye and the Bull Demon King, immediately sensed this Tao aura. Brother, the Bull Demon King's eyes sparkled with fervor. It has matured. That chaotic spiritual root has matured. Quick, let us assemble our forces at once. Lu Ye's eyes glimmered with a similar fervent light. Let us go. This time, no one shall hinder me. In the Western sect, the figures of Zhuanti and Jiejing also felt this Tao aura. Senior brother, Zhuanti's face displayed an unprecedented seriousness. This vitality is exceedingly rich. This is likely no ordinary chaotic spiritual root. This is a catalyst capable of triggering the great calamity of journey to the west ahead of time. The guiding figure nodded, acknowledging the truth in his disciple's words. It seems we must hasten our arrangements. Shen Gongbao, instruct him to prepare for action. This time, we cannot allow Xiao Tianshun to monopolize the spotlight. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, the countenance of the supreme deity was ominously dark. He gazed into the Haotian mirror, which shimmered with the radiance of the Tao tribulation fruit, his eyes brimming with avarice. Such a treasure. If this fruit were to fall into my hands, my power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Li Jing, convey my imperial edict. Immediately. Assemble the heavenly soldiers. Proceed to Huagua Mountain, to quell the unrest. The Morning Star, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of alarm. Your Majesty, think carefully. That Xiao Tianshun. The supreme deity chuckled coldly. No matter. I shall exercise my discretion. I will not be his adversary. I merely intend to quell the unrest. Go and bring that fruit back to me. With no other choice, the Morning Star obeyed the command. The three factions, in unison, hastened towards Huagua Mountain. A fierce battle for the Tao Tribulation fruit was already poised to erupt. Outside the water curtain cave on Huagua Mountain, the Monkey King gazed at the sky, filled with perplexity. Old Immortal, why has the sky changed? Qiao Tianshun observed the three distinct hues of dark clouds above. One was a black cloud, steeped in demonic energy. Another shone with golden light, and the last was a white cloud, suffused with celestial essence. He understood that the three factions had arrived. Moreover, it seemed that their intentions were far from benevolent. He turned to Zhu Beiji. Beiji, go and secure that cabbage. Oh no, the Tao fruit, for me. Hearing this, Zhu Beiji scampered over eagerly. Just as he reached for it, whoosh! A beam of golden light descended from the heavens. Xiao Daoyu, this object bears a connection to our Western sect. Shen Gongbao's figure materialized above Huagua Mountain, followed by a group of radiant arhats, each exuding an extraordinary aura. Shen Gongbao. A chill ran through Qiao Tianxuan's heart. Why has this golden-collared hunter returned? Humph! A cold snort echoed from the black clouds. Shen Gongbao, do you dare seize the treasures of my demon clan? Luya and the Bull Demon King, leading a formidable army of demons, also arrived at Huagua Mountain, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the Tao fruit. Qiao Tianshun, the Bull Demon King roared, hand over the spiritual root, and I shall spare your life. Li Jing, a thunderous command resonated from the white clouds. By imperial decree, I am here to quell the unrest. All unrelated parties swiftly retreat. The heavenly army approached with great momentum, forming a standoff around Huagua Mountain among the three factions. They all yearn for that coveted fruit of the highway. Yet, none dare to act rashly, for they are acutely aware that this fruit resides within the domain of Qiao Tianshun. And Qiao Tianshun is a formidable figure. Who would dare to lay a finger on my venerable immortal? The Monkey King, wielding his golden staff, stands defiantly before the domain, his piercing gaze fixated upon the three factions hovering in the sky. Do you seek your own demise? His voice resonates with an indomitable spirit of battle, his body quivering slightly. He understands the strength of his adversaries, yet he cannot retreat. Behind him stands his most esteemed immortal mentor. Humph! Shen Gongbao scoffs derisively. A mere stone monkey dares to oppose my Western sect? Luya, Niao Wang, are you intent on defying the heavenly court? Li Jing, do you mean to challenge my Western sect? The atmosphere becomes tense, teetering on the brink of stalemate. Qiao Tianshun sits leisurely in his courtyard, sipping tea, observing the chaotic melee outside with a sense of calm. Indeed, the security team has effectively managed to counter most of the risks. This investment has not been in vain. However, he glances skyward, a flicker of resignation in his eyes. This level of control is insufficient. To entirely eradicate future threats, he must orchestrate a definitive resolution for them all. This farce needs to transform into a corporate team-building event, following which he shall formally convert these three temp workers into permanent members. Setting his teacup aside, Qiao Tianshun rises and clears his throat. He resolves to cease his concealment. He shall take the initiative, transforming this highly anticipated battle across the realms into a ceremony of commendation. With the acumen of a seasoned worker, he aims to bring this farce to a splendid conclusion. Thereafter, he can retire in peace. He gazes at the three factions above, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have arrived, why not stay a while? I happen to be in need of some security. Care to join as employees? Chapter 91. The Great Sage Equal to Heaven. Destiny Certification. The voice of Qiao Tianshun, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the flower and fruit mountain. The leaders of the three factions listened intently, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. What on earth does this young man intend to do? Shen Gongbao felt a tightening in his chest. He sensed that every audacious act by Qiao Tianshun heralded significant upheaval. Qiao Tianshun, the Bull Demon King roared. Do you think a mere utterance from you can intimidate us? Surrender your spiritual root. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. Qiao Tianshun chuckled. Brother Niao, do not be hasty. This spiritual root resides within my courtyard. It is private property, sacred and inviolable. You lot are obstructing my doorstep and shouting loudly. This is what we call disturbing the peace. Do you dare to believe I might call the authorities? Call the authorities? The mighty figures of the three realms appeared utterly bewildered. What? What did you just say? The bull demon king stood frozen in disbelief. Xiao Tianshun shook his head. It seems your cultural level requires some elevation. Very well then. Since you have come, allow me to offer a piece of advice. Cease your fighting. This Tao fruit possesses its own sentience. It will choose its own master. What is the point of your incessant bickering? Rather than engaging in this deadly struggle, why not join me? Become employees of my security company, and you shall be able to legitimately protect this Tao fruit. What say you? Upon hearing this, the leaders of the three realms were left in stunned silence, exchanging incredulous glances. Had this young man truly lost his mind? Did he believe himself capable of commanding their allegiance with mere words? Xiao Tianshun, Lord Luya sneered. Do you fancy yourself the Taoist patriarch Hongjun? Do you presume to be the sovereign of the three realms? Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar shook the air. The fence in Xiao Tianxuan's courtyard crumbled under the shockwave of the battle. The tranquility of Xiao Tianxuan's heart was likewise shattered. By the heavens, Xiao Tianxuan's composure shattered. That was my freshly planted fence. Who did this? He bellowed. His gaze turned skyward, revealing for the first time genuine fury in his eyes. Who the hell has destroyed my fence? His wrath sent a tremor through the hearts of the three realms leaders. They witnessed the blaze of his anger, an intensity that felt far from feigned. I am but a humble farmer. All I desire is to live my retirement in peace. Why can't you just leave me alone? Xiao Tianxuan's voice quivered with a hint of despair. He felt as though his dreams of retirement had shattered, and his days of tranquility were no more. I refuse to continue. Is it merely in security company? Very well, I shall establish one right now. And what of employees? I shall appoint them at this very moment. He trembled with fury, resolved to no longer endure. He would take the initiative, with his sagacity as a wage slave. He aimed to bring this farce to a decisive conclusion. He gazed at the valiant Monkey King, who was presently engaged in a cataclysmic battle against the Bull Demon King. Clutching his golden staff, the Monkey King was drenched in blood, yet showed no signs of retreat. Monkey head, Xiao Tianshun bellowed, his voice resonating throughout the flower and fruit mountain. Well done. You have demonstrated unwavering loyalty and fearless valor. Today, I formally appoint you as the great sage equal to heaven. Rule over flower and fruit mountain, safeguard my domain, and align with the heavens. Boom. Crack. As soon as Xiao Tianshun finished speaking, the skies shifted dramatically. A beam of golden light descended from above, enveloping the Monkey King. The heavenly Tao responded. Astonishingly, the heavenly Tao acknowledged Xiao Tianxuan's appointment. The title Great Sage equal to heaven was indelibly imprinted upon the Monkey King's heart. His fortune surged instantaneously, and his combat prowess soared to unprecedented heights. The golden staff in his grip seemed to come alive, emitting an exhilarating hum. How could this be possible? Lord Luya stood in astonishment. He was able to appoint heaven's mandate. Who exactly was this individual? Shen Gongbao turned pale, pondering. The Tao ancestor Hongjun. Only the Tao ancestor could. Could this fellow truly be the agent of the Tao ancestor? Was he acting in the name of the Tao ancestor? In the heavenly mirror, Emperor Haoyin was equally bewildered. How could this be? I am the sovereign of the three realms. I alone can appoint heaven's mandate. Who does this mere sweeping Taoist think he is? He trembled with rage, contemplating taking action, yearning to eliminate Xiao Tianshun on the spot. Yet he dared not, for he beheld that golden light. It was the recognition of the heavenly Tao. It was an irrefutable certification of destiny. The title Great Sage equal to heaven reverberated throughout the primordial universe. Almighty beings felt a profound shock. Their gazes toward Xiao Tianshun transformed. From disdain to terror, from contempt to reverence. The Monkey King felt an immense power coursing through him, his emotions overwhelming as tears brimmed in his eyes. He gazed at Xiao Tianshun, his eyes filled with boundless admiration and gratitude. Oh, venerable sage, you are the true embodiment of the Great Way. You, my esteemed master, are the sole mentor of my life. He roared, and the golden staff in his hand erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Nioma Wang, prepare to meet your doom. He plunged into battle once more with the Bull Demon King, and this time, he subtly gained the upper hand. Xiao Tianshun observed the unfolding spectacle and let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the first employee has been secured. Next, he turned his gaze to Zhu Beiji. who was cowering in the corner, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. He was uncertain of what had just occurred, yet he sensed that he might soon attain his formal status. Xiao Tianshun smiled warmly. Beiji, do not hide any longer. It is your turn. You shall become my second employee. Thus, a grand ceremony, destined to reverberate through the three realms, had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 92. The Old Pig's Promotion. The Path of Tiangong, Purifying the Three Realms. Xiao Tianshun nodded with satisfaction. The benefits for the first gold medal employee had been duly arranged. With the acknowledgement of the heavenly Tao, he had acquired a prestigious title, his fortunes surged, and his combat prowess soared. This was the grand stature befitting the chief enforcer of the foremost security company in the three realms. Observing the valiant Monkey King, who was growing increasingly fierce in his battle against the Bull Demon King, Xiao Tianshuan's heart, which had bled from the destruction of his fence, finally found a sliver of solace. Investment, at last, it had not gone to waste, he murmured to himself. However, mere strength was insufficient. A well-rounded team necessitated both vanguards and support. One must venture forth to expand territories, while the other must ensure the battlefield is cleared. His gaze naturally fell upon the figure of Zhu Beiji, who was snugly nestled in a corner of Daotian, munching heartily on a cabbage stalk, while his small, fearful eyes were fixed on the celestial duel outside. This fellow, though lazy and gluttonous, had demonstrated remarkable efficacy with his peculiar, formatted divine abilities during the encounter at the River of Heaven. Truly, his skills were indispensable for household chores, eliminating threats. I meant for cleaning up refuse and purifying the environment. Yet, his capabilities were inconsistent. Like the old, temperamental company printer, his performance hinged entirely on his mood. This won't do. As the chairman of the company, it was imperative to implement structured management for employees to ensure consistent output of their abilities. He must be assigned a clear role. This rotund pig spent his days indulging in food and persistently pilfering my cabbages. Throwing him into battle would be futile. He would be the first to surrender. However, his formatted characteristic of cleansing everything was tailor-made for a cleaning position. Yes, a janitor. No, it must have a more sophisticated title. A spark of inspiration ignited in Xiao Tianshuan's mind. He cleared his throat, projecting his voice with the authority of a CEO addressing an annual summary meeting. He pointed his finger towards the curled-up Zhu Beiji. Fat pig. The utterance made the prominent figures of the three realms, who were still reeling from the majesty of the great sage equal to heaven, feel their hearts skip a beat. Another call? Again. Zhu Beiji jolted, the cabbage stalk clattering to the ground. He abruptly lifted his head, a look of bewilderment and confusion etched across his face. Lord, you called for me? Xiao Tianshun wore an expression of exasperation. Look at your lack of ambition. All you do is eat and sleep, severely tarnishing the company's image. However, he shifted his tone. Considering your previous contributions in safeguarding the River of Heaven, and today, recognizing your wisdom in remaining behind the scenes without causing turmoil for the frontline fighters, this could be seen as a sign of self-awareness. The crowd was taken aback. This can be considered a merit? Not causing chaos is an achievement? Indeed, this elder's reasoning was rather unconventional. Regardless of their thoughts, Xiao Tianshun continued his earnest and nonsensical discourse. Your divine power lies in purification and in cleansing, the pervasive filth and demonic aura in the heavens, the tainted Buddhist light that blankets the ground, are all refuse in the realm of my pristine Tao. Today, I shall bestow upon you a true fruit of enlightenment. Listen well. I grant you the Dharma name, Beiji. It signifies abstaining from greed, lust, ignorance, and anger. In simpler terms, it means to indulge less. You are hereby appointed as the purification envoy. Immediately commence your duties, and cleanse this place of all impurities for my sake. Beiji, purification envoy. At the moment his words fell, a resounding roar erupted. An even more peculiar Tao rhythm than that of the great sage equal to heaven burst forth from Zhu Beiji. If the Monkey King had received the approval of destiny, then at this moment, Zhu Beiji was granted the completion of the great Tao. The Tianpeng Tao fruit, initial form, within him, birthed from Xiao Tianshuan's formatting, instantly solidified and reached perfection under the impetus of the title Purification Envoy. An enigmatic essence of zeroing and resetting emanated from his corpulent frame. Zhu Beiji felt a ringing in his head, as countless realizations surged to his mind. He comprehended. He finally understood how to wield the supreme divine power bestowed upon him by his master. It was not through violent formatting, but rather precise purification. Master, I have attained understanding. Zhu Beiji, overcome with emotion, wept and prostrated himself in the direction of Qiao Tianshan. Then he abruptly rose. Seizing the nine-toothed rake from the ground, once used for loosening soil around cabbages. At that moment, the rake seemed to come alive in his hands, its tines shimmering with a pure, formatting brilliance. As the purification envoy, I am commanded to clean, he shouted, brandishing the rake with vigor. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no cataclysmic might. Only a pure white light enveloped the area, akin to a colossal eraser, gently sweeping towards the golden light formation of the Western teachings. In a bizarre turn of events, the grand array formed by hundreds of arhats, radiating Buddhist light and resonating with profound mantras sufficient to subdue even the Tai golden immortals, began to fade, blur, and distort upon contact with the white light. The Buddhist radiance was erased. The resonant mantras were wiped away. The essence of the Buddhist Tao contained within the formation was obliterated. The hundreds of arhats, akin to computers severed from their networks, momentarily froze, their heads spinning, faces paling, nearly plummeting from the heavens. My Buddhist teachings have vanished. What sorcery is this? My golden body is dissipating. The sanguine hue on Shun Gongbao's face swiftly faded away. He gazed, wide-eyed. As his pride, the intricate Buddhist formation, was effortlessly swept away by that corpulent swine wielding a tattered rake, as if dusting away the remnants of a bygone era. It was not mere disruption. It was not an attack. It was a purging at the conceptual level. The tangible was rendered void. This is impossible. Shun Gongbao's voice trembled with disbelief. The Tao fruit of Tianpeng. He had actually completed the Tao fruit of Tianpeng. Qiao Tianshan. He not only commanded the heavenly mandate, but he could also fulfill the Tao fruit. In that instant, the scant remnants of hope within Shun Gongbao were utterly annihilated. He watched in horror as Zhu Beiji, gleefully wielding his rake, cleared the overwhelming miasma of the demon race, creating a vacuum of purity. Quickly, retreat. This man is beyond reckoning. This place is no longer tenable. For the first time, Shun Gongbao felt a profound terror emanating from the depths of his soul. He had believed he had come to unearth treasures. Now he realized he had willingly leaped into the furnace. Meanwhile, Qiao Tianshan observed Zhu Beiji's remarkable cleaning prowess and smiled with satisfaction. Indeed, splendid. This head of the janitorial department was industrious in his duties. A 5-star review is warranted. Now, with enforcers and cleaners in place, his gaze traversed the chaotic battlefield, ultimately resting upon Neza, who was exuberantly pursuing several lesser demons, slaying them with the thrill of a child at play in an amusement park. All that remained was a patrolling security guard to maintain order. A smile crept across Qiao Tianshuan's lips once more. He sensed that the architecture of his security company was on the verge of perfect formation. Chapter 93, Neza receives the command. Neza was in the throes of battle, his fire-tipped spear in hand, feet gliding upon the wheels of wind and fire. Draped in the mystical fabric of the heavens, his 3 heads and 6 arms exhibiting their divine prowess. Various magical artifacts emerged, sending a horde of minor demons wailing for mercy. To him, this was not a life-and-death struggle. It was a grand offline fan meeting coupled with a fervent idol support event, to witness the unparalleled might of his Uncle Qiao firsthand, while also showcasing his own abilities before his idol, was indeed the most exquisite affair imaginable. Just as he was caught up in the exhilaration of battle, searching for an unsuspecting demon king to hone his skills, a voice suddenly pierced through the air, stirring his very soul. It was the voice he revered as a guiding principle, the embodiment of the Tao. Neza. Neza abruptly halted, nearly tumbling from his wheels of wind and fire. He spun around, 3 heads and 6 eyes fixated on Qiao Tianshan, their gaze filled with the excitement and anticipation akin to that of a puppy seeing its master. Uncle, you called me. Qiao Tianshan, observing Neza's eager expression, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This lad was undeniably a devoted fan. The thought of Hao Ian attempting to place him as a spy was utterly ludicrous, akin to a meat bun thrown to a dog, foolish and unrealistic. However, His position as a celestial bureaucrat presented a complication. Without a legitimate reason, his continual absences would be hard to justify to Li Jing, and Hao Yin would eventually seek another opportunity to reprimand him. A more reasonable and lawful rationale was imperative, an ultimate mission that transcended the military orders of the heavenly court. Xiao Tianshuan's mind raced with corporate strategies once more. This lad was capable and loyal, yet far too unpredictable, resembling an unrestrained husky. He needed a collar to guide him on when to act and whom to target. Given his identity as a celestial general, Xiao Tianshun resolved to grant him an authority even greater than his original position. Yes, an authorization. In an instant, Xiao Tianshuan's demeanor transformed, his gaze sharpening. He was no longer the affable neighborly uncle, but a supreme sovereign wielding dominion over the three realms. At least, this was how he appeared to others. Neza, Xiao Tianshuan's voice resonated through the heavens. Though you are a righteous deity of the heavenly court, you remain true to your original intentions, discerning right from wrong, and upholding justice. In the face of malevolent forces and overwhelming darkness, you have stepped forward, demonstrating commendable loyalty and bravery. Neza felt his blood surge with fervor. His 6 arms clenched tightly, his chest held high as if undergoing a review by the highest leader. The hearts of the mighty figures across the 3 realms hung in suspense. Were they to witness yet another appointment? What was happening today? Was the heavenly path dispensing positions in abundance? All eyes were intently fixed upon Xiao Tianshan, eager to see what astonishing developments this unfathomable being would unveil this time. With a sweeping gesture, Xiao Tianshan pointed toward the ominous clouds and the trembling Western disciples, his voice brimming with martial fervor. Treachery and chaos, disturbing the 3 realms. Malevolent forces, coveting the fruits of the Tao. Such actions are nothing short of rebellion. They are the true enemies. Neza, upon receiving the command, knelt on his wind-fire wheels in a manner so precise it seemed rehearsed 1,000 times. This humble general is here. Xiao Tianshun nodded in satisfaction, slowly articulating the formidable title he had just conceived. Today, I appoint you as the grand vanguard of the 3 realms rebellion suppression. The proclamation reverberated through the air, not evoking a response from the heavenly order nor descending beams of golden light. Yet, the shock it instilled was no less than that of the great sage equal to heaven or the purifier of the altar. For behind this title lay an unambiguous mandate, granting Neza supreme authority to patrol the 3 realms, with the power to act first and report later. Within the Hall of Supreme Harmony, a sharp crack echoed as the glazed cup in the hands of the heavenly emperor was crushed to dust. His expression had shifted from a deep frown to a hue of purple rage. Outrageous! How dare he? The words escaped through clenched teeth. Appointing the great sage was a direct challenge to his imperial authority. Appointing the purifier was a slap in the face of his dominion over the 3 realms. And assigning the grand vanguard of rebellion suppression was akin to seizing the enforcement power directly from his grasp. His intention in designating Neza as the patrol envoy was to keep a watchful eye on Xiao Tianshan. Yet, in a twist, Xiao Tianshan elevated Neza from a mere district patrolman to the commander of the armed headquarters. Moreover, this grand vanguard was tasked with quelling rebels. Who were the rebels? Whoever Xiao Tianshan declared them to be, they would be deemed as such. It was tantamount to Xiao Tianshan assembling a private army, the most formidable warrior under his command, that would heed only his orders. This was no longer mere boldness. It was a blatant undermining of the Jade Emperor's authority. Such insolence, such audacity. The heavenly emperor's fury surged, nearly compelling him to unleash divine retribution. Yet, he restrained himself, realizing that Xiao Tianshuan's appointment was executed with remarkable cunning. It had not invoked the heavenly order, indicating that it was a personal appointment rather than a divine decree. He, as the heavenly emperor, could declare the appointment invalid. However, Neza accepted it with fervor. Just look at Neza, practically ablaze with excitement. The decree resonated in his heart more than any edict from the emperor himself. Should he now order Neza to disregard Xiao Tianshuan's appointment and return? It would either embarrass him as the heavenly emperor if Neza defied him or result in the loss of a valiant general should Neza comply, harboring resentment thereafter. How to calculate? It is he who is defeated. Ah, the remarkable Xiao Tianshan, a true master of coercion. Hao Yin, dejected, sank back into the dragon chair. for the first time experiencing the profound sense of helplessness that accompanies defeat. Meanwhile, on Huagua Mountain, Neza had emerged from his ecstatic reverie. He felt it, the immense expectations bestowed upon him by his esteemed master. No longer was he merely a fervent admirer. He was now executing his duties, carrying out the supreme decree personally bestowed by Master Chiao. I, Neza, shall enforce the decree. With a sudden surge, he rose, brandishing his magical artifacts with his 3 heads and 6 arms, his 6 eyes ablaze with unprecedented martial fervor. His gaze, as sharp as the finest blade, locked onto 2 individuals. Luya, Shingongbao, you, treacherous rebels, disturb the tranquility of my master and covet the sacred treasures of the Tao. Such crimes are unforgivable. Today, by the decree of the Supreme Vanguard, I have come to quell your rebellion. Surrender your lives. Neza unleashed a thunderous roar, transforming into a blazing red lotus of karmic fire, surging toward Luya and Shingongbao with an intensity tenfold greater than before. The souls of Luya and Shingongbao fled in terror. Already beleaguered by the antics of the monkey and the gluttonous pig, they now faced a frenzied madman armed with a sacred edict. How could they possibly contend with this? Insanity. Utter madness. With a frantic cry, Luya abandoned all pretense of composure and turned to escape. Xiao Tianshun observed this scene with satisfaction, clapping his hands. Yes, splendid. The vanguard, logistics, and security patrols are all in place. Today marks the official establishment of Huagua Mountain Security Company. What follows shall be the final performance of these sparring partners. His gaze, tinged with a hint of pity, fell upon the invaders who had descended into utter chaos. Chapter 94. The Ceremony of Bestowal, the Ultimate Reward. On the battlefield, the situation has undergone a complete transformation. This is no longer a plundering war involving 3 factions attacking Flower and Fruit Mountain. Instead, it has devolved into a grotesque display of one-sided brutality. The great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong, crowned with the celestial fortune, wields the Rui Jingu Bang, mercilessly striking the once mighty bull demon king, sending him crashing from the heavens to the earth and back again. With every blow, an overwhelming power resonates, causing the bull demon king's bones to crack, his once proud, demonic form fracturing under the onslaught. Exhilarating. Exhilarating. The monkey king roars with laughter, his battle spirit soaring. He feels an unprecedented surge of strength. All of this is bestowed by the old immortal. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji, the newly appointed purifier of the altar, has become a nightmare for all practitioners of magical arts. With his 9-toothed rake slung over his shoulder, he strolls leisurely across the battlefield. Wherever his rake touches, whether it be the Buddhist light barrier of the Western teachings or the bloodthirsty demonic aura of the monsters, they dissolve like snow beneath the sun, swiftly purified and eradicated. A demon king, having just gathered the destructive fire of his essence, finds his fiery attack snuffed out by a single swipe of Zhu Beiji's rake. The demon king stands frozen, staring blankly at his empty hands, as if he has lost the very meaning of existence. I, old pig, am the cleanest pig in the world. Zhu Beiji hums a tuneless melody, reveling in his newfound role. He discovers that this task of cleaning is far more impressive than his previous status as Marshal Tianpeng. Most terrifying of all is the vanguard of the 3 realms, Neza. He has gone utterly mad. With the decree from Xiao Tianshun in hand, it is as if he has been granted unlimited firepower, free from any restraint. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he unleashes all his treasures, transforming into a harbinger of death, relentlessly pursuing the 2 rebel leaders, Luya and Shingongbao, delivering a relentless barrage of blows. The divine flames from his fiery spear overshadow even Luya's true sunfire. The Qianquan circle crashes down, sending ripples through Shungongbao's protective Buddhist light. Rebel scum, do not flee. By the decree of the vanguard, today you shall face justice. Neza's furious roar becomes an inescapable haunting echo in the minds of Luya and Shingongbao. The 2 cry out in despair, fleeing in utter disarray, devoid of any semblance of their former grandeur. In this moment, whether it be the bull demon king, battered to the point of existential doubt, the Western disciples shaken in their resolve, or Luya and Shingongbao, pursued with no escape in sight, a chilling realization collectively dawns upon them. Are we merely practice dummies? Once this thought emerges, it cannot be suppressed. They awaken suddenly. What of seizing the Tao fruit? What of the chaos spirit root? From beginning to end, this has been a grand scheme. A colossal trap meticulously laid by that enigmatic figure named Xiao. He cares not for the Tao fruit at all. He distinctly utilized the maturity of the Tao fruit as bait, drawing all the foremost powers from the three realms to him. And then, before the eyes of all, he commenced his performance. He harnessed the formidable strength of the Bull Demon King to temper the stone monkey, aiding it in breaking its shackles, ultimately bestowing upon it the title of Great Sage equal to heaven, with the heavenly Tao endorsing it. He employed the spells and demonic aura of the Western Church and the demon army to challenge the corpulent pig, allowing it to grasp the essence of divine powers, and ultimately appointing it as the purification envoy, entrusted with the authority of purification. He leveraged his own identity, alongside the traitor Luya, to grant Neza a legitimate reason for departure, ultimately empowering him as the supreme vanguard against rebellion, thus enabling him to become his right-hand enforcer with rightful justification. Assault, support, surveillance. A flawless security team, equipped for both offense and defense, with clear responsibilities, was thus formally established before their very eyes amidst a cataclysmic battle. And these seemingly invincible demon saints, Buddhas, and Tao lords, were nothing more than living targets for the verification of this team's establishment. They served as the backdrop for this momentous ceremony that reverberated throughout the three realms. Upon realizing this, Luya, the Tao Lord, was consumed by rage, spewing forth a mouthful of golden blood. Shame, an unprecedented humiliation. The illustrious prince of the ancient demon court had become a mere tool for another's cultivation. Depart. Luya, no longer daring to linger even for a moment, abandoned any intent to confront the Bull Demon King. He summoned his last remaining life-preserving secret technique, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon without looking back. Luya, you coward! The Bull Demon King shouted furiously, though he was not foolish. With Luya fleeing, would he remain here to await his demise? He withstood a blow from Sun Wukong, using the momentum to become a gust of black wind as he hastily fled towards the northern continent. As the commander fled, the demon army scattered like birds and beasts. Shngbo, witnessing this scene, turned as pale as a sheet. He recalled the prophecy from the Tao ancestor regarding the journey to the west. Great Sage equal to heaven. Purification envoy. These titles bore striking resemblance to the destined individual in the prophecy. He finally comprehended. Qiotnshn was not a variable at all. He was the chief architect of the calamity of the West. His attempt to seize the Tao fruit today was tantamount to opposing the grand design of the heavenly Tao. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Shngbo let out a piercing scream, disregarding the Arhats, as he mounted his Black Panther and fled from Flower Fruit Mountain in a desperate rush. On the side of the heavenly army, Li Jing had not dared to strike from the beginning. Now, seeing all three factions retreat, he felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, hastily sounding the retreat and pretentiously bowing towards Flower Fruit Mountain. The demonic forces have retreated. We are here by decree to restore order. Mission accomplished. We shall return to the heavenly court to report. With that, he led the heavenly soldiers away with unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, the once foreboding Flower and Fruit Mountain, shrouded in dark clouds and brimming with an ominous atmosphere, had returned to clarity. Only Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Neza remained, panting heavily, yet their faces radiating excitement and admiration as they gazed toward the figure in the field. Qiao Tianshun surveyed the now tranquil courtyard and exhaled a long, relieved sigh. At last, he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. He lazily stretched, feeling utterly exhausted in both body and spirit. Being a chairman was far more taxing than sweeping the floor. Just then, the long-awaited and familiar sound of the system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have transformed a vicious acquisition battle into a successful team-building event, an employee commendation ceremony through the ultimate wisdom of corporate management. Achieving the unique and supreme hidden optimal solution. The system determines. Your actions perfectly embody the principles of effortless governance and adapting to circumstances, having an immeasurable and profound impact on the future landscape of the primordial world. Integrating all available rewards. Upgrading various talents and treasures such as the seed of Tao Tribulation Fruit, primordial nourishment, and causal isolation. Reward integration and progress. 10, 50, 90. Xiao Tianshuan's heart raced to his throat. It was happening. Finally, he had meticulously orchestrated this grand performance for this very moment. Integration complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the unique conceptual level Cave Heaven, Mustard Seed Dao Field. Chapter 95, My Bastion of Retirement. The chilling words of the system echoed within Xiao Tianshuan's mind, transforming into the most comforting and melodious celestial music imaginable. His eyes widened in shock, breath momentarily suspended. The conceptual level Dao Field. After immense toil, countless appointments, speeches, and performances, all while risking the collapse of his carefully crafted persona, he had orchestrated this grand spectacle for this very moment. This encapsulated his fundamental pursuit as an ultimate risk-averse individual, a sanctuary of absolute safety. Dao Field, a unique conceptual level domain. Description: a world within the palm, transcended from the core of the Dao tribulation seed, fused with the host's primordial nourishment, and endowed with unique abilities such as causal insulation. Feature 1, Absolute Domain. This realm exists independently beyond the vast three realms, impervious to even the scrutiny of sages. The host reigns supreme, untouched by all laws. Feature 2, Temporal Acceleration. Within this domain, the passage of time can be freely adjusted by the host, reaching speeds up to 100 times that of the outside world. The concentration of spiritual energy is tenfold compared to the external environment, and it continues to rise. Feature 3, Natural Law. The host's primordial nourishment ability is amplified within this domain. Every blade of grass and tree becomes a spiritual root. Every grain of sand and stone harbors the essence of the Tao. Crops planted here will automatically imbibe both Tao tribulation and primordial characteristics. Feature 4, Manifestation at Will. The host can manifest mountains, rivers, lakes, and pavilions within the domain by expending spiritual energy at will. Note: from this moment on, the host possesses a true absolute sanctuary. As long as the host desires, they may reside here until the end of time, impervious to all tribulations. With a long, drawn-out sigh, Xiao Tianshun released a breath that seemed to expel all the unease, anxiety, and calculations he had endured since his arrival in this world. His eyes misted slightly. In his previous life, he had ascended from nothing to wielding a fortune of billions, having once purchased a penthouse overlooking the entire city and owned a luxurious villa on a private island. Yet, none of those had ever bestowed upon him genuine security until today, until the moment the reward known as Dao Field manifested. He, a weathered corporate worker, a quintessential coward suffering from PTSD due to bankruptcy, had finally, in this chaotic world of gods and demons, found a true home, one that could not be taken away, one that could not be shattered. He opened his palm. The once ordinary Dao Field, along with the astonishing Dao fruit, began to shrink rapidly, shimmering with brilliance, ultimately transforming into an intricate and profound mark engraved upon his palm. This mark resembled a seed, yet also embodied a world. With a thought, Xiao Tianshun vanished from his original position. In the next moment, he found himself standing in an entirely new realm. The sky was a brilliant blue, the earth fertile and rich. In the air, a rich and almost tangible spiritual aura lingered, invigorating the senses with each breath. Not far away, a Dao fruit, suspended in midair, displayed a striking duality of pitch black and pure white, emanating an awe-inspiring resonance. Beneath him lay the cabbages and radishes he had personally sown, each leaf shimmering with spiritual light, their quality soaring. He yearned for a mountain. With a thunderous rumble, a picturesque peak rose majestically from the ground. He desired a river. With a gentle rush, a crystal-clear stream meandered at the foot of the mountain. He longed for a recliner, a chair crafted from ancient Namu wood, adorned with cushions woven from clouds, and accompanied by a small table for tea, materialized effortlessly behind him. Unable to contain his delight, Xiao Tianshun reclined into the soft embrace of the cushions, letting out a contented sigh. Now this is what one calls a life of retirement. Meanwhile, outside, at the foot of Flower Fruit Mountain, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Neza gazed at Xiao Tianshun with exhilaration. They had just experienced the most glorious and incredible battle of their lives. They had been officially recognized by this enigmatic elder deity, the great sage equal to heaven, the messenger of purity, the vanguard against rebellion in the three realms. Each title bore the weight of mountains, representing unparalleled honor and acknowledgement. Just as they were about to express their gratitude to their master, Xiao Tianxuan's figure abruptly vanished. Where did the elder deity go? Sun Wukong was taken aback, anxiously tugging at his ears. Could it be that the elder has ascended? Zhu Beiji turned pale with fear. His position as the messenger of purity had not even warmed yet. Neza furrowed his brow, employing his 3 heads and 6 arms to carefully sense the surroundings. Something was amiss. The aura of his master had not dissipated. It seemed as though he had entered another realm. While the 3 were engulfed in uncertainty, Xiao Tianxuan's figure reappeared in an instant, a slightly mischievous smile gracing his face. He had just tested the 100-fold time acceleration in his new abode, indulging in a comfortable nap that, when converted to external time, lasted no longer than the blink of an eye. Elder deity. Sun Wukong was the first to rush forward. Dropping to one knee with a resounding thud, his eyes filled with fervent adoration. I, your humble servant, thank the elder deity for bestowing upon me this new life. Master. Zhu Beiji scrambled over, clinging to Xiao Tianxuan's leg, weeping uncontrollably. You are my rebirth, dear master. From now on, my life belongs to you. Master. Neza also bowed respectfully, his gaze unwavering. Whatever command you give, master, Neza shall obey without hesitation. Xiao Tianxuan gazed at the 3 new employees who had just displayed their extraordinary prowess, now encircling him like children. For the first time, an extraordinary sensation stirred within him. He had always believed that his pursuit of a solitary existence entailed absolute isolation, a life apart from the world, untouched by the complexities of relationships. Yet, as he beheld their sincere and fervent expressions, a thought struck him. Perhaps this retirement life would not be as solitary as he once imagined. Perhaps it could be quite pleasant. He waved his hand dismissively and spoke in a tone that was strikingly mundane, as if merely addressing a trivial matter. All right, everyone stand up. It's just a matter of assigning you a position and officially placing you on the roster. Just work diligently from now on, and by the end of the year there will be bonuses. His intent was to soothe these overly enthusiastic employees with familiar corporate jargon, yet to the trio, his words resonated like thunderclaps from the heavens. Officially placed on the roster? Year-end bonuses? Such a nonchalant demeanor. It seemed as if he were appointing the great sage equal to heaven, bestowing titles upon the purifier of the altar, and empowering the vanguard against rebellion. To him, it was as simple and casual as promoting a team leader within a mundane company. What a terrifying realm of authority! What unfathomable depth of character! Their respect for Xiao Tianxuan surged to an entirely new, unimaginable level. Sun Wukong trembled with excitement. Year-end bonuses. The old immortal had even prepared a reward for him. This must be yet another test. He vowed to perform admirably, to live up to the old immortal's high expectations. However, as Xiao Tianxuan observed the increasingly fervent gleam in their eyes, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Oh no, it seemed he had overstated his prowess once again. Clearing his throat, he hastily sought to change the subject. In any case, everyone has worked hard today. You may leave early and return to rest. With that, he eagerly turned to retreat to his own tranquil domain, intending to meticulously plan his retirement sanctuary. He envisioned it filled with exotic fruits, adorned with several villas, and boasting a swimming pool larger than the eastern sea. Yet, after taking just a few steps, he felt a disturbance in the air. In the distance, streaks of light were racing toward Flower Fruit Mountain at an astonishing pace. Among these luminous trails, he discerned the presence of Buddhist radiance, celestial energy, and a hint of demonic aura. Xiao Tianxuan's expression fell instantly. Surely not was there still more company arriving? It was after hours. Didn't they realize? His once settled heart, just moments ago at ease, now fluttered with anxiety. It seemed his tranquil days had yet to truly commence. Chapter 96. Who sent you to invest? Xiao Tianxuan's premonition soon came to fruition. Early the next morning, while he was in the mustard seed field, hastily ripening a cucumber for breakfast with 100-fold acceleration, he was savoring it when he heard Sun Wukong's booming voice outside. Old immortal, a portly monk from the west has arrived to congratulate you. Xiao Tianxuan furrowed his brow. A visitor from the west? With a flicker of thought, he returned to the outside world, where he beheld a jovial, rotund monk standing at the entrance of the water curtain cave, none other than Maitreya Buddha. Behind him trailed several young acolytes, carrying heavy boxes. Umitba, Mithriya Buddha greeted, his hands clasped together, his eyes narrowing into slits from his wide smile. I am Mithriya, sent by the Buddha to extend my congratulations to you, dear friend Xiao, on the ascension of your 3 guardian generals, as well as to the great sage, the Pure Land Messenger, and the vanguard of rebellion, on their attainment of rightful fruit. His demeanor was exceedingly humble, resembling more a supplicant than a congratulator. Xiao Tianshun felt a twitch in his eyelid. He recognized this rotund figure as one of the future leaders of the Western teachings. What was his purpose here? As if reading his thoughts, Mithriya Buddha waved his hand, prompting the young acolytes to open the boxes. Whoosh! A radiant light burst forth. One box contained golden merit lotuses, another was filled with translucent Bodhi seeds, and the last exuded the fragrant essence of 7 treasure forest branches. A mere token of goodwill, not to be taken as a grand gesture, Mithriya Buddha said, beaming. My intent in this visit is to forge a benevolent connection with you. Should the great sage or the messenger require assistance in the future, the Western teachings shall be at your service without hesitation. Xiao Tianshun understood. This was a response to the fright they had received yesterday. Today, they had adopted a different approach, coming to invest, specifically targeting his subordinates for investment. Sun Wukong gazed at the treasures, feeling indifferent, merely appreciating their golden luster. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji was nearly drooling at the sight of the lotuses, which looked delectable. Xiao Tianshun felt exasperated. He simply wished to close the door and lead a tranquil life, uninterested in forging any connections. Ahem, master, you flatter me, he chuckled, putting on an expression of feigned ignorance. As for the great sage and the messenger, I understand little. They are merely a few young men of exceptional skill, to whom I have given nicknames. These gifts are far too precious. We cannot accept them, so please take them back. Mithriya Buddha's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this. Look, what a remarkable state of mind. To accept the heavenly mandate and be bestowed with divine fruits, yet to refer to it simply as a nickname. This truly embodies the legendary principle of simplicity and the return to one's true essence. You, my friend, are too modest. Mithriya Buddha, in his utmost reverence, bestowed treasures upon the heroes, an act most just and righteous. Should my esteemed companion refuse, it would imply a disdain for our Western teachings. Upon completing his words, he placed the items down and bowed deeply to Xiao Tianshun, swiftly departing with his entourage, leaving no opportunity for refusal. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the 3 chests of invaluable treasures on the ground, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread. This hot potato was impossible to discard. Yet, this was merely the beginning. No sooner had Mithriya Buddha left than a cloud of auspiciousness drifted from the horizon. The illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing, accompanied by several celestial maidens, floated gracefully towards him. Esteemed Taoist, congratulations. Congratulations indeed. Tai Bai Jinxing's voice arrived before his presence, his face beaming with joy. His Majesty has learned of the retreat of the demons from Flower Fruit Mountain, thanks to your valiant efforts alongside the 3 noble heroes, and is immensely pleased. He has commissioned this humble Taoist to present some tokens of celebration. With a flourish of his feathered whisk, several celestial maidens promptly offered jade plates. On these plates lay neatly arranged, fragrant peaches of immortality. Alongside them were several exquisitely sealed jars of heavenly nectar. By imperial decree, Tai Bai Jinxing cleared his throat, unfolded the imperial edict, and proclaimed loudly, hereby, the beautiful Monkey King of Water Curtain Cave in Flower Fruit Mountain, renowned for his loyalty and bravery, is officially conferred the title of Great Sage Equal to Heaven, reinstated to his former position. Furthermore, the former officer Zhu Wuning of the Heavenly Pavilion, recognized for his cleansing contributions, is conferred the title of Purification Envoy, reinstated to his former position. Additionally, the son of the pagoda-bearing Heavenly King, Neza, for his valor in subduing rebellious deities, is promoted to Supreme Vanguard of the 3 realms, reinstated to his former position. Thus decreed. Upon finishing, he cheerfully presented the edict to Xiao Tianshun. My friend, you see, His Majesty has graciously transformed your private appointments into official recognitions from the Celestial Court. Xiao Tianshun, staring at the resplendent edict, nearly spat blood in disbelief. What a rascal! This old fellow in the heavens has such audacity. The individuals I appointed, he has the gall to have them recognized officially? Is this not an infringement upon my intellectual property? And he presents it so grandly, as if I ought to thank him. With a forced smile masking his true feelings, Xiao Tianshun accepted the edict. What choice did he have? He could hardly declare, I do not require your validation, for that would be akin to slapping Hao Yin in public. Given that fellow's petty nature, he would undoubtedly seek revenge later. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Tai Bai Jinxing, thoroughly satisfied, left a plethora of gifts behind and departed. The atmosphere at Flower Fruit Mountain grew even more lively. Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled at the sight of the peaches, while Zhu Beiji, already clutching a jar of celestial wine, began to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxuan's heart sank. His retirement plans seemed utterly dashed. He felt less like a master of the Tao and more like the manager of a newly opened hotspot in the Three Realms. Before he could catch his breath, a powerful aura of malevolence descended from the mountain. A young boy clad in fiery red armor, sporting a skyward ponytail and wielding a flaming spear, strode confidently forward, leading a band of bull-headed demons who were burdened with an assortment of chaotic items. This was none other than the son of the Bull Demon King, the Red Boy. Hey! Red Boy exclaimed, hands on his hips, his demeanor exuding arrogance. Who among you is the great sage equal to heaven? Step forth. Sun Wukong raised an eyebrow, poised to retaliate. Holy Infant King, a bull demon quickly intervened. Whispering in restraint, the king has declared that he comes to apologize and forge alliances, not to engage in combat. Red Boy huffed impatiently, his gaze sweeping across the assembly until it settled on Xiao Tianshun. Though he was unruly, he was not foolish. The presence of the monkey, the corpulent pig, and Neza standing respectfully indicated that Xiao was indeed the one of significance. Are you the one my father spoke of, the formidable Xiao Senior? Red Boy inquired, tilting his head in appraisal. Xiao Tianxuan's eye twitched. Your father? The same one who threatened to demolish my Taoist field yesterday? My father said. Red Boy cleared his throat, mimicking an adult's tone. Yesterday's events were merely a misunderstanding. He was deceived by that wretched bird of Luya. He holds your business acumen and team management in the highest regard. Today, I have been specially dispatched to present to you the local specialties from our Mount Jilei, the Mayun Cave, as a token of apology. We hope that in the future, our families can. The bull demon quickly interjected, strategic cooperation, mutually beneficial. Yes, strategic cooperation, mutually beneficial. Red Boy declared loudly. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the boxes of sparkling minerals, the carts of obscure dark herbs, and the lively ancient pangolins they had brought. He felt his blood pressure soaring to critical levels. Gifts from the Western teachings, titles from the heavenly court. And now even the demon clans were coming to discuss strategic partnerships. His flower and fruit mountain, his tranquil haven for retirement, had transformed within a mere morning into a frenzied land where the great powers of the Three Realms sought to curry favor, show goodwill, and invest. The threshold of his water curtain cave was nearly trampled by these divine beings and demons. Surveying the mountainous pile of gifts in his courtyard and the three eager employees beside him, he sighed skyward. I merely wished for a quiet retirement. Chapter 97. Chairman, who shall we engage today? After bidding farewell to three unexpected guests, Xiao Tianshun felt more exhausted than if he had battled 300 rounds. He collapsed into his beloved armchair, yearning to sleep until the end of time. Yet, troubles do not dissipate simply because one wishes to recline in peace. Just as the external investment frenzy began to wane, an internal management crisis emerged in its wake. Old Immortal, Sun Wukong, brandishing his golden staff, rushed eagerly to his side, his fiery eyes sparkling with the desire for combat. Whom shall we engage today? Without lifting his eyelids, Xiao Tianshun replied, We shall not engage anyone. It's a holiday. A holiday? Sun Wukong scratched his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Yesterday's battles were so exhilarating. I felt my prowess increase significantly. This must be your test for us, right? It's called. What is it called? Oh, yes. Nourishing the battle through battle. We must seize the moment and capture that bull demon king and the feathered beast who escaped yesterday for another round of combat. Xiao Tianshun sighed. Thank you very much. Nourishing the battle through battle. Why not mention KPI assessments while you're at it? He waved his hand feebly. Wukong, as the company's ace fighter, you must exercise patience. One cannot be perpetually fixated on fighting and killing. When you have not received a work directive, you should learn to conserve your energy. Understood. Old immortal. Sun Wukong nodded, albeit with a look of partial comprehension, before running off with his staff to a massive boulder, where he began practicing the stick techniques he had newly grasped. Boom. The ground trembled violently throughout Flower Fruit Mountain. Nearby, a few little monkeys gathering fruit were jolted from the trees, landing in a disarrayed heap. Qiao Tianshuan's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was hardly conserving energy. It was akin to a simulated demolition. Just as he was about to intervene, an enticing, sweet aroma wafted from the direction of the mustard seed field. A sudden pang of dread gripped his heart. He swiftly darted into the field, and the sight before him nearly induced a cardiac arrest. There squatted Zhu Beiji, sneaking around the edge of the field, holding in his grasp a freshly ripened, radiant ginseng fruit. This was the experimental product Qiao Tianshan had whimsically cultivated using the ginseng seed from Zhen Yuanzi and his own primordial blood. In just one night, in external time, it had matured. At that moment, Zhu Beiji had already devoured a significant portion of the ginseng fruit, his mouth smeared with juice as he savored it blissfully. Upon noticing Qiao Tianshuan's sudden appearance, Zhu Beiji trembled in fright, nearly dropping the fruit from his mouth. "Oh Lord," he mumbled, desperately stuffing the remaining ginseng fruit into his mouth. "What brings you here?" Qiao Tianshan trembled with rage, pointing at him, unable to utter a word for a long while. You, my lord, please allow me to explain." Zhu Beiji finally swallowed the fruit, wiped his mouth, and displayed an expression of unwavering loyalty. "I noticed this fruit looked peculiar and feared it might be poisonous. Thus, I, the old pig, risked my life to taste it on your behalf. Well, having tasted it, I can assure you, there is no poison. It's both fragrant and sweet. You can eat it without worry." Qiao Tianshan gazed at his earnest demeanor, then shifted his glance to the ground where only the pit of the fruit remained. His fists clenched with indignation. He had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. "Testing for poison? I see you are simply driven by gluttony. This is a ginseng fruit infused with the essence of the primordial chaos. It is unique to the vast wilderness, and you devoured it like a mere snack." "Zhu, ba, jia." Qiao Tianshan nearly spat those 3 words through clenched teeth. "From this day forth, your monthly bonus is revoked." "What?" Zhu Beiji's face fell instantly, his expression one of despair as he pleaded, "Please, my lord, I realize my mistake. I shall never dare again." Just as Qiao Tianshan prepared to impart a lesson on the safeguarding of corporate assets to this thieving custodian, a boisterous voice echoed from the outside, "Master, Master." Neza, full of exuberance, led a throng of celestial soldiers, appearing in a grand procession above Flower Fruit Mountain. At the forefront was his immediate superior, the heavenly king Li Jing. Li Jing's countenance was more dismal than that of Zhu Beiji. "Qiao, Senior Qiao." Li Jing descended to the ground and performed a deeply constrained bow toward Qiao Tianshan. "This humble officer has been commanded by His Majesty to assist in the inspection of the 3 realms under the General of Rebellion." Qiao Tianshan surveyed the thousands of spirited celestial soldiers behind him, then glanced at Neza, who wore a face eager for praise. What more was there to comprehend? This lad had undoubtedly mistaken the heavenly army for his personal guard, bringing them to Flower Fruit Mountain for team building. "Master," Neza exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I've brought my father along. From now on, our Flower Fruit Mountain Security Company will be the direct elite unit of the Heavenly Court. Who dares to defy us, my father will subdue them with his pagoda." Li Jing, standing nearby, turned pale. "Who will I subdue? With what will I do so? Dare I?" He now found himself trembling at the sight of Qiao Tianshan. He had witnessed the battle of the previous day in vivid detail. This esteemed figure could dictate the fate of a great sage equal to heaven with a mere word, and could bestow titles with a single breath. His son had now become the general of that very force. As a heavenly king, he felt utterly insignificant in comparison. Yet, he could not dare to refuse. With Neza wielding the command token bestowed by the heavenly emperor, who would dare to disobey? "If he does not come, I shall send Neza to report his negligence in cooperating with the chief vanguard to His Majesty, and he shall face the consequences." Qiao Tianshan observed the scene before him, feeling a throbbing in his temples. One was an exuberant monkey, perpetually eager for a fight. Another, a gluttonous pig, always scheming to pilfer the company's resources. And the last, a fervent youth, who thought nothing of summoning the national army as his personal security. What he had established was not a security company, but rather a daycare for troublesome children from the three realms. I truly am at my wit's end. Xiao Tianshun supported his forehead, emitting a weary groan. He realized that if this continued, he would not only never retire, but he would inevitably be worn down to the bone by these three mischief makers, leading to an untimely demise. No, it is imperative to implement structured management. I must establish a stringent set of company regulations. He inhaled deeply, summoning all his strength, and assumed the authoritative demeanor of a chairman. Yukong, Beiji, Neza, you three, come here at once. We shall convene the inaugural meeting of the Waguashan Security Limited. The theme of the meeting, on maintaining utter silence while the chairman rests. Chapter 98, Corporate Culture at the command of Xiao Tianshun. The atmosphere instantly became solemn. At least, that was how he perceived it. Sun Wukong swiftly sheathed his golden staff and stood at attention, his eyes brimming with anticipation, as if he were about to hear some profound truth. Zhu Beiji tumbled out from the mustard seed field, disregarding the drool at the corner of his mouth, and hurriedly positioned himself beside Sun Wukong, straining to puff out his belly in a display of exemplary employee demeanor. Neza, visibly excited and with flushed cheeks, dismissed the celestial soldiers behind him and took a swift step to stand at the other side, retracting his 3 heads and 6 arms, leaving only his dapper red armor, resembling a model awaiting inspection. Even from a distance, Li Jing instinctively straightened his back, not daring to breathe. Xiao, the esteemed senior, was about to convene a meeting. This gathering was certainly the highest-level internal conference in the three realms since the calamity of the deification. How fortunate was he to be allowed to attend as an observer? Li Jing's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. Clearing his throat, Xiao Tianshun gazed at the trio before him, a motley crew with varied appearances yet equally naive and clear-eyed employees, and felt his temples begin to throb. Today, we hold the inaugural general meeting of Hua Guashan Security Company. He paused deliberately, attempting to cultivate a serious atmosphere. Sun Wukong was the first unable to contain himself, raising his hand with enthusiasm. Chairman, is it to summarize yesterday's achievements and devise our next battle plan? I've already thought it through. Our next target shall be the North Jilu continent. Let us storm the Bull Demon King's lair, seize his treasures, and generate revenue for the company. Xiao Tianxuan's eye twitched violently. Revenue? What are you talking about? You are a security guard, not a bandit. He coughed, stifling his urge to retort, and maintained a stern expression. Wukong, your fighting spirit is commendable, but, as a mature enterprise, we cannot always resort to violence. Our core principle is stability. It is defense. It is to safeguard the core assets of this company, which, quite frankly, refers to my own absolute safety. Sun Wukong nodded, somewhat perplexed but contemplative. I understand. Chairman, what you mean is that we should not take the initiative to attack. Instead, we must wait for the enemy to come to us before we strike back. This is what one might call defensive counterattack. Xiao Tianshun. He sighed, realizing that perhaps discussing corporate culture with a monkey was misguided. Turning his gaze to Zhu Beiji, his expression hardened with severity. Zhu Beiji, step forward. Yes, my lord. Zhu Beiji quivered and stood at attention. Are you aware of your transgressions? Zhu Beiji's eyes darted around, and without hesitation, he fell to his knees, weeping profusely. My lord, I, Zhu Beiji, am guilty. My sins are monumental. I should not have. He pondered for a moment, finally conjuring up a brilliant excuse. I should not have been so engrossed in my own affairs, indulging in reckless experimentation, forgetting to leave a share for you, my esteemed lord. I, the old pig, have been far too selfish. I am truly sorry for not living up to your nurturing. I shall reflect upon my actions. Xiao Tianshun was nearly amused to the point of laughter by this display. How audacious. You indulge in misconduct and yet dare to blame yourself for not sharing? Enough of this charade. With a weary gesture, Xiao Tianshun remarked, your issue is not merely one of attitude. It is a matter of principle. Misappropriation is a crimson line that no company can tolerate. Considering this is your first offense, and, well, your experimenting has had some merit, Xiao Tianshun struggled to find more fitting words. I have decided to impose the following penalties upon you. Zhu Beiji's heart leapt to his throat. Sun Wukong and Neza looked on with curiosity, eager to discover how the chairman would penalize an employee. First, Xiao Tianshun raised a finger. Deducting all your performance bonuses for this quarter. What? Zhu Beiji's face fell instantly. My lord, What is a bonus? Is it delicious? Why must you take mine? Silence. Xiao Tianshun shot him a glare. Second, you are to compose a profound reflection of 30,000 words, centered on the theme on the importance of protecting company assets, to be submitted to my desk by tomorrow morning. Oh no, place it beside my recliner. 30,000 words? Zhu Beiji's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a watermelon, feeling as though his entire existence had been plunged into despair. Any objections? And no. Having dealt with Zhu Beiji, Xiao Tianshun felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders. He then turned his gaze towards Neza. This devoted fan was indeed a source of genuine exasperation. He was neither to be reprimanded nor struck, yet he consistently delivered surprises. Neza, Uncle Master, I am here. Neza exclaimed with excitement, convinced that he was about to receive praise. You did well today. Xiao Tianshun carefully chose his words, noting your spirit and creativity. Hee. Neza blushed at the compliment, attributing it all to his Uncle Master's guidance. I have integrated the security resources of the Heavenly Court into our company's core business, achieving a strong alliance. Goodness, you even know how to use strong alliance. Li Jing, listening from the sidelines, broke into a cold sweat, wishing he could vanish into the ground. The integration was commendable, but please refrain from further integrations in the future, Xiao Tianshun said with a stoic expression. Huh. Neza was taken aback. What I mean is, Xiao Tianshun sighed. Speaking earnestly, your role is as Chief Vanguard, a patroller, not a human resources manager, let alone a logistics minister. Your duty is to keep potential dangers at bay, not to usher unrelated personnel inside. Do you grasp my meaning? Neza pondered for a moment, then suddenly enlightened, smacking his thigh in realization. I understand now. With great excitement, he exclaimed. Master Uncle believes that Li Tianwang and his companions are too feeble to remain in Huahua Mountain. Their presence not only fails to assist us, but also becomes a burden, hampering the overall efficiency of our operations. Rest assured, Master Uncle, I shall promptly send them packing. With that, he turned to chase them away. Li Jing was nearly compelled to summon his treasure tower in fright. Come back. Xiao Tianshun felt utterly drained. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved a wooden plaque from his pocket, which he had casually carved from the spiritual wood found in the mustard seed Dao field. Using his fingers, he scratched a few haphazardly written characters onto it. Code of Conduct for Employees of Huahua Mountain Security Company, Trial Version, Article 1. It is strictly forbidden to create any noise exceeding the sound of falling leaves during the chairman's rest period. Article 2. It is strictly forbidden to touch any assets within the Dao field without the chairman's permission, including but not limited to radishes, cabbages, and fruits that appear delectable. Article 3. It is strictly forbidden to lead any non-registered personnel into the core area of Huahua Mountain without prior notification to the chairman. Article 4. All actions must adhere to directives. The chairman holds the final interpretative authority. He firmly planted the plaque into the ground and, summoning all his strength, bellowed. These are the ironclad rules of the company. Whoever violates them shall pack their belongings and depart. Is that understood? The three individuals gazed at the plaque, which emanated a faint aura of Tao, their eyes suddenly ablaze with fervor. This is the celestial decree personally established by the venerable immortal. Each rule embodies profound wisdom. The disciples understand. I, old son, comprehend. I, old pig, also grasp it. The three exclaimed in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. Observing their fervent expressions, Xiao Tianshun weakly waved his hand. As long as you understand, the meeting is adjourned. With that, he slumped back into his reclining chair, feeling utterly drained. Being a chairman was even more exhausting than undergoing tribulations. He closed his eyes, yearning for a peaceful slumber. However, as his gaze swept past the water curtain cave, he was met with a mountain of investment goods sent by the three factions, causing his head to throb anew. How on earth was he to handle these burdensome hot potatoes? Surely he couldn't truly accept them, could he? Chapter 99. A plate of chili peppers. All the influential figures from the three realms gathered gazing at the dazzling array of gifts. Xiao Tianshun felt a resurgence of his risk-averse PTSD. To him, a former capitalist in a past life, these were not mere presents. They represented scorching letters of intent for angel investments. Accepting them would equate to tacitly agreeing to their stakes in his enterprise. From that moment onward, his Huahuashan Security Company would no longer be a sole proprietorship. but rather a venture with three immensely powerful shareholders. Henceforth, the Western Church would demand him to save all sentient beings, the Celestial Court would expect him to maintain stability, and the demon clans would seek commercial collaboration. His retirement would transform into an interminable board meeting. No, absolutely not. Xiao Tianshun jolted upright. He must return these items. Furthermore, he needed to extinguish their investment aspirations entirely. But how could he do that? Simply tossing them back would be an affront, leading to endless troubles. Advising them kindly? They would hardly believe it, perceiving it as a test of their resolve. A strategy was essential, one that would compel them to willingly reclaim their gifts while deeply understanding that investing in him was an endeavor fraught with peril and devoid of returns. Xiao Tianxuan's investor mindset whirred into action. To quell the enthusiasm of potential investors, the best approach would be to unveil the real risks and core intentions of the project. He needed them to comprehend that his endeavors were not aimed at dominating the three realms, nor were they a prelude to the journey to the West. He simply yearned for a peaceful and serene existence. But who would believe such words if he voiced them? Eureka! Xiao Tianxuan's gaze suddenly fell upon a particularly vibrant red plant in the mustard seed field, a botanical experiment born from a peculiar seed he had carelessly collected. Through the dual catalysis of primordial nourishment and Tao tribulation, it had now borne clusters of fiery, translucent chili peppers. Truth-telling chili pepper, primordial Tao tribulation version. Characteristic: the consumer will, for half an hour, be unable to restrain their innermost, most genuine thoughts, uttering them without concealment. The potency is overwhelming. Beneath the status of a sage, none can escape its effects. A gentle smile crept across Xiao Tianxuan's lips. Since they did not trust his words, he would allow them to speak for themselves. Half a day later, before the water curtain cave at Waguashan, an extraordinary banquet of gratitude unfolded. At the head of the table sat the languid Xiao Tianshun, while three esteemed guests occupied the seats of honor. The smiling Methriao Buddha represented the Western Church, the obsequious Tai Bai Jinxing stood for the Celestial Court, and the reluctant Hong Haier, coerced by the Bull Demon King, represented the demon clans. The purpose of inviting these three was primarily to express gratitude for their generous gifts. Xiao Tianshun lifted a glass of clear water and remarked, "I am a man accustomed to a life of leisure and solitude, and I truly cannot accept such a grand gift. Therefore, I kindly ask the three of you to take the presents back." "Ah, my friend, your words are misguided." Methriao Buddha immediately waved his hand, chuckling heartily. "A gift is a bond of fate. How can one retract it? If you refuse to accept, it would mean severing ties with our Western realm." "Indeed, indeed." Tai Bai Jinxing quickly chimed in. "His Majesty has decreed that these are rewards for the three esteemed heroes, and they represent the Heavenly Court's heartfelt intention towards you, Xiao Daoist. If you were to return them, it would be akin to slapping His Majesty's face." Red Boy, lounging with his legs crossed, scoffed. "My father said, once something is given, it is like spilled water. If you dare to return it, you would be looking down on our demon clan." Observing the trio's adept refusal, Xiao Tianshun couldn't help but smirk inwardly. As expected, they were relentless. "Very well, since you three are so insistent, we shall discuss the gifts later." He clapped his hands. "Wukong, bring forth the dishes." Soon, Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji approached, bearing a massive jade platter. Upon it lay a dish of vibrant red, aromatic delicacies. It was a plate of Kung Pao chicken prepared with various spiritual fruits and shrimp, uniquely garnished with rings of peppers that shimmered like rubies. "This is a specialty I personally cultivated. It may not be extravagant, but I invite you three to savor its flavor." Xiao Tianshun smiled benignly, resembling a harmless neighbor. Methriao Buddha and the others, trusting his sincerity, eagerly picked up their chopsticks. After all, this was a creation of Senior Xiao. Even common fare could transform into divine treasures. It was undoubtedly a great fortune. Methriao Buddha picked up a ring of pepper and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, an indescribable fragrance burst forth, followed by a gentle yet overwhelming warmth spreading through his limbs. "Excellent! A marvelous dish!" he could not help but exclaim. Tai Bai Jinxing and Red Boy also joined in, praising the dish with gusto. With a beaming smile, Xiao Tianshun observed them and inquired, "What brings you three here, aside from delivering gifts? Do you have any other thoughts regarding my Huagua Mountain and my rather inept subordinates?" What began as a polite inquiry took an unexpected turn. The trio, having consumed the pepper, seemed to have triggered an unseen switch. Maitreya Buddha retained his smile, yet his words froze the air around them. Thoughts. My thought is that you have played your hand too grandly. Our Western teachings can scarcely keep up. He continued, oblivious to the tension. My Buddha and Saint Zhuan-Ti have conferred, and the journey to the West calamity is a matter of heavenly decree. Originally, that stone monkey was designated as the great son of our order. However, you have preemptively invested with the angel wheel and lavishly bestowed upon him the unique authorization of the great sage equal to heaven. Now, to bring him into our Western fold seems but a futile dream. Thus, the Buddha suggests a change in strategy. Rather than undermining your foundation, why not collaborate directly with you? As long as you nod, let this monkey and pig proceed with the process. Do not speak of the 81 tribulations, for we have arranged a sumptuous feast for all 81. Once the task is accomplished, the Eastern fortune will be divided, 7 for you, 3 for me. What do you think? In an instant, the expressions of Tai Bai Jinxing and the Red Boy transformed dramatically. Xiao Tianxuan's heart sank to the depths. Good heavens, I have yet to speak. And you have already revealed all your cards? Tai Bai Jinxing was about to reprimand Maitreya for his nonsensical chatter, but the words faltered on his lips. Bah, you Western sects are deluded. He covered his mouth in terror, yet words continued to spill forth uncontrollably. Elder Xiao, do not heed this rotund fellow's persuasion. He merely seeks to exploit you. We in the heavenly court are earnest and sincere. His Majesty has stated that you, esteemed elder, prefer tranquility and shun the affairs of state. This is perfect. You have your own people, and the heavenly court has its establishment. All you need do is nod. Allowing the great sage and his companions to hold positions in the heavenly court, establishing a special operations office of the 3 realms, answering solely to your command. Provisions, military supplies, celestial peaches, and divine wine. We shall cover it all. You would be the supreme emperor. Our sovereign would be your chief steward, handling all trivial matters while you can enjoy a peaceful retirement. His Majesty also mentioned that as long as you remain steady and refrain from arbitrary appointments, he is willing to marry his sister to you as a companion on the path. Uft. The Red Boy spat out his juice in shock. Xiao Tianxuan was left in a daze. Heaven above, you, with your thick brows and large eyes, actually intend to employ the beauty trap? Before he could process this astonishing revelation, the Red Boy beside him began to speak uncontrollably. Stop boasting, he declared, hands on hips. With an air of disdain, my father said that you political players are all corrupt at heart. We, the demon race, are the most genuine. My father stated that he returned home yesterday, reviewed the entire battle, and spent the night writing a comprehensive business analysis report of over 100,000 words. He has enlightened. Elder Xiao, you are not merely a cultivator. You are the master of capital operations in the primordial chaos. That great battle was a perfect project roadshow and team pressure test. My father's admiration for you flows like an endless river. He no longer harbors resentment. He only wishes to become your disciple, to learn your enigmatic skills in business management and risk hedging. He said that as long as you are willing to teach him, he would gladly transfer the entire equity of Jilei Mountain's Mayun Cave to you. As these words fell, the entire assembly fell into a profound silence. Maitreya, Tai Bai Jinxing, and the Red Boy gazed at one another, their faces etched with astonishment and fear. What have I just said? Meanwhile, Xiao Tianxuan sat there, dazed. In his mind, only a single thought remained. It is over. I intended for them to perceive the essence of my mere existence. However, they, through their own words, elevated my persona to an entirely new height, one that even I could not aspire to reach. My retirement life has utterly come to an end. Chapter 100. He is not a cultivator. He is a mastermind. In the northern region of Jilu Prefecture, atop Jilei Mountain, lies the Moya Cave. The air is thick with demonic energy and a pervasive aura of malevolence. Yet, within the grand hall of Moya Cave today, the atmosphere is particularly tense, imbued with an unusual scholarly air. The great sage, Bull Demon King, sits cross-legged in the principal seat. His complexion remains somewhat pale, and his breath appears slightly unsteady, clearly indicating that he has yet to recover from his injuries sustained in battle against Sun Wukong. However, his eyes shine with an extraordinary brilliance, emanating a fervent thirst for knowledge. Beneath him, the Dragon Demon King, the Peng Demon King, the Lion Camel King, and various demon kings of Jilei Mountain sit upright. their expressions solemn. On the stone table before them, there are no offerings of blood or fine wines. Only thick stacks of documents crafted from beast hide. My brothers. Bull Demon King begins slowly, his voice deep and resonant. I trust that we all share the same feelings of confusion and discontent. He pauses, surveying the room. We have assembled the finest combat forces of the three realms and marched upon Huagua Mountain. Why, then, did we suffer defeat? A defeat so thorough, so humiliating? The Dragon Demon King, known for his fiery temperament, slams his hand on the table and exclaims with anger, "Brother, is it not obvious? That monkey is too powerful, that fat pig too cunning, and that madman Neza turned traitor at the last moment. Most infuriating of all is that flat-feathered bird, Luya, who fled faster than anyone. Had he not escaped first, we might not have lost. Foolishness." Bull Demon King's sharp rebuke reverberates through the hall, causing the very walls to resonate. Do you still believe we lost in combat? Rising to his feet, he grasps a piece of beast hide adorned with intricate charts and arrows drawn in cinnabar. Last night, I was restless and spent countless hours reviewing every detail of the battle at Huagua Mountain. I have finally come to a realization. From the very beginning, we were mistaken, gravely mistaken. A glimmer of wisdom sparks in Bull Demon King's eyes. That fellow, Xiao Tianshun, is not a cultivator at all. The demon saints exchange bewildered glances. Taken aback. Not a cultivator? Then what is he? Taking a deep breath, Bull Demon King articulates the answer with deliberate clarity, sending a shiver through himself. He is a mastermind. The most astute, cold-hearted, and calculative. Ultimate mastermind throughout the primordial era. A mastermind? The Pung Demon King furrows his brow, struggling to grasp the concept. Indeed, Bull Demon King, pointing emphatically at the chart on the beast hide, his voice rising in fervor, declares, "Did you think we were there to seize the Dao fruit? Incorrect. That fruit is not a product but rather bait to lure us investors into his trap. It is the grand opening of an earth-shattering project presentation. His true target has never been the fruit, it has always been us." At this revelation, the entire assembly is left in stunned silence. The Bull Demon King paid no heed to their astonishment and continued his subversive commercial analysis. "Look closely. He has sent that stone monkey to engage me directly. Why? Because I am universally acknowledged as the strongest in physical prowess among the demon clan. I am the finest stress tester. Through our battle, he seeks to evaluate the limits of his core asset, Sun Wukong's resilience and offensive capabilities. And what was the outcome? The monkey grew ever more valiant in our clash, ultimately breaking through his limitations. The test was flawlessly passed. Then, before the eyes of the three realms, he conferred upon him the title of Great Sage equal to heaven. What does this signify? It is akin to a product launch event. A proclamation to the entire market that his most vital flagship product is officially available. A collective gasp echoed throughout the Grand Hall. The Bull Demon King, growing increasingly animated, reveled in his profound understanding of such astonishing secrets. Now, consider that corpulent pig. Why does he roam the battlefield cleaning up? Do you think he is merely slacking off? Incorrect. He is conducting a functional test. The Buddha's light from the Western teachings, combined with the demon energy of our army, creates the most optimal testing environment. Chairman Xiao, oh no, I mean Director Xiao, aims to assess the pig's purifying and supportive capabilities, as well as its compatibility in a complex battlefield setting. The results? Perfectly passed. Thus, the Purification Envoy product is also officially unveiled. Lastly, consider Neza. Why did he face off against Luya and Shingongbao? Because they are formidable adversaries. One is an ancient golden crow, and the other a traitor to the Chan sect. Both possessing deep backgrounds and exceptional escape skills, they serve as the ideal targets for a decapitation operation test. Chairman Xiao intends to utilize these two most formidable challenges to evaluate Neza's loyalty, execution, and his ability for pointed explosive strikes. The result? Neza did not disappoint. Consequently, the position of Chief Vanguard against rebellion in the Three Realms, the head of the outsourced security team, was decisively established. As the Bull Demon King concluded his discourse, the entire hall fell into a profound silence. All the demon saints and kings regarded him with a gaze akin to that reserved for deities. They had previously perceived their elder brother as unmatched in valor, yet they had not realized that his wisdom had ascended to such unfathomable heights. He was able to analyze a crushing defeat with such such reasonable clarity, penetrating to the core of the matter. The Jiao Demon King trembled as he asked, "Elder brother, then what are we? What do we represent?" The Bull Demon King smiled grimly, delivering the most brutal of truths. We are sparring partners, testers, live targets. Mere background props intended to enhance the atmosphere of this grand company team-building and new employee award ceremony. Thud. A demon king with a fragile constitution collapsed to the ground. Fear. An unprecedented terror gripped the hearts of every major demon. At this moment, their fear of Qiao Tianshun no longer stemmed from sheer power, but rather from the sense of being manipulated with precision, as if their fates were meticulously orchestrated. An overwhelming intellectual superiority. Brother, what should we do? The Lion Trojan King's voice trembled. Can we still oppose such an existence? Oppose? The Bull Demon King shook his head, a new light igniting in his eyes. No, we cannot stand against him. We must learn from him, imitate him, follow him. This is no longer an era defined by strength. It is a time for combat through intellect. Chairman Xiao has illuminated our path. He raised the business analysis report high in his hand, addressing the high-ranking members of the demon clan with solemnity. I have decided. From this day forward, the Waguashan model shall become the supreme action guideline for my Jile Mountain and the entire demon alliance. We shall adopt Chairman Xiao's project management mindset, his talent cultivation system, and his risk control strategies. Each of you will receive a copy of this report. Take it home and memorize it. Henceforth, anyone who dares to think solely with brute force shall not expect my brotherly compassion. Our hope for the revival of the demon clan lies not in fighting and killing, but in embracing the Qiao Tianshun philosophy, mastering the Waguashan model, and pursuing a capital development path that is distinctively ours. As his words resonated, the assembled demons, solemn and respectful, rose in unison to bow. We shall faithfully obey the king's decree. At that very moment, far away in Waguashan, Qiao Tianshun, preoccupied with how to manage a plethora of gifts, remained blissfully unaware. His corporate culture had already taken root and begun to flourish within the demon clan, the most colossal and chaotic force in this primordial world, in a manner he could never have envisioned. Chapter 101. A special allowance from the Celestial Court in the Celestial Palace of Lingxiao, atop the unchanging nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin. The countenance of the Heavenly Emperor was darker than the chaotic winds swirling outside. His knuckles turned pale from the intensity of his grip on a banquet summary just presented by the illustrious Tai Bai Jinxing. Below the jade steps, the celestial officials stood in solemn silence, the atmosphere thick with a stifling pressure. How audacious is this Western church? How brazen the demon race? The emperor spat out a few words between clenched teeth, his voice laced with barely contained fury and a hint of trepidation he himself was reluctant to acknowledge. To ensnare the unwitting with guile and reap the benefits? To seek mentorship and transfer equity? With each phrase he uttered, the heads of the deities within the hall bowed lower. The gratitude banquet held at Flower and Fruit Mountain had swiftly circulated through the upper echelons of the three realms via various channels. The heartfelt remarks of the three representatives had become a source of great ridicule. Yet, he, the Heavenly Emperor, could not muster a laugh. For he was the largest fool of them all. To marry my sister to him as a consort? Boom. The Imperial might spiraled out of control. A terrifying pressure flooding the entire Lingxiao Palace like the Milky Way in reverse. Weaker celestial officials nearly buckled to their knees on the spot. Such humiliation. It was as if his face had been ground into the earth and scorched repeatedly by the flames of true insight. As the sovereign of the three realms, he had been coerced into resorting to matrimonial alliances for the sake of securing an unpredictable variable. The most critical aspect was that this was one of his deepest and most clandestine schemes, now laid bare for all to see, thanks to that infernal pepper. Now, every deity and demon in the world knew that the Heavenly Emperor had a sister awaiting marriage. His gaze fell upon Tai Bai Jinxing, who knelt trembling before the throne. Tai Bai, the old minister is here. The old minister deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Tai Bai Jinxing shuddered, burying his head deeper. The sight of the old minister's near tears only stoked the emperor's ire, which had nowhere to be vented. Could he blame Tai Bai Jinxing? No. The old minister had ventured into the tiger's den for the sake of the celestial court, only to fall prey to the cunning schemes of Qiao Tianshun. He could almost envision the innocent smile that must have adorned Qiao Tianshun's face at that moment. This individual. The depth of his scheming and the craftiness of his tactics were utterly unprecedented. He was not merely calculating. He was manipulating hearts. The heavenly emperor gradually leaned back against his throne, the fire within him slowly being replaced by a profound sense of helplessness. What to do? Dispatch troops to attack? Setting aside whether he could best that well-armed monkey and gluttonous pig, his most formidable general, Neza, was now their #1 fan and chief patrol officer. Should he dare issue a command, Neza would likely rebel on the spot, punishing Tai by jinxing. That would only chill the hearts of the celestial officials. Swallowing his pride. What of his dignity? What of the majesty of the celestial court? In a moment, the sovereign of the three realms found himself ensnared in an inextricable predicament. At that juncture, the illustrious Tai by jinxing tremulously raised his head, his aged visage etched with a resolute determination. Your Majesty, this old minister possesses a strategy, though I am uncertain if it is prudent to disclose it. Hao Ian did not even lift his eyelids, responding coldly, speak. With a swallow, Tai by jinxing mustered his courage and articulated, given the circumstances, we cannot contain this any longer. Whether it be the esteemed Qiao or his three formidable generals, they have already gained momentum. Since we cannot stifle them, it would be wiser to facilitate. Facilitate? Hao Ian raised an eyebrow. Precisely. Tai by jinxing's spirit surged, clarity illuminating his thoughts. Your Majesty, consider this. The position of General Neza was bestowed by your own hand. This is an undeniable fact. He is currently stationed at Huagua Mountain, ostensibly executing Your Majesty's special mission. He is monitoring and guiding this burgeoning force on behalf of the heavenly court. We must not only refrain from suppression, but rather lend our robust support. Support? Hao Ian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of danger flickering within. Indeed, unwavering support. Tai by jinxing grew increasingly animated, as if he had unearthed the singular path to resolution. Your Majesty could issue an immediate decree to allocate the finest military resources and top-tier elixirs from the Heavenly River's naval forces and various armories as special allowances for General Neza. Ostensibly, this would be a commendation for his meritorious service in quelling the rebellion, bolstering his oversight of the three realms, and fortifying the front line. In reality, this yields three significant advantages. He extended 3 fingers. Firstly, it exemplifies Your Majesty's eagerness for talent and your judicious approach to rewards and punishments. Even someone like Neza, who bears a tainted past, can be entrusted with a crucial role. Who among the celestial beings would not be grateful for your benevolence? Secondly, it transforms Neza's actions from private allegiance to an unequivocal official delegation. This way, all his endeavors will embody the will of the heavenly court. Should Qiao Tianshun wish to command with impunity, he must weigh the influence of our court. Lastly, and most crucially, Tai by jinxing lowered his voice. This batch of resources represents our stake within Huagua Mountain. It is the sole tether maintaining our connection with the venerable Qiao. The Western teachings can invest, the demon clans can invest. Why should our heavenly court refrain from doing so? Moreover, we must invest more significantly and more audibly than they. His words resonated powerfully, each statement meticulously reasoned. In the Lingxiao treasure hall, one could hear a pin drop. The celestial beings regarded Tai by jinxing with admiration. Truly, he was the sovereign's confidant. His ability to navigate this dilemma was nothing short of masterful. Hao Ian sat upon his throne, silent for a protracted period. His tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. The stormy expression on his face transitioned into an inscrutable calm. He recognized the validity of Tai by jinxing's words. This was the sole approach, and the one most conducive to preserving dignity. Although it still implied a compromise, to completely capitulate to a mere janitor whom he had never even met. After a prolonged silence, Hao Ian uttered 2 words, proclaim my decree. He commanded the Ministry of Heavenly Works to select 1,000 sets of the newly forged 9 Fire Divine Armor. He ordered the Do Shuang Palace to procure 100 bottles of 9 Transformation Golden Elixir and 1,000 vials of Celestial Spirit Treasure Dew. He instructed the Royal Horse Supervisor to choose 3,000 Heavenly Dragon Warhorses. One decree after another emanated from Hao Ian's lips, each one sending a tremor through the celestial beings within the hall. The magnitude of this endeavor was staggering. This was no mere special allowance. It was the equivalent of equipping a royal legion. All of the aforementioned provisions were to be sent to Flower Fruit Mountain. to be managed by the supreme commander of the three realms Neza. Inform him. How Ian's voice carried a hint of gritted teeth. I shall await him at the southern heaven gate for his triumphant return. That same afternoon, as several colossal celestial treasure ships descended upon Flower Fruit Mountain, blocking out the sun, and as crates upon crates of armor, weapons, elixirs, and magical artifacts were piled high before the water curtain cave, Neza was utterly beside himself with excitement. Master, Master, come quickly. He was so exhilarated that his 3 heads and 6 arms emerged in a frenzy, pointing at the mountainous heap of provisions, speaking in a flurry of disjointed words. Your Majesty, he has finally come to his senses. He understands that supporting your cause is the only path for the heavenly court. Sun Wukong gazed at the gleaming armor, his hands itching to touch a few pieces. Meanwhile, Zhu Beiji fixated on the elixir gourds, drooling as if a stream were flowing from his mouth. Only Qiao Tianshun remained indifferent, reclining in his chair, surveying the mountain of clutter that had doubled since the previous day, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Here it comes again. Another heap of burdensome tasks, and this time, under the official banner. He no longer felt like a retired sage. He was now merely a warehouse manager for the strategic reserves of the 3 realms. His heart felt weary. Chapter 102. The launch meeting of the journey to the West Project Flower and Fruit Mountain has been transformed into an immense construction site, as well as an incredibly boisterous amusement park. With a thunderous roar, Sun Wukong, clad in a brand new set of 9 fire divine armor and wielding a heavenly standard Fangdianhua halberd, enthusiastically tests the might of his new equipment against a towering peak. The ground trembles beneath his strike. Form ranks. Form ranks. On the western beach, Neza, standing proudly on his wind-fire wheels and brandishing a command flag, energetically directs a throng of monkeys as they practice the heavenly court's most elite formation, the 36 transformations of the Celestial General. Although the monkeys' chaotic movements render the formation nonsensical, their exuberant shouts are enough to keep the Dragon King of the East Sea awake for 3 nights. At the entrance of the water curtain cave, Zhu Beiji, with a contented belch, clutches an empty elixir gourd, surrounded by a scattering of several more identical empty gourds, his spoils pilfered while others were distracted. Qiao Tianshun reclines in his rocking chair, feeling as though the entire world is spinning around him, his ears filled with a cacophony of thunderous roars, cries of battle, and raucous belches. His eyes are shadowed, and his spirit is in a haze. He has not slept a wink for 2 days and nights. Though his mustard seed Dao field remains tranquil, he cannot hide away there for eternity. What would that be but imprisonment? Enough. At last, Qiao Tianshun, unable to endure any longer, springs from his chair with a sudden jolt, unleashing a furious roar that encapsulates the pent-up grievances of the ultimate corporate slave, imbued with a hint of primordial Taoist pressure. All of you, come here. This bellow reverberates with the accumulated frustrations of days, sending a shiver through Sun Wukong atop the mountain, who promptly discards his halberd. Neza on the beach, shivering, halts his wind-fire wheels, and Zhu Beiji at the cave entrance, stifling a belch, nearly chokes on his own surprise. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures appear before Qiao Tianshun with unprecedented speed, standing in a straight line, heads bowed, resembling 3 misbehaving schoolchildren. The old deity is furious. Look at you. Look at this place. Qiao Tianshun points at the ravaged flower and fruit mountain, trembling with rage. This is my sanctuary. It is not your training ground. It is not your trial valley. Nor is it your buffet. If this continues, I won't just be unable to retire. You will drive me to the brink of madness. The trio dares not breathe a word. Taking a deep breath, Qiao Tianshun forces himself to calm down. Screaming and scolding are futile. A scientific approach to management is essential. He must assign them roles and responsibilities, redirecting their destructive energies to places unseen. He gazed at the 3 individuals before him, his mind racing as the experience of managing thousands of employees in his previous life surged back to him in full force. Today, we must convene a meeting. Qiao Tianshun's tone was remarkably grave. A meeting that will determine the future for all of us. The spirits of Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Neza lifted simultaneously. A meeting that decides our future? Could it be? We are to discuss the tranquility of my future slumber? Qiao Tianshun declared with unwavering resolve. From this day forth, each of you shall have your own distinct responsibility zone and work tasks. He first directed his attention towards Sun Wukong. Wukong, disciple at your service. Your somersault cloud can cover a distance of 100,000 miles with a single flip, correct? Indeed, Master. Sun Wukong puffed out his chest with pride. Excellent. Xiao Tianshun nodded in satisfaction. Your task is to patrol. I want you to venture out 100,000 miles. Do you see that cloud in the east, the farthest one? Go. Circle around it. Under no circumstances are you to approach the vicinity of Huagua Mountain within a 10,000-mile radius without my command. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. But then enlightenment dawned upon him. I understand. The master believes my ambitions are too narrow. He wants me to expand the patrol range to encompass the entire continent. This is indeed a great responsibility. Disciple will obey. Xiao Tianshun then shifted his gaze to Zhu Beiji. Beiji, why yes, master. You were responsible for the water army of the Heavenly River, correct? You should be familiar with logistics, yes? Somewhat. Zhu Beiji replied with a hint of trepidation. You must understand fully. Xiao Tianshun pointed at the towering pile of investment goods. Your task is logistics. Organize and catalog these items. Then, find the furthest, deepest cave away from me and store everything there. Until I require them, not a single elixir or piece of armor is to be touched. Zhu Beiji's face fell instantly. Yet, under the piercing gaze of Xiao Tianshun, reminiscent of a butcher's, he could only nod glumly. I accept the task. Finally, Xiao Tianshun's attention rested on Neza. Neza, master uncle, your task is the most significant. Neza's eyes lit up instantly. Your assignment is military training. Xiao Tianshun gestured towards a group of monkeys playing in the mud by the seaside. Take your monkey kin to an uninhabited island across the East Sea. Train them there. When they can tread the waves silently and pluck peaches without causing a stir, only then may they return to see me. Neza's face flushed with excitement. Master Uncle is entrusting me with the secret training of an elite force. How profound is this trust? Disciple will accept the task. I guarantee its completion. With a deep sigh of relief as he finally dispatched these lively figures, Xiao Tianshun felt a sense of tranquility enveloping the world around him. However, he remained blissfully unaware of what was yet to unfold. Not far from the water curtain cave, behind a rock, an elderly man clad in a soil-colored robe and sporting a goatee was trembling as he diligently recorded something in a small booklet. He was none other than the land deity of Flower Fruit Mountain. Just moments ago, he had absorbed every word of Xiao Tianshun's meeting. Future, responsibility, patrolling thousands of miles away, logistics, registration, clandestine military training on the other side of the East Sea. The land deity swiftly connected these keywords with his quivering pen, fueled by excitement. A groundbreaking conclusion erupted within his mind. Oh my heavens! The land deity was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Xiao, the elder, he is finally about to initiate it. Patrolling vast distances. This is paving the way for the westward journey. Managing logistical supplies. This is strategic preparation. Venturing to the East Sea for military training. This is the preparation of divine protectors. This is no mere internal meeting. It is clearly the inaugural assembly of the journey to the West Project. He could no longer contain his ecstatic joy. He must, immediately, instantly, share this earth-shattering news that would reverberate throughout the three realms. With trembling hands, he retrieved a jade talisman inscribed with the exclusive communication symbols for the grassroots deities of the three realms. In the next moment, a message surged forth at lightning speed, spreading across the heavenly court, the underworld, the western paradise, and all corners of the world inhabited by grassroots deities. Extra, confidential news from Flower Fruit Mountain. Elder Qiao has officially convened the inaugural meeting of the journey to the West Project today. The core members of the expedition team have been determined. The Great Sage leads the way, the envoy manages logistics, and the vanguard trains. The grand endeavor to the west commences today. The instant the message was dispatched, the entire three realms erupted in chaos. Chapter 103. The Buddha is driving the old immortal mad. In the Western Paradise. Atop the sacred Mount Ling, within the grand Thunder Sound Temple, the hallowed ground of the myriad Buddhas, chaos now reigns like a boiling pot of golden broth. Do you see it? The jade talisman issued by the Earth God. Indeed, I see it. The pilgrimage to the West Project has commenced. Amitabha, the day of the flourishing of our Buddhist sect has finally arrived. Upon the lotus throne, the Buddha, Bodhisattvas, and arhats whispered among themselves, their solemn faces betraying an overwhelming joy and excitement that could no longer be contained. It felt akin to enduring countless years, only to finally receive the news of an initial public offering ringing in. At the head of the assembly, the golden figure of the Tathagata Buddha rarely glimmered with a hint of radiant energy. The message from the Earth God, a special communication for lower realm deities, had been perused by him no fewer than 100 times. Each character resonated like the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very core of his Buddhist heart. Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, Neza. The Tathagata murmured to himself, each name evoking a shiver of anticipation. These three pawns had long been intricately connected to the Buddhist order, pivotal figures in a scheme meticulously devised over the years. Yet now, they had all become employees under the command of that esteemed Elder Chiao. Meanwhile, the Buddhist sect, once the initiator of this endeavor, now found itself akin to a sidelined investment firm, bereft of even an entry ticket. World-honored one. The Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara stepped forth from the lotus throne, her dignified visage filled with urgency. Time waits for no one. Elder Chiao has already set forth. If we do not act soon, we may find ourselves left with nothing. But how shall we act? The ancient lamp Buddha, a past Buddha, spoke with a grave countenance. You have seen his methods. He appears effortless, yet each step he takes aligns with the profound truths of the cosmos, calculated to perfection. Should we approach recklessly, we may provoke his ire and suffer a fate worse than that of the demon clan or the heavenly court. The hall fell silent. Indeed, the demon clan had become mere sparring partners, while the heavenly court had turned into a mere benefactor. How much of their meager resources could possibly satisfy Chairman Xiao's ambitions? The Tathagata fell into contemplation. His enlightened gaze seemed to penetrate the endless void, glimpsing the tumultuous flower-fruit mountain. Catching sight of the languid figure reclined in a rocking chair. To block? Impossible. To seize? Unattainable. In light of this, a flicker of understanding crossed the Tathagata's eyes. Bodhisattva Avalokitesvara, your disciple is here. We cannot approach as peers. The Tathagata's voice returned to its usual calmness, infused now with an unprecedented humility. That esteemed Elder Chiao is the A side. We are the B side. In the present day, Party A has unveiled the project requirements. Our Party B is not to dictate or meddle, but to present our most exquisite proposal and enter the bidding process. To report our progress. Upon uttering these words, the assembly of Buddhas appeared as though struck by lightning, quickly transforming their expressions into that of profound enlightenment. Indeed, it is a matter of mindset. They must cast aside their lofty pride and embrace the humble identity of a devoted outsourcing team to secure this project. Maitreya, the light-bearing Buddha, and Avalokitesvara, the Tathagata, rose slowly. You three, gather all the wisdom from my sacred mountain and formulate the most comprehensive and meticulous strategic cooperation proposal for the journey to the West Project. Remember, his gaze deepened significantly. It must be articulated in a manner comprehensible to that esteemed elder. Display our advantages, our resources, and our sincerity prominently. This is the only path forward for our Buddhist community. 3 days later, Flower Fruit Mountain finally experienced a long-awaited tranquility. Qiao Tianshun reclined in his beloved rocking chair, a blade of grass between his lips, blissfully squinting his eyes. Sun Wukong had been sent to run circles around the clouds at the horizon. Zhu Beiji was confined in a cave, counting strategic supplies. Neza had taken a band of monkeys to the far end of the East Sea for secret training. The entire world was serene, filled only with the sounds of the wind and birdsong. This is the essence of retirement. Qiao Tianshun sighed contentedly, feeling his soul uplifted. Just as he began to doze off, a gentle and respectful voice resonated from outside the water curtain cave. Junior Avalokitesvara from the Western sect, accompanied by the light-bearing Buddha and Maitreya, has come to pay respects to Elder Chiao. Startled, Qiao Tianshun nearly toppled from his rocking chair. The Western sect? Avalokitesvara? What could they want? His first instinct was to retreat into the mustard seed Dao field. But then he reconsidered. As the master of this domain, why should he hide? Moreover, they had come to his door. One can evade the initial encounter, but not the subsequent one. Troubles must ultimately be resolved. Clearing his throat, Qiao Tianshun adjusted his slightly wrinkled Taoist robe, donned a sincere expression, and ambled outside. Esteemed guests, your presence is an honor. I apologize for my lack of proper welcome, he said sheepishly. Outside the cave, Avalokiteshvara, the light-bearing Buddha, and Maitreya stood respectfully. Upon seeing Chao Tianshan, they all bowed in unison. We do not wish to intrude and hope for your forgiveness, esteemed elder, Avalokiteshvara said, her demeanor exceedingly humble. Chao Tianshan's heart raced. Something felt amiss. What was this grand display? A weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year? Might I inquire the purpose of your visit? He asked cautiously, rubbing his hands together. Avalokiteshvara produced a gleaming jade scroll from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. As the jade tablet unfurled, it transformed into a luminous screen adorned with intricate illustrations, replete with various complex route maps and data models. Esteemed senior, Guanyin gestured towards the glowing display and commenced her exposition. Upon learning that the senior had initiated the Western Journey project, she hastily prepared a draft entitled Preliminary Concept for Strategic Cooperation in Advancing the Western Journey project for his review. Project? Draft? Chao Tianshan was taken aback. Indeed, esteemed senior, please observe, Guanyin indicated a crimson line on the screen. This delineates our proposed pilgrimage route, spanning a total of 100,800 miles, impeccably covering the significant traffic nodes of the southern Jambu continent. Furthermore, here lies the establishment of KPI for calamities. We have provisionally set forth 81 tribulations, of which 30 can be provided by our internal resources, such as the protectors of our Buddhist order and their steeds. The remaining 51 tribulations, we suggest, could be marketed through tendering, open to the demon kings of the three realms, with the highest bidder securing the contract, thereby fulfilling the KPIs while generating revenue for the project. Moreover, this is the merit distribution model, where we propose a 3-to-7 split, with your esteemed Eastern faction receiving 70%, while our Western Church, as the executing party, would take 30%. Guanyin spoke with enthusiasm, her words flowing with terms like risk control, node acceptance, closed-loop management, and empowerment, familiar yet exasperating jargon that overwhelmed Chao Tianshan. His head throbbed as memories of countless departmental managers and project directors surrounding him during PPT presentations surged to the forefront of his mind, triggering a wave of PTSD. Stop! Chao Tianshan interjected irritably, feeling his temples pulsating. At that moment, he wished to hear nothing more. All he desired was rest, to be alone in tranquil solitude. Silence. A sudden epiphany struck him. His eyes brightened as he dashed into the waterfall cave, rummaging through a clutter of miscellaneous items. Moments later, he emerged holding a small booklet he had inscribed on bamboo slips in his leisure time. Without even glancing at it, he thrust the booklet into Guanyin's hands. Enough of this nonsense. Chao Tianshan snapped. Return and comprehend this thoroughly. With that, he turned and plunged back into his Dao field, reluctant to re-emerge. Outside, Guanyin, Wan Deng, and Milu stood in a daze, gazing down at the bamboo booklet in their hands. The cover bore the hastily written characters, 36 methods to maintain absolute silence during nap time. The trio was utterly petrified. Absolute silence? 36 methods? Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped them. After an indeterminate duration, Wan Deng, the ancient Buddha, suddenly began to tremble violently. His eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, as if he had glimpsed the ultimate mysteries of the universe. I have attained enlightenment. I have achieved understanding. Guanyin and Mi Lu turned to him in astonishment. Senior, this is your enlightenment for us. Tears streamed down the elder's face, his voice trembling. He criticized our proposal as being superficial, rife with utilitarianism, filled with schemes and entangled in karma. The journey to enlightenment begins with the cultivation of the heart. It is a path of returning to simplicity, seeking the true essence of tranquility and non-action. The 36 methods of tranquility. What mundane text is this? It is, in fact, a profound guide that directly addresses the source of the great way, teaching us how to sever distractions and attain the supreme heart of great extinction and great freedom. Boom. A flash of wisdom erupted simultaneously in the minds of Guanyin and Maitreya. They gazed at the bamboo scrolls in their hands, as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. So that is it. So that is it, Guanyin murmured, a smile of profound realization gracing her dignified face. Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. The three of them bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards the direction of the mustard seed field. Then, filled with this supreme guiding principle and overflowing with joy. They transformed into 3 beams of golden light and vanished into the horizon. Inside the Dao field, Xiao Tianshun, who had just lain down, sneezed. How strange. Who is speaking of me? He turned over and drifted back into slumber. Chapter 104. Monkey Brother, I am your true pilgrim. Upon the sacred Ling Mountain, the resounding sounds of the Dharma have ceased. Inside the grand Thundersound Temple, the once vibrant scenes of teachings and discourses have vanished without a trace. In their place lies an exceedingly peculiar tableau. From the Buddha to the Arhats, all the eminent figures of the Buddhist realm sit cross-legged, their eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless. They are neither reciting scriptures nor engaging in Zen meditation. Instead, they are practicing the ancient art of turtle breathing. As the Bodhisattva Avalokiteshvara delves into the profound 36 methods of tranquility, he perceives the emptiness of the 5 aggregates. One Bodhisattva silently recites a modified version of the Heart Sutra, striving to render his breath as faint as a whisper, his heartbeat approaching cessation. This is the first method of the 36 methods of tranquility, body as still as stone. Meanwhile, a Vajra protector fervently recalls his most detested scripture, employing endless monotony to combat the myriad distractions swirling in his mind. This is the 17th method, counteracting thought with thought. The entire Western paradise has succumbed to an unprecedented, deathly silence. They firmly believe that by mastering these 36 methods, they will grasp the true essence of their venerable predecessor Qiao, and thus gain the privilege to embark on the journey of the West. Within the 3 realms, a revolution in cultivation, ignited by the guide to corporate napping, unfolds with great fervor. Meanwhile, at the juncture of the Eastern Victory Divine Continent and the Southern Treasure Continent, amidst an expansive sea of clouds, the great sun Wukong exclaims, I am nearly going stir-crazy. The Monkey King scratches his ears and rolls about in the clouds. Bored to the core, that old immortal, for reasons unknown, insists he patrol around a distant, unapproachable cloud. After 3 days and nights of this, he has seen not a shadow of a demon, nor even a solitary flying insect. This cannot continue. At this rate, my very bones shall rust. With a glint of mischief in his eye, Sun Wukong devises a plan. The old immortal only instructed him to patrol, never forbidding him from taking a moment to enjoy the scenery. Without hesitation, he executes a somersault, silently veering off his patrol route and plunging into the vast, rugged wilderness below. Oh, this place is rather tranquil. Sun Wukong lands atop a mountain peak, surveying his surroundings. The terrain is steep and the rocks jagged. Yet there is not a trace of malevolent energy nor a hint of human presence, as if it were a forgotten corner of the 3 realms. Just as he begins to feel the tedium, his nose suddenly twitches. A faint glimmer of life, as fragile as a flickering flame, emanates from a nearby mountain. Curiosity piqued, Sun Wukong swiftly darts toward that faint vitality. Beneath a colossal peak resembling a hand with 5 fingers, he is met with a startling sight. A scholar, a youth, appearing no older than 17 or 18, with a delicate visage, yet tattered garments and a gaunt frame. He leaned against the mountainside, his gaze vacant as he stared into the sky, clutching a piece of dry, hard bark, nibbling on it absently as if he were on the brink of death. Sun Wukong scratched his head, perplexed. In such a desolate wilderness, what could a scholar be doing here, enduring such a wretched existence? Though he had no intention of meddling in others' affairs, the sight of the scholar's pitiful state, on the verge of starvation, tugged at his heart. What a nuisance! He muttered to himself, conjuring a ripe wild peach from his own fur and tossing it over nonchalantly. Hey, you bookworm! Here, out of pity, I bestow this upon you. Don't die here. You're blocking my view. The peach arced gracefully through the air, landing perfectly in the scholar's embrace. Startled by the sudden voice, the scholar looked down at the luscious, crimson fruit, exuding an enticing fragrance, then glanced up to see the inexplicably materialized Sun Wukong, rendered speechless. He hadn't eaten for 3 days. The overwhelming hunger took precedence over any thoughts, and he grasped the peach, devouring it ravenously. Burp. With the peach consumed, the scholar let out a long, satisfying belch, feeling a warm surge of vitality spread through his limbs. However, in the next instant, an unexpected transformation occurred. Though the peach was conjured carelessly by Sun Wukong, it bore the essence of the great sage himself, infused with pure primordial energy. To a mortal, it was akin to an elixir of immortality. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed in the scholar's mind. That pure spiritual energy acted as a key, violently unshackling a long-sealed lock deep within his soul. Countless fragmented, chaotic images flashed before his eyes. A golden lotus throne, a solemn Buddha, the distant sound of evening drums and morning bells echoed, accompanied by the calls of golden cicadas. He could not recall who he was, but one thing became clear: he was waiting. Destined, he awaited the arrival of a person, an omnipotent guide who would lead him to fulfill a grand mission. The scholar's consciousness stirred from its chaos. For the first time, the dullness in his eyes sparkled with life. He lifted his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Clad in golden armor, his fiery eyes glimmering with light, he exuded an air of majesty and extraordinary prowess. Could this be the very person he was fated to meet? At that moment, only this singular thought resided in the mind of the scholar, Golden Cicada. His memories, dulled by the mundane world and the torment of reincarnation across 9 lifetimes, had faltered. He was supposed to await a royal brother from the Tang dynasty. Yet now, in the instant of awakening, his fragile innate wisdom mistook the monkey before him, who had granted him a second chance, for the destined figure he had been waiting for. Thud! The golden cicada rolled and crawled to Sun Wukong, clinging to his leg. Great sage, immortal, my guide. He was overwhelmed with emotion, his speech incoherent, tears and snot streaming down his face. At last, I have finally awaited your arrival. Sun Wukong stared blankly at the scholar clinging to his thigh, weeping profusely, feeling that his monkey brain was struggling to comprehend the situation. What is happening? I merely offered a peach, and now he is relying on me? A guide? To where? To the West for scriptures? Hey, you bookworm, release me at once. Sun Wukong attempted to shake him off, but the scholar held on tenaciously, refusing to let go. I will not release you, not even in death. Jin Chanzi lifted his head, gazing at Sun Wukong with eyes brimming with admiration, dependence, and unwavering determination. Great immortal, you are my path, my destiny. From this moment forth, wherever you go, I shall follow. I implore you to take me in. Sun Wukong, looking into those clear yet foolish eyes, for the first time felt a shiver run down his spine. Meanwhile, in the realm of Mustard Seed Tao Field, Zhao Tianshan, who had been dozing in a recliner, suddenly sensed something amiss and opened his eyes. He looked towards the center of the Tao Field, where the enormous Tao catastrophe fruit resided. A fleeting trace of red light had just flickered across its surface. Zhao Tianshan furrowed his brow and sat up. Was it just an illusion? He approached to examine it closely. The fruit appeared unchanged, plump and smooth, exuding a subtle aura, devoid of any abnormalities. How strange. He shook his head, attributing it to his drowsiness. Unbeknownst to him, the most pivotal and intricate thread of cause and effect in the primordial world had been irrevocably disrupted by a monkey and a peach in an unnoticed corner. Chapter 105. Has the sky fallen? Zhao Tianshan has finally embraced the long-cherished retirement life. Each day begins with the luxury of awakening at his leisure, tending to his plants, nurturing his vegetables, and occasionally strolling through the Jizade Ocean to observe the fruit of the Dao Jie Daogua upon which he has pinned his hopes. However, today, he has sensed something amiss. The fleeting red light that had appeared yesterday upon the fruit seems to have resurfaced. This time, it has not vanished but instead manifested as a delicate crimson thread stubbornly etched upon the surface of the skin. Is it developing spots? Zhao Tianshan extended his finger to brush against it, yet nothing could be removed. How peculiar. He had not even utilized pesticides, so why the sudden issue? Perplexed, and as a former plant killer who could not even keep a cactus alive in his past life, he felt a twinge of unease at this inexplicable anomaly. He resolved that starting tomorrow, he would increase the watering intensity. After all, vigorous efforts often yield miraculous results. Unbeknownst to Zhao Tianshan, the appearance of spots was not confined to his fruit alone. Across the vast expanse of the 3 realms, this colossal and intricate server began to exhibit imperceptible delays and disruptions. In the East Sea, within the Crystal Palace, the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang gazed at a massive water mirror, his brow furrowed in distress. Your Majesty, this is intolerable, lamented a turtle prime minister, his face sorrowful. We have just received a rain summoning request from the southern Jambu continent. Following protocol, I cast the spell, But the output of magical energy was sluggish, causing the rain clouds to drift to the neighboring mountain instead. Now, they have sent a complaint, accusing us of incompetence, leaving them to suffer from drought and flooding. Ao Guang slammed his palm on the table, his dragon whiskers quivering. Have I not suffered the same fate? Look, I conjured a water vortex that used to be a mere thought, yet now it takes a full 3 breaths. 3 breaths. It feels as if a lump of phlegm is lodged in my throat, unable to be expelled or swallowed. It is unbearable. Too unbearable. The entire assembly of shrimp soldiers and crab generals within the Crystal Palace exhibited a lackluster demeanor. They felt as though their shells were several pounds heavier than usual. In the depths of the North Julu continent, amidst an ancient forest, a newly transformed little demon was accompanying an elder demon king to learn the fundamental art of cloud riding. Watch closely. The demon king inhaled deeply, propelled himself with a kick of his legs, and bellowed, "Rise." Then, he ascended 3 feet above the ground, swayed momentarily, and then plummeted back down. The little demon stood in silence, while the demon king's face flushed with embarrassment as he coughed awkwardly. A misstep, a misstep. The wind is too strong today. Unwilling to be deterred, he attempted once more. This time, his face turned crimson as he strained to rise, finally wobbling into the air. Yet his speed was hardly swifter than that of an ordinary human's run. "Mighty King," the little demon stammered, "is our demon race's flying technique truly so unremarkable?" The demon king felt a profound desire to vanish. He could sense that the spiritual essence of the world had transformed into a viscous syrup, rendering each breath and every movement exceedingly obscure and arduous. This bizarre delay was spreading to every corner of the 3 realms. Initially, only the less skilled cultivators and ethereal beings noticed the anomaly. However, it was not long before even the truly powerful realized something was amiss. "Jubeji, Jubeji." This is dire. A cacophony of wails, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, echoed from the cave on Huahua Mountain, where strategic supplies were stored. Zhu Beiji tumbled out in a flurry, clutching a jade vial, his face a mask of despair as he rushed to Qiao Tianshun, who was weeding in the fields. My lord, look." He thrust the jade vial before Qiao Tianshun. "This is the Xianling Baolu sent from heaven." In the past, when the stopper was removed, the radiant glow could burst forth for miles. But look at it now. As Qiao Tianshun leaned closer, he saw that the precious liquid, which should have been a divine nectar, had become somewhat murky, its ethereal light dimmed, exuding an aroma reminiscent of stale tea. Zhu Beiji then produced a resplendent golden pill from his robe, the 9-turn golden pill crafted by Taishang Laojun himself. Before Qiao Tianshun, he audibly bit into the pill. "Listen, the sound is all wrong. Previously, this pill melted in the mouth, bursting with fragrance. Now it's a crunchy, chicken-flavored morsel. It's like chewing on a wax ball." Zhu Beiji was on the verge of tears. This was a fundamental upheaval for him. Qiao Tianshun frowned at the deteriorating treasures. His first thought was that rascal Haoyan had sent him nothing but near-expiry and defective goods. What a rogue. Meanwhile, on a desolate island in the East Sea, Neza was facing his own troubles while secretly training a troop of monkeys in the most basic formation of the heavenly net. This formation required a delicate synergy of spiritual power, each link crucial to its success. However, no matter how they practiced today, errors were rampant. Position 3. Your spiritual output is too slow. Position 17. Why are you standing still? Have you fallen asleep? All of you. Start over. Neza was fuming, his 3 heads and 6 arms manifesting in exasperation. He realized that the monkeys were not lacking in effort. Instead, they were experiencing severe issues with their control over spiritual energy. Sometimes it flowed, other times it faltered, fluctuating wildly. The monkey soldiers wore expressions of grievance, feeling utterly drained, as if they lacked the strength even to pluck peaches. How strange. Could it be that the armor sent from heaven is flawed? Neza pondered, gazing at the monkeys adorned in the pristine 9-fire divine armor, lost in thought. It must be that old Jade Emperor meddling with the equipment. He seeks to control us. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became, and a fierce blaze of anger ignited in his eyes. A colossal crisis, encompassing the 3 realms, was initially misconstrued by various parties as a series of bizarre events, such as the neighboring mountain's failed rain invocation, and scrupulous merchants peddling expired goods, and the covert machinations of competitors. An intangible and incomprehensible panic began to subtly surge among the upper echelons of the three realms. Akin to the hidden currents of the deep sea, they sensed, albeit faintly, that something was quietly shifting. This was not merely a massacre. It felt far more sinister. While a massacre merely signifies a change in the celestial beings, this time, it felt as though the very threads of existence were about to be severed. An unforeseen shadow, referred to as the end of Dharma, loomed silently above all living beings. Chapter 106. The Despair of the Sage. Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace. Clouds swirled, and the soft chime of golden bells resonated. The primordial lord sat majestically upon the nine-dragon Agarwood palanquin, elucidating the profound truths of creation to his disciples. His voice, akin to the resonance of the grand Tao, imbued each word with boundless laws, captivating the listeners to the point of rapture. Thus, the pure energy ascends while the turbid energy descends. This marks the beginning of order, and also, the voice abruptly ceased. For the first time, a hint of confusion appeared on the eternally dignified visage of the primordial lord. It was as if the most eloquent orator had suddenly lost his words mid-speech. Below, Gua Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, along with other golden immortals, were enraptured by the discourse, yet now wore expressions of bewilderment, glancing up in unison. Why had the master ceased speaking? Had he reached a profound point beyond their comprehension, necessitating a pause for their enlightenment? However, what they observed was the slight furrowing of their master's brow. The primordial lord paid no heed to the inquisitive gazes of his disciples. His entire focus was ensnared in an unprecedented, absurd experience. The Tao of heaven, was it inaccessible? No, it was not entirely so. Yet, the sensation was akin to a person from a future era, suddenly plummeting from a high-speed internet connection to a mere 2G network. Latency, lag, even disconnection. The order laws he had just begun to articulate had been vividly constructed within his mind, ready to resonate through the Tao. Yet the command dispatched yielded no response from the server. Such an occurrence was unfathomable in the past. As a sage of the Tao, they were the supreme administrators of the celestial order, endowed with the highest authority. And now, the administrator was unable to connect to the backend? Today's discourse ends here. The primordial lord's voice bore an imperceptible rigidity as he forcefully concluded the teaching. Without waiting for his disciples to react, he vanished from the Agarwood palanquin in an instant. East Sea, Golden Ao Island, Bo Palace. Clang. The celestial master of the Tao flicked his finger, unleashing an unparalleled sword aura that should have cleaved a stubborn rock outside the hall into dust. However, as the sword aura extended 3 feet from his body, it dissipated silently, akin to a punctured balloon. The celestial master of the Tao? He observed his finger, then glanced at the intact rock, his handsome face adorned with a prominent question mark. What was happening? Where was my extermination sword aura? That was reputed to be the supreme weapon of slaughter in the primordial realm. How had it transformed into something as inconsequential as a mere sound without form? Unwilling to accept this fate, he willed forth. With a thought, the 4 divine swords, Zhu Xian, Lu Xian, Xian Xian, and Zhu Xian, soared from his back, poised to unleash a torrent of sword energy that would stir the winds and clouds for miles. Yet today, these 4 old companions behaved like inebriated old men, swaying and staggering aimlessly. In the midst of flight, a near collision occurred. The overwhelming aura of destruction and slaughter had become faint, akin to a malfunctioning radio, crackling with static. How absurd! The master of the celestial sect slammed his throne in frustration. This sensation was intensely suffocating, reminiscent of an unparalleled warrior discovering that the divine weapon in his grasp had transformed into nothing more than rusted scrap metal. He abruptly lifted his gaze, as if piercing through the endless void. It was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was in turmoil. 33 heavens away, at the Doshui Palace, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun stood expressionless before the 8 trigrams furnace. The flames continued to blaze with the intense fire of the 6th Ding, and the medicinal materials remained supreme treasures harvested from the universe. Yet, in his eyes, which could perceive the dualities of existence and unravel all things, there reflected a cauldron of charred remnants, exuding an odd odor. A cauldron meant to yield the 9 transformations golden elixir had instead produced a batch of poorly crafted coal balls. He fell into silence. As the foremost of the 3 pure ones, most adept at divining the heavenly secrets and closest to the Tao of non-action. He had sensed the anomaly earlier than both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. Since half an hour prior, his connection to the heavenly Tao had begun to experience intermittent disruptions. Alchemy, a delicate endeavor attuned to the heavenly Tao, harmonizing yin and yang, faltered. A slight delay in his commands resulted in the instantaneous failure of a divine elixir. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun slowly extended his hand, pinching a handful of the remnants, which transformed into the purest, soulless ash upon gentle friction between his fingers. For the first time, a barely perceptible tremor coursed through his hand. The situation was far more dire than anticipated. In the next moment, three restless wills collided violently within an ineffable, chaotic void. Elder brother. Elder brother. The figures of Tong Tian and Yuan Shi materialized simultaneously, their expressions grave as never before. Have you sensed it too? The voice of the Supreme Lord Lao Jun remained calm, but his aged eyes were tumultuous with storms. It's not just a mere observation. Tong Tian paced anxiously, his long hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. I feel as though my sword is on the verge of rejecting me as its master. The heavenly Tao resembles a rusty, malfunctioning machine riddled with flaws. Yuan Shi's countenance was as dark as murky waters. Here, while expounding the teachings, the laws of order respond not at all. This is not mere rust. It seems as if someone has modified the code of the heavenly Tao at a fundamental level, causing chaos throughout the entire system. Code. Tong Tian was taken aback. This term he vaguely recalled hearing from that fellow named Xiao Tianshan. In our attempts to divine the heavenly secrets, we see nothing but chaos and silence. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun spoke slowly. This massacre is not indicative of such a state. It resembles more the heavenly Tao itself, descending into decay. Decay. These two words struck Yuan Shi and Tong Tian like two heavy hammers, landing forcefully upon their hearts. They were the saints of the heavenly Tao, one with the Tao itself. If the heavenly Tao were to decline, would they not also follow suit into the grave? That would be more agonizing than their demise. This is impossible. The primordial supreme being declared resolutely, the heavenly Tao is inherently just, ever in motion. How could it inexplicably head towards ruin? Surely, something has gone awry. A variable. The Lord of Heaven and the Supreme Elder both fell into silence simultaneously. What is the greatest variable in the wilderness? It is something that none of the three can fathom, calculate, or even something that the Tao ancestor tacitly acknowledges. A mere errand boy. A slothful fellow named Xiao Tianshan. In the minds of the three sages, an image of that perpetually hunched figure emerged, a youth with an honest demeanor, perpetually exclaiming, "Senior brother is right." Subsequently, a cascade of logical fallacies erupted within their thoughts. He refused to take on a master. Yet he acquired the fortune of Pangu's authentic lineage. With a mere sweep, he grasped the essence of the jade pure refining techniques. He appointed a stable overseer. And astonishingly, he gained the recognition of the heavenly Tao, becoming the great sage equal to heaven. He authored a tome titled The 36 Methods of Tranquility, which led the entire Western sect to practice silent meditation. Each incident, each event, was imbued with absurdity and strangeness. Could it be? The Lord of Heaven gasped. A preposterous thought surged forth. Could he have foreseen the collapse of the heavenly Tao all along? The primordial supreme being's pupils constricted sharply. He had sent Sun Wukong to patrol, instructed Zhu Beiji to inventory supplies, and commanded Neza to train troops. We all believed it to be nonsense. The Supreme Elder continued, his voice dry. But now it appears that the patrol was to investigate signs of impending crisis. Inventorying supplies was for logistical preparations for a catastrophe. As for training troops, the three sages exchanged glances, each seeing boundless horror reflected in the other's eyes. That was preparing for battle. They had always thought that the lad was merely playing house. Little did they realize he was, in his own way, making final preparations for an ultimate cataclysm that would sweep across the three realms, one from which even the sages could not escape. Yet, these self-proclaimed players of the game, the sages, were like three fools, only becoming aware as the server neared shutdown. An unprecedented sense of powerlessness and defeat surged within the three pure ones. Let us go. The voice of the primordial supreme being carried an urgency for the first time. We must head to Flower Fruit Mountain. We must inquire of him whether the heavenly Tao still has a chance for salvation. No, We must ask him how we might invest to safeguard our lives and fortunes amidst this calamity. Chapter 107. The audit of the Tao ancestor. A profound and unprecedented chime resonated throughout the three realms, echoing without warning. This sound did not reach the ears, but detonated directly within the very essence of every living being. From the common folk and beasts to the exalted Deluo golden immortals, even the three pure ones en route to Flower Fruit Mountain, all trembled violently, their souls swaying in response. It was the Tao sound emanating from the purple clouds palace, high above in the 33 heavens. The voice of Tao ancestor Hongjun, this celestial administrator of the heavenly Tao, after eons of existence, had finally descended into action. The three pure ones abruptly halted, their gazes fixated in shock towards the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain. They could distinctly sense the Tao ancestor's supreme and merciless will, akin to a divine light of creation, descending with impeccable precision upon Flower Fruit Mountain. No, more accurately, it was descending into the mustard seed Tao field, belonging to Qiao Tianshan. Within the Tao field, Qiao Tianshan was laboriously tending to a Tao calamity fruit, afflicted with crimson spots, wielding a small hoe. Oddly, the red blemishes seemed to multiply. Squatting on the ground like a seasoned farmer, he wore a worried expression. This was his future security. It absolutely could not go awry. Just then, the chime resonated violently in his mind. Qiao Tianshuan's vision darkened, nearly causing him to collapse. Instantly, he felt an irresistible, supreme force completely locking down the entire mustard seed Tao field, a domain he believed he had total control over. Space stagnated. Time halted. He remained in his squatting position, unable to move even a finger. Yet, his mind was clearer than ever, filled with an unprecedented terror. What was happening? Was there a hacker intrusion? Had his personal space been sealed? In the next moment, countless streams of data, shimmering with profound runes, coalesced before him. They intertwined and reconfigured until they formed a vague, faceless silhouette devoid of humanity, embodying pure rules and order. Tao ancestor, Hongjun. Greetings, anomalous variable, Qiao Tianshan. A cold, emotionless voice, synthesized like a machine, resonated directly within Qiao Tianshuan's consciousness. A tempest of turmoil surged within him. Anomalous variable? This title. It echoed eerily with the terminology used by the IT department in his past life when addressing bugs. Before he could fully process this, a finger composed of data pointed towards him. Boom. Qiao Tianshan felt an overwhelming torrent of information being forcibly injected into his mind. It was a crash log from the heavenly Tao's backend. Log 001. Anomalous behavior detected. The variable Qiao Tianshuan declined the main quest of apprenticeship, resulting in a minor disruption of the system's causality. Initiating fates, shield for logical coherence. Log 078. Severe anomaly detected. Variable Qiao Tianshuan leaked critical investiture of the god's data to the target Jiangxia, forcibly altering the core storyline. Initiating heavenly mechanism mosaic for concealment. Log 256. Fatal error detected. Variable Qiao Tianshuan issued an invalid appointment of Monkey King, unlawfully invoking the authority of the heavenly path. Conflict arising within the system's fundamental rules. Attempting forced reboot. Reboot failed. Log 315. Fatal error detected. Variable Qiao Tianshuan indirectly triggered the premature awakening of Jin Shanzi, severing the causal chain of the journey to the West Project. Warning. Warning. The core of the heavenly path is on the brink of collapse. A litany of charges was clearly laid before Qiao Tianshan. Since his arrival in this realm, every maneuver he had executed to survive, every hidden optimal solution he activated, was distinctly marked in this log as bug. Logic flaw. System collapse catalyst. Qiao Tianshan was utterly dumbfounded. After all this time, I am not the chosen one. I am, in fact, the ultimate virus of this world. The heavenly path system has entered an irreversible chain collapse. Hongjuan's cold voice resonated like the final judgment. I now present you with two solutions. As he spoke, two luminous options appeared before Qiao Tianshan. Option A, hotfix patch. Description. The anomalous variable Qiao Tianshuan voluntarily sacrifices all his uniqueness talents and primordial Tao body to become a patch for the heavenly path, rectifying all logical flaws. The three realms will restore normal order. In return, your legend shall be recorded by the heavenly path. earning you the highest honor of eternal Dao praise. Option B. Format cold start. Description: the anomalous variable Qiao Tianxuan refuses to execute the repair. You may choose to stand idly by. The heavenly path system will completely collapse after one cosmic meeting, returning all to chaos, awaiting the restart of the next epoch. Qiao Tianxuan stared blankly at these two options. At that moment, his corporate slave DNA surged to the forefront. This is exactly option A for the company. Sacrifice yourself. The company will not forget your contributions. At the year's end, you shall receive the Best Contribution Award. Option B. If you refuse, then wait for death. If the company falls, we all perish together. An unprecedented, bone-deep despair and frustration surged within his heart. All his survival wisdom, all his investor mentality, seemed so utterly powerless before the chairman of this ultimate corporation, the Heavenly Path. They are not negotiating with you. They are merely informing you of your demise. You have one cosmic meeting to contemplate. Hongjuan's voice was devoid of any ripple. Upon finishing his words, the figure composed of data gradually dissipated, leaving behind two options that hung before Qiao Tianxuan like ominous death warrants. Moreover, the fruit of the Tao tribulation, which had merely borne a few red spots, now radiated a blinding crimson light, reminiscent of blood. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was as though the countdown to death echoed in Qiao Tianxuan's ears. Every ounce of strength drained from his body in an instant. With a thud, he collapsed onto his cherished recliner. It was over. This time, it was truly the end. All his efforts, all his calculations, had been aimed at securing a peaceful retirement. Yet now, not only was retirement unattainable, but he had also become the principal architect of the impending bankruptcy of the entire company. He faced a grim choice: either voluntarily accept optimization for the greater good, or helplessly witness his colleagues face layoffs alongside him. For the first time, all light faded from Qiao Tianxuan's eyes. Chapter 108. Hurry to summon Chairman Qiao. The chime of the Zixiao Palace lingers in the air, its echoes stirring profound turbulence in the hearts of all great beings across the three realms. And this is merely the beginning. It is the Tao Ancestor. The venerable Tao Ancestor has personally intervened. The three Pure Ones, who were hastily making their way to Huagua Mountain, abruptly halted, their faces etched with shock and horror. They could distinctly sense that the supreme will of the Tao Ancestor was aimed directly at Huagua Mountain. The mind of the primordial Lord resonated with a sudden realization. Could it be that the collapse of the heavenly Tao had escalated to a point necessitating the Tao Ancestor's direct involvement to issue a salvation mission? Tongtian Jiao Master trembled with excitement, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. It must be so. The profound depths of Senior Qiao's wisdom compelled the Tao Ancestor to confer with him on how to rescue this realm. Taishang Laojun stroked his long beard, his eyes glinting with a misguided spark of wisdom. We must immediately declare our stance. If we are absent from the project meeting between the Tao Ancestor and Senior Qiao, it would be the utmost disrespect and a significant loss. Onward. Full speed ahead. The three saints did not merely pause. Instead, they soared like three arrows released from their bows, cleaving through chaos at unprecedented speed toward Huagua Mountain. They were off to attend the shareholders' meeting. In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao treasure hall, the heavenly emperor paced restlessly like an ant on a hot pan, nearly trampling the hem of his dragon robe. The ominous signs of the end times bore the heaviest impact on the heavenly court. What is the heavenly court? It is the governing body of the three realms, reliant on laws and order. Now, with laws faltering and order disrupted, where lies his sovereignty as the supreme ruler of the three realms? Just as he attempted to issue a decree, the celestial sound was delayed by a full quarter of an hour, echoing like a village trumpet. Just as he was on the brink of madness, the chime of the Zixiao Palace rang out. The heavenly emperor plopped down onto his dragon throne, his face ashen. It is over. Even the Tao Ancestor has been stirred. The heavens truly are about to collapse. In an instant, memories flooded his mind of the countless rare treasures and elixirs he had bestowed over the years to cultivate a relationship with that esteemed Qiao. Peaches of immortality, golden pills, celestial nectar, divine weapons. All precious assets of the heavenly court. No, the heavenly emperor sprang up from his throne, his eyes ablaze with a gambler's fervor. My investments. My entire fortune rests upon Qiao Tianxuan. Should he falter, the heavenly court will be utterly bankrupt. He is our last hope. Our final fundamental. Summon the carriage. The voice of the heavenly emperor resonated with a resolve akin to burning bridges, echoing throughout the Lingxiao treasure hall. No, there is no need for a carriage. Too slow. He seized the heavenly emperor's seal and the Haotian mirror at his side, the very essence of his authority as the supreme ruler of the three realms. No, I shall go personally. I am bound for Huagua Mountain to pay my respects to General Qiao. Convey to him that if he can lead the celestial court out of its predicament, I shall willingly relinquish the position of chairman to allow him to assume the role of executive president. Upon uttering these words, he transformed into a beam of golden light. Forsaking even the ceremonial procession, and with unparalleled swiftness, he surged towards the realm of mortals. In Beiju Lu continent, at Mount Jilei, within the Moshuan cave, the 7 great sages of the demon clan, along with hundreds of demon kings, convened. Inside the cave, an air of desolation prevailed, and the demonic energy was languid. "Brother, what shall we do?" lamented one. "Indeed, my lord, drawing in a breath of spiritual energy is more laborious than consuming sand." Another added, "I can scarcely summon my innate divine powers." The assembly of demon kings wore expressions of despair, having lost their former fierceness. "What is there to panic about?" The bold demon king slammed the stone table, producing a thunderous echo that reverberated through the cavern. Rising to his feet, his gaze burned brightly as he surveyed the dispirited demon kings. As a steadfast disciple of Qiao's enterprise management principles, he now exhibited remarkable leadership. "What have I told you before? This is what we call a market downturn, a chilling winter for our industry. This is the time that truly tests our team's cohesion and resilience." The bold demon king's voice rang with authority. Did you think Consultant Qiao was unaware that today would unfold this way? Was he mistaken? Absolutely not. His appointment of the great sage as the vanguard scout was a clarion call for us to embrace a wolf culture, to take the initiative and seek new avenues for growth. His assignment of Beiji to inventory logistics serves as a reminder that in times of crisis, we must excel in cash flow management. His directive for Neza to train in secret further illustrates that we must always be prepared to engage in a fierce battle. The demon kings stood in stunned silence, as if a veil had been lifted. Could it be that there was truth in his words? At that moment, the chime of the Zixiao Palace resonated through their minds. The bold demon king shuddered, his face alight with ecstasy. Did you hear that? It is the call to arms. It is the signal for a full-scale offensive initiated by the headquarters. Consultant Qiao has already begun to take action. With a rallying cry, he summoned the demonic energy to soar skyward. "All demon kings, heed my command. Equip yourselves with our strongest troops, the most formidable armor, and the most dazzling performance report. We are headed to Huagua Mountain for a team-building exercise. We shall present our resolve and strength as a demon clan to Consultant Qiao, our spiritual leader. We must demonstrate that we, the demon clan, are the sharpest and most worthy investment in his arsenal." A resounding roar erupted from the assembly of demon kings. Their spirits ignited as the looming crisis morphed into an opportunity for achievement. In an instant, from Xinyo Hezhou to Beiju Lu continent, countless beams of demonic light surged into the heavens simultaneously. In the ethereal sea of blood, tumultuous waves surged as the ancient ancestor of the Nether River, accompanied by Yuan Tu and Abi, transformed into a crimson line, racing towards the east. At Wuzhuang Temple, Zhen Yuanzi sighed, stowed away the earth scroll, and stepped upon clouds. Also soaring in the same direction, deep within the northern abyss, Kuanping retracted the Demon Master Palace, its colossal form casting shadows that blotted out the sun, similarly aiming for the Flower Fruit Mountain. In this very moment, throughout the three realms, every prominent figure of significance, every power that had once been influenced by Qiao Tianshan, stirred into action. Their motives varied. Some sought to assert their stance, others aimed to safeguard their investments, while some endeavored to showcase their worth. Yet, their destination was remarkably unified: the Flower Fruit Mountain, that bastion of countless miracles, revered as the last hope by them all. Qiao Tianshan, an array of vibrant lights, exuding terrifying auras, surged forth like rivers converging into the sea, streaming towards that modest peak from all corners of the three realms. The scene was reminiscent of a once thriving star company on Blue Planet, now on the brink of bankruptcy, with all anxious investors, retail, institutions, and creditors gathered below. They were not there to pressure the palace. They had come to seek salvation, Oh, Chairman Xiao, please emerge and rescue the market. Our stocks are on the verge of plummeting. Chapter 109. I do not want your bankrupt company. Outside the flower and fruit mountain, the atmosphere had plunged into a chilling silence. The celestial soldiers, demon kings, and wandering immortals, who had followed various powerful beings, dared not even exhale. They merely observed from a distance, gazing at the mustard seed Dao field, shrouded in a veil of ethereal light, as if beholding a sanctuary that could determine the fate of the three realms. Amidst this deathly stillness, a beam of golden light, in a state of near disarray, tore through the clouds and crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. Boom! The golden light struck the earth 100 yards from the entrance of the Dao field, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise. As the celestial beings focused their gaze, they collectively inhaled sharply. The figure that emerged, clad in the imperial robe of the 9 dragons and wearing the celestial crown, exuded an aura of authority. It was none other than the supreme deity of the 3 realms, Haoyan. Yet, in this moment, Haoyan bore none of the regal dignity befitting a supreme ruler. The edges of his imperial robe were tainted with the dust of chaotic energies, and a string of jade tassels on his crown hung askew. His eyes, once indifferent to the plight of mortals, were now bloodshot, brimming with anxiety and panic. Ignoring the astonished gazes around him, he stumbled up from the pit and dashed straight toward the seemingly tranquil Dao field. President Xiao. This address rendered all present immortals into a state of petrification. President? The supreme of the 3 realms was addressing a mere janitor as president. Haoyan could scarcely afford to consider such matters. Standing outside the luminous barrier of the Dao field, his demeanor resembled that of a desperate CEO on the brink of bankruptcy, pleading with investors to refrain from withdrawing their support. President Xiao. His voice trembled, yet he endeavored to maintain a semblance of business decorum. The affairs of the heavenly court have encountered some issues recently. The spiritual energy network is entirely paralyzed, the directive responses of the laws are delayed, and the customer satisfaction in the lower realms has plummeted. I suspect there are systemic risks within the foundational structure of our company. As he spoke, he eagerly raised 2 treasured artifacts high above his head. One was the imperial seal, entwined with 9 5-clawed golden dragons, emanating an aura of supreme authority. The other was the Haoyan mirror, reflecting the celestial bodies of the universe, capable of perceiving all things across the 3 realms. President Xiao, look. This is the official seal and the core database with the highest level of access. Haoyan's voice nearly quavered with desperation. I understand that the heavenly court is presently regarded as non-performing assets, with rigid management and declining performance, on the verge of being eliminated by the market. However, its fundamentals remain intact. It is still the nominal leading enterprise of the 3 realms. I implore you, please take over. I am willing to undergo a transfer of equity. He clutched the imperial seal as if it were a contract of servitude, his posture humbled to the dust. As long as you are willing to step forward and assume the role of the new chairman of the celestial court, leading us through this industry winter, I, Haoyan, am prepared to relinquish all my positions. I would gladly serve as your executive president. No, even as a department manager or an assistant would suffice, as long as we can preserve the name of the celestial court, to safeguard the livelihoods of us old employees. I implore you, save the market. Upon uttering these words, this nominal ruler of the 3 realms deeply bowed before the silent Dao field. The entirety of Flower and Fruit Mountain lay enveloped in an eerie stillness. All the celestial beings witnessing this scene found their minds momentarily frozen. The sky had fallen. No, it was more absurd than the sky collapsing. It was the heavenly emperor, pleading with a mere janitor, beseeching a certain Xiao to ascend as the heavenly emperor. Within the Dao field, Xiao Tianshun slumped in a recliner, his gaze vacant as it fixated upon the 2 blood-red option boxes before him. In his ears echoed Hongjuan's cold and merciless pronouncement of doom. A profound despair, as impenetrable as night, enveloped his heart. At that moment, the scene outside the Dao field materialized before him like a vast mirror. He saw that colleague clad in a dragon robe, an ill-fitting cap perched atop his head. He heard the anguished cries of President Xiao, resonating with words that made his very DNA tremble. Toxic assets. Equity transfer. Executive president. Save the market. The corners of Xiao Tianxuan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. A wave of despair, more absurd and ferocious than Hongjuan's judgment, surged forth, overwhelming him like a cataclysmic tide. He longed to leap up, pointing an accusatory finger at Haoyan, cursing vehemently. Your company is on the brink of bankruptcy. Why should I care? I am merely a janitor. I wish to recline in peace. I yearn for a stable wait until retirement. You dump such a colossal mess on me. Are you saving me or hastening my demise? A surge of rage coursed through him, reaching a boiling point. Xiao Tianshun felt darkness enveloping him, his head pounding as if swarms of flies were hosting a raucous party within his mind. In agony, he clutched his head, releasing the most desperate, helpless moan since his arrival. I do not want this, your bankrupt company. I truly do not desire it. His voice, trapped within the Dao field, was rendered inaudible. Yet, this display of anguish, observed by the recently arrived three pure ones, was interpreted in a starkly different light. Yuan Shitianzun beheld Haoyan's abject demeanor, and sensing the intense emotional turmoil radiating from the Dao field, could not help but stroke his beard in admiration. Look, Senior Qiao has become incensed. He must be furious that Haoyan, as the ruler of the three realms, has allowed the celestial court to deteriorate so terribly, only to seek help when the edifice is on the verge of collapse. The celestial master nodded emphatically, his eyes brimming with fervent admiration. Indeed, what my elder brother has articulated is absolutely correct. Senior Qiao is delivering a reminder. He is rebuking us. He is imparting the wisdom that opportunities are eternally reserved for those who are prepared. Relying on last-minute efforts is the gravest affront to his investment philosophy. The Supreme Lord Lao Jun gazed at the tightly sealed Taoist field's luminous barrier, letting out a deep sigh, his gaze growing ever more profound. It appears that for us today, wishing to invest is no simple task. We must present sufficient sincerity and value to sway this individual, who is poised to personally orchestrate the reorganization of the three realms. The chairman. The three sages exchanged glances, each perceiving an unprecedented gravity in the other's eyes. Clearly, Haoyan's presentation had met with failure. Thus, it is now their turn. Chapter 110. Come, perform the corporate culture for Consultant Qiao. At the moment when the heavenly emperor, bent like a stone statue awaiting a spouse, stood frozen in an atmosphere so awkward it seemed nearly palpable, a wild, domineering gale, infused with an endless aura of ferocity, swept in from the western horizon. Roar. The resounding cries of dragons, the fierce roars of lions, the trumpeting of elephants, and the howls of monkeys. Thousands of exotic beasts united their roars into a thunderous wave that reverberated throughout the flower and fruit mountain. Dark clouds loomed ominously over the city. At the forefront stood 7 towering figures. One, adorned with twin horns, robust as a mountain, wielding a mixed iron staff, was none other than the great sage, Niuemo Wang. Another, clad in silver armor and brandishing a spear, exuded a handsome yet sinister demeanor, known as the great sage of the sea, Jiao Mo Wang. A third, with wings unfurled and soaring upwards, possessed a gaze as sharp as a blade, the great sage, Peng Mo Wang. The 7 great sages of the demon clan had arrived. Behind them loomed a dark mass of demon kings and commanders, each radiating an aura of fierce brutality. This spectacle bore more resemblance to an impending siege than a diplomatic visit. The remaining celestial officials and divine generals of the heavenly court turned pale with fear and began to retreat. The heavenly emperor, too, straightened abruptly, his muscles taut, fixated on the imposing figure of Niuemo Wang. What were these unruly fiends planning? A brazen act of plunder, perhaps? However, the following scene shattered the perceptions of all present. The imposing Niuemo Wang, halting abruptly hundreds of yards from the Dao field, inhaled deeply, turned around, and bellowed towards the menacing demon army behind him. Listen well, all of you. In front of Consultant Qiao, showcase our spirit and vitality. Perform our corporate culture for me. Yes, 10,000 demon kings roared in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. In the next moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. All the demon kings, regardless of their stature or appearance, whether with fearsome visages or alluring faades, sheathed their weapons and stood at attention. They began to line up. In perfect formation, their previously fierce and brutal demeanor was swiftly supplanted by a disciplined, iron-willed military spirit. Niuemo Wang nodded in satisfaction. then turned to stand alongside the other 6 great sages. The 7 great sages knelt on one knee, their right fists thumping heavily against their chests, facing the direction of the mustard seed Dao field. Report to Consultant Xiao. Neo Wang's voice rang out, resonant as a bell, imbued with strength and reverence. The Strategic Execution Department of the Demon Clan, led by the great sage Neo Wang, has come to report our duties to you. Report duties. The Heavenly Emperor's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. What business did you, a band of demons, have to report to Qiao Tianshun? The Bull Demon King completely disregarded those around him, resembling a branch manager earnestly reporting to the highest authority, his voice resonating with fervor. Advisor, we have been unwavering in our implementation of the development strategy you previously established. You appointed Brother Sun Wukong as the market pioneer. He has successfully infiltrated the target clientele of the Western teachings and has established a preliminary customer relationship. You assigned Brother Zhu Beiji to audit the logistics. Our demon clan has also been greatly inspired and has completed an asset inventory and warehouse optimization of all the heavenly treasures in the northern continent. You instructed Brother Neza to train in secret, which has illuminated our path. We have consolidated 1,000,000 demon soldiers and enacted militarized management reforms, always prepared for a formidable battle, a grand confrontation. As he spoke, the Peng Demon King behind him waved his hand. A massive ancient banner, embroidered with countless demon and monster totems, soared into the sky. The ancient treasure of the demon court, the 10,000 demon banner. Advisor, behold. The Bull Demon King pointed at the billowing banner, his eyes gleaming with fervor. This is our demon clan staff rostering core assets. Though our corporate culture may be somewhat rudimentary and our management processes a bit chaotic, our execution capability is undoubtedly the best across the 3 realms. We yearn for your strategic investment and corporate culture transformation. With just a command from you, our demon clan shall become the sharpest dagger in your hand. Wherever you point, we shall strike. We do not desire equity. We do not seek dividends. All we desire is the opportunity to follow you. Please, advisor, conduct your review. Having spoken, the Bull Demon King, once a formidable adversary of the celestial court, lowered his proud head deeply. Behind him, the 6 great saints and thousands of demon kings bowed their heads in unison. The atmosphere was solemn, fervent, imbued with a sense of religious devotion. In the field of Dao, Qiao Tianshun had just managed to catch his breath after being thrown into despair by a bankrupt celestial court. Then, he witnessed the Bull Demon King's near-cult-like performance. He gasped, nearly fainting on the spot. What on earth is happening? Market pioneer? Customer relationships? Warehouse optimization? And what of militarized management reform? Qiao Tianshun looked at the neatly arranged demons, their faces filled with fervor as they gazed at him, and he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Madness. These demons have all gone mad. When did I ever teach you these things? I sent Sun Wukong out because I found him bothersome. I assigned Zhu Beiji to audit because I wanted to distract him. I was merely boasting with Neza out of drunkenness. How did it turn into a complete manual of Qiao's corporate management here? Qiao Tianshun felt as though his worldview was being relentlessly ground into the ground by a group of zealously deluded demons. Initially, a beleaguered CEO was compelled to inherit a failing state-owned enterprise. Now, a fervent gang leader has arrived, accompanied by a throng of loyal followers, lamenting and clamoring to serve as his elite enforcers. He is merely a weary worker yearning for retirement. Why? Why has it come to this? He painfully shut his eyes, devoid of the courage to continue witnessing his plight. He felt not like an anomalous variable, but rather as though he had plunged into the grandest asylum of the 3 realms. This scene, observed by the 3 purities, ignited yet another tempest of contemplation. The celestial master's eyes sparkled with excitement, utterly exhilarated. Do you see? Do you see? This is the power of corporate culture. Senior Qiao's personal charisma has transformed the unruly demon clan into a rigorously disciplined iron brigade. The primordial heavenly venerable, wearing a solemn expression, nodded slowly. Through the concept of Wu Wei, he engaged in actions of Yu Wei. What appeared to be laissez-faire was, in fact, meticulously controlled. The heavenly realm is the regular army, while the demon clan serves as unconventional troops. The 2, one orthodox and one extraordinary, complement each other. Senior Qiao's strategic vision is far more profound than we had anticipated. The gaze of the supreme old lord shifted from the dejected Haotian to the fervently adoring bull demon king, ultimately resting upon the tranquil Taoist field. With a deep sigh, laced with self-deprecation and reverence, he mused, Haotian represents existing assets. The demon clan signifies the emerging market, and we sages perhaps embody the most fundamental elements of this cosmos, rules and technical barriers. Now, with both assets and markets present, having pledged their loyalty to the chairman, it is indeed time for us, the technical partners, to present our letters of allegiance. Chapter 111. The most terrifying shareholder meeting in history. The god of heaven, Haotian, found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. He stared blankly at the bull demon king, who was kneeling before him, then glanced at the heavenly emperor's seal in his hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of ennui. It was over. His presentation had been completely overshadowed by the bull demon king, whose robust demeanor and expressive eyes had captivated the audience. The latter had skillfully showcased corporate culture and team values, broadening the horizon of the meeting. Meanwhile, Haotian had merely lamented his misfortunes, wallowed in self-pity, and attempted to shift blame. The disparity was glaringly apparent. No wonder Chairman Xiao had barred him from entry. He must have deemed Haotian's performance as a CEO woefully inadequate, which in turn diminished the perception of the entire company. A wave of bitterness named regret surged within Haotian. Yet, before he could fully emerge from his self-reflection, a transformation occurred. Buzz. The earth began to tremble gently. A profound, vast energy, embodying the essence of all creation, surged forth from the depths of the earth. Soon after, the silhouette of a towering tree, its branches as sturdy as a dragon and leaves as green as jade, gradually materialized in the eastern horizon of Flower Fruit Mountain. Upon the tree, 30 fruit-like figures resembling cherubic infants exuded a delightful fragrance. The ginseng fruit tree. Those with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. A figure descended on clouds, donned in a soil-colored Taoist robe, holding an ancient scroll, arriving gracefully. It was none other than the progenitor of Earth immortals, Zhen Yuanzi. He did not exhibit the humility of Haotian, nor the fervor of the bull demon king. Instead, he merely bowed towards the direction of Mustard Seed Dao Field and respectfully addressed, I am Zhen Yuanzi, honored to meet you, Taoist Xiao. The three realms are in turmoil, and the earth is restless. This is a failure on my part. He gently tossed the scroll in his hand. The scroll unfurled in the wind, transforming into a colossal earth-toned tome that obscured the sky, depicting the ethereal forms of mountains, rivers, and the 5 great peaks, swirling in a magnificent display. This was the Earth Book, transformed from the Earth's membrane, a preeminent treasure. It represented the land contract of the 3 realms and the overarching guideline of all the Earth's veins. Zhen Yuanzi's voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. I am willing to entrust this immovable property to you, Taoist, for unified planning and management. I only ask that when the edifice is rebuilt, a stable foundation may be secured for my Wuzhuang temple. His words, neither servile nor overbearing, struck deeply at the heart. Even the progenitor of Earth immortals willingly offered the land contract. This was no mere investment. It was as if he had staked his entire existence on Xiao Tianshan. Zhen Yuanzi's actions seemed to topple the first domino. Suddenly, from the direction of the abyssal blood sea, a foul and sinister crimson river surged forth. Above the blood river, a figure sat cross-legged, with a gaunt visage and a chilling gaze. It was the ancestor of the underworld river. Without uttering a single word, he flicked his finger. Clang! 2 beams of murderous sword light, one red and one black, hovered ominously before the Dao field. Yuan 2. Abijna. Murder, reckoning, the handling of bad debts. The hoarse and piercing voice of the ancestor of the Nether River resonated within the souls of the multitude. I am the most adept. In the new board of directors, there must be a place for me. Good heavens. One offers real estate mortgages, while another has directly assumed the role of liquidator. The momentum for this company's restructuring has suddenly emerged. Following this, from the depths of the North Sea, a long cry of the Kuan reverberated through the cosmos. A colossal shadow eclipsed the sun and moon. The demon master Kuanpeng, with an astonishingly immense form, had personally descended. He transformed into a gloomy old man in a black robe, cradling a spectral atlas pulsating with the trajectories of countless stars. The river diagram in the Luo book could predict the future trajectory of the market. Kunpeng's voice brimmed with insight into the great trends of the celestial path. I, as Director Qiao, can offer the most precise data analysis and risk assessment. My demands are modest. I merely seek a position within the strategic planning department of the new company. The celestial deity, Hao Yin, had become utterly numb. The bull demon king had also awakened from his fervor, feeling the immense pressure. Zenyuanzi, the nether river, Kunpeng. Each of these is among the most prestigious beings in the primordial realm beneath the saints. They are true ancient relics, enigmatic entities. They represent formidable powers, authority, and a singular path. Now, they had all arrived. Like a meticulously arranged roadshow, they rushed to present their most essential assets and values before Qiao Tianshan. The Earth Book, Yuan Tuobichna, River Diagram, and Luo Book. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, it had transformed into an exhibition of the supreme core assets of the three realms. The beams of treasures soaring skyward, the awe-inspiring titles that resonated through the ages, converged into an unprecedented force, nearly collapsing the heavens and the earth. The epicenter of this force pointed directly to the small, tranquil, mustard seed Dao field. All the magnates expressed the same sentiment through their actions. We have fully committed. We have piled all our chips before you. You, Qiao Tianshan, you are our sole hope, the only savior of the market. This is no longer a plea or a coercion. It is an ultimate moral coercion, leveraging the fate of the entire three realms. Within the Dao field, Qiao Tianshan no longer felt a headache. He was not in despair either. He simply lay quietly on the lounge chair, expressionless, watching what could be deemed the most terrifying shareholders' meeting in history. Observing those who once existed solely in myth and legend now resemble a throng of shareholders awaiting salvation, presenting their most cherished possessions piece by piece, merely to implore this chairman to emerge. His heart was a tumult of emotions. Anger? He had long since exhausted that energy. Fear? He had grown numb to it. In his heart, a singular emotion lingered, a sense of tranquil resignation akin to that of a weary employee having toiled incessantly for a month. Confronted with a project that professed to change the world, yet demanded an additional 3 months of relentless labor from him, he had come to a profound realization. He yearned for retirement, to live a life of peaceful simplicity, sipping tea, cultivating the land, and fishing. This aspiration was undoubtedly valid. Yet he had erred in one crucial aspect. Retirement required capital. At this moment, amidst the machinations of the system and the whims of others, he found himself unwittingly ensnared as the largest shareholder and the sole designated savior of a universe-spanning company teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, known as Sanjia. The shareholders had invested their very lives and fortunes into this venture. Should he dare to abandon his post, they would assuredly drag him down with them. Qiao Tianshan gradually rose from his reclined position. In his eyes, there was no longer any trace of confusion or fear, nor the lofty aspirations of a savior. Instead, he embodied the ultimate employee, resigned to shoulder the weight of the company's KPIs, all for the hope of securing his retirement funds. He gazed out at the throng of fervent, anxious, and expectant shareholders and let out a soft sigh, barely audible to anyone but himself. Very well. Was it not merely the restructuring of a world? I shall take this on. Chapter 112. Chairman, your bodyguard is online. Just as Qiao Tianshan resolved to shoulder the monumental task of restructuring the three realms, an unexpected turn of events unfolded once more. 3 distinctly different auras surged forth almost simultaneously from 3 directions, akin to arrows piercing the heart of Huagua Mountain. The first to arrive was a brilliant golden light. This radiance was wild, defiant, and imbued with an indomitable spirit of combat. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating like a clap of thunder in the tranquil air. When did my Huagua Mountain become a venue for this motley crew to hold a gathering? As the golden light receded, it revealed a monkey clad in golden chainmail, adorned with a phoenix-winged crown of purple gold, wielding an iron staff, none other than the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong. His visage was etched with irritation and ferocity, and trailing closely behind him was a pale, emaciated scholar in white, whose bewildered gaze bore a hint of the dependence of a fledgling bird. Having received Qiao Tianshan's decree, Sun Wukong had been patrolling the 3 realms, already feeling restless. With the impending calamity of the end times, the spiritual energy had become murky, further fueling his pent-up frustration. Upon returning to his homeland, he was met with a dismal scene. As a throng of figures surrounded his master's sacred ground, blocking all avenues of escape, his temper flared instantly. Regardless of whether you are the heavenly emperor or a demon king, you shall first taste my staff. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong swung his staff, aiming a fierce blow at the most loathsome presence, the heavenly emperor. The heavenly emperor was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the sudden return of this unruly monkey. Buzz. At that moment, the second aura had arrived. A red light, swift as lightning, followed closely behind, precisely striking Sun Wukong's iron staff. Clang. The sound resonated sharply. The red light transformed into a fiery spear, its tip graced by a youthful figure, exquisitely carved, standing upon a wind and fire wheel. Draped in celestial silk, none other than Neza. Tasked with covert military training at sea, he found himself in dire straits as the end times rendered his troops nearly immobile. Anxious to seek counsel from his master, he hastened back to Huagua Mountain, only to witness the shocking scene of Sun Wukong preparing to strike the heavenly emperor. Foolish monkey. Make sure you understand the situation before you act. Neza shouted in exasperation. Your master is surrounded by these intruders, and you're only adding to the chaos. His words, meant to caution, only served to ignite Sun Wukong's fury further. Ah, so it is you rascals attacking my master. Sun Wukong's eyes blazed with golden light, his battle spirit surging to its zenith. Taste my staff. As the stage was set for an impending melee, suddenly, the third aura approached with a rather rotund and clumsy demeanor. A figure with a pig's head and a protruding belly rolled and stumbled towards them. It was Zhu Beiji. He emerged from the celestial treasury, only to discover that the heavens were on the brink of collapse, and all his treasured possessions had transformed into mere scraps of metal, causing him to wail in anguish. He wept and hurried back to Flower and Fruit Mountain, where he beheld his two most formidable comrades preparing to confront a group of intimidating overlords. Stop. Please cease. Zhu Beiji plunged himself between the two, using his corpulent frame to barely separate the iron staff from the fire spear. Gasping for breath, his small eyes darted around, taking in the presence of all those gathered. The Jade Emperor, the Bull Demon King, the Taoist Master Zhenyuan, the ancestor of the River of Soul's cold sweat, cascaded down Zhu Beiji's brow. Whose hornet's nest have we stirred? Trembling, he pointed at the formidable assembly, then turned to Sun Wukong and Neza, whispering in trepidation. Brother Monkey, little Neza, this scene, it resembles a debt collection visit, doesn't he it? Sun Wukong and Neza paused in surprise, quickly coming to the same realization. Indeed, the expressions of these powerful figures were filled with worry, their postures humble, they bore no semblance of aggression. Instead, they resembled the suppliers of companies on the verge of bankruptcy, blocking the doorsteps of their employers. The trio exchanged glances, each reflecting profound confusion and astonishment. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, their master was inside. As core members of the Flower and Fruit Mountain security team, personally appointed by Qiao Tianshan, they felt compelled to stand at the forefront. In the next moment, Sun Wukong silently sheathed his staff, moved to the left, and fixed his vigilant gaze upon the crowd. Neza retracted his fire spear, positioned himself to the right, his wind fire wheels subtly rotating, prepared to spring into action. Zhu Beiji wiped the sweat from his brow, gritted his teeth, and with his rotund belly held high, stood firmly in the center, guarding the entrance of the small Taoist field with unwavering resolve. Old Pig cleared his throat, striving to project confidence. Esteemed gentlemen, our chairman is currently resting. If you have matters to discuss, please converse with us, your humble assistants. Have you made an appointment? Do you possess a visitor's pass? If not, kindly take your leave. 3 employees, 3 individuals dismissed by Qiao Tianshan as mere tools, now stood united before the tempest. They, with their seemingly insignificant forms, erected a bastion of loyalty against the pinnacle of power across the realms. Within the Taoist field, Qiao Tianshan, having resolutely decided to work overtime to salvage the situation, witnessed this unfolding scene. He observed the audacious monkey, defiantly brandishing his staff, the rebellious lotus boy, with his spear pointed towards the adversaries, and the indolent pig demon, steadfastly shielding the front with his belly. His heart, without any forewarning, was suddenly stirred. A wave of warmth surged from the depths of his soul, instantly dissipating the chilling numbness that had enveloped him. He had believed himself to be fighting a solitary battle. convinced that all his efforts were merely in pursuit of an elusive retirement fund. Yet, at this moment, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, within this nearly bankrupt company of his, there were indeed employees willing to strive tirelessly for him. Although these few employees may not be the brightest, and despite their perception of him, a weary soul yearning for respite, as an omnipotent chairman, his eyes inexplicably welled with emotion. He inhaled slowly, savoring each moment, then exhaled gently. That breath released the last remnants of confusion and despondency as a mere corporate cog, while what he inhaled was the heavy weight of responsibility as a chairman, a mentor, and a patriarch. He gazed outside at the three silhouettes standing side by side, and a faint yet genuine smile finally graced his lips. Very well, for the sake of your year-end bonuses, I shall carry on. Chapter 113. Starting over is the only KPI within the silence of the Taoist field. Xiao Tianshun slowly leaned back in his reclining chair, yet this time, he did not collapse. His posture remained erect, and his gaze penetrated the luminous barrier of the Taoist field, calmly surveying the absurd scene outside, reminiscent of the apocalypse across the three realms. To his left stood a disheartened team of state-owned enterprise executives, led by Hao Yan. To his right, a group of gangsters, invigorated as if by a shot of adrenaline, awaited inspection, led by the Bull Demon King. In the center were the likes of Xinyuan Zizi, Mingyi, and Kuanping, all technical luminaries equipped with core technologies and critical resources. At the forefront were his three foolish yet unwaveringly loyal chairman's bodyguards. All eyes, whether anxious, fervent, expectant, or trusting, were fixed upon him. Xiao Tianshuan's mind was clearer than ever. He embarked on a personal retrospective. At the outset of his journey, confronted with the momentous choice of apprenticing under the three pure ones, why did he opt for rejection? Fear. Fear of becoming embroiled in the grandiose yet perilous catastrophe of the investiture of gods, a struggle fraught with countless casualties. From the perspective of a CEO who had once faced bankruptcy, joining any major corporation meant adhering to its regulations, serving its strategic interests, and ultimately, becoming a mere statistic on a cold financial report, or, worse, a casualty in corporate conflicts. Thus, he chose to remain an outsider, adopting a seemingly unpromising role as a janitor, the least likely to be swept into the vortex of turmoil. This was his first act of risk mitigation. What was the outcome? The system deemed it a hidden optimal solution, rewarding him with the primordial Tao body, heaven-defying insight, and supreme fortune. He acquired the pinnacle of personal abilities while evading all team responsibilities. A zero-cost, high-reward scenario, his inaugural victory as an investor. Next came Sun Wukong, a naturally born stone monkey. All perceived the label of the calamity child upon him, recognizing the intricate schemes of the saints behind him. To others, he was a high-risk, high-reward prospect. Yet in Xiao Tianshuan's eyes, he was a high-risk, uncertain return liability. He took in Sun Wukong not to invest in a future, but simply because this monkey could assist in menial tasks, handling the trivialities he was disinclined to address. His role was merely to clean up after the monkey when trouble arose, employing his adept skills in deflecting blame and workplace flattery. What was the result? A casual utterance of great sage equal to heaven, patrolling on behalf of heaven, was deemed by the system as a causal appointment, thus transforming Sun Wukong, a ticking time bomb, into the official security chief of the heavenly court. This resolution not only mitigated the monkey's propensity for trouble, but also secured a monumental favor from the heavenly realm. A flawless restructuring of non-performing assets. Alongside Zhu Beiji and Neza, Xiao Tianshun reflects on his journey, where every audacious maneuver and survival tactic reveals a startling consistency at its core. What is he doing? He is optimizing processes. He is controlling costs. He is mitigating risks. He is integrating resources. He employs the mindset of a contemporary corporate manager to deconstruct this ancient, rigid mythological realm. Every seemingly unintentional act is, in essence, a means to resolve current issues more efficiently and at a lower cost. Yet now, he faces the most monumental and fundamental dilemma in history, the catastrophe of the final law. Hong Jun has presented him with two choices: sacrifice himself to patch the system or stand by and witness its collapse. A faint, cold smile graces Xiao Tianshuan's lips. How familiar this scenario is. Much like in his previous life, when the commercial empire he painstakingly built succumbed to the outdated foundational structure and an inability to adapt to new market conditions. leading to a severed financial chain and imminent ruin. At that time, the board offered him two options: either invest his entire fortune to cover the losses and gamble on a tenuous future, or declare bankruptcy and disperse. He chose the former. And then, he leaped from the rooftop. A seasoned CEO would never commit the same blunder twice. Hongjun, Xiao Tianshun murmurs, his gaze sharp as a blade. You are mistaken. The way of heaven is not an exalted will. It is merely an operating system, a vast, intricate, yet severely outdated system, replete with redundant code and logical fallacies. An antique operating system. The three pure ones, Western teachings, the heavenly court, and the demon tribes. They function like various applications running on this system. And you, Hongjun, are not the creator god. You are merely a system administrator with the highest privileges. An administrator who only knows how to patch and restart the system. Xiao Tianshun suddenly rises from his recliner. In that instant, the air of a subservient office worker that had clung to him for years dissipates. In its place emerges a powerful confidence, one that commands control over all and looks down upon the world. It is neither the pressure of a sage nor the dominance of a strongman. It is the formidable aura of a top-tier project manager, poised to personally oversee an unprecedented IPO project. As he steps into the conference room, exuding calmness, focus, and an undeniable sense of superiority, he has come to realize that the issue within the company of the way of heaven does not lie with the employees, the masses, nor the departments, various factions. The problem resides within the very structure of the company itself. It is excessively centralized. It is too insular. It is far too rigid. All authority is centralized within the singular server known as Tiandao, and every piece of data must undergo scrutiny by the administrator, Hongjun. Should the server become overwhelmed, and should the administrator himself be unable to discern the source of the bugs, the inevitable consequence would be the collapse of the entire system. A system plagued by persistent bugs, requiring the administrator to frequently apply patches, and at times necessitating a complete reboot and reformatting, is inherently a failed product. In Xiao Tianshun's eyes, there exists no trace of fear or despair. Instead, there burns a flame, the flame of ambition and creation. His aim is not to mend nor to sacrifice. Rather, his objective is to dismantle and rebuild. This is the sole key performance indicator. Chapter 114. The final rite of interpretation. At that moment, the wildfire named Project Manager ignited within Xiao Tianshun's heart. Before him, the luminous screen of the Great Path Decision System blazed to its utmost brilliance. The cold, familiar mechanical voice resonated in his mind one last time. Great Path Decision System Final Chapter triggered. Historical note. The end of the law, the conclusion of the Path Chronicle. Upon the screen appeared three options, starkly simple to the point of despair. Option 1. Sacrifice yourself to mend the heavens. You shall transform into a patch for the celestial path, merging with the Tao to restore all. The world shall return to normalcy, and your legend will be immortalized as the eternal ode to the Tao, resonating through the ages. Option 2. Escape into nothingness. You will take the mustard seed Tao field, initiate the ultimate exile protocol, drifting eternally in the chaos, preserving your essence and observing the rise and fall of epochs. Option 3. Await your doom. Abandon all choices, shut down the system, and return to the void along with all beings across the three realms. Xiao Tianshun gazed at the three options and smiled, a genuine smile. Was this not akin to exhausting every last ounce of blood for a company, toiling until death, becoming an honorary employee framed on the wall, sensing the company's impending doom, hastily submitting a resignation letter and walking away with an N1, living aimlessly, awaiting the company's bankruptcy, perishing alongside it? What a classic trifecta for the corporate drone. I choose. He extended a finger and gently tapped the blank space beyond the three options. I choose the fourth. He paid no further heed to the luminous screen of the system. Turning around, he stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, towards the very center of the mustard seed Tao field. There, a fruit the size of a fist, half as translucent as jade and half as dark as ink, floated suspended in midair, radiating a brilliance akin to the sun. The fruit born of the Tao catastrophe seed, the singular Tao catastrophe fruit. This treasure, embodying the duality of life and punishment, cause and effect, was the only and greatest turning point in this game of strategy. Hongjun, Xiao Tianshuan's voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the barriers of the Dao field, echoing with thunderous intensity in the Zixiao Palace, 33 heavens away, amidst the relentless essence of the celestial Dao. Bear witness. An exemplary product manager, when confronted with a failing product, knows precisely what to do. As his voice faded, Xiao Tianshun reached out, resolutely plucking the Dao catastrophe fruit. Boom. As the fruit entered his grasp, an indescribable surge of overwhelming power instantaneously flowed into his being. Yet he did not absorb or refine it. Instead, he infused it in reverse. Primordial Dao body, become the cornerstone of the server. He fervently poured the essence of his invulnerable Dao body into the Dao fruit. Fortune-crowned, grant me the initial administrative rights of the new system. The supreme fortune, deeply entwined with the essence of Pangu, transformed into radiant golden authorization codes, imprinted upon the Dao fruit. Causal grafting, causal appointment, heavenly secret mosaic, all of my uniqueness talents. They converged into a brand new, open API interface. Xiao Tianshun sacrificed all his enhancements. He relinquished these extraordinary abilities that belonged solely to him, rendering them open source. They metamorphosed into fundamental rules that could be invoked. The Dao Calamity Dao fruit, in his grasp, underwent a rapid transformation. It ceased to be merely a fruit. It evolved into a seed of heavenly Dao Tuuro, pulsating with infinite possibilities and shimmering with billions of runic codes. Having accomplished this, Xiao Tianshuan's visage was as pale as parchment. Yet, the brilliance in his eyes intensified. His gaze traversed beyond the Dao field, surveying the core assets cradled in the hands of those formidable figures. The Heavenly Emperor's seal, the banner of 10,000 demons, the earthly tome, the primordial slayer of Heej, the river diagram and Luo book. Excellent. The investments from all you angel investors have been fully received. Now, in the name of all beings across the 3 realms, with myriad authorities as my testament, Xiao Tianshun raised high the resplendent seed of the heavenly Dao, initiating his most powerful and final causal appointment. His voice transformed into a divine edict of celestial mandate. I appoint Taishang Wuwei as the source of the moral heavenly Dao, to oversee transformation and establish norms. I appoint Yuanshi Kaipian as the foundation of the ordered heavenly Dao, to govern rules and establish laws. I appoint Tongtian Jietia as the catalyst of the vitality heavenly Dao, to command the life force of all things and promote survival of the fittest. I appoint the Western teachings to oversee the path of nirvana and reincarnation. I appoint Hao Yin to govern the path of celestial constellations. I appoint Hutu to preside over the path of Nether Earth. I appoint humanity to steward the path of heritage and flame. I appoint the demon race to oversee the path of evolution of all spirits. Each of his appointments resonated like a sacred decree. They dismantled the cumbersome, centralized form of the old heavenly Dao, forcibly dismembering it. The powers of the heavenly Dao were distributed far and wide. He was not merely repairing the old heavenly Dao. He was orchestrating a forced bankruptcy and restructuring of the singular, centralized heavenly Dao group, limited, splitting it into countless interconnected, mutually constraining subsidiaries and business groups with their own operational autonomy. The old heavenly Dao lamented and faded away. New laws, under the collective will of all beings and in response to the various CEOs of subsidiaries, began to construct frantically. Within the Purple Cloud Palace, the frigid data figure of Hongjun exhibited unprecedented fluctuations. He gazed at Xiao Tianshuan's bewildering and unprecedented maneuvers, and for the first time, within the emotionless database, the words shock were inscribed. In the end, Xiao Tianshun gently tossed the heavenly Dao 2.0 seed, which had amalgamated all forces and established connections with every stakeholder across the 3 realms, into the sky. The seed penetrated the soon-to-collapse core of the old heavenly Dao. A new system was launched. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiao Tianshun could no longer bear the strain and collapsed into his recliner. He observed the reconstitution of the universe with a relieved smile, murmuring in a voice only he could hear, "From now on, we are all stakeholders, tending to our own small plots. Please, do not trouble me, the product manager, any further. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden optimal solution for the heavenly Dao reconstruction, integrating all options and causality, transforming into uniqueness, finality, and a conceptual identity, retired consultant of the Great Way. Description: your existence is rational. Your words hold ultimate authority. Chapter 115. Tiandao Limited has declared bankruptcy today. Xiao Tianxuan's voice resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating in the depths of every soul. It was neither magical power nor divine skill, but rather a semblance of ultimate authoritative interpretation. Outside the Dao field, Sun Wukong nearly lost his grip on his staff, his eyes widening in astonishment. What is Master Uncle muttering about? The wind and fire wheels beneath Nez's feet came to a halt, his small face etched with confusion. I don't know, but it sounds even more formidable than what Master Yuan sure expounds. Only Zhu Beiji, with his tiny eyes squished by his ample flesh, flickered with a glimmer of trepidation emanating from his past life as Marshal Tianpeng, a sign of high-level management. Appointment. He is bestowing titles in the realm of Tiandao. Old Pig felt utterly overwhelmed. This was no longer mere audacity. It was akin to overturning the table and declaring, "From now on, I am in charge of this restaurant. Who cooks and who serves must heed my command." The appointed dignitaries, in turn, were struck as if by lightning. In the Doshui Palace, 33 heavens away, the Taishang Laojun, troubled by the 8 trigrams furnace, suddenly trembled. He sensed that the invisible shackles of Tiandao binding him, rendering him passive, had been severed by an unseen scissor with a sharp snap. In its place emerged a new, gentle authority imbued with contractual significance, imprinted upon his primordial spirit. Source of moral Tiandao. This. Taishang Laojun gazed at the golden elixir in his hand, now transformed into mundane iron, and unexpectedly smiled. With a casual wave, the mundane iron morphed into streams of moral clarity, dispersing throughout the 3 realms, enlightening countless bewildered beings. Thus, he realized, this was the essence of true non-action, not clinging to results but focusing on the teaching itself. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 treasures Jade Rui in the hands of Yuan Shirtian Zun buzzed with resonance. He felt he was no longer a mere executor of heavenly decrees, but had become one of the formulators and guardians of the rules. Foundation of orderly Tiandao. His gaze shifted towards Golden Ao Island, his eyes reflecting a complex sentiment. Perhaps, you are right, junior brother. At Bio Palace, the 4 Excaliburs before Tongtian Jiaozhu suddenly ceased their mournful cries, replacing them with joyous sword melodies. The long-suppressed feeling of eternal destruction, which permitted no creation, dissipated into thin air. Transformation of vitality, Tiandao. Indeed, a splendid moment of life for all things. Tongtian Jiaozhu howled towards the heavens, his voice resonating throughout the cosmos. Qiao Shizi, you shall be the eternal Tao master of my. In the western spirit mountain, the expressions of the 2 saints, Jian and Zhuanti, froze in a moment of anguish. They perceived that the path of extinction and rebirth, once belonging to the West, was no longer a clandestine avenue that required deceit and theft for its expansion, but rather had been officially sanctioned, becoming an integral part of the new celestial order. Brother. Zhuanti stammered in excitement. The saint of guidance closed his eyes, shedding 2 streams of tears. Good. Transformation is occurring in every corner of the 3 realms. Outside of Flower and Fruit Mountain, the Jade Emperor held the imperial seal of heaven, his expression one of profound despair. Suddenly, he felt the seal in his hand grow heavy. A vast yet distinctly clear decree surged into his mind, appointing Hao Yin to govern the celestial bodies of the cosmos. Hao Yin was rendered completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the imperial seal of heaven in his hand, realizing that the authority it conferred had changed. It was no longer a nominal dominion over the 3 realms, a mere paper promise that could not command anyone. Instead, it was now specifically tied to the management of the celestial bodies. The authority had become more concentrated, and the responsibilities were now clearly defined. He was no longer the supreme being of the 3 realms who oversaw everything yet managed nothing effectively. He had become the CEO of the Celestial Group's Star Division. This. Hao Yin opened his mouth, a sense of absurdity yet profound reassurance swelling within him. The company had not collapsed, although he had been demoted from chairman of the board to president of a division. It seemed that this role was far less burdensome than before. Meanwhile, the Bull Demon King and other demon lords also sensed the shift. on the banner of myriad demons. 4 ancient characters appeared. Evolution of all spirits. No longer a nebulous fate of the demon race, but a clear and visible product line, leading the demon clan to discover their ecological niche under the new cosmic rules. Magnificent. The bull demon king was filled with exhilaration, his fur standing on end. Truly magnificent. Chairman Xiao, no. Director Xiao. He is crafting a brand new track for our demon race. In the realm of the underworld. Empress Hutu gazed at the waning wheel of reincarnation with a soft sigh. In the next moment, the power of Path of the Underworld enveloped her, instantly stabilizing the entire underworld. She was no longer a prisoner saint confined to the underworld. She had become the absolute sovereign of this domain. Thank you. Fellow Taoist. The old celestial order was thoroughly dismantled amidst wails of despair. New laws, like bamboo shoots after a rain, were rapidly constructed, linked, and fused together by the collective will of all the appointed powerful beings. A vast, rigid, dictatorial empire was crumbling. An open, diverse, and mutually balancing, yet promoting federal ecology was being born. And the architect of it all was Qiao Tianshan. He had completed the final step. Gently, he cast the Heavenly Path 2.0 seed, which had established connections with all stakeholders across the 3 realms, into the sky. The seed transformed into a radiant streak of light, merging into the crumbling core of the old heavenly path. It was akin to a drop of ink dispersing in clear water, or a new line of code supplanting an antiquated system. Boom. The entire 3 realms fell into an unprecedented silence, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended. In the next heartbeat, an invigorating surge of fresh, vibrant spiritual energy erupted from the heavens above, the depths below, and every corner of the 3 realms. The calamity of the end times dissipated in an instant, as though the cataclysmic horrors witnessed moments ago had merely been an illusion. Qiao Tianshan slumped in his recliner, feeling as though every cell in his body had been drained. He gazed upon the rejuvenated world, a smile more grotesque than tears gracing his lips. In a voice only he could hear, weary yet fulfilled, tinged with relief, he murmured, "From now on, we are all stakeholders, tending to our own little plots. Please, do not trouble me, this product manager, any longer." No sooner had he spoken than the cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, echoing one last, glorious time. "Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden optimal solution for the restructuring of the heavenly path, integrating all options and causalities into a singular, ultimate identity. Great Path Retirement Consultant. Description: your existence is justifiable. Your words hold the final authority." Chapter 116. Thank heavens, finally off work. At the moment the new heavenly Tao came online, the 3 realms transformed. The first to perceive this change was Zhu Beiji. His overly sensitive nose twitched vigorously. Oh my! The moment his eyes brightened, he detected something in the air. What is this? The aroma of roasted lamb. No, it's the fragrance of freshly picked peaches. And the 9-turn golden elixir of the Supreme Lord. He closed his eyes, lost in bliss and rapture, his plump figure trembling with joy. The spiritual energy was no longer the arduous raw material requiring laborious cultivation. Now, it seemed as if the energy had been pre-processed, categorized, and labeled as gourmet food. For a glutton like Zhu Beiji, each breath felt akin to wandering through the most exquisite buffet in the 3 realms. Sun Wukong's experience, on the other hand, was entirely different. He gripped his golden staff tightly. The air hummed, and golden light erupted from the iron rod. He sensed that the fierce fighting spirit in the world had not dissipated. Rather, it had morphed into something purer. Gone was the chaotic aggression intertwined with violence and karma, which had only incited a desire for conflict. Instead, there emerged a positive, uplifting spirit, one that encouraged competition and breakthroughs. What exhilaration! Sun Wukong howled to the heavens, feeling every pore in his body unfurl. He envisioned a brand new path of battle unfolding before him. Previously, his journey was one of contesting heaven, earth, and saints, rooted in destruction. Now, his path was one of confronting the heart, engaging in combat, and pushing limits, an endeavor of transcendence. Neza's perception was even more profound. The wind and fire wheels beneath his feet were no longer mere flames. The left wheel radiated the warmth of creation and life, while the right wheel contained the sharpness of destruction and finality. Life and death achieved a perfect equilibrium beneath him. The fire-tipped spear in his hand seemed to possess a life of its own, its crimson tassels dancing. He felt he was no longer the deity who relied solely on magical artifacts to assert his power. He had touched upon his own path of weaponry. That was the edge of order. Even the three security captains felt the change profoundly. Those appointed as leaders experienced an upheaval of their own. Outside Huawa Mountain, silence reigned. All the powerful beings closed their eyes, silently comprehending this new world, reflecting on their renewed authority and responsibilities. The Heavenly Emperor, holding the seal of the celestial sovereign, wept tears of joy. He finally grasped the essence of equitable power and responsibility, of vertical management, and of focusing on core business. The former heavenly court resembled a bloated state-owned enterprise that aspired to manage everything but excelled at nothing. In the present celestial realm, the operations have been decentralized, and authority has been redistributed. As the chairman, he is tasked solely with overseeing the core business of the celestial bodies. The pressure of performance has diminished, disputes have lessened, and work efficiency has soared. Is this not the management model he has longed for? General Xiao. No, Consultant Xiao. You are the true deity of management. The Bull Demon King and other great sages of the demon race were utterly exhilarated, prostrating themselves in reverence. The path named evolution of all beings was vividly clear in their minds. No longer were they vying for territory with the witch clan or competing for fortune with the human clan. Instead, they sought to explore the myriad possibilities of existence. Some demons could specialize in body refinement, ascending physically. Others could master transformation, adapting to countless environments. Some even ventured into the realm of spiritual technology. All paths lead to the Great Way. This is the true essence of seizing a glimmer of hope. The heavenly teacher is remarkable. Consultant Xiao, even more so, as everyone reveled in this unprecedented cognitive elevation, a gentle, transcendent light, devoid of any cold data stream, gradually materialized from the direction of the Purple Cloud Palace. It was Hongjun. He was no longer the frigid system administrator. Instead, he exuded a warmth and tranquility akin to a creator who had transcended through countless iterations. His gaze did not linger on the beings of the three realms, but focused on the youth lounging in the Dao field, seemingly on the verge of falling into a deep slumber. A sense of trepidation gripped the hearts of all the mighty beings. Was he to settle accounts after the autumn harvest? After all, Xiao Tianxuan's actions were tantamount to usurpation. However, Hongjuan's subsequent actions left everyone astounded. He performed a gesture of equality, a Dao salute towards Xiao Tianxuan. The single word, good, contained boundless recognition and liberation. He understood. This system administrator could finally retire. Henceforth, the Dao would be self-consistent, and all beings would strive for self-improvement. He would no longer be troubled by bugs and loopholes. He, too, was free. As the light dissipated, Hongjuan's essence seamlessly merged into the new celestial order, becoming a genuine backdrop, no longer interfering in any specific matters. Within the Dao field, Xiao Tianxuan heard that single utterance of good. He struggled to lift his eyelids and smirked slightly. Nonsense. How could the PPT I created, ahem, the project plan I devised, not be deemed good? He felt an unprecedented fatigue, not of the body, but of the spirit, the kind of exhaustion that follows 7 consecutive days and nights of work, culminating in the launch of a project, leaving one utterly drained. He longed for sleep, to slumber until the end of time. What of the three realms, the myriad beings, the Great Way? Let them not disturb me. The workday is over. Thank heavens, he has finally clocked out. His eyelids grew heavy, threatening to succumb to a deep slumber. Just then, the system's notification continued its relentless broadcast. Identity, retired consultant of the Great Path, unique trait, absolute rationality. Your existence is the epitome of reason itself, impervious to any form of logic, causality, or law. Unique trait, ultimate explanation. Your unintentional words will be deemed by the new heavenly path as directives of the highest priority, undergoing automatic rationalization. Unique trait, eternal silence. To ensure the quality of your retirement life, all your information, name, appearance, deeds, causality, will commence an irreversible passive erasure from the memories of all beings across the three realms, including sages. Erasure progress, 1. 5. 15. Upon hearing the final announcement, Xiao Tianxuan, who had been on the verge of closing his eyes, suddenly opened them just a crack. What on earth? Memory erasure? Does that mean no one will know how remarkable I am anymore? No, wait. He pondered for a moment. If no one knows how remarkable I am, then it equates to no one will bother me anymore? Oh my goodness. Xiao Tianquan's heart, belonging to the corporate grind, trembled with exhilaration. What divine welfare is this? Isn't this the ultimate dream of severing all ties with the previous company after resignation, allowing one to completely bid farewell to after-sales service? Splendid, splendid. Xiao Tianquan was so elated, he almost sprang from his recliner. System, finally, you have done something human. Erase. Erase as swiftly as possible. Ideally, do it right now. He felt a profound sense of relief. A complete sense of tranquility washed over him. With a smile of utmost satisfaction, he finally drifted into a deep sleep. At the moment he succumbed to slumber, the mustard seed Dao field beneath him began to emit a gentle radiance. It was no longer merely a treasure. It was rapidly evolving, expanding into a self-contained, tangible, perfectly ecological, miniature universe. And Xiao Tianquan was the sole inhabitant of this universe. Chapter 117 Farewell. All labors the erasure of memory is imperceptible. Outside Flower Fruit Mountain, the Heavenly Emperor was immersed in contemplating the draft of the new heavenly management regulations when he suddenly paused. Why am I here? He glanced at the Heavenly Emperor's seal in his hand, and then surveyed the surrounding group of equally bewildered dignitaries. All he recalled was that the three realms had encountered an unprecedented calamity of the end times. Then, it seemed as though the Tao ancestor had manifested. No, that's not right. It appeared that an unfathomable advisor had orchestrated an extraordinary reorganization. Who was that advisor? The Heavenly Emperor shook his head vigorously, but found his mind blank. The more he attempted to recall that name, that visage, that narrative, the more indistinct it became, as if obscured by a thick mosaic. Ultimately, only a vague concept remained. A nameless pioneer of the Tao had, at the most critical moment, set things right and then departed gracefully. Enough. The Heavenly Emperor shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. He deeply bowed in the direction of Flower Fruit Mountain, regardless of who that esteemed predecessor was. This gratitude shall be remembered by the heavenly court. He then turned, his expression solemn, addressing the assembly of celestial beings. Relay the message. The three realms have entered a new epoch. Each department immediately reorganize according to the new heavenly authority. Yes. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Bull Demon King scratched his horns, looking utterly perplexed. Strange, why do I feel as though I've forgotten something significant? It seems we just worshipped an extraordinary chairman. The Flood Dragon King frowned. I feel the same, yet I cannot recall that chairman's name. The Rock Demon King sighed. All I remember is that he pointed us towards a completely new path of evolution for our demon clan. Such profound kindness is unforgettable. Forget it. If I can't recall it, I won't. The Bull Demon King waved his hand and declared with bravado, no matter who that predecessor is, he shall forever be our demon clan's benefactor. Brothers, it's time for us to get to work. Let us not allow others to underestimate our demon clan's KPI. The sage's forgetfulness was even more profound. Beyond the 33 heavens, the three purities gathered once more. Brother, in this reopening of heaven and earth, we have also shed our constraints. The primordial supreme being remarked. The supreme Lord of heaven slightly nodded. The heavenly path returns to all beings, and we too are among them. Humph, the heavenly teacher snorted, yet could not suppress a smile. It remains unknown which eminent figure undertook this creation of heaven and earth without wishing to leave a name. Otherwise, I would certainly drag him along for 300 cups. They too could not recall Xiao Tianquan. However, in their hearts, they were all branded with a contract. Hey. Job description from the product manager. They had all become laborers. The entire three realms experienced an unprecedented harmony. Because the boss has vanished, only 3 individuals remain who still remember Xiao Tianquan, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Neza. The characteristic of the eternal silence, while erasing memories, adhered to a fundamental logic of ultimate authority, which dictated that it could not contravene Xiao Tianquan's true nature. In the final moment before his slumber, he beheld the 3 foolish figures standing before him, and a flicker of warmth coursed through his heart. This warmth was deemed justifiable by the new heavenly Tao. Thus, these 3 employees, bound to him by the deepest karma, were preserved. They watched in astonishment as the once mighty figures departed, seemingly struck by amnesia, bowing to Huagua Mountain before taking their leave. Ultimately, the vast expanse of Huagua Mountain returned to its former tranquility. Master, Sun Wukong murmured, gazing at the luminous sphere that had transformed into an independent cosmic aura. Has he ascended? Zhu Beiji wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, surprisingly devoid of his usual cynicism. It doesn't seem like an ascension. Rather, it feels like retirement. After a prolonged silence, Neza quietly remarked, perhaps he was never meant to belong here. His arrival was merely to complete this project. Project? Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, their understanding only partially formed. At that moment, 3 streams of light emerged from the sphere, merging into the foreheads of the trio. It was neither a technique nor a treasure, but merely a message, succinct to the point of brevity. From now on, manage it yourself. 6 words that rendered the 3 motionless. Sun Wukong turned to the white-clad scholar, Jin Chanzi, who had been clinging to his arm with a look of dependence. Manage it myself. He scratched his head and suddenly chuckled. All right then, little monk, would you like to see the sights in the west? Jin Chanzi blinked and nodded vigorously. This journey was no longer a calamity, but rather an impromptu adventure. Zhu Beiji patted his ample belly, discovering an accompanying list within the message. It detailed the preliminary concept for resource procurement and asset management in the new heavenly court. Good heavens! Old Zhu gazed at the lengthy list and his newly appointed title of acting logistics director of the Heavenly River, nearly drooling in excitement. We've struck gold. This is real fortune. Neza, meanwhile, regarded the fiery spear in his hand. His message contained but a single coordinate, marking a spatial rift born from the transition between the old and new heavenly Tao, where remnants of chaotic, demonic resentment festered. A wry smile crept upon his lips. The Tri-Realms Rebellion Unit sounds far more intriguing than clandestine training. Thus, all 3 employees found themselves with new roles to embrace. In their memories, the figure of Qiao Tianshun began to fade gradually, resembling a distant dream. They could only recall that there once existed an uncle, both indolent and frugal, yet capable of turning the tide during critical moments. He has departed, journeying to a place utterly free from disturbance, to live the life he had longed for. The luminous orb gradually faded away, vanishing between heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. The 3 realms entered a brand new epoch. Myths commenced a fresh chapter. All that pertained to the enigmatic retired consultant of the great Tao became an untraceable legend. Some claimed he was the embodiment of the great Tao, while others insisted he was merely a myth, never having existed at all. In a secluded universe, where the flow of time diverged entirely from the outside world, a young man reclined in a meticulously crafted golden chaise lounge, basking leisurely in the sun. Beside him lay an expansive garden and orchard, where the fruits and vegetables exuded an ethereal aura. He gazed at the simulated clouds drifting across the sky and listened to the fabricated melodies of birds and flowers, contentedly yawning and stretching. At last, he had realized his lifelong dream. There were no clock-ins, no meetings, no KPIs, no deadlines. What remained was merely an absolute, eternal tranquility, undisturbed by anyone. A vibrant butterfly, formed from the primordial purple aura, fluttered past his nose. Qiao Tianshun waved his hand impatiently. Do not disturb me. Work is over. Chapter 118. The handover of duties. From now on, manage it yourself. The erasure of memories is akin to the gentle spring rain, nurturing life in silence. Beyond the flower fruit mountain, the celestial emperor was immersed in the fervent contemplation of the new regulations for the heavenly court draft, when suddenly his movements froze. Why am I here? He gazed vacantly at the imperial seal in his hand, then surveyed his surroundings, discovering a group of similarly bewildered yet imposing figures. Memories seemed like a beach washed away by a torrential tide, leaving behind only vague impressions. In an era of calamity, destruction loomed. Then, it seemed as if the Tao ancestor had manifested. No, that was not correct. It appeared that there was an unfathomable advisor who had orchestrated an earth-shattering asset restructuring in a manner utterly incomprehensible. What was that advisor's name? The celestial emperor shook his head vigorously, yet his mind was filled only with a static haze. The more he endeavored to recall that name, that visage, that extraordinary episode, the more elusive the memories became, as though an invisible hand had cloaked them in a thick mosaic. Ultimately, all details dissipated, leaving only a nebulous and exalted concept, an unnamed forerunner of the Tao. At the most critical juncture of the three realms' upheaval, this individual single-handedly righted the wrongs and then departed, leaving not a trace behind. Enough. The celestial emperor shook his head, ceasing the futile pursuit. He bowed deeply in the direction of Flowerfruit Mountain, a place seemingly devoid of substance, yet imbued with all profound truths. Regardless of who that predecessor was, this immense grace of rejuvenating the three realms would forever be etched in the heavenly court and in the heart of the celestial emperor. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his countenance restored to the majesty and solemnity of the celestial emperor, his voice resonating through the heavens. Proclaim my decree. From this day forth, the three realms shall enter a new epoch of the path of universal enlightenment. All celestial officials are to immediately reorganize according to the new heavenly authority, delineating merits and demerits. Any negligence shall be judged as a transgression against heavenly law. Yes, we shall faithfully adhere to your majesty's decree. The multitude of celestial beings responded in unison, their voices echoing through the nine heavens. Meanwhile, on the other side, the mighty bull demon king scratched his formidable horns, his large, bell-like eyes filled with confusion. Strange, truly strange. Why does this old bull feel as though he has forgotten something of utmost importance? It seems we just recognized a remarkable chairman and signed some wager agreement. The serpent demon king furrowed his brow, speaking solemnly. Brother, I feel the same. Yet, I cannot recall the name of that chairman at all. The rock demon king soared high into the air, circling once before releasing a long sigh. All I remember is that he illuminated a brand new evolution path for our demon clan. We have shed the old habits of savagery and are now embarking on the grand pathway of mutual prosperity among all beings. Such profound grace is akin to a rebirth, unforgettable for eternity. Well then, if I cannot recall, I shall simply let it go. The bull demon king suddenly waved his hand, restoring the grandeur befitting the leader of the seven saints. Regardless of who that esteemed elder may be, he remains the singular benefactor of our demon clan across generations. We cannot afford to bring him shame. He bellowed, rallying his brethren. Brothers, let us invigorate ourselves. It is time for us to return to our labors. Let us not allow others to underestimate our demon clan's KPI. The saints' forgetfulness was all the more profound and serene. Beyond the 33 heavens, the three pure ones, Taiji, Yuqing, and Shangqing, gathered once more. The atmosphere, however, was strikingly different from before. Gone were the schemes and barriers. Only a sense of ease and relief remained, akin to colleagues celebrating the completion of a project. My elder brother, with the reopening of the heavens, we have shed the constraints of the heavenly Tao and regained our freedom, spoke the primordial supreme being, holding a three-treasure jade scepter, his tone filled with sentiment. The supreme Lord Tao slightly nodded, his demeanor tranquil. The heavenly Tao returns to all beings, and we too are among them. Henceforth, the great Tao encompasses 50. The celestial transformations total 49, and humanity escapes 1, yielding boundless variables, goodness. Humph. The heavenly teacher scoffed, yet a wild grin threatened to stretch across his lips, almost reaching his ears. It remains a mystery who this eminent figure is, responsible for such a monumental act of creation, yet unwilling to leave behind even a name. Otherwise, I would surely drag him along to sample the fine celestial wine brewed in my Bo palace, and we would indulge in 300 cups together. They too could not recall Qiao Tianshan. Yet, within the depths of each of their primordial spirits, a remarkably clear contract was etched, a job description issued by that enigmatic product manager, teaching the people, presiding over education, expounding the teachings, governing order, severing the teachings, overseeing vitality, each fulfilling their role, complementing one another. From this day forth, we are all proud workers. Incredibly, the entire three realms achieved an unprecedented harmony as a result. For that boss, who was the most adept at slacking off, the most averse to trouble, and the quickest to shift blame, had successfully completed his tasks and vanished entirely. In the vast flower and fruit mountain, only 3 individuals still retained a vivid memory of Qiao Tianshan: Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Neza, the ultimate trait of eternal silence. Deemed unsolvable, adhered to an exalted underlying logic during the erasure of memories. It could not contravene Xiao Tianxuan's true intentions. Before he entirely clocked out, he gazed at the three foolish souls who stood before his field of Tao like a hen guarding her chicks, braving the might of all the great figures in the three realms. A fleeting warmth surged within him, indescribable yet profound. This warmth was precisely captured by the new heavenly Tao and deemed a top priority directive to be preserved. Thus, these three unfortunate employees, with whom he shared the deepest karmic ties and the closest relationships, were miraculously retained. They watched in astonishment as the once mighty beings, as if collectively struck by amnesia, solemnly bowed to the empty flower and fruit mountain, and then, filled with fervor and hope, turned and departed. Ultimately, the vast expanse of flower and fruit mountain returned to its former tranquility. Master, Sun Wukong stared blankly at the area that had now transformed into a resplendent orb of light, emanating the essence of a unique universe, murmuring to himself, "The old master. Has he ascended? Or passed away?" Zhu Beiji wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, his small eyes shimmering with rare insight. It neither resembled ascension nor the attainment of nirvana. Rather, it felt akin to an early retirement. Neza remained silent for a considerable time, tightening his grip on the fire-tipped spear before finally speaking in a voice only the three of them could hear. Perhaps he never truly belonged here. He came solely to complete this damned project. Project? Sun Wukong and Zhu Beiji exchanged glances, their understanding vague yet palpable. At that moment, three gentle beams of light leisurely floated out from the brilliant orb, as if possessing awareness, and respectively entered the foreheads of the three. It was neither a technique nor a treasure, merely a disturbingly brief message. From now on, manage it yourself. In just 6 words, they rendered these three fearless beings utterly speechless. Sun Wukong instinctively scratched his furry nape and turned to look behind him at the white-clad scholar, Jin Chanzi, who had been clinging tightly to his arm since awakening, his gaze filled with the innocent dependence of a fledgling bird. "Manage it myself," he murmured, suddenly breaking into a grin. In that smile, the defiance of yore was replaced by a hint of elder brotherly resignation and responsibility. "Very well." He extended his monkey paw and ruffled Jin Chanzi's smooth head. "Hey, little monk, would you like to explore the scenery in the west? I've heard the offerings there are even more delectable than the peaches of our flower and fruit mountain." Jin Chanzi blinked his clear eyes and nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating his face. This journey, which should have been fraught with trials and tribulations, from this moment forth, would no longer be a hardship. Instead, it transformed into an impromptu graduation trip. Zhu Beiji patted his round belly, his stream of light accompanied by not just 6 words, but also a densely packed list. Preliminary concept, draft, for the reconstruction of the new Heavenly Court's logistics support system and fixed asset inventory and redistribution. Heavens above. Old Pig gazed at the seemingly endless inventory list and the gilded title of Heavenly River Logistics Chief, acting nearly overwhelmed with joy. "I'm going to strike it rich. This time, it's really going to be a windfall. With the old master retired, doesn't he that make me the highest authority in charge?" Neza cast his gaze down at the fire-tipped spear in his hand. Within the depths of his information, apart from 6 cryptic characters, lay a singular coordinate pulsating with a crimson glow. It marked a rift in space, born from the convergence of ancient and modern celestial doctrines, where the lingering resentment of primordial chaotic deities quietly festered, seeking to corrupt the nascent world. A smirk, both defiant and fervent, slowly graced his lips. The Tri-World Rebellion Command. The Supreme Commander? Such a title resonated with far greater gravitas than that trivial secret unit. In that moment, the 3 valiant ex-employees of Glory found themselves imbued with newfound purpose. The figure of Qiao Tianxuan began to blur in their memories, fading like a distant, surreal dream. They could only recall a master mentor who was notoriously lazy and miserly yet could, at the most critical juncture, turn the tide in the most outrageous manner. He had departed, journeying to a realm where, without a doubt, no one would ever intrude, to live the life he had longed for. The resplendent sphere of light gradually receded from the intricate gazes of the trio, ultimately vanishing entirely from the expanse of heaven and earth, leaving no trace behind. The 3 realms entered a new epoch. Mythology unfurled a fresh chapter. Farewell, esteemed laborers. Chapter 119 Epilogue. The retirement life of a corporate worker 10 million years later in the primordial universe. The landscape has irrevocably transformed. Under the newly established laws of the heavenly path, the seeds of civilization blossom profusely, evolving into countless resplendent realms of cultivation and technological empires. Immortals glide through the starry seas on their swords, casually passing by starships powered by curvature engines, exchanging nods of acknowledgement as if it were an everyday occurrence. The Buddha delivers sermons in the virtual realm, with billions of devotees concurrently tuning in to hear the cybernetic scriptures. The demon race has ascended to the pinnacle of biological engineering, crafting gene-enhanced divine beasts that have become the most coveted luxury mounts among civilizations. This is an unprecedented era. Each individual has their own path to follow. Each can pursue their own fruits of labor. Amidst the newly ascended immortals and formidable beings, an eternal enigma from the age of the old gods endures. It is said that in the unfathomably distant primordial beginning, there existed a supreme entity who brought an end to the calamity of the last law. This being restructured the heavenly laws and ignited the grand era of universal enlightenment we see today. Some legends refer to him as the Tao ancestor of non-action, perceiving him as the very embodiment of the Tao. Others whisper of Chairman Xiao, implying that he once governed the myriad realms through a corporate management model. Yet his name, visage, and specific deeds have become an eternal blank. All attempts to deduce and trace his existence ultimately lead only to an absolute void. He seems to reside in the crevices of every legend, yet, paradoxically, he appears to have never truly manifested. He has become the most fundamental, enigmatic, and awe-inspiring bug of this universe. Some assert that he is merely a beautiful legend, a fabricated creator deity invented to explain the origins of the new heavenly path, claiming he does not exist at all. This notion gained considerable traction until one day, during a public interstellar sermon, the newly appointed Emperor Zwei, one of the four sovereigns of heaven, was confronted by an audacious young cultivator who inquired, "Your Majesty, does the legendary chairman truly exist?" The usually imposing Emperor Zwei fell silent for an extended moment. Then, with an extraordinarily intricate tone, he slowly replied, "Whether he exists or not is inconsequential. What matters is that you must remember, when work is done, do not call the boss." This cryptic utterance became yet another famous mystery of the new era, studied by generations of immortal scholars across countless epochs. Meanwhile, in a secluded universe, where the flow of time diverges entirely from the outside world, imperceptible by any means. A pastoral realm. A young man reclines comfortably on a golden chaise crafted from solid merit bricks, basking leisurely in the sunlight. The sun, a simulation created by casually striking fragments of the Eastern Emperor's bell. The light is gentle, the temperature constant, accompanied by the soothing resonance of a miraculous wave that promotes slumber. Beside him lies an expansive vegetable garden and orchard. Ginseng fruit trees serve as a makeshift fence, casually encircling the garden. The Huanghongli trees, laden with heavy fruit, often go unpicked, allowing their ripeness to fall to the ground, transforming into the purest primordial essence that nourishes the soil. The crops cultivated here are no ordinary fare. In one row, there are the lotus roots of the chaotic azure lotus, crisp and refreshing. In another, the tender shoots of the Bodhi tree, perfect for a delightful salad. A stream, fed by the divine waters of the three lights, meanders beside the garden, harboring a few robust descendants of the Kuanping, rumored to be exquisite when roasted, rivaling the taste of dragon's liver and phoenix's marrow. The young man gazes at the sky, observing the flawless transformation of clouds, as deduced from the river map and Luo book. He listens to the ethereal melodies produced by a single feather of the primordial phoenix, manifesting as a chorus of birds, their song never to be repeated. With a contented yawn, he stretches languorously, reveling in an unparalleled sense of ease. At last, he has finally realized his lifelong dream. No clocking in, no meetings, no KPIs, no deadlines, not a single phone call to disturb him during his respite, inquiring about the whereabouts of some document. All that exists is an absolute, eternal tranquility, free from any interruption, serenity. This is he, Xiao Tianshun, who has labored, or rather, idled through life, achieving his ultimate aspiration, retirement. It is truly blissful. A vividly colored butterfly, formed from the purest primordial purple aura during moments of ennui, flutters lazily past his nose. Xiao Tianshun can hardly muster the energy to lift his eyelids, merely waving his hand in irritation, akin to shooing away a bothersome fly. Do not disturb me. The workday is over. Chapter 120. A Day in the Life of the Chairman, Disguised Visit, the Grand Finale. Xiao Tianshun was roused from his slumber by an urgent need to relieve himself. This was his self-imposed humane alarm clock. After indulging in a profound slumber that spanned 3,000 years, he was reluctant to remain idle any longer, fearing he might truly transform into a mere relic. Yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes, he rose from the decadently comfortable chair that could tempt even a saint to fall from grace. His first order of business was to survey his domain. This was his sacred, inviolable right as the sole sovereign of this pastoral universe. With hands clasped behind his back, he ambled along the ridge, stepping with the measured gait of a seasoned official. To his left lay his vegetable greenhouse, where rows of vibrant, tender lotus roots flourished, nourished by the divine water of the three lights. Each root, plump and pristine, encapsulated the essence of creation itself. Ah, splendid! The quality of this batch surpassed the last. Perhaps he would consider preparing sweet and sour lotus slices for lunch. On his right was his fruit orchard, where the yellow fruit trees hung heavy with golden treasures, and the peach trees bowed under the weight of their bountiful harvest. The growth was exuberant, teeming with life. Perhaps there were too many fruits. He might instruct the foolish birds to peck some down to serve as fertilizer. Like the most discerning of farmers, he conducted a routine inspection of the perfect world he had meticulously cultivated. Everything was astonishingly flawless. The sunlight radiated the desired warmth. The breeze carried the ideal humidity. Even the aroma wafting through the air was a delightful blend of ginseng and fresh grass. This was the joy of absolute control. Satisfied, he nodded to himself, preparing to return and recline once more, contemplating whether to indulge in a brief nap or ponder what to have for lunch. However, at that very moment, as he turned, his gaze froze. His pupils dilated instantaneously. His breath quickened. An uncontrollable fury surged from the soles of his feet, racing straight to the crown of his head. There, in the cherished plot designated for his beloved cold dishes, a single, succulent cabbage, intended for his midday feast, was marred by an infinitesimal, pinprick-sized insect hole? An insect? In my vegetable patch? Xiao Tianshun darted forward and crouched down, gingerly cradling the leaf as if it were a rare treasure. The minuscule hole bore evidence of gnawing, and beside it writhed a minuscule, pitch-black worm, thinner than a hair, basking in its unearned triumph. Boom! Xiao Tianshun felt as though his mind had exploded. What was this sensation? It was akin to a severe germaphobe discovering a stranger's hair on his pristine white sheets. Like a code-obsessed programmer discovering an utterly flawless script marred by a superfluous space, this was a blatant affront to him, to the esteemed retired consultant Xiao Tianshun. How outrageous! Xiao Tianshun trembled with indignation, pointing at the oblivious little black bug that continued to squirm. You. He possessed the power to obliterate this insect, along with all the causal connections of its existence, 1,000 times over with but a thought. Yet he refrained, for that was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was, why had there been a problem? The ecological system of his universe was a flawless closed-loop system, constructed upon the foundation of the Hongming Tao body and programmed with the inverted enlightenment, optimized through countless fragments of celestial laws. Theoretically, such vermin should not exist. It was utterly preposterous. Fuming, Xiao Tianshun paced along the ridge, muttering incantations, entering into the blame-shifting mode that the corporate worker excelled at. It must be the new celestial laws that were at fault. I knew it. What else with this collective enlightenment nonsense and this diverse ecology? It all sounds appealing, but in reality, it is merely chaotic management. Where are the KPIs? Who is responsible for the KPIs? They can't even maintain a dynamic balance in the food chain. What are these newly appointed division presidents even doing? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, pointing at the heavens and cursing vehemently, especially at that Haotian. He oversees the celestial bodies, and a slight deviation in the angle of starlight could disrupt photosynthesis in plants. It must be his fault. And that Hutu, unstable energy supply from the earth veins could also lead to a decline in plant immunity. And Tontian, always meddling with his universal evolution. Perhaps this wretched bug was a mutated strain inadvertently created by one of his disciples. With hands on his hips, he lamented to the empty sky for a full quarter-hour, employing every expletive he had once hurled at subcontractors during his tenure as a principal. A company cannot function without a robust supreme decision-maker. Had he known, he would never have pursued a multi-shareholder system. Now look, not even a single KPI for pest control is being managed. Just as he finished speaking, a miracle occurred. Above the bud of the Bodhi tree that he had denounced, the space quivered slightly. A ladybug, radiating a spectrum of colors and adorned with intricate, arcane patterns on its back, appeared as if conjured from thin air. It elegantly flapped its wings and alighted on the leaf. Then, before the little black bug could react, it extended its tiny head and took a bite. The little black bug was no more. After its meal, the colorful ladybug let out a contented burp, swaying its two adorable antennae in Xiao Tianxuan's direction, as if seeking praise. Moments later, it transformed into a dazzling stream of light and vanished from sight. The entire world once again flourished in perfection and harmony. On the ridge, Xiao Tianfan stood with his hands on his hips, momentarily frozen in that stance. He blinked, and then blinked again. A full half-minute passed before he slowly lowered his hands. The furious expression of exasperation gradually transformed into an exceedingly peculiar, mixed smile of astonishment, realization, and utmost satisfaction. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his faded Taoist robe and resumed the demeanor of a seasoned elder. He approached the leaf, gazing at the Bodhi sprout that had been meticulously restored to its original state, with not a trace of damage visible. Satisfied, he nodded in approval. Indeed, the response was quite timely. It seems that my role as chief consultant has not gone unnoticed. Content. He turned on his heel and walked back to his beloved golden recliner with an even steadier gait than before. With a soft thud, he comfortably reclined once more. Crossing his legs, the sunlight was just right. The years were tranquil. For lunch today, I shall enjoy a refreshing dish of Bodhi sprouts. The end.